He was clearly a talentless cultivation failure. Yet even while wasting away each day idling in the pleasure quarters and listening to tunes, yet everyone firmly believed you were a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Because she was under the strict secret supervision of the eldest senior sister, you spent less than even a single day cultivating throughout the entire month. Yet even so, she still found it hard to measure up to him. Yet she didn't realize. All of this is because you can absorb the spiritual essence from special weapons, thereby enhancing cultivation and even martial skills and supernatural powers. Yet such weapons are exceedingly rare. The first time you absorbed the spiritual essence from a pair of boxing gloves, cultivation breakthrough to the mid-stage of Tongli realm, and mastered the great strength diamond fist to perfection. This is just after joining the Tianjin sect, but 2 years passed by, yet none of the weapons found contained any traces of spiritual essence. You can only spend your days listening to songs at the brothel, concealing the fact of my utterly dismal talents until this very day. You finally sensed the presence of spiritual aura once again in this broken sword before your eyes. Blade Spirit plus 30, gazing at the abundant stats on the attribute panel. The corners of your mouth are rising uncontrollably. Today, my pastoral song shall return to the ranks of the unrivaled prodigies. With a mere thought, you channeled all the sword spirits into the technique. In an instant, countless insights into swordsmanship flooded his mind. The wind and thunder sword technique instantly ascended from beginner to mastery. But this was not enough. With your low growl, the cultivation barrier that had troubled you for 2 years shattered in an instant. You directly step into the pinnacle of the harmony realm. Then an overwhelming force surged forth, effortlessly breaking through all 9 spiritual apertures. His cultivation surged all the way to the peak of the spirit aperture realm. Yet this is not yet over. A clear and melodious sword chime rang out from within your body. An invisible pressure erupted violently. The divine crane soaring in the sky, as if instantly bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. With a mournful cry, it plummeted down. The passing spirit cat also flopped down onto the ground with a thud. Shivering with fear, you feel the power that transcends sword techniques. His face was filled with ecstasy. You'll know, as a prodigy in the way of the sword, how could you possibly fail to comprehend sword intent? But you quickly force yourself to calm down. Now that the sword spirit is exhausted, who knows when the next opportunity will come? You must conceal your true strength. Then quietly search for those antiquities imbued with spiritual essence. Otherwise, they'll find out you've been stuck in the same place for 2.5 years again. Big trouble. You suppress your aura, pondering your next move. A delicate voice suddenly rang out, "Junior brother Mu." Looking in the direction of the voice, it was Chang Linger, the eldest senior sister of Lingxiu Peak. During the master's seclusion, all affairs within the peak were under her command. You immediately composed your thoughts and bowed respectfully, "Elder martial sister." Chang Linger saw you. He immediately laughed with ill intent. "Brother Mu." The master emerged from seclusion, saying he wanted to test your lessons. Your heart sinks. It seems like these 2.5 years of romantic escapades. In the end, it reached the master's ears. So you quickly stuff a bag of spirit stones into Chang Linger's palm. "Senior sister, please put in a good word for me later." Trying to slip through the cracks. This senior sister in charge of the mountain peak is of utmost importance. Chang Linger weighed the heft in her hand. The smile became even sweeter. "Mu shitty. Master is my dearest friend and beloved elder. Pay extra." You inwardly curse the greed but have no choice but to accept your fate. He had no choice but to pull out another bag of spirit stones and hand it over. If you really anger the master, you'll be punished by facing the wall on the back mountain. Then your treasure hunt would be completely ruined. Chang Linger finally tucked the spirit stone away with satisfaction. "Rest assured, junior brother. Senior sister, I'll definitely protect you well." You arrived in front of Lingxiu Palace. A woman with an air of cool elegance sat with her eyes closed, lost in deep contemplation. It was your master, Moron Lan. You quickly step forward. "Disciple Muge pays respects to the venerable master, our teacher. Congratulations on your master's great achievement in divine arts, with boundless immortal prospects ahead." When she arrived, Chang Linger had already secretly hinted at it. The master has gained a great deal from this seclusion retreat. In a great mood, Moron Lan's cold, clear gaze fell upon you. "During my seclusion period as your master, have you been practicing diligently?" With a stern demeanor, you said, "This disciple always keeps the master's teachings in mind. In cultivation, I never dared to slack off even the slightest bit." Chang Linger, who was beside him, heard these words. The corners of the mouth nearly gave way. Moron Lan's tone suddenly turned cold. "Oh, is that so? I heard that you spend all your days wandering the marketplace, listening to music in the entertainment quarters. He has been somewhat lax in his cultivation." You immediately and righteously denied it. "Absolutely not. While cultivating diligently, the disciple occasionally takes some time to relax. But it was all for gathering information and seeking cultivation resources. To accuse me of lingering in brothels and neglecting my duties is sheer slander." Moron Lan would naturally not readily believe your one-sided claim. Her indifferent gaze turned to the side. Chang Linger understood tacitly and stepped forward, saying, reporting to the master. I had little contact with Brother Mu, yet every time I encountered him, he would always consult his disciples on cultivation-related questions. Hearing this, you secretly cheered in your heart. These 2 bags of spirit stones were definitely worth every penny. Morong Lan glanced at her. How many spirit stones did Muge give you, to make you speak up for him like this? Chang Linger immediately stepped forward. She clung tightly to Morong Lan's arm and began to coquettishly pout. Not at all, master. Linger is just telling the truth. Morong Lan helplessly tapped her lightly on the head. All right. How old are you? Still acting like a little girl. However, her cold demeanor softened noticeably. My gaze falls upon you once more. Morong Lan abruptly changed the subject. More than 2 years had passed. Muge, have you broken through to the Lingqiao realm? Master, I have broken through more than a year ago. Now they have even opened 3 spirit apertures. Before your words had even faded, you stirred the spiritual energy within your body. In an instant, the faint glimmer of 3 spiritual apertures flickered. A burst of fierce wind sweeps outward from you. Morong Lan gave a slight nod. A hint of satisfaction showed in his expression. This level of progress, though not comparable to that of a top-tier genius like Chang Linger, but among the sect disciples, it could be considered above average. However, Chang Linger beside them widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. The master has long resided in the Deep Palace and is unaware. Doesn't she already know all about you? Spending half of each month soaking in the Fenghuang Tower. For the remaining half month, it's not just about strolling through the marketplaces, participating in various auctions. I never expected you to have already unlocked 3 spiritual apertures. Morong Lan had no idea about Chang Linger's astonishment. Continuing to speak, do you have any doubts about the 9 Fire Flame Dragon Fist technique? Yet upon hearing the question, you respectfully replied, Master, your disciple has switched to practicing swordsmanship. No longer practicing fists, switched to swordsmanship. As you spoke, you waved the shabby broken sword in your hand. Chang Linger was completely stunned upon hearing this. Not even a ceremonial sword. Dare you still call yourself a swordsman? Morong Lan was even more infuriated and amused by you. Back then, she was drawn to your talent in martial arts. He made an exception to take you as his disciple, even going so far as to seek out advanced boxing techniques for you. Now you're saying you won't practice. If you truly had talent in the way of the sword, why did you use fist techniques for the entrance exam back then? As the master's anger was about to erupt uncontrollably, you hurriedly explained, Master, I actually have quite a talent for the way of the sword. Morong Lan let out a cold laugh. Quite the talented one, aren't you? I'd like to see for myself as your master. How have you been training these past 2.5 years? With just one glance from her, she made her point. Chang Linger understood implicitly. Be careful, Brother Mu. She drew her sword. A seemingly ordinary sword thrust comes your way. You know full well she went easy on you on purpose. Give you reaction time. But this little trick couldn't escape the master's keen eyes. So you flicked the broken sword in your hand, no longer concealing it. In an instant, a sharp sword light transformed into a sky full of stars. It headed straight for Chang Linger with overwhelming force. Chang Linger was startled. I never expected you to unleash such a brilliant move at the very first strike. Instantly changed stance to parry. The incessant clanging of metal against metal filled the air. Their figures interweave. The sword gleams with flashes of light. After a few moves, Chang Linger also got into the spirit. The swordplay suddenly turned fierce and swift. The sound of wind and thunder roared violently. This is the unmistakable sign of the perfected wind and thunder sword art. With your sword stance at the perfect realm, it should have been easy to handle. But you know well that too much is as bad as too little. After a few moves, he deliberately left an opening. Throat pressed by Chang Linger's sword. The senior sister's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Junior brother admires her. You sheathed your sword and conceded defeat with a respectful salute. Chang Linger sheathed her sword and chuckled lightly. Junior brother, you're not bad either. In just 2.5 years, he mastered the Wind Thunder sword technique to perfection and even glimpsed its profound secrets. Fang Wudao's talent for swordsmanship was truly remarkable. Moreover, she could tell that Fang Wudao still held back some of his true strength. Lin Xingyi had noticed this too, but she didn't dwell on it. After all, this duel was merely a friendly spar between senior and junior sisters. There was no need to fight to the death. It was sufficient to gauge the general level of Fang Wudao's swordsmanship. Junior brother Fang, your talent for swordsmanship is clearly no less than your talent for fist techniques. It might even be better. Why did you choose to enter the sect through the fist technique exam back then? Tang Linger asked curiously. Senior sister Tang, I came from a poor background. Being able to learn the mighty Vajra fist was already a great fortune for me. Fang Wudao replied with a bitter expression. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xingyi felt a pang of guilt. Over the past 2 years, she had been preoccupied with secluded cultivation, neglecting her disciples. As a result, she hadn't even recognized Fang Wudao's true talent. What a dereliction of duty! Of course, admitting fault was out of the question. Still, Lin Qingyi intended to compensate Fang Wudao. The 10,000 Swords Mountain is about to open. Linger, assign Wudao some sect tasks to help him accumulate merit. That way, he'll be ready to participate in the selection trials for the 10,000 Swords Mountain. 10,000 Swords Mountain? Fang Wudao's heart leapt with joy. Legend had it that the peak masters of the Heavenly Sword sect would leave their weapons on the Divine Sword Mountain before their deaths. Later generations sought to emulate this, but knowing their own strength was insufficient and they lacked the qualifications to ascend Divine Sword Mountain, they carved out a new peak to leave their weapons there. As more imitators followed suit, the mountain gradually became densely packed with swords. Thus, later generations dubbed it 10,000 Swords Mountain. Though far inferior to Divine Sword Mountain, 10,000 Swords Mountain still held weapons left behind by some powerful figures. For Fang Wudao, this was nothing short of a feast fit for a glutton. He could hardly wait to enter 10,000 Swords Mountain. Meow. After Fang Wudao and Tang Linger departed, a plump spirit cat came trotting over, whimpering pitifully. It leaped into Lin Qingyi's arms, seeking comfort. You little rascal. You snuck into the pill room to steal pills again and got punished, didn't you? Lin Qingyi gently patted its head, both exasperated and amused. Even though Lingxiu Peak's pills were supplied by the pill room, this spirit cat she raised never touched Lingxiu Peak's pills. It insisted on stealing pills specifically from the pill room. Woo! The spirit cat shook its head vigorously in denial, then leaped to the ground, mimicking how it had been pinned down by the sword's momentum. You mean Elder Yang from the pill room used sword pressure to bully you? Lin Qingyi frowned in confusion, then immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. With Elder Yang's strength, why would he need to use sword pressure to discipline a spirit cat? Besides, the spirit cat's ability to sneak edible pills all this time depended entirely on Elder Yang turning a blind eye. He wouldn't bother intervening over such a trivial matter. Could it be that a disciple in the alchemy hall has mastered sword momentum? But that's impossible too. A disciple with such high talent in the sword path would never join the alchemy hall. Lin Qingyi was utterly perplexed. Meow. The anxious spirit cat led the way ahead. Soon, Lin Qingyi arrived at the spot where Fang Wudao had grasped the essence of sword momentum. Unrestrained and wild, what an audacious sword intent. Even without witnessing it firsthand, the lingering traces here allowed Lin Qingyi to deduce that this genius who had just grasped sword momentum was an extremely arrogant madman. Does Lingxiu Peak have such an arrogant genius? And he didn't even come to report to me. Is he so arrogant he doesn't even respect his own master? Lin Qingyi felt a headache coming on. She realized how little she truly knew about her own disciples. First there was Fang Wudao, that young prodigy, and now another genius of boundless arrogance had arrived. But ultimately, this was a blessing. It was nothing short of a happy problem. I'll see just who's so arrogant. Lin Qingyi clenched her teeth. She had made up her mind once she found this prodigy, she would make him understand the true meaning of a master's authority. Meow. The spirit cat let out a soft meow, signaling it remembered the person's scent and would help track them down. Chapter 3, That's My Money. Fang, my junior brother, entering 10,000 Swords Mountain to select a spirit sword is no simple matter. On the way down the mountain, Tang Linger stood with her hands behind her back, speaking with an air of worldly wisdom. Please enlighten me, senior sister. Fang Wudao deftly produced spirit stones. Tang Linger's eyes crinkled into a smile. Fellow disciple Fang is truly on the right track. First, you must accumulate sufficient merit. Only then will you qualify for the selection trials at 10,000 Swords Mountain. But don't worry, junior brother. Senior sister will arrange a high merit sect task for you, one that's easy to complete. Tang Linger smiled. Thank you, senior sister. Fang Wudao thanked her. Who would choose a difficult and troublesome task when a simple one with high merit is available? We're all family here. No need for thanks. Tang Linger waved her hand dismissively. Alright, junior brother, you may return first. Once I've arranged the mission, I'll notify you. Then I shall await your news, senior sister. Fang Wudao bowed respectfully and took his leave. Watching Fang Wudao's retreating figure, Tang Linger's eyes flickered. She quietly followed after him. She intended to see for herself whether Fang Wudao truly lived up to the rumors, hardly practicing cultivation at all, indulging in pleasure day after day. Young Master Fang, you finally arrived. Miss Xinxin has been talking about you non-stop these past days. She's even lost a bit of weight. The pimp of Phoenix Tower, recognizing Fang Wudao as a major patron, hurried out to greet him, reaching out to pull him inside. But Fang Wudao shook off his hand. What's this? Stop tugging at me. I'm not that sort of person. Now that his master had emerged from seclusion, he couldn't indulge in debauchery like before. At least not openly. The pimp was no fool either. Catching Fang Wudao's quick blink, he instantly understood. Apologetically, he said. My apologies, sir. I mistook you for someone else. Tang Linger, who had been secretly observing from behind, saw Fang Wudao not enter the Phoenix Tower but stride away instead. A smug smile immediately spread across her face. Oomph. Saw through me, didn't you, brother Fang? Pretending to go to the brothel for fun, but never actually stepping inside. Next, you'll definitely head to a secluded spot to practice in secret. Tang Linger understood it all too well. Before every sect assessment, when disciples chatted among themselves, those bastards would all claim they'd neglected their cultivation lately and were bound to fail. But behind closed doors? They're all competing to outdo each other. They wouldn't even rest in the dead of night. Then come the official exams, they all perform like they've been drugged. Who'd have thought Fang, with his bushy eyebrows and wide eyes, would pull this stunt too? Today, senior sister here is going to expose you for what you are. After winding through 7 twists and turns, Fang Wudao arrived at a deserted alley. Junior brother, is this your secret hideout? Tang Linger felt a surge of secret delight. She was ready to suddenly jump out and give Fang Wudao a fright. Arriving at the door, Fang Wudao peered furtively left and right. Only after confirming no one was around did he knock quickly a few times. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a man with a sleazy appearance. Come in, young Master Fang. Ha! This was the pimp from the Phoenix Pavilion earlier. Tang Linger was dumbfounded. So Fang Wudao had been circling around all this time, only to head to the Phoenix Tower after all? Only now, his approach had become far more covert. I refuse to believe it. Refusing to give up, Tang Linger gritted her teeth and continued following him. A small house was no obstacle to her. Soon, having slipped into the courtyard, she immediately discovered a hidden passageway. After traversing about 10 zhang through the passage, Tang Linger suddenly realized she had emerged in the Phoenix Tower's storage room. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could junior brother Fang truly not be cultivating? Wait. Perhaps junior brother Fang's cultivation site is right here in the Phoenix Tower. A flash of insight struck Tang Linger. She felt she had uncovered the truth. Fellow disciple Fang, what a deeply calculated mind. The first deception was entering the Phoenix Tower openly and above board. The second deception was entering through the secret passage. Any ordinary person who followed him this far would surely have given up, convinced that brother Fang was nothing but a pleasure-seeking fool with no ambition. But that's exactly how they fell into brother Fang's trap. He must have secretly booked a room and is now training intensely inside. What a pity. Tang Linger shook her head gently, her confident smile emerging. Junior brother Fang, your opponent is this senior sister. After leaving the storage room, the pimp carefully dusted off Fang Wudao before asking, Young Master Fang, are we seeking Miss Chen Xixin again? Fang Wudao nodded. Her again. She talks sweetly, and her touch feels good. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Please have some tea in the room while you wait. The pimp had a servant escort Fang Wudao to his room while he hurried off to find Chen Xixin. Why did brother Fang order a lady this time? Well, I suppose you have to go all out for the performance. But once that girl arrives, brother Fang will surely resist temptation and just meditate there. Tang Linger saw right through Fang Wudao's plan. Ordering another girl was clearly meant to better preserve the secret. Young Master Fang, I thought I'd never see you again. As soon as she entered the room, the innocent-looking Chen Xixin spoke with tears streaming down her face. What's wrong? Fang Wudao asked with concern. I. Chen Xixin tried to speak, but choked on her words. What happened? Fang Wudao pressed urgently. Young Master Fang, you know I have an elderly mother who's been bedridden for years, kept alive only by the physicians at Phoenix Tower. That's why I perform here at Phoenix Tower. But they... 2 clear tears fell from Chen Xixin's delicate cheeks. They said my mother's condition has worsened and requires more precious herbs. They demanded I personally entertain guests to earn money, or else they would stop treating my mother. How outrageous. How could they be so cruel? Fang Wudao seemed to believe her story, his anger flaring. Tang Linger, eavesdropping from the rafters, grew anxious. Wait, junior brother, you're usually so sharp. How could you fail to see through such a simple scam now? Xixin, don't worry. I'm going to confront them right now. Fang Wudao flung his sleeves and prepared to leave. No, Master Fang. Chen Xixin threw her arms around Fang Wudao, sobbing, Phoenix Tower is a powerful force. You're just a small merchant, Master Fang. How could you possibly stand up to them? But I can't just stand by and watch Xixin sell herself. Fang Wudao declared with anguish. Truthfully, I don't necessarily have to sell myself. Chen Xixin lowered her head, unable to meet Fang Wudao's gaze. They said if we pay the full amount, we can continue performing without selling ourselves. How much do they want? 500 taels. 500 taels? They might as well rob us. Fang Wudao roared angrily. Tang Linger, perched on the rafters, was furious too. Though 500 taels meant little to cultivators like them who held spirit stones in their hands. But swindling money from junior brother Fang was unacceptable. Fang Wudao's money and spirit stones were meant to be supplied to her, the senior sister. That was her money. Young Master Fang, I truly had no choice. Chen Xixin sobbed softly, her voice breaking. Her tear-streaked face was heartbreaking. Too sincere. The 500 taels were given. Every time Fang Wudao visited the brothel, he heard all sorts of stories. Stories of gambling-addicted fathers, sick mothers, and young siblings needing care. These were the standard tropes. Some even had cruel uncles and aunts. He didn't care if they were true or not. As long as they moved him, he gave money. A few pieces of silver meant nothing to him. He treated it as charity or entertainment. The same goes for Chen Xinshin now. Even if it's fake, with her top-tier acting skills, she deserves every penny. Xinshin, stop crying. I'll cover these 500 taels. Fang Wudao comforted her. Really? Chen Xinshin was overjoyed, but then hesitated. But didn't you say your business has been losing money lately, and you don't have much left? Fang Wudao grabbed her soft little hand. Actually, my family set aside some money for me for marrying a wife. Hearing this, Chen Xinshin flushed with shy delight. That's your dowry money. You're really giving it to me? Who else would I give it to? Fang Wudao gazed at her and smiled. Watching the two gaze deeply at each other, Tang Linger perched on the rafters felt goosebumps rising all over her body. How disgusting. She shouldn't have followed them today. By now, Tang Linger had figured it out. This woman named Chen Xinshin was swindling Fang Wudao out of his money. And Fang Wudao, knowing she was swindling him, was thoroughly enjoying it, playing this charade with her. Fellow disciple Fang really has such a twisted sense of humor. Wait a minute. If I agreed to play this role-playing game with Brother Fang, wouldn't that mean I could make a killing? Tang Linger's eyes lit up brightly. She felt like a genius. If Fang Shidi is willing to pay 500 taels of silver to mere mortals as a cultivator, charging 500 spirit stones per session shouldn't be too much, right? If Fang Wudao knew her thoughts, he'd be utterly touched. The senior sister could have just taken it by force, yet she chose to play role-playing games with him instead. Truly magnificent. Chapter 4, Everyone's collecting fees. 3 days later. Tang Linger was utterly convinced. She realized that Fang Wudao truly didn't cultivate at all. Unbelievable. Not a single cultivation session in 3 whole days. He was either playing or playing. And yet, this man had managed to elevate his cultivation to the spirit poor realm, even mastering the profound wind thunder sword technique to near perfection. How could that be possible? It was impossible. Fang, junior brother. Tang Linger couldn't hold back any longer and leapt out. Senior sister, why do you look so haggard? Fang Wudao looked utterly puzzled. Hearing this, Tang Linger's eyes grew even more sorrowful. 3 days and nights without sleep, how could she not be exhausted? Yes, even when Fang Wudao slept, she kept watch. Fang, your task has arrived. Tang Linger said in a sinister tone. Fang Wudao. Why does senior sister feel so terrifying today? Fang, your task is to represent our heavenly sword sect in celebrating Golden Blade Immortal's birthday. That's simple? Fang Wudao found it hard to believe. Of course it's not that simple. The birthday celebration is merely a cover. In secret, you must also locate Feng Yijin, the traitor of our heavenly sword sect, and eliminate him. Senior sister, my strength is meager. I fear I cannot accomplish such a daunting task. Fang Wudao lamented. He knew this Feng Yijin. To boost his cultivation, this man secretly mastered the demon sect's blood spirit great technique, draining the essence and blood of hundreds of people. He was a truly wicked and ruthless character. Though he might not fear Feng Yijin at his current strength, why take unnecessary risks? Otherwise, wouldn't his money be wasted? Feng Yijin was severely wounded by the sect's enforcement squad and is now a half-crippled wreck. Countless disciples are eyeing this juicy target. Are you sure you want to abandon this mission, junior brother? Tang Linger spoke slowly. Demonic cultists deserve to be exterminated. As a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, I have no choice but to act. Rest assured, senior sister, I'll go slaughter that demon Feng Yijin immediately. Fang Wudao declared with righteous fervor. Tang Linger shot him a look. Now you see how good your senior sister is, huh? Of course. Senior sister treats me the best. Fang Wudao quickly flattered her. Feng Yijin has the Elder's sword energy sealed within him. Take this sword energy talisman to search for him. It will react if he's nearby. Tang Linger tossed a talisman to Fang Wudao, then added. Oh, and besides you, there's one other person involved in this operation. But that woman's just tagging along to claim credit. Don't count on her helping you. How dare she? Fang Wudao roared with fury. Which bastard has the nerve to be so shameless? The credit for this mission was practically being handed out for free, yet someone had the audacity to be so shameless, not even bothering to put on a show, just outright freeloading off his hard work. What a thick-skinned bastard. She must be severely reprimanded. The granddaughter of Grandmaster Hongchen. What, junior brother, do you have an issue? Tang Linger asked with a smile. Of course. I don't. Fang Wudao laughed heartily. We're all fellow disciples. Helping each other is only right. Why quibble over such trifles? Junior brother, you're a smart one. I'm just giving you a friendly heads up, don't get too close to that woman. Otherwise, those looking to cause you trouble might line up all the way to the mountain gate. Tang Linger finished speaking and turned to leave. Fang Wudao shook his head and sighed. I never imagined the sect's morals had deteriorated to this extent. Instead of focusing on cultivation, they're all chasing wealth and living off others. Thankfully, there's still an honest soul like me around. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what the future of the Sky Sword sect would look like. At noon, Fang Wudao took 2 black-scaled horses and rode toward the mountain gate. A crowd had already gathered at the mountain gate. So many freeloaders? Hope no trouble comes my way. Fang Wudao muttered under his breath. No sooner had he spoken than a tall, imposing man strode over, his eyes fixed on him with hostility. You're the one who snatched my job, aren't you? Fang Wudao looked at him with an expression of complete honesty. Senior brother Yen, I have no interest whatsoever in junior sister Hu. I took this mission purely to accumulate merit for the selection trials at 10,000 Swords Mountain. That may be so, but who knows? Wait, you're that little junior brother from the brothel? Senior brother Yen suddenly exclaimed. What the hell is a little junior brother from the brothel? Fang Wudao seethed inwardly. Who the hell was slandering him like this? If it's you, then it's acceptable. Brother Yen pondered for a moment before speaking. He knew Fang Wudao well, a man who never pursued female disciples within the sect, choosing instead to seek pleasure in the brothels of the marketplace. He was a man who understood the rules and was quite clever. Such a man possessed self-awareness, knowing precisely what was permissible and what was not. He would never dare to pursue Hu Xianxian. Having him follow Hu Xianxian was preferable to anyone else. Senior brother Yen silently nodded in agreement. The competition for this mission was fierce. After all, it offered not only a substantial merit reward but also the chance to accompany Hu Xianxian, a privileged young woman with considerable connections. Virtually every disciple seeking advancement had entered the competition. Yet in the end, it fell to the unremarkable Fang Wudao. This outcome, he suspected, could not have been achieved without the guidance of Grandmaster Hongqian. Once he grasped this truth, senior brother Yan's expression softened immediately. Fang Xianxian was born into privilege, so her temperament is naturally a bit haughty. I ask you to bear with her and not take offense. Should Xianxian require anything during our journey, please do your best to accommodate her on my behalf. Well, Fang Wudao looked troubled. Senior brother Yen, I'm just a lowly disciple with no connections or backing. My funds are limited and I may not be able to meet junior sister Hu's demands. No problem. Whatever sister Hu needs, I'll cover it all. Senior brother Yen produced a large bag of spirit stones and pressed them into Fang Wudao's hands. This is too much, senior brother Yen. Fang Wudao protested politely, but his hand moved lightning fast to grab the bag. Senior brother Yan's mouth twitched slightly, but he persisted. Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother Fang. Rest assured, brother Yen. I'll take good care of sister Hu for you. After receiving Fang Wudao's assurance, brother Yen immediately dashed over to Hu Xianxian to boast about his accomplishment. Meanwhile, Fang Wudao scanned the room, smiling broadly as he asked, is there any other senior brother who'd like to entrust junior brother with looking after junior sister Hu? Fellow seniors, sister Hu might not remember who paid to look after her, but she'll likely remember those who wouldn't even spend a coin. Hearing Fang Wudao's reminder, those who had been hesitating began frantically stuffing spirit stones into his hands one after another, each announcing their name. Junior brother Fang, I'm senior brother Yang Wei. Remember to mention me to junior sister Hu. Junior brother Fang, I'm Zhang Heng. Please put in a good word for me. Fellow junior brother Fang, I am. Everyone, one at a time. No need to rush. I'll remember you all. Sword Heaven Sect. The Heavenly Spring Realm. Tang Linger smiled sweetly at an elderly man. Grandmaster, I've completed everything you asked of me. Are you certain Fang Wudao won't be influenced by Xianxian? Master Hongqian inquired. Fang Linger is not like those fools. He absolutely could never develop feelings for Xianxian. Tang Linger declared confidently. Based on her understanding of Fang Wudao, he would only find Hu Xianxian a nuisance. That's good. That way we can keep Xianxian under control. Master Hongqian nodded. The others, influenced by Hu Xianxian, tend to indulge her whims and cause trouble. But Fang Wudao could keep them in check. That made all the difference. Well done, Linger. With a wave of his hand, the patriarch Hongqian sent a storage pouch flying toward Tang Linger. Thank you for your generosity, Grandmaster. Tang Linger thanked her with a cheerful smile. Assigning this task was truly satisfying. First, I collected a hefty sum of spirit stones from Brother Fang, and now I get rewarded by the Grandmaster killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, and I've also fulfilled my master's instructions. I'm a genius. Chapter 5, 3 Matters. Senior brother Fang, I'm tired. Barely half an hour into the journey, Hu Xianxian whined in a delicate voice. There's a large tree up ahead. We can rest under it for a while. With ample time and having received numerous benefits, Fang Wudao naturally obliged Hu Xuanxuan's request. They arrived beneath the tree. Fang Wudao spread out a blanket for Hu Xianxian, then found a spot on the grass and sat down himself. Senior brother Fang, why are you sitting so far away from me? I won't eat you, you know. Hu Xianxian gave a soft laugh, her exquisite, alluring face glowing with a hint of coyness. There should be a proper distance between men and women. It's best we maintain some separation. Fang Wudao replied. Senior brother Fang, do you think I'm beautiful? Hu Xianxian asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Junior sister, your beauty is truly breathtaking, so radiant it could make the moon hide its face and flowers blush. You resemble a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. A mere word like beautiful simply cannot do justice to your splendor. Fang Wudao praised. Is that so? Hu Shenxian asked with a smile. Then why does senior brother never look at me? Please forgive me, junior sister. I've always been pure and shy, unable to look directly at women. Fang Wudao replied. Oh? But I've heard rumors that you have a nickname among the courtesans? Hu Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled as she feigned confusion. Ah. Fang Wudao sighed helplessly. It's precisely because your senior brother is honest and straightforward, with a pure heart, that I go to the brothel to build my courage. Alas, everyone believes what they see is truth, leading to a profound misunderstanding of me. Hu Xianxian giggled delightedly. Senior brother Fang, you're far more entertaining than senior brother Yan and the others. Junior sister who is joking. Senior brother Yan and the others are kind-hearted, helpful, and cheerful. They're 10 times better than me. When it came to getting paid for services rendered, Fang Wudao did have some professional ethics. Especially brother Yan, he gave the most spirit stones, so I definitely had to praise him. Speaking of which, senior brother Yan and the others gave you quite a few spirit stones to take good care of me. Does that mean I can make a request of you now, senior brother Fang? Hu Xianxian flashed a mischievous smile. Sis Hu, just name it. Whatever I can do, I won't refuse. Fang Wudao readily agreed. Well then, I want to eat chicken. Chicken? Out here in the wilderness, where am I supposed to find you a chicken? I can get other things. My apologies, junior sister. This senior brother cannot grant that wish. Fang Wu apologized. Senior brother Fang, that's not what you said earlier. Hu Xianxian retorted, displeased. Junior sister Hu, what I said earlier was that I can do it. Fang Wu emphasized. Then I want tea. Sorry, junior sister, but I can't do that. Goat milk? Sorry, junior sister, your senior brother can't do that. Chilled 3-whiskered shrimp. Sorry, little sister, I just can't do it. Senior brother Fang. Hu Shenxian jumped to her feet, glaring at Fang Wudao. This won't do, that won't do. What exactly will do? I get it now. Senior brother Fang, you're just being polite and courteous, you can't do it. Fang Wudao spread his hands helplessly. Junior sister Hu, you saw it yourself, our resources are limited. Fang's senior brother Hu Xuanxuan's eyes glowed purple as she raised her voice, adopting a pitifully helpless expression. I just want to eat chicken. A flicker of distraction crossed Fang Wudao's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, his voice tinged with displeasure. Sis Hu, as a member of a reputable sect, practicing seduction arts is one thing, but using them on your own people? That's going too far. Hu Shenxian clutched her head and groaned in pain. Impossible. How could you possibly break my seduction technique? Sis Hu, I don't want this to happen again. Fang Wudao shot her a cold stare, his warning implicit. How could I dare do it again? That one backlash was painful enough. Hu Shenxian, her face pale, muttered softly. Senior brother Fang, how did you manage it? After a moment, Hu Shenxian, unwilling to let it go, asked. Steel willpower plus a bit of luck. Fang Wudao replied casually. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his spirit was inherently far stronger than that of ordinary people. Coupled with years of being charmed by courtesans, common seduction techniques simply couldn't sway him. Moreover, after comprehending the essence of sword momentum, his spirit had become even more focused and his consciousness clearer. He now possessed greater resistance to illusions and seduction techniques. Hu Xianxian trying to charm her. That was a pipe dream. Steel will? Luck? Hu Xianxian scoffed. Senior brother Fang, you might fool that bunch of fools like senior brother Yan with that nonsense, but I'm not buying it. But that's the truth. Whether you believe it or not, junior sister Hu is beyond my control. Fang Wudao shrugged, standing by his claim. Senior brother Fang, I've heard that those who grasp the essence of sword momentum experience heightened mental fortitude. Could it be that's what's happening to you? Hu Xianxian locked eyes with Fang Wudao and suddenly asked. If I had truly grasped sword force, would I be here enduring your foul temper, junior sister Hu? Fang Wudao countered. That's hard to say. Maybe you're actually a spy sent by the demon sect, deliberately hiding your true strength? Hu Xianxian chuckled. Fang Wudao was speechless. Who would be so foolish as to send a genius who has grasped the essence of swordsmanship to be a spy? Senior brother Fang, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, once infiltrated Cold Mountain Temple and lived as a monk for decades. Hu Xianxian kindly reminded him. That was a once-in-a-century anomaly. Couldn't you be that kind of special case, brother Fang? Sis Hu, I only resisted your enchantment because I possess naturally potent psychic energy and unwavering resolve. Stop imagining things. To prevent her from spreading rumors upon returning, Fang Wudao had no choice but to reveal part of the truth. Really? I don't believe you. Hu Xuanxuan's lips curled upward. My apologies, brother Fang. For the safety of the sect, I must request you undergo a thorough investigation upon your return. Sis Hu, what exactly do you want? Fang Wudao's tone grew colder. He could never submit to the sect's investigation. It wasn't that he feared the mirror of conscience, it was that he feared his true strength would be exposed. Disciples who had grasped the essence of sword momentum were already rare, and those as young as him were few and far between. If the sect's higher-ups discovered him, he would undoubtedly receive immense attention. But then, the sect would also notice his peculiarities. Where would you find a genius who trains day in and day out, swallows stacks of precious pills, yet barely makes any progress in cultivation? What kind of prodigy gets daily guidance from a master yet fails to refine their sword technique? Is this even a genius? Little cutie. Even you know something's off with him. Senior brother Fang, if you want me to keep quiet about this, you must agree to 3 conditions without question. Hu Xuanxuan's eyes twinkled as she spoke. Unconditional is impossible. It must be within my capabilities and not violate moral principles. Fang Wudao replied. No, it must be unconditional. Hu Xianxian insisted. Then go ahead and report me, junior sister Hu. Fang Wudao turned and walked away. I just find it troublesome and don't want to offend you. If you insist on pushing your luck, I won't indulge you. Oh, and I forgot to mention our Lingxiu Peak's peak master has always been overly protective of her own. You're slandering me like this. Once the truth comes out, I'll see if you, junior sister Hu, can withstand the wrath of Lingxiu Peak's peak master. Senior brother Fang, who are you trying to intimidate? Hu Xianxian snorted coldly. But when she saw Fang Wudao turn his horse and ride away without a second glance, panic seized her. She hurriedly declared. Fine, I'll do as you say, senior brother Fang. Don't you dare go back on your word. Fang Wudao hadn't taken the so-called 3 matters seriously at all. It was merely a ploy to placate Hu Xianxian. When the time came and he encountered something he didn't want to do, he'd handle it just like before, polite, courteous, and simply refuse to comply. Chapter 6, 1 sword, 1 kill. What's there to discuss? Several days later, Fang Wudao and Hu Xianxian finally arrived near Xuanwu City. Junior sister Hu, just a few more miles to go. Hang in there. Soon we'll be able to stay at an inn and have a bath. The dusty journey had taken its toll. Even with Fang Wudao's deliberate care, the pampered Hu Xianxian had reached her limit. Seeing Xuanwu City ahead, Hu Xuanxuan's complexion brightened considerably. After remaining silent for half a day, she finally spoke. Senior brother Fang, I've heard that the roads in these wild, remote areas are full of bandits and outlaws. Why haven't we encountered any along the way? This being her first long journey, she was actually quite excited and thrilled, even secretly hoping to encounter bandits who might rob them. That way, she could emulate the heroes in storybooks, slaying foes left and right with majestic valor. Junior sister Hu, our Tianjian sect does carry a certain reputation. Fang Wudao inwardly rolled his eyes. Both of us are wearing Tianjian sect robes. Common thieves would run for their lives. Who in their right mind would come offering their heads on a platter? You think you're some kind of cute little thing, don't you? Senior brother Fang, why didn't you say so sooner? Hu Xianxian finally snapped out of it, her voice thick with disappointment. I should have changed into regular clothes before leaving. Everyone else avoids trouble when they go out, but you? You practically welcome it, don't you? Fang Wudao truly couldn't be bothered to complain. It just goes to show the mindset of the second generation really is different. Senior brother Fang, do you think some powerful individuals might attack us, fearless of our heavenly sword sect? A little later, Hu Xianxian asked with a hint of anticipation. The demonic sects certainly aren't afraid of us. But with all the major factions gathering in Xuanwu City to celebrate senior brother Jindao's birthday, even those rogue cultivators shouldn't dare to cause trouble lightly. Of course, better safe than sorry. We should still exercise caution. Fang Wudao replied. Having said that, he suddenly grabbed Hu Xuanxuan's arm. What is it, senior brother Fang? Seeing the gravity in Fang Wudao's expression, Hu Xianxian instantly understood. Her eyes darted excitedly around the area. So there really were demonic rogues daring to attack them. Hiding your head while showing your tail is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. I advise you to step out, my friend, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Fang Wudao looked toward a nearby tree and called out in a clear voice. The Heavenly Sword sect truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious sect. Even a random disciple possesses such keen perception. A man in pink robes emerged, fan in hand, offering his praise. Pink robes, white fan, half-ox mask. You're the flower thief Buluhen? Fang Wudao's brow furrowed slightly. Rumor had it Buluhen possessed formidable strength. Those he targeted rarely escaped unscathed. It seemed today would be the day to reveal his true strength. That's me. Buluhen smiled faintly, folding his fan. I've always had a soft spot for handsome men and beautiful women. Here's the deal, if you two don't resist, I'll spare your lives after I've harvested your yin and yang essences. Fang Wudao, ? Damn it, you're not only after sister Hu, but you won't let me off either? Hu Xianxian giggled. Senior brother Fang, why are you suddenly so tense? Sis Hu, we face a formidable enemy. Please don't distract us. Fang Wudao said with a dark expression. A formidable enemy? Senior brother Fang, don't be ridiculous. This kind of trash could threaten this lady? Hu Shenxian tilted her chin slightly, her tone dripping with contempt. I love your haughty attitude, young lady. It'll be especially entertaining when you're begging for mercy later. Bu Luhan chuckled. Junior sister Hu, you stand by and watch. Fang Wudao stepped forward, blocking Hu Xuanchuan's path. Senior brother Fang, it's rare to see you take things seriously. You look quite handsome. Hu Shenxian marveled with a click of her tongue. But this lady doesn't need your protection. Junior sister Hu, now is not the time for stubbornness. Fang Wudao warned sternly. He certainly didn't want to be held back by Hu Shenxian during the fight. Capricious? Open your eyes wide and watch, brother Fang. Hu Shenxian flashed a defiant smile as a sword beam shot from the jade pendant at her chest. With lightning speed, it instantly pierced through the chest of the flower thief, Boluchan. So fast. Fang Wudao's pupils contracted sharply. Without deploying his sword aura to suppress the attack, he would have been utterly defenseless against that blade. In other words, practitioners who hadn't grasped the essence of momentum would be instantly killed by Hu Shenxian upon meeting her. Was this the true value of being a second-generation cultivator? Fang Wudao felt a pang of envy. Senior brother Fang, now tell me, is it you protecting me, or me protecting you? Hu Shenxian withdrew her sword light, her tone teasing. Junior sister's prowess as formidable senior brother is truly impressed. Fang Wudao quickly offered his praise. Having such a formidable trump card in Hu Xuanchuan's hands was a blessing for him. This way, he wouldn't have to reveal his own strength. Perfect. Senior brother Fang, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from you earlier were quite intense. They startled this junior sister. Hu Shenxian studied Fang Wudao with a meaningful look. What level of power do you truly possess, senior brother? Junior sister, you jest. My meager skills could never frighten you. As for the spiritual energy fluctuations, they were merely an illusion created by a secret technique I activated. Fang Wudao replied. Junior sister here has studied all the sect's secret arts. Might I ask which one senior brother employed? Hu Shenxian pressed. It's not a sect technique. I happened to acquire it elsewhere. Fang Wudao replied. Senior brother, you're so lucky to have obtained such a powerful secret technique. Hu Xuanchuan's expression was half smiling, half skeptical, clearly not buying his story. Nothing special. Ha! Look, junior sister. Something's wrong with that flower thief. Hu Shenxian had assumed Fang Wudao was trying to forcefully change the subject, but when she turned to look, she saw Bu Liuhan's corpse beginning to melt. His body's dissolving into blood. It's a blood demon avatar. Bu Liuhan's methods clearly resemble those of the Union sect. How could it be the blood demon sect's supreme secret technique? Hu Shenxian asked in puzzlement. Fang Wudao showed no interest in how Bu Liuhan could master secret arts from two major demonic sects simultaneously. He cautioned. Junior sister, since Bu Liuhan is still alive, we must be more cautious moving forward. What's there to fear? If he comes once, this lady will kill him once. Hu Shenxian dismissed the concern. Such trash, no matter how many came, they were all the same to her. One sword strike would finish them all. Junior sister, these demonic rogues are utterly treacherous, skilled in every underhanded trick. They might poison us or drug us. Better to be cautious. Fang Wudao cautioned. Senior brother Fang, the one who should be cautious is you. Since childhood, I've refined my body with all manner of precious elixirs, greatly enhancing my resistance to both narcotics and poisons. Not that I look down on them, but their poisons are as harmless to me as drinking water. Hu Shenxian said calmly. Fang Wudao. Is this what they call a spoiled rich kid? No wonder senior brother Yan and the others all refused to strive. They're scrambling to latch onto Hu Xuanchuan's coattails. If he were in their shoes, he'd want that too. Who would want to keep grinding when you could skip 300 years of struggle? Senior brother Fang, you wouldn't be planning to pursue me just to live off me, would you? Hu Shenxian chuckled. She'd seen that look too many times. A real man, Fang Wudao, would rather starve to death, die on the streets, or jump off this building than ever live off someone else. Fang Wudao retorted with disdain. What kind of person did she take him for? Hu Shenxian sighed dramatically. What a pity. I was hoping to give senior brother Fang a chance to pursue me. You demonists can't corrupt my Taoist resolve. I, Fang Wudao, am as unyielding as iron. I'll never live off others. Fang Wudao reiterated. Really? Brother Fang, what if I told you that if you kneel before me right now, I'd accept your pursuit? What would you do? Hu Shenxian asked with a sly smile. Oh no. My legs suddenly went weak. Junior sister, you're a good person, but we're not suited for each other. In the end, Fang Wudao reluctantly turned down this tempting offer. I never imagined that the one time I truly opened my heart, I'd be so cruelly rejected. Hu Shenxian said sadly. Not a single tear? Your acting skills are nowhere near as convincing as Xinxin's. Fang Wudao silently remarked to himself. Chapter 7, Divine Beings. The next day. When Fang Wudao awoke at the inn, he found Hu Shenxian already downstairs drinking with others, having a splendid time. 3 6s. Miss Shenxian, you lose again. Drink up. Why, I can't drink anymore. Purple light flashed in Hu Xuanxuan's eyes as she pouted pitifully. I'll drink for you. A man volunteered. Get lost. If anyone's drinking for Miss Xianxian, it's me. When did it become your turn, you useless piece of trash? Another man shoved him aside, snarling angrily. You bastard. Who the hell are you calling useless? I'm talking about you. Damn it, I've put up with you long enough. Take this. Looking for trouble. Watching the two men brawl, Hu Xianxian clapped her hands in delight. Yes, hit him hard. Whoever wins gets to drink alone with me later. This spoiled brat, I'm truly amazed. Fang Wudao stepped forward and cautioned, Junior sister who, don't casually use your seduction techniques to tease others. They had it coming. They were the ones who came at me with ill intent first. Hu Xianxian retorted indignantly. Junior sister who, that flower thief might be lurking in the shadows watching us. Causing chaos now is not a good idea. Fang Wudao cautioned. What's there to fear? With his measly strength, I'll take him down in an instant the moment we meet. Hu Xianxian declared nonchalantly. Besides, the streets are swarming with Xuanwu city guards. Bu Luhan is probably cowering in some corner, trembling like a leaf. Oh dear, senior brother Fang, you should hurry off to complete your mission. Otherwise, Feng Yijin will get away. Fearing Fang Wudao might lecture her further, Hu Xianxian hurriedly urged him to leave. Fine. Take care, junior sister. With that, Fang Wudao couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. It was clear Hu Xianxian wouldn't listen anyway. The central district is crowded and full of prying eyes. Feng Yijin, with his severe injuries, probably wouldn't dare linger there. Let's head to a more secluded area first. On the street, Fang Wudao hailed a carriage and set off. Time ticked by. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. After searching for half a day, Fang Wudao saw the sky darkening and was about to give up, planning to return to the inn to rest. But just then, the sword energy talisman in his hand seemed to sense something, emitting bursts of light. Feng Yijin is nearby. Guided by the sword energy talisman, Fang Wudao quickly pinpointed Feng Yijin's location. Without hesitation, he hurried toward the location. Before long, he arrived at a desolate little courtyard. Feng Yijin, crippled in both legs, lay reclining in a chair, basking in the fading sunlight. I never imagined the one who'd come to see me off in the end would be you, junior brother Feng. Feng Yijin expressed surprise. Logically speaking, such an honor shouldn't fall to an ordinary disciple like Fang Wudao. I never imagined you, senior brother Feng, would walk this path. Fang Wudao's face was filled with regret. He and Feng Yijin weren't close, they'd only crossed paths a few times at the Phoenix Tower. Yet each time they met, Feng Yijin would casually settle his bill for him. Though the silver was insignificant to Fang Wudao, Feng Yijin's actions still left a favorable impression. So when he learned Feng Yijin had turned to demonic cultivation and defected from the sect, Fang Wudao couldn't help but sigh. Some suck blood in the shadows, Feng Yijin said flatly. Feng Yijin remarked indifferently. Ultimately, it's because I'm too weak that I've been punished and hunted down by the sect. Senior brother Feng, I didn't come here today to argue with you. Fang Wudao drew his broken sword. Let's settle this with our fists. Feng, my legs are crippled, my meridians and spiritual orifices shattered by sword energy. Why rush into this? Feng Yijin gazed at the crimson sunset, a hint of lingering affection flickering across his face as if reminiscing about the past. Sorry, brother Feng. I've searched for you all day and am already exhausted. Now, I just want to wrap this up and get some rest. Delay could bring trouble. Fang Wudao had no desire to prolong this any further. Besides, he feared Hu Xianxian might cause trouble if he stayed away too long. Since brother Feng wishes to rest, I shall see you on your way. Feng Yijin pulled a statue from his robe and chanted, where bloodshed reigns, all things crumble to ruins. Waves of crimson light rippled from the statue. What should have been an inanimate object slowly began to move, its pair of bat wings spreading freely. How is that possible? Fang Wudao stared at the lifelike demon statue, utterly astonished. Fang, this whole situation today was a trap from the start. But I never imagined it would be you who came. Feng Yijin sighed. He had expected to eliminate a second-generation heir or prodigy disciple, causing the Tianjian sect's leadership to grieve. Little did he know that the one assigned to carry out the assassination would be Fang Wudao, an unremarkable disciple. It could only be said that fate was unpredictable. So statues can also give birth to spiritual essence. I thought only weapons like swords and blades could do that. Yes, the reason Fang Wudao was so astonished was because he sensed the presence of a spirit emanating from the demonic statue. Fellow disciple Fang, rest assured your blood shall not be shed in vain. I shall carry your will forward. Feng Yijin declared loudly. In response, Fang Wudao merely darted forward and seized the demon statue. Utterly foolish. Feng Yijin shook his head and laughed. Fellow disciple Fang, this demon statue was forged by the blood demon sect's great masters using living souls and flesh. Not only is it infused with their essence, spirit, and vitality, but it's also sealed with secret techniques containing countless strands of vengeful aura. Such malevolent power, how could you possibly block it? But before his words had even faded, Feng Yijin froze in shock. For the demon statue's bloodlight was rapidly fading. Impossible. Who are you? Feng stared intently at Fang Wudao, his chest heaving. How could an ordinary disciple render the demon statue ineffective? It must be a powerful cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect impersonating Fang Wudao to toy with him. Divine Spirit plus 20. Only 20? Senior brother Feng, you're blowing your own horn way too loud. This is clearly a cheap knockoff. Fang Wudao retorted, clearly annoyed. Earlier, Feng had hyped it up as some great power and vengeful aura, making it sound incredibly mystical, raising his expectations sky high. In the end, it only provided 20 points of spirit. It was practically worse than the broken sword in his own hand. After all, that broken sword had endured countless ages, its spiritual essence severely depleted. Yet it still provided more spirit than this relatively newer ancient artifact, the demon statue. What a piece of junk. Who are you? You can't possibly be Fang Wudao. Fang Wudao only indulges in eating, drinking, and revelry, frequenting brothels and listening to music. He couldn't possibly possess such power. Feng was on the verge of hysterics. He couldn't believe that Fang Wudao, a fellow regular at brothels and an ordinary disciple like himself, could be so formidable. Clearly they were all the same kind of useless trash. Senior brother Feng, it's time for you to depart. Fang Wudao watched Feng's stunned expression as he swung his broken sword. With a single stroke, the massive head rolled to the ground. Chapter 8, Not Poisoned. Pfft, what a bunch of losers. Hu Xianxian found the sight of the men sprawled drunk on the ground utterly boring. These stinking men, each one trying to take advantage of her, only to end up completely outmaneuvered by her in the end. Not only had she gotten into several fights, but they were all drunk out of their minds. Senior brother Feng is the only one worth playing with. He won't fall for my tricks so easily. With Fang Wudao absent, Hu Xianxian found herself strangely missing him. It's already dark. Why hasn't senior brother Feng returned yet? If Miss Xianxian feels lonely, I could keep you company. A voice suddenly cut through the night. Buluhan, do you find my blood demon clones too troublesome and wish for this lady to eliminate a few for you? Hu Xianxian laughed. Indeed, the intruder was none other than the notorious flower thief, Buluhan. Buluhan opened his folding fan. Miss Xianxian, you jest. Every blood demon clone is hard won. Losing one to you yesterday, Miss Xianxian, has pained me for quite some time. But now, with your primordialine as compensation, it's well worth it. Pretentious. Do you really think you can challenge this lady? Hu Xianxian pointed her jade-like finger, ready to unleash the sword light from her jade pendant to slay Buluhan. Yet to her shock, she discovered her spiritual power had been frozen solid, utterly immobilized. What's happening? Hu Xianxian panicked, desperately trying to summon her spiritual energy. Yet her spiritual energy remained utterly unresponsive, as if sunk into the depths of the sea. Am I poisoned? Impossible. How could I be poisoned? She stared at her palms in utter disbelief. With her constitution, even the most potent venom could only affect her minimally. Yet now, she couldn't muster even a shred of spiritual energy. What I gave you wasn't poison. Buluhan chuckled softly. After discovering this morning how resistant you are to sedatives and poisons, I gave up on poisoning you altogether. Not poison? Correct. What I gave you was a tonic, a highly potent one at that. Buluhan seemed in a good mood as he patiently explained to Hu Xianxian. This is a secret elixir from the Great Snow Mountains, the Heavenly Heart Ice Elixir. After taking this, the quality of your spiritual energy will increase dramatically. However, during the enhancement period, you won't be able to use any spiritual power at all. Only then did Hu Xianxian understand why her spiritual power had been frozen. What a cunning demonic scoundrel! To devise such a method to counter her resistance to toxins. What do you think you're doing? As Buluhan closed in step by step, Hu Xianxian couldn't help but panic. Miss Xianxian, not only did I lose a blood demon clone to you, but I also wasted a precious portion of Heaven's Heart Ice essence. What do you think I want to do? Bo Lihong flashed a cruel smile, his impatience palpable. Help! The flower thief is here. Someone, help me! Is anyone there? Help me! Hu Xianxian screamed frantically. But the people in the inn were either snoring loudly on the floor or completely unresponsive. Senior brother Feng! Senior brother Feng, where are you? Come save me! This time, Hu Xianxian was truly terrified, crying and screaming. Senior brother Feng? Your senior brother Feng has been waiting for you on the road to the underworld for ages. Buluhan roared with laughter. What do you mean? Hu Xuanxuan's face froze, her voice trembling. I left Feng a demon statue. Do you really think your senior brother Feng could come back alive to save you? Buluhan sneered savagely. A demon statue. Hu Xianxian was struck dumb, her entire being drained of spirit. Even the weakest demon statue possessed the cultivation level of a condensing core realm cultivator. Senior brother Feng. Wasn't he, as Bu Lianchen had said, as good as dead? Yes, that's the look I want. Buluhan was thoroughly satisfied, then added his critique, but the clothes are still too many, and the hair needs a bit more dishevelment. With that, he swept his folding fan through the air, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Amidst shrieks, Hu Xuanchuan's outer garments were torn to shreds, piece by piece. Excellent. These smooth, rounded shoulders truly worthy of a disciple from a great sect. Now, where should we look next? Those long legs should be quite the sight. This is the spot. No. Hu Xianxian clamped her legs together and cried. Tears streaming down her face like rain. How pitiful. Here's the deal, I'll give you one chance. Kneel before me now and beg for mercy, and I'll consider letting you off. Bu Luhan said with a smile. No way. Don't think I don't know, you're just tricking me. Hu Xianxian wept uncontrollably, yet her voice remained defiant. Looks like you'd rather be beaten to a pulp before you kneel. Bu Luhan drew a whip, cracking it through the air with a series of sharp whips that sent shivers down Hu Xuanchuan's spine, turning her face pale and making her tremble uncontrollably. Senior brother Fang, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. As the whip lashed toward her like a venomous snake, Hu Xianxian wept bitterly, consumed by regret. If only she had heeded Fang Wudao's advice, acted cautiously, and eaten only the food she brought herself, how could she have faced this bitter outcome today? You'd better keep your word. A figure appeared before Hu Xianxian, swinging his sword to sever the lashing whip. Fang. Senior brother Fang. Hu Xianxian stared at the towering figure before her, first stunned, then overcome with excitement. She threw herself forward in joy. Fang Wudao pressed her down coldly, then shoved her away forcefully. Get out of the way. Don't interfere with me. In the past, Hu Xianxian would have been furious. This lady throws herself at you, and you dare to reject me. But now, she was remarkably docile. Yes, senior brother Fang. Seeing Hu Xianxian suddenly become so sensible, Fang Wudao gave a slight nod. He had actually returned to the inn long ago. He'd only delayed intervening to let Hu Xianxian suffer a bit and learn her lesson. Teaching someone something 100 times won't get it through. But a single experience teaches 1,000 lessons. No amount of reasoning could compare to letting her face the treacherous ways of the martial world firsthand. That good-for-nothing Feng Jin, he actually failed to kill you? Bu Luhan snapped angrily. He had entrusted the demon statue to Feng Jin. Though it was a failed prototype, it still possessed the strength of a Jade Liquid Realm cultivator. It should have been more than enough to deal with Fang Wudao, who was only at the Spirit Poor realm. Could it be that Fang Wudao also possessed a powerful trump card to save his life? Bu Luhan was filled with doubt and hesitation, a faint desire to retreat creeping into his mind. But the thought of his blood slaughter avatar and heavenly heart ice liquid made him wince at the loss. No, retreating now would be too costly. Besides, Fang Wudao couldn't have defeated the demon statue without suffering some losses. Perhaps his trump cards were already depleted to the point of being useless. With that thought, Bu Luhan flung aside his whip, clutched his folding fan, and charged toward Fang Wudao. Watch out, senior brother Fang. Hu Xianxian cried out in warning. She knew Fang Wudao's strength wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, but Bu Luhan's power was also formidable. It was hard to say who held the upper hand between the two. If only her sword-like jade pendant could be used by others, then she could have activated it for senior brother Fang directly. Why let that scoundrel Bu Luhan run so rampant? Facing Bu Liheng's thrust aimed squarely at his face, Fang Wudao remained unflustered. With a light flick of his broken sword, he effortlessly deflected the fierce attack, dissolving it into nothingness. Seeing this, Bu Luhan flipped his wrist, unfolding his folding fan. Several poison needles shot forth with a gust of wind, hurtling toward Fang Wudao. Fang Wudao's expression remained unchanged. His broken sword flashed repeatedly, unleashing a roar of wind and thunder as sword chi surged in every direction. Peak Spirit Poor Realm, mastery of the Wind Thunder sword art, no wonder you survived. Bu Luhan's expression changed drastically, and he prepared to retreat. But suddenly, a slash of sword energy appeared out of nowhere, slicing cleanly across his throat. You, damned traitor. Bu Luhan clutched his throat, collapsing with bitter resentment. Chapter 9, Overwhelming Shock. Senior brother Fang, I'm scared alone. Could you please stay? Hu Xianxian pleaded from within the room. Earlier, Fang Wudao hadn't killed Bu Luhan's true body either, only another of his blood fiend clones. Thus, Hu Xianxian still trembled with fear. Go to bed. I'll meditate and cultivate here. Fang Wudao sat cross-legged in a corner of the room. Hu Xianxian was still unable to use her spiritual energy, and he truly couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Senior brother Fang, would you come sit with me and chat? After all the ups and downs, Hu Xianxian simply couldn't sleep. We still have the birthday celebration tomorrow. Junior sister, you should get some rest. Fang Wudao didn't want to linger in conversation, for he sensed that Hu Xianxian seemed to have grown more attached to him. He felt he might have inadvertently made matters worse. He'd only intended to make Hu Xianxian more sensible. But the shock had been too great, and now she seemed to harbor feelings for him that shouldn't exist. Still, Fang Wudao wasn't worried. As long as he maintained a proper distance, once Hu Xianxian recovered her spiritual energy and returned to the familiar, secure environment of the Heavenly Sword sect, she should gradually come to her senses. I don't want to rest. I just want to talk with you, senior brother Fang. Hu Xianxian threw a minor tantrum, but Fang Wudao pretended not to hear her, continuing his meditation with eyes closed. Senior brother Fang, what about the 3 favors you owe me? Are they still on the table? I'm claiming the first one now. Sit beside me and keep me company. Sorry, junior sister Hu, I can't do that. Fang Wudao didn't even bother opening his eyes. Those promises had been nothing more than empty words to placate Hu Xianxian. He'd never taken them seriously. You're breaking your word. Fang, are you even a man? Hu Xianxian snapped angrily. But no matter how she pleaded, Fang Wudao remained unmoved. Senior brother Fang, if you won't be honorable, I won't be loyal. Since you refuse to acknowledge the 3 favors you owe me, I won't keep your secret either. Once we return, I'll spread the word far and wide that brother Fang has reached the peak of the Spirit Poor realm, perfected the Wind Thunder sword art, and possesses strength rivaling that of a Jade Liquid realm cultivator. Though Hu Xianxian didn't know why Fang Wudao was concealing his strength, she was certain there was a reason. If she could seize upon this point, she would surely have leverage over him. Of course, Hu Xianxian also understood this tactic couldn't be overused, lest it only provoke Fang Wudao's resentment. Moreover, she understood that while such words could be spoken, they must never be acted upon. Otherwise, her relationship with Fang Wudao would inevitably plummet to freezing point. Junior sister Hu, it seems today's events haven't taught you a lesson. Fang Wudao opened his eyes, his tone sharp. Though he currently possessed 20 points of divine essence, allowing him to somewhat maintain his cultivation progress. But over time, his true limitations would inevitably show. Therefore, Fang Wudao genuinely did not wish to reveal too much of his strength. If senior brother Fang wishes to teach me a lesson, then go ahead and do so. I've shed enough tears today anyway, crying a little longer won't hurt. Hu Xuanxuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke with a sense of grievance. Given her status and temperament, when had she ever begged anyone for anything? Yet now, after pleading with Fang Wudao time and again, she was met with nothing but contempt. Her heart ached unbearably. Seeing Hu Xianxian utterly heartbroken, Fang Wudao felt a pang of guilt. He truly hadn't anticipated that tonight's events would affect Hu Xianxian so profoundly. Enough. Finally, Fang Wudao sighed and walked to the foot of the bed, sitting down gently. Senior brother Fang, move a little closer. Hu Xianxian wiped away her tears and smiled, patting the spot beside her. Right here is fine. Then I'll come over. Stay put, or I'm leaving. All right. Hu Xianxian pouted slightly but obediently stayed put, lying still. Senior brother Fang, do you really dislike me? After a moment of silence, Hu Xianxian asked. Before Fang Wudao could reply, she continued, I was spoiled as a child, prone to tantrums, and loved to tease others. It's only natural that you dislike me, brother Fang. Seems you know yourself pretty well. Fang Wudao nodded. Senior brother. Hu Xianxian pouted playfully, when a woman admits her flaws, she doesn't want you to agree, she wants you to speak well of her. Fang Wudao knew this perfectly well, he was doing it on purpose. Senior brother, you still haven't answered my question. Hu Xianxian said. I don't hate her, just find her a bit annoying sometimes. Fang Wudao answered honestly. In his eyes, Hu Xianxian was just a slightly spoiled child. Though she occasionally threw minor tantrums, she never did anything truly harmful. Compared to those second-generation brats who act like monsters, she was actually pretty normal. Really? Hearing this assessment, Hu Xianxian felt a surge of delight. If senior brother Fang didn't dislike her, it meant that as long as she behaved well from now on, she still had a chance. Senior brother Fang, I still have many questions about the Wind Thunder sword technique. Once we return to the sect, may I seek your guidance on sword arts? Hu Xianxian pressed her advantage and asked. Time breeds affection. She refused to believe that, with prolonged interaction, she couldn't win over Fang Wudao. Grandmaster Hongchen's mastery of swordsmanship far surpasses mine by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. If you have questions about swordsmanship, junior sister, you should seek guidance directly from the Grandmaster. Fang Wudao understood her subtle intentions perfectly and declined outright. Grandfather is consumed by cultivation and rarely has free time. Besides, he's far too old, there's a generational gap between him and us young people. Hu Xianxian offered excuses. The senior disciples from each peak are no less skilled in swordsmanship than I am. You may seek them out, junior sister. Fang Wudao replied. Senior brother Fang speaks wisely. Hu Xuanxuan's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke with a hint of a smile. Once I return, I'll seek out senior sister Tanglinger and ask for her guidance. She would approach Tanglinger first, then have the senior disciple of Lingxiu Peak intervene to summon Fang Wudao. Wouldn't that suffice? She was confident Tanglinger would grant her this small favor. Besides, Tanglinger was notoriously greedy. When the time came, as long as she sprinkled a handful of spirit stones, Tanglinger would probably drag Fang Wudao over even if she had to tie him up. How could Fang Wudao fail to grasp Hu Xuanxuan's subtext? But honestly, he really had no solution. Setting aside the fact that Tanglinger was the senior disciple in charge of Lingxiu Peak's daily affairs. Even just for the sake of securing a spot at 10,000 Swords Mountain, Fang Wudao dared not openly refuse Tanglinger. It had to be said, Hu Xianxian was quite clever. She knew how to use Tanglinger to pressure him. Junior sister who, if you have the energy for this, you'd be better off focusing on your cultivation. Fang Wudao sighed inwardly. If word got out that Hu Xianxian frequently visited him at Lingxiu Peak, who knew how much trouble it would bring him? Senior brother Fang, what do you mean by that? Is seeking guidance from senior sister Tanglinger not considered diligent cultivation? Hu Xianxian flashed a sly smile. Besides, senior brother Fang, you're the one with the nickname Little Brother of the Brothel. Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on keeping yourself in line. Faced with Hu Xuanxuan's teasing, Fang Wudao was momentarily speechless. He could only say, it's getting late. Junior sister, you should get some rest. With that, he rose and departed, returning to his corner to sit cross-legged. Could it be that senior brother is angry because he's embarrassed? Hu Xianxian covered her mouth and giggled, thoroughly amused. Chapter 10, The City Gates Close. The first light of dawn broke. Fang Wudao roused Hu Xianxian. Junior sister, after we present the congratulatory gift, we'll slip away quietly. Why, senior brother Fang? Hu Xianxian was still groggy from sleep. I've thought it through carefully. Something felt off last night. Fang Wudao glanced out at the street. 4 days now, guards have been patrolling day and night throughout Xuanwu City to maintain order. But last night when you were attacked, there were no guards nearby. Hu Xianxian thought about it and realized it was true. When she had shouted for help last night, no one had come to her aid. The inn staff could be explained away, they were either passed out drunk or drugged by Buluhen. But how could she explain the absence of Xuanwu City's guards? Xuanwu City is vast. Could it be they were patrolling a distant area and didn't hear my cries? Hu Xianxian suggested another possibility. It's possible, but it still feels too coincidental. Fang Wudao's expression grew grave. I suspect there's a high probability that a traitor from the demon cult exists within the upper echelons of Xuanwu City. This wasn't mere conjecture. The demon sect had always favored planting spies within major sects. Fomi Jin's acquisition of the blood spirit great technique and his resolve to betray the sect likely involved the instigation of a demonic spy within the Heavenly Sword sect. I trust your judgment, senior brother. Hu Xianxian replied. She was different now. In the past, she wouldn't have considered returning to the sect so soon. After all, it was a rare chance to venture out, wouldn't it be a waste not to enjoy herself? But now, it was best to remain cautious when venturing out. Besides, she didn't want to upset Fang Wudao. Senior brother, should we inform senior brother Jin Dao about this matter? Hu Xianxian hesitated before asking. The presence of demonic faction spies in Xuanwu City wasn't surprising, but having a traitor among the higher-ups was quite dangerous. At a critical moment, they could inflict immense damage on Golden Blade Master in Xuanwu City. It's all just speculation. We don't even have evidence. How can we say anything? Besides, today is the Golden Blade Elder's 200th birthday celebration. Fang Wudao pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. To sow discord on someone's joyous occasion even with Master Golden Blade's temperament would likely earn them no favor. Moreover, such actions might provoke the demonic sect's mole into fury, leading to a deadly pursuit. Such a thankless task was best avoided altogether. But Master Golden Blade detests evil with a passion. He saved countless lives throughout his life and is a venerable elder of great virtue. Simply walking away like this does feel somewhat inappropriate. This is what we'll do. When we reach the city gate, we'll leave a letter for the guards to deliver to Master Golden Blade as a warning. Master Golden Blade's lifespan is nearing its end. If possible, Fang Wudao still hopes he can achieve a fulfilling conclusion. Let's do as senior brother suggests. Hu Xianxian smiled. Standing idly by left her with an uneasy feeling. But getting involved carried too great a risk. Especially since she had yet to regain her spiritual power. Thus, sending a warning letter was indeed the best option. As for whether the Golden Blade monk would believe it, that was for him to decide. At least it made him a bit more cautious, which was good. Fang Wudao of the Heavenly Sword sect greets you both. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Fang Wudao bowed courteously with clasped hands before gesturing with his other hand. This is my junior sister, Hu Xianxian. Ah, a distinguished disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Please, come in. The two men greeting them were one of Golden Blade Master's disciples and the old steward of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing Hu Xuanxuan's radiant and beautiful face, the young disciple instantly shook off his weariness and warmly ushered them both inside. The old steward merely shook his head at this display. Please take a seat for a moment. The banquet will begin shortly. Oh, and if you need anything, just ask. The young disciple of Master Golden Blade fixed his gaze on Hu Xianxian as he spoke. In the past, Hu Xianxian would have teased him playfully. Though her spiritual energy hadn't recovered, preventing her from using her seductive arts, she was confident she could easily toy with him using words alone. But now? Her mind was entirely focused on Fang Wudao, leaving no room for such thoughts. Senior brother, you're too kind. We'll let you know if we need anything. Fang Wudao murmured softly from the side. Seeing Hu Xianxian completely ignore him, the young disciple could only awkwardly retreat. Senior brother Fang, when shall we make our move? Hu Hu Xianxian asked in a low voice, her expression strangely tinged with excitement. She used to love bustling places like this, but now, she only found them noisy. It would be far more thrilling if Brother Fang took her to run away together or, no, to slip away together. After the toasts. Oh, and remember, don't actually drink the wine. Just pretend to take a sip. Fang Wudao cautioned. With spies lurking among the high-ranking officials of Xuanwu City, he couldn't help but feel very suspicious that someone might poison the wine. Understood, Senior Brother Fang. Hu Xianxian replied obediently. Before long, the aged and decrepit Golden Blade Elder arrived at the banquet, leaning on his cane. All present rose and bowed. Greetings, Master Golden Blade. You are too kind, everyone. Please, be seated. Master Golden Blade clasped his hands together, surveying the room. I am deeply grateful that you have all traveled so far to Xuanwu City to celebrate this old man's birthday. This old man is deeply grateful. Here, let me offer you all a toast. Master Golden Blade raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. The guests raised their cups in unison. After the toast, Master Golden Blade exchanged a few more pleasantries. Then, someone suggested that representatives from each sect take turns demonstrating their martial arts skills to liven up the banquet and to seek guidance from Master Golden Blade for the younger generation. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Master Golden Blade smiled and agreed, producing rare elixirs and treasures to serve as stakes. In an instant, the banquet atmosphere soared, becoming exceptionally lively. If only Senior Brother Fang would join us. Hu Xianxian lamented. She didn't care about the stakes, she simply wanted to see Fang Wudao shine brightly and steal the show. What's there to join? Let's get moving. Fang Wudao retorted. Even without the flower thief or the demonic sect traitor, he'd never participate in such a sparring match. Unless the stakes were ancient artifacts imbued with spiritual essence. You two seem to be in such a hurry. Where are you headed? Could it be that our city lord's residence has failed to provide proper hospitality? Just as Fang Wudao and his companions were about to leave the city lord's residence, the old steward suddenly appeared. The old steward jests. We merely left some belongings at the inn and must return. Fang Wudao explained. That's easily arranged. I'll send someone to fetch them for you both. The old steward chuckled. We appreciate the offer, but this particular item is rather sensitive. It would be best if we retrieved it ourselves. Fang Wudao replied. In that case, I'll have someone escort you part of the way. The old steward clapped his hands, and a sturdy man approached. Drive the carriage to escort our guests there. Remember to return as soon as possible. Yes, old steward. The man nodded. Thank you for your trouble, old steward. Fang Wudao smiled his thanks, though his guard grew slightly wiser. His powerful and keen spiritual senses faintly detected fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from this man. Who would assign a third realm cultivator as a stable hand for a guest? This wasn't even Golden Blade Ascendant traveling in person. Chapter 11, no problem then. Senior Brother Fang, something feels off about this guy. Inside the carriage, Hu Xianxian seized Fang Wudao's hand and swiftly wrote on his palm. Though her spiritual power was currently frozen, her divine sense still faintly detected something amiss. Fang Wudao wasn't surprised. After all, Hu Xianxian had specialized in profound seduction arts, possessing unique insights into spiritual perception. We'll discuss it back at the inn. Fang Wudao wrote back in her palm with his own hand. Hu Xianxian felt a tingling sensation in her hand, as if a warm current flowed from her palm throughout her body. Instantly, her jade-like face flushed with a rosy glow, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a watery luster as she stared intently at Fang Wudao. Fang Wudao withdrew his hand, pretending not to notice, and turned to survey the street. And upon looking, he truly spotted something amiss. In broad daylight, the city gates were actually shut tight. Something major was about to happen. For all the city gates to be shut in broad daylight meant either Golden Blade Master had personally ordered it, or Golden Blade Master had lost control of Xuanwu City. Whichever it was, today would surely see rivers of blood. Gentlemen, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Upon arriving at the inn, the coachman said. Thank you. Fang Wudao bowed his hand and led Hu Xianxian upstairs. The city gates are sealed. Either Golden Blade Monk has defected to the demonic path, or his subordinates have turned against him. Back in their room, Fang Wudao whispered into Hu Xuanxuan's ear. Hu Xianxian had initially been pleased by this intimate whisper, but upon hearing his words, her face instantly paled. What should we do now, Senior Brother Fang? She couldn't access her spiritual power now, making her no more than an ordinary martial artist. She could handle minor threats, but against cultivators like the coachman at the Spirit Poor Realm, she was utterly defenseless. Not to mention, if Xuanwu City dared to seal off the entire city, they must have stationed Jade Liquid Realm cultivators personally guarding the gates. With such ironclad defenses, even Brother Fang himself might not escape, let alone with her, a useless burden. Senior Brother Fang, I'll find a place to hide. After you break out, go to nearby righteous factions and seek reinforcements. Hu Xianxian volunteered. She didn't want to be a burden to Fang Wudao. And she certainly didn't want to hear things she didn't want to hear. This way, before death, Fang Wudao would remain the most beautiful in her heart. Stop talking nonsense. Fang Wudao tapped her head gently. I accepted spirit stones from senior brother Yan and the others. I promised to look after you, and I won't go back on my word. If he truly abandoned Hu Xianxian and left, Fang Wudao suspected this inner demon would haunt him for the rest of his life. Besides, if he returned alone, Grandmaster Hongqian would likely have him torn to shreds. The sect would brand him a coward, forever looking down on him. Tears of gratitude welled in Hu Xuanxuan's eyes as she stepped forward and embraced Fang Wudao tightly. Senior brother Fang, even if I become a ghost, I will never forget you. I swear it. No need to exaggerate like that. Just teach me your seduction techniques or whatever other mental arts you have. Fang Wudao said. He wasn't joking about taking Hu Xianxian away. He hadn't even used the 20 points of divine essence granted by yesterday's demon statue. Regardless of anything else, using these 20 points of divine essence would undoubtedly allow him to break through to the Jade Liquid Realm. Then, relying on his Jade Liquid Realm cultivation, formidable sword momentum, and the mental techniques he was about to master, he didn't believe he couldn't fight his way out. Seduction techniques? Spiritual arts? Senior brother Fang, you intend to learn them now? Hu Xianxian was bewildered. What good could come of such a short time? Sis Hu, I know you have many questions, but there's no time for explanations. Hurry and teach me. Fang Wudao urged. Understood, senior brother Fang. Hu Xianxian took a deep breath and began transmitting the Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World secret canon to Fang Wudao, word by word. Fang Wudao sat cross-legged, carefully recording every detail. Then, Divine Infusion. My Supreme Insight, return. Celestial Maiden's Compassionate World secret canon, beginner level. Celestial Maiden's Compassionate World secret canon proficiency. Celestial Maiden's Compassionate World secret canon mastered. Celestial Maiden's Compassionate World secret canon mastery achieved. After exhausting all 20 points of divine essence, Fang Wudao finally cultivated the Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World secret canon to its ultimate perfection. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within his spiritual orifices liquefied, transforming into droplets of jade dew. Jade Liquid Realm. Achieved. Senior brother Fang has broken through? Seeing Fang Wudao's aura suddenly surge as he broke through from the peak of the spirit cavity realm to the Jade Liquid Realm, Hu Xianxian was dumbfounded. But wasn't senior brother Fang studying the Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World secret scripture? How could he have broken through so suddenly? My spiritual power has always been extraordinary. After refining it through sword momentum, it has become truly unparalleled. Now that I've mastered the Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World secret classic, a spiritual art, ordinary Jade Liquid Realm cultivators won't be able to withstand my mental attacks or spiritual enchantments. Fang Wudao silently calculated that as long as he avoided encountering the Golden Blade Sage or any exceptional Jade Liquid Realm cultivators, he should be able to handle most situations with ease. Senior brother Fang, you've broken through to the Jade Liquid Realm? Hu Xianxian still found it hard to believe. Breaking through from the third realm to the fourth, could it really be that easy? Without any pills, without any auxiliary arrays, and without needing a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy. This seemed far too simple and effortless. Moreover, hadn't brother Fang's breakthrough been a bit too swift? He'd only sat down for a moment. Fang Wudao nodded. Cultivation isn't something that can be forced. When the time comes for a breakthrough, it happens naturally. Senior brother Fang is so pretentious. But I love it. Hu Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled like stars as she gazed at Fang Wudao with pure admiration. The coachman is here. Fang Wudao's ears twitched as he spoke. Hu Xianxian quickly stepped back 2 paces, careful not to obstruct him. A knock sounded, and the coachman's voice came through the door. Are you two ready yet? Fang Wudao motioned for Hu Xianxian to lift the box containing Feng Yijian's severed head, then opened the door. Sorry to keep you waiting. The moment the door opened, their eyes locked. Fang Wudao's eyes instantly flashed with a deep purple glow. I ask, you answer. Seeing the coachman already subdued, Fang Wudao declared. Yes. The coachman nodded numbly. At this sight, Hu Xianxian gasped in shock, her red lips parting wide, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Senior brother Fang had mastered the Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World secret canon after hearing it just once? And not just the basics. Even with the advantage of higher cultivation, controlling a spirit-poor realm cultivator so effortlessly was no small feat. At the very least, one must master the Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World secret classic to perfection. But how could that be possible? The Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World secret art may not be the pinnacle of secret techniques, but it possesses extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, Hu Xianxian wouldn't have chosen it as her method for refining her spirit. Now, senior brother Fang has not only mastered it. He's reached mastery level. Hu Xianxian felt her entire worldview crumbling. Long hailed as a prodigy, she suddenly realized she was nothing special. Before a true prodigy, she was nothing but a weed by the roadside. Fortunately, this person was senior brother Fang. If anyone else had crushed her in her own field of expertise, Hu Xuanxuan's mental state would have truly collapsed. But when it was someone she admired, no problem at all. Senior brother Fang is amazing. Chapter 12, Escape. The wine was laced with a muscle-relaxing powder. Once the drug takes effect, the master will drain every last drop from all the elite sect members who came to congratulate him, then forcefully break through. Hearing this news, Hu Xianxian was utterly shocked. In her eyes, Golden Blade Master was a highly respected righteous cultivator. Otherwise, so many factions wouldn't have rushed to attend his grand birthday celebration. Who would have thought he would commit such a mad act at the end of his life? A last desperate gamble before his life ends? Fang Wudao sighed. It seemed the Golden Blade Master had been driven mad by the terror of facing death. But for the two of them, this was a blessing in disguise. Golden Blade Sage was preoccupied with refining his blood essence to break through. He certainly wouldn't be pursuing them. Thus, they would only have to contend with cultivators at the Spirit Pore Realm and Jade Liquid Realm. Which of the 4 city gates has the weakest defenses? Fang Wudao inquired. The Eastern Gate's commander broke through to the Jade Liquid Realm less than a year ago, making it the weakest defensively. However, the old steward has assigned him a squad of crossbowmen armed with spirit-piercing crossbows. Overall, their defenses aren't significantly weaker than the other gates. The coachman's eyes were vacant as he revealed everything he knew. That's the one. Let us there. Fang Wudao commanded. The coachman immediately turned and led the way ahead. Senior brother Fang, Hu Xianxian, both nervous and frightened, couldn't help but grip Fang Wudao's hand tightly. She knew exactly what Fang Wudao intended. The plan was for the coachman to lead them to meet the Eastern Town Garrison commander, then Fang Wudao would seize the opportunity to subdue him, forcing him to release the array restrictions and open the city gates. The question was, could the plan proceed so smoothly? After all, the opponent was a cultivator at the Jade Liquid Realm. Relying solely on the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret canon at the mastery level, it probably wouldn't be enough. Hu Xianxian estimated that Fang Wudao could at most cause the Dongcheng Garrison commander to experience a brief lapse in consciousness. But could he possibly release the barriers, open the gates, and escape in such a brief moment? What if the opponent regained consciousness midway and ordered the crossbowmen to fire simultaneously? Just imagining it made Hu Xuanxuan's heart race and sweat pour down her face. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Fang Wudao patted her hand reassuringly. Hu Xianxian took a deep breath, steadying herself. Senior brother Fang was willing to take the risk of bringing along such a burden as her, and she was already deeply grateful. She absolutely couldn't afford to slow him down. Halt! The spear-wielding soldier bellowed before the city gate. Where is the commander of Dongcheng? A monk has orders to deliver. The coachman's expression remained impassive, his tone unwaveringly firm. Xiao Liuzi, why are you here? A young man strode forward, waving the soldiers aside. The master sent me to escort 2 people out of the city. The coachman bowed his hands in greeting. Now, do you have the master's golden order? The young man narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Of course I have it. The coachman lifted the curtain, revealing a pair of eyes that suddenly appeared, gleaming with an intense purple light. You! A flicker of struggle crossed the Dongcheng Garrison commander's eyes, but he quickly turned and barked, "What are you all standing around for? Make way!" It actually worked? Hu Xianxian was both shocked and delighted. Senior brother Fang had truly subdued the opponent. But could the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret scripture be that powerful? No! It's not the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret classic that's powerful, it's brother Fang. Hu Xianxian herself cultivated the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret classic. How could she not know the limits of this secret art? Senior brother Fang's Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret art, it must have reached perfection. At this thought, Hu Xianxian couldn't help but shudder. To master the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret classic to perfection in such a short time, is he even human? Could senior brother Fang be a reincarnated immortal, or perhaps an ancient monster who seized his body? The carriage continued onward, soon arriving before the towering city gates. The controlled garrison commander of Dongcheng manipulated the formation flags, opening a gap large enough for the carriage to pass through. Soldiers then pulled the iron chains, swinging the gates wide open. Giddy up! At the driver's command, Fang Wudao and his party sped away. Stop them! Don't let them get away! Someone shouted at that moment. The soldiers exchanged glances, all turning to look at the commander of Dongcheng. The garrison commander's face twisted slightly, but he still said, "Ignore them. I am the chief steward of the city lord's residence. Archers, heed my command, release your arrows at once." The old steward, striding forward, roared angrily. The crossbowmen were different from the gate guards. They were specially trained enforcers of the city lord's mansion, more accustomed to taking orders from Golden Blade Master and the old steward. Upon hearing the old steward's command, they raised their crossbows and fired at the carriage. Whoosh! 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 Sharp arrows tore through the air, hurtling toward Fang Wudao and his companions. Their formidable penetrating power easily pierced through the wooden panels of the carriage, striking deep into its interior. Fang Wudao yanked Hu Xianxian behind him and drew his broken sword to meet the onslaught. Clang! The broken blade collided with the arrows, producing a trembling metallic clang. This cursed spirit crossbow is truly extraordinary. Sensing the spiritual energy on his broken sword being partially shattered, Fang Wudao's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. Though he had now liquefied his spiritual energy, greatly enhancing its quality, this cursed spirit crossbow still managed to breach some of his defenses, proof of its unique nature. Thud! Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from ahead. It was the driver at the chariot's yoke, struck by an arrow. He looked down at his chest, confusion flickering in his eyes. Why was he here? The thought barely formed before darkness engulfed his vision, and he tumbled from the cart onto the ground. Mount up! Fang Wudao commanded decisively. Hu Xianxian hurried forward and mounted the horse. Fang Wudao severed the rope with a single sword stroke, then gave the horse a sharp slap on the flank. The horse let out a loud neigh and bolted forward at full gallop. Senior brother Fang. Watching the two grow increasingly distant, Hu Xianxian cried out anxiously. Don't worry about me. Focus on controlling the horse. Fang Wudao dodged an incoming arrow as he called out. Hu Xianxian hesitated briefly, but gritted her teeth and pulled the reins hard, forcing the horse to accelerate further. Staying here would only slow Fang Wudao down. It was better to quickly escape the crossbowman's range. Just as Hu Xianxian had anticipated, as she distanced herself from the city gates, Fang Wudao felt increasingly unburdened. He soon broke free from the battlefield and followed closely behind her. Old steward, I'm taking men to hunt them down. The Dongcheng garrison commander, now fully alert, growled. Today, he had suffered a tremendous loss of face. If he didn't eliminate these two, how could he ever hold his head high in Xuanwu City again? Pursue them? You were easily manipulated by the enemy, you call that pursuit? You're courting death. The old steward snapped. If it weren't for that woman dragging you down, it's doubtful you'd even be alive right now. We'll keep each other alert. His mental arts might not work on us. The Eastern City garrison commander's face flushed crimson as he stubbornly insisted. The paramount task now is ensuring the master's grand plan proceeds without a hitch. The old steward snorted coldly. Are we just going to let them leave like this? The Eastern town commander's face darkened. Once word of this spread, he would surely be mocked by the other commanders for a long time. Golden Blade Master would also harbor resentment toward him. Someone will deal with them. The old steward said calmly, your duty now is to guard your city gates. Do not let anyone else escape. Chapter 13, Kneel. Senior brother Fang, it seems they've given up chasing us. After a frantic dash, Hu Xuanxuan's taut nerves finally relaxed. She relaxed her body, leaning slowly against Fang Wudao's broad chest, savoring this rare warmth. Golden Blade Master's breakthrough plan is more important to them than anything else. It makes sense they'd abandon the chase now. Still, we can't afford to let our guard down lest we stumble in the gutter. Fang Wudao said calmly. If Golden Blade Master succeeded in his breakthrough, his followers would naturally rise with him. But should he fail, his followers would scatter like birds and beasts. Therefore, whether or not to pursue the two of them was not the crucial matter. Maintaining order and stability in Xuanwu City was paramount. Of course, Fang Wudao always preferred to hold his fate in his own hands. Regardless of whether they were pursued, he would never let his guard down. Senior brother is right. When traveling, one must be cautious, then even more cautious. Hu Xianxian smiled in agreement. It's been a day, yet Miss Xianxian has matured considerably. A booming laugh echoed as a man clad in pink descended from the sky. You two, stop right there. Buluhan swung his fan, unleashing a powerful gust that halted the horses. What? Buluhan, have you forged a new blood demon clone? Hu Xianxian sneered. Senior brother Fang effortlessly cut down Buluhan's clone yesterday. And this guy actually dares to show up. So young, yet his cultivation has reached the peak of the spirit poor realm. He's also perfected the Wind Thunder sword art, making his strength comparable to someone in the Jade Liquid realm. I must admit, your senior brother is truly remarkable. Buluhan offered a few words of praise before his expression turned cold. But being comparable to the Jade Liquid realm doesn't mean no one can defeat him. Fierce spiritual energy erupted violently from his body. Mid-stage spirit liquid realm. Is this your true form? Hu Xianxian was utterly astonished. Among the demonic sects, the blood demon sect wasn't the strongest. But they were the most cunning. Because they could send clones to handle matters, they would never risk their true bodies. Even if a mission had an 80% success rate, encountering their true form was extremely unlikely. Their specialty was the ultimate in stealth. The clones commit all manner of misdeeds while the main body secretly cultivates. Thanks to you lot, I've got not a single clone left now. Buluhan gritted his teeth. He had originally planned to lie low for now, waiting until his strength grew and he forged new clones before seeking revenge on Fang Wudao and the others. But last night, unable to sleep, he pored over the text until dawn. Finally, he saw the words between the lines. The entire scroll screamed two characters, disgrace. The more Buluhan thought about it, the angrier he grew. He felt he absolutely could not let this go. Thus, today's pursuit began. Once I've seized your primordial yin and yang essences, he snarled, I'll slowly transform you into new blood demon clones. Bu Luhan snarled. Blood demon clones were forged from living beings, a process of excruciating torment perfect for venting his hatred. What a hassle. Fang Wudao sighed softly as he dismounted from his horse. Today, it seemed his trump card would be laid bare for all to see. He wondered if Hu Xianxian would keep the secret. Miss Xianxian, I advise you to stay put. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to crush the flower with a heavy hand. Seeing Hu Xianxian quietly retreating on her horse, Bu Luhan opened his folding fan and warned with a sly smile. Hu Xianxian was a major distraction consuming Fang Wudao's energy. How could he possibly let her leave now? Though he held the upper hand in this fight. But as a practitioner of the demonic path, Bu Luhan never hesitated to resort to underhanded tactics. Her thoughts exposed, Hu Xianxian felt a surge of panic, yet she was utterly helpless. Bu Luhan was far too cunning and treacherous. Despite his overwhelming power, he never missed an opportunity to restrict his opponent. Stay right here. I'll be back shortly. Fang Wudao instructed before striding toward Bu Luhan. You're so arrogant. Do you think defeating one of my clones makes you my equal? Bu Luhan sneered coldly. Despite his words, he showed no intention of engaging directly. Instead, he flicked several poison needles forward, testing Fang Wudao's defenses. Silver flashes sliced through the air as 5 poison needles streaked toward vital points on Fang Wudao's body. Fang Wudao didn't dodge, instead blocking them directly with his broken sword. A series of metallic clangs rang out as the needles were all knocked away, leaving 5 scorched marks on the ground and trees. Bu Luhan's pupils contracted slightly. You've actually broken through to the Jade Liquid realm. His earlier needle strike, seemingly ordinary, had concealed hidden force. Even a cultivator at the initial stage of the Jade Liquid realm couldn't have parried them so effortlessly. The only possibility was that Fang Wudao had broken through. Having perfected the Wind Thunder sword art, his strength far surpassed others at his level. Even at the peak of the Spirit Pour realm, he possessed power comparable to the early stages of the Jade Liquid realm. Now that his cultivation had ascended to a new level, even an ordinary mid-stage Jade Liquid realm cultivator might not be his match. At this thought, Bu Luhan's resolve to retreat faltered. But the thought of those 2 blood demon clones and that vial of heaven's hard ice liquid made his heart ache so deeply he could scarcely breathe. These things had cost him so much effort. Now, they were all gone. If he retreated now, he wouldn't sleep for 2.5 years. Bu Luhan couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Hu Xianxian. Seeing her, his confidence began to stir once more. With Hu Xianxian as a liability, he felt it was still worth a shot. Even if he couldn't defeat Fang Wudao, he could use Hu Xianxian to distract him and retreat safely. With that thought, his folding fan flared open like a peacock's tail. 18 silver needles shot toward the vital acupoints all over Fang Wudao's body and Hu Xianxian behind him. A boring trick. Fang Wudao whirled his broken sword into a shimmering barrier, sending the needles clattering to the ground. Die. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Bu Luhan had already closed the distance, his iron-ribbed fan striking directly for Fang Wudao's throat. His attack on Hu Xianxian was merely a diversion to distract Fang Wudao. Fang Wudao twisted his wrist, and the broken sword darted like a judge's pen toward Bu Luhan's pulse points. His counter was astonishingly swift and utterly treacherous. Bu Luhan had no choice but to raise his fan to block it head-on. Clang! Sword and fan collided, unleashing a simultaneous explosion of spiritual energy from both combatants. Fang Wudao's sword technique proved superior, harnessing the momentum of wind and thunder to his advantage. Bu Lihang, however, had only reacted hastily. The moment their weapons clashed, the web of Bu Lihang's hand cracked slightly, blood threatening to spill. No! Fang Wudao's swordsmanship was too formidable. Even in this initial exchange, Bu Luhan deeply sensed how formidable Fang Wudao was. He knew conventional tactics would be insufficient to overcome him. Thus, Bu Luhan drew a poison gas capsule from his sleeve and flung it toward Fang Wudao. Fang Wudao remained expressionless. With a flick of his sword's wind, he sent the gas grenade flying 3 zhang away. Boom! The poisonous gas spread, yet it failed to affect Fang Wudao in the slightest. But Bu Luhan seized the moment to create distance, lunging toward Hu Xianxian. Once he had Hu Xianxian in his grasp, dealing with Fang Wudao would be a piece of cake. Bu Luhan laughed wildly inside. Hu Xuanchuan's eyes widened with terror. Bu Luhan's speed was too swift in her current state, she couldn't react in time. Kneel! The domineering voice boomed. An overwhelming aura of authority suddenly descended. Boom! The sudden, immense pressure knocked Bu Luhan off balance as he charged forward, causing him to stumble and kneel abruptly on the ground. His pupils contracted sharply, terror etched across his face. Sword momentum pressure. It's sword momentum pressure. At that moment, Bu Luhan's heart turned to ice. Fang Wudao, a genius who had already grasped sword force. Truthfully, with his mid-stage Jade Liquid realm cultivation, Bu Luhan could still move within the sword pressure's influence, albeit with reduced agility. But now, utterly terrified, he had completely lost the will to resist. After all, even if he fought with all his might, death was inevitable. Sword. Sword force? Hu Xuanchuan's eyes widened, a chill running down her spine. She never imagined Fang Wudao had actually grasped sword pressure. This was sword force. Not just among their cohort of disciples, but across the entire Heavenly Sword sect, few disciples had ever grasped sword force. Senior brother Fang, he's just too incredible. Chapter 14, Blurring and Alteration. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I'll hand over everything. I also know who has the Qingxian Dao Palace token. Under the sword's intimidating pressure, Bo Luhan, overcome with terror, begged for mercy repeatedly. But before he could finish speaking, a single sword stroke severed his head. At this point, what good is begging for mercy? Fang Wudao's expression remained cold and indifferent. Not only had Bo Luhan repeatedly attempted to harm them, but his notoriety as a notorious flower thief alone had sealed his fate. Senior brother Fang, you. Hu Xianxian hadn't yet recovered from the shock, but she was sensible enough to immediately declare, no one else will ever know about the sword technique. Though countless questions still swirled within her mind. But she knew better than to pry. Junior sister Hu, it's not as complicated as you think. I simply dislike cultivation and hate trouble, which is why I've always concealed my true strength. Now that he'd been exposed, Fang Wudao dropped the pretense and offered an explanation. You dislike cultivation? Hu Xianxian looked utterly bewildered. Seriously, brother Fang, listen to yourself, does that even make sense? Reaching the Jade Liquid realm at such a young age and comprehending sword force, that's one thing. But you're telling me you barely cultivate at all? What? If you ever decided to train seriously, wouldn't you become unstoppable? Hu Xianxian couldn't fathom how terrifying Fang Wudao's current achievements would be if he received resources comparable to hers and dedicated himself to cultivation. He'd probably already condensed his by now. Senior brother Fang, why don't you like cultivation? After hesitating for a moment, Hu Xianxian couldn't help but ask. She truly didn't want to watch Fang Wudao waste his natural talent like this. My talent is too poor. Cultivation is exhausting and yields no rewards. Fang Wudao answered honestly. When you put in tenfold, hundredfold effort yet gain nothing in return, how could you possibly find the motivation to continue? Senior brother Fang, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Hu Xianxian rolled her beautiful eyes, her tone sharp. His talent was practically off the charts, yet he insisted he was mediocre. Who was brother Fang trying to fool? That's precisely why I don't want others to know my cultivation level. Fang Wudao shrugged. He was telling the absolute truth, yet no one would ever believe him. Alright, let's see what's inside this footprint storage pouch. Fang Wudao picked up the footprint storage pouch and began inspecting it. Blood demon cultivation? Sacrificing living beings? Manipulating souls? Too evil. Better burn it. Women's undershirts, men's underwear, and used ones at that. Holy crap. What kind of perverted tastes does Bu Luhan have? Love potion, one stroke wonder, 7 days non-stop nothing but sleazy pills. Bu Luhan is a real piece of work. Fine, I'll keep these for now. Better than letting these pills fall into the wrong hands and corrupt others. Erotic paintings and corresponding dual cultivation techniques? These must be kept for thorough condemnation. Spirit stones? These need to be secured too. After going through everything, Fang Wudao was utterly speechless. Bu Luhan didn't have a single decent thing on him. If it weren't for the few thousand spirit stones to balance things out, he'd be tempted to go back and rob the corpse. Let's rest here for the night. After a long journey, night was falling. Fang Wudao and his companions built a campfire by the stream. Senior brother Fang, my spiritual power feels like it's loosening up. Hu Xianxian exclaimed happily as she rested on a blanket. From last night until now, for an entire day, she hadn't been able to use any spiritual power at all. Who could understand her joy and excitement at this moment? Loosening? Let me take a look. Fang Wudao placed his hand on her wrist and began examining it. It is indeed gradually thawing. I estimate it will take another 2 or 3 hours before it fully recovers. Hu Xianxian regaining her spiritual power was a blessing for them. For it meant her jade pendant sword light could be used once more. With this powerful treasure, their safety would be greatly enhanced. But, now that Hu Xianxian had her spiritual power back, hypnotizing her would be much harder. Fang Wudao turned to look at Hu Xianxian. He had originally planned to act only after they were completely far from Xuanwu City. But now it seemed he had no choice but to move forward sooner. Seeing Fang Wudao staring intently at her, Hu Xianxian felt both delighted and shy. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling. Senior brother Fang, what are you looking at? I'm admiring the scenery, the beautiful scenery. Fang Wudao replied with a smile. Perhaps knowing that Hu Xianxian would soon forget these memories, his words grew bolder. This is the first time you've ever truly complimented me, senior brother Fang. I'm so happy. Hu Xianxian met Fang Wudao's gaze with courage. Senior brother Fang, these days spent with you feel like a dream. Yes, just like a dream. Fang Wudao's expression softened. Senior brother Fang. Hu Xianxian, overcome with emotion, wrapped her arms around Fang Wudao's neck, her eyes glistening with tears. Will you kiss me? Fang Wudao didn't refuse. He gently kissed her forehead. Not there. Hu Xianxian pouted. Sis Hu. You still owe me 2 favors, senior brother Fang. So, don't talk. Just kiss me. Hu Xianxian extended her slender jade-like fingers to press against Fang Wudao's lips, her beautiful eyes burning with passion. Fang Wudao smiled softly and leaned in slowly. Just as their lips were about to touch, Fang Wudao's eyes suddenly blazed with an intense purple light. A flicker of panic crossed Hu Xuanxuan's face as she pleaded, No, brother Fang. Sis Hu, sleep well now. Fang Wudao murmured softly, intensifying the hypnotic effect. No, I don't want to forget you. Hu Xianxian struggled desperately. But without access to her spiritual power, how could she possibly match Fang Wudao? Gradually, the memories between her and Fang Wudao began to blur and distort. Please, senior brother Fang. 2 clear tears slid down Hu Xuanxuan's cheeks as her consciousness began to fade. Only her hand, clutching Fang Wudao's collar, remained tightly clenched. Junior sister Hu, you're a good person, but we're not meant for each other. Fang Wudao murmured softly, gazing at Hu Xianxian as she slept in his arms. Hu Xianxian knew too many of his secrets. His cultivation at the Jade Liquid Realm, his sword prowess, and his terrifying ability to master the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret canon in such a short time and cultivate it to perfection. If these matters were leaked, they would bring immense trouble to Fang Wudao. Therefore, even if Hu Xianxian promised to keep it secret, he had to keep his options open. Moreover, Hu Xuanxuan's identity was no ordinary matter. Allowing her to hold on to this affection would inevitably draw the attention of many. Suitors like senior brother Yan would only come to stir trouble more frequently. It would be unbearably troublesome. Thus, altering Hu Xuanxuan's memories was imperative. The next morning, as dawn broke, Hu Xianxian stirred slowly awake. She rubbed her temples. Why does my head feel so foggy? Ha! That smells amazing. The distinctive aroma instantly awakened Hu Xuanxuan's taste buds. Glancing around, she noticed a lotus leaf-wrapped roast chicken had appeared before her. She looked at Fang Wudao curiously. Senior brother Fang, out here in the wilderness, where did you get a chicken? There's a village nearby. I bought it from the villagers, along with some seasonings. Fang Wudao chuckled. Senior brother Fang, you never used to treat me like this before. Hu Xianxian mimicked his tone from before. Sorry, junior sister, but I just can't do it. You refused every single request I ever made. Why are you suddenly so nice to me now? Brother Fang, you wouldn't be trying to pursue me, would you? Hu Xianxian gave a sly, flirtatious smile as she teased him. Since I accepted the spirit stones from senior brother Yen and the others, it's only natural I try my best to fulfill your requests, junior sister Hu. As for before, well, I was limited by circumstances. Fang Wudao spread his hands helplessly. Really? Of course it is. Too bad. I was hoping to give you, brother Fang, a chance to pursue me. Hu Xianxian sighed regretfully. Fang Wudao was speechless. Junior sister, don't try that same trick twice. Oh, I only thought to give you a chance because you performed so well today. If you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Hu Xianxian giggled. Yet as she laughed, an inexplicable sadness crept into her heart. Chapter 15, It Can't Be Fang Wudao. Your performance this time was excellent. Lin Xingyi looked at Fang Wudao with a satisfied smile. In this mission, Fang Wudao not only successfully eliminated Feng Yijin, the traitor of the Heavenly Sword sect, but also managed to escape Xuanwu City with Hu Xianxian in time, saving her from falling into the clutches of the Golden Blade Master. It was nothing short of perfect. It's all thanks to my master's daily guidance. I merely acted on the situation. Facing Lin Xingyi's praise, Fang Wudao remained humble, refusing to take credit for himself. He insisted that his success was largely due to his master's guidance. Enough. What's yours is yours. Lin Xingyi's lips curved into a smile. This time, Fang Wudao had truly brought immense honor to Lingxiu Peak. Even senior uncle Hongchen had personally bestowed a reward. Thinking of this, her gaze toward Fang Wudao grew even warmer. Talented, cautious in his actions, and adept at navigating relationships, a talent like this was certainly worth cultivating. Perhaps in the future, he could become Linger's deputy, assisting in managing Lingxiu Peak. Though you've now opened 4 spiritual orifices, your cultivation still has some gaps. Consider this bottle of spirit nurturing pills your reward for this mission. After a moment's thought, Lin Xingyi tossed Fang Wudao a bottle of pills designed to enhance spiritual power. Thank you for your generosity, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will cultivate diligently. Fang Wudao caught the jade bottle with both hands and bowed in gratitude. The spirit nurturing pill could significantly boost spiritual power. For cultivators below the condensing realm, it was a rare, top-tier pill. Master really went all out this time. With this bottle of spirit nurturing pills, you should be able to open 2 or 3 more spiritual orifices. That should be just enough to cultivate the 5 elements sword cannon. Lin Xingyi produced a secret manual. Originally, I intended to wait until you had mastered the Wind Thunder sword technique to perfection before imparting more profound sword arts. But Grandmaster Red Dust was highly satisfied with your performance this time and personally bestowed this manual upon you. Now, I suppose I'm merely passing on the favor. As fellow disciples, it was only natural for me to assist Sister Hu. Grandmaster Hongchen's kindness is truly overwhelming. I am deeply humbled. Fang Wudao protested repeatedly with his words, yet his hands decisively accepted the manual. Though the Wind Thunder Sword technique was a commendable art, its ceiling was not particularly high. Mastering the essence of sword momentum was essentially its ultimate limit. Now that a more profound sword technique had appeared, Fang Wudao naturally accepted it with gratitude. Seeing his hypocritical display, Lin Qingyi shook her head and chuckled. Alright, the 10,000 Swords Mountain trial is about to begin. Go back and prepare yourself well. Then this disciple shall not disturb the master any further. Fang Wudao bowed and took his leave. Not long after he left, a large, plump cat strode in on its sturdy little legs, a broad smile plastered across its face. Spotting the residue of pills on its muzzle and whiskers, Lin Qingyi knew immediately that the little rascal had snuck into the alchemy chamber to steal more pills again. She scooped up the spirit cat, pinching its soft cheeks. You greedy little cat. All you do is sneak snacks. I sent you to find someone days ago and you still haven't found them. Meow. The spirit cat let out a pitiful whimper, insisting it had been searching diligently all this time but that person was nowhere to be found. It really couldn't be blamed for not doing its job. Could it be that this disciple who grasped the essence of sword momentum isn't from Lingqiu Peak? Lin Qingyi wondered aloud. The spirit cat remembered that person's aura and appearance. If they met again, it would surely recognize them. But failing to find them after so many days suggested this supremely arrogant genius might indeed be a disciple from another peak. Looks like this Wanjian mountain trial is going to be quite the spectacle. Lin Qingyi shook her head. This disciple who had grasped the essence of sword momentum was likely another peak's trump card, just waiting to showcase his skills during the trials. I hear that the Grandmaster's senior brother has also produced an exceptionally formidable genius. A fierce battle between these two is almost inevitable. The pity is, this has nothing to do with Lingqiu Peak. He truly isn't a disciple of our Lingqiu Peak? Lin Qingyi felt a pang of reluctance. Clearly, this prodigy mastered the essence of swordsmanship on Lingqiu Peak. By all odds, he should be her disciple. But why couldn't the spirit cat find him? Could it be he hasn't been on Lingqiu Peak these past days? Not on Lingqiu Peak. Wait. Fang Wudao had been on missions these past days, precisely away from Lingqiu Peak. Could it be that this genius is actually Fang Wudao? Lin Qingyi felt a surge of excitement. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Before embarking on a mission, Fang Wudao had 3 days to prepare. Logically, the spirit cat should have seen him. If it really was him, the spirit cat would have returned to report long ago. Unless Fang Wudao hadn't been on Lingqiu Peak at all during those 3 days. Or perhaps, by sheer coincidence, the spirit cat and Fang Wudao had missed each other every single time. But such a probability was simply too low. Moreover, that genius who grasped the essence of sword momentum was incredibly arrogant. He carries himself as if he looks down on everyone. He practically shouted, "I'm the best in the world. Everyone else is trash." This arrogance ingrained in his very bones is the polar opposite of Fang Wudao's character. Could it be that Fang Wudao's outward smoothness is all just a facade? Impossible. Fang Wudao is absolutely not that kind of person. Besides, with my discernment, how could I have misjudged him? Lin Qingyi simply couldn't believe that the cautious, sensible Fang Wudao could be that arrogant genius. Sword momentum is the imposing pressure born from a sword cultivator resonating with heaven and earth. The emotions radiating at that moment couldn't be faked. What emotion it was what emotion it was. That arrogant sword stance that looked down on everyone was utterly genuine, without a shred of pretense. This genius was nothing short of a madman. And a madman beyond measure. Very well. This one will surely cause a tremendous stir during the 10,000 Swords Mountain trial. I shall simply wait and see. After a moment of frustration, Lin Qingyi decided to sit back and observe. If he truly was a disciple of Lingqiu Peak, she could figure out how to properly discipline him later. If not, let others deal with the headache. Such a genius is no easy student to handle. It would be a painful yet rewarding experience. Meanwhile, Fang Wudao, having completed his mission, did not immediately begin cultivating the 5 elements sword cannon. Given his aptitude, even with the foundation of the Wind Thunder Sword manual, mastering it would likely take considerable time. That's precisely why he couldn't be bothered to practice. It wasn't that he wasn't cultivating at all. He was merely delaying his cultivation, practicing at a leisurely pace, and adopting a flexible approach. When his peerless talent returned, he would naturally resume cultivation. Young Master Fang, it's been ages since we last saw you. Have you been off making a fortune these past days? The pimp at Phoenix Tower greeted him warmly before whispering, or are you here for the back door? Nonsense. When has this Fang ever needed to use the back door to enter a brothel? Fang Wudao stood tall, his chest puffed out with confidence. He'd just finished his mission and was out to enjoy himself. Who dared object? You're the man. The pimp gave him a thumbs up in praise. Have Miss Xinxin come over immediately. These past few days have worn me out. Fang Wudao declared. When it came to massage techniques, he only recognized Chen Xinxin's skill. So even though Chen Shixin sold her skills but not her body, and her rates were steep, he still requested her every time he came. Well, the pimp looked troubled. Miss Xinxin has already bought her freedom. How about I arrange for Miss Shichi instead? Her technique is also top-notch. Bought her freedom? Fang Wudao felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that the 500 taels from last time had allowed Chen Xinxin to scrape together enough money to leave the Phoenix Pavilion. Forget it. Another time. My mood for today is gone. Fang Wudao sighed sadly. Chen Xinxin was one of the few girls who could truly move him. Little did he know that their parting last time would be their final farewell. One could only say that life was unpredictable. Chapter 16, Not Yet Initiated. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 10,000 Swords Mountain trial commenced as scheduled. Just as Fang Wudao was preparing to depart, footsteps sounded outside the door. Senior sister, have you come with instructions? Recognizing the visitor, Fang Wudao bowed his hands in greeting. Tang Linger cleared her throat, avoiding his gaze. Nothing much. Just wanted to remind you, junior brother, that during the trial, you might be targeted by others. Remember to be extra cautious. Why is that? Fang Wudao looked puzzled. He had always been kind to others and never easily offended anyone. Why would he suddenly draw others' hostility? Could it be because of Hu Xianxian? But that didn't make sense either. After returning, he and Hu Xianxian had had absolutely no contact whatsoever. Could Hu Xuanchuan's suitors possibly hold such a grudge against him? Tang Linger looked helpless as she explained. Junior brother, you may not know this, but over the years, there's been no shortage of grudges between the peaks over the best spirit swords at the summit. And since our Lingxiu Peaks participants in this trial weren't particularly outstanding this time. Though Tang Linger didn't finish her sentence, Fang Wudao understood perfectly. Disciples from other peaks wouldn't miss this chance for revenge, venting years of grievances upon him, a disciple of Lingxiu Peak. Fang Wudao could say little about this. The old grudges between the peaks had long since become tangled beyond untangling. If the others insisted on picking a fight, he could only accept it. After all, he was a disciple of Lingxiu Peak. Later, Fang Wudao inquired about the trials. Senior sister, you've participated in the 10,000 Swords Mountain trial. Could you offer some guidance to your junior brother? The grudges between the other peaks were trivial matters. The most crucial thing was to pass the trials successfully and secure the spirit essence. That's easy enough. Tang Linger folded her arms behind her back, her tone relaxed. The trial itself is quite straightforward. If you can navigate the Grand Illusion Array before 10,000 Swords Mountain, you'll be able to ascend and select your spirit sword. Illusionary Array? Fang Wudao pondered thoughtfully. Could you elaborate on its specifics, senior sister? It's nothing more than the usual temptations of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. With a steadfast Dao heart, you'll pass with ease. Don't worry, junior brother. The sect hasn't made it too difficult. With your resolve, you'll likely be out in less than a quarter of an hour. Tang Linger said casually, as if this illusion trial were but a trifling matter for Fang Wudao. That simple? Hearing Tang Linger's words, Fang Wudao felt a surge of confidence. He quickly pulled out a pouch of spirit stones to offer as tribute. Thank you, senior sister, for guiding me through this. What are you doing, junior brother Fang? Tang Linger frowned, pushing the spirit stones back. It was merely a few words of advice. How could senior sister possibly accept spirit stones from you? This unusual turn of events made Fang Wudao's heart tighten inexplicably. Senior sister, she wouldn't be setting him up, would she? Fang, I see utter distrust written all over your face. Do you have any idea how deeply that wounds your senior sister's feelings? Tang Linger shot him a disapproving glance, her voice tinged with displeasure. I'm sorry, senior sister. Fang Wudao hastily apologized, convinced he must be overthinking things. Senior sister had no grudge against him, and he always offered her spirit stones as gifts. No matter how you looked at it, she wouldn't set him up. I'll forgive you this once. But if it happens again, I won't be so lenient. Tang Linger raised her delicate fist, shaking it lightly as a warning. Fang Wudao could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Oh, right, brother Fang, I almost forgot Master seems to have something to tell you too. You should go see her right away. Tang Linger suddenly slapped her forehead and said. Fang Wudao. Senior sister, couldn't you have waited until tomorrow to tell me this? The 10,000 Swords Mountain trial is about to begin. Despite his thoughts, he hurried toward the mountaintop. Watching his hasty retreat, Tang Linger's eyes flickered with guilt as she hesitantly asked. Fang, you should be able to handle it, right? Master, you sought me? Beneath the ancient tree, Fang Wudao bowed respectfully as he addressed the graceful figure standing with her back to him. Lin Qingyi turned, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Wudao, this trial will be extremely fierce. You must proceed with caution and avoid conflict with others. Though many from Lingxiu Peak participated in this trial, those truly possessing genuine skill were few and far between. Only Fang Wudao could hold his own somewhat. That was why Lin Qingyi had specifically summoned him for these words of caution. Master, rest assured. I would never provoke trouble on my own. Fang Wudao bowed his head in response. His purpose in joining the 10,000 Swords Mountain was clear: to absorb every ancient sword imbued with spiritual essence. Everything else was trivial. Even if others coveted the spirit sword in his possession, he could simply hand it over after absorbing its essence. After all, Wanjian Mountain was teeming with such swords. He could simply choose another one. You've always been steady and measured in your actions. Naturally, I trust you. Lin Qingyi gave a slight nod, then couldn't help but sigh. But, among those participating in this trial, there is a lawless madman. I fear that even if you deliberately avoid his sharp edge, he may not spare you. This was no idle conjecture on Lin Qingyi's part. Judging by the lingering sword energy from that day, that genius who grasped the essence of sword energy would likely strike to intimidate everyone. Even Fang Wudao might not escape unscathed. A lawless madman? Who dares be so audacious? Fang Wudao's brows knitted tightly. In all his years, he'd never encountered someone so brazen. If this were true, he would likely face some trouble. But retreat was not an option. For the ancient sword spirit essence of 10,000 Swords Mountain, he had schemed for so long, how could he abandon it now? Even if it meant facing a tough battle, he had to win. Besides, with his current strength, who would avoid whose sharp edge was still uncertain? In any case, after breaking through the illusion, don't rush up the mountain. Observe the outer perimeter first, then wait for your chance to act. Lin Qingyi instructed. She had given up hope on the finest spirit swords atop the peak. But for the spirit swords halfway up the mountain, she believed Fang Wudao still had a chance. Yes, master. Fang Wudao bowed his hands in acknowledgement. As a kind-hearted and honest man, he had never liked fighting others. How is your progress with the 5 Elements Sword Manual? Lin Qingyi inquired again. Her eyes now held a hint of expectation. Fang Wudao possessed quite remarkable talent in the way of the sword. With the foundation of the Wind Thunder Sword Manual, he should have mastered the basics by now. This disciple is dull-witted and has yet to grasp its subtleties. Fang Wudao's face flushed with shame. For the past month, he'd spent every day indulging in leisure and had not practiced at all. He'd merely read the 5 Elements Sword Canon a few times. How could he possibly call that mastering the basics? Hearing this, Lin Qingyi felt a pang of disappointment, yet she offered comfort. The 5 Elements Sword Canon points directly to the path of Dan condensation and contains the essence of transcendence. It's only natural that you struggle to grasp it all at once. Focus your energy on the Wind Thunder sword art for now. Once your understanding of the sword path deepens, you may return to studying the 5 Elements Sword Canon. Yes, master. It's getting late. Go prepare yourself. Lin Qingyi waved her hand listlessly. Only after Fang Wudao had departed did she let out a sigh. It seems I overestimated Fang Wudao's talent after all. I wonder if Lingxiu Peak will obtain a spirit sword from this trial. Chapter 17, The Trial Begins. Before Mount 10,000 Swords, over 100 disciples stood solemnly, their eyes fixed intently upon the mountain. These spirit swords were left behind by once prominent cultivators of the heavenly sword sect. Nourished by the spiritual energy array, they had not faded but instead shone even more brilliantly. Each one was worth a fortune. Yet now, if they could pass the illusion trial, they stood a chance to claim one. Senior brother sect leader, with younger brother Yi Guxing's talent, he should have grasped the essence of sword momentum by now, right? From the elevated platform, the portly elder Pang gazed down at Yi Guxing below, his eyes crinkling with amusement as he inquired. Seeing him probe for information, the gaunt, rat-like elder Su quickly chimed in with a feigned sigh of despair. 3 years ago it was like this, and this year it's the same. Our peaks have been perennial runners-up year after year. When will we ever produce an outstanding disciple? Sect Master Yang Jia wore an expression of resignation. You all know how quiet Guixing is. He keeps everything bottled up inside. Whether he's grasped the essence of sword momentum? Even I have no idea. Old fox. Like hell I believe you. Elder Pang and Elder Su exchanged glances, both inwardly sneering with contempt. Speaking of which, could it be that junior sister Lin is about to surprise us all again? Seeing the sect master remain tight-lipped, Elder Pang immediately shifted his focus to Lin Qingyi. During the last Wanjian Mountain trial, that money-grubbing Tanglinger had left them with a lasting impression. This time, Lingxiu Peak has no outstanding talents. Lin Qingyi stated calmly. Those present knew she never bothered with lies, and their worries eased considerably. However, Elder Su pressed further. I hear Lingxiu Peak recently produced a disciple of remarkable strength and character. What was his name again? Fang Wudao? Elder Pang chimed in. I've heard rumors about him too. It's said that senior uncle Hongchen is quite pleased with him and personally bestowed the 5 Elements Sword Manual. Wudao does possess some talent, but it's not extraordinary. Master Hongchen rewarded him because he proved himself capable in his duties. Lin Qingyi understood their thoughts and decided to be blunt. Wudao hasn't even mastered the basics of the 5 Elements Sword Canon yet. The 5 Elements Sword Canon is, after all, a cultivation method directly aimed at reaching the condensing stage. Achieving even the basics is no easy feat, junior sister. You shouldn't be too hard on junior brother Fang. Elder Pang interjected. Indeed. It took me several months just to grasp the basics of the 5 elements sword canon back in my day. Elder Su and Elder Pang chimed in unison, ostensibly comforting Lin Qingyi while inwardly chuckling. It seemed Ling Xiupeak was truly just going through the motions this time. With one less competitor, their disciples might just secure the spirit sword at the summit. Junior sister Lin, it's perfectly normal for a disciple to lack innate talent. Don't be angry, and don't be sad. Elder Shi, a sturdy figure who had remained silent until now, suddenly looked at Lin Qingyi with earnest concern and offered his consolation. Elder Su. Elder Pang. Sect leader brother. If you can't speak, you don't have to speak, Junior brother Shi. Senior brother Shi, I'm neither angry nor sad. Lin Qingyi was a bit speechless, but she knew her single-minded brother Shi meant no harm, so she patiently explained. That's good. Senior brother Shi nodded emphatically, then asked with a puzzled look, why were the 3 senior brothers staring at me the whole time? Nothing much. Just felt you've gotten tougher than before, Shi. Senior brother Su remarked with subtle sarcasm. Senior brother Su noticed? My recent physical cultivation has indeed made me tougher than before. Elder Shi raised his arm, grinning as he flexed his biceps. Elder Pang. Sect leader. Lin Qingyi. Senior brothers and junior sister Lin, I've gained new insights into integrating physical cultivation with the sword path. The flesh becomes the sword's scabbard, the spirit its blade. When intent and spirit unite, the spirit dwells within the body. A strong body forges a mighty sword. Elder Shi, usually reserved with words, became as excited as a child when discussing his passion, his hands gesturing animatedly. I think we should begin the trial immediately. Elder Pang cleared his throat, interrupting his speech. Indeed, junior brother Shi, the disciples can hardly wait. Elder Su, uninterested in the heretical body sword technique, naturally wished to hear no more. Sect leader Yang, who was equally aware that junior brother Shi's bizarre sword body technique was beyond the grasp of ordinary practitioners and that prolonged exposure could even breed inner demons, quickly rose to his feet, his voice booming like a bell. The trials of Mount 10,000 Swords officially commence. As his words fell, a pale purple gate rose before the mountain. The disciples gazed at the gate radiating a halo of light, hesitating to advance. Only a man clad in black stepped forward, sword drawn, and strode through the gate. True to Yi Guxing's character, not a moment's hesitation. He's wholly devoted to the way, no wonder he fears no illusions. With him here, the top spot this year should belong to Tongtian Peak. How the tables have turned. Ling Xiupeak was so formidable last session, yet this session they've fallen so low. Exactly. They don't even have a single renowned disciple. When it comes time to select spirit swords, they'll be in for a world of hurt. Selecting spirit swords? This bunch of misfits probably can't even get past the illusory realm. Sisu, let's head out too. Seeing Hu Xianxian linger without moving, Brother Yen prompted her. Senior Brother Yen, when it's time to select spirit swords, let's lend Ling Xiupeak a hand. Hu Xianxian suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed on the distant figures. She didn't know why she felt compelled to act this way. But hearing that Fang Wudao might be in danger made her feel inexplicably tense. Help Ling Xiupeak? Senior Brother Yen followed her gaze. Junior sister, you want to help Fang Wudao? During our last mission, Senior Brother Fang looked out for me quite a bit. I can't just turn a blind eye. Hu Xuanxuan's face remained calm, but her hands clenched unconsciously. That makes sense. Then we'll help him later. Brother Yen nodded. He didn't think much of it after all. Fang Wudao and Hu Xianxian hadn't seen each other since the mission. Their relationship was as pure as could be. The reason sister who wanted to help Fang Wudao was likely out of compassion. After all, last term, Tang Linger had managed to offend absolutely everyone. If they ignored him, Fang Wudao would likely be beaten to a pulp and end up without a single spirit sword. Fang Wudao naturally sensed Hu Xuanxuan's gaze, but he pretended not to notice, slowly moving forward with the crowd. At the same time, he silently mused to himself, Hu Xianxian showed remarkable talent in refining the spirit. Could she have deciphered part of his illusions? Seems I'll need to find another chance to cast an illusion on her. On the other side, Hu Xianxian shook her head in slight frustration. Ever since seeing Fang Wudao, fragments of images had been flashing through her mind. Yet these images remained incredibly blurry. No matter how hard she strained, she couldn't make them clear. What exactly happened? Could it be I've lost some memories? Hu Xianxian murmured to herself, feeling increasingly unsettled by her strange state. Junior sister, are you okay? Senior Brother Yen asked with concern from beside her. I'm fine. Let's get going. Hu Xianxian watched Fang Wudao's receding figure, convinced the answers lay with him. Chapter 18, The Uses of the Illusory Realm. Young Master Fang, what are you doing here? Chen Xinxin, who was bathing, let out a startled scream and submerged herself in the water. Her pure, delicate face showed panic, yet also delight and bashfulness. So the first trial is lust? Fang Wudao carefully examined Chen Xinxin's body, smooth and supple as jade, and smiled with satisfaction. This illusion array was wicked, he loved it. Stop staring. Chen Xinxin pouted, her voice soft and sweet as she caught him staring. It's been a long time. I've missed Miss Xinxin dearly, so naturally I must take a few extra looks. Fang Wudao stepped before her, scooping up a handful of water with his fingers. This texture, this warmth, it feels so real. Young Master Fang, even though I've given my heart to you, you can't bully me like this. Chen Xinxin's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes misty with moisture as she pouted. At the very least, it should be after we're married. Fang Wudao lifted her delicate chin with a finger, grinning mischievously. Xinxin, but I simply cannot wait any longer. Master Fang, you're so wicked. Chen Xinxin lowered her head coyly, appearing to surrender to his advances. But just as Fang Wudao's finger slowly slid downward, seeking to go further, she suddenly flung water from her delicate hand, drenching him from head to toe. Damn it! Just wait till I get my hands on you. Fang Wudao feigned anger, reaching out to grab her. Chen Xinxin giggled delightedly, playfully wrestling with him. After an unknown amount of time, the two had played their fill. Leaning against Fang Wudao's chest, Chen Xinxin murmured, I have a surprise for my dear Fang. Hurry up and show me. Fang Wudao urged impatiently. It won't disappoint you, Fang Lang. Chen Xinxin gave a mysterious smile, gently pushed Fang Wudao away, and returned to the room. Moments later, she emerged wearing black stockings, high heels, and a sheer, sensual gown. Well, my lord, do you like it? Chen Xinxin spun gracefully, her allure teasingly revealed. I love it. I absolutely love it. Fang Wudao swept her into his arms, his voice brimming with joy. Then, Fang Lang, will you stay here with me? Chen Xinxin whispered seductively into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. Xinxin, this is too mundane. Fang Wudao sighed. What we seek is spiritual bliss. Why must you force my body? Fang Lang, you're the only one I have left. Please, stay with me. Chen Xinxin's eyes welled with tears as she pleaded. Xinxin, I want to stay. But the terms you're offering just aren't enough. Fang Wudao looked regretful, implying that staying would require something more exciting. Senior brother Fang, please stay with us. A seductive voice rang out as Su Shenxian, equally dressed provocatively, appeared before Fang Wudao and wrapped her arms around his. Feeling the unique softness and warmth, Fang Wudao felt incredibly pleased, but outwardly, he coldly pushed them both away. You think a little temptation can sway my resolve? Dream on. Just as Fang Wudao was about to leave, another figure appeared. Junior brother Fang, what if I join you? Would that make a difference? Senior sister? Upon seeing Tanglinger, Fang Wudao nearly reached for spirit stones to offer tribute out of habit. But remembering this was an illusion, he declared with righteous indignation, Senior sister Tang, even if you tempted me fiercely, I wouldn't stay. Really? Brother Fang. Tanglinger's jade-like fingers traced circles on his chest, slowly sliding downward. Fang Wudao swallowed hard. Even if all three of you tempted me together, it wouldn't sway my resolve. Chen Xinxin and Hu Xianxian giggled, each wrapping an arm around his waist as they nuzzled close to his ear. Ah, this feels amazing. Fang Wudao wore a blissful expression. Not spending a single spirit stone to indulge in this sea of pleasure felt like hitting the jackpot. Fang, please agree to stay with us. Yes, senior brother Fang, please don't leave tonight, okay? You girls are so superficial. You don't understand love at all. Having had his fill, Fang Wudao pushed them away with disdain and strode off. No need to see me out. I'm outta here. Fang. Senior brother Fang. Junior brother Fang. No matter how loudly they called out, Fang Wudao refused to turn back, his expression resolute. But after taking just a few steps, Fang Wudao was forced to halt, gasping in shock. Because, before his eyes stood a woman of unparalleled beauty. You insolent disciple. Dare to look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Lin Qingyi's expression was both bashful and annoyed. She seemed utterly uncomfortable in her sheer, lightweight gown and stockings. Seeing his master's coy demeanor, Fang Wudao's heart took an instant hit. So adorable. Who knew the master had this side to her? No way, I have to experience this. Master, rest assured this disciple will cover my eyes immediately. Fang Wudao picked up a strip of cloth and obediently covered his eyes. You. Lin Qingyi's chest heaved with anger. After a long moment, she reluctantly murmured, You really don't have to go that far. Master, what did you say? Your disciple can't hear you. Fang Wudao tilted his head to listen, looking utterly earnest. You ungrateful disciple. Are you trying to humiliate your master? Lin Qingyi exclaimed, her voice tinged with both shame and anger. I was clearly obeying your command, master. Why blame me now? Fang Wudao looked utterly aggrieved. Lin Qingyi sneered coldly, You ungrateful disciple. Since when did you become so devoted to your master? I have always been the epitome of respect for teachers and reverence for the way. Fang Wudao declared proudly. Very well. Since your master wishes you to stay, are you willing? Lin Qingyi asked, the corners of her mouth curling upward. This humble disciple cannot agree. For master once told me that the path of cultivation is harder than ascending to the heavens. Without unwavering devotion to the way, one cannot reach the other shore. Fang Wudao solemnly repeated the words Lin Qingyi had spoken when he first entered her discipleship. This is what they call defeating magic with magic. First, remove the cloth strip. One plan failed, but Lin Qingyi devised another. But that doesn't seem right, master. Fang Wudao hesitated. What's this? Now you won't even listen to your master? Lin Qingyi snorted coldly. Didn't someone just claim to hold the master in the highest regard? Since you insist, master, I shall remove the cloth. Fang Wudao sighed in resignation and removed the cloth covering his eyes. But he remained strictly obedient, keeping his gaze fixed on the ground, never looking directly at his revered master. Look at me. Lin Qingyi commanded again. That doesn't seem right, master. Fang Wudao wore a look of distress, insisting he was not that kind of person. This is your master's command. Lin Qingyi emphasized. There's just no reasoning with you, master. Fang Wudao reluctantly scanned Lin Qingyi's alluring figure. You say you don't want to, yet you're staring harder than anyone else. What's this, you ungrateful disciple? Trying to defy your master now? Lin Qingyi said coldly. This disciple would never dare. Fang Wudao's expression turned solemn. It is only because the master commanded me to admire that I dare to do so. Lin Qingyi strolled before him, lifted his chin, and asked with a faint, mocking smile. Then what if your master were to order you to defy me? How would you respond? That would be the best outcome. No. This disciple has never harbored such a vile thought. Fang Wudao declared with righteous indignation. But your master, I happen to wish to take you as my rebellious disciple. Lin Qingyi's breath was as fragrant as orchids. She extended her slender jade-like finger and lightly tapped his lips. This disciple holds the utmost reverence for teachers and the way. If the master insists on forcing the issue, then this disciple will have no choice but to endure it. Fang Wudao declared with heartfelt sorrow. If you wish to taste your master, you must stay behind first. Lin Qingyi coaxed. Master, I never imagined you were just another worldly being. Like them, you only covet your disciple's body. Fang Wudao beat his chest in anguish. Couldn't you just desire my heart instead? Enough, enough. All of you are vulgar creatures. This disciple departs. Fang Wudao shoved Lin Qingyi aside and strode away with purpose. Rebellious disciple. Do you truly intend to abandon your master? Lin Qingyi exclaimed angrily. Master, I shall carry your heart with me on my journey. Fang Wudao called back in a loud voice. Chapter 19, Remember to come home. What a pity there's no exciting show. Having escaped the lust gate, Fang Wudao felt deeply disappointed. He thought the sect's higher-ups were far too conservative, not allowing even a single adult-themed event. If this were the demon sect, they'd push the boundaries as far as they possibly could. Absolutely thrilling. Of course, it was also possible that the Heavenly Sword sect had deliberately lowered the difficulty to allow more disciples to pass through the illusion array. After all, their goal was to select disciples with steadfast resolve, not eliminate everyone. Jewels and spirit stones scattered everywhere. Is this the greed trial? Fang Wudao gazed at the mountains of spirit stones piled before him and the scattered spiritual herbs and treasures, utterly unmoved. Money had never interested him. Trying to test him with this? Not a chance. This was even less effective than the lust trial earlier. Ha! As Fang Wudao continued forward, his massive frame suddenly trembled. For before him lay an array of ancient artifacts. Broken swords, shattered blades, gauntlets, statues. A dazzling array of ancient artifacts shimmered with radiant energy. And they all radiated abundant spiritual energy. Holy! I'm gonna be rich. Once I absorb all of this, won't I become the little tyrant who punches nursing homes and kicks kindergartens? Without a second thought, Fang Wudao picked up a broken blade. Instant refinement. No reaction. Instant refining. Still no reaction. Damn illusion array. Everything simulated so realistically, but couldn't you at least replicate the spiritual essence? Fang Wudao cursed under his breath. This is pointless. Might as well head up the mountain. He tossed the broken blade aside and continued onward. Brother, it's almost time to eat. Where are you going? A voice both familiar and unfamiliar suddenly rang out. Fang Wudao stiffened, his face betraying emotion for the first time. He took a deep breath and turned around. A girl of 15 or 16 smiled at him. What's wrong, brother? Don't you recognize me? What are you standing around here for? Go help your mom bring the food out from the kitchen. The middle-aged man watching TV on the sofa glanced at him and said, Little sister, Dad. Fang Wudao choked up. He never imagined the deepest emotions buried within his heart would surface at this very moment. Knowing full well it was all fake, he still couldn't help but walk back. Little sis, it's been so long since we last saw each other, and you haven't grown an inch. Remember to eat more later. Don't follow those people online and try dieting to lose weight. You're already so slim. I know. His sister replied dismissively before turning to say, Bro, yesterday Mom and I went shopping and bought you some new clothes and shoes. Try them on later and see if they fit. If you two bought them, they're bound to fit. Fang Wudao chuckled. That's not necessarily true. You look a lot more muscular now than before. His sister playfully pinched the muscle on his arm. Spill it, you've got a crush on someone, haven't you? Why else would you sneak off to the gym? Nonsense. Your brother here has only ever liked people. When did I start liking someone? Stop spouting nonsense. Hurry up and serve the rice. Their father, watching from the side, couldn't take it anymore and glared at Fang Wudao. Bro, you're so mean. After a moment, his sister realized what was going on and giggled as she followed Fang Wudao into the kitchen. The kitchen's hot and cramped. What are you two doing in here? Mom shot them both a disapproving look and snapped. Dad told us to come in. The younger sister immediately passed the buck. Fang Wudao, however, offered a compliment. Mom, did you get a new hairstyle? No wonder you look more and more beautiful. Nonsense. I'm just an old hag now. Mom covered her mouth and giggled softly. Old? Mom, you're in the prime of your youth and beauty. Last time we went shopping, the salesperson even asked if we were sister and brother. Fang Wudao said. That's right. When we went to the mall yesterday, someone even asked for Mom's WeChat. His younger sister chimed in. You two, stop making things up. Mom blushed shyly but couldn't hide her delight. Mom, you've cooked so many delicious dishes again. I'm going to stuff myself silly later. Fang Wudao picked up a plate, looking utterly helpless. If you can't eat it, then don't. I don't want to eat this much either, but Mom, your cooking is so delicious, I just can't stop. Fang Wudao exaggerated. Oh no, my weight loss plan is going to suffer. His sister lamented in a pouty tone. Enough already, you two. All you do is use flattery to trick me into cooking for you. Mom scolded playfully as she helped carry the dishes to the table. At the dinner table, Dad remained his usual silent self, rarely speaking. Occasionally, he'd mutter something like, the vegetables are a bit overcooked or not flavorful enough, only to be immediately shot down by Mom, then cook it yourself next time. In stark contrast to Dad, Fang Wudao and his sister were always full of praise. Either they'd say, it's not tough at all, it's perfectly tender, or the flavor is just right, not too heavy, not too light. Healthy eating is what everyone's advocating these days. Mom, this is exactly how you should be doing it. Watching these two crafty kids, Dad fell deep in thought. Who on earth taught them to be like this? Fang Wudao devoured the dishes in big bites, as if trying to absorb not just the food but the warmth of this moment into his very being. Slow down, there'll be more later. Seeing his eagerness, his mother felt both delighted and concerned as she poured him a cup of warm water. That's right, big brother. Once you stay here, you'll get to eat Mom's cooking every day. His younger sister said. With tears welling in his eyes, Fang Wudao swallowed every last morsel before setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Thank you, Mom. I've missed this meal for so long. And thank you, little sister. He reached out and ruffled his little sister's hair. Remember to eat well from now on. Dad, cut back on the smoking. I'm leaving now. Fang Wudao gazed deeply at them, as if etching this moment forever into his memory. Brother. His sister looked at him urgently, tears welling in her eyes. Wudao, you've always been independent, so Mom won't try to keep you here. But promise me you'll take good care of yourself. Remember to eat on time, and bundle up when it gets cold. When you have time, remember to come home and visit. Mom tried to stay strong, but tears streamed down her face until she finally broke into sobs. Dad's eyes were slightly reddened. He nodded at him without saying a word. Later, unable to bear it any longer, he reached for a cigarette. But halfway through lighting it, he put it back. Fang Wudao's Adam's apple bobbed twice as he croaked, Dad, Mom, little sister, you all have to take good care of yourselves. I'm begging you. With that, he turned and walked away. The TV's hum, his little sister's sobs, his mother's parting words, his father's lighter clicking all gradually faded away. Only the words, remember to come home when you have time, lingered like an echo in his ears. Chapter 20, each with their own agenda. I underestimated this illusory array. Fang Wudao wiped the tears from the corner of his eye, muttering self-deprecatingly. He had assumed the sect would only subject them disciples to a simple test, but never expected them to strike so ruthlessly. Of course, it wasn't particularly difficult. The illusions the sect had set up lacked strong immersion and a sense of stillness. As long as one's will remained steadfast, one could recognize that they were within an illusion. Thus, escaping it wasn't particularly difficult. Yet even knowing it was an illusion, many would likely find it sweet as honey. After traversing the grand illusionary array, Fang Wudao finally reached the foot of 10,000 Swords Mountain. Several others had already broken through the illusion array and now waited quietly there. It seemed everyone felt uneasy, so they remained silent, standing on opposite sides without disturbing one another. As time ticked by, more and more people successfully broke through the barrier and joined them. Among them was Hu Xianxian. Her expression, however, was peculiar, as if she were struggling to recall something. Seeing this, Fang Wudao quietly slipped to the back, careful not to be noticed by her. It's about time. Begin selecting your spirit swords. The sect master declared from the high platform. With such simple requirements, only 11 passed. Truly, each generation is weaker than the last. Elder Su shook his head and dissolved the illusion array. A group of disciples, some grinning foolishly, some grieving, some with twisted expressions, slowly came to their senses. I failed? One stared at his own hands, unable to comprehend for a long moment. Bro, you gotta be kidding? Just look at where you're standing. A nearby figure pointed ahead. Those who could break through the illusion array wouldn't stand there like fools. Damn it, I was so close to making it. Me too. If it weren't for that beauty tempting my weakness at the last moment, I would have passed the trial for sure. Whether it was frustration or regret, they were now reduced to spectators, forever denied the chance to claim the mountain spirit sword. Tang, my disciple, proceed. Elder Su produced the array token and handed it to Tang Linger, who had arrived unnoticed, signaling her to activate the formation of 10,000 Swords Mountain. This was the unspoken privilege granted to each champion. The 10,000 Swords Mountain formation and the spirit swords atop the mountain were interconnected. Each time it was activated, it unleashed astonishing sword energy. The bearer of the token could gain a fleeting insight from it. This insight proved immensely beneficial for their future cultivation paths. This explained why Elders Su and Pang had been discreetly probing for information earlier. They sought to confirm whether their disciples had a chance to claim first place. Yes, Senior Uncle Su. Tang Linger obediently took the token and infused it with spiritual energy. As she channeled her spiritual energy, the spirit swords atop 10,000 Swords Mountain began to vibrate in unison. From the base of the mountain to the mid-slopes and finally to the summit. Every spirit sword trembled. A formidable aura gradually coalesced. Those present felt as though layers of immense gravity pressed upon their backs, making even breathing difficult. The weaker ones nearly collapsed to their knees. At that moment, the sect master raised his hand and waved, sealing off this overwhelming aura. The disciples finally relaxed, gasping for breath. How terrifying! Is this the pressure of sword momentum? If the Grandmaster hadn't sealed this pressure within Wanjian Mountain, I'd have collapsed on my knees. Suddenly, I feel like failing the illusion trial was actually a blessing. Yeah, with our current strength, even if we'd passed the illusion, we'd never have the power to climb the mountain and claim the sword. Let's just watch them perform. Last time, only 2 obtained the spirit swords. This time, I wonder how many will succeed. Forget the others, Yi Gushing will definitely make it. This time, the sword's aura feels more intense than usual. On the high platform, Lin Qingyi couldn't help but feel anxious. She had believed Fang Wudao had a chance to reach the mid-slope, but now it seemed he might not even make it past the base. Aim! Just then, the spirit cat suddenly appeared on the platform and leaped into Lin Qingyi's arms. Having just finished stealing a pill, it had intended to take a nice long nap. But after catching a glimpse of the mountain's base, it let out an anxious cry. It's him! It's him! That's the one! The person it had been searching for all these days. It had finally found him. Lin Qingyi snapped to attention. The man from that day? The spirit cat nodded urgently. Is it Wudao or a disciple from Lingbao Peak? Seeing the two standing so close together, Lin Qingyi grew anxious. Not only were they positioned in the same spot, but they were pressed so close together, one in front of the other. From the elevated platform, they almost looked like one person. Junior sister Lin, what are you doing? Senior brother Pang, sensing something amiss, asked immediately. Nothing. Lin Qingyi couldn't be certain of the answer yet, so she naturally couldn't speak it aloud. Otherwise, if the genius who grasped the sword's momentum wasn't Fang Wudao, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? With that look on your face, junior sister, it certainly doesn't seem like nothing's wrong. Elder Pang pressed further. Indeed, junior sister. If something troubles you, speak plainly. Why hide it? Elder Su chimed in. The sect leader also looked at her with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingyi chose to be honest. The spirit cat recently encountered a genius who has grasped the essence of sword momentum. This prodigy is among the 11 disciples at the foot of the mountain. What? Among these disciples, someone has grasped the essence of sword momentum? Elder Su was so shocked he pulled out several strands of his beard. He knew full well that none of his own disciples had grasped sword force. Didn't that mean Lingyun Peak would be left trailing behind once again this time? Senior brother sect leader, you've kept this from us for so long. Elder Su shot a resentful glance at sect leader Yang Jia. He had long suspected Yi Gushing had grasped sword force, but the sect leader's previous evasiveness had kept a sliver of hope alive. Now it seemed the senior brother master had likely been secretly delighted all along. I told you, Gushing is a solitary soul. Whether he grasped sword force or not, I truly had no idea. The sect leader looked utterly helpless, insisting he truly knew nothing. Elder Su flipped him off. Pretend. Keep pretending. Congratulations, senior brother sect leader. Elder Pang's plump, round face forced a smile. He looked utterly dejected. But that was only on the surface. Deep down, he was laughing his head off. Before they set out, his disciple Du Lin had promised him a surprise. Now it seemed the surprise was the sword momentum. Good lad, hiding it so well. Truly worthy of being a disciple of Lingbao Peak. As for why Elder Pang was so confident? Simple. He had long noticed something unusual about Lin Qingyi and had been observing her secretly. The direction Lin Qingyi was looking at just now wasn't Yi Gushing at all. It was the direction where his disciple, Du Lin, stood. Combined with Du Lin's mention of a surprise before their departure that morning, a genius who had grasped the essence of sword momentum, who else could it be but him? In an instant, the atmosphere on the high platform grew distinctly peculiar. Elder Su, dejected. The sect master, expression neutral yet with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Elder Pang, forcing a smile while inwardly ecstatic. And Lin Qingyi, momentarily at a loss for words, yet harboring a faint glimmer of hope within. Oh, and of course, Elder Shi, who was engrossed in his own discourse on the essence of sword techniques. Chapter 21, Surprise. At the foot of 10,000 Swords Mountain. The 11 who had passed the illusion trial remained still. For according to custom, before ascending the mountain, they must first decide the order of ascent. The stronger ascended first and selected spirit swords first, an unspoken rule among them. As for who was truly strong, that could only be determined through combat. Of course, if one knew they were no match and wished to avoid conflict, they could step back 10 paces, thereby placing themselves last in the queue. This morning, Lin Qingyi had instructed Fang Wudao to wait for an opportunity to act precisely for this reason. But Fang Wudao would never step back. He truly didn't mind letting others choose spirit swords first. But there was one condition: the spirit sword they chose must not contain any lingering spiritual essence. If they did, they must first pass through his hands before taking it. But doing so would offend too many people and create unnecessary trouble. After much deliberation, Fang Wudao concluded that the optimal solution was to demonstrate his prowess and win everyone's respect through force. He could ascend the mountain first, absorb all the spiritual essence himself, and then let others come up to select their spirit swords. To have thought of such a perfect solution, I am truly a genius. After silently praising himself, Fang Wudao stepped forward, declaring he would take on 10 opponents. But Lu Hang of Tongtian Peak beat him to it, stepping forward. For this trial, Tongtian Peak has brother Yi Gushing as our leader, the strongest among us. It only makes sense that we ascend first to select spirit swords. As for how Lingshi Peak, Lingyun Peak, and Lingbao Peak arrange your order, that's your business. But he turned to Fang Wudao, his eyes cold. Lingshi Peak must ascend last. And before ascending, you must first pay 500 spirit stones. That concludes my statement. Who agrees? Who objects? The disciples from the 3 peaks exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating. Fang Wudao voiced his confusion. Being last is one thing, but why must we also pay 500 spirit stones? You Lingshi Peak disciples have the nerve to ask questions. Lu Hong roared angrily. Don't you know what Tang Linger did during the last Wanjian mountain trial? Senior brother Fang, senior sister Tang beat everyone senseless 3 years ago. No payment, no assent. Hu Xian, seeing that Fang Wudao genuinely didn't know the details, stepped in to explain. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's rare to see someone as greedy as senior sister Tang get involved in such an outrageous scheme. It was said that the elders and the sect leader on the high platform had turned ashen-faced. Especially Lin Qingyi, the peak master of Lingshi Peak. She was so furious she couldn't speak for a long time. Fang Wudao. Right. So that's why senior sister refused to accept his spirit stones this morning. She was waiting for him here. What nonsense about old grudges and petty squabbles between peaks. Damn it all, it was his own doing that caused this mess. I was only going to take 500 spirit stones from you. Now, unless you bring 1,000, you're not climbing this mountain. Lu Hong said coldly, and don't complain about the price. During the last Wanjian mountain trial, senior sister Tang collected a full 2,000 spirit stones from our Tongtian Peak. Asking for 1,000 is already being generous. Hu Xian immediately grew displeased at Lu Heng's price hike, retorting indignantly. 1,000 spirit stones is an outrage. You might as well rob someone. Besides, if you've got the guts, go bother Tang Linger. Why pick on senior brother Fang? Junior sister who, back then, Lingyun Peak contributed its share of spirit stones. If you won't help me, that's one thing, but why side with that lowly junior brother? Lu Hong snorted in displeasure, then deliberately teased. Could it be, junior sister who, that you've taken a fancy to that pretty boy's looks? Lu, watch your filthy mouth. How could senior brother Yin tolerate such taunts directed at his goddess? He drew his sword in fury. You Tongtian Peak act so tyrannically. Do you truly believe one peak can suppress all 4 of ours? Du Lin of Lingbao Peak drew his sword in support. If possible, he didn't want to give up the chance to ascend the mountain first. Though being first to ascend the mountain to select a spirit sword didn't guarantee you could draw your desired blade. But the priority to choose first was still crucial. For a spirit sword might resonate with multiple individuals simultaneously. In such cases, whoever ascends first claims that very spirit sword. Those who followed could only leave empty-handed, filled with regret. Du Lin certainly didn't want to be among them, which was precisely why he stepped forward now. 1 peak suppressing 4? So what? Lu Hong roared with maniacal laughter. You bunch of misfits think you're worthy of challenging brother Yi? Lu! How dare you insult sister who like this? Senior brother Yin flew into a rage, drawing his sword and charging forward. Yen Sancher, a sycophant like you could never comprehend junior brother Yi's true strength. Lu Hong showed no fear, blocking his attack head-on with ease, even finding the energy to sneer. Is that all you've got? No wonder sister who never gave you the time of day. This is too much. Lu, I'll make you pay. Stung to the core, Yen Sancher unleashed a terrifying aura, his Wind Thunder sword technique roaring with fierce energy. The two plunged into fierce combat. Yet Yen Sansi's Wind Thunder sword art had only just reached the threshold of mastery. How could it compare to Lu Hong, a seasoned veteran who had perfected his art years ago? Within a mere quarter of an hour, he showed a weakness and was kicked flying by Lu Hang. Who else dares? Having defeated Yen Sansi, Lu Hong swept the area with a sharp gaze and roared. It's been a while, but junior brother Lu's sword technique has indeed grown profound. Still, this alone won't be enough to subdue us. Du Lin of Lingbao Peak smiled lightly and stepped forward calmly. Senior brother Du, if you wish to test the sharpness of my blade, feel free to strike. Lu Hong, fresh from his victory, was equally brimming with confidence. You won't be able to block my sword. Du Lin said flatly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he thrust his sword forward, aiming straight for Lu Hang's throat. So fast. Lu Hang's pupils contracted as he tried to dodge, but Du Lin's blade followed like a shadow, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder. Under the sheer force of that deafening roar, he found himself utterly unable to escape Du Lin's blade. After barely holding out for a dozen exchanges, Lu Hong was defeated. His face twisted with unwillingness as he exclaimed. The perfected Wind Thunder sword art. You bastard, how did you progress so rapidly? Ignoring his defeated opponent, Du Lin turned to Yi Gushing, who had been observing coldly. Junior brother Yi, I know you're formidable, so I prepared a special surprise just for you. I hope you won't mind teaching me a thing or two. Senior brother Du, if you could truly surprise me, I'd be delighted. But knowing you as I do, I doubt you can. Yi Gushing's tone was cold, seemingly reluctant to engage him in combat. Junior brother Yi, excessive arrogance is rarely a good thing. Du Lin's expression darkened. Then witness the surprise I've specially prepared for you. Is it coming? Elder Pang on the high platform widened his small eyes, brimming with anticipation. The sect master narrowed his eyes. The Wind Thunder sword art, surpassing the perfection realm. Could Du Lin have truly grasped the essence of the sword's momentum? Lin Qingyi gripped the spirit cat's fur tightly, her eyes clouding with disappointment. Indeed, the genius who grasped sword force was Du Lin, not Fang Wudao. Chapter 22, Dual Sword Style. Clang. Under the gaze of the crowd, Du Lin drew yet another sword. Dual swords? Is this the surprise you spoke of? Elder Pang's face instantly fell. It wasn't that the dual sword style wasn't formidable, but it fell far short of his expectations. What he craved was sword momentum. Do you understand sword momentum? That overwhelming sword aura where everything bows down at the strike of a single blade. Who cares about your dual sword style? A dual sword style? This Du Lin is truly remarkable. The sect leader chuckled, his expression visibly relaxing. Elder Su also struggled to suppress his amusement. The dual sword style hasn't been practiced in decades, has it? Truly astonishing. Lin Qingyi suddenly radiated an astonishing glow. She grabbed the spirit cat and forced it to look at Fang Wudao. It's him, right? The painfully gripped spirit cat nodded frantically. Lin Qingyi, having received her answer, was overjoyed. The genius who grasped the essence of sword momentum was indeed her Lingxiu Peak disciple, Fang Wudao. Could the spirit cat have mistaken him for someone else? Later, Lin Qingyi found herself plagued by doubts. It wasn't that she was overly suspicious, but Fang Wudao's temperament couldn't be said to be entirely the same as that boundlessly arrogant genius. If anything, it was completely opposite. No matter how she looked at it, they didn't seem like the same person. Or could it be that Fang Wudao had been pretending all along? Lin Qingyi couldn't help but glance at Fang Wudao. What she saw left her utterly speechless. Because Fang Wudao was watching the spectacle with relish. You're telling me this guy is some arrogant genius? Senior brother Du, is this the surprise you prepared? Yi Gushing remarked indifferently, not even bothering to draw his sword. Junior brother Yi, I know you've long mastered the Wind Thunder sword technique to perfection. But to wield it with both hands simultaneously to divide your focus is something even you might not achieve. A hint of pride flickered across Du Lin's face. In terms of innate talent alone, he might fall short of Yi Gushi. But with this ability to focus on two tasks simultaneously, he might just be Yi Gushing's equal. I see you take great pride in your dual sword style, senior brother Du. Well then, I shall meet you with my own dual sword style. Yi Gushing extended his hand, and two swords flew into his grasp. He did not draw his own spirit sword, but instead intended to confront Du Lin with the sword of an ordinary disciple. Du Lin noticed this too, but he was too stunned by Yi Gushing's actions to care. You practice dual swords? Practiced it once out of boredom. Didn't find it interesting, so I gave it up. Yi Gushing replied casually. Poof. Du Lin laughed bitterly in rage. So the dual sword style I painstakingly trained in is nothing but a lowly sword technique in junior brother Ye's eyes? For ordinary cultivators, dual swordsmanship is quite formidable. But for me, it truly holds little value. Yi Gushing paused to consider before speaking. Fine. 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 Let me see what you've got, junior brother Yi. Du Lin roared, his twin blades crossing to form a silver arc. A cross-shaped sword chi slashed toward Yi Gushing. Unmoved, Yi Gushing simply raised his sword to meet the energy's center. Boom! The cross-shaped sword energy shattered instantly. The powerful gust sent Yi Gushing's hair flying wildly and his robes flapping in the wind, yet it couldn't budge him an inch. Such precise and elegant execution drew gasps of astonishment from the entire crowd. Even the elders and the sect master watching from the high platform nodded in approval. Du Lin was not surprised that Yi Gushing had effortlessly parried the cross-shaped sword chi. After all, the most outstanding prodigy the Heavenly Sword sect had produced in a century was no pushover. His initial strike with sword energy was merely a tactic to gain time and close the distance, setting the stage for a fierce melee. Du Lin refused to believe Yi Gushing truly mastered dual swordsmanship. Even if he did, he couldn't possibly master it to such a degree. Had his years of grueling training yielded less than another's momentary whim? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Closing in before Yi Gushing, Du Lin drew a deep breath. Spiritual energy erupted violently as his left sword aimed for the throat and his right sword locked onto the ribs. This was the killing move he'd honed through years of grueling training. An ordinary person would never have time to react. The air whistled as it was sliced, thunderous roars erupting simultaneously on both sides. What a vicious killing move! Anyone with discerning eyes could tell Du Lin was going all out. Even if this move failed to subdue Yi Gushing, he would seize the initiative. What followed was Du Lin's relentless, storm-like onslaught. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds rang out. Du Lin felt a tremendous force surge from the sword tips. Wrists throbbing with pain, his twin blades swung outward involuntarily. Just as he thought it was over, another surge of hidden force exploded from the hilts of both swords. In an instant, the sword slipped completely from his grasp. Clang! Staring at the swords buzzing and trembling at his feet, Du Lin froze stiff, dizzy, and disoriented. He'd been instantly defeated? And he couldn't even hold onto his swords. As a sword cultivator, what utter disgrace. At that moment, Du Lin felt utterly desolate. For a moment, he didn't even know whether to pick up his swords. You're welcome, senior brother Du. Yi Gushing was also somewhat surprised, for he hadn't expected Du Lin to fail to detect even his concealed force. Senior brother Du is weaker than I imagined. What's going on? Does anyone understand? The disciples watching from the sidelines were all utterly baffled. How could Yi Gushing have parried Du Lin's attack only for Du Lin to lower his twin swords and concede defeat? Meanwhile, the elite disciples like senior brother Yen who had navigated the illusionary array were utterly stunned. They might not perceive the hidden force, but Du Lin's split knuckles and trembling hands revealed he could barely hold his swords. A single strike had rendered Du Lin incapable of continuing the fight. What a terrifying display of combat prowess. Yi Gushing truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest prodigy the Heavenly Sword sect had seen in a century. This single display alone silenced all doubts about his innate talent. One mind, two uses force unleashed at will. Truly formidable. Fang Wudao nodded silently. Yi Gushing's talent was undoubtedly something ordinary people could only look up to. Too bad he ran into me. After all, when it came to innate talent, if Fang Wudao claimed second place, no one dared claim first. Senior brother Du, now that our Tongtian peak ranks first, do you still have any objections? Lu Hong laughed heartily. He knew at once junior brother Yi made his move, no one could stop him. Even if Du Lin had perfected the Wind Thunder sword art, even if he'd secretly mastered dual sword techniques, it all meant nothing. In the face of absolute talent and power, everything else was mere trifles. Du Lin, utterly disheartened, offered a bitter smile. He didn't even bother picking up the sword from the ground, retreating directly to the side. You from Lingxiu Peak, hand over 1,000 spirit stones now, or you won't be climbing the mountain to choose a spirit sword. Seeing Du Lin wisely step aside, Lu Hong turned his gaze toward Fang Wudao. 1,000 is too much. 500. Hu Xianxian bargained. Sisu, not everyone will give you face. Lu Hong retorted bluntly. Then let strength speak for itself. Hu Xianxian snorted coldly, unleashing her spiritual energy. You've broken through to the Jade Liquid Realm? Lu Hong was slightly surprised, but quickly shrugged it off. Even if you did, you'd still be no match for brother Yi. Is that so? Not even with this? Hu Xianxian brandished her sword Qi Jade pendant, intimidatingly. Junior sister Hu, you've lost your mind. How dare you use the sword Qi Jade pendant against your own people? Lu Hong snapped angrily. This was a self-defense item left to her by Grandmaster Red Dust. Below the condensing core realm, virtually no one could withstand it. It's my thing. I'll use it however I want. What business is it of yours? Hu Xianxian retorted defiantly. Truthfully, she only intended to scare Lu Hong. She dared not actually use it. Even if she did, the sect master and elders wouldn't just stand by and watch. So the so-called threat was practically meaningless. Lu Hong understood this, but he was genuinely afraid that Hu Xianxian, this headstrong young miss, might suddenly lose her temper. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and concede. 500 it is. Hand it over now. Fang Wudao ignored him and instead smiled at Yi Gushing. Junior brother Yi, may I go up the mountain first to select a spirit sword? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in shock. Chapter 23, The Contest. Allowing you to ascend the mountain is already a tremendous favor. And now you want to be the first to choose a spirit sword? Lu Hong was furious. It seems my repeated concessions have given you an undeserved illusion. Today, not only will you pay the full 1,000 spirit stones, but you'll also receive a proper lesson. You dare! Hu Shenxian glared at him, raising her sword energy jade pendant. Sis Hu, do you really think you can intimidate me? Lu Heng's tone was firm, showing no intention of backing down again. Sis Hu, don't be reckless. Senior brother Yen urged. If Hu Shenxian actually used the sword Qi jade pendant against fellow disciples, she would face severe punishment afterward. For Fang Wudao's sake, it just wasn't worth it. At this point, Brother Yen still hadn't suspected the relationship between Hu Shenxian and Fang Wudao. He simply assumed it was Hu Shenxian acting like a spoiled princess. After all, Hu Shenxian had initially declared she would escort Fang Wudao up the mountain to select a spirit sword. To fail to deliver on her word would be utterly humiliating. For the spoiled Hu Shenxian, this was utterly unacceptable. Which peak's disciple is this, to be so formidable? On the high platform, Elder Su marveled aloud. After witnessing Yi Guxing's formidable strength, he still dared to issue a challenge. This person must either be a fool or possess extreme confidence in their own abilities. This individual is a disciple under junior sister Lin's tutelage, named Fang Wudao. Elder Pang stated. Senior brother Pang actually knows him? It seems this Fang Wudao is no ordinary fellow. But why, have I never heard of him before? Elder Su inquired curiously. A disciple worthy of senior brother Pang specifically noting his name couldn't be just any ordinary person. Yet he had never heard of him. This was rather peculiar. The sect leader and eldershire also perked up their ears, equally unfamiliar with Fang Wudao. It's perfectly normal that you don't know him. If it weren't for my disciples frequently visiting the Phoenix Tower, I wouldn't have known about Fang Wudao either. Elder Pang said with a smile. According to my disciples, this Fang Wudao spends at least half the month holed up in the Phoenix Tower. So much so that many disciples jokingly call him the brothel junior disciple. I see. This disciple is quite unique. Noticing Lin Xingyi's expression darkening, Elder Su spoke diplomatically. The sect leader and eldershire also turned away in unspoken agreement, pretending not to hear. Linger, what did you say last time? Seeing Tang Linger had awakened from her sword energy meditation, Lin Xingyi asked coldly. Oh dear, master, I was just overwhelmed by the sword's momentum. My head is spinning now. I need to meditate to recover quickly. Tang Linger dared not answer, instead clutching her head in feigned pain and sitting down. Fine. You two actually dared to conspire together to deceive your master. Lin Xingyi gritted her teeth in fury. After overhearing rumors last time, she had immediately confronted Fang Wudao. What had Fang Wudao said back then? He claimed to diligently follow her teachings, practicing tirelessly day and night with scarcely a moment's slack. Spending half a month in brothels, is that what you call diligence? Is that what you call rarely slacking off? So all your diligence went into bedding courtesans, huh? What's worse, Tang Linger even covered for him. Lin Xingyi had suspected there was exaggeration involved, but she never imagined Fang Wudao's embellishments would be like the Yellow River bursting its banks, utterly uncontrollable. Half a month of slacking off within a single month. Is this even human? And here she was, holding him in high regard, planning to groom him as Tang Linger's deputy to co-lead Lingxiu Peak in the future. The bitterly deceived Lin Xingyi grew angrier the more she thought about it. Junior sister, passing the illusory realm trial proves that Fang Wudao's Dao heart is quite steadfast. You shouldn't be too harsh on him. However, some appropriate guidance is still necessary. The sect master remarked with measured tone. In his view, Fang Wudao's talent and resolve were not lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived the illusionary realm and held his ground against the onslaught of Wang Jianqian's sword momentum. His current indulgent nature stemmed from Lin Xingyi's lax discipline. Yes, senior brother sect leader. Lin Xingyi replied with her head bowed. She could clearly discern the implied meaning in the sect leader's words. He was reproaching her for years of seclusion and meditation, neglecting worldly affairs and refusing to invest sufficient effort in guiding disciples. Senior brother, please do not blame junior sister Lin. Her nature is inherently serene and detached. She is simply unsuited to instructing disciples. Had we not pressured her back then, she would never have taken the position of peak master of Lingxiu Peak. Elder Pang interceded. Seeing senior brother Pang step forward to defend her, Lin Xingyi felt a surge of gratitude and was about to express her thanks. But at that moment, Elder Pang shifted his tone. This is what we'll do. To ease the pressure on Sister Lin and to ensure we don't waste Fang Wudao's potential, let's transfer him to my Lingbao Peak. I happen to have some free time lately and can mentor him for a while. Lin Xingyi's face turned cold. Senior brother Pang, what do you mean by this? He was poaching her disciple. Junior sister Lin, haven't you always disliked taking disciples? I'm just trying to lighten your load. Senior brother Pang said with feigned hurt. Fang Wudao has me to guide him. There's no need for senior brother Pang to trouble himself. Lin Qingyi retorted coldly. He really thinks she's some little cutie. Fang Wudao is most likely that genius who grasped the essence of sword momentum. Trying to poach him? Not a chance. The thought alone made Lin Qingyi's heart ache unbearably. If Fang Wudao truly had grasped the essence of sword momentum, then his talent, how extraordinary must it be? Even Yi Gushing might not be his match. After all, Yi Gushing was famously a cultivation maniac. Day in and day out, he either sat in meditation or practiced swordsmanship, with scarcely any time for rest or leisure. In contrast, that good-for-nothing Fang Wudao spent half the month cavorting in brothels. And yet, he still managed to grasp the essence of sword momentum. What terrifying talent! To squander such talent like this guy, doesn't he fear being beaten to death? Junior sister Lin, you're already a dedicated cultivator. You barely have time to guide junior nephew Tanglinger. Why burden yourself with extra pressure? Elder Pang persisted in his persuasion. Yes, he had guessed it too. Fang Wudao was very likely the genius who had grasped the essence of sword momentum. Because at that moment, the spirit cat had only seen two figures standing there. One was his disciple, Du Lin. The other was Fang Wudao. If it wasn't Du Lin, then it could only be Fang Wudao. Such a prodigy was naturally someone Elder Pang did not wish to miss out on. That was why he had proactively exposed Fang Wudao's habit of frequenting brothels over the years. By leveraging this against the sect leader, he aimed to pressure Lin Qingyi and see if there was any chance of luring Fang Wudao away. But Lin Qingyi wasn't stupid. She didn't give him the slightest opening. After failing, Elder Pang resorted to a ploy of feigned suffering. You, Lin Qingyi, have always devoted yourself to cultivation, barely finding time to guide Tanglinger. Now you have one more to manage. Can you really handle it? Don't let Fang Wudao's talent go to waste. Senior brother Pang, rest assured. I've made significant progress recently and no longer plan to seclude myself for intensive cultivation. Lin Qingyi replied calmly, implying she now had ample time to properly instruct Fang Wudao. Junior sister Lin, senior brother Pang, please stop arguing. This quarrel will only damage our harmony. How about this? I'll make a concession and let Fang Wudao transfer to Lingyun Peak. I'll personally take him under my wing. Elder Su's eyes darted about as he proposed. He didn't know why Lin Qingyi and Pang Wudao were vying for Fang Wudao, but he understood that the fact they were at odds over him meant one thing: Fang Wudao was undoubtedly a treasure. Get lost! Both shouted in unison. Chapter 24, Nothing But Slander. Why has junior brother Fang suddenly become so reckless? Tanglinger watched the tense standoff between them, feeling a headache coming on. Based on her understanding of Fang Wudao, he should have just pulled out 500 spirit stones to smooth things over. How did they go and provoke Yi Gushing? What should we do? Should I ambush the Tongtian Peak disciples after the trial and give them a thorough beating to avenge Fanglinger? Tanglinger muttered to herself. Actually, that might work. Her eyes lit up as she pondered. They beat up brother Fang. As the senior sister of Lingxiu Peak, avenging him would be perfectly normal, right? And then collecting some medical fees for junior brother Fang, plus compensation for emotional distress, that'd be perfectly reasonable too. Tanglinger beamed with delight, thrilled to have discovered yet another path to wealth and prosperity. Ah, poor Fang Shitty, he'd be getting a thorough beating. But it's okay, senior sister will beat them up for you. Sisu, this is between me and brother Yi. Step aside. At the foot of 10,000 Swords Mountain, Fang Wudao stepped forward, deliberately blocking Hu Xianxian behind him. Watching his retreating figure, Hu Xianxian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity welling up inside her and security. It felt as though Fang Wudao had always protected her this way before. Senior brother Fang. Hu Xianxian murmured softly. The blurred figure from her memories gradually merged with the man before her. You, a good-for-nothing who spends all your time in brothels, think you're worthy of facing brother Yi? Get past me first. Lu Hong sneered coldly, stepping in front of Fang Wudao. If just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could challenge Yi Gushing, what purpose would they serve? Senior brother Lu, if you slander me any further, I won't hold back. Fang Wudao warned. Our master is watching from the high platform. If she found out he was always frequenting brothels, it would be disastrous. Little did Fang Wudao know that his background had already been thoroughly exposed by his fellow disciple, senior brother Pang. Slander you? Lu Hong was so enraged he laughed. Your reputation as the brothel-frequenting junior disciple is known throughout the entire sect. Who doesn't know it? Who doesn't hear it? What slander do you need from me? Nonsense. Brothels? Places of debauchery? I, Fang Wudao, detest them most of all. How could I possibly go there? Fang Wudao declared indignantly, insisting it was all slander. Fang Wudao, dare you claim Chen Xixin of the Phoenix Pavilion isn't your lover? Lu Hong demanded loudly. Chen Xixin was pure and beautiful, exactly his type. Unfortunately, the one time he mustered the courage to enter Phoenix Tower, he was politely turned down by Chen Xixin. This incident had become a stain on his life. So he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful toward Fang Wudao, that shameless old fox. Especially since Fang Wudao was also Tanglinger's junior disciple. Old grudges and new resentments piled up, making him increasingly unable to stand the sight of Fang Wudao. Who is Chen Xinxin? I've never met her. But senior brother Lu, why do you seem so familiar with her? Fang Wudao chuckled maliciously. You. Lu Heng's face flushed crimson with anger. I've never been to Phoenix Tower. How would you know someone's name if you never went? I heard it from other disciples. Who told you? It was too chaotic back then. I can't remember. Oh. Fang Wudao, stop making excuses here. Seeing everyone snickering quietly, Lu Heng's face flushed crimson. He raised his sword, ready to strike Fang Wudao. Senior brother Lu, you're not getting angry out of embarrassment, are you? Fang Wudao sidestepped the blow, continuing to laugh. You're the one who's embarrassed and angry. Lu Hong slashed his sword repeatedly. Even the most casual observer could tell he was beside himself with frustration. Oh, senior brother Lu, why let such a trifling matter get to you? You're a young man full of vigor. Visiting a brothel to relieve yourself is perfectly understandable. Fang Wudao shifted his stance slightly, effortlessly evading every strike. Fang Wudao. Lu Hong was nearly boiling over with rage. He felt like mud stuck in his pants. It might not be, but it sure felt like it. From now on, how would the other disciples, especially the female ones, ever look at him? Fang Wudao had no shame whatsoever. He couldn't handle this. He'd hoped to find a pure, beautiful, well-built female disciple to become his Dao companion. But after what Fang Wudao had done, what hope was left? Fellow disciple Fang seems rather formidable. A disciple watching the fight remarked. Yeah, don't let Lu Heng's rage fool you. The sharpness of his attacks is no act. To dodge every strike with such effortless ease, this Fang Wudao is definitely no ordinary fellow. Who knew this little brother from the brothel district was hiding such depth? Senior brother Fang is amazing. Seeing Fang Wudao toy with Lu Hong so effortlessly, Wu Shenxian couldn't contain her joy and cheered loudly. Yan Sansi, standing nearby, felt a surge of jealousy. He hadn't cared about Fang Wudao before because Fang was known as the little brother from the brothel and his skills weren't particularly outstanding. But now, Fang Wudao had suddenly demonstrated formidable strength and successfully captured Hu Xuanchuan's attention. He felt an intense sense of crisis. If Lu Hong hadn't just defeated him and upset Hu Shenxian in the process, he might have even cheered for Lu Heng. Junior Sister Lin, I recall you mentioned earlier that Lingxiu Peak has no outstanding disciples participating in this Wanjianshan trial. Elder Su spoke softly from the high platform. He never imagined that Lin Qingyi, once the most sincere among them, would also turn to underhanded tactics and play mind games with them. The world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts aren't what they used to be. Elder Pang sighed. He was still grieving the loss of his disciple, Fang Wudao. The sect leader, however, seemed quite pleased. He instructed Lin Qingyi, Junior Sister Lin, this boy shows remarkable talent. Remember to keep a close eye on him. Truly, I had no idea Fang Wudao possessed such talent. Lin Qingyi felt both helpless and angry. She was clearly his master, yet Fang Wudao had kept his talents hidden from her, never revealing a single hint of his abilities. When Tanglinger had tested his martial arts skills, that good-for-nothing brat had even put on a show, using master-level Wind Thunder sword techniques to deceive her. Now that she thought about it, that brat must have been laughing his ass off inside. This year's 10,000 Swords Mountain trial promises to be spectacular. Between Yi Guxing and Fang Wudao, I can't wait to see who emerges victorious. Elder Pang remarked with anticipation. Having failed to lure Fang Wudao to Lingbao Peak, he finally relaxed. It felt like watching a great play, waiting for the climax to unfold. Senior brother Pang, you hold such high regard for Fang Wudao? Elder Su expressed surprise. Yi Guxing had already grasped the essence of sword momentum. And yet, senior brother Pang actually believed Fang Wudao could stand toe-to-toe with him. Damn it! Could it be that Fang Wudao has also grasped the essence of sword momentum? No wonder you two were fighting so fiercely over Fang Wudao just now. Elder Su, finally catching on, leapt to his feet in shock and berated them. We've been fellow disciples for years, yet you two deliberately concealed this from me? This is utterly outrageous. Then, turning to Lin Qingyi, he pleaded, Junior sister, I've never asked you for anything in my life. Could you please let me have Fang Wudao? Get lost. The only response was a single, icy word. The sect leader, being a quick-witted man, soon arrived at the same conclusion. He couldn't help but ask. Sis Lin, has Fang Wudao truly grasped the essence of sword momentum? I can't say for certain, but it's highly likely. Lin Qingyi replied. Though the spirit cat was undoubtedly Fang Wudao, without witnessing it firsthand, she still dared not guarantee it. It seems our Heavenly Sword sect will dominate the competition at this three-sect martial arts gathering. The sect master stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. Chapter 25, Where did he get that combat experience? Step back, senior brother Lu. At the foot of 10,000 Swords Mountain, Yi Guxing finally spoke. Lu Hong, who had been blinded by arrogance, snapped back to his senses and slunk dejectedly back to his side. Junior brother Yi, if he had fought me head-on, I might have defeated him. Lu Hong, his face flushed with embarrassment, couldn't resist trying to save face. Implied it wasn't that he couldn't beat him, but that Fang Wudao was too cunning. Draw your sword, senior brother Fang. Yi Gushing stared straight at Fang Wudao, his eyes blazing with the intent of a sword. After all, he had just defeated Du Lin in a single move. Even so, Fang Wudao still dared to challenge him for first place. This proved Fang Wudao's strength far surpassed Du Lin's. Such an opponent should provide some entertainment. Junior brother Yi, must you insist on claiming first place? Fang Wudao lowered his eyelids, gently stroking the broken blade. He was always one to favor peaceful resolutions. If he could avoid fighting, all the better. Senior brother Fang, if you can pique my interest, I wouldn't mind ceding first place to you. Yi Gushi drew his sword, flicking his finger lightly along its blade. The resonant chime echoed through the air, sending a chill down the spines of all present. Only Fang Wudao remained unmoved, as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. Interesting. Yi Gushing's lips curved upward, his anticipation for the upcoming battle growing. Since conflict was inevitable, Fang Wudao dropped all pretense. Tilting his head slightly, his eyes blazed with defiance. Junior brother Yi, do your best to entertain me. As the words fell, both figures vanished simultaneously. Clang! 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 The relentless clanging of metal against metal, the roar of wind and thunder, filled the air. Wave after wave of shockwaves crashed toward the spectating disciples like a tsunami, forcing them to retreat again and again. So powerful. Hu Shenxian, barely able to catch glimpses of their blurred trajectories, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In terms of cultivation, she was no weaker than Yi Gushing or Fang Wudao. All three were at the early stage of the Jade Liquid realm. Yet in terms of swordsmanship, the gap between her and the two was as vast as the heavens. Is the Wind Thunder sword art truly this formidable? A disciple gasped aloud. Clearly, they all practiced the same sword technique, yet the results displayed were worlds apart. It's not the Wind Thunder sword art that's powerful, it's those two. Fang and Yi have mastered the Wind Thunder sword art to perfection. Their true understanding of its essence isn't confined to their swords, it permeates every movement they make. Du Lin, the only one present who had mastered the Wind Thunder sword art to perfection, remarked bitterly. This was the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. No wonder he treated me like a dog to walk earlier. Lu Hong finally understood why he could never even brush Fang Wudao's robe. With wind at his heels, it was no wonder he couldn't catch up. These two youngsters are truly remarkable. Elder Pang exclaimed. If sword momentum is the sword cultivator's heart, spirit, and their own swordway resonating with heaven and earth, then the transformation realm is purely about mastering technique. Those who grasp sword momentum may not necessarily enter the realm of transformation. Those who reach the transformation realm may not grasp the essence of sword momentum. Yet Fang Wudao and Yi Gushing grasped both hands and both were formidable. Their innate talent is simply beyond compare. Indeed, quite impressive. Lin Qingyi's expression remained calm, yet her hand unconsciously tightened its grip on the spirit cat's fur. Clearly, she was deeply impressed by Fang Wudao's mastery of sword techniques. Junior sister Lin, don't play coy after getting the upper hand. It took this old man decades to even glimpse the mysteries of that realm. Elder Su shook his head as he looked down at the two young faces below. Comparing people to people was truly infuriating. He had been a somewhat renowned prodigy in his youth, yet compared to these two below, he seemed utterly mediocre. Senior brother Su's talent was indeed nothing to write home about. Elder Sure nodded earnestly. Elder Su. Sure, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. With just this level of sword technique, they wouldn't even be a problem if they faced late Jade Liquid Realm cultivators. But, it's still far from enough to achieve good results in the three sects martial arts competition. The sect leader chuckled. He couldn't wait to see Fang Wudao and Yi Gushing unleash their full power. The battle intensified. The mere air currents generated by the two of them crushed stones into dust. The disciples watching the battle could only retreat further to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Senior brother Fang, do you have any idea how much I've endured all these years? After yet another clash of blades, Yi Gushing stared at Fang Wudao, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Too weak. They're all too weak. I feared that if I exerted even a fraction of my true strength, I would tear my senior and junior brothers and sisters to shreds. That's why I've endured so painfully, never daring to unleash my full power. I've waited far too long for this moment. Brother Fang, you must not disappoint me. Hearing this, Fang Wudao burst into maniacal laughter. Disappoint? Junior brother Yi, you're overestimating yourself. Without mastering the sword path, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. But once you walk that path, you'll see me as an ant gazing at the sky. Years from now, you'll realize this is the smallest gap between us. Cherish this moment well. Delight me to your heart's content. With that, Fang Wudao's broken sword sliced through the air, carving a bloody gash across Yi Gushing's shoulder. Junior brother Yi, he's wounded. Impossible. The onlookers gasped in shock. Over the years, not only had Yi Gushing never been injured, but no one had ever managed to make him take a fight seriously. Now, not only had Fang Wudao achieved this feat, but he was overwhelming him. It was utterly shocking. Though both are at the transformation realm, Fang Wudao's combat experience far surpasses his. Elder Pang instantly discerned the gap between the two. Yi Guxing's innate talent and reflexes were undeniably formidable. Yet he ultimately lacked extensive combat experience, especially in life or death battles. This caused his sword techniques to rely entirely on instinct, leaving them somewhat lacking in finesse. This is where Fang Wudao truly stood apart. Every strike he delivered was honed through relentless refinement, like a seasoned master of swordsmanship who had weathered countless storms. How did Fang Wudao accumulate such profound combat experience at such a young age? Even if Lin Shimi, trained him daily, he couldn't possibly be this seasoned. Elder Su was so astonished his jaw nearly hit the floor. Talent might defy logic, but experience? That requires a process of accumulation. I've never sparred with him. Lin Xingyi was also greatly surprised by Fang Wudao's performance. Could he be a natural-born warrior physique? The sect leader pondered for a moment before speaking. Not only is his talent extraordinary, but he's also a natural-born warrior physique. Does he even want us ordinary people to survive? Elder Su clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Junior sister, I feel like I'm about to go. Before I die, could you grant me one request? Get lost. Lin Xingyi shot him a cold glare, silencing him. Am I injured? Yi Guxing touched the wound on his shoulder, his mind drifting. Moments later, his hands stained with blood, he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Brother Fawn, let us fight to the death. With that, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Sword force. The crowd, their bodies sinking as if weighed down, were all struck dumb with shock. Yi Guxing had suddenly grasped sword force. Chapter 26, 5 Elements Spiritual Power. Junior brother Yi truly is the strongest. Lu Hong, nearly losing his footing, shouted excitedly, his face burning with fervor. As Yi Guxi's follower, he had actually wavered in his resolve just moments ago because Yi Guxi was injured. How utterly shameful. Is the gap really this vast? Du Lin of Lingbao Peak was filled with disappointment. Transcendent realm swordsmanship combined with sword momentum in his lifetime, he could only dream of catching up to Yi Guxing, let alone catching a glimpse of his back. Senior brother Fang. Hu Shenxian looked at Fang Wudao with deep concern. Under the influence of sword momentum, Yi Guxing's combat power would be greatly enhanced. Conversely, Fang Wudao, suppressed by the pressure, might not even be able to unleash 50 or 60% of his true strength. How could this fight possibly be won? The elders and sect master on the high platform all fixed their gaze on Fang Wudao, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Yi Guxing's reputation preceded him. His ability to comprehend the sword force had long been speculated. But Fang Wudao had always been unremarkable. Were it not for his astonishing display today, coupled with Lin Xingyi's claim that her spirit cat had witnessed Fang Wudao's sword momentum, the elders and sect masters would never have believed he had grasped it. Who would have thought, brother Yi, that you're such a battle maniac? Fang Wudao chuckled. The sword momentum radiating from Yi Guxing practically screamed battle in his face. Senior brother Fang, if you don't give it your all now, I won't wait for you. Yi Guxing's voice trembled slightly, brimming with excitement he could barely contain. Junior brother Yi, have you ever tasted defeat? An indescribable arrogance surged across Fang Wudao's face. This will be your first defeat in your entire life. Boom! A colossal pressure erupted like a volcano. Yi Guxing's sword momentum was instantly shattered. The foremost swordsman on this mountain, that is me. The foremost in the way of the sword is also me. Fang Wudao covered his face with his hands, erupting in a maniacal laugh. Had heaven not birthed me, Fang Wudao, the sword path would have remained shrouded in eternal night. Madness. Too mad. Whether it was the disciples watching from below or the elders and sect masters on the high platform, all were stunned by Fang Wudao's audacious arrogance. He clearly held every sword cultivator under heaven in utter contempt. Outrageous. Elder Su, swept up by the sword's momentum, felt his spirit surge. He felt as though Fang Wudao was pointing his finger right at him, shouting, "You trash, you think you deserve to learn swordsmanship? How infuriating." Elder Pang, however, remained unfazed by Fang Wudao's arrogance, calmly analyzing. Yi Guxing's sword momentum seems somewhat hollow. He must have grasped it only recently. Whereas Fang Wudao's sword momentum, though seemingly wild and unrestrained, is entirely under his control. He must have grasped this sword momentum quite some time ago. Wuxing's sword momentum truly pales in comparison to Fang Wudao's. The sect leader nodded in agreement. He didn't mind his disciple losing to Fang Wudao. Or rather, he had long hoped someone would defeat Yi Guxi. Cultivation is also cultivation of the mind. Without experiencing setbacks and growth, one finds it difficult to progress far. Yi Guxing had never faced a worthy rival, leaving him somewhat adrift and lacking significant pressure. Consequently, though diligent in his cultivation, he lacked true motivation. Much of the time, it was merely habit he practiced without truly delving into the depths of his studies. Now, with Fang Wudao a genius capable of matching, even surpassing him, Yi Guxi would undoubtedly become more focused and dedicated in his cultivation from this point forward. That brat really is this arrogant. Lin Xingyi sighed with a headache. Officially confirming that Fang Wudao had grasped sword force naturally filled her with immense joy. Especially since Fang Wudao's mastery of sword force was already so proficient. But arrogant fools are hard to teach. With Fang Wudao being so rebellious and unruly, guiding him in the future would surely keep her blood pressure sky high. He's usually so cautious and smooth. Lin Qingyi sighed helplessly. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed that the Fang Wudao she knew and the man below could be the same person. Junior brother Fang, is he really this reckless? Oh no, he won't make me return the spirit stones, will he? Tang Linger voiced her concern from the side. She had no shortage of opportunities to extort spirit stones from Fang Wudao. Come to think of it, brother Fang hardly ever cultivates. How did he manage to reach the Jade Liquid Realm and comprehend sword force? Tang Linger was thoroughly puzzled. As someone who had once followed Fang Wudao for 3 days and nights, she knew full well that he genuinely disliked cultivation. To achieve such heights without cultivating Fang Wudao's talent was downright terrifying. This sword force, it feels so familiar. Fragmented, hazy images surfaced in Hu Xuanxuan's mind. She felt certain she had seen this sword momentum somewhere before. But for some reason, she couldn't recall. What exactly happened during that last mission? Hu Xianxian strained to recall, yet still came up empty. Amazing. Senior brother Fang, you're incredible. Witnessing Fang Wudao's overwhelming power, Yi Guxing grew increasingly frenzied, his face contorting slightly. 5 elements power, activate. The 5 elemental energies metal, wood, water, fire, and earth rapidly coalesced behind Yi Guxing, forming a 5 elements circle. Empowered by the 5 elements circle, Yi Guxing's strength surged dramatically. His sword momentum, which Fang Wudao had nearly shattered, stabilized once more, standing toe-to-toe with Fang Wudao's unrestrained sword momentum. 5 elements sword cannon? Upon witnessing the 5 elements power, Fang Wudao instantly realized Yi Guxing had also cultivated the 5 elements sword cannon. Unlike himself, who had yet to grasp its fundamentals, Yi Guxing had clearly mastered its profound secrets. It made no sense. A peerless prodigy like me has read the 5 elements sword cannon multiple times and still remains utterly confused, unable to grasp its fundamentals. How could that bastard Yi Guxing learn it so quickly? Indeed, possessing too much innate talent can be a curse. It invites the wrath of the Tao, forcibly sealing his supreme insight at least for now. Fang Wudao sighed inwardly with a wry smile, realizing it wasn't his own lack of talent, but that he'd been targeted. Yi Guxing actually mastered the 5 elements sword cannon? No wonder you, senior brother sect leader, remained completely unfazed. Elder Su exclaimed in astonishment. With the 5 elements power enhancing him, Yi Guxing's strength surged dramatically. The outcome of this battle was now far from certain. The 5 elements power cycles endlessly. This isn't mere foundational mastery. Yi Guxing has cultivated the 5 elements sword cannon to a state of profound proficiency. Senior brother Pang's small eyes widened as he spoke. He had never encountered anyone who could master the 5 elements sword cannon to such a degree at the early stage of the Jade Liquid Realm. Lin Qingyi bit her red lips slightly, her bright eyes clouding over with concern. As for the sect master, he too wore a look of astonishment. Didn't Guxing only begin mastering the 5 elements sword cannon not long ago? When did he advance to this level? Truthfully, he genuinely had no idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought just moments ago that Yi Guxing would lose to Fang Wudao. Junior sister Lin, I recall senior uncle Hongchen also bestowed the 5 elements sword cannon upon Fang Wudao. With his talent, he must have at least mastered the basics by now. Elder Pang inquired. He had actually asked this question once before, but he wanted to confirm it again. This morning, I asked Wudao, and he said he hasn't mastered the basics yet. Lin Qingyi shook her head slightly. She understood what senior brother Pang meant, but Fang Wudao had indeed answered that way. As for whether it was true or false, she couldn't tell. After all, that scoundrel Fang Wudao wasn't deceiving her for the first time. Entering the door holds no meaning anyway. The entry-level 5 elements sword manual has intermittent connections between the 5 elements spiritual energies, yielding too little amplification. Besides, with Yi Guxing present, Fang Wudao will inevitably be disrupted. It's better not to use it at all. Elder Su stated objectively. That's true. Elder Pang nodded in agreement. Lin Qingyi also felt that delving into this matter now was pointless. Because regardless of whether Fang Wudao had deceived her, he could never use the 5 elements sword manual against Yi Guxing. After all, it would be like brandishing a sword in front of Guangong, utterly pointless. Chapter 27, A Great Harvest. Senior brother Fang, let us revel in this slaughter. Yi Guxing licked his lips as he spoke. Junior brother Yi, is there any chance I might just beat you senseless? Fang Wudao grinned wildly, his arrogance palpable. Whenever he used spiritual resonance to enhance his strength and techniques, he often absorbed fragments of the ancient artifact's owner's combat experience along with it. In terms of combat prowess, he was leagues ahead of Yi Guxing. Not to mention, Fang Wudao possessed a unique mental secret art. Even if an ordinary cultivator mastered such techniques to perfection, they likely couldn't inflict significant harm on Yi Guxing. After all, Yi Guxing had grasped the essence of sword momentum, refining his spirit. But Fang Wudao was no ordinary man. In terms of cultivation talent, he might not even measure up to a stray dog on the street. But when it comes to mental power, he can say without hesitation. I'm not targeting anyone specifically, but let me be clear, everyone here is trash. With his doubled base mental power, the effects of his spirit refining technique were truly formidable. No matter how formidable Yi Guxiang was, he would inevitably suffer damage. However, today they were settling matters with swords. Unless absolutely necessary, Fang Wudao had no desire to resort to his mental arts. Senior brother Fang, don't speak too soon. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Guxiang's eyes as a blue light flared on his shoulder. His wounds were healing rapidly. He'd forgotten the healing power of the 5 elements sword cannon. Fang Wudao paused in surprise. It seemed defeating Yi Guxiang today would require more effort than anticipated. 5 elements sword. Yi Guxiang held his spirit sword level, its blade shimmering with golden, azure, blue, crimson, and yellow hues under the sunlight. As his fingertips lightly traced the blade's spine, the 5 hues split apart, forming 5 vibrant colored sword lights. The 5 colored sword lights swirled and intertwined, complementing and amplifying each other. Before long, they grew several times larger, resembling 5 colossal swords soaring through the air. What splendid 5 elements sword! Fang Wudao murmured his admiration. These 5 colossal swords intertwined in the air, circulating ceaselessly according to the principles of mutual generation, already forming the faint outline of a 5 elements barrier. If trapped within this barrier, even he would not fare well. He immediately channeled his momentum into his sword, gathering his power. Woo! A howling gale erupted. The surrounding air was drawn toward the swords. At that moment, Fang Wudao resembled a thundercloud gathering power, its oppressive stillness concealing the force to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Before the sword even drew, thunder and wind were already brewing. The crowd held their breath, eyes glued to the 2 figures in the arena, afraid to miss a single detail. Boom! Thunder roared. Fang Wudao's sword energy shot forth like a beam piercing heaven and earth, its piercing shriek tearing through the air as it lunged toward Yi Guxiang. This strike was absurdly fast. It seemed to condense the swiftness of wind and the ferocity of thunder into a single instant. Wherever the sword energy passed, it carved a vacuum. The onlookers felt a thunderclap explode in their ears. By the time they regained their senses, Fang Wudao's sword energy had already reached Yi Guxiang. Too powerful. Everyone was utterly horrified. If it were them, they wouldn't even have time to defend. Yi Guxiang's expression grew solemn. He pointed his fingers together, and the multicolored sword lights instantly merged, transforming into a single, swirling 5-colored light sword. Go! At his command, the multicolored light sword collided with the thunderous sword energy. Boom! The scene seemed to endure a natural disaster. Thunder roared, storms raged, ice crystals and flames scattered wildly, and dazzling lights flashed ceaselessly. These 2 youngsters are being far too ruthless. Seeing the disciples at the mountain's base in peril, Elder Su swiftly activated a sword energy barrier to shield them. One channels the true essence of wind and thunder into his sword momentum, while the other fuses the power of the 5 elements into his sword momentum. Both are monstrous talents. Elder Pang sighed. In his youth, he could never have achieved such extremes. The pupil surpassing the master, it's always a good thing. The sect leader smiled. He was truly satisfied with Yi Guxiang and Fang Wudao. With these 2 at the helm, the future of the Heavenly Sword sect would undoubtedly shine even brighter. The swords in their hands won't hold out much longer. Lin Qingyi remarked. As she had anticipated, after unleashing their ultimate moves, the swords in Fang Wudao and Yi Guxiang's hands shattered simultaneously, scattering across the ground. Yi Guxi, now bearing several fresh wounds, looked slightly stunned. Wait, he was in the thick of battle, how did his sword suddenly shatter? Fang Wudao felt a pang of regret. This broken sword was actually made of excellent material, but it was inherently flawed and had weathered the test of time, its core long since rotted and decayed. That it had lasted this long was already remarkable. Senior brother Fang, ending it here seems a pity. Why not ascend the mountain to select spirit swords before we fight again? Yi Guxiang suggested. He was still riding a wave of excitement and had no desire to stop now. Climb the mountain to select spirit swords before fighting again? A peculiar smile spread across Fang Wudao's face. In their current clash, Yi Guxiang was at most being overwhelmed. Though he would lose, he could at least put up some resistance. But after ascending the mountain, he would surely absorb the sword spirit, gaining a massive boost in power. By then, suppressing Yi Guxiang will be as easy as eating and drinking. Senior brother Fang, I've said it before, if you can spark my interest, I'll let you take first place. Yi Guxiang turned his body, gesturing for Fang Wudao to ascend the mountain first to select his spirit sword. Junior brother Yi, I'll go easy on you later. Fang Wudao strode up the stone steps, silently vowing to himself. With Yi Guxiang being so understanding, he genuinely felt reluctant to strike too hard. As Fang Wudao entered the vicinity of 10,000 Swords Mountain, the spirit swords at the mountain's base simultaneously emitted a resonant hum, forming a faint aura of sword pressure. Such pressure was naturally nothing to Fang Wudao, who continued his ascent. As he drew closer to the summit step by step, the number of spirit swords emitting their hums grew ever greater. By the time he reached the summit, 10,000 Swords Mountain resounded with the chorus of 10,000 swords. Such a magnificent spectacle naturally left the crowd dazzled and spellbound, all uttering voices of envy and longing. You dare, spirits of the dead, to think you can halt my advance? Fang Wudao laughed arrogantly, his sword aura surging forth like the supreme sovereign of all blades. The spirit swords on the summit, stirred by his challenge, trembled violently, unleashing an even more powerful sword aura in unison. Yet they remained like water without roots. Their very existence depended on the array's support. How could they possibly match Fang Wudao at the peak of his power? In mere moments, the spirit swords submitted, retracting their energy and submitting themselves to Fang Wudao's selection. 5 ancient swords. Excellent, excellent. Fang Wudao nodded in satisfaction, grabbing one of the spirit swords and immediately beginning its refinement. Sword spirit plus 30. Next. Sword spirit plus 55. Next. Sword spirit plus 45. Sword spirit plus 40. Sword spirit plus 30. 200 sword spirit points. Awesome. Fully satisfied, Fang Wudao picked up the ancient sword that provided 55 sword spirit points and descended the mountain with ease. That kid has sharp eyes. He picked the finest Wuwen sword. Elder Pang remarked. Indeed, this was the very sword he wielded in his youth. Elder Su chimed in. Lin Qingyi smiled faintly, clearly pleased with Fang Wudao's choice as well. Chapter 28, Significant Enhancement. Stat points. Stat points. My supreme insight, return to me. With the sword spirit's blessing, Fang Wudao's comprehension of the 5 elements sword cannon rapidly deepened. 5 elements sword cannon, beginner. 5 elements sword cannon proficient. 5 elements sword cannon mastery. 5 elements sword cannon mastery achieved. I thought this 5 elements sword cannon would be so difficult, but now it seems like nothing special. Fang Wudao's lips curled in a hint of disdain as he shifted his gaze to the attribute panel. Name, Fang Wudao. Cultivation, Jade Liquid Realm perfected. Techniques, 5 elements sword cannon mastery second sword form, Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret cannon mastery, Wind Thunder sword art first sword form, Mighty Vajra fist perfection, 9 fire flaming dragon fist beginner. Spiritual resonance, 0. His cultivation had leaped directly from the early stage of the Jade Liquid Realm to its peak. The great achievement of the 5 elements sword cannon even allowed him to successfully comprehend the second tier sword stance. Invincibility, it's truly lonely. Returning to the mountain base, Fang Wudao sighed with a look of profound loneliness. Seeing his solitary demeanor, Yi Guxing, who was preparing to ascend the mountain, shared a look of deep understanding. Geniuses are always lonely. But now that you've met me, senior brother Fang, your path ahead will no longer be lonely. These two, they're such posers. The onlookers murmured their disapproval under their breath. Yet deep down, they felt it was only natural. Because Fang Wudao and Yi Guxing were simply too formidable. Among their peers, they had virtually no rivals. Senior brother Fang, wait for me. Yi Guxing flashed a confident smile and began his ascent up the mountain. This is interesting. Fang Wudao stroked his chin. From their earlier clash, Yi Guxing should have known he was at a disadvantage. Yet now, he was so confident. It seemed the previous battle had yielded significant gains for him. But, younger brother Yi, you have no idea what kind of monster you're facing. My progress far surpasses yours. Yi Guxing knew none of this. As he climbed the mountain, he was still sorting through his insights. Upon reaching the summit and confronting the overwhelming might of 10,000 swords clashing in unison, his eyes blazed with intensity, a hint of madness flickering within. This is the perfect opportunity to temper my sword path. With that, he unleashed his sword energy, allowing the mountain's overwhelming force to crash against him. Yi Guxi's gone mad. Elder Su sputtered a mouthful of thick tea, coughing violently. This nephew Yi is being far too reckless. Senior brother sect leader, you must stop him at once. Elder Pang stared in disbelief, having never witnessed such a suicidal act. Though the spirit swords of 10,000 Swords Mountain retain only a faint remnant of their momentum, such a vast number concentrated together remains utterly terrifying. Senior brother sect leader, if we don't stop him in time, Yi Guxing risks severe injury, perhaps even damaging his very foundations. Lin Qingyi pleaded. She was utterly baffled. Of the 3 prodigies from the Heavenly Sword sect, one was a madman, another a reckless fool, and the third, a greedy devil. Not a single one of them was normal. Oh, right, 2 of them were even her disciples. Looking at Yi Guxing's resolute expression, the sect leader hesitated for a moment before finally saying, let him go. Intervening now would only drive Yi Guxing further into madness. Senior brother sect leader. Elder Pang tried to plead further, but the sect leader waved him off. If something truly happens to Guxing, I'll swallow my pride and beg the Medicine King for help. With the Medicine King's greedy nature, how many spirit stones and rare treasures would that cost? Elder Su lamented. Young Master Yi is about to break through. Elder Shi, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Only then did the others notice the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Yi Guxiang steadily intensifying. His sword momentum is becoming more refined and stable. Elder Pang exclaimed in astonishment. He actually did it? Elder Su's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You geniuses always cheat like this. How are us ordinary folks supposed to compete? Mid-stage Jade Liquid Realm, refined sword momentum, and enhanced by the power of the 5 elements. This match's outcome is far from certain now. Elder Pang narrowed his eyes, calculating. Yi Guoxing's reflexes and learning ability were nothing short of astonishing. Fang Wudao might hold the upper hand early on through experience, but over time, Yi Guoxing will likely turn the tables. After all, Yi Guoxing currently holds the upper hand in cultivation, bolstered by the 5 elements power. If Fang Wudao cannot defeat Yi Guoxing within a short time frame, he will lose. Elder Su reached the same conclusion. Around 100 moves will be the turning point. The Grandmaster's assessment was even more precise. As Yi Guoxing's master and a formidable sword cultivator, he had already glimpsed the outcome from the earlier battle. 100 moves. Lin Qingyi pondered deeply. With Fang Wudao's combat prowess rivaling that of a grandmaster, there might still be a chance. It's a pity the 5 elements sword cannon still falls short of mastery by a hair. Yi Guoxing murmured regretfully atop the mountain peak. He had refined himself with the sword momentum of 10,000 Swords Mountain, pushing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Jade Liquid Realm while elevating his sword momentum to new heights. Yet the 5 elements sword cannon remained elusive. The time was simply too short. If given a few more days, I would surely have grasped its profound secrets. But with my current strength, I should be able to engage senior brother Fang in a full-fledged battle. Yi Guoxing smiled. Previously, his sword momentum had been somewhat hollow and unstable, unable to withstand the full force of Fang Wudao's sword momentum. Only by harnessing the 5 elements power did he manage to achieve a stalemate. Yet the gap in combat experience still forced him to abandon close-quarters combat, resorting instead to long-range exchanges. Yet Yi Guoxing found this style of combat uninteresting. He still preferred the thrill of a cold blade grazing his face, the edge of life and death. Senior brother Fang, let's fight. Battle fire blazed in Yi Guoxing's eyes as he leapt directly from the mountain peak. To repay you for letting me ascend first, junior brother Yi, I'll oblige you. Fang Wudao chuckled softly as his sword strike roared forth. Senior brother Fang, this won't stop me. Yi Guoxing roared with maniacal laughter as his sword momentum swept down like a raging tidal wave. Simultaneously, the 5 elements spiritual light flickered incessantly behind him. Boom! 2 colossal sword energies collided, erupting in layer upon layer of shockwaves. Senior brother Fang, this time, you can unleash your full power and enjoy it with me. Yi Guoxing tore through the shockwaves, charging before Fang Wudao and bringing his sword down in a sweeping strike. Fang Wudao parried with his sword, his expression arrogant. Junior brother Yi, I've told you before. If you hadn't entered the sword path, it would have been fine. But now that you have, you should know that the gap between us is as vast as the sky to an ant. Your all-out battle looks like nothing more than childish play to me. Childish play? Yi Guoxing's laughter grew more frenzied. If that's truly the case, it only excites me more. Senior brother Fang, let me see just how much skill you possess. Yi Guoxing unleashed another surge of spiritual energy. His blade danced like a storm, its speed creating sonic booms. This Fang Wudao has truly become unbearably arrogant. In all my years, I've never seen such audacity. Elder Su muttered in disbelief. Now that Yi Guoxing's strength had greatly increased, he was no weaker than Fang Wudao. Given enough time, victory was practically assured. Yet Fang Wudao dared to boast that he was merely playing games with Yi Guoxing. Just how arrogant could he possibly be? Youngsters are always like that. Elder Pang chuckled. Hadn't they too harbored sky-high ambitions in their youth? Chapter 29, The Heavenly Prodigy. Before they knew it, Fang Wudao and Yi Guoxing had already exchanged over 100 blows. Yi Guoxing lived up to his reputation as the strongest prodigy in the Tianjian sect in a century, rapidly improving during the battle. At first, he still took the occasional sword strike, blood-staining his long robe. But after 70 or 80 exchanges, he hadn't been struck once. Now, at the 100th exchange, he had not only turned the tide but was trading blows evenly with Fang Wudao. Senior brother Fang, this is nowhere near enough to satisfy me. Yi Guoxing's eyes burned with an increasingly frenzied intensity. He neglected his wounds entirely, letting the blood flow freely. It seems the outcome is already decided. Elder Pang's eyes flickered with regret. He had always held Fang Wudao in high regard. In his youth, he too had been arrogant for a time. Seeing Fang Wudao inevitably reminded him of his own once fiery youth. Yi Guoxing's talent is too formidable. In just 100 moves, he's absorbed vast experience from Fang Wudao and made it his own. Elder Su exclaimed in awe. Though Yi Guoxing's current combat prowess still lagged behind Fang Wudao's. But that gap was no longer enough to grant Fang Wudao an overwhelming advantage. Yi Guoxing's cultivation advantage and the enhancement from his 5 elements spiritual power remained solid and unshaken. This gain and loss narrowed the gap between them, even allowing Yi Guoxing to overtake his opponent. This is what you get for always hanging around the Phoenix Tower instead of training properly. Lin Qingyi scolded him with exasperation. Fang Wudao's innate talent was no weaker than Yi Guoxing's. In fact, it might even surpass his. Yet that good-for-nothing brat spent at least half the month cavorting at the Phoenix Pavilion. wasting his natural talent for nothing. Now look at him defeated by Yi Guoxing, utterly crushed. Though her words were harsh, Lin Qingyi was deeply worried about Fang Wudao. Because Fang Wudao's personality was far too arrogant. If he truly lost to Yi Guoxing this time, his pride would shatter into pieces. It might even breed inner demons. This would be extremely detrimental to his future cultivation. Judging by the current situation, Fang Wudao will likely be defeated around the 5 or 600th move. Elder Su analyzed. I reckon he can hold out past 800 moves. Elder Pang chuckled. As fellow madman, he understood all too well the immense potential unleashed when pride was provoked. Senior brother Pang, you're so confident in Fang Wudao? How about we make a bet? Elder Su chuckled. Go ahead, name which treasure of mine you've set your sights on. Elder Pang knew exactly what he was up to and cut straight to the chase. With the 3 sects martial contest approaching, our sect's sword pool is about to open, right? According to the rules, Senior Brother Pang's Lingbao Peak will receive an extra spot this time. If I win, that spot belongs to Lingyun Peak. Elder Su stated. You want to secure a spot for Hu Xianxian? Elder Pang narrowed his small eyes, silently speculating. Was this truly Uncle Hongchen's intention, or was Junior Brother Su simply eager to advance, exercising his own initiative? The Lingyun Peak spot, based on seniority and contributions, was most likely meant for Yan Sanxi. But Hu Xianxian was, after all, Master Hongchen's granddaughter. Not giving her a spot seemed unreasonable. Yet granting it outright risked provoking widespread resentment. Especially since the Yin family had earned considerable merit with the Heavenly Sword sect over the years. If the spot isn't given to Yan Sanxi, they'll surely feel disheartened. Other clans would also be deeply dissatisfied. Junior Brother Su must be pulling his hair out over this right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seized the chance to propose a wager, aiming to secure the other spot in his possession. What does Brother Su intend to stake as the wager? Understanding is one thing, but Elder Pang wouldn't part with the precious sword pool spot so easily. How about one portion of the 5 elements essence? Elder Su proposed. This is a refined spiritual object. Are you truly willing to part with it? Elder Pang chuckled. Though a portion of 5 elements essence was a modest quantity, it was a spirit essence used by condensing realm cultivators worth a fortune. To offer it as a wager meant Brother Su was truly backed into a corner. Then, it's settled. Sis Lin, are you joining? Elder Su's eyes darted about as he asked. One tale of enlightenment tea. Fang Wudao wins. Lin Qingyi knew full well this was a trap, yet she couldn't resist placing her wager. Sis Lin, that's generous. Elder Su gave her a thumbs up and chuckled. My insight is quite decent, unlike certain individuals who always rely on enlightenment tea. Lin Qingyi shot back with a subtle jab. Elder Su wore a broad smile, completely unfazed by her sarcastic tone. As long as they secured the sword pool spot and the enlightenment tea, a few choice words from them were no big deal. Certain people? Could Junior Sister Lin be referring to Senior Brother Su? Among us, it's true that only Senior Brother Su is a bit slow and needs to drink enlightenment tea regularly. But Lin, we're fellow disciples. Don't mock Brother Su, it would upset him. Elder Shi, who seldom spoke, said earnestly. Senior Brother Su. Sure, if you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. Lin Qingyi chuckled softly and explained, Senior Brother Shi, I wasn't mocking Senior Brother Su. That's good. Our master taught us to support and respect one another. Elder Shi said with relief. Junior Brother Su, don't get angry, it's not good for your health. Senior Brother Pang patted Senior Brother Su's shoulder cheerfully, offering comfort. Yet his actions looked like nothing but kicking someone when they're down. Laugh all you want. When the results come out, you'll have your turn to suffer. Elder Su fumed, his beard bristling and eyes blazing. Thus, each harboring their own thoughts, they all turned their gaze toward the battlefield. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. Yi Guoxing raved like a madman, Senior Brother Fang, I need faster, fiercer, stronger. Then, so be it. Fang Wudao took a single step forward, and Yi Guoxing's sword momentum, along with the 5 elements spiritual energy behind him, shattered completely. What? Yi Guoxing's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, a deep sword wound appeared on his body. Splash! Blood spurted forth. He stared fixedly at Fang Wudao, his face frozen in utter disbelief. The 5 elements sword cannon, perfected. Second tier sword momentum. With those words, his entire body collapsed to the ground. As consciousness faded, Fang Wudao's words echoed in his ears once more. Junior Brother Yi, without entering the sword path, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon in the sky. Should you enter the sword path, you will realize the gap between us is as vast as an ant gazing at the blue sky. What you call fighting with all your might is nothing but childish play in my eyes. Remember this moment, for this is the narrowest gap between us. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Junior Brother Yi is the strongest. He cannot lose. Lu Hong atop Tongtian Peak raved like a madman, screaming at the top of his lungs. He couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. Yi Guoxing was the greatest prodigy the Heavenly Sword sect had seen in a century. He was the one Lu Hong looked up to, the one he followed. How could such a man be instantly slain by Fang Wudao's single strike? Senior brother Fang. Hu Shenxian gasped, her cherry red lips parted in utter disbelief. Though she had fervently wished for Fang Wudao's victory, she never imagined he could defeat Yi Guxing so effortlessly. Senior brother Yan stood frozen, muttering, that lowly junior brother from the brothel is this formidable. It's over, it's over. I have no chance now. Junior brother Fang, this fierce? Tang Linger's face was etched with shock. She had thought it was already absurd enough that the lazy Fang Wudao could comprehend sword momentum. But to think he'd grasped the second-tier sword momentum as well. Is this even human? Cough cough cough. Elder Su, who was sipping tea, nearly choked to death. His voice trembled as he asked, am I seeing things? Fang Wudao has mastered the 5 elements sword cannon and grasped the second-tier sword momentum? Smack! Elder Pang immediately slapped him across the face. Damn it, why did you hit me? Elder Su hissed through gritted teeth, cursing in pain. It hurts, proof I'm not dreaming. Elder Pang's small eyes widened, his plump, round face trembling uncontrollably. The sect master also leapt to his feet in shock. Our heavenly sword sect is about to produce a true dragon. If Yi Guxing was a genius born once in a century, then Fang Wudao was a prodigy born once in hundreds, even thousands of years. Lin Qingyi felt a wave of dizziness, as if everything before her eyes were unreal. Fang Wudao was this powerful? No wonder he was so arrogant. No wonder he looked down on everyone. Yet at merely the Jade Liquid Realm, he had mastered the 5 elements sword cannon to perfection and comprehended the second-tier sword force. Such talent, who could rival it? Who could compare? To put it bluntly, even senior Uncle Hongchen in his youth would have backed away 3 steps upon meeting Fang Wudao. This is a true prodigy. Chapter 30, should I even ask him? Yi Guxing appeared gravely wounded, but Fang Wudao had not struck him with lethal force. Thus, under the sect master's treatment, he regained consciousness swiftly. Senior brother Fang, I've gained profound insights this time. Once I've fully processed them, let's fight again. Yi Guxi's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Fang Wudao. Junior brother Yi, I have no interest in playing make-believe games with you. Fang Wudao replied coldly. He was a man who cherished nuclear peace and had never been fond of fighting and killing. Senior brother Fang, rest assured I will strive to catch up to you. Yi Guxi declared with unwavering resolve. With a clear goal to pursue, he felt his life suddenly became full of promise. His cultivation efforts gained new vigor. Those defeated by my hand are never considered my rivals. Junior brother Yi, I'll give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me in the distance. Fang Wudao said calmly. The crowd was stunned. Such arrogance. Such conceit. He was truly too arrogant. If this had been earlier, they might have mocked him with a few taunts. But now, only silence filled the air. Not even the sect master or the elders spoke up to refute him. Only a genius could grasp the true value of comprehending the second-tier sword momentum at the Jade Liquid Realm. Enough. The trial continues, the sect master cleared his throat. You two, follow me to the high platform. Upon hearing this, disciples from Mount 10,000 Swords began ascending the mountain one after another, attempting to obtain spirit swords. But no one cared about their performance anymore. Instead, they whispered among themselves, discussing Fang Wudao. No one would believe it if you told them. A courtesan's apprentice who spends all his time in brothels actually became a dark horse who outshone Yi Guxing with his sword. Yeah, I rarely go to brothels, but whenever I do, I practically run into Fang Wudao. Just imagine how often he frequents the Phoenix Pavilion. I have no idea how he trains. Spending his days in brothels, yet he can effortlessly beat Yi Guxi, the former top prodigy of the sect. Fang Wudao doesn't just frequent brothels, I often spot him at all the best restaurants and entertainment spots too. He indulges in every pleasure imaginable, wasting his time on every possible vice, yet somehow he remains so powerful? Sigh, talent is just that unreasonable. A year of our cultivation might not even match a single day of his. Lin Qingyi, standing atop the high platform, listened to their words as her expression darkened further and further. At first, she thought Fang Wudao only visited the brothel for 2 or 3 days each month. Later, she realized he spent half the month there. By this point, Lin Qingyi already considered Fang Wudao utterly outrageous. After all, dedicating only half a month to cultivation out of a full month was utterly absurd. But now, she suddenly realized she had still overestimated Fang Wudao's moral standards. This bastard not only wasted half the month at the brothel, but spent the rest of his time indulging in all manner of eating, drinking, and revelry. So you're not cultivating at all, huh? Sis Lin, calm down, calm down. If I had Fang Wudao's god-tier talent, I wouldn't be cultivating properly either, I'd be out living it up every day. Senior brother Pang remarked. With just a little practice, he could instantly defeat a genius like Yi Guxing. If it were him, he wouldn't have much motivation to cultivate either. After all, it's just a matter of poking someone to death with a finger. What difference did it make whether he got stronger or not? Damn it, if I had that kind of talent, why would I be stressing myself bald? Elder Su's face twisted with envy. To see what he craved so desperately being so casually squandered by another, his heart ached terribly. Does heaven even know how to spell the word fairness? It's precisely because he's so exceptionally gifted that I'm furious. Lin Qingyi snapped angrily. Even with such lax effort, Fang Wudao had reached the early stages of the Jade Liquid Realm and grasped the second-tier sword momentum. What if he ever took it seriously? He might have already condensed his and mastered the third-tier sword momentum. Junior sister Lin, anger is one thing, but don't say anything rash later. Elder Pang cautioned. Don't be fooled by Fang Wudao's current gentle expression. He looks as docile as a little lamb. Anyone who'd witnessed his sword momentum or heard his words knew this youngster was utterly arrogant. He didn't hold other sword cultivators in the slightest regard. Even these elders probably weren't any different. At this moment, if Lin Qingyi adopted a stern tone and pressured Fang Wudao to train diligently, it would likely backfire. That's right, Lin Qingyi, we need to be gentle. Do you understand what soft approach means? It means embracing Fang Wudao with a broad and warm heart. Elder Su also interjected with advice. Gifted individuals always have their privileges. Fang Wudao is so powerful, of course he deserves special treatment. So as his master, not only am I forbidden to get angry, but I must actually beg him? Lin Qingyi was utterly dumbfounded, nearly laughing in disbelief. Fang Wudao was clearly in the wrong, yet it felt like she was the one who had done something wrong. Ah, Lin Junior sister, a prodigy like Fang Wudao, our sect might not encounter another like him in 1,000 years. Naturally, he can't be treated by ordinary standards. If you can't bring yourself to beg him, transfer him to my Lingbao Peak. I'll handle the request. Elder Pang declared. Junior sister Lin, I'm even more shameless than senior brother Pang. Hand Fang Wudao over to me. If all else fails, I'll kneel down and cling to his leg, begging him to cultivate diligently. Elder Su added, his face practically slick with sycophancy. Both of you, get out of here immediately. Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth. These two are shameless beyond belief, utterly devoid of any sense of decency. Trying to help you, yet you reject us at every turn. We two senior brothers have it rough. Elder Pang sighed. Exactly. Junior sister Lin, you refuse to take disciples, yet you insist on competing with us for Fang Wudao. And Fang Wudao's current recklessness and laziness? That's all thanks to your lax discipline, junior sister. Elder Su criticized bitterly. All day long, you're locked away in seclusion, never caring about the prodigies of our sect. If I were Fang Wudao, wouldn't I be furious? Wouldn't I just give up? Sis Lin, Fang Wudao's current state is entirely your fault. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to continue guiding Fang Wudao. You! Lin Qingyi was so enraged her face turned crimson, unable to utter a word for a long moment. For what Brother Su said held some truth. Over the past 2 or 3 years, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, neglecting Lingxiu Peak entirely. As for Fang Wudao, she had been even more lax in his instruction. Beyond finding him a decent fist technique when he first joined and bestowing upon him the Wind Thunder Sword Art, a mandatory practice for every disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, she had given him nothing else. Such treatment was quite normal for an ordinary disciple. After all, as peak master, Lin Qingyi had to balance cultivation with sect affairs, leaving little energy to spare for disciples. Unless a disciple possessed extraordinary talent, worthy of her dedicated attention. The problem now lay precisely here. Fang Wudao possessed not only extraordinary talent but also the makings of a prodigy. Yet she had rarely shown him any concern, often overlooking him. What a grave mistake. Lin Qingyi wanted to protest that she had no idea Fang Wudao's talent was this formidable. But then she thought, as both peak master and master, how could she not know the circumstances of her own disciple? Wasn't that a failure in her duties? Thus, she could only press her lips tightly together, silently enduring the reproaches of her 2 senior brothers. Yet deep down, she felt a mix of resentment and anger. Fang Wudao had insisted on keeping his talent hidden. What could she possibly do about that? She had clearly conducted an assessment of Fang Wudao after he emerged from seclusion. But what did that good-for-nothing brat do? He put on a show for her. What about abandoning fist techniques to switch to sword cultivation? What about diligently practicing day and night until finally mastering the Wind Thunder Sword Art to a basic level? One elaborate scheme after another, treating her like a fool. Recalling that scene, Lin Qingyi's blood pressure shot skyward. Is there such a disciple in this world who would toy with his own master like this? It was utterly outrageous. And she was stuck swallowing her bitterness like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to speak her grievances. The more Lin Qingyi thought about it, the angrier she became. Especially knowing she couldn't even show her anger later. Instead, she'd have to coax Fang Wudao. The thought made her body go numb. Being a disciple's mentor is just too damn hard. Chapter 31, The Greatest Respect for Teachers. Disciple greets master and the senior masters. Upon reaching the elevated platform, Fang Wudao immediately bowed in greeting, his manners impeccable. The others exchanged stunned glances. The contrast was simply too stark. Was that arrogant, overbearing Fang Wudao they'd just seen merely a figment of their imagination? Fang, my dear disciple, you've worked hard. Come, sit down and have some tea. Elder Pang smiled gently, reaching out to pull him toward his own seat. Master Pang is rather stout, and his seat tends to get greasy and sweaty. It'd be better for you to sit over here with Master Su. Elder Su promptly rose, seizing Fang Wudao's hand first and intercepting him midway. Monkey Su, who do you think is greasy and sweaty? Elder Pang swatted his hand away angrily. What's the matter? Can't people speak the truth anymore? I'll say it anyway, Fat Pang. Fat Pang. Elder Su retorted sharply. This is outrageous. Today I'll crush you, you ill-mannered skinny monkey, with my 5-finger sword mountain. Elder Pang rolled up his sleeves, ready to battle him 300 rounds. Come on, come on. Whoever backs down is a coward. Elder Su retorted, showing no sign of backing down. Enough, enough. Look at yourselves, what a disgrace. Have you no dignity as elders left? The sect leader scolded. Once the two had quieted down, he turned to Fang Wudao with a gentle smile. Wudao, if you're tired, you may sit at my place for a while. It just so happens that this old man is getting on in years and can't sit for long. Elder Pang? Elder Su? Yi Guxing? Lin Qingyi? You shameless old scoundrel. Don't get too cocky. If not for your seniority, I would have taken that position of sect leader long ago. Quite right. My sword has never been dull. If not for respecting elders and caring for juniors, when would it ever have been your turn, Yang Jia, you smiling tiger, to become the sect leader? Enough. Enough. We're all fellow disciples, let's not ruin our harmony. Elder Sure spread his arms wide, blocking them. Besides, our master told me the position was originally meant for me. Only due to certain unspeakable reasons was it given to senior brother Yang instead. So there's no need for you seniors to quarrel, the position truly belongs to me. Elder Pang. Elder Su. Sect leader. Lin Qingyi. Sure, you really shouldn't say anything. Of the 5 of us, you're the least likely to become the sect leader. Back then, when the master paid you a few polite compliments to spare your pride, did you actually take it seriously? But after Elder Sure stirred things up like that, the others truly lost all interest in arguing. With his noble bearing and extraordinary presence, he's the perfect match for our Lingbao peak, no matter how you look at it. Elder Pang gazed at Fang Wudao with regret. Cut the nonsense. He's clearly destined for my Lingyun peak. Elder Su retorted. You too, enough already. Fang Wudao clearly has sword-like brows and starry eyes, a noble bearing, he's a natural fit for Tongtian peak. The sect master declared with righteous indignation. Wudao, come to your master's side. Lin Qingyi forced a smile, trying to appear as gentle as possible. To enhance her approachability, she even adopted a slightly nasal tone. Fang Wudao flinched, moving toward Lin Qingyi as if he'd seen a ghost. Seeing his disgusted reaction, Lin Qingyi was so furious she could bite her teeth to dust, wishing she could punch him right then and there. Do you have any idea how hard this is for me? To please you, I use that high-pitched voice I've never used in my entire life, and you dare to be so critical. Fang, with such remarkable talent, why have you kept it hidden? Could it be you faced unfair treatment and harbor resentment? Rest assured, if such a thing exists, speak up boldly. Senior Master Pang will personally see justice done for you. Elder Pang ignored Lin Qingyi's murderous glare, urging Fang Wudao to voice any grievances he might have. He made it clear that with Pang the just present today, not a single injustice would be tolerated. Exactly. What has our heavenly sword sect always pursued? Fairness. Fairness. Damn it, fairness. Fang, though your Uncle Su may not be an unparalleled powerhouse, he still holds considerable sway within the Heavenly Sword sect. Today, whatever demands you have, speak them freely. Senior Master Su will grant them. Elder Su naturally wouldn't miss this chance to curry favor, speaking with passionate fervor. Crying injustice at every turn, you're taking things too far. The sect master lowered his voice before continuing. However, if you, Fang, are unhappy in your current place and wish to change your environment for cultivation and living, we certainly support and understand that. Shameful. Absolutely shameless. Lin Qingyi glared at the 3 senior disciples, her eyes practically shooting flames. At the same time, a wave of unease washed over her heart. What if Fang Wudao truly wished to leave Lingxiu Peak? Should she intervene? Or let him go? No. To let such a prodigy slip away would be a regret she'd carry for the rest of her life. Wudao, if you're upset about something, you can tell your master. I'll do my best to make it up to you. Lin Qingyi murmured softly, her delicate face flushing with a mix of awkwardness and panic, making her look inexplicably adorable. Master, you don't want to lose me as your disciple, do you? The words surfaced unexpectedly in Fang Wudao's mind. No. No. I, Fang Wudao, hold the utmost respect for my master and the way. How could I even entertain such thoughts? It's all those Japanese devils living the good life, constantly feeding me bad ideas and corrupting my mind. Damn it, my conscience is utterly rotten. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Wudao spoke truthfully. During my time at Lingxiu Peak, this disciple felt no injustice or grievance whatsoever. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi's bright eyes lit up, her delight evident. Oomph. You cunning, scheming senior disciples trying to poach my disciple? Dream on. Truly none? Elder Su, Elder Pang, and the sect master all asked in unison. What do you mean by that? Lin Xingyi's expression darkened as she glared at them coldly. Junior sister Lin, please don't misunderstand. We were merely concerned about junior brother Fang. Elder Pang chuckled awkwardly. Right, just concerned. Seeing she was genuinely upset, Elder Su quickly changed the subject. The three sects martial arts debate is imminent. We should focus on the sword pool matter instead. The sect leader chimed in, since everyone's here, let's finalize the roster now. Lin Xingyi snorted coldly and turned to look behind her. Linger, why are you hiding so far back? Come here. Tang Linger, who had been eavesdropping from the back, shuffled forward reluctantly. Fang shitty, it's been ages. It hadn't even been half a day, how could it be long? Fang Wudao saw right through it. The senior sister was clearly feeling guilty, afraid he'd settle the score later. Senior sister, you have no heart. Not only have I always treated you with utmost respect, but I've also regularly gifted you spirit stones. Yet you set traps for me. Fang Wudao lamented with a hint of resentment. Fang, don't be angry. I'll compensate you for the spirit stones. Tang Linger felt genuinely sorry for him as she pulled out a pouch of spirit stones and pressed it into his hand. How can I possibly accept this, senior sister? Fang Wudao pried her fingers from the bag and swiftly took it. Watching the spirit stones disappear, Tang Linger nearly burst into tears. Wah, my spirit stones. Chapter 32, The Ancestral Master is no match for me. Senior brother Pang, hand them over. Lin Xingyi held out her palm. Elder Pang produced the token and laughed heartily. Being able to transfer this spot to Fang Wudao makes losing this bet worth it. Truthfully, even if he had won the wager, he would have offered this spot to Lin Xingyi as part of their deal. After all, disciples capable of comprehending sword momentum were unparalleled geniuses. The sect couldn't afford to shortchange them. Otherwise, resentment would fester in their hearts, and sooner or later, their loyalty would waver. The sect master and the other elders understood this well. Even if everyone openly trash talks each other, when it comes to sticking together, they still stick together. The 6 spots for the sword pool they had long reached an understanding. 3 of them must be reserved for the 3 prodigies, Fang Wudao, Tang Linger, and Yi Guxing. For they are the future pillars of the heavenly sword sect. Senior brother Su. Lin Xingyi turned her gaze toward Elder Su. Elder Su pulled out the box with a pained expression. I've refined this 5 elements essence once before, so it should be more potent. Under normal circumstances, losing a bet wouldn't warrant him offering such a valuable item. But considering it was for Fang Wudao's future cultivation, he decided to make a generous sacrifice. Brother, you're too kind. Lin Xingyi smiled as she handed the item to Fang Wudao. This. Fang Wudao hesitated. Both items seemed to be winnings from master's bets. Accepting them felt a bit awkward. Take it already. Lin Xingyi insisted, shoving them into his arms without further ado. This essence of the 5 elements will be of great use when you condense your in the future. As for this token, it grants you entry to the sword pool for a single transmission of cultivation. Fang Wudao toyed with the sword pool token in his hand and asked. Master, I've heard that the effectiveness of the sword pool's transmission depends on one's innate talent and comprehension. Is that true? Quite so. The efficacy of the sword pool's transmission is intrinsically linked to one's innate talent. Lin Xingyi gazed at him with eager anticipation. With your peerless talent, Wudao, this transmission will surely yield great gains. Perhaps you could even leap directly from the early stage of the Jade Liquid Realm to its peak. Your swordsmanship will advance even further. Fang Wudao fell silent. He was indeed a prodigy, but he had now incurred the jealousy of the Dao, causing his abilities to be temporarily sealed. But what if one's innate talent is lacking? Wouldn't this precious opportunity be wasted? Elder Pang chuckled and explained. Transmitting the sword technique from the sword pool not only consumes precious resources but also requires invoking the ancestral sword diagrams left by our forebears. Naturally, we must carefully select the disciples who receive this transmission. The implication was clear, the incompetent had no place in the sword pool. Fang Wudao fell silent once more. Right before your eyes, there stands one such person. Master, as for the sword pool, this disciple shall not go. Fang Wudao paused briefly before speaking. Going there would only waste resources and time. Better to let someone else take it. This way, he wouldn't risk exposing his talent and inviting immense trouble upon himself. As an unparalleled genius, what explanation could he possibly offer if he entered the sword pool and came back empty-handed? What? The crowd gasped in shock. Wudao, don't be reckless. The sword pool's transmission not only enhances cultivation but also allows you to comprehend the sword diagram. It's immensely beneficial for you. Lin Xingyi exclaimed urgently. She had expected the arrogant genius Fang Wudao to cause trouble, but she never imagined he would refuse to even enter the sword pool. This was utterly absurd and incomprehensible. Fang Wudao, let's talk this out. If you have any difficulties or concerns, you can voice them. There's no need to abandon the sword pool transmission over such a minor matter. Elder Pang urged. Yes. This sword pool transmission will truly benefit you greatly. You absolutely must not give it up. Elder Su chimed in. Fang, I know you're not keen on cultivation, but this sword pool transmission is different. Besides, it only lasts a few days, just grit your teeth and get through it. Tang Linger tugged at Fang Wudao's sleeve and whispered. Having followed Fang Wudao for 3 days and nights, she instantly saw through his true intentions. Fang Wudao just wanted to play around, he didn't want to cultivate. Alright, let's hear what younger brother Fang has to say first. The sect master declared. This disciple possesses dull aptitude and mediocre insight. Attending the sword pool transmission would only squander the sect's resources. It would be better to reserve this opportunity for those who truly need it. Fang Wudao stated honestly. Everyone? Fang, this joke of yours isn't funny at all. Tang Linger looked utterly speechless. To comprehend the second-tier sword momentum at the Jade Liquid Realm. Do you even realize how terrifying your talent is? Fang, if you were merely average, then your Master Su would be nothing but roadside dog. Not even worth the dog. This sword pool transmission, anyone can skip it. But you? You absolutely must attend. Elder Pang declared with unwavering conviction. Fat Pang, you're right. Elder Su gritted his teeth and conceded outright, Fang, if someone with my wretched talent was deemed worthy to enter the sword pool for transmission back then, how much more so for you? Wudao, I beg you as your master, will you go to the sword pool and receive the transmission? After the transmission, whatever you desire, your master will do his utmost to grant it. Lin Qingyi flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Seriously? Fang Wudao took a thorough look up and down at his master's impressive figure. He. If only the master would change into. Cough cough. No, everyone knows I, Fang Wudao, hold my master in the highest regard. I mustn't think about this anymore. Facing everyone's pleas, Fang Wudao sighed. Honestly, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay it all out. The so-called sword pool transmission, the so-called ancestral sword diagram, this disciple couldn't care less. Not interested? The others exchanged glances, feeling both stunned and strangely convinced it made sense. After all, Fang Wudao was the most arrogant genius they'd ever encountered. He could casually utter lines like, had heaven not birthed me, Fang Wudao, the sword path would remain shrouded in eternal night. Or, if you do not walk the sword path, seeing me is like a frog in a well gazing at the moon in the sky. But if you walk the sword path, you will know the gap between us is like an ant gazing at the blue sky. Even without meeting him in person, these 2 lines alone revealed just how arrogant Fang Wudao was. My achievements today are solely through my own efforts. Allowing me to enter the sword pool to receive teachings would only taint my Dao heart. Besides, the insights into the way of the sword left by our founding master may not aid me at all. They could even harm me. Fang Wudao spoke indifferently, his face bearing an indescribable arrogance. The sect master and elders sucked in a sharp breath. He was truly arrogant. To actually suggest the founder's sword teachings might be flawed, capable of corrupting his own understanding of the sword way. But, junior brother Fang, you hardly ever practice. How could you have worked so hard? Tang Linger asked timidly. Fang Wudao. Shut up, senior sister. Yeah, you almost fooled me again, you little rascal. Lin Qingyi shot Fang Wudao a glare. Regarding the sword diagram, you have your own convictions. I won't force you on that. But you must attend the cultivation transmission session. This is a rare opportunity to advance your cultivation. Cultivation isn't something so easily hindered. When I choose to advance, it will advance naturally. After Fang Wudao finished speaking, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surged from his body, instantly reaching a new level. Mid-stage Jade Liquid Realm? Is that even possible? Elder Su stared in disbelief, nearly fainting. You geniuses really take the cake. Breaking through on the spot like it's nothing. Can't you leave us ordinary folks a little breathing room? Whether it's the late stage of the Jade Liquid Realm, the perfected Jade Liquid Realm, or even higher cultivation levels, to me, they're all within easy reach. Why bother passing on techniques? Fang Wudao stated calmly. This was precisely why he had chosen to reveal his second-tier sword intent while concealing his cultivation level. Attaining the second sword intent while in the Jade Liquid Realm was already astonishingly extraordinary. It was nearly impossible to progress further. This meant the sect's higher-ups wouldn't demand more from him in the sword path for quite some time. Even if he remained stagnant, they would understand. This wasn't due to Fang Wudao's lack of aptitude, he was simply constrained by his current strength. But cultivation was different. As a prodigy, he absolutely had to keep advancing. If Fang Wudao revealed his full Jade Liquid Realm cultivation, the sect would expect him to condense his within a short time frame. Then, his inability to advance would inevitably cause trouble. Enough. Let him be. Ultimately, it was the sect master who closed the discussion. Since Fang Wudao was confident his sword cultivation could surpass even the founders, and his cultivation advancement was so rapid, then indeed, it was best not to go to the sword pool. Chapter 33, The False Dan. Sis Lin, would you be willing to trade this spot? After confirming Fang Wudao wouldn't attend the sword pool transmission, Elder Su immediately asked. Senior brother Su intends to reserve this spot for Hu Xianxian? Lin Xingyi's eyes flickered as she inquired. Precisely. Xian is quite talented. Elder Su replied with a smile. Lin Xingyi didn't press further. She turned to Fang Wudao and said, the token has been given to you. The decision is yours to make. Fang Wudao pondered for a moment. He had once promised to Xian he would do 3 things for her. Now, with one still outstanding, he could use Elder Su's assistance to fulfill the final one. I wonder what Elder Su intends to offer in exchange? Fang Wudao inquired. What does nephew Fang desire? Martial arts techniques, elixirs, or spiritual treasures? Elder Su countered. This disciple desires an ancient artifact. Fang Wudao declared. Antiquities? Elder Su froze. This request was rather peculiar. After careful consideration, he pulled an ancient text from his storage pouch. This grimoire of spells has been passed down for ages. It certainly qualifies as an ancient artifact. Moreover, the numerous spells recorded within, along with insights into the study of the 5 elements' spiritual energies, will undoubtedly be of great benefit to your future cultivation. This one it is. Fang Wudao's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance as he declared. He sensed a spiritual resonance emanating from this ancient text. Seeing Fang Wudao's delighted expression, Lin Xingyi felt a hint of concern. This good-for-nothing brat, would he become obsessed with the path of spells? Impossible. Fang Wudao's talent for swordsmanship was so formidable, why would he study sorcery? She must be overthinking it. He's likely just exploring the basics, casually studying the 5 elements principles within to prepare for future advancement. Master, I won't be going to the sword pool either. At that moment, Yi Guxing suddenly spoke up. He found Fang Wudao's reasoning quite sound. Why should sword cultivators like them rely on others? Besides, was the sword path of the ancestral master truly superior to theirs? He should steadfastly walk his own path. Shut up! The sect leader snapped impatiently. Have you even grasped the 2nd tier of sword force? You've barely stabilized the 1st tier, you haven't even reached its peak. With your level of skill, you dare question the sword diagrams left by our founder? Do you all really think you're invincible? Though this disciple has not grasped the 2nd tier sword momentum, the heart of the sword way. Enough! Yi Guxing was cut off before he could finish. The sect master looked at him earnestly and said, Guxing, your talent falls far short of Fang Wudao's. That's precisely why you must seize every opportunity to strengthen yourself. Moreover, the path of swordsmanship need not be forged solely by oneself. Synthesizing the wisdom of predecessors to innovate, that too is the great way. Never underestimate others, nor belittle yourself. I believe you will surely forge your own new path from the old. Innovate from tradition, forge your own new path from the old. I see. I understand now. Yi Guxing roared with laughter, his sword aura surging. Damn it, I'm truly impressed. Old Su Chang was utterly numb. This Fang Wudao and Yi Guxing constantly breaking through, constantly declaring I've grasped it. It was utterly unreasonable. Who the hell can keep up with you two? Master, this disciple must return to practice. Having gained new insights, Yi Guxing bowed respectfully before turning and sprinting away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say to Fang Wudao, Senior brother Fang, I'll catch up to you soon. Junior brother Yi, though you've achieved some breakthrough, it's merely a minor one. Catching up to me is utterly impossible. Fang Wudao glanced at the ancient text in his hands and chuckled. His cultivation was about to advance once more. Master, esteemed senior disciples, if there is nothing further, this disciple shall take his leave. Fang Wudao, eager to study the ancient text, was ready to slip away. Wait! Lin Xingyi called out to him. In 100 days, the 3 sects martial arts competition will commence. Wudao, remember to focus diligently on your cultivation. Do not become overly complacent. Understood, Master. Fang Wudao replied casually. Seeing his indifference, Lin Xingyi felt a surge of frustration. But she dared not press him too hard at this moment, so she held her tongue for now. Fang, do you know why the 3 sects martial arts competition is held? At that moment, Elder Pang stepped forward and asked with a smile. I heard it's to compete for spots to enter the Qingxian Dao Palace. Fang Wudao replied. Thousands of years ago, when the Qingxian Dao Palace first appeared, it sparked fierce competition among countless factions. Within a short time, most of our Wei Kingdom's strong warriors perished, allowing the demonic path to exploit our weakness and seize nearly half our territory. To prevent further bloodshed and ensure the safety of all sects, the 3 sects and the noble families jointly established a pact. Spots in the Dao Palace would be allocated through martial arts competitions. Moreover, only cultivators below the condensing core realm were permitted to participate. Elder Pang recounted the origins of the 3 sects martial contest with measured clarity. But Fang Wudao couldn't care less. He was solely focused on finding ancient artifacts. Martial competitions, spiritual medicines, treasures, none of it held his interest. Wait, thousands of years ago? That means there must be plenty of ancient artifacts. Fang Wudao's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. Several thousand years that should qualify as ancient artifacts. Moreover, these cultivators were all powerful figures from various sects in their lifetimes. The spiritual essence lingering on their weapons shouldn't dissipate easily. Exactly. Countless lives were lost within the Qingshan Dao Palace. There are plenty of extraordinary ancient artifacts. Elder Pang enticed. He didn't need to know why Fang Wudao had this peculiar obsession with collecting antiquities. It was enough that it piqued his interest. To alleviate the sect's burdens, this disciple shall not hesitate. Fang Wudao's expression grew solemn as he declared with gravity. Then you'd better give it your all. The cultivators participating in the three sects martial arts competition aren't just the younger generation. Many elder cultivators deliberately hold back their advancement to gain entry into the Qingshan Dao Palace for opportunities. Their techniques and foundations far surpass those of their peers. Moreover, some treacherous scoundrels will consume elixirs to break through their cultivation upon entering the Dao Palace, then engage in slaughter and plunder. If your strength isn't sufficient, you'll likely face considerable trouble. I hear they're particularly fond of collecting ancient artifact fragments to trade for spirit stones and resources. Master Pang remarked. Sell? How dare they? Those are my things. Fang Wudao roared angrily. Exactly. They're ours. Tang Linger also grew furious. Such valuable antiquities could only be taken by them, to sell for profit. You too. Lin Qingyi pressed her hand to her forehead, utterly exasperated. Faced with disciples like these, she didn't know what to say. Senior Master Pang, I've heard there's a secret technique in the cultivation world that can condense a fake. If I participate using the cultivation level of a fake, that shouldn't be considered a violation, right? Fang Wudao inquired. He had already advanced to the peak of the Jade Liquid Realm. If he progressed further, he would condense his. Cultivators at the Dan Condensation Realm were ineligible to participate in the three sects martial arts competition, nor could they enter the Qingshan Dao Palace. Naturally, he couldn't do that. But with so many scheming old foxes in the Dao Palace, he still needed to find ways to boost his strength. This fake was a decent option. He'd treat it as an investment for entering the Qingshan Dao Palace and acquiring ancient artifacts. Moreover, after achieving the false Dan, the spiritual essence required for his future transition to the true Dan would be somewhat reduced, hardly a loss. Of course not. People have been doing this for years. Master Pang chuckled. It was a kind of unspoken rule. Then this false technique? Fong, you'll have to ask Elder Su about that. He lacked innate talent and feared failing to condense his. So he specifically sought out a secret technique for forming a false. After forming the false, he then transformed it into a true. Elder Su suddenly chimed in. I was being cautious, not afraid. Elder Su flew into a rage, feeling his fists were as hard as iron. Even if his talent was lacking, he was still a genius in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, right? Back then, his success wasn't guaranteed, but he had at least a 70 or 80% chance. To boost his success rate to 98%, he had transformed his false into a true. These bastards kept slandering him, tarnishing his glorious image. Did they think he had no pride? Enough already. Hand over the secret technique. Elder Pang forced a laugh. It's only been 100 days. That's hardly enough time. Elder Su muttered. Despite his words, he still handed the secret technique over to Fang Wudao. Chapter 34, News. What do you think? Can Fang Wudao truly refine a fake into a real one? Watching Fang Wudao and Tang Linger depart, Elder Su asked. If he were willing to participate in the sword pool transmission, it would be no problem. But now, it's hard to say. Elder Pang shook his head. To condense a false Dan, one must first achieve perfection in the Jade Liquid Realm. With Fang Wudao's talent, if he trains diligently, 100 days would be more than enough for him to break through to the late stage of the Jade Liquid Realm. But whether he can achieve perfection? That's truly uncertain. After all, the time frame is far too short. Success would be ideal, but failure is no great loss. It will serve to temper his temperament. The sect master remarked. Too rigid, and it breaks. He hoped Fang Wudao would face some setbacks, learn to be more low-key, and avoid offending too many people in the future. This time might be a good opportunity. After receiving the sword pool's transmission, Yi Guxing's strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. When the pressure hits, Fang Wudao will naturally focus more intently on cultivation, and his mindset will grow steadier. Reaching perfection in the mid-stage of the Jade Liquid Realm within 100 days is too difficult. Lin Qingyi sighed softly, equally skeptical. Even with Fang Wudao's exceptional talent, he must follow the fundamentals, accumulating spiritual energy bit by bit. Unless, of course, he could absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy all at once. But how could that be possible? Shall we place another wager? Elder Su's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop as he smiled. Elder Pang raised an eyebrow. Again? I'll pass. Lin Qingyi lifted her teacup, gently blowing on it, radiating an air of serene tranquility. When you win, you should know when to quit. Besides, how could Fang Wudao possibly condense a false core in a mere 100 days? This is a losing battle. No, Lin Qingyi. Elder Su grew frantic. He still wanted to win it back. But Lin Qingyi paid him no mind, quietly sipping her tea. Senior brother Pang, what about you? You lost earlier, didn't you think about winning it back? Left with no choice, Elder Su turned his attention to Elder Pang. I'll bet you that Fang Wudao can't condense a false core. Take it or leave it. Senior brother Pang laughed heartily. Senior brother Pang, you seemed quite confident in Fang Wudao. Why not bet on him to win? Elder Su dared not accept the wager and immediately resorted to a cunning ploy. If you won't take it, then forget it. Elder Pang said. Wait. Elder Su gritted his teeth, then gritted them again. His expression shifted repeatedly before he finally sighed, forget it, forget it. I'm not betting. With so little time left, he simply didn't have the courage to bet on Fang Wudao winning. Then let's call it quits. This old man must hurry to Phoenix Tower to punish that demoness. Fellow disciple Fang, you seem quite interested in ancient artifacts? Tang Linger remarked casually, her gaze lingering suggestively on the bulging storage pouch at Fang Wudao's waist. Fang Wudao understood her meaning perfectly well. He promptly pulled out a bag of spirit stones from his storage pouch. I humbly request your guidance, senior sister. Oh my, how embarrassing. Tang Linger's eyes sparkled like starlight. Before she could finish speaking, her right hand darted out like a snake emerging from its hole, swiftly snatching the spirit stones. Ha ha! The feeling of regaining what was lost was truly delightful. She stretched her now lighter waist and said, at the banyan tree on East Street, there's an old blind man who carves wood. I've heard he possesses a formidable ancient blade. But he's a peculiar fellow. Getting that ancient blade from him won't be easy. Thank you for the warning, senior sister. I'll be careful. Fang Wudao chuckled. Antiques were rare treasures. No matter what, he had to make the trip. If the man truly refused to trade, he'd find a way to touch it to absorb every last bit of its spiritual essence. It won't harm the ancient blade anyway. Senior brother Fang, senior sister Tang. Hu Xianxian hurried over, her voice tinged with hurried breaths. Clearly, she'd been rushing all the way here. Noticing Hu Xuanxuan's gaze practically glued to Fang Wudao, Tang Linger smiled softly. Junior brother Fang, I won't disturb you too. In the past, she might have warned Fang Wudao to avoid excessive contact with Hu Xianxian to prevent unnecessary trouble. But now, it was no longer necessary. Because Fang Wudao's talent and strength were so overwhelmingly superior among the younger generation that he stood in a league of his own. Even if he were to be with Hu Xianxian, no one else would dare object. Even Grandmaster Honchen would welcome it. Sis Hu, did you need something? Fang Wudao asked with a polite smile. Senior brother Fang, could you recount the details of our mission together back then? Hu Xuanxuan's bright eyes fixed intently on Fang Wudao. I've already submitted a report on these matters. If you wish to review them, Sister Hu, you may consult the mission files. Fang Wudao averted her gaze, looking out at the distant scenery. Besides, Junior Sister Hu, you were there too. You saw and heard everything clearly. Why ask me? But I feel like I've lost part of my memory. Hu Xianxian took a step forward, her voice trembling. Senior brother Fang, are you hiding something from me? You're overthinking it, Junior Sister Hu. Fang Wudao took a step back, maintaining distance. It was just an ordinary mission. What would I need to hide from you? If nothing happened between us, why did you give up your chance to inherit the sword pool's teachings for me? Hu Xianxian demanded. Ever since receiving the master's message, her heart had been in turmoil. Confusion, joy, and a hint of inexplicable sadness swirled within her. That was why she'd rushed to find Fang Wudao. Junior Sister Hu, this was merely a fair exchange between me and Senior Master Su. If you insist on saying I gave it to you, then I can't help it. Fang Wudao feigned helplessness. Senior brother Fang, I will remember everything. Hu Xianxian bit her lip, her gaze unwavering. This between us will never end. Hu Xianxian, nothing truly happened between us. Why cling to this so stubbornly? Fang Wudao sighed. Senior brother Fang, the more you refuse to admit it, the more it proves you have something to hide. Just wait once this lady's cultivation advances further, I will remember everything. Hu Xianxian huffed indignantly and turned to leave. With Fang Wudao stubbornly denying everything, pressing him further would only lead to disappointment. Hearing this, Fang Wudao felt a sudden tightness in his chest. If Hu Xuanxuan's spiritual arts truly broke through, could she really recall what happened back then? If that happened, he'd be in trouble. He certainly didn't want Hu Xianxian clinging to him day in and day out. It seemed he needed to find a way to enhance the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world's secret canon and give Hu Xianxian another round of hypnosis. Even the great achievement level wasn't enough. But divine spirits are hard to come by. They're far rarer than sword spirits, blade spirits, fist spirits, or similar spiritual essences. After all, most cultivators wield weapons like swords, spears, or halberds. Few deliberately cultivate divine spirits. Chapter 35, The Old Blind Man. Fang Wudao quickly put Hu Xuanxuan's matter out of his mind. If it came down to it, he could always avoid her in the future. If he couldn't take her on, couldn't he at least avoid her? The most crucial task now was absorbing spiritual essence and studying the secret techniques of the false Dan. To condense a false Dan, besides having sufficient spiritual energy quality, one also needs formidable control. Neither of those poses much difficulty for me. Fang Wudao nodded slightly as he studied the secrets. The quality of his spiritual energy? He definitely met the standard. After all, others' spiritual energy was accumulated through arduous cultivation, bit by bit, nothing extraordinary. But his? All thanks to external aids. Every ounce of his spiritual energy was solid and genuine, without a shred of impurity. The difference was stark. As for the second requirement of the secret technique, he felt no pressure either. Each time he absorbed spiritual essence, he could glimpse fragments of the ancient artifact's owner's memories and absorb portions of their combat experience. In terms of spiritual power control, his superiority was undeniable. Otherwise, his Wind Thunder sword art wouldn't have reached the realm of mastery so effortlessly. The false Dan undergoes 9 transformations. Each additional transformation grants 1/10 of the cultivation base required for the condensing Dan realm, making the breakthrough to that realm significantly easier. But each transformation consumes considerable time. Therefore, it is recommended to attempt condensing the true Dan directly after the 3rd transformation. Time? What I lack least is time. After reading it several times and committing the key points to memory, Fang Wudao finally turned his attention to the ancient text given to him by Senior Master Su. This secret compendium of spells not only documented numerous magical techniques but was also a spirit artifact. The array patterns engraved upon it could amplify the potency of various spells. For instance, the most basic fireball spell, when enhanced, could be cast as the explosive fire spell. Its power would more than double. Of course, the most formidable techniques within were the thunder spells. A full half of this ancient text is dedicated to dissecting and analyzing thunder magic. Without a doubt, the author who penned this secret record was a cultivator specializing in thunder magic. Fang Wudao stared at the densely packed notes and insights, feeling dizzy. This feels harder than advanced calculus. But with his supreme insight, nothing was insurmountable. Instant refining. Spirit essence plus 300. Holy. 300? Fang Wudao thought he was seeing things and checked again. Then he realized it was indeed true. He had to grind through quests and endure the 10,000 Swords Mountain trial just to get 200 sword spirit points. Now this ancient text was handing out 300? Are you kidding me? 10,000 Swords Mountain should rename itself Broken Swords Mountain. Nothing but junk. Thank goodness he agreed to the deal with Senior Master Su. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this huge fortune. Add points. Add points. Come back, my supreme insight. Introduction to Spell Secrets. Spellbook Proficiency. Mastery of the Spell Compendium. Mastery of the Spell Compendium. While comprehending the spell compendium, Fang Wudao also began to condense his pseudo-Dan. Before long, the liquefied spiritual energy within his body rapidly coalesced, solidifying into a golden. Yet this golden pill glowed dimly, lifeless as a corpse. Fang Wudao remained unhurried. Following the secret method, he gradually refined it with spiritual energy. Finally, the golden pill began to emit faint points of light, gaining a touch more vitality. False core first transformation. This, of course, did not satisfy Fang Wudao's ambitions. He continued pouring spiritual energy into it. Soon, the golden pill gained 2 more points of vitality, its glow growing even brighter. Success! I've done it! Feeling his lifespan increase, Fang Wudao roared with laughter, then turned his gaze to the attribute panel. Name, Fang Wudao. Cultivation, False Golden Core 3rd Transformation. Techniques, Secret Record of Spells Mastery 2nd Tier Spell Formation, 5 Elements Sword Cannon Mastery 2nd Tier Sword Formation, Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World Secret Cannon Mastery. Spiritual Resonance, 0. Though his lifespan wasn't recorded on the interface, Fang Wudao could clearly sense that his lifespan had roughly extended to 130 years. This meant that each transformation of the false Dan could extend his lifespan by roughly 10 years. The maximum 9 transformations would yield a lifespan of 190 years. Compared to condensed realm cultivators, that was only 10 years less. Of course, each time a condensed realm cultivator completes a refinement, they gain 100 years of life. This was far beyond what false Dan cultivators could ever hope to match. Come to think of it, does that make me a cultivator of the false Dan realm now? Fang Wudao murmured to himself, observing the multicolored spiritual energy in his palm, along with the swirling whirlwind and lightning flashes surrounding it. Though both were second-tier momentum, his grasp of spell momentum was clearly deeper than that of sword momentum. In other words, his spellcasting had already surpassed his swordsmanship. Therefore, he was now less a sword cultivator and more a spell cultivator. As expected, spellcasting reigns supreme. Sword techniques, not even a dog would bother practicing them. The next morning, Fang Wudao changed into plainclothes and strolled leisurely towards Century East Street. The cobblestone path bustled with people, lined on both sides with stalls. The aroma of various foods mingled with rising steam, wafting into the street center and whetting the appetites of passers-by. As someone who loved indulging in delicious food, Fang Wudao was no exception. He ate as he walked, sampling everything that caught his eye. After nearly half an hour of this, he finally reached the end of the street, where he saw an ancient banyan tree so massive it took 3 people to encircle its trunk. Beneath its gnarled aerial roots, an old man clad in a blue cotton jacket and blindfolded sat on a small stool, intently carving. A pile of wood shavings lay scattered at his feet. It was clear he had been here for quite some time. Is he genuinely blind, or is it an act? Fang Wudao felt a pang of curiosity. He sensed no trace of spiritual perception emanating from the old blind man. But without divine perception, how could he see the wood before him and carve with such steady precision? No need to look. He's genuinely blind. The old blind man's voice was rough and dry, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. Fang Wudao halted in his tracks. Could the old blind man's hearing be this sharp? Numerous children were playing noisily around the ancient banyan tree, yet he could hear even his own quiet mutterings. Clearly, this old blind man was no ordinary figure. Fang Wudao slowed his breathing and sat down on the stool opposite the old blind man. I've heard that the old gentleman possesses a formidable ancient blade. Might this junior have the honor of seeing it? The old blind man didn't respond, continuing his carving. I sense your breath is uneven, old master. You must be injured. Fang Wudao gazed at the sunlight filtering through the banyan tree's branches, his voice steady. How about exchanging it for a top-grade healing pill? He didn't possess such a pill himself, but he could ask his master for one. If that didn't work, he could ask the sect leader. He trusted the sect wouldn't refuse his request. The old blind man still didn't respond. This old man truly lived up to what senior sister had said, eccentric to the core. But Fang Wudao wasn't worried. Since the old blind man had spoken up, he must want something from him. And so it went, one silently carving, the other glancing around at the children playing. Only after a full hour, when the old blind man had finished carving all the wood, did he lift his bamboo staff and rise to his feet. Follow me? Chapter 36, Learning the Blade. Help this old man kill someone. Once they reached a secluded spot, the old blind man stated directly. But I'm a disciple of a righteous sect. I can't and won't kill someone without cause. Fang Wudao still had his own principles. Though he desired the spiritual essence, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent went against his nature. What if that person is a demonic cultivator whose crimes are beyond redemption? The old blind man snorted coldly through his nostrils, his voice dripping with seething hatred. Fang Wudao straightened his back and declared with unwavering resolve, exterminating demons and upholding the righteous path. This junior cannot refuse such a duty. Very well. The old blind man tapped his bamboo staff lightly on the ground, producing a soft thud. Within 3 months, if you can bring back the head of the Golden Blade Ascendant, this old man will hand over the ink blade with both hands. Golden Blade Sage? Old master, you must be joking. Fang Wudao's pupils flinched. He's a condensed core cultivator who's undergone a transformation. His power far exceeds what this junior could hope to match. Besides, he's now aligned with the demonic path. His whereabouts are unpredictable. Just locating him would be incredibly difficult. Ever since escaping from Xuanwu City, Fang Wudao had kept a close watch on news concerning the Golden Blade Sage. He knew the man had joined the Blood Slaughter sect and, before his lifespan ended, had successfully ascended, extending his life by another 100 years. Such an enemy was no easy foe to contend with. Ordinary people can't handle him, but you might be able to. The old blind man turned to look at Fang Wudao, his tone unwavering. Your foundations are profound, your aura solid and concentrated. Even after seeing countless practitioners, none compare to you. He paused, then raised his bamboo staff, pointing it at Fang Wudao's waist. And look, this sword at your side still carries a powerful sword aura that makes even this old man's heart race. Why did he speak up to catch Fang Wudao's attention? Because he could see that Fang Wudao was no ordinary man. 3 months is too tight a schedule. Fang Wudao frowned slightly. Might the old gentleman grant a little more time? He had now reached the False Dan realm and mastered the second tier of force. Even cultivators at the Condensing Dan realm would not be his match at present. But Golden Blade Sage was different. Having undergone a transformation, his power was extraordinary. Fang Wudao estimated their odds at roughly 60-40 in his favor. With such slim odds, it was definitely not worth the risk. But in the future, it would be no problem. Golden Blade Monk has exhausted his potential. One ascension was his limit. His future progress would essentially be stagnant. But Fang Wudao was different. As long as he could obtain new ancient artifacts, his power would surge effortlessly. Then, dealing with Golden Blade Master would be a piece of cake. This old man has but 3 months left to live, the blind elder declared, his bamboo staff thudding against the ground. If you cannot fulfill this task, then leave. I can agree to your terms, old master, but first I must inspect the goods to see if they're worth the price. Fang Wudao considered for a moment before speaking. If the ink-stained blade the old blind man spoke of was truly an ancient sword imbued with spiritual essence, then he could absorb its spiritual essence to enhance his own power, before seeking retribution from the Golden Blade Master. The old blind man fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The ink blade was his last line of defense. If he revealed it too easily, Fang Wudao and the forces behind him might kill him to seize the treasure. Fang Wudao understood the old blind man's hesitation and concerns. He spoke calmly. Old master, this is the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. Everyone here practices swordsmanship and reveres swords as gods. Even if your ink blade is worth a fortune, its value would be greatly diminished here. Besides, are you certain you could find another person as powerful as me and willing to strike a deal with you? This was no idle boast from Fang Wudao. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, only the peak masters, elders, or reclusive grandmasters could reliably defeat Golden Blade Master. But those figures either held immense power and authority or were wholly devoted to their cultivation. Who would expend time and effort to hunt down a mysterious, elusive old demon cultivator who had defected to the Blood Demon sect, all for the sake of an obscure, dying old blind man? Moreover, the Heavenly Sword sect possessed profound foundations. They certainly weren't lacking in resources. Of course, the main reason is that as sword cultivators, they simply couldn't muster much interest in this ink blade. Had it been a treasure sword, the old blind man might have had a chance to meet with them. But Fang Wudao suspected the old blind man wouldn't dare approach them. After all, a rabbit wouldn't dare negotiate with a tiger. Faced with the ruthless and blunt words, the old blind man's withered Adam's apple bobbed up and down before finally emitting a deep sigh. Indeed, in his current state, what choice did he have? Fine. I'll take you to see the blade. The old blind man's voice was hoarse, his weariness tinged with a sense of release. The prolonged torment had long since crushed him beneath its weight. Had it not been for the hatred fueling his heart, he would never have endured this long. The two moved again, arriving at a small courtyard. The old blind man walked to an inconspicuous corner of the courtyard. With his bamboo cane, he pried up a paving stone, revealing a box beneath, covered in dirt. His hands trembled as he struggled to lift the box, brushing away the dust that covered it. This is the ink blade, passed down through generations of our twin blade sect. The old blind man exhaled a heavy breath and spoke slowly. With that, he gently opened the box. There was no blinding cold light as imagined, nor any intimidating aura. What met Fang Wudao's eyes was merely a straight blade, entirely jet black and of an extremely archaic design. A fine blade. Fang Wudao's eyes flashed with intense light as he swiftly drew the black blade from its case. Others might fail to recognize the blade's true prowess, but he certainly could. For the blade radiated a spiritual aura. Only weapons wielded by masters over many years could develop such a spirit aura and retain it to this day. This blade was absolutely formidable. The old blind man had intended to reach out and stop Fang Wudao, but after a moment's thought, he let him examine it. Having agreed to let Fang Wudao inspect the goods, it was only natural for him to look and touch. Blade Spirit plus 443. 443. Truly worthy of being a family heirloom. Fang Wudao set down the ink black blade with satisfaction and addressed the old blind man. I will do my utmost to hunt down the Golden Blade Ascendant, but I cannot guarantee completion within 3 months. The whereabouts of the Golden Blade Sage were currently unknown, so he could only try his luck in Xuanwu City and its surrounding areas. If he truly couldn't find him, then he'd just have to wait for another opportunity. In any case, Fang Wudao had committed this matter to memory. That dog of a villain's cultivation is incomplete. Periodically, his heart flames will flare up. Tormented by unbearable agony, he'll inevitably head to Star Island to immerse himself in the Moonlight Spring. You can strike him with a thunderous blow when his mind is chaotic and he's distracted. The old blind man advised. Understood. Fang Wudao nodded. If Golden Blade Monk truly possessed such a fatal weakness and his movements could be predicted, the peril of this mission would be reduced by more than half. For him, it was a tremendous stroke of luck. Old master, I have an unwarranted request to make. A moment later, Fang Wudao bowed his hands in respect. Speak. The old blind man looked at him. Might I ask the old master to impart a sword technique to this junior? I am willing to offer spirit stones, elixirs, or any other items the old master may require in exchange. Of course, but I do not seek the core techniques of the Twin Blade sect. Fang Wudao stated. Only sword techniques could harness the power of a blade spirit. Yet he possessed not a single sword technique. As for asking his master or senior disciples? That would be nothing but trouble. You're a gifted sword cultivator, why learn sword techniques? Are you out of your mind? You want to learn sword techniques? Even the old blind man was stunned. You're a sword cultivator who's grasped the essence of sword momentum instead of honing your sword skills, you want to switch to learning sword techniques? You must be out of your mind. Chapter 37, The Past. Sir, you may not know this, but I've loved swordsmanship since childhood. It's just that fate played a cruel trick on me, forcing me onto the path of swordsmanship. Fang Wudao sighed wistfully, revealing his true affection for the blade. The old blind man heard this and was rather speechless. I, on the other hand, believe fate has favored you. His grasp of sword momentum proved he'd chosen the right path. Why waste his innate talent by pursuing swordsmanship? Old master, you are mistaken. My talent for swordsmanship pales in comparison to my talent for swordsmanship. Fang Wudao declared earnestly. The old blind man chuckled. Do you know that even sword cultivators at the condensing realm might not grasp sword momentum? But old master, do you know that when I learn sword techniques, I only study them once? Fang Wudao smiled confidently. You brat, you're utterly audacious. The old blind man had never seen anyone so audacious in his entire life. To claim mastery of any blade technique after just one viewing? Even a prodigy wouldn't dare make such a claim. I've met many geniuses, and they all call me a genius. Many have called me arrogant, but in the end, they all come to see it as only natural. Fang Wudao remained calm, as if stating the simplest of facts. Very well. Let this old man gauge your so-called justified arrogance. Watch closely. This is the introductory technique of our twin blade sect. If you truly can master it after just one demonstration, I shall impart our sect's core cultivation method to you. The old blind man picked up his ink-stained blade, demonstrating the technique while explaining the chi circulation incantation. At that moment, he no longer resembled a decrepit blind man, but a blade master radiating a fierce aura. Blade spirit, activate. Fang Wudao opened his spiritual senses fully, his mind intensely focused. Every movement of the old blind man, every shift in his aura, was etched into his consciousness like an indelible mark. Come, let this old man see what you've got. After completing the full demonstration, the old blind man tossed the ink black blade to Fang Wudao. Old master, steady yourself. If you fall, this junior takes no responsibility. Fang Wudao smiled calmly and began practicing the sword technique the old blind man had taught him. The blade's gleam flashed, stirring up gusts of wind in the courtyard. And within the old blind man's heart, it stirred up a tidal wave of astonishment. How could this be possible? His heart trembled. Though merely an introductory technique, this was the founding master of the Twin Blades sect's lifetime of sword art distilled into a single form. Even a prodigy couldn't master it after just one glance. Back then, it took him 7 or 8 days of relentless practice just to grasp the basics. As for someone as seasoned as Fang Wudao, it took him years to master it. Could such a prodigy truly exist in this world? Or could it be that Fang Wudao secretly learned the double blade sect's techniques? Impossible. The old blind man immediately dismissed the notion. When he practiced this sword technique, he incorporated his own interpretations, making it distinct from the sect's foundational sword forms. In this world, only he knew it. Even Golden Blade Master, who was intimately familiar with this style, couldn't have mastered it all in a single viewing. So, Fang Wudao had truly mastered it in a single viewing. The old blind man sucked in a sharp breath, overcome with emotion until he could barely breathe. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes indeed. That I, Shen Tiandao, should encounter such a prodigy before my death. Well, old master? Fang Wudao smiled as he returned the ink-stained blade to the old blind man. The old blind man didn't take the blade, but instead gripped his arm tightly. Young Master Fang, would you consider becoming a disciple of my Twin Blades sect? Rest assured, I shall pour my entire being into teaching you everything I've learned in my lifetime. Ha! Fang Wudao paused slightly. I only wish to learn a sword technique from you, yet you seek to become my master? I'm deeply honored, Master Chen, but I've already become a disciple of Lingxiu Peak at the Heavenly Sword sect. I cannot accept you as my master. Your talent with the blade is nothing short of divine. You're a natural-born god of the sword. Why waste your time learning some bird-like sword technique? It's a complete waste of your gift. A pearl lost in the dust. The old blind man rambled incoherently in fury, completely forgetting that mere moments ago, he had been urging Fang Wudao not to waste his innate talent for swordsmanship. Master Chen, the Heavenly Sword sect's rules are strict. If I were to defect to your doorstep, committing an act of betrayal, then not only would I face consequences, but even you, Master Chen, and this very ink blade would be unable to escape the Heavenly Sword sect's wrath. To dissuade him, Fang Wudao could only invoke the formidable authority of the Heavenly Sword sect. Sure enough, the old blind man's expression instantly grew despondent. He gave a self-mocking laugh, his voice tinged with sorrow. Indeed, the Heavenly Sword sect is immensely powerful. How could the current Twin Blades sect possibly compare? Young friend, I beg you for one favor. The old blind man suddenly bowed deeply to Fang Wudao. This is unthinkable. Old Master Chen, please rise at once. Fang Wudao hurried forward to help him up. But the old blind man remained motionless, his voice choked with emotion as he pleaded. I beg you, young friend, learn the core techniques of our Twin Blades sect and pass them on. I dare not ask you to join the Twin Blades sect. I only pray that after mastering it, you will find a disciple of decent aptitude, so that the Twin Blades sect may not be lost forever. What? What a stroke of luck. Getting a top-tier martial art for free. Fang Wudao agreed without hesitation. Rest assured, old Master Chen. This junior will diligently study the double blade sect's techniques and pass them on. Thank you, young friend. I am profoundly grateful. The old blind man bowed once more. Not only was Fang Wudao willing to avenge him, but he was also taking the responsibility of preserving the Twin Blade sect's legacy upon his shoulders. The old man truly didn't know how to repay such kindness. This ink blade shall remain with you henceforth. Thus, it shall not be dishonored. The old blind man said. But I haven't yet slain that villain, the Golden Blade Master. Might this be somewhat inappropriate? Fang Wudao's face betrayed a hint of hesitation. It matters not. I trust you, young friend. The old blind man replied with a serene smile. By the way, if you find the situation untenable, there's no need to rush to kill that dog of a villain, Golden Blade. Wait for a better opportunity in the future. Then, simply bring his head to this old man's grave. The old blind man's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Before, he feared dying with unclosed eyes. But now, he believed Jin Dao the old dog was doomed. For with Fang Wudao's innate talent, even if he couldn't slay him within 3 months, Jin Dao wouldn't live much longer. The succession of the sect had been arranged. He now had no regrets. Truthfully, Fang Wudao never intended to engage in a direct confrontation. Avenge the old blind man within 3 months, that would be ideal. But if it proved impossible, he wouldn't risk it. After all, he still had a promising future ahead of him. Now, with the old blind man's endorsement, it couldn't be better. Next, the old blind man imparted the core techniques of the twin blade sect of Fang Wudao, the burning sea blazing sun blade, the flowing clouds reflecting moon blade, and most crucially, the method of observing the heart. Fang Wudao once again demonstrated astonishing comprehension, mastering them all instantly. Had he not feared the old blind man might suffer a heart attack from shock, he would have immediately infused all the blade spirits. Even so, the old blind man was still utterly astounded. Fang Wudao's learning ability was terrifying. He grasped the basics in one go, mastered them after a few repetitions, and now approached true mastery. The old blind man had never seen anyone so unnaturally gifted in his entire life. He declared Fang Wudao a born blade god, insisting that not learning swordsmanship from him would be a disservice to all swordsmen under heaven. Wudao, you may practice the cloud-reflecting moon blade freely. But with the burning sea blazing sun blade, you must not rush. You must first elevate your contemplation of the heart technique before attempting it. Otherwise, you'll surely suffer chi deviation and be constantly scorched by inner flames. The old blind man emphasized repeatedly. By now, Fang Wudao had learned of the grudge between him and the Golden Blade Sage. It turned out the old blind man and the Golden Blade Sage had once been fellow disciples of the same sect. But due to Golden Blade Master's unstable temperament, the old sect leader had always refused to teach him the contemplation of the heart technique or the burning sea blazing sun sword. Instead, he taught him only the seemingly ordinary floating clouds reflecting the moon sword. Bitter and resentful, Golden Blade Master schemed to sneak into the room at night to steal the teachings. But his half-baked skills were no match for the old sect leader's discernment. Ultimately, Golden Blade was expelled from the sect. After the old sect leader passed away, the old blind man ascended to the position of sect leader. Years later, realizing his cultivation had reached a plateau, the old blind man chose to abandon his obsession with swordsmanship. He married, had children, and lived a peaceful life. Yet 10 years ago, Master Golden Blade, driven by his obsession to obtain the mind-observing technique and the burning sea blazing sun blade, allied with the Blood Demon sect and launched a deadly assault on the Twin Blade sect. Every disciple of the Twin Blade sect perished. The old blind man's wife and young daughter also plunged from the cliff, leaving no trace of their remains. The old blind man, though he narrowly escaped, had both eyes destroyed and his meridians shattered, becoming a complete invalid. Were it not for the uniquely profound mind-observing technique of the Twin Blade sect, he would be utterly incapable of even caring for himself. Chapter 38, Star Island. Name, Fang Wudao. Cultivation, False Core 7th Transformation. Techniques, Dual Pole Blade Art Mastery 2nd Blade Form, Secret Record of Spells Great Achievement 2nd Spell Form, 5 Elements Sword Cannon Great Achievement 2nd Sword Form, Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World Secret Cannon Great Achievement. Spiritual Resonance, 0. Who'd have thought that after just one day as a ritualist, I'd switch careers to become a swordsman? Gazing at the translucent light screen hovering before him, Fang Wudao felt the world was changing at breakneck speed. Just 2 days ago, he was a prodigious sword cultivator. Yesterday, he became a spellcaster. Today, he's a swordsman. One day, one transformation. Each one unique. 7th tier false core that's roughly 70% of the condensed core realm. Wait. My cultivation is entirely from skill points, solid as a rock. Nothing like those other cultivators so hollow and insubstantial. Though labeled 70%, it already rivals even surpasses ordinary condensation core cultivators. Combined with this late-stage double-tier blade momentum, even a twice-sublimated condensation core cultivator would rarely be able to stand against me. Only after confirming his strength now assuredly superior to Golden Blade Elder did Fang Wudao nod in satisfaction and set off for Star Cluster Island. What? Fang Wudao has left? Lin Xingyi's jade-like face instantly froze over with frost. Junior brother Fang gave me this letter a day ago, saying it could only be opened the next day. Tang Linger said timidly. Truthfully, she had peeked at its contents yesterday and knew Fang Wudao planned to slip away. But what he had given her was simply too much. She had no choice but to help conceal it, pretending ignorance. Lin Xingyi snatched the letter and began reading. Master, I hope you are well. Your disciple has recently been sitting in meditation in the quiet chamber, only to suddenly feel my sword heart covered in dust, as if trapped in a cage. The great way lies ahead, yet opportunities are hard to find. Remaining idle at the mountain gate seems hardly a wise strategy. After much deliberation, I have resolved to journey down the mountain. I seek to explore the mysteries of heaven and earth, temper my spirit, and find an opportunity to break through my current realm. My return date is uncertain. I hope my master will not worry. Your unworthy disciple, Fang Wudao. Not to worry? How dare he say not to worry? That good for nothing. With the three sects' martial arts debate imminent, he actually dares to go out sightseeing. Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth in fury. He even specified that this letter could only be opened today. He timed it perfectly so he could run far away, didn't he? Master, I shall depart immediately to retrieve junior brother Fang. Tang Linger's eyes darted about as she volunteered. If you dare leave the mountain gates, don't expect a single spirit stone from me in the future. I'll even cut off your monthly allowance from Lingxiu Peak. Lin Qingyi shot her a warning glare. She understood Tang Linger's little scheme perfectly. She just wanted to go out and play, and maybe find some way to make a quick buck. Last time, this little rascal had used her title as Lingxiu Peak's top disciple to hold a sword technique lecture in a major city, raking in a hefty pile of spirit stones. Lin Qingyi still vividly remembers the senior disciple's ashen face and those words that made her wish the ground would swallow her whole. Qingyi, my junior sister. If Lingxiu Peak truly faces such dire straits, the sect can allocate spirit stones from the treasury. Surely we needn't have our foremost disciple stoop to such commercial affairs, needlessly tarnishing the prestige of our heavenly sword sect. Gazing at the senior disciple before her, whose eyes were still darting about as he clearly pondered new money-making schemes. And then thinking of that lawless, impulsive Fang Wudao who'd left without a word, Lin Qingyi felt the veins on her forehead throb violently, a deep sense of helplessness welling up within her. Her two prodigious disciples. One was utterly reckless, treating the sect's rules as nothing, dismissing formal reporting with a mere letter, showing her, his master, not the slightest respect. The other was insatiably greedy, obsessed with spirit stones and crystals, scheming endlessly to make money only for her, the master, to clean up the mess. Being a master like this, exhausting. Meanwhile, Fang Wudao, who had been galloping non-stop for over 10 days, finally reached the vicinity of Star Island. Dusty and weary, he adjusted his straw hat and entered the largest inn. Sir, are you stopping for a bite or staying the night? The waiter approached with a professional, warm smile plastered on his face. Food first, then reserve me a top-tier room. Fang Wudao tossed over a hefty ingot of snow-white silver. Right away, sir. Please follow me upstairs to your private room. The waiter took the silver, his smile widening even more as he bowed low, eagerly guiding Fang Wudao upstairs. The window-side seats on the second floor offered an excellent view. Pushing open the carved wooden window revealed a vast expanse of azure waves stretching before his eyes. Scattered across the shimmering surface like stars were islands of varying sizes and shapes. This must be the famed Star Islands. The only question was which island held the moonlight spring. Sir, please help yourself to these. Hot dishes will be ready shortly. Your room is prepared, room 3 of the Tian Suite, overlooking the lake. It boasts a splendid view and is wonderfully quiet. The nimble waiter swiftly presented a pitcher of chilled wine, a platter of thinly sliced braised beef, and several steaming buns fresh from the steamer. Waiter, I have a question. Fang Wudao placed a silver coin on the table corner. The waiter immediately plastered on a smile. Sir, ask me anything. No one knows this area better than me, son ergo. Have you heard of the Moonlight Spring? Fang Wudao picked up his chopsticks, plucked a slice of beef and inquired. Sir, you jest. The Moonlight Spring is the most famous spot around here, how could I not know it? Sun Erdu launched into a lengthy description. Legend has it that the Moonlight Spring not only grants women eternal youth and skin whiter than snow, but also makes men as vigorous as tigers and dragons, brimming with vitality. Of course, its most wondrous effect is clearing the mind of all distractions, suppressing inner demons and restlessness alike. Truly marvelous. Over the years, countless cultivators and noble young masters have traveled great distances just to bathe in its waters and quell their inner flames. The Huang family has made a fortune off this precious treasure, spirit stones flowing in by the bucketful. Frankly speaking, even the bathwater they drain is worth its weight in gold. Are you here to bid on the Moonlight Spring as well, sir? Auction? Fang Wudao paused mid-bite, placing another silver coin on the table corner. Sun Erdu's face lit up with a grin as he swiftly tucked both pieces of silver into his sleeve, lowering his voice to say. The Huang family's sharp as a tack. Every so often, they hold an auction at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, specifically for spots to soak in the spring. I heard the last one went for this much. He held up 5 fingers, his expression exaggerated. 5,000 spirit stones? Fang Wudao inwardly gasped. The Huang family was practically robbing people. He kept his expression neutral. Besides throwing spirit stones at the auction, is there no other way? Of course there is. The Huang family hosts a grand Starry Night Flower Queen contest every year. The chosen flower queen and the wealthy patron who adorns her with flowers to secure her victory both receive a complimentary day of bathing in the Moonlight Spring. Sun Erdu grinned lecherously. Haha, just imagine bathing in the hot springs with the flower queen. That'll cost even more than the auction, won't it? Fang Wudao cut off his daydreaming, his tone revealing his understanding. He was almost certain this flower queen contest was staged by the Huang family themselves to stimulate spending. The gimmick of bathing with beauties was enough to make those lecherous, wealthy young masters and noblemen fight tooth and nail. You're a sharp customer, sir. Sun Erda gave him a thumbs up before lowering his voice further. So, those with real skill who don't want to be suckers all focus on the last option, the tournament. Did you notice? At least half the guests in this inn are here for that very reason. The tournament? Tell me more. Fang Wudao tossed another silver coin his way. Whoa! Thanks for the generous tip, sir. Sun Erdu beamed with delight, swiftly tucking the silver away. This tournament is both a compromise by the Huang family toward neighboring factions and their method for recruiting skilled independent cultivators. The Moonlight Spring is too tempting a prize. If the Huang family dared to monopolize it, they'd likely face a united front against them. So, every year, just before the Moonlight Spring opens, they host the Star Arena. The rules are simple: whoever makes it into the top 10 of the star ranking earns a free immersion in the Moonlight Spring. Think about it, who makes it into the top 10? Either elite disciples from nearby major sects and clans, or notorious, hardened figures among the independent cultivators who've long made a name for themselves. For the Huang family, giving the spots to these sect and clan heirs is like sharing the benefits, indirectly keeping them satisfied and saving everyone face. As for those unaligned, independent cultivators who make the top 10, aren't they all the cream of the crop? The Huang family can extend an olive branch, recruiting them as guest cultivators to bolster their strength. Fang Wudao chuckled and took a sip of wine. Sounds like the Huang family knows how to do business. You've got an eye for it, sir. Sun Erdu nodded. Over the past few decades, the Huang family's business has grown exponentially, and their influence has risen accordingly. Nowadays, no one in the Star Island region dares to refuse them a favor. Hearing this, Fang Wudao's mind raced with calculations. Given Golden Blade Ascendant's current status, he certainly wouldn't dare participate in the auction or the courtesing competition. The same likely applied to the martial arts tournament. But the Huang family sounded like they put profit above all else. Perhaps they'd strike a private deal with Golden Blade Master. In that case, he still needed to find a way to secure an entry slot for the Moonlight Spring. Chapter 39, Moon Gathering Pavilion. The next day, Fang Wudao donned a half mask and arrived at the registration desk for the arena tournament. The registration officer was a stern-faced middle-aged man with thick knuckles. Without lifting his head, he spoke in a detached, bureaucratic tone. Minimum requirement for registration: Jade Liquid Realm Cultivation. Fang Wudao said nothing. With a slight shift in his thoughts, a stream of pure, condensed spiritual energy quietly seeped from his fingertips. Only then did the middle-aged man lift his eyes. His gaze lingered briefly on the half-mask covering Fang Wudao's face before he continued. Name or alias. Wandering cultivators feared retaliation for offending rivals in the arena, so they often concealed their faces and used aliases. Thus, the Huang family simply permitted participants to use aliases. Han Li. Fang Wudao gave a slight bow and offered a name as plain as could be. The man responded with a nod, swiftly picking up a smooth wooden plaque from the side. A faint thread of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, acting like an invisible engraving tool as he swiftly carved the characters Han Li onto the plaque. After finishing, he casually hung the wooden tag on the massive bulletin board behind him, where over 200 similar tags were already densely packed. You are number 233. The man pointed to Fang Wudao's designated spot on the board, his tone leaving no room for argument. Tomorrow at noon, you have a duel. Your opponent will be determined by lottery half an hour before the match begins. Remember this clearly and arrive on time. If you're late, you'll be declared defeated immediately. Fang Wudao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the names on the rows of wooden plaques. Lu Sandao, Wind-Chasing Sword, Iron Arhat, Jade-Faced Fox. A motley assortment of names and aliases, each radiating the rugged, unrefined aura characteristic of the martial world. Over 200 people. Fang Wudao silently counted in his mind. The number wasn't particularly large. But considering that Jade Liquid Realm cultivators were already regarded as masters in the eyes of ordinary practitioners, it made sense. After all, in many minor sects and schools, the Jade Liquid Realm was sufficient to hold the position of elder, or even sect master. That this tournament could gather over 200 Jade Liquid Realm cultivators was truly remarkable. With nothing else to do, I might as well check out the Flower Queen contest first. After registering, Fang Wudao headed toward the moon-grasping pavilion, eager to witness the splendor of this most renowned pleasure quarter in the Star Islands region. What difference is there compared to the Phoenix Tower? Speaking of the Phoenix Pavilion, Fang Wudao couldn't help but think of Chen Shixin. With her peerlessly exquisite beauty and transcendent acting skills, if she were to enter this Flower Queen competition, wouldn't she have a chance to win the crown? Alas, Chen Shixin had already left the trade and turned over a new leaf. Before long, Fang Wudao arrived at the gates of the moon-grasping pavilion. The entrance bustled with a constant stream of guests dressed in luxurious attire, the air thick with the scent of heavy perfumes and expensive incense. This place is far more grand than the Phoenix Pavilion. Fang Wudao marveled at the ornate facade, with its carved beams, painted rafters, and intricate brackets. Truly befitting a luxurious brothel with a cultivator maiden. What grandeur! You look unfamiliar, young master. Is this your first time visiting our moon-gazing pavilion? As Fang Wudao stepped onto the stairs, a graceful beauty in a deep purple brocade gown swayed elegantly toward him. Her smile was perfectly measured, neither overly warm nor lacking in decorum, giving off a refreshingly pleasant vibe. I am the manager here. You may call me Moon Maiden. Noticing Fang Wudao's gaze, Yunyang curtsied gracefully and spoke first. My name is Han Li. I heard the Flower Queen contest was in full swing and came to join the festivities. Fang Wudao's gaze swept across the bustling hall as he spoke. Young Master Han is truly well informed. Yunyang's eyes crinkled with a smile. 8 exquisite beauties are preparing to take the stage at this very moment. Your arrival couldn't be more timely. As she spoke, she subtly shifted half a step closer. A rich, lingering fragrance, a blend of a mature woman's natural scent and specially blended orchid musk drifted in tendrils, clinging to Fang Wudao's nostrils like a tender embrace. The scent was sweet without cloying, alluring without vulgarity. At first sniff, it felt refreshingly pleasant. Upon deeper inhalation, it stirred subtle yearnings, causing one's blood to stir. This Lady Moon truly had a way with things. Fang Wudao shot her an imperceptible glance. If she had resorted to outright seduction techniques or vulgar aphrodisiacs, discovery would have easily angered the cultivator, making it a case of losing more than one gains. But especially crafted incense meant merely to enhance the mood? Its effect was subtle, almost imperceptible. Even if called out, one could easily dismiss it as the standard scent of the establishment, or the mingled fragrances of the ladies' perfumes, hardly a major offense. Pursuing the matter further would only make the guest appear petty and overly suspicious. This calculation was indeed masterfully executed. By the way, would Mr. Han prefer to savor the ambience in the elegant main hall, or would you like a quiet, refined private room perched high above, overlooking all the beauties below? As the faint fragrance lingered, Yunyang's voice grew even more alluring, her eyes drifting deliberately over Fang Wudao's face. Alas, all her alluring charms were wasted on a stone that understood nothing of romance. Fang Wudao didn't even lift an eyelid, his voice flat. The elegant seats in the main hall will suffice. Unlike worldly dens of iniquity like the moon-grasping pavilion or the Phoenix Tower, every indulgence here, from a cup of tea to a maiden smile, was settled with solid spirit stones. Especially in high-end private rooms like this. Fang Wudao would have to be insane to play this sucker. Sir truly understands the market. Yunyang's smile remained perfectly composed, even deepening with genuine admiration. The essence of this Flower Queen contest lies within this bustling hall, where voices mingle and lights dance. Only by immersing yourself here can you truly feel the captivating charm of the girl's every smile and glance. Viewing from above only robs one of the vibrant, living essence of the experience. She flattered him with flowery words, packaging his frugality as discernment, while gracefully stepping aside to lead the way. This way, please. As luck would have it, there remains one exquisite seat with a prime view near the front. I shall escort you there at once. No need. I prefer quiet. The back seats will do. Fang Wudao declined without hesitation. Front seats cost several times more than the back. Don't think you'll swindle my spirit stones. A barely perceptible freeze flickered across Yunyang's smile, but she quickly regained her composure, replying with a sweet smile. Sir, you may not be aware, but the rear seats are not private. They are shared with other guests. Her words carried an unspoken hint of social distinction. No problem. I don't mind. Fang Wudao's tone was light, utterly unconcerned. Any other young man with a thin skin, faced with Moon Maiden's gentle persuasion and the implied suggestion that sharing a seat was beneath his dignity, would likely have flushed crimson and been half reluctantly, half willingly ushered to the front row. But as a seasoned veteran, Fang Wudao's thick skin was beyond comparison. Trying to swindle spirit stones from his pocket? That'd be easier than the sun rising in the west. Yunyang's face remained as radiant as ever. In that case, I shall find you a quieter seat in the rear. With that, she turned to lead the way, though her steps seemed half a pace quicker than before. Chapter 40, Trying to Swindle Me? The plaintive, yearning strains of the pipa pierced the clamor within the moon-grasping pavilion, reaching everyone's ears with crystal clarity. Soon after, a clear, melodious voice, soft and sweet, carrying the unique charm of the Jiangnan water towns, floated up. Last night, sparse rain and fierce wind, who could bear such red and pale? Rain falls, wind withers, flowers decay the begonia. Her voice seemed saturated with warm moisture, each word carrying a lingering, melancholic resonance that unconsciously seeped into the hearts of all present. Marvelous, exclaimed the man sharing a table with Fang Wudao, slapping the table as he rose, his face radiating unabashed rapture and admiration. Truly worthy of being the top performer at the moon-grasping pavilion, Miss Lu Ruyan. The girl on stage, her name was Lu Ruyan? Fang Wudao was slightly taken aback. The title Empress Ruyan was one he'd heard often enough in his past life. Seeing Fang Wudao silently staring at the stage, seemingly unmoved by the enchanting melody and ethereal beauty, the man at his table spoke with a hint of mischief and encouragement. Fellow Daoist, setting aside Miss Ruyan's voice, which is born to captivate souls, her skill in playing the pipa with her fingers alone deserves much praise. With such extraordinary talent, have you never considered presenting the lady with a flower to help her reach new heights? Hearing this, Fang Wudao offered a polite yet courteous smile. A single flower cost a whopping 10 spirit stones. He'd be crazy to help bid on it. Ah, what a pity. What a pity. The man sighed dramatically, shaking his head as if lamenting Fang Wudao's failure to appreciate feminine grace. As the melody faded, its lingering notes still trembled between the rafters. Below the stage, cheers erupted amidst the crisp clinking of spirit stones. On stage, Lu Ruyan's eyes shimmered, a captivating sheen glistening within. Clutching her pipa, she bowed deeply, her voice carrying just the right amount of emotion. Ruyan, thanks you all for your generous appreciation. Her posture was graceful and pitifully charming. Fang Wudao glanced at the man seated steadily beside him, his expression a hint of amusement as he asked. Aren't you supposed to be a huge fan of Miss Lu? Why haven't you sent her a single flower? So he just tells others to give, but keeps nothing for himself, huh? The man looked pained. I too wish to aid Miss Ruyan, but my resources are meager. I must reserve my limited spirit stones for Miss Chen Xinru after all, she is my true love at this moment. Fang Wudao's mouth twitched slightly, a single word bouncing in his mind, 6. But why did the name Chen Xinru sound so similar to Chen Xinxin? Coincidence, or? You haven't met Miss Chen Xinru, so you wouldn't understand. The man's voice rose slightly with excitement. Her sword dance is as graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a gliding dragon. When her sword energy surges, it sparkles like cold stars. When she withdraws, it sways like a willow in the breeze, a perfect blend of strength and softness. Paired with her flawless beauty, pure yet tinged with stubbornness. TSK. Once you see her with your own eyes, you'll never notice anyone else. You'll only regret not bringing enough spirit stones. The man was utterly entranced, as if already witnessing Chen Xinxin's graceful form and breathtaking beauty. Fang Wudao merely chuckled at this. Trying to swindle money out of his pocket? Not a chance. He'd never been fooled in his entire life. Here she comes. Here she comes. Miss Chen Xinru is coming out. An exclamation rang out from somewhere, instantly silencing the entire moon-grasping pavilion. Every pair of eyes focused on the beaded curtain beside the stage. A slender hand emerged. The beaded curtain parted gently, accompanied by the tinkling of jade ornaments. Dressed in a white robe adorned with blue patterns and holding an elegant long sword, Chen Xinru stepped out with light, graceful strides. Her slender form moved with the crisp precision of a martial artist, yet strangely blended with the grace of a dancer. She appeared to embody both delicate fragility and heroic spirit. As for her beauty, it was indeed as the man at the table had described, exquisitely lovely, a beauty that could make the moon hide its face and flowers blush. It's actually her. Fang Wudao was slightly startled. This Miss Chen Xinru was clearly his former lover from the Phoenix Pavilion, Chen Xinxin. But hadn't Chen Xinxin already left the Phoenix Pavilion after swindling him out of 500 taels of silver, having saved enough to buy her freedom? Why had she returned to the brothel? And at a high-end establishment like the Moon Gathering Pavilion, which catered specifically to cultivators. Wait. Something was off about her state. Fang Wudao's eyes narrowed as he unleashed the double-blade sect's most distinctive secret technique, mind reading. Such abundant spiritual energy. Chen Xinxin, a cultivator at the late stage of the Jade Liquid Realm? Fang Wudao's heart trembled slightly, almost convinced he'd misread it. How could this be? Wasn't she just an ordinary person? Or had she simply concealed her true strength too deeply for him to notice? Fang Wudao scrutinized her once more and suddenly noticed a pitch-black heartfire concealed within Chen Xinxin's heart. She was on the verge of losing control. It seems Chen Xinxin's cultivation either came from dubious sources or was achieved through rushed methods. No wonder she's making a comeback to vie for the title of Flower Queen. If she didn't soak in the moonlight spring soon, she'd be tormented by that heartfire until she was writhing in agony. What do you think, fellow cultivator? Didn't disappoint you, did it? Isn't it breathtakingly divine? Seeing Fang Wudao's astonished expression, the man beside him smugly nudged him with his elbow and burst into laughter. Fang Wudao could only manage a stiff smile in return. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry, like an ice spring suddenly bursting forth, tore through the silence. Chen Xinxin on the platform moved. Her sword tip traced a light arc, and her skirt swayed with the movement of her waist, unfurling like a blue lotus in bloom, rippling out layer upon layer of undulating waves. The brilliant glow of the crystal lamp fell upon the blade, casting an ethereal halo. Now the sword's glow was no longer a cold, icy glint, but a flowing rainbow of light, swirling and dancing around her. What skill! What a performance! Fang Wudao silently praised in his heart. Chen Xinxin was still so adept at making money. Every pause, every flickering glance carried an endearing innocence and fragility, effortlessly stirring the audience's protective instincts and possessive desires. Yet, as she danced with her sword, she also radiated a touch of heroic spirit and stubbornness. This contrast only deepened the audience's affection for her. Amidst the audience's spellbound gazes, Chen Xinxin danced gracefully. Her toes struck the ground sharply, her form spinning like the wind, transforming into a night-blooming Sirius blossoming under the moonlight. Magnificent! Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a gliding dragon. Truly legendary. This dance belongs only in heaven. Reward her. Generously reward her. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The man seated at her table eagerly raised his arm and called out in a booming voice, Miss Xinru. I wish to present you with 3 plum blossoms as a token of my admiration. Hearing this, the crowd echoed his call, demanding rewards. In an instant, the stage was flooded with all manner of flowers. My friend, you seem utterly captivated. Surely you too are enchanted by Miss Shinru's sword dance. Why not present her with a few blossoms? It would add luster to her performance and cultivate a virtuous connection for yourself. The man, like an ardent fan, eagerly promoted his idol to Fang Wudao. Enough, enough. I'll give her 2 blossoms. Fang Wudao sighed as 20 spirit stones flew from his storage pouch, landing on the jade tray held by a nearby attendant. The attendant promptly presented him with 2 plum blossoms. With a flick of his finger, the blossoms landed on the stage. After all, he had once given Chen Xinxin a dowry. Now that she was in trouble, he ought to lend a hand. Chapter 41, The First Round. The next day. The Bluestone Plaza where the martial arts arena stood was bustling with people. Fang Wudao stood in a corner, clad in black martial attire and wearing a half mask, arms crossed as he watched quietly. The lottery draw was essentially irrelevant to his presence, as the Huang family handled every detail. Competitors were only allowed to watch from the sidelines. But Fang Wudao was always cautious. He wanted to know the strength of his opponents beforehand, so he came. Besides, he had nothing else to do. The hour is upon us. Begin the draw. A middle-aged man dressed in the Huang family's attire, his aura steady and composed, stood atop a raised platform, his voice booming like a bell. His gaze swept the crowd like lightning before he reached into an ebony box engraved with a simple formation, casually pulling out 2 numbered wooden tablets. Number 174, Windchase Sword. Number 233, Hanli. Both parties, prepare yourselves promptly. The contest will commence on platform 1 in half an hour. First up? Lucky me, I can get off work early. Fang Wudao's gaze darted swiftly through the surging crowd. Soon, he locked onto a man in his 30s, lean and wiry as a javelin. This man carried an ancient-looking long sword on his back. Upon hearing his name called, he walked straight to the edge of the first arena, sat cross-legged on the blue stone ground, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Observe the heart. Fang Wudao's mind stirred, and the secret technique quietly activated. In an instant, the world seemed to shed a hazy veil before his eyes. The fluctuations and flow patterns of spiritual energy within the wind-chasing sword became instantly clear. Mid-stage Jade Liquid Realm Cultivation. Fang Wudao's gaze shifted, sweeping over the long sword at his back. The hilt bore only the marks of years of wind and frost, not a trace of sword aura remained. Of course, the absence of sword aura on the sword meant only that he hadn't wielded it recently, not that he hadn't grasped its essence. Regardless, Fang Wudao did not believe this man would be his match. It seemed the first round would be a breeze for him. Still, he needed to carefully consider what tactics to employ to win the match. After all, his next mission was to infiltrate the Huang family's Moonlight Spring and assassinate the Golden Blade Elder. Though Golden Blade Sr. was now a demonic cultivator on the wanted list of the 3 sects, a target everyone was permitted to eliminate. But this was ultimately the Huang family's territory. Killing indiscriminately without their consent would inevitably incur their wrath. Therefore, the temporary identity of Han Li must be concealed with utmost care. Not a single trace of his true origins could be revealed. First and foremost, sword techniques were absolutely forbidden. Whether it was the fierce and swift Wind Thunder sword art or the 5 elements sword cannon with its revolving elements, both were renowned signatures of the Heavenly Sword sect. The moment he wielded them, little cutie would instantly guess his origins. As for his sword techniques, they were equally out of the question. The double blade sect's techniques share the same origin as those of the Golden Blade Sage. Others might struggle to tell them apart, but Golden Blade Elder, the very target, knows them intimately. Should Fang Wudao reveal even a hint of the Twin Blade sect style on the arena, Golden Blade Master would instantly grow wary and guarded. At that point, launching a surprise attack would become exceedingly difficult. In truth, the sneak attack itself was a minor concern. Fang Wudao's primary fear was that Golden Blade Master would escape. The world was vast. If he let him escape, tracking him down again would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After much deliberation, the only viable methods left were spiritual arts and spells. Spells were the more adaptable choice. Fang Wudao made his decision swiftly. His mental arts were indeed unpredictable and immensely powerful, but their execution was too singular and distinctive, easily remembered and guarded against by those with intent. While their defenses were mostly ineffective, Fang Wudao didn't want to reveal his mastery of psychic arts. For this was one of the trump cards he intended to use against the Golden Blade Sage. By comparison, spells offered far greater flexibility, endlessly adaptable and with controllable power. The time has come. Contestant 233, Hanli, and contestant 174, Chasing Windsword, take the stage. Half an hour later, the middle-aged referee's voice rang out once more. Both men moved almost simultaneously, stepping onto the first platform paved with solid obsidian. Chasing Windsword clasped his fists, his voice cold and hard as iron. Wandering cultivator, Chasing Windsword, I humbly request your guidance. Fang Wudao mimicked the gesture, clasping his fists in return. Independent cultivator, Hanli, I beg. Before his words had fully left his mouth, a razor-sharp, piercingly shrill pale blue sword chi condensed to its absolute limit ripped through the air, striking directly at his face. True to his reputation as a rogue cultivator, he'd stop at nothing to win. But every move you make is exactly as I anticipated. Fang Wudao shifted his stance slightly, and the fierce sword energy whistled past his ear. He hadn't even shifted his stance. The secret art of mind observation, though taxing on one's mental energy, proved remarkably effective. Whether it was the sudden acceleration of spiritual energy within the wind-chasing sword or the covertly gathered sword chi, Fang Wudao had already seen it all clearly. Attempting to ambush him was utterly impossible. The more he employed this technique, the more Fang Wudao realized that the true strength of the twin blades sect lay not in their swordplay, but in this very art of mind observation. It could not only see through others, but also see through oneself. Moreover, it allowed the practitioner to maintain inner tranquility. It could be said that as long as this secret technique continued to be refined, the possibility of inner demons taking root was virtually non-existent. Beyond that, the mind-reading technique was the only secret art Fang Wudao had encountered that could perceive momentum. Ever since he grasped sword momentum and learned to conceal his cultivation through momentum, neither his master nor his senior disciples could easily discern his true strength. But the old blind man was different. Even with his meridians destroyed, he could still see through Fang Wudao's cultivation level with his mastery of mind-reading technique. One can only imagine how extraordinary this secret art truly is. 13 wind-chasing swords. The strike missed its mark, yet the wind-chaser's sword showed no surprise, nor did it pause for even a moment. With a low growl, the blade in his hand instantly transformed into a dazzling swarm of azure streaks. Layers upon layers of sword shadows surged forth. Within a single breath, 13 tangible, razor-sharp sword energies, some thrusting straight, some slashing diagonally, some whirling in circular strikes, enveloped Fang Wudao from all directions. Facing an assault powerful enough to overwhelm an ordinary Jade Liquid Realm cultivator, Fang Wudao's expression remained largely unchanged. "Let's see some fireworks," he murmured softly, casually raising his right hand. His thumb and middle finger met in the air with a crisp snap. Snap. The sound was faint, yet it seemed imbued with a peculiar magic. The air abruptly grew scorching and distorted. Almost in the same instant, over a dozen fiery balls, each the size of a fist and glowing red as molten lava, materialized around Fang Wudao. Go! Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed relentlessly, like festive fireworks bursting densely across the stage. The windchase sword's intricate, swift blue net of blades swiftly disintegrated under the impact of this pure, savage flame energy. His expression changed drastically as he tried to flee, only to be swiftly engulfed by the flames. "I surrender! I surrender!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Only then did Fang Wudao wave his hand to disperse the flames. Watching Chasing Wind Sword kneel on the ground, his body still emitting wisps of blue smoke, the surrounding crowd all stiffened in awe. So powerful! One move! Just one move! Chasing Wind Sword, a mid-stage Jade Liquid Realm cultivator renowned for his swift swordplay, had been utterly crushed by this mysterious masked man, Hanli, using what appeared to be the most basic fireball technique. Whoa! What kind of fire technique is that? Firing a dozen fireballs simultaneously isn't surprising, but how could their power be so terrifying? Mid-stage Jade Liquid Realm couldn't even withstand a single strike. This Hanli is formidable. He might even crack the top 10. His mastery of fire element spells is nothing short of divine. This is far beyond what an ordinary independent cultivator could achieve. Countless gazes filled with shock, awe, and scrutiny converged on the black-clad figure standing with hands behind his back at the center of the arena. The middle-aged referee stood frozen for 2 full breaths before suppressing his own shock and announcing loudly, "Hanli wins." Chapter 42, The Banquet. Evening. Fang Wudao had barely returned to his lodgings at the inn when an exquisitely crafted invitation, gilded with gold foil, was delivered to his hands. A banquet at the moon-gazing pavilion tonight? The Huang family sure moves fast. Fang Wudao chuckled softly. It seemed the midday duel had piqued the Huang family's interest in recruiting him. He casually tossed the invitation onto the table and stretched lazily back onto the bed. Of course he would attend this banquet. Someone offering spirit stones to get him to a money pit like the moon-gazing pavilion for free food, free drinks, and free girls? Little cutie. No way. As for recruitment? No thanks. As a disciple of the prestigious Heavenly Sword sect, how could he possibly become a guest master for the Huang family? Besides, his participation in the Huang family's tournament was solely to gain entry to the Moonlight Spring to find an opportunity to eliminate the Golden Blade Elder lurking within. Getting too close to the Huang family now would only jeopardize his plans. As the lanterns lit up, the moon-grasping pavilion shimmered with radiant splendor, resembling an immortal palace that never slept. Whether it was because no spirit stones were required, Fang Wudao felt the melodies of string and wind instruments today were more enchanting than yesterday's. The rich, intoxicating aroma of spirit wine permeated the air, growing ever more potent and heady. Free stuff really does make people happy. Young Master Han. You finally arrived. Lady Yu has been waiting for you for quite some time. A fragrant breeze swept over him as a figure in deep purple glided over like a butterfly flitting through blossoms. A smile brimming with threefold more warmth than yesterday graced Yunyang's face. Before Fang Wudao could react, she naturally extended her jade-like arms and affectionately wrapped them around his. The soft, full warmth pressed through his clothing, mingling with her rich, subtle fragrance and the scent of her skin. Fang Wudao nearly saluted on the spot. Young Master Huang specifically instructed that you are tonight's honored guest at the banquet. We dare not neglect you. Please, come this way. Moon Maiden will personally escort you upstairs. Yunyang spoke in a voice sweet enough to make one sick, practically half dragging, half carrying the stiffening Fang Wudao toward the staircase covered in luxurious fur rugs. As they moved, her high, full breasts deliberately brushed against his arm. Her eyes sparkled with seductive charm, as if the disdainful Yunyang who had hurried past him yesterday had never existed. Such a swift change of face and fervent warmth left even the thick-skinned Fang Wudao momentarily flustered. He quickly steadied his composure, pressing closer to Yunyang's slender form to savor the moment. Young Master Han, you're so naughty. Yunyang shot him a coquettish glare but made no move to pull away. Fang Wudao nodded inwardly. VIP treatment truly was something else. The third-floor private room was lavishly appointed. Entire slabs of premium water-gloss jade, polished to mirror-like smoothness, covered the floor. The spiritual energy within the jade rose in wispy threads, diffusing like a thin mist. It cooled the lungs and cleared the mind, bringing an indescribable sense of clarity and refreshment. Surveying the walls, several calligraphic scrolls hung between beams and pillars crafted from golden thread Manhwa wood. Where the ink flowed freely, the brushstrokes were as sharp as swords, faintly revealing a hint of momentum. Clearly, the artist possessed not only profound skill but had also grasped the essence of momentum. The Huang family was bloody arrogant. Fang Wudao felt a pang of envy, convinced the Huang family outshone even the Heavenly Sword sect in opulence. Of course, he knew this was merely an illusion. The Heavenly Sword sect, with its profound heritage, had no need for such ostentatious displays to assert its status. Only nouveau riche families like the Yangs felt the need to flaunt their wealth at every turn. Along both sides of the hall, over a dozen cultivators with refined auras now sat. Some closed their eyes in meditation, others whispered among themselves, while still others scrutinized Fang Wudao, the newcomer, each displaying distinct expressions. Clearly, these were all independent cultivators the Huang family sought to recruit. At the head of the hall, a youth clad in a cloud-patterned brocade robe, handsome yet bearing a hint of arrogance, smiled as he conversed with the person beside him. No need to guess this was none other than Huang Linfu, the eldest son of the Huang family. His gaze swept toward the doorway, where he spotted Fang Wudao being enthusiastically escorted in by Yunyang. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he called out cheerfully. Daoist Han has arrived? Please take a seat. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward him. Fang Wudao's masterful, fiery spell on the stage today truly astonished them. Young Master Huang, fellow cultivators, please forgive my tardiness. Fang Wudao greeted everyone with a smile, intending to find a corner seat. Yet Yunyang, half supporting and half nudging him, guided him to the empty seat right next to Huang Linfu. Instantly, a barrage of curiosity, scrutiny, inquiry, envy, and even blatant jealousy and hostility washed over him like tangible waves. Fang Wudao inwardly cursed Yunyang, that vixen, for drawing so much hatred upon him, yet he forced a smile and pretended nothing was amiss. Now that everyone is here, let the banquet begin. Huang Linhua clapped his hands, and 2 rows of maidservants dressed in sheer silk robes filed in. Soon, platters of exquisitely rare spiritual fruits and delicacies were placed upon the jade tables before each guest. After setting down the delicacies, these exquisitely beautiful attendants did not withdraw. Instead, they glided over with graceful steps, carrying a faint, fragrant breeze, and seated themselves beside each cultivator, attending to their drinking and revelry. What's the matter, young Master Han? Do you fancy the younger ones too? Yunyang asked with a hint of playful jealousy. Fang Wudao nodded instinctively, then snapped back to his senses. Moon Maiden, you jest. With 18 exquisite maidens already by my side, why would I seek others? Master Han always knows how to please. Yunyang giggled softly, her slender waist swaying as she poured him a cup of spirit wine. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm. Only then did Huang Linfu, seated at the head of the table, leisurely lift his cup. Turning to Fang Wudao with a broad smile, he said, Fellow Daoist Han, like myself, you walk the path of fire magic. Might we find an opportunity to exchange techniques and mutually refine our Daoist arts? Young Master Huang jests. How could my meager skills compare to the profound mastery of fire magic you've cultivated for years? Fang Wudao waved his hand, politely declining. After feasting on someone else's lavish banquet, one must at least pay them some flattery. Such was the high professional integrity of Fang Wudao. Master Han is too modest. Huang Linhu laughed heartily. Who among us here today, having witnessed your display, did not marvel at how masterfully you wielded your fire techniques? Leaning forward slightly, he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. With such extraordinary talent, it seems a pity that you, fellow Daoist Han, remain a solitary cultivator. My Huang family is currently in dire need of capable individuals eagerly seeking talent. If you would deign to join us, the Huang family offers you a seat as a guest cultivator. The terms will be more than satisfactory, far better than struggling alone in the world. What do you say? Here it comes. Here it comes. The main event is finally here. Fang Wudao's face flashed with perfectly measured hesitation and gratitude. Setting down his wine cup, he clasped his hands and replied. I am deeply moved by young Master Huang's generous offer. However, I am by nature a free spirit, unable to tolerate even the slightest constraint. I can only accept your kind intentions in spirit. Huang Linfu's smile faltered momentarily before returning to normal. To each their own path, one cannot force such things. I understand your lofty aspirations, fellow Daoist Han. But then again. He gently swirled the wine in his cup, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This moonlight spring is exceptionally precious, not something easily obtained. The clamor within the private room seemed to subside at that moment. A dozen gazes refocused on Fang Wudao, some sympathetic, some mocking, but most relishing his misfortune. Yun Yang also quietly withdrew her delicate arm, her body shifting imperceptibly away, as if silently drawing a boundary. With so many vying for just 10 spots, it truly is no easy feat. Fang Wudao smiled lightly, seemingly oblivious to the hidden meaning in their words. Then I wish fellow Daoist Han a victorious start. Huang Linfu remarked indifferently. Chapter 43, Targeted. 3 days later, the second round of the arena tournament commenced as scheduled. Fang Wudao once again stepped onto the familiar greenstone plaza. Compared to the bustling scene of the first round, the plaza now felt noticeably emptier, with only about 100 people remaining. Yet the atmosphere in the air felt even more tense and grim. After all, those who had survived the first round were all formidable opponents with considerable skill. Fang Wudao had heard that starting from the third round of the tournament, the Huang family would open the grounds, allowing cultivators from the city and even beyond, drawn by reputation, to flood in and watch the matches. This wasn't out of the Huang family's generosity. They simply intended to set up betting odds around the tournament to seize the opportunity to rake in money. By offering a few enticements, they could reap vast wealth and prestige from the blood and sweat of the contestants. The Huang family truly took the saying no gain, no pain to its extreme. No wonder they rose to prominence so swiftly. Seeing Fang Wudao approach, most contestants chose to step aside, keeping a safe distance. They did this partly out of fear of Fang Wudao's terrifying fire magic. Second, they feared offending the Huang family. Over the past few days, news of Fang Wudao rejecting the Huang family's recruitment offer, thus humiliating their eldest son, had spread far and wide. Now everyone was waiting to see the show. They wanted to see whether this lone cultivator named Han Li had the guts to stand his ground, or if the Huang family's tactics would prove superior. Begin the lottery draw. On the high platform stood the same middle-aged steward of the Huang family. His gaze casually swept over Fang Wudao before he nonchalantly reached into the ebony box. 2 wooden tablets were drawn. He glanced at them before announcing loudly, number 233, Han Li, will face off against number 111, Sun Hansan. First again? Fang Wudao pondered briefly, sensing something was amiss. Last time, being first could be chalked up to luck. But this time, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by that Huang family heir. Was he too lazy to even put on a show? Or was this a deliberate warning shot? In an instant, Fang Wudao shifted his gaze to the front of the crowd. There stood an exceptionally imposing figure, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. His exposed arms were thick with muscles knotted like tree roots. His bronze-colored skin glowed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. He leaned on a heavy, dark spear, its tip gleaming coldly with an unstoppable sharpness. Dark crimson runes, like congealed bloodstains, wound the shaft, faintly radiating a murderous aura. This man must be none other than Sun Hansan, the Overlord Spear. Fang Wudao's mind stirred slightly as the secret method of contemplating the heart silently activated. A cultivation at the peak of the Jade Liquid realm. Far superior to the Windchase blade from the first round, who was only at the mid-stage of the Jade Liquid realm. No residual momentum lingered on the spear, indicating he likely hadn't grasped spear momentum. Yet despite knowing this man wielded fire techniques with divine mastery, his face showed no trace of fear. His spear skills must be exceptionally profound. Moreover, he was supremely confident in his close-quarters combat abilities. The half-hour preparation time vanished in an instant. Clang! The gong sounded, its echoes lingering. No probing, no wasted words. Sun Hanshan's eyes suddenly widened, and a deep, thunderous growl erupted from his throat. His massive frame instantly transformed into a furious black shadow tearing through the air. The jet-black spear in his hand shot forth like a venomous dragon bursting from its lair, striking Fang Wudao's chest with thunderous force. Fast. Fierce. Deadly. What blinding speed. What a domineering spear technique. Shouts of astonishment erupted from the crowd below the stage, many instinctively holding their breath. In their minds, the horrific image of Fang Wudao being pierced and sent flying by this ferocious spear thrust had already begun to form. Yet, at this critical moment, a blazing crimson wall of fire erupted without warning from beneath Sun Hanshan's feet. What? Sun Hanshan's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't seen any casting motions at all. The wall of fire before him seemed to materialize out of thin air. A deadly heat washed over him, forcing Sun Hanshan to let out a frustrated roar. He twisted his waist violently, halting his advance and spinning his spear back. Art is an explosion. After forcing Sun Hansan back, Fang Wudao's face broke into a maniacal grin as he snapped his fingers repeatedly. The air itself seemed to ignite completely. 5, 10, 20. Dense clusters of crimson fireballs, radiating terrifying heat, coalesced out of thin air. Some hovered above Sun Hanshan's head, others beside him, completely sealing off any space for evasion. Boom! In the next instant, all the fireballs detonated simultaneously, as if connected by an invisible fuse. The entire arena instantly transformed into a fiery inferno. Gah! Sun Hanshan's eyes bulged as he let out a feral roar like a trapped beast. At the brink of life and death, he unleashed his full potential, wielding the heavy spear in his hands with such ferocity that it formed an impenetrable shield. Shadows of the spear swirled thickly, shrouded in dark light, forming a black hurricane that shielded him firmly at its center. Not bad. No wonder they sent you to take me out. Fang Wudao smiled faintly and snapped his fingers once more. Boom! 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 The arena erupted with even denser, more frenzied explosions. Sun Hanshan's arms trembled violently. His palms split open, blood trickling down the black gun barrels. Instantly, the terrifying heat vaporized it, leaving behind dark brown scorch marks. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the explosive force into the ground and surroundings with astonishing strength and precise deflection techniques. Yet even so, his body recoiled backward, beyond his control. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, Sun Hansan was driven to the very edge of the ring. There was nowhere left to retreat. In this desperate moment, Sun Hansan unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling every last ounce of his remaining spiritual energy into the great spear in his hands. The dark crimson runes along the spear's shaft flared to life, radiating a savage, frenzied aura. Overlord. Wrath. Hum. A blinding black light erupted from the spearhead. A beam of light, condensed to its absolute limit and thick as a water barrel, instantly tore through the flames ahead, hurtling like a whirlwind toward the black-clad figure who remained standing in place, seemingly admiring the fireworks display. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Fang Wudao merely raised his right hand slightly. No incantations, no intricate hand seals. A flame shield, solid as substance, materialized instantly before him. Boom! Sun Hanshan's fatal strike slammed squarely into the dark crimson shield of fire. The earth-shattering roar shook the entire plaza to its foundations. A violent shockwave of energy erupted in a ring, sweeping away the lingering flames and smoke from the stage. Impossible? Put. Seeing Fang Wudao unscathed, Sun Hansan felt as if struck by a hammer. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His prideful, all-out killing blow had failed to inflict even a single scratch. The entire Bluestone Plaza fell into deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Fang Wudao in utter disbelief. Pseudo-Dan. He must be at the Pseudo-Dan realm. Someone shouted first, snapping the crowd back to reality. Indeed. Such power is far beyond what a Jade Liquid Realm cultivator could possess. His mastery of fire techniques is nothing short of divine. Paired with this false Dan cultivation, this man could easily rank among the top 5. Even the top 3 isn't out of the question. The Huang family has likely hit a brick wall this time. On the high platform, the indifference on the Huang family steward's face had vanished, replaced by deep shock. Chapter 44, The Flower Queen's Invitation. That evening, Fang Wudao was once again invited to dine at the moon-grasping pavilion. This time, however, the host was not Huang Linfu, but the newly crowned flower queen, Chen Xinru. Young Master Han, I've been waiting for you. Her voice was sweet and syrupy, laced with feigned coyness. As she swayed her hips, her voluptuous form seemed poised to press against him. Men and women should not touch each other. Please restrain yourself, Moon Maiden. Fang Wudao stepped back half a pace without a trace of hesitation, his tone stern and righteous. Yun Yang halted abruptly, her smile instantly morphing into a tearful expression of hurt. Her eyes brimming, she pleaded. Master Han, last time I was blind, failing to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. You are magnanimous, please don't hold it against this humble woman, will you? You flatter me, miss you. Fang Wudao regarded her calmly. I've never been one to hold grudges. That little incident at the banquet when you quietly withdrew your hand at the first sign of trouble to distance yourself from me. I've long since forgotten it entirely. Yun Yang. Fine. Every word is forgotten, yet every word is digging up old grievances, isn't it? Master Han, I'm but a lowly courtesan forced to play both sides. Please spare me this once. Yun Yang's expression grew even more pitiful, her voice trembling with a hint of tears as she pleaded. After speaking, she made a move to bow. Enough. Fang Wudao raised his hand to gently stop her, his tone tinged with resignation. Han is soft-hearted and has a poor memory. When I say I've forgotten, I truly have forgotten. Let's put this matter behind us. He never truly intended to hold it against Yun Yang, he'd merely seized the chance to tease her, to watch her performance. Now that his goal was achieved, he naturally saw no reason to pursue it further. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Yun Yang's face brightened as if granted a pardon, her expression shifting from gloom to sunshine as she beamed a radiant smile. Her waist swayed with effortless grace as she drew closer to Fang Wudao, her breath fragrant as she murmured. Young Master Han, your fame has truly spread far and wide. Look, even our newly crowned flower queen, known for her aloofness and reserve, couldn't contain her heart's desire and extended an invitation to you. What good is fame? Fang Wudao chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Yun Yang's waist, slender in appearance yet supple and resilient as his hand naturally rested upon it. I possess something far greater. Young master. You're so naughty. Yun Yang's body trembled slightly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She shot him a coy glare, her expression a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. With that, she hastened her steps as if flustered, attempting to escape his grasp. Slow down, don't trip. Fang Wudao strolled leisurely behind her, his warm, large hand gliding up and down along the curve of her swaying waist, as if by accident. By the way, why did this newly crowned flower queen suddenly seek me out? As they reached a corner of the ornate corridor, adorned with intricate painted beams and delicate silk lanterns, Fang Wudao asked casually. Shouldn't she be spending this moment with the patron who helped her win the title, sharing wine and confiding in each other in the boudoir? Though Fang Wudao hadn't visited the moon-grasping pavilion these past few days, he was aware of the basic developments. Chen Xinru's triumph in the fiercely competitive Flower Queen contest was undoubtedly backed by a wealthy young master from a prominent family. Yun Yang paused briefly, then leaned close to whisper in Fang Wudao's ear. To be honest, young master, just this afternoon, young master Huang came to visit Miss Chen Xinru. Oh? Fang Wudao's eyebrows arched slightly, understanding dawned. So she intends to act as an emissary for the Huang family? After rejecting Huang Linfu's recruitment at the last banquet, the two had parted on bad terms. During today's second round of the arena matches, Huang Linfu had even resorted to underhanded tactics, deliberately pitting him against a formidable opponent. Their current relationship, if not exactly a case of meeting too late, was certainly one of mutual distaste. With things this tense, Huang Linfu naturally couldn't bring himself to extend another invitation. Yet Fang Wudao's astonishing display of power today made Huang Linfu reluctant to simply give up. Thus, the newly crowned flower queen, Chen Xinru, became his carefully chosen lubricant. Heroes have always struggled to resist the allure of beauty. Having this stunningly beautiful, rising courtesan make the approach was the perfect solution. Actually, the Huang family has also sent me a generous gift, hoping I might put in a good word for them. Yun Yang's eyes sparkled as she confessed frankly. Oh? Fang Wudao looked at her with keen interest. Then why didn't you seize the opportunity to make your move, Yun Yang? Yun Yang covered her mouth and giggled softly. Master Han, please don't mock me. A nobleman as perceptive and upright as you, how could a few light-hearted kind words from me possibly sway you? Therefore, I'd rather not waste my breath, lest I overstep and incur your displeasure. As they spoke, they approached a secluded courtyard. Yun Yang pointed ahead. There past this moon-shaped archway lies Miss Xinru's boudoir. Master Han, please proceed. At this point, a hint of sincerity flickered across her face. Of course, if you change your mind now and choose not to meet this courtesan, you may turn back at any moment. I shall not stand in your way. Lady Moon's words are quite to my liking. Upon hearing this, Fang Wudao actually turned and walked away. Oh dear. Young Master Han. Yun Yang hurriedly grabbed his sleeve, her face adorned with a pleading, seductive smile. What are you doing? To sit in such elegant surroundings with a peerless beauty like Miss Xinru, sipping tea and conversing intimately, this is a blessing most men could only dream of. You're really willing to let this slip away? Fang Wudao regarded her with a half smile, half sneer. Didn't you just say I could leave whenever I pleased? Truly, nothing escapes your notice, young Master Han. Yun Yang tucked a strand of hair blown by the night breeze behind her ear and looked at Fang Wudao pitifully. Truth be told, the Huang family has given me strict orders. No matter what, I must introduce you to Miss Xinru. You see. Meeting her wouldn't be an issue, but... Fang Wudao deliberately drew out his words, his gaze lingering on her bright, lovely face. After all I've done for you, Moon Maiden, I should get something in return. Sooner or later, you'll devour this poor soul until not a single bone is left. Yun Yang's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a coy glare. Then, swiftly rising onto her tiptoes, she pressed a warm kiss against his lower cheek. Afterward, her eyes darted away as she murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with timidity and trembling. Is this enough? Fang Wudao raised his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing the spot where she de-kissed him. A faint curve touched his lips. Barely acceptable. Hearing this, Yun Yang shot him a flushed, annoyed glare. You're getting away with it and still acting innocent. Chapter 45, Farewell. Following the cobblestone path, Fang Wudao soon arrived before the main house. The lattice door stood ajar, letting out a faint glow of warm yellow light and the subtle waft of a delicate fragrance. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Unlike the opulent moon-gazing pavilion, the newly crowned flower queen's boudoir exuded a refined simplicity stripped of all artificiality. Beyond the basic pearwood furniture, the room contained only a Poloniya zither, several ink paintings with profound, distant landscapes, and a small incense burner emitting a delicate fragrance. Chen Xinxin stood quietly by the window, bathed in the bright moonlight that made her appear like a moon palace fairy detached from the world. Hearing faint footsteps behind her, she slowly turned around. A face of breathtaking beauty came into Fang Wudao's view. Her brows arched like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes shimmered like autumn waters rippling with waves. Her delicate nose was straight and graceful, her lips soft and rosy. Though she wore little makeup, her beauty was breathtaking. She truly was unlike any other. Honored by your presence, young Master Han. I regret not greeting you at the gate. Please forgive my oversight. Chen Xin curtsied gracefully, her posture elegant. Fang Wudao returned the bow with a clasped hand. It is my honor to be invited by Miss Chen. How could there be any need for forgiveness? Chen Xinxin smiled faintly, her gaze lingering briefly on his half-mask before she spoke. Please be seated, Mr. Han. The moonlight is particularly lovely tonight. May I prepare you a cup of moonlight white tea? I'll leave it to your discretion, Miss Chen. Thank you for your kindness. Fang Wudao replied with a smile. Water flowed like a stream, pouring clear tea into an elegant blue and white porcelain cup. A faint white mist rose, wafting gently. In an instant, the room filled with the soothing, refreshing aroma of tea. Chen Xinxin gently pushed the teacup toward Fang Wudao. Master Han, please. Fang Wudao lifted the cup and took a small sip. Crisp and lingering, with an endless sweet aftertaste. Excellent tea. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Han. Chen Xinxin smiled gracefully before speaking plainly. Mr. Han, I've been entrusted by the Huang family to invite you to join their household as a guest scholar. Would you be interested? Fang Wudao paused slightly, then chuckled. I had imagined a lady as refined as Miss Chen would first invite me to savor tea and admire the moon, exchanging a few verses of poetry and elegance. Only after the moon had set would she gently broach this matter. I hadn't expected you to get straight to the point. Shinru and young Master Han have never met before. That I would suddenly send an invitation tonight, I'm sure you've already guessed the reason. Since that's the case, beating around the bush would only seem pretentious. Better to be straightforward and honest with each other. After all, with our minds elsewhere, even the finest wine would be impossible to savor. Chen Xinxin stated plainly. Miss Chen speaks with refreshing candor, a truly genuine spirit. Fang Wudao praised her, then shifted his tone. Alas, I, Han, am accustomed to a life of leisure. I cannot endure living under someone else's roof, constantly reading their expressions. If that is the case, I understand. Chen Xinxin showed no inclination to persuade him, nodding decisively. Tomorrow, I shall decline the Huang family's proposal on behalf of young Master Han. At that very moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through the window lattice, scattering the incense and tea aromas within the room. Chen Xinxin's expression froze. She caught a faint yet utterly familiar scent. This was the scent of her old lover. Her eyes fixed on Fang Wudao, filled with both shock and suspicion, as if trying to pierce through the mask to see the face hidden beneath. After a moment, she parted her red lips, a subtle smile playing on them as she tested the waters. Who would have thought the famed hand of purgatory would be none other than young Master Fang? At her words, Fang Wudao stiffened. Had his disguise been exposed? Catching this subtle shift, Chen Xinxin's eyes sparkled with amusement. She extended a slender jade-like finger and tapped her own delicate, upturned nose with graceful elegance. Every person possesses a unique scent. And this nose of mine has always been exceptionally sensitive to smells. Once I've caught a whiff, it's nearly impossible to forget. Scent? Fang Wudao instinctively lowered his head, swiftly sniffing his cuffs and collar. All he detected were traces of tea, incense, and the lingering scent of Moon Lady's perfume. Amidst such a thick, mixed scent, Chen Xinxin could still detect a scent uniquely his? That nose is incredibly sensitive. Long time no see, Miss Chen Xinxin. Since his identity had been exposed, Fang Wudao abandoned pretense, lifting his half-mask to reveal his face. Or should I say, Chen Xinru, the Flower Queen? Xinru is merely my public persona. The title of courtesan is far beyond me. Chen Xinxin gazed at Fang Wudao, her eyes softening, even tinged with an indescribable complexity. Young Master Fang, please call me Xinxin as you always have. Speaking of which. She shifted her tone, her gaze carrying just the right amount of feigned reproach, her words tinged with playful scolding. I was quite deceived by you, young Master Fang. Had it not been for today's fortuitous chance to see your true form, I truly believed that the young Master Fang who conversed with me at the Phoenix Pavilion all those years ago was merely an ordinary merchant running a small business. Who would have thought? She shook her head slightly, her eyes flickering. Young Master Fang is actually a profoundly hidden, extraordinarily powerful cultivator. Miss Chen flatters me, Fang Wudao chuckled dismissively. I am but a minor figure. As for deceiving. His gaze burned into Chen Xinxin's as he spoke with a hint of teasing. My petty tricks are nothing compared to yours, Miss Chen. After all, a certain someone recently swindled a full 500 taels of silver from this humble one, a dowry meant for a bride. Chen Xinxin's fair face flushed, a mix of vexation and bashfulness evident. I did not truly intend to deceive you, Mr. Fang, at the time. But since matters have come to this, I shall offer no further explanation. She took out a pouch of spirit stones and placed it on the table. These 500 spirit stones shall serve as my compensation. I beg you, Master Fang, not to hold it against me. After a pause, as if remembering something, she added. Oh, and during the quarterfinals of the Flower Queen contest that day, Master Fang generously donated 2 plum blossoms worth 20 spirit stones to vote for me. Therefore, I should actually be returning 520 spirit stones to you, young Master Fang. With that, she added another 20 spirit stones to the pile. 500 taels of silver for 520 spirit stones? That's an outrageous profit. Fang Wudao did not immediately reach out to take them. He leaned back slightly, studying Chen Xinxin's composed expression as he tentatively asked. Miss Chen, such a generous gesture, could it be you have a request of me? Young Master Fang. Chen Xinxin's eyes instantly misted over at his words, her voice brimming with hurt and resentment. Do I appear to you as someone who haggles over every penny, driven solely by profit? Must everything be a transaction? Miss Chen misunderstands, Fang Wudao replied calmly. It's simply that one shouldn't accept gifts without merit. I truly cannot accept such a generous offering. Chen Xinxin sighed softly, her voice tinged with resignation and bitterness. I do not blame you for such assumptions, Master Fang. After all, in the past, I did deceive you out of considerable wealth. But this time, her gaze suddenly sharpened with intense sincerity. I truly have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to repay the kindness you showed me all those years ago. Young Master Fang may not believe it, Chen Xinxin's voice grew hushed. But I truly relied on the silver I deceived from you to prolong my mother's life while she lay ill. Though she has now passed away, she lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I have never forgotten your kindness, Master Fang. I dare not forget it. Chen Xinxin's tone was sincere and heavy, leaving Fang Wudao momentarily unable to discern its authenticity. Mainly, he didn't know whether Chen Xinxin had ever possessed cultivation before. If she had been a cultivator back then, mere mortal silver coins would have been easily obtainable. Then this bag of spirit stones before him might well be her latest trap. But if she truly had been nothing more than a helpless, desperate woman back then every word she spoke now was a heartfelt confession, each syllable dripping with blood. He couldn't bring himself to accept these 520 spirit stones. After all, calling it deception was a bit much. It was more like a tacitly understood romantic exchange between the two of them. Take it, Master Fang, Chen Xinxin urged when he remained silent, her gaze sincere bordering on pleading. This parting marks a vast distance between us. We may truly never meet again. Her voice carried a hint of melancholy farewell. Consider it Xinxin's belated gratitude for your past kindness, and a small token of farewell. With her words spoken so plainly, further refusal would seem unfeeling. Fang Wudao said no more, waving his hand to store all the spirit stones into his storage pouch. Chapter 46, The Bet. Young Master Fang, are you leaving already? Seeing Fang Wudao set down his teacup, clearly signaling his intention to depart, Chen Xinxin's faint smile faltered slightly. A hint of reluctance flickered deep within her eyes. The relationship between her and Fang Wudao had long since become complicated. She had approached him with purpose, seeking the medicine money for her mother. With carefully crafted tenderness and affection, she had earned his pity. Chen Xinxin remembered clearly how she had shed tears before him, lamenting her loneliness, and how she had timed her displays of bashfulness perfectly whenever his gaze fell upon her. Yet as she played this role of feigned affection, it had gradually seeped into her own heart. Truth and falsehood, illusion and reality swirled together in Chen Xinxin's heart, churning into a murky pool where even she could no longer distinguish between calculation and genuine affection. What troubled her even more was that Fang Wudao's thoughts were more elusive than the deepest abyss. Was his kindness toward her born of pity for the weak? Was it a playful charade, knowing full well her schemes yet choosing to play along? Or had there been a moment when he, too, had truly felt something? Chen Xinxin could not tell. But now, it no longer mattered. For after parting today, they might never meet again. This thought stirred an undeniable ache within her. The hour is late. I truly must take my leave. Fang Wudao rose to his feet, his gaze lingering briefly on Chen Xinxin's exquisite features before he spoke. Miss Chen, take care. Young Master Fang, beware of Huang Linfu's vengeance. Chen Xinxin stepped forward, blocking his path. You've refused his invitation twice today. With his proud and arrogant nature, he won't be able to swallow his pride. His petty tricks are no match for me. Fang Wudao's tone remained calm, as if this were a trivial matter. Young Master Fang, do not underestimate Huang Linhua. Chen Xinxin's voice carried a hint of urgency. The rules of the tournament are lax. Many contestants conceal their identities. For him to meddle in the proceedings would be effortless. You mean he'll have cultivators sponsored by the Huang family replace some unknown contestants to launch a relentless barrage against me on the stage? Fang Wudao raised an eyebrow slightly. Precisely. Chen Xinxin nodded vigorously, a look of worry flickering in her eyes. The Huang family has numerous revered experts, including many false core cultivators. Arranging for a few to infiltrate the ranks is child's play for Huang Linfu. You might defeat one or two opponents, but the relentless succession of battles will inevitably drain your spiritual energy. By then, even with your extraordinary strength, you may struggle to maintain peak condition when facing true powerhouses later on. Ultimately, you might fall just short of success. Miss Chen, thank you for your concern. I shall be mindful. Fang Wudao gave a slight nod. Truthfully, he couldn't care less about Huang Linfu's petty schemes. To him, those at the false core stage were no more than slightly larger ants, easily crushed with a flick of his wrist. Still, to ensure smooth passage into the Moonlight Spring, it was best to keep a low profile. It's good that you understand, young master. Chen Xinxin saw his agreement and felt her taut nerves ease slightly, though the sorrow of parting only grew heavier. Her crimson lips parted, tempted to plead for more time together, but Fang Wudao merely bowed his fist in a crisp salute before turning and disappearing into the moonlight. Watching his rapidly receding figure, Chen Xinxin drifted into a daze. The night breeze ruffled her hair, bringing a hint of chill. Her lips moved almost silently, murmuring, "Young Master Fang, take care." As soon as Fang Wudao vanished from sight, Yun Yang hurried over. Well, did he agree? Chen Xinxin shook her head gently. He didn't agree? Yun Yang looked utterly speechless. The Huang family's offer is incredibly generous, something many would beg for. This Han Li is being far too arrogant, isn't he? What she didn't know was that Fang Wudao hadn't even bothered to listen to the terms. By snubbing young Master Huang like this, he'll likely find himself in deep trouble later. Yun Yang sighed, sensing she'd soon have to change her tune and distance herself from the soon-to-be doomed Han Li to avoid getting burned. Chen Xinxin's expression shifted slightly as she spoke with a hint of weariness. Yun Yang, it's late. I'm feeling rather tired. Enough. Good advice falls on deaf ears. If he insists on courting death, why should we trouble ourselves? Let him be. Rest well, important guests await tomorrow. Yun Yang glanced at the empty courtyard, shook her head, and swayed her hips as she walked away. With the third round of the tournament opening its grounds to spectators and establishing betting rings, the once desolate Bluestone Plaza instantly erupted into a roaring sea of voices. Fang Wudao scanned the makeshift tents adorned with giant bet banners, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. With spirit stones to be made, he certainly wouldn't pass this up. If that miserly senior sister were here, she'd probably jump for joy and pull out every last spirit stone from her stash, wouldn't she? Fang Wudao chuckled softly as he stepped into the surging crowd. Starting bid, 10 spirit stones. Han Li number 233 to win. Odds, 1 to 1.8? Seeing his odds, Fang Wudao was deeply dissatisfied. How could it be so low? The Huang family is being far too stingy. He silently cursed himself. If he'd known this would happen, he should have hidden his true strength more thoroughly in the first 2 rounds instead of revealing even a fraction of it. Little did he know, his odds were already on the high side. Had it not been for everyone knowing he'd offended the Huang family's eldest son, guaranteeing special attention from them in this tournament, his odds would likely be less than half of what they were now. 5,000 spirit stones. Number 233, Han Li, wins. Such a large bet? The steward handling the bets looked up in surprise, his narrow eyes scanning Fang Wudao up and down. Oh? The contestant placing the bet himself, he asked with a forced smile, his tone tinged with scrutiny. Naturally, that's acceptable. However, he drew out the last syllable, his tone laced with warning. If any fraud or deliberate deception to swindle wagers is uncovered. Heh, you surely know the Huang family's rules. What we'll recover then won't just be spirit stones. Fang Wudao remained composed, casually tossing a heavy storage pouch onto the counter with a sharp thud. His movements were crisp and decisive. The steward's eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up the storage pouch, carefully counted the contents, and then handed Fang Wudao a receipt stamped with the Huang family emblem. The ticket is what matters, not the person. Keep it safe. Fang Wudao tucked the receipt away and turned to leave. Only after his figure vanished into the crowd did the buzzing discussions at the gambling counter erupt. 5,000 spirit stones? That Han Li, has he gone mad, or is he just throwing caution to the wind? The fool has no sense of his own mortality. Knowing full well that young Master Huang would intervene behind the scenes, he still dared to place such a heavy wager on his own victory. Yeah, if he'd kept some spirit stones, he might have been able to treat his injuries afterward. Now, he's screwed. Thinks a little skill makes him untouchable. Little does he know, a lone cultivator will always be just that, never fit for the stage. The gambling house manager listened to the surrounding murmurs, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The fool didn't know his place. Young Master Huang had already made all the necessary arrangements. Those 5,000 spirit stones were destined to be handed over to the Huang family for free. Chapter 47, 4,000 spirit stones for free. The draw results for the third round of the arena matches were finally announced. This time, Fang Wudao wasn't drawn for the first match. Instead, he was placed in the final match. This subtle change sparked murmurs among the crowd. TSK, the final match. Young Master Huang saving himself for last, savoring the show. This should be interesting. Let's see if Han Li can make it through this round. Fang Wudao sat quietly in the contestant waiting area, his eyelids slightly lowered, unfazed by the murmurs around him. Whether he went first or last made no difference to him. After all, it was merely crushing ants. What effort did it require? Time slowly passed amidst the fierce, brutal battles on the arena and the roaring, frenzied crowd. The scent of blood in the air grew thicker and heavier. Finally, the referee's deliberately raised, inciting voice pierced the clamor, echoing throughout the arena. Next match. Number 233, Han Li versus number 207, Shadowblade. Under countless gazes, some curious, some pitying, some schadenfreude, Fang Wudao stepped onto the ring, its surface still bearing scorch marks and bloodstains. He carried no imposing aura, moving as if taking a leisurely stroll. Only the most observant could detect a subtle, almost imperceptible distortion in the air wherever his feet touched the ground. On the opposite side of the ring, the masked figure known as Shadowblade stood poised. His physique was lean and steel-like, clad in an unremarkable gray outfit. His face was covered by a plain metal mask, revealing only cold, piercing eyes. A palpable, almost tangible aura of lethal intent radiated outward from him. Clearly, this was a cultivator exceptionally skilled in combat. Fang Wudao's gaze sharpened as he silently activated his mind-reading technique. A golden core, its vitality waning, appeared within his vision. Second transformation of the false Dan. This Huan Linhua truly spares no expense. Fang Wudao sneered inwardly, yet his expression remained as still as a deep well. The match begins. The referee announced loudly. The moment the words left his mouth, the masked figure codenamed Shadowblade moved. His entire form seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving only a faint gray afterimage in his place. The next instant, a piercing, air-shredding sound exploded less than 3 feet in front of Fang Wudao. Surprisingly, the deadly blade did not strike immediately. Shadowblade's figure, in the midst of its rapid advance, suddenly split into three. 3 identical gray figures materialized like ghostly apparitions, one to Fang Wudao's left front, one to his right front, and one directly behind him. 3 piercingly white blade glows, wailing like ghostly cries, erupted simultaneously without distinction, each carrying a razor-sharp killing intent capable of tearing through anything. Split light, shadow shift. It's the shadow slaying technique of that revered master from the Huang family. So fast. And impossible to tell the real from the fake. It's over. Han Li doesn't seem to have reacted yet. Why did I get so foolishly obsessed and bet on him to win? Shouts of shock echoed through the spectator stands. It seemed as though Fang Wudao would bloom into a blood-red flower in the next instant. Facing the terrifying blade light capable of instantly dismembering an ordinary jade liquid realm peak cultivator, Fang Wudao simply stood still. He even closed his eyelids slightly, exuding an air of languid indifference. Just as the 3 ghastly white blade lights were about to touch his robe, their icy sharpness causing his hair to stand on end, Fang Wudao moved. With a casual flick of his fingers, 3 fiery walls as red as molten lava barriers surged into existence without warning. The air ignited instantly, crackling and popping. The temperature on the entire stage skyrocketed to terrifying levels. Even the hard obsidian floor showed signs of melting. Damn it! How could his spellcasting be this fast? And simultaneously controlling 3 firewall spells? Shadowblade's mind was in turmoil. This completely defied his understanding of what a fire mage was capable of. With life hanging by a thread, he held nothing back. A deep, fierce shout erupted simultaneously from the 3 figures. Puff! Puff! The phantoms on the left and right were instantly engulfed by the violently expanding firewalls, vanishing without so much as a wisp of smoke. But at the very last moment, Shadowblade's true form vanished like a ghost, disappearing into thin air. The next instant, his battered form materialized again at the edge of the arena, 10 zhang away from Fang Wudao. Shadowblade, having narrowly escaped death, held his blade with trembling hands, barely managing to grip the hilt. In that instant, he felt he was facing not a man, but a erupting volcanic crater. That scorching heat and overwhelming dominance, capable of incinerating everything, had even this false-core second transformation assassin felt suffocating pressure. He stared fixedly at Fang Wudao, now shielded by 3 walls of fire, his expression filled with unprecedented gravity and astonishment. Such casting speed was utterly unheard of. Simultaneously casting 3 firewall spells, and the flame's power, could be so absurdly overwhelming. This was simply too unreasonable. Had he not sensed no aura of pressure emanating from Fang Wudao, he would have suspected that this seemingly calm youth had already grasped the concept of momentum. Otherwise, how could he wield the firewall technique with such earth-shattering power? The strength displayed now is sufficient. It must not grow any stronger. Fang Wudao observed the visibly shaken Yingdao, silently noting to himself. If he crushed him too easily, the odds would plummet to rock bottom. How would he earn spirit stones then? This so-called Shadowblade was simply too weak. Just 3 firewall techniques had forced him to resort to his life-saving secret technique. Seemed he'd have to ease up a bit, trade blows with him for a few dozen moves. Otherwise, no one would bet on him later. With that thought, Fang Wudao manipulated the flames, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat that surged toward Yingdao at the edge of the arena. Ha! Slowing down? Shadowblade's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if catching a glimmer of light in utter darkness. Could it be that his earlier astonishing triple firewall technique had been cast using some costly secret art? Yes. It must be. Forcibly boosting the casting speed and power had left him struggling to sustain it now. Hope instantly ignited within Shadowblade's heart. If it was the power of a secret technique, he might still have a chance. His confidence restored, Shadowblade conjured 2 more clones. They darted across the arena, weaving in and out at high speed, testing Fang Wudao's focus and drawing his attention. A bizarre chase unfolded across the arena. Fang Wudao manipulated 3 crimson streams of fire, sometimes splitting them to attack from multiple angles, sometimes gathering them into a wall. The display seemed formidable, chasing Shadowblade into considerable disarray. Yet whenever Shadowblade's true form or clones dared to advance recklessly for a lethal ambush, he was forced to retreat and defend. Dozens of rounds passed in a fierce back and forth of offense and defense. The arena floor was scorched crimson and charred black by the flames. Shadowblade's breathing grew heavier. The strain of maintaining his secret technique clones and the scorching heat were taking their toll. Just as he manipulated another clone to distract the flames on the left, his true form darting like a ghost from the blind spot on the right, a sudden change occurred. The black obsidian slab beneath his feet, scorched red hot, shattered without warning. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion. Shadowblade was instantly hurled backward by the violent blast, crashing like a broken sack onto the ground below the arena. The fabric on his chest turned to ash, revealing a horrifying wound charred and gaping, flesh torn open. A thick, acrid smell of burning filled the air. After a brief silence, the spectator stands erupted in deafening roars. Inferno! 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 Ha! I knew he'd win. I bet 100 spirit stones. Feels good. That useless Huang family priest better pay me back my spirit stones. Fix. Definitely fixed. The Huang family is rigging the match. Some roared with wild joy, others stared in disbelief, while those who lost raged with curses. Fang Wudao paid no heed. At that moment, only one joyful thought occupied his mind, 4,000 spirit stones his for the taking. Chapter 48, The Auction. Fang Wudao, flush with his windfall, strode toward the moon-grasping pavilion with a spring in his step. But halfway there, he abruptly halted. The conversation among several cultivators by the street corner had piqued his interest. Have you heard? The number of slots for the Moonlight Spring being auctioned at the 100 Treasures Pavilion this time is fewer than usual. Competition is bound to be fiercer this round. Who cares? It's none of our business anyway. I'm more curious about that thing they dug up from the ancient ruins. I heard even the appraisers at the treasure tower couldn't pin down its origins. These ancient artifacts are so old, it's perfectly normal to be unsure. Antiquities? Fang Wudao's interest was piqued. He had to go see for himself. He'd never cared for places like the moon-grasping pavilion anyway. Now he could head straight to the auction instead. Before the resplendent 100 Treasures Pavilion, 2 imposing guards clad in armor and wielding weapons stood like door gods. As Fang Wudao approached the entrance, he was about to step inside when he noticed every guest entering was required to present an invitation. Damn it, he didn't have an invitation. Just as he pondered how to procure one, a booming voice filled with delight rang out beside him. Fellow Taoist Han. We meet again. Fang Wudao turned to see a man dressed in understated yet exquisitely crafted brocade robes striding toward him, his face glowing with warmth. Hai Da Fu? Fang Wudao paused to recall before the name surfaced in his memory. This was the very man who had shared a table with him at the moon-grasping pavilion and spoken so highly of Qin Xinxin. Could it be that you, fellow Daoist Han, knew Miss Xinru would attend today's auction and came here specifically to wait? Hai Dafu slapped Fang Wudao's shoulder hard, his voice brimming with the excitement of a kindred spirit. I knew it. Miss Xinru's charm is irresistible. Leaning closer with a hint of secrecy and pride, he whispered. By the way, fellow Daoist Han, we like-minded admirers recently formed the Guardian Alliance dedicated to safeguarding Miss Xinru's safety and reputation. Would you be interested in joining us, fellow Daoist Han? The Alliance offers numerous perks, and you'll be the first to receive exclusive updates on Miss Xinru. A barely perceptible twitch flicked across Fang Wudao's lips. Wow, you guys have taken fandom to a whole new level, forming a fan club? This enthusiasm is downright terrifying. Maintaining a polite facade, he declined, I appreciate your kind invitation, fellow Daoist Hai. However, I have no such inclination. Fang Wudao simply couldn't muster any interest in this fanatical behavior. Besides, he and Chen Xian, the Flower Queen, knew each other inside out. Chasing her? That'd be ridiculous. Han Daoyu, we're all admirers of Miss Xinru. Why be so formal? Hai Dafu clearly wasn't giving up, still trying to persuade him. I am not a follower of Miss Chen. Fang Wudao clarified in a flat tone. Truly not? The warmth on Hai Dafu's face faded almost instantly. He shook his head repeatedly. What a pity. I was thinking, if fellow Daoist Han were one of us, I could have done you a small favor and brought you inside to witness the auction extravaganza at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. After all. He waved the gold-edged invitation in his hand, a hint of smugness in his voice. This is a pass for the Tian character box. Bringing 1 or 2 people in would be no trouble at all. Hold on. Fang Wudao moved like lightning, grabbing Hai Dafu just as he turned to leave. A genuinely warm smile spread across his face. Fellow Daoist Hai, your eye for people is truly sharp. What do you mean, fellow Daoist Han? Hai Dafu halted, his gaze fixed on him. Fang Wudao took a deep breath and declared. No more pretense. I'll lay my cards on the table. Fellow Daoist Hai, your discerning eye is like a torch. My petty schemes could never escape your notice. Indeed. I am none other than the most devoted admirer of Miss Chen Shinru. That fleeting glimpse at the moon-grasping pavilion, Miss Shinru's peerless beauty and exquisite sword dance has forever etched itself upon this humble one's heart. These past days, I've lost all appetite and sleep. It feels like ants are crawling through my body. The agony is truly unbearable. Brother Hai, you speak the truth. My sole purpose in coming here today is to catch a glimpse of Miss Chen Shinru's graceful countenance, to ease this bone-gnawing, heart-searing torment of longing. Fang Wudao's heartfelt confession was delivered with such sincerity and dramatic flair that he portrayed the role of a lovesick admirer to perfection. Even he nearly believed his own performance. A kindred spirit. Fellow Daoist Han. You truly understand me. Deeply moved, Hai Dafu seized Fang Wudao's hands in excitement, his eyes reddening as his voice choked with emotion. Heaven has eyes. At last, I found a fellow cultivator suffering the exact same affliction. This bone-gnawing ache of longing, I understand it. I understand it all too well. Their eyes locked, as if they had found long-lost kin. The air thickened with a palpable atmosphere of mutual admiration. Just then, a clear, ethereal female voice tinged with a hint of secret delight and playful teasing echoed from behind Fang Wudao. Oh? So this humble maiden holds such weight in young Master Han's heart? Truly, flattered beyond measure. Fang Wudao's body froze instantly. That voice, he knew it all too well. A wave of intense embarrassment surged from his toes straight to the crown of his head. Damn it! Pretending to be a die-hard fan and getting caught red-handed by the real deal. How the hell did this happen? But Fang Wudao had always been thick-skinned. After freezing for just an instant, he spun around abruptly. His eyes sparkled with disbelief and delight as he exclaimed excitedly. Miss Chen. It really is you. To meet you here, Han Li. Han Li has no regrets in this life. Chen Xinxin's beautiful eyes twinkled as she shot him a playful glare. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. As if it were all real. Just last night, they'd shared a cup of moonlit white in her boudoir. Still, Chen Xinxin felt genuinely happy to encounter Fang Wudao again. After all, when they parted yesterday, she had thought it unlikely they would ever meet again. Little did she know fate could be so wondrous. It had brought them together here. Miss Chen, this Han Li, a fellow cultivator, is also your devoted admirer. His admiration for you is truly earth-shaking. Hai Dafu hurried forward to make the introduction, then requested. Might Miss Chen permit him to accompany us into the auction hall? It would ease his longing and allow him to bask in your divine radiance up close. As he spoke, he shot a knowing glance at the other brother, Han Dao, signaling that he wouldn't overlook any of his comrades. Sharing blessings together. Chen Shinru covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Her gaze swept over Fang Wudao's face, where he wore a feigned look of deep affection, before returning to Hai Dafu. Her voice was gentle and gracious. Since young Master Hai is hosting today, I shall follow your lead and leave everything to your arrangements. After a pause, her gaze drifted back to Fang Wudao, a meaningful curve lifting the corners of her lips. However, she continued, having observed young Master Han's earlier heartfelt words, it seems he is indeed, well, quite enthusiastic toward this humble servant. With him accompanying us, the auction should certainly be all the more lively. She emphasized the word enthusiastic with deliberate clarity. Ha! Excellent! It's settled then. The three of us shall journey together and feast our eyes at this 100 treasures pavilion auction. Hai Dafu clapped his hands and laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Chapter 49, Calculating Every Penny. Wait. Fang Wudao seemed to suddenly recall something, a look of surprise flitting across his face. Daoist Hai. You're the top gold sponsor, top supporter who lavishly bid tens of thousands at the Flower Queen contest, playing a pivotal role in Miss Shinru's ultimate victory? He scrutinized Hai Dafu from head to toe, his eyes brimming with disbelief. This fellow before him was the very one who, back at the moon-grasping pavilion, couldn't even spare a private booth and insisted on sharing a table with him. During the quarterfinals of the Flower Queen contest, he'd only skimpily bid 3 plum blossoms. He'd looked every inch the ordinary cultivator strapped for cash. How could he have transformed overnight into a top-tier patron who spent money like water? The contrast was simply too stark. Heh, Hai Dafu rubbed his hands together, a shrewd look on his face. My father taught me from childhood that money must be spent where it counts. Save where you can, spend where you must. Whether it's a private box or a shared table, as long as I can admire Miss Shinru's peerless beauty, the effect is the same. Why waste that money? At this point, he shifted gears, a hint of smugness creeping into his voice. As for the quarterfinals? Miss Shinru had such a clear advantage back then, victory was assured. A token offering of 3 plum blossoms was more than enough. Better to save the spirit stones for the final showdown, one decisive blow. What a penny pincher. Damn it, you're a genius. Fang Wudao gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. Hi Dao Yu, you're the man. Nothing special. Hai Dafu waved his hand modestly, then chuckled and shot a meaningful glance at Fang Wudao. Speaking of which, fellow Daoist Han, when faced with Lady Moon's gracious invitation that day, you insisted on sharing a table with me instead. That pragmatism and resolve truly left me in awe. He clearly remembered Fang Wudao's insistence on sharing a table back then and found it quite endearing. Not at all, not at all. Brother Hai truly outdid himself. Fang Wudao waved his hand in equal modesty. Master Han is truly remarkable. Daoist Hai is even more so. The two continued to exchange compliments, prompting Chen Xinxin, standing nearby, to suppress a smile. After a moment, once the compliments had run their course, Hai Dafu waved his hand grandly. Come on, come on. Miss Shinru, fellow Daoist Han, follow me. He presented the golden-edged invitation to the Tian character private room. The guards at the entrance immediately bowed deeply, parting to make way with utmost reverence. The interior was spacious, the air permeated with the faint fragrance of spiritual herbs and sandalwood. Display counters lined both sides, showcasing an array of rare treasures, miraculous elixirs, and divine weapons that shimmered under soft lighting. Numerous cultivators lingered, murmuring in admiration. Hai Dafu clearly knew his way around, guiding the two past the bustling first-floor hall and straight toward a spiral white jade staircase on the wing. Upon reaching the third floor, the view suddenly opened up. A circular corridor, carpeted in dark red, encircled the vast central auction hall below. Along both sides of the corridor, elegant private boxes separated by spirit wood panels hung with beaded curtains or sheer gauze. Number 2 Sky Suite, this is it. Hai Dafu halted before a compartment door engraved with intricate array patterns, pressing the invitation into a recessed slot. A faint glow flickered, and the door slid open silently. The interior was lavish yet comfortable. A thick cloud-patterned carpet covered the floor, with a large rosewood table positioned at its center. It was already set with spiritual fruits, pastries, and a steaming pot of spiritual tea, its crisp fragrance wafting through the air. Several armchairs upholstered in soft brocade sat arranged in orderly rows. The most striking feature was the crystal curtain facing the auction hall, etched with one-way array patterns. From the box, one could clearly overlook the entire auction platform and most of the audience seats, yet from the outside, not a single detail within the box could be glimpsed. Privacy was impeccable. Please, take a seat. This Misty Peak Spirit Tea from the 100 Treasures Pavilion is truly exceptional, do try it. Hai Dafu greeted them warmly, taking the seat of honor first. Chen Xixin glided gracefully to the window seat and settled elegantly. Fang Wudao chose a chair beside her, observing the scene below with keen interest. Fellow Daoist Hai. Fang Wudao lifted the cup of clear, emerald green spirit tea and took a sip. Getting into this Tianzi number 2 private room must have cost a pretty penny, right? The Tian character private rooms were expensive to begin with, let alone the second-ranked one. The Tian class private rooms are indeed expensive. A hint of pain flashed across Hai Dafu's face, but he quickly regained his composure and declared. But as the leader of the XIN Alliance, how could I possibly let Miss Shinru sit in the main hall? It's about prestige. We absolutely must uphold the prestige. His air of spending money for your idol is only natural earned him another thumbs up from Fang Wudao. Ununderstandable, but respected. Mainly, he could tag along and piggyback on this luxurious private room. Awesome. Chen Xinxin turned her head slightly at his words and offered Hai Dafu a charming smile. Young Master Hai, you are too kind. I am truly honored. That smile made Hai Dafu feel lighter to his bones, and he waved his hands repeatedly, insisting it was only right. Fang Wudao chuckled inwardly. This fat Hai guy sure was straightforward and genuine in his idol worship. His gaze swept over the crowd below. Soft lights illuminated the central auction podium as a stunningly beautiful woman in purple robes, her figure captivating, stepped onto the stage. Moon Lady? Isn't she from the Moon Gathering Pavilion? Why is she here at the 100 Treasures Pavilion hosting the auction? Recognizing her, Fang Wudao nearly spit out his tea. This career leap was utterly absurd. The Moon Grasping Pavilion and the 100 Treasures Pavilion were worlds apart. Last night she was warmly welcoming him, and today she stands at the center of this premier auction? What on earth is this woman's background? Esteemed guests, greetings and blessings. Entrusted by the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Moon Maiden shall preside over today's grand event. Yun Yang curtsied gracefully, her alluring charm instantly capturing every gaze in the room. Enough pleasantries. I trust you all understand the rules, the highest bidder wins, and no regrets once the hammer falls. Now, please welcome today's first treasure, the Mystic Scale Ice Soul Armor. As her words fell, two burly porters carried a red silk-covered tray onto the dais. Yun Yang swept her white hand, and the red silk slid away, revealing an inner armor shimmering with a deep blue, icy glow. Its scales were so fine and dense they seemed alive. An icy chill instantly permeated the air, sending shivers down the spines of the cultivators in the front rows. This armor is forged from the of a 300-year-old Shinlin ice serpent from the depths of the northern abyss. Impervious to water and fire, resistant to blades and weapons, it can spontaneously generate a mystic ice shield capable of withstanding 3 full power strikes from a third transformation false stand cultivator. Starting bid 3,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100.
Yun Yang's voice carried a mesmerizing, enchanting quality that instantly ignited the crowd's fervor.
3,500. 4,000. 4,003. Bids rose and fell in rapid succession, instantly elevating the atmosphere.
In the second VIP box, Hai Dafu watched with keen interest, occasionally chiming in with comments.
This ice armor is quite impressive.
Too bad it's for men, otherwise I'd gladly bid on it to protect Miss Shinru. As he spoke, he diligently refilled Chen Xinshin's cup with spiritual tea. Chen Xinshin gave a slight nod of thanks, her gaze drifting subtly toward Fang Wudao beside her.
Fang Wudao, though also observing the auction below, had a noticeably unfocused gaze.
His fingers tapped absent-mindedly on the rosewood table, clearly not fully engaged with the ice armor.
He was waiting for that artifact from the ancient ruins. Chapter 50, Bone Totem. Auction items were presented one after another, each swiftly snapped up amid fierce bidding.
There was the 9-turn jade dupill that could enhance cultivation, the peerlessly sharp azure void flying sword, ancient jade slips inscribed with fragments of divine techniques.
The scene was incredibly heated. Yun Yang's mastery of the auction floor was exceptional.
Her words stirred the crowd, driving prices to new heights time and again. Finally, after a special spirit roar was carried away, the smile on Moon Maiden's face faded slightly, her voice taking on a hint of gravity and mystery.
The next item up for auction is quite extraordinary.
It is neither a divine weapon nor a miraculous elixir. It originates from the newly discovered ancient ruins deep within the Mulan grasslands. It is one of the artifacts the expedition team brought back at great cost.
The entire hall fell silent, curiosity reaching its peak. Is it here? Fang Wudao's eyes sharpened as he leaned forward slightly.
Seeing his reaction, Chen Xinshin straightened her slender waist slightly. Her clear, autumn-like eyes scanned the crowd below, a hint of inquiry flickering within.
It was rare for anything to capture Fang Wudao's interest. Hai Dafu, who had been cheerfully watching the spectacle and offering occasional commentary, suddenly grew serious when he saw Chen Xinshin's interest peaked. He craned his neck, his small eyes fixed intently below, trying his best to look serious. It was rare for anything to capture the interest of Chen Xin, the Flower Queen.
A burly black armored guard carefully ascended the platform, hands cradling a jade box.
The box was pure white, its surface shimmering with a soft, watery glow that clearly served to seal off any aura. This only heightened everyone's curiosity.
Yun Yang's expression solemn, she extended her jade-like hands. With a gentle press of her fingertips, the lid lifted. Exposed to the eyes of all present was a bone totem roughly the size of a palm, appearing extremely ancient. This bone totem emitted no radiant glow, no spiritual energy fluctuations, giving off a lifeless, desolate aura. Yet, as all eyes focused upon it, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Simultaneously, a peculiar beastly roar echoed in their ears, followed by countless blurred, overlapping, and fervent prayers. As if millions of voices regardless of gender or age were gathered upon the wind-swept altar, chanting in an ancient, obscure language, offering the most devout and frenzied faith to some unknown entity. This sound was not a physical presence, but acted directly upon the soul. The faces of several cultivators in the front rows, whose cultivation bases were slightly weaker, instantly turned deathly pale. Their eyes flickered with momentary confusion and struggle, as if being forcibly pulled by that chaotic will. After a long moment, those who regained their senses hurriedly averted their gazes in horror.
Whoa! What the hell is that? A soul attack? Uncanny. Utterly unnatural. That voice, it's trying to brainwash us into fanatics. Don't look at it! A wave of suppressed shrieks and commotion erupted throughout the arena. This is less a treasure than an ominous sacrificial offering imbued with the madness of ancient cults.
The Moon Maiden's gentle voice sounded at the right moment, soothing the crowd. This bone is exceptionally hard, impervious to magical artifacts or rare material indeed. As for the totem engraved upon it, its age makes thorough investigation impossible. However, its patterns bear some resemblance to the celestial wolf god totem from the ancient legends of the Mulan grasslands. Perhaps this very totem served as the medium through which the celestial wolf tribe communicated with the celestial wolf god. Her gaze swept across the hall, lingering particularly on the direction of several VIP boxes. According to the revered experts of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, fragments of consciousness still linger within this totem. These thoughts are chaotic, violent, and imbued with the power of fanatical faith. Forced scrutiny or contact by the weak-willed will surely bring backlash that threatens the very soul. Of course, if its secrets can be unlocked, its value might far exceed imagination. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000. As Yun Yang's voice faded, the entire hall fell silent. 10,000 spirit stones. To purchase a bone totem of unknown purpose, immense risk, and the power to unnerve one's very soul with a single glance? In the second VIP box, Hai Dafu clicked his tongue, his plump face brimming with disgust. 10,000 spirit stones for this weird thing? The 100 Treasures Pavilion must be desperate for cash. He turned to Chen Xinshin, seeking agreement. Miss Shinru, don't you agree? Bringing this thing home might just invite ghosts. Shen Xinshin's gaze lingered on the bone totem for a moment before she smiled faintly in agreement. Indeed. This object is intertwined with malevolent energy and dark thoughts, radiating extreme ferocity. To touch it carelessly would surely bring misfortune. Her tone carried an instinctive repulsion. No one wanted to be associated with such a dangerous object. Fang Wudao's lips curved upward, a flicker of delight rising in his heart. Though this bone totem radiated an ominous aura, the abundant spiritual essence within it was undeniably real. If he could obtain it, his cultivation would surely advance to a new level. Yet despite his desire, Fang Wudao remained quietly observant, not rushing to act. He only had about 10,000 spirit stones on hand, meaning he could afford to bid just once. Therefore, he must wait until the auction was nearly unsold before making his move. Time dragged on in oppressive silence. Just as a flicker of disappointment crossed the auctioneer's eyes and her crimson lips parted to declare the lot unsold, Fang Wudao broke the silence at the perfect moment. 10,000 spirit stones. Her eyes instantly brightened, as if she'd grasped a lifeline. The distinguished guest in box 2, bidding 10,000. Any other offers? This is a mystical sacrificial artifact connecting to ancient times, imbued with the power of lost faith. A rare opportunity. She urged fervently. Shut up already, Moon Maiden. Fang Wudao cursed inwardly. This woman was going all out to seal the deal, as if terrified anyone might miss how precious this thing was. Shen Xinshin turned her face, casting a strange look at him. She couldn't fathom why Fang Wudao would be so interested in this clearly ominous object. Hai Dafu was so startled he nearly jumped out of his chair. He pleaded. Brother Han. You mustn't. This bone totem is deeply unholy. You heard those wailing, ghostly prayers yourself. Carrying it will only torment your soul day and night. Why subject yourself to that? His plump face was etched with worry, fearing the new member of the Guardian Alliance might meet misfortune. It's fine, Fang Wudao replied calmly, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. By a stroke of luck, I've acquired a secret technique that can suppress its malevolent and evil thoughts. If the bone totem carried only ominous aura and heart-chilling prayers, he wouldn't dare touch it lightly. But since it bore traces of spiritual resonance, Fang Wudao felt no fear. After all, anything connected to spiritual essence was nothing but a paper tiger before him. Yun Yang surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping over the cultivators who remained silent or wore fearful expressions. Knowing no further bids would come, she raised her gavel. 11,000 spirit stones. At that moment, a nonchalant voice suddenly drifted from the direction of the Tian number 1 VIP box. 11,000 spirit stones. The distinguished guest from the number 1 sky box has placed a bid. Yun Yang's voice instantly rose, brimming with excitement, and distinguished patrons of boxes number 1 and number 2 have both set their sights on this item. Fellow cultivators, are you not tempted? Perhaps this bone totem conceals a startling secret. She worked feverishly to stoke the competitive atmosphere. Chapter 51, Apology. Young Master Han, Shen Xinshin's voice was soft yet resolute. I still have 12,000 spirit stones available. Though she didn't understand Fang Wudao's intentions, seeing his determination, she chose to support him without hesitation. Hai Dafu also patted his chest, boasting, Brother Han, if you need funds, I can lend you some. But, Sai, you'd better think this through. He still believed this deal was a massive loss, utterly unworthy. Thank you both. Fang Wudao did not refuse their offers. Spirit stones were his bargaining chips now. He spoke again. 12,000 spirit stones. 13,000 spirit stones. The voice from Tian number 1 remained flat, as if it were merely a casual gesture. 14,000 spirit stones. Fang Wudao followed suit. 15,000 spirit stones. The other party refused to budge. Fang Wudao's brows furrowed. The other party's attitude made him sense trouble brewing. He steeled himself, attempting to drive them off with a higher bid. 20,000 spirit stones. 21,000 spirit stones. The voice from the number 1 VIP box came back without a moment's pause. Trouble. Fang Wudao's heart sank. The attitude of the number 1 skybox toward this bone totem was clearly no passing fancy. It felt more like an unyielding determination to secure it at all costs. Moreover, the ease and nonchalance with which this bidder raised the stakes clearly showed they didn't regard this amount of spirit stones as anything significant. Young Master Han, I can find another 15,000 spirit stones. Go ahead and raise your bid. Shen Xinshin glanced at Yun Yang below and whispered. Brother Han. Hai Dafu suddenly grabbed Fang Wudao's arm, his plump face bearing an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of apprehension. His voice was hushed to a whisper. We can't bid higher. I've been listening carefully. That voice, no mistake. It's the 4th young master of the Huang family, Huang Linfeng. Huang Linfeng? Fang Wudao's eyes instantly turned cold. Another member of the Huang family? They just won't leave us alone. Was the other party deliberately driving up the price out of revenge? Or had they discovered the extraordinary nature of this bone totem? It's definitely him. Hai Dafu nodded vigorously, speaking rapidly. This is Star Island, the Huang family's territory. If Huang Linfeng truly wants this item, with his status as the fourth young master of the Huang family and their wealth, we simply can't compete. Even if we somehow manage to win, it would leave us crippled and waste tens of thousands of spirit stones for nothing. Why put ourselves through that? As a shrewd businessman, he knew forcing a confrontation now was foolish. It would only let the enemy lead them by the nose into a trap. It's merely a bone totem of unknown purpose. Hai Dafu persisted in his persuasion, attempting to dissuade Fang Wudao. If Brother Han truly has an interest in such ancient artifacts, once our business here is concluded, I'll see what I can find for you in our family treasury, something of finer quality and far safer. Why waste spirit stones here just to spite the Huang family? Fang Wudao remained silent. What he sought wasn't the bone totem itself, but the unique spiritual essence it carried. To Hai Dafu, it might be worthless, but to him, it was a rare opportunity. But such matters could not be spoken plainly. Yet Hai Dafu's words had awakened him. Continuing the bidding, regardless of the outcome, would only result in him losing out. 21,000 spirit stones once. 21,000 spirit stones, going once. 21,000 spirit stones, going once. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in VIP box number 1 for securing this mysterious bone totem from the Mulan grasslands. The jade gavel in Yun Yang's hand fell with a crisp clang, sealing the fate of this enigmatic item. Fang Wudao watched as the jade box was respectfully carried toward the sky suite number 1. Though reluctance stirred within him, he forced himself to suppress it for now. It seemed he would have to devise another plan. After the auction concluded, the atmosphere in the second VIP box felt slightly subdued. Hai Dafu was still vouching for Fang Wudao, insisting he would definitely find a better bone totem. Chen Xinxin sipped her tea thoughtfully, seemingly pondering how to help Fang Wudao acquire a bone totem or a similar ancient artifact. Fang Wudao, meanwhile, kept his eyes slightly lowered, contemplating his next move. Knock! 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 A light knock sounded at the box door. Who goes there? Hai Dafu demanded in a deep voice. A respectful voice came from outside the door. Your Excellency, the fourth young master Huang from private room number 1 is here to pay his respects. Would Your Excellency be available to receive him? Huang Linfeng? All three men inside the private room froze. The auction had just ended. Why wasn't this fourth young master of the Huang family rushing to settle the auction items? What was he doing here? Showing off? Or, please bring young master Huang in. Fang Wudao spoke first, his tone calm. The door slid open silently. A young gentleman clad in a moon-white brocade robe appeared at the doorway. He stood tall and straight, his features handsome and refined. A gentle, composed smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes bright and spirited. Though his aura was restrained, he carried the dignified bearing of a young master from a distinguished family. Following behind him was a young attendant, who held in his hands none other than the jade box containing the bone totem. I deeply apologize for interrupting your refined pastime, gentlemen, Linfeng said. Huang Linfeng adopted a humble posture, bowing respectfully to Fang Wudao and the others with a smile as warm as the breeze. During the auction earlier, I noticed fellow Daoist Han seemed quite interested in this ancient artifact. Though I am but a humble man, I secured it and have come to present it to you as a token of my respect. With that, he motioned for his attendant to step forward. The jade box, valued at 21,000 spirit stones, was gently placed upon the rosewood table before Fang Wudao. For me? This took even Fang Wudao completely by surprise, his eyebrows arching slightly. Hai Dafu's mouth fell open, the flesh on his plump cheeks twitching in utter bewilderment. Chen Xinxin's beautiful eyes also flashed with surprise. Huang Linfeng took in the reactions of all three, his smile unchanged as he spoke sincerely. Han Daoyu, there's no need for suspicion. This is an apology. An apology? Fang Wudao fixed Huang Linfeng with a piercing stare. Precisely. Huang Linfeng met his gaze with composure, his voice clear and solemn. Our Huang family has always upheld the principle of harmony brings prosperity since establishing ourselves on Star Island. We most strongly oppose bullying the weak and creating enmity. My father and the clan elders have repeatedly emphasized this. A hint of regret tinged his tone. During the recent tournament, my eldest brother acted impulsively. He secretly manipulated the matches and dispatched our temple guardian to target fellow Daoist Han. Our elders have learned of this matter and are furious. My elder brother has now been confined to our residence for reflection and will undergo strict discipline. Huang Linfeng stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Fang Wudao once more. Our elders deeply regret this incident and have specifically sent me, Linfeng, to convey the Huang family's sincere apologies to fellow Daoist Han. We offer this token of atonement in hopes of resolving this minor misunderstanding. His demeanor was humble, his words sincere, utterly beyond reproach. Oh? Fang Wudao's thoughts raced, yet his expression remained impassive. He pointed to the jade box on the table. I see. I hold no ill will toward the matter involving young Master Huang. But I wonder, why did young Master Huang choose this particular item as a token of apology? Huang Linfeng smiled faintly, a subtle gleam flashing in his eyes. It's quite fortuitous, actually. I was just pondering what gift would best demonstrate the sincerity of the Huang family. Earlier at the auction, I saw that fellow Taoist Han held a special fondness for this piece, even going so far as to bid against Lin Feng. It occurred to me that catering to his preferences would be most fitting.
An item cherished by fellow Taoist Han is naturally the best apology gift. Wouldn't you agree? His gaze fixed intently on Fang Wudao. Interesting. A faint smile curved the corners of Fang Wudao's lips. He had been scheming to acquire this bone totem imbued with spiritual essence, and now the Huang family had brought it right to his doorstep. Moreover, they explicitly stated it was given because of his desire for it. The weight and sincerity of this apology were indeed beyond reproach. However, Huang Linfeng's expression turned slightly concerned as he cautioned. This object ultimately carries a violent and malevolent aura. Moreover, that eerie chanting can disturb one's soul and brainwash others. Fellow Taoist Han, it would be best to exercise caution. Fang Wudao stared at Huang Linfeng's refined, sincere face, then glanced at the jade box on the table, which radiated an ominous aura. His thoughts churned. The Huang family, truly no ordinary clan. Their rise to become the foremost power on Star Island within mere decades was no accident. By all logic, what would be the normal reaction for a major power publicly humiliated by a pseudo-Dan realm's solitary cultivator? They would inevitably fly into a rage, seeking revenge for the slightest slight. At best, they'd send assassins in pursuit. At worst, they'd issue a bounty, pursuing the matter to the bitter end. Only then could they uphold their so-called family honor. But the Huang family? Not only did they refrain from retaliation, but they confined their eldest son to house arrest. Instead, they sent their fourth son, a man who appeared far more shrewd and calculating, bearing a costly gift of apology to pay their respects in person. Their posture was so lowly, their justification so impeccably noble, that one could find no fault whatsoever. Even more ingenious was Huang Linfeng's move. Knowing he occupied the second-tier VIP box, he deliberately concealed his identity during the auction, allowing the bidding to soar past 20,000 spirit stones. Then he arrived bearing this highly priced gift he'd won at auction. This was hardly an apology. This was clearly a subtle display of the Huang family's immense wealth and the substantial weight of their sincerity. It provided a face-saving exit while subtly flaunting their strength. This restraint, this calculation, this adherence to the ancestral maxim of harmony breeds prosperity. It made Fang Wudao look at the Huang family with newfound respect. The foremost family of Star Island truly had something special. "Young Master Huang, you flatter me," Fang Wudao replied with a faint smile, gently placing his hand upon the jade box. "I appreciate the Huang family's sincerity. To decline this gift would be discourteous. As for the risks involved, I am well aware of them. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Huang." Without hesitation, he chose to accept this apology gift. Whether the Huang family's apology was genuine or had ulterior motives, he was determined to obtain the spiritual essence within that bone totem. Huang Linfeng's smile grew even warmer. "Excellent. Fellow Taoist Han's magnanimity earns my deepest respect. Let us put this minor misunderstanding behind us. Should fellow Taoist Han require anything on Star Island in the future, as long as it does not violate the way, the Huang family will assist within our means." Lin Feng takes his leave. He bowed once more, then turned and departed with his retinue, leaving behind three figures in the private room, each wearing a different expression, and the jade box on the table, radiating an ominous aura. "Young master, that Han Li is merely a fake Dan cultivator. Why such preferential treatment?" In the corridor, the attendant voiced his bewilderment. After all, the Huang family was a dominant force on Star Island. Bowing to a mere wandering cultivator was nothing short of laughable. An ordinary pseudo-Dan cultivator certainly wouldn't deserve such treatment. But this man, he is no ordinary man. Huang Linfeng offered a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Chapter 52, Absorption. Never before have I witnessed such an intense spiritual aura. Fang Wudao sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes burning as he stared at the gray, broken bone totem in the box, as if it were a priceless treasure. After the auction concluded, he politely declined Hai Dafu's invitation to celebrate over drinks and returned directly to the inn. His sole purpose was to absorb the pure, colossal spiritual essence within it as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Fang Wudao extended his right hand and seized the bone totem, gripping it tightly. The malevolent energy coiled around the bone totem erupted in an instant. A bone-chilling, eerie sensation swiftly spread from his palm, like the whispered prayers of 10,000 ghosts echoing in his ears. The bone totem was transforming Fang Wudao into one of its own. "You dare attack this sovereign? I shall refine you in an instant." With a slight exertion of force, the immense, pure spiritual essence imbued with the aura of primal faith surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. So much. So pure. So exhilarating. Fang Wudao's body trembled involuntarily. This spiritual essence was too overwhelming. Far surpassing anything he had absorbed before. He closed his eyes involuntarily, his face contorting into an expression of ecstatic bliss as he felt utterly intoxicated. After an unknown span of time, the surging torrent gradually subsided. The bone totem's heart-stopping aura and eerie chanting vanished completely, as if it had exhausted all its essence, leaving only the pure bone substance itself. This bone is a treasure in its own right, and it might prove useful in the future. Best to keep it for now. Fang Wudao waved his hand, tucking it away into his storage pouch. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Fang Wudao. Cultivation, False Core 7th Transformation. Techniques, Dual Pole Blade Arc Mastery 2nd Blade Form, Secret Record of Spells Grand Mastery 2nd Spell Form, 5 Elements Sword Cannon Grand Mastery 2nd Sword Form, Heavenly Maiden's Compassionate World Secret Cannon Grand Mastery, Wind Thunder Sword Art 1st Sword Form. Spiritual Resonance, Sacrificial Spirit 3888. 3888. Fang Wudao's pupils abruptly contracted, his breath catching in his throat. Nearly 4,000 points of spirit resonance. He had anticipated this ancient bone totem from the ruins would yield far more spirit resonance than ordinary artifacts, but a staggering figure nearing 4,000 points utterly surpassed his wildest expectations. He'd struck gold. This time, he'd truly struck gold. A surge of ecstasy instantly flooded his mind. If he could absorb and refine all 3,888 points of this sacrificial spirit essence, his cultivation base and realm would undergo an unprecedented leap forward. Even breaking through several cultivation realms consecutively wouldn't be impossible. Yet this euphoria lasted less than a breath before Fang Wudao's smile froze. He lacked the corresponding sacrificial techniques. Each type of spirit required a specific cultivation technique to guide its refinement. For instance, sword spirits could only be used with sword cultivation techniques, blade spirits, only with blade cultivation techniques, spell spirits, only with spell cultivation. They could not be used across different disciplines. If it were other types of spirits like blade spirits, sword spirits, or spell spirits, Fang Wudao might have been able to find a solution. As a top-tier sect with profound foundations, the Heavenly Sword sect possessed an ocean of cultivation techniques in its collection. He could surely find the corresponding method. Even if the sect lacked it, he could arrange exchanges with other sects or noble families. But not the sacrificial spirit. The corresponding sacrificial cultivation techniques originated from an ancient, isolated lineage deep within the Mulang grasslands. They had long since vanished from the world, nearly lost to history. Even the most basic sacrificial rites would be incredibly difficult for Fang Wudao to obtain. Damn it! Am I going to be left empty-handed? Fang Wudao slammed his fist hard against the bed frame, filled with bitter frustration. This was 3,888 points of spiritual essence. To give up now would be such a waste. Ventured deep into the Mulang grasslands? The thought flickered and died the moment it arose. The Mulang people and Central Plains cultivators had been locked in generations of enmity, their hostility ingrained to the bone. For him, a Central Plains cultivator, to rashly venture deep into the grasslands in search of lost sacrificial rites, what difference would that make from a lamb walking into a tiger's den? He'd likely be hunted down and killed as a spy before even reaching the grassland's edge. Enough, enough. Fang Wudao exhaled a heavy breath, forcing himself to calm down. First, return to the sect's scripture hall. See if there are any texts concerning the Mulang grasslands or ancient sacrificial rites. Perhaps, with enough luck, I might find a fragment of knowledge or some substitute method. In the days that followed, Fang Wudao continued competing in the tournament under the identity of Hanli. With Huang Linhu confined by his clan and stripped of his ability to manipulate the matches, the underhanded tactics targeting Fang Wudao vanished completely. Relying on his formidable strength and ever-evolving tactics, he advanced like a force of nature, effortlessly breaking into the top 10 and securing his spot for the Moonlight Spring immersion. Fang Wudao had planned to repeat his old trick, placing heavy bets on his own victories before each round to rake in a fortune of spirit stones. Unfortunately, news of the Huang family's eldest son being confined spread like wildfire. Astute gamblers seemed to sense an unusual shift in the winds. If even the Huang family chose to back down, this Hanli must have powerful connections or strength beyond measure. Consequently, bets on Fang Wudao's victory skyrocketed, causing the odds to plummet precipitously. Though Fang Wudao wagered considerable spirit stones each round, he ultimately earned only pocket change, better than nothing. Several more days passed. Donning his signature half-mask, he transformed into Hanli. Alongside 9 other cultivators who had also broken into the top 10, he gathered at the dock and boarded the large ship dispatched by the Huang family, bound for Lingding Island. The salty sea breeze swept over him as Fang Wudao stood at the bow, silently observing his 9 companions. Soon, he noticed an obvious truth: these people mostly knew each other. They exchanged fist greeting salutations or nodded in acknowledgement, their conversations revealing their respective backgrounds. Some were scions from prominent local families on Star Island, while others were carefully cultivated core disciples from the major sects nearby. Not a single one was ordinary. He alone was an unknown quantity, a rootless wandering cultivator with no connections. Sure enough, the spots for the Moonlight Spring, though seemingly open to fair competition, had long been divided among the noble families and sects. Or rather, given the common lack of resources, inferior cultivation techniques, and scarcity of magical artifacts among lone cultivators, they were utterly powerless to compete against these heaven-sent prodigies born with silver spoons in their mouths. Add to that the Huang family's subtle meddling in the lottery draw, ensuring their own people avoided direct clashes with the strongest contenders.
For an independent cultivator to break through this siege was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Over the years, only the most exceptionally talented independent cultivators have managed to carve a bloody path through this dense blockade and secure a spot in the immersion. Chapter 53, Nightfall's Deadly Threat. The great ship cut through the waves. Half a day later, an island lush with vegetation and shrouded in spiritual energy appeared on the horizon. Lingding Island they had arrived. Pavilions and towers were hidden among the trees, while a magnificent palace complex stood tall in the central area of the Huang family's imperial retreat. Receiving their party was none other than the refined and courteous fourth young master of the Huang family, Huang Linfeng, who had come to offer apologies. Huang Linfeng greeted them with a warm smile, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed fellow cultivators, you must have journeyed far. On behalf of the Huang family, I welcome you all to Lingding Island." Moments later, a hint of regret flashed across his face. "However, there is one matter I must inform you of in advance. The Moonlight Spring immersion, originally scheduled for tomorrow, will likely be postponed until the day after tomorrow." Postponed by a day, a young cultivator frowned. "Fourth young master Huang, it has always commenced the day after arrival. Why the delay this time?" According to tradition, on the first night of arrival at Lingding Island, the winner of the Flower Queen contest and their patron would be the first to bathe in the Moonlight Spring, a gesture of gratitude to the patron daddy. The following day, it would be the turn of the top 10 cultivators from the arena competition. As for the wealthy merchants and tycoons who had paid exorbitant sums at the auction to secure their spots, they would be last in line. Huang Linfeng sighed helplessly and explained. "My friend, you may not be aware. The Moonlight Spring possesses miraculous effects, but its core ability to calm the mind and purify thoughts requires a continuous infusion of a rare elixir called Moon Soul to sustain it. This elixir is difficult to refine, and several key ingredients have been in short supply recently. Transporting them from the outer islands requires an additional day. To ensure everyone achieves the best results during immersion, we must delay the opening by 1 day. We kindly ask for your understanding." "I see. No matter. An extra day merely gives us more time to appreciate Lingding Island's scenery. The Huang family has thought of everything." "We understand." The others chimed in with their understanding, choosing not to press the matter further. 1 more day? What a coincidence. Fang Wudao lowered his eyelids, a fleeting cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Combining this with prior intelligence, he was almost certain that the extra day the Huang family had secured was most likely intended for the Golden Blade Elder. It seemed tonight was the perfect opportunity to avenge the old blind man. "Brother Han. What a coincidence. We meet again." A familiar booming voice rang out with delight. Hai Dafu appeared, lugging several bulging bags still dripping seawater, rushing excitedly from the pier direction. "I knew we were meant to meet. Tonight, I'm treating. Let's have a proper feast and make up for last time." Lingding Island might be nothing special, but its freshly caught seafood is unmatched, fresh and sweet. "Master Han." 2 graceful figures glided toward them, none other than Yunyang and Chen Xinxin. Yunyang radiated her usual alluring charm, while Chen Xinxin wore a veil, revealing only her clear, luminous eyes. Noticing a flicker of confusion in Fang Wudao's eyes, the quick-witted Yunyang immediately offered a smile and explained. "Thanks to young Master Han and our esteemed guests at the last auction, the session I presided over went quite well, earning the 100 Treasures Pavilion a tidy sum of spirit stones. The Huang family, appreciating this small contribution, graciously gifted me an additional spot to soak in the Moonlight Spring, allowing me to share in the honor." Fang Wudao understood. Yunyang's skill in energizing the atmosphere was indeed masterful, pushing the prices of many auction items slightly higher. Come on. Brother Han, I just tried a freshly shucked oyster at the pier. That sweet, succulent flavor was absolutely divine. I guarantee you'll be craving more." Hai Dafu beckoned enthusiastically, acting as if he were the host of the gathering. Led by the Huang family servants, the group proceeded to the seaside villa that had been arranged for them. Soon, a lavish seafood feast was brought into the room. Hai Dafu busily served the 2 beauties, pouring wine and explaining the regional differences and local customs of various seafood, all while making sure to attend to brotherly Fang Wudao. He was thoroughly engrossed in his duties. Fang Wudao wore a smile, occasionally chiming in with a few words, but in truth, his mind was wholly occupied with tonight's operation. At the same time, he keenly sensed that Chen Xinxin and Yunyang's behavior was rather peculiar. They seemed to have reached some unspoken agreement, their words laced with charming smiles as they subtly steered the conversation toward Hai Dafu, urging him to drink cup after cup. Sure enough, though Hai Dafu could hold his liquor, he couldn't withstand the fiery advances of the 2 beauties taking turns. Before long, his eyes glazed over, his speech became slurred, and finally, with a thud, his head slammed onto the table. Snoring like thunder, he passed out completely. Young Master Hai is generous, but alas, he cannot hold his liquor. Yunyang covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "It's getting late, and I'm feeling rather tired. I shall retire for the night." Chen Xinxin rose at the perfect moment, her voice tinged with weariness. "I shall accompany Miss Shinru." Yunyang rose gracefully, taking Chen Xinxin's arm. The 2 women gave Fang Wudao a slight nod before gliding gracefully away. Fang Wudao watched their retreating figures, his brow slightly furrowed.
What were they planning to do after getting high dafu drunk? Doubts swirled in his mind, but time was pressing. Fang Wudao had no time to dwell on it. He swiftly returned to his room, changed into night attire suited for stealthy movement, suppressed his aura, and slipped silently out of the courtyard. The night was as dark as ink. The area where the moonlight spring lay was shrouded in a faint, gauze-like mist of moonlight, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Fang Wudao pressed himself against the mountain rock, hiding in a shadow that offered an excellent vantage point. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, pierced the mist, locking onto the pool below. It glowed with milky white spiritual liquid, resembling the moon fallen to earth. Ha! What are they doing here too? Spotting Chen Xinshin and Moon Maiden lurking behind dense bushes on the opposite side of the spring, Fang Wudao was slightly startled. Could their target also be the Golden Blade Sage? But how did they know the Golden Blade Sage would come tonight? Though puzzled, Fang Wudao made no move, continuing to wait silently. Time ticked by. After about half an hour, a slightly stooped figure with heavy footsteps slowly approached along the path. He wore a wide gray cloak and carried a thick-backed golden blade on his back, a weapon of exaggerated design, gleaming with a dark golden sheen. It was none other than the Golden Blade Ascetic. He reached the spring pool but did not rush to enter the water. Instead, he impatiently tore off his hood, revealing a face deeply furrowed and grotesquely twisted. His eyes blazed crimson as blood, the white streaked with menacing red veins. His breath came in heavy gasps as his chest heaved violently, as if enduring immense agony. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Golden Blade monk growled hoarsely. Without the mind-observing technique to suppress it, this heartfire grows ever more intense. It scorches my very insides, shattering my soul. He clawed at his chest in agony, blood seeping through his fingers as if only this could bring momentary relief. Moments later, Golden Blade Monk gazed greedily at the moonlight spring, its cool, tranquil aura radiating from it. A flicker of longing crossed his eyes. Thankfully, there's still this spring. It can slightly ease this burning torment within my heart. Yet his face soon twisted with intense venom and anguish. That bastard Huang Linfeng. How utterly despicable. To dare raise the price on me like that, charging 5 times what he should have. Claiming times have changed and the Huang family now bears greater risks. Bull. He clearly saw this old man suffering from heartfire torment and seized the chance to fleece me dry. This grudge, this old man remembers. Chapter 54, Worldly Anger. Hidden behind the bushes, Chen Xinshin's body trembled violently the instant she saw the Golden Blade Monk's face. From beneath the veil, those clear, autumn water eyes blazed with a searing hatred that seemed to devour him whole. Yun Yang, standing beside her, sensed her emotional turmoil and gripped her icy wrist tightly, signaling with her eyes for Chen Xixin to calm down. Only then did Chen Xixin forcefully suppress the murderous intent threatening to erupt, waiting patiently. What a pity that during the massacre of the Twin Blades sect back then, I only obtained the Burning Sea Blazing Sun Blade and failed to find the method to observe the heart. Otherwise, how could I have ended up being fleeced by that Huang family brat? Golden Blade Monk cursed furiously before shedding his cloak and plunging into the pool. A translucent, intangible dome vaguely warped with spatial distortion rises like ripples from several concealed nodes around the spring. It envelopes the entire moonlight spring in the surrounding Tenjiang area, completely. Who dares? As a once-ascended condensed core cultivator, Golden Blade Monk sensed the array's activation instantly. He roared fiercely, bursting out of the spring water, intent on escaping the array's reach. But it was too late. He was trapped within. He spun on his heel, his crimson eyes lashing out toward the thicket where Chen Xinshin and Yun Yang hid. A savage, murderous aura erupted from him like a thunderclap. Golden Blade Scoundrel. Today is the day you meet your end. Chen Xinshin could no longer hold back. With a fierce shout, she shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Yun Yang followed closely behind, and both arrived before Golden Blade Master simultaneously. Oomph. Golden Blade Elder recognized them and sneered with contempt. So it's just 2 reckless little insects. 1 late Jade Liquid Realm, 1 peak Jade Liquid Realm? You dare to provoke this old man? You're asking for death. He couldn't be bothered to ponder why they sought his life. Ever since that blood sacrifice in Xuanwu City, countless enemies had come looking for him. He dismissed these 2 as yet another pair of reckless avengers. Fang Wudao, observing from the shadows, frowned deeply, equally perplexed. With just the 2 of them? How could they possibly kill a condensed core cultivator who had undergone a single ascension? Even if the opponent was in poor condition, the chasm between their realms was far from easily bridged. You'll find out soon enough if they can kill you. Chen Xinshin's eyes blazed with hatred. Before her words faded, her crimson lips suddenly expelled a dense, tangible mist pink, exuding an intoxicating sweetness yet carrying a deadly allure. The moment it appeared, it spread an eerie aura that unsettled the mind and stirred desires. Simultaneously, Moon Maiden opened her mouth without hesitation, spewing forth an even denser, wider-reaching cloud of pink mist. The 2 clouds of mist, like living entities, rolled and tangled together, hurtling toward Golden Blade Monk at an astonishing speed. Red dust mist? The scorn on Golden Blade Master's face instantly turned to horror as he cried out in shock.
This was the unique secret art of the Red Dust Valley, most adept at stirring the 7 emotions and 6 desires deep within the human heart, corrupting one's moral compass. For him, consumed by inner flames at this very moment, it was nothing short of a deadly poison. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his feet backward, preparing to retreat violently. Yet, the very instant his body began to move, the invisible formation enveloping the area suddenly blazed with intense light. A powerful restraining force, like invisible chains, instantly wrapped around his limbs and bones. Golden Blade Monk's body stiffened violently, his movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 deadly pink mist clouds completely engulfed him. Red Dust Valley? Fang Wudao's expression shifted in realization. No wonder Yunyang and Chen Xinxin spent so much time in brothels and places of ill repute. The Red Dust Valley's cultivation of the Great Red Dust art emphasized immersing oneself in the world to temper the heart, using the myriad aspects of life and the 7 emotions and 6 desires as the furnace fire to refine one's being. Brothels, places where human love, hate, anger, delusion, joy, sorrow, and separation converge, were the perfect training grounds for them to absorb the mortal world's energy and comprehend the essence of their cultivation. Simultaneously, he grasped the source of Chen Xinxin and Yunyang's confidence. For Golden Blade Monk, already consumed by inner flames and teetering on the brink of spiritual collapse, this mortal energy was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Aha! Enveloped by the worldly aura, the Golden Blade Monk let out a beastly howl of agony. Pink mist violently seeped into his 7 orifices, penetrating his pores. Chaos, fury, lust, greed, these dark emotions surged through his bloodshot eyes. The already scorching fire within his heart, as if doused with boiling oil, erupted violently. Golden Blade's face contorted, one moment cackling maniacally, the next weeping uncontrollably, then uttering incoherent gibberish. His body convulsed violently beyond his control. His protective aura flickered erratically. He had clearly fallen into a severe mental illusion, his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. Now! Yunyang's sharp command rang out as a water-splitting dagger, shimmering with an eerie green glow, swiftly transformed into a cold streak of light, striking straight for the vital point of Golden Blade Master's chest. Chen Xinxin, consumed by boundless hatred, wielded a soft sword as thin as a cicada's wing, its blade dripping with an eerie blue glow. She thrust it with vicious precision toward the Golden Blade Monk's throat. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. Yet, the fatal wounds they expected did not materialize. Though the Golden Blade Monk had descended into madness and lost his senses, the formidable protective aura and primal physical instincts of a condensed core cultivator remained intact. Yunyang's water-splitting thrust penetrated only an inch before being halted by resilient muscles and chaotic yet still potent spiritual energy. Chen Xinxin's soft sword was even unconsciously parried by Golden Blade Master's swinging arm, only managing to slice a deep, bone-exposing gash across his forearm. The excruciating pain seemed to stir a sliver of his remaining savagery. He let out a beast-like roar, his spiritual energy surging violently around him. The frenzied shockwave forced the 2 women back several steps. No! His protective aura is too strong. Yunyang's expression darkened as she cried out urgently. Although the Golden Blade Monk had gone mad, his innate prowess remained intact. Even relying solely on instinctive defense, he could withstand most of their attacks. Chen Xinxin stared at her foe, who appeared possessed yet remained standing, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. She bit down hard on her tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the soft sword. The blue phosphorus heart-devouring sword flared with blinding light, humming with a violent vibration. You old villain! Die! She threw caution to the wind and lunged forward once more. This time, Chen Xinxin held nothing back. She channeled every last shred of her life-bound mortal energy, combined with the cultivation essence contained within that mouthful of vital blood, into an even denser, more deadly pink-blue sword light. Xinxin! Moonlady's eyes brimmed with sorrow and reluctance, but seeing the resolute glint in Chen Xinxin's eyes, she gritted her teeth, opened her mouth, and unleashed her final, most precious reserve of pure mortal energy. It transformed into a streak of light, following closely behind. The 2 streams of mortal energy, crystallizing their final strength, surged like 2 crimson poisonous dragons, violently crashing into the Golden Blade Monk's body. Gah! The Golden Blade Monk's body stiffened violently, his eyes instantly losing all luster, becoming hollow and empty. Moments later, he slowly lowered his head, staring at his own blood-soaked hands before letting out a piercing, wretched howl. No! Don't come near me! I didn't kill them! It wasn't me! Get away! Go away! Under the tense gazes of Chen Xinxin and Moon Maiden, the Golden Blade Monk abruptly drew the golden blade from his back. His face contorted with utter terror, as if fleeing an invisible specter of death. Don't come near me! Don't come near me! Die! Just die! He bellowed, the golden blade in his hand suddenly wielding immense force as it slashed viciously toward his own throat. Splatter! Blood spurted skyward. A head flew high into the air, eyes wide open, frozen in endless terror. Thud! The headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground, its scalding blood instantly staining the white stone floor by the spring pool crimson. Chapter 55, The Doppelganger. Dead? Chen Xinxin watched her enemy fall to the ground, body convulsing violently. Overwhelming grief, relief, and a hollow emptiness after vengeance surged through her. Tears silently streamed down her face.
Father, mother, and everyone in the sect. I finally.
Her voice choked, barely forming coherent words. Years of pent-up blood and tears seemed poised to spill out completely in this moment.
No! Something's wrong.
Yun Yang's expression suddenly darkened as her gaze locked onto the headless corpse. Instead of flowing out normally, the spurting blood writhed like a living thing, gathering together with eerie speed. Meanwhile, the headless corpse and the severed head itself were visibly shriveling and melting at a visible pace. Within mere breaths, only a pool of dark red, viscous blood remained where they stood, emitting a thick, foul stench and bubbling incessantly.
A blood clone? That wasn't his true body. Yun Yang's voice carried unprecedented terror and disbelief. Little beauty, you have keen eyes.
A sinister voice, dripping with malice and mockery, echoed from the shadows. The shadows rippled and distorted like water, and a figure emerged, unharmed and bearing a golden blade on his back.
Golden Blade Monk.
A cruel smile like a cat toying with a mouse played across his face. His greedy gaze swept back and forth over the exquisitely curved figures of Moon Maiden and Chen Xinxin.
How dare you destroy this old man's precious blood demon avatar?
Golden Blade Master licked his lips, his eyes blazing with lecherous light.
I've made my decision.
Before I drain every drop of your essence and energy, I shall cherish you thoroughly.
Let you taste ecstasy bordering on death. It's the perfect way to vent this old man's pent-up desires. Impossible. The blood demon avatar is the core secret transmission of the blood demon sect. It is never lightly imparted to non-core disciples. How could they possibly teach it to you, an outsider who defected midway?
Chen Xinxin's eyes filled with despair, her heart as cold as ashes. She knew Golden Blade had defected to the blood demon sect, but never imagined they held him in such high regard, even imparting such an untransmitted secret.
Oomph. I am a Dan condensing cultivator who has undergone a single ascension. How could you mere ants possibly fathom my capabilities? Golden Blade Elder snorted coldly, his tone dripping with condescending disdain.
Yet, deep within his eyes, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flash of humiliation flickered. His mastery of the blood demon avatar stemmed from his complete allegiance to the blood demon sect's young master, a bond sealed by a blood contract that reduced him to a lowly blood slave. Naturally, he would never reveal such a shameful secret.
You insignificant ants dare scheme against this master? Today, you shall pay the price. Golden Blade Monk let out a savage laugh, his withered hand snatching at the air. Two ropes, condensed from pure spiritual energy and flickering with blood-red runes, shot forth like venomous serpents emerging from their lair, instantly targeting the horrified Yun Yang and Chen Xinxin. As the ominous, blood-red runic ropes closed in on the two women. Boom! A razor-sharp blade of light, chilling with murderous intent, descended from the heavens like silver lightning tearing through the night sky without warning. Sizzle! The blood rune rope snapped cleanly, dissolving into scattered points of spiritual light. Who? Show yourself, you old fool! The savage grin on Golden Blade Monk's face instantly twisted into fury as he snapped his head up toward the source of the blade's light. A towering figure stood proudly atop the rocky outcrop, coldly looking down upon him. Young Master Fang. Chen Xinxin, rescued from the brink of death, cried out in a mix of surprise and joy. Immediately, overwhelming concern flooded her heart, and she urgently warned. Young Master, be extremely careful. That old dog is cunning and vicious, and his strength is unfathomable. Young Master Fang? Yun Yang froze for a moment before understanding. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with realization. She took a deep look at the figure standing with a knife, then quickly glanced at Chen Xinxin beside her, who couldn't help but show her emotions. Instantly, much became clear in her mind. This place is dangerous. You two, step back for now. Fang Wudao glided down, landing lightly before Yun Yang and Chen Xinxin, shielding them behind him. Golden Blade Monk narrowed his eyes, sizing up the young man before him, a figure wielding a black blade, radiating a deep, solemn presence. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes before it twisted into a savage glare. You cowardly little bastard. Daring to ruin my plans. I'll extract your soul and refine your spirit, condemning you to eternal torment. Fang Wudao slowly raised his ink-black blade, its tip pointing directly at Golden Blade Elder, his voice icy. Golden Blade old dog, Chen Tiandao sent me to deliver a message. The grudge from the Twin Blades sect today. I'll settle every last bit of it. Chen Tiandao? Golden Blade Elder was struck as if by lightning. The fury on his face instantly twisted into utter terror and disbelief. Staring fixedly at the black blade in Fang Wudao's hand, he finally comprehended and cried out. The inherited ink blade? Who are you to Chen Tiandao? He's still alive? Impossible. With the injuries he sustained back then, how could he have survived? Chen Tiandao? Father? Chen Xinxin's body shook violently as overwhelming joy surged through her. She clapped her hands over her mouth, tears streaming down like beads torn from a broken string. So father didn't die back then. He's still alive. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good indeed. Golden Blade Monk snapped out of his initial shock, erupting into maniacal laughter.
A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. After searching high and low in vain, it came to me without effort.
So that old bastard didn't die. And he found an heir? Perfect. I'll torture the method of reading minds and his whereabouts out of you. In time, I'll slaughter him too. Then you and your master can journey together to the underworld. At least you'll have company on the road to the afterlife. Golden Blade Monk reached out, and the dark gold greatsword behind him slid from its scabbard with a clang, landing in his grasp. Sword of the Burning Sea. With a fierce howl, he charged at Fang Wudao, enveloped in a destructive, overwhelming aura. Where the blade pointed, the air was scorched into a vacuum by extreme heat. Overwhelming. Fierce. Unstoppable. Sworn to incinerate everything before him into nothingness. This was one of the Twin Blade sect's supreme techniques, the sea-burning blazing sunblade. Facing this strike capable of melting iron and steel, its might overwhelming, Fang Wudao's gaze remained serene, showing no intention of evading. His feet shifted lightly, his form instantly becoming elusive and unpredictable, like drifting clouds merging with the night wind, or the moon's reflection in water, indistinguishable between substance and illusion, utterly unfathomable. The pitch-black ink-hued blade in his hand rose silently. No earth-shattering aura erupted, no blazing flames scorched the sky with fiery arrogance. Only a blade light, as cool as moonlight from the ninth heaven, as ethereal as drifting clouds in the mountains, silently sliced through the air. This strike was as gentle as a lover's caress, yet swift as lightning itself. Its trajectory was profoundly enigmatic, seemingly slow, yet blindingly fast. Like flowers viewed in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, it carried an ethereal, unreal beauty. With gentle yet unparalleled precision, it met the fiery golden blade, a blade that scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, a blade of unrivaled dominance. Floating cloud reflecting moon blade mirrored flowers, watery moon. Chapter 56, Killing the Heart. Clang. The ink-black blade light and the crimson gold flames collided without flourish. No earth-shattering explosion erupted as expected, nor did a violent energy shockwave scatter in all directions. Time seemed to freeze in the instant of collision. The overwhelming terror of the burning sea blazing sunblade was somehow guided and absorbed by the gentle blade light in an astonishing manner. Fang Wudao's form flowed like water with the blade's light, his wrist flipping at an exquisitely precise angle. Boom! That terrifying blade energy, now channeled and transformed, was guided by the ink blade. With even more devious precision and blinding speed, it violently whipped back, slashing savagely toward the Golden Blade Monk. Impossible! The savage grin and fury on Golden Blade Master's face froze instantly, replaced by unparalleled horror and utter disbelief. His strike, delivered with absolute certainty, had been so effortlessly nullified? And worse, the opponent had even redirected its force, turning it back against him? A fierce survival instinct propelled him to unprecedented speed as his figure flashed wildly backward and to the side. Boom! Where he had stood moments before, the ground erupted as if struck by a meteorite. A furious explosion of fiery blade energy erupted, instantly forming a charred crater over 10 feet in diameter and several feet deep. Scorching shockwaves swept outward, whipping the hair of Yunyang and Chen Xinshan watching from afar into wild tangles, nearly suffocating them. Fang Wudao stood poised with his blade, his robes fluttering slightly in the scorching wind. His breath remained steady and deep, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust from his sleeve moments before. Floating clouds reflecting the moonblade. Mirrored flowers, watery moon? Golden Blade Monk steadied himself, his shock still palpable. His crimson eyes locked onto Fang Wudao, filled with utter astonishment and seething envy. Impossible. How could the floating clouds reflecting the moon blade possess such power? You must have used some sort of dark magic? Evil arts? Fang Wudao's voice was calm, yet carried a piercing force that seemed to see through the soul. This is the true essence of the flowing clouds reflecting the moonblade, the orthodox inheritance of the Twin Blade sect. It is you, Golden Blade, blind as a bat. You have never truly grasped the martial essence of the Twin Blade sect. He tilted his ink-black blade. Its mirror-like surface clearly reflected the Golden Blade Master's face, twisted by rage and envy. The burning sea blazing sun blade fierce and overbearing, like a scorching sun suspended in the sky, consuming all under heaven. The floating clouds reflecting the moon blade cool and ethereal, like moonlight flowing, nourishing all silently. Neither is superior to the other, one yin, one yang, blending hardness and softness. Fang Wudao's gaze pierced like a blade, striking straight into the heart of the Golden Blade Ascendant. Yet you, Golden Blade, are narrow-minded and fanatical to the point of madness. You fixate only on the seemingly world-shattering dominance of the burning sea blazing sunblade, utterly blind to the supreme wisdom of the flowing clouds reflecting moonblade, borrowing force to counterforce, using softness to overcome hardness. You see only the fiery might of the burning sun, yet fail to perceive the wisdom of the clouds reflecting the moon. You pursue only the violent release of power, yet understand nothing of its controlled flow and endless renewal. With such a narrow-minded disposition and such limited vision, it was precisely because the old sect leader saw through the stubbornness and dullness in your very bones that he refused to pass down the contemplation of the heart technique and the burning sun over the sea sword to you. Nonsense. Utter nonsense.
Golden Blade Monk roared in fury, as if the last shred of his dignity had been torn away.
Lies cannot wound, truth is the swiftest blade.
Fang Wudao's words struck at the heart, piercing with pinpoint accuracy the deepest recesses of his soul, his inferiority, his resentment, his unwillingness to accept his fate. The disappointed gaze of the old sect master back then, the serene expression of Chen Tiandao after inheriting the true teachings.
Scene after scene surged uncontrollably into his mind. Golden Blade Master's eyes turned completely bloodshot.
His aura raged wildly and chaotically. The fire within his heart had spiraled out of control.
You little bastard. Stop spreading your demonic lies here.
Today, I'll make you understand that before absolute power, your petty tricks are utterly worthless. Extreme humiliation and a murderous intent to destroy everything utterly consumed his last shred of reason. The crimson gold blade erupted with a blazing light several times more terrifying than before. The Golden Blade Monk, like an uncontrolled molten volcano, charged toward Fang Wudao with a suicidal fury, intent on mutual destruction.
Fang Wudao's eyes narrowed sharply. His ink-black blade emitted a low, resonant hum. Boom! A colossal pressure, heavy as mountains and vast as the starry sea, crashed down. The air itself seemed to freeze in that instant. The hard rock beneath the ground groaned under the unbearable strain, cracking inch by inch. The Golden Blade Monk, charging madly forward, was struck as if by an invisible giant hand. His ferocious momentum shattered instantly. His forward momentum halted abruptly, as if he'd sunk into a bottomless mud pit, making even lifting his foot an agonizing struggle. The maniacal killing intent on his face was instantly replaced by boundless fear and despair. Sword. Sword force? Late-stage double-layered sword force? Golden Blade Master's voice rose to a shrill, distorted pitch, filled with hysteria and utter disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You haven't even crossed the threshold of Dan condensation. How could you possibly comprehend such terrifying blade force? How? He had devoted his entire life to the sword, immersed in the way of the blade for over a century, struggling countless times on the brink of death, yet he had never truly touched the threshold of sword intent. This was his deepest obsession, his most painful scar. Yet Fang Wudao before him, young and untested, had already ascended to the pinnacle of the sword path a Haifang had only dared to dream of, let alone imagine. Why him? Why not me? How utterly unjust is heaven? How utterly unjust. Golden Blade Monk, hair disheveled and wild, roared to the heavens with a shrieking fury bordering on madness. Has he lost his mind? Fang Wudao remained calm. First, his cutting words had ignited an uncontrollable rage within the Golden Blade Ascendant. Now, his overwhelming talent had shattered the last remnants of his resolve, causing his mind to collapse. It was, in truth, entirely predictable. Not to mention, he had been secretly employing a mental secret art to amplify the Golden Blade Master's emotions. It's time to end this. Fang Wudao gripped his ink-black blade, his steps deliberate as he advanced toward the Golden Blade Ascendant, who writhed and roared beneath the crushing pressure of his blade's momentum. Ha 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 ha! Death? You'll die with me! The moment Fang Wudao drew near, the seemingly deranged Golden Blade Monk's eyes suddenly flashed with a final glimmer of venomous lucidity. He cackled wildly, pulling from his robe a statue entirely black, radiating a thick aura of demonic energy. The statue bore a hideous visage, wings sprouting from its back, so lifelike it seemed poised to spring to life and devour its prey at any moment. This is the supreme treasure bestowed upon me by the young master. To die by its hand, you'll die worthily. Golden Blade Monk channeled all his spiritual energy into the demonic statue. Hum. The statue instantly erupted in a blaze of crimson light, emitting a blood-curdling shriek. Thick demonic energy churned and surged like a living beast. Cracks spread across the statue's surface as a terrifying aura erupted equivalent to that of a cultivator who had undergone 3 ascensions and condensed a spirit core. The stone wings on its back trembled violently, seemingly about to break free from their bonds and transform into a world-devouring demonic beast. Chapter 57, Within Reach. A demon statue? Fang Wudao's eyes held no fear, only a fleeting, barely perceptible spark of delight. So you old dog left me a parting gift before dying? Facing this monstrous entity that would make any condensation core cultivator's scalp crawl, Fang Wudao did not retreat but advanced instead. His right hand moved like lightning, grabbing hold of it. Instant refining. Violent tremors shook the demon statue, which had been on the verge of awakening. Like a ferocious beast with its throat seized, the bursting crimson light and churning demonic energy abruptly halted. The frenzied spiritual energy coursing through its body surged like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, forcibly extracted by an irresistible, supreme power. It raced madly along Fang Wudao's arm, pouring into him. Whoa! The demon statue emitted a wail of unwillingness and despair, rapidly fading into darkness. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying aura capable of shattering the heavens vanished without a trace, leaving only a lifeless jade statue. No! The last shred of hope shattered. Golden Blade Master collapsed to the ground, letting out a howl even more piercing and despairing than before. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. This was the protective demon statue personally bestowed by the young master. Comparable to a Dan condensation cultivator who has undergone 3 ascensions.
How could it be utterly useless? Why? Why must you all stand in my way? Why won't you pass down the burning sea blazing sun blade? Why won't you teach me the mind-observing technique? You're all jealous of my talent. Afraid I'll surpass you. Afraid I'll take everything you have. He had descended into utter madness, his words incoherent, his eyes filled only with boundless hatred and distortion. Fang Wudao hesitated no longer. The ink-black blade sliced through the air with a cold, silent arc. Thud. A head, bloodshot and twisted with resentment and venom, rolled onto the scorched earth. Golden Blade Monk's frenzied howl abruptly ceased. The headless corpse twitched twice before falling utterly still. Is it truly over this time? Yunyang clutched her chest tightly, her face pale as she stared fixedly at the headless corpse, her body trembling slightly from sheer tension. She feared this terrifying demon might be nothing more than another blood-slaughtered clone. Time passed in deathly silence. Jin Dao Shangren's corpse did not dissolve into blood again. He's dead. He's truly dead. Yunyang's taut nerves finally relaxed. Her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, only managing to steady herself by clutching the nearby rock. Gasping for breath, her gaze toward Fang Wudao brimmed with indescribable shock and complexity. Who could have imagined that this man, the one who haggled over a few spirit stones at the moon-grasping pavilion, the one she had secretly mocked as cheap, harbored such earth-shattering power? With a casual laugh, he dispatched an ascended condensation core cultivator, treating that terrifying demon statue as nothing. Even more terrifying was that he had grasped the late-stage second-tier blade momentum before even reaching the condensing stage. What a breathtakingly brilliant talent this was. Given time, it would surely rise like a comet, his might reverberating across the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. Chen Xinshin stared blankly at the severed head of the Golden Blade Ascendant, her mind blank for a moment before she snapped back to reality. Then, her gaze abruptly shifted to Fang Wudao, who stood holding the blade. Within her heart, a tidal wave of emotion surged. At the Phoenix Tower, she had assumed Fang Wudao was merely a wealthy merchant. Upon meeting him again at the moon-grasping tower, she had assumed he was a formidable false core cultivator. That alone was astonishing enough. But she never imagined Fang Wudao would be a prodigy who had grasped the late second stage of the sword intent. Moreover, he was the heir of the Twin Blade sect, her father's disciple. The realization sent a whirlwind of emotions through Chen Xinshin. There was the urgency to learn her father's fate, the shock at Fang Wudao's true identity, and above all, an indescribable sense of kinship, mixed with a tinge of shyness. She drew a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within, and offered Fang Wudao a graceful bow. Her voice trembled with profound gratitude, as if she had just escaped a catastrophe. Had it not been for young Master Fang's timely intervention and heroic efforts, Sister Yu and I would surely have met with disaster. This kindness and mercy, Xinshin shall never forget for all eternity. Yunyang quickly composed herself and bowed solemnly. Master Fang, I shall forever remember your life-saving kindness. You both flatter me. Fang Wudao sheathed his ink blade and replied courteously, eliminating this beast was simply a promise I made to a certain old gentleman. Upon hearing the words old gentleman, Chen Xinshin could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward urgently, her voice trembling slightly. Young Master Fang. The old Master Chen you mentioned, could it be my father, Chen Tiandao? He's still alive? Where is he now? Is he well? You are old Master Chen's daughter? Fang Wudao's pupils contracted slightly at her words, his face clearly showing astonishment. No. Old Master Chen once said his wife and daughter fell from a cliff back then. A sudden possibility struck him. Could it be you survived that tragedy? Chen Xinshin could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Choking back sobs, she slowly recounted that long-buried, tragic past. Perhaps heaven took pity on us. My mother and I didn't fall directly to the bottom. Instead, we were cushioned several times by ancient pines clinging to the cliff face, allowing us to narrowly escape death. But my mother, she shielded me, absorbing most of the impact. Her internal organs were shattered, her meridians severed, she fell unconscious instantly. As for me, the shock injured my head, and I lost most of my memories. Chen Xinshin dug her fingernails deep into her palms, as if the pain could shield her from the agony of the memories. With mother gravely wounded and clinging to life, requiring costly herbs to prolong her survival, I voluntarily sold myself into the Phoenix Pavilion. The rest, young Master Fang, you already know. I used every trick in my arsenal to deceive and beg for money. To keep my mother alive. Until just a few days ago, when mother finally burned out like a candle, leaving me forever. Chen Xinshin wept uncontrollably. Her passing struck me like a bolt from the blue. It also unlocked my long-buried memories. To seek vengeance, I left the Phoenix Pavilion and came here. At this point, she looked at Yunyang, her eyes filled with gratitude. While at the Phoenix Tower, I accidentally came across the incantation for the great law of worldly desires. Unwittingly, I absorbed the tower's worldly energies, storing them within my body. After Sister Yunyang discovered the abnormal accumulation of worldly energy within me, she took me under her wing. She patiently taught me how to channel and refine it, guiding me onto the path of cultivation. Without her, I could never have attained late jade liquid cultivation in such a short time. Nor could I have joined forces with sister to orchestrate today's events. Fang Wudao listened, silently sighing at fate's cruel twists and the unpredictability of destiny. The courtyard where the old blind man resided lay merely 10 li away from Phoenix Tower, where Chen Xinxin resided. Yet one lay utterly powerless, heartbroken and resigned, imprisoned within a tiny space, the other, memory fragmented, trapped in a quagmire to save her mother, shuttling day and night between herbal shops and brothels, utterly drained. So close, yet worlds apart. This ill-fated family, toyed with by fate, stood within sight yet worlds apart, missing the last glimmer of time to recognize one another. Now, Chen's mother had passed away, and the old blind man's life was hanging by a thread. This belated reunion was too cruel for Chen Xinxin, who had just regained her memories only to lose her mother. For a moment, Fang Wudao didn't know how to break the news of the old blind man's impending demise to her. Chapter 58, A Sliver of Friendship. Young Master Fang. Seeing Fang Wudao's silence, Chen Xinxin's sense of foreboding grew stronger. She urgently grabbed his sleeve, as if clutching at her last lifeline. Please tell me. My father, where is he now? How is his health? What must come cannot be avoided. Fang Wudao sighed. Old Master Chen is living in seclusion in a quiet courtyard not far from the Phoenix Tower. Observing Chen Xinxin's stunned expression, he added with difficulty. As for his health, Miss Xinxin, you should go see him one last time as soon as possible. Final farewell? Chen Xinxin felt as if struck by lightning. Her body swayed violently, darkness swirling before her eyes. Father, he. The words died on her lips. Overwhelming grief seized her heart, leaving her nearly breathless. The joy of learning her father was still alive was instantly replaced by icy despair. How could this happen? Heaven! Why are you so cruel? Chen Xinxin let out a piercing wail. Tears gushed forth like a burst dam, and her body could no longer bear the weight, collapsing backward. Fang Wudao reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. I must see him. Now! Chen Xinxin struggled, her voice hoarse and filled with desperate urgency. Xinxin. Yunyang suppressed her grief, stepping forward to steady her with a stirring yet concerned tone. Calm down. You've already damaged your core essence by forcing the red dust chi earlier. Now, with such extreme emotional fluctuations, your mind is in turmoil. The red dust chi within you is showing signs of spiraling out of control and turning against you. If you don't immediately immerse yourself in the moonlight spring to purify your mind and stabilize your foundation, forget about traveling long distances, you risk losing control, falling into madness, and destroying all your cultivation. Fang Wudao added gravely, Lady Moon speaks wisely. Miss Xinxin, your father still awaits you. Should you collapse now or worse, would you not leave him with lifelong regret? The urgent priority is to stabilize your condition. Though the moonlight spring here has been affected, the Huang family surely has contingency measures. Once your state stabilizes, I will accompany you there. Chen Xinxin's violent struggles ceased. She bit down hard on her lower lip, oblivious to the blood seeping through. Yes, father was still waiting for her. She couldn't collapse. She absolutely couldn't. She closed her eyes, letting tears fall silently. Finally, she nodded with great effort, her voice hoarse, all right. I'll listen to you. Just then, Fang Wudao abruptly turned his head. His gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed on a seemingly tranquil patch of forest shadows nearby. His voice carried a hint of coldness. Sir, you've watched the show long enough. Care to show yourself? Truly worthy of a peerless prodigy who has grasped the late-stage second-tier sword intent. Your perception is indeed keen. Accompanied by a clear, resonant laugh, Wang Linfeng's figure emerged like a ghostly apparition from behind an ancient tree. His face still bore the gentle, refined smile that felt like a spring breeze, as if the earth-shattering life and death struggle moments ago had been nothing more than an insignificant farce. Huang Linfeng brushed imaginary dust from his sleeves, his demeanor composed. Fellow Taoist Feng, please do not take offense. After all, this land belongs to the Huang family. With such a commotion occurring, as a member of the Huang clan, I felt compelled to investigate and confirm the situation to provide an account to our family, wouldn't you agree? Fellow Taoist Feng? He knows my real surname. Fang Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this man had arrived here long ago and remained hidden. Though his attention had been focused on the Golden Blade monk, this fourth young master Huang had slipped past his notice. Such skill in concealment and timing was no simple feat. Observe the heart. Fang Wudao immediately attempted to probe Huang Linfeng's true strength. Yet the vision that flooded back sent a chill through his heart. What he saw was not a clear figure or cultivation level, but a rapidly spinning, elusive green whirlwind. This vortex was profound beyond measure, as if containing some cosmic truth that perfectly concealed Huang Linfeng's aura and cultivation fluctuations. Was it a precious artifact concealing the heaven's secrets? Or had he cultivated some profound, top-tier technique capable of warping perception? Fang Wudao couldn't determine it immediately, but his apprehension toward this fourth young master of the Huang family instantly reached its peak. This man was extremely dangerous. Today's incident was indeed our rashness. We humbly ask for young Master Huang's forgiveness. Fang Wudao suppressed the turmoil within his heart and bowed respectfully. At all costs, he must preserve appearances.
Ah, fellow Taoist Fang, you're too kind.
Huang Linfeng waves dismissively with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the corpse of Golden Blade Monk and the chaotic scene. His tone carried a hint of righteous indignation. This Golden Blade Monk was a thoroughly wicked scoundrel, his hands stained with countless blood debts. He was long considered a despicable outcast, hunted by all in the cultivation world. Fellow Taoist Fang, by stepping in today to eliminate him, you have truly rid the world of a menace. Your merit is immeasurable. My Huang family applauds this act wholeheartedly and offers our full support. However, his expression turned slightly troubled as he surveyed the devastation and the now murky Moonlight Spring.
This Moonlight Spring is a precious treasure of our Huang family. Now that it has been destroyed to this extent.
Alas, though Lin Feng intends to cover up the matter for you all, such a scene makes it truly difficult to explain to our clan elders.
He sighed, his gaze lingering on Fang Wudao. All losses will be compensated by this one. Fang Wudao replied bluntly. Young Master Fang, this matter was caused by me. The compensation should rightfully fall upon me. Chen Xinchen struggled to stand upright and declared.
There's no need for such formality.
A few spiritual herbs Lin Feng will cover the cost for both of you. Huang Lin Feng chuckled. What does young Master Huang desire? Fang Wudao met his gaze calmly. The most expensive things are always the ones that come free.
A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Huang Linfeng's mouth as his tone remained sincere and unguarded.
What Lin Feng seeks is merely a token of friendship from fellow Taoist Fang. Fang Wudao understood perfectly. Huang Linfeng cared neither for the life of the Golden Blade Elder nor the destruction of the Moonlight Spring. What mattered to him was the strength and potential he had demonstrated. After a moment's consideration, Fang Wudao nodded decisively, agreed. After all, if he didn't want to do something, Huang Linfeng's coercion would be useless. Agreeing posed no harm. Ha! That's refreshing. Huang Linfeng clapped his hands in laughter, as if sealing an exceptionally satisfying deal. Then it's settled. Fellow Taoist Fang, I've made a friend in you. He turned to Qin Xinxin and Yun Yang with a warm smile. Rest assured, all three of you. I'll immediately arrange for people to clean this place up. As for the Moonlight Spring, he glanced at the murky pool water. Lin Feng will personally prepare the finest secret elixir from the family's treasured collection, ensuring the three of you receive the ultimate tranquil effect here. With that, Wang Linfeng bowed respectfully once more to Fang Wudao, gave a slight nod to Chen Xixin and Yun Yang, then turned without delay. His stride was measured as he vanished into the shadows of the mountain path, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 59, Not a Gentleman. Huang Linfeng moved with remarkable efficiency. In less than 2 hours, when Fang Wudao and the others returned to the Moonlight Spring, the scene before them was completely transformed. The once cratered, charred earth around the pool had been leveled and compacted, paved with fresh white stones, even adorned with a few dew-kissed spiritual plants. The murky pool water had been completely replaced. The newly infused spring water now shimmered under the moonlight, radiating a soft, milky white glow and emanating an even more potent and pure, refreshing spiritual energy. The lingering sense of sulfur and blood had vanished from the air, replaced by the faint fragrance of herbs and plants, along with the unique, crisp medicinal aroma of moon soul dew. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, it would be nearly impossible to imagine that a battle of the condensing core level had erupted here not long ago. Gazing at the spring pool, restored to its original state and now radiating an even more ethereal aura, the Moon Maiden's eyes betrayed an unmistakable longing. This spring water not only purified the heart's fire but also beautified the complexion. Regardless of the era or place, beauty was of paramount importance to women. Yet, as her gaze swept over Fang Wudao standing nearby, a hint of caution stirred within her. She cleared her throat deliberately, shooting Fang Wudao a sidelong glance. Her tone carried 3 parts teasing and 7 parts warning. Young Master Fang, this spring water is indeed splendid, but there are distinctions between men and women. When we sisters enter the water to calm our minds, you surely won't take the opportunity to peek, will you? She deliberately drew out the last syllable, her gaze darting around him like tiny hooks. Hearing this, a playful smile curved Fang Wudao's lips as he met Yun Yang's scrutinizing gaze with open honesty. What you say, Moon Maiden? I may not be a lowly villain, but I'm no virtuous gentleman either. If such a scene presents itself, I'd naturally take a few extra glances to reward my efforts. Get lost. Moon Maiden was rendered speechless by his candid yet shameless remark. Without a second thought, she scooped up a handful of cool spring water and flung it at him. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Fang Wudao deftly sidestepped, the water splashing onto the white stones at his feet. Watching Yun Yang's puffed up, furious expression, he shook his head and sighed. Ah, the world's gone to the dogs. People VE lost their old ways. Just helped someone avenge a blood debt, and now I get cold water thrown in my face. Women, truly, used and discarded. They turn on you faster than you can flip a page. With that, he made to turn and leave. Young Master Fang, please wait. Chen Xinxin called out urgently, her cheeks flushed but her eyes clear and sincere. Sister, you was only joking. This pond is vast. Sister, you and I will stay south, while you remain north. We won't disturb each other.
You've done so much for us, how could we let you miss this chance to heal and find peace?
Fang Wudao halted and waved his hand dismissively. It matters little. I've no inner fire to trouble me. Whether I bathe or not makes little difference.
Chen Xinxing blinked and added, but this moonlight spring not only cleanses the heart and calms the mind, it also nourishes in, beautifies the complexion, and strengthens the body. Especially its remarkable effects in invigorating yang and tonifying the kidneys. After saying this, she felt a bit embarrassed herself and lowered her head slightly.
Boosting virility and nourishing the kidneys?
Fang Wudao's eyebrow shot up, as if deeply insulted. He straightened his back, his voice rising several pitches.
That's for men whose bodies can't keep up.
I, Fang Wudao, am in the prime of my life, brimming with vigor and strength. I have absolutely no need for such things. His face wore righteous indignation, as if defending some sacred dignity. Yet before his words faded, his expression shifted abruptly, as if a memory surfaced. His tone softened noticeably. Though, after all this running around and that brutal battle, I have been feeling a bit overheated and restless lately. Just to be safe, I suppose I'll reluctantly give it a try. Yun Yang and Chen Xinxin exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement, and began to giggle softly.
In the end, all three entered the water.
True to his word, Fang Wudao sat with his back to them in the northernmost corner of the pool.
Misty vapors rose from the pool's surface.
The cool, moist spring water soaked through his undergarments, bringing Fang Wudao a sense of comfort. Only now did he find the leisure to take stock of his gains. Over 80,000 spirit stones, a golden blade artifact, and most crucially, spiritual essence. The demonic statue of the golden blade sage had granted him a whopping 311 points of divine essence.
This single infusion of spiritual essence was sufficient to propel him directly to the condensing stage.
However, Fang Wudao still had to participate in the 3 sects martial arts competition, so he naturally wouldn't advance just yet. Moreover, he sought a more potent spirit refining technique to cultivate, lest he squander such a vast reservoir of divine essence. After all, while the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate world secret canon was decent, it had clearly been weakened and altered by someone.
Investing divine essence into it was simply too much of a loss.
Chen Xinxin leaned against the smooth pool wall as the medicinal properties seeped into her skin, calming the restless worldly energy within her. Watching Fang Wudao's upright silhouette appear and disappear in the mist, her curiosity could no longer be contained. Young Master Fang, she murmured softly, her voice carrying with unusual clarity through the silent night.
Are you perhaps a disciple of the Overlord Blade sect? But why have you been operating near the Heavenly Sword sect all this time?
Fang Wudao's mastery of sword techniques was so profound that, aside from the Overlord Sword sect, she could think of no other sect that could produce such skill. Yet for an unparalleled genius of the Overlord Blade sect to constantly linger on the grounds of the Heavenly Sword sect seemed decidedly unusual. Could it be, he truly felt something for her? The thought sent a wave of heat to Chen Xinxin's cheeks, her heartbeat quickening.
The Overlord Blade sect?
Fang Wudao's voice drifted through the mist, tinged with a lazy smile.
No. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Tianjian sect? Two gasps erupted almost simultaneously.
Yun Yang and Chen Xinxin shot upright, splashing water everywhere, their faces frozen in utter shock and disbelief.
A disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect had mastered the late second-tier blade momentum?
This was more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Wouldn't those old fogies at the Heavenly Sword sect who worship swords like their own lives and practically had sword supremacy tattooed on their foreheads go collectively berserk upon discovering one of their disciples had mastered blade techniques to such an astonishing level? It's a long story. Fang Wudao seemed oblivious to their shock, his tone dripping with an "me too," but whatever kind of arrogance. Truth be told, I never really put serious effort into practicing swordsmanship. But for some reason, these techniques and stances just took on a life of their own. They kept forcing their way into my mind, impossible to resist. Before I knew it, I'd mastered them all. Ah, what a bother. He sighed. Chen Xinxin, Yun Yang, both fell silent instantly. They felt as if something had lodged in their throats, a powerful urge to punch someone welling up inside them. Listen to this. Is this even human speech? What does "didn't put much effort into it" even mean? What's with insisting on cramming it into your head? What's with just figured it out by accident? And sighing. This is the late-stage double-layered blade formation. A realm countless blade cultivators struggle to reach even in a lifetime. Yet from his mouth, it sounded simpler than eating or drinking. If the core disciples of the Overlord Blade sect, those who worship their blades like ancestors, heard this, they'd likely chase him down 3,000 miles with their blades drawn. Chapter 60, Relief. Young Master Fang, Chen Xinxin composed herself and shifted to a more considerate topic. I wonder how you came to know my father. A moment of silence hung over the northern end of the pond before Fang Wudao's voice drifted across the water. I have a passion for collecting ancient artifacts and antique tools. By chance, I heard that an old gentleman named Chen lived in seclusion near the ancient banyan tree, possessing an extraordinary ancient blade. This piqued my interest, and I sought him out. At first, old Master Chen was quite wary of me. But after talking for a while, he discovered I had some talent in sword techniques. So,
He passed down the entire legacy of the twin blade sect, the ink blade and all its techniques to me. In exchange, I had to cleanse his household, slay the golden blade, and settle his blood feud. At the same time, I was also tasked with finding a worthy successor for the twin blade sect, someone of both character and talent to carry on this legacy. At this point, Fang Wudao turned, his gaze piercing through the mist to rest on Chen Xinxin. Miss Xinxin, as the biological daughter of old Master Chen, this ink blade and the legacy of the twin blade sect rightfully belong to you. For you to inherit this mantle and revive the sect would surely bring joy to old Master Chen. He had already absorbed all the spiritual essence from the ink blade, returning it now made no difference. No. Chen Xinxin shook her head, her tone resolute. Young Master Fang, you absolutely must not. This was an agreement between my father and you. The ink blade and the inherited techniques were gifts my father bestowed upon you as compensation. How could I, merely because of blood ties, rashly demand their return? That would not be the conduct of a noble person, nor would it reflect my father's true intentions. After a moment, her voice carried a hint of melancholy and sincerity. Besides, I possess neither talent nor interest in the way of the blade. Now that I've entered the Red Dust Valley, my path in this life is set. The heavy burden of the twin blade sect is something I truly lack the strength to bear, nor can I shoulder it. Chen Xinxin's gaze was clear and resolute as she looked at Fang Wudao's blurred figure, her expression solemn with a sense of entrustment. Young Master Fang, your talent in the way of the blade is unparalleled throughout history, surpassing mine 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Only in your hands will this ink blade and its legacy avoid being a pearl lost in the dust. For you to select a worthy successor for the twin blade sect and carry this legacy forward holds far greater meaning than entrusting it to me. I implore you, do not refuse. Feeling the sincerity and resolve in Chen Xinxin's words, Fang Wudao remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. In that case, I shall honor my promise to old Master Chen and seek a worthy successor for the twin blade sect. Speaking of which, Yunyang's lazy, smiling voice interjected at just the right moment, breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere. Young Master Fang's nature playful banter, laughter amidst scorn, treating the mortal world as a game aligns remarkably well with our Red Dust Valley's philosophy. Might you consider, well, abandoning the sword to embrace the mortal world? Hearing this, Fang Wudao turned his gaze toward Yunyang. Her sheer gauze robe was now soaked through, clinging to her skin and perfectly outlining her breathtaking curves. Moonlight and waterlight intertwined on her body, creating an alluring sheen. Especially those proud peaks, faintly visible beneath the sheer fabric, added an extra layer of enchantment. Fang Wudao's gaze lingered for a full moment before he curved his lips into a mischievous, slightly roguish smile. Moon Maiden, your words resonate deeply with me. I too feel a profound connection to Red Dust Valley. However, his tone shifted, his eyes growing more playful. If you want me to switch allegiances and join the Red Dust Valley, Lady Moon, you'll have to show some sincerity. Empty promises won't cut it. Yunyang's heart skipped a beat under Fang Wudao's scorching gaze, yet she forced composure, fluttering her eyelashes with alluring charm as her voice dripped with honeyed sweetness. Oh? What kind of sincerity might Master Fang desire? Whatever this humble servant possesses, just name it. Fang Wudao grinned, revealing a row of pearly whites, and deliberately added a hint of pickiness. Sincerity? Well, the more tangible the better. Like a young, beautiful, gentle, and charming fairy sister to guide the way now that would be proper. You. The seductive smile froze on Yunyang's face, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her chest heaved violently with rage, sending ripples across the water. This bastard. When he was taking advantage of her earlier, he sure wasn't being so picky. Now that he had Chen Xinxin, that delicate flower, by his side, he suddenly found her old? How utterly outrageous. You little brat. Take this. Overcome with shame and fury, Yunyang could hold back no longer. She scooped up a large handful of spring water and hurled it at Fang Wudao's infuriating smiling face. Fang Wudao laughed heartily, his body slipping nimbly through the water to dodge it effortlessly. Missing her target, Yunyang glared at Fang Wudao's smug grin, her fury boiling over. Moments later, her eyes darted around. Suddenly, she swam over to Chen Xinxin, pulled her into her arms without a word, then tilted her chin up and addressed Fang Wudao. Oomph. Who says our Red Dust Valley lacks young beauties? Isn't our Xinxin the one and only fairy sister in all of heaven and earth? Young Master Fang, wouldn't you like to reconsider? As she spoke, she playfully tickled Chen Xinxin's sensitive waist with her fingertips. Moon Maiden. Stop talking nonsense. Let go of me. Caught off guard, Chen Xinxin was held tightly while being tickled, instantly flushing crimson with embarrassment. Her cheeks blushed like they'd been painted with the brightest rouge, the color spreading all the way to her ears. She pouted playfully while squirming in Yunyang's embrace, trying to break free. Yet she held back, afraid that too much force would only make the situation more awkward. What's wrong? Yunyang tightened her embrace, her mischievous smile spreading as she pressed her red lips close to Chen Xinxin's delicate ear. In a voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Fang Wudao to catch fragments, she whispered. Could it be, you're unwilling? A peerless prodigy as young and handsome as young Master Fang, with boundless prospects, you'd be hard-pressed to find another like him even with a lantern. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again.
Chen Xinshan flushed with embarrassment and panic, her heart racing. Young Master Fang is a high disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. How could he possibly switch allegiance to our Red Dust Valley? Oh, Yunyang drew out the syllable, feigning sudden understanding. If he can't join us, then it must be a marriage alliance. Marriage alliance? That's perfect. Fang Wudao immediately agreed, grinning like a fox who'd stolen a fish. You truly understand the ways of the world, Yunyang. How about this? To foster friendship between our sects, Yunyang, you'll have to make a small sacrifice and come serve as my bedwarmer concubine. That way, I won't fear the cold this winter and we'll deepen our bond, killing two birds with one stone. What do you say? Get lost. Yunyang shot him a furious glare, wishing she could splash the entire pond on his face. That little rascal, always scheming to take advantage of her. Tisk, you're taking this too seriously. You clearly don't want it. Fang Wudao shook his head with a wounded expression and sighed. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Yunyang hugged Chen Xinshin, snorted through her nose, and lifted her exquisite chin high. Stop playing the victim. You're as sly as a 1,000-year-old fox, full of tricks. If I'd actually believed your nonsense and gone over there like a fool, I'd have gotten nothing but a raw deal. You'd have eaten me down to the bone. Yunyang, you're twisting the truth and making baseless accusations. Fang Wudao immediately adopted a righteous expression as he protested. If you had actually come over, this young master's vital energy would have been sucked dry, leaving me skin and bones. Pa! You little brat! Shameless! Moon Maiden, flustered by his absurd counterattack, burst into laughter mixed with scolding, rolling her eyes at him in exasperation. Chen Xinshin watched Yunyang's flustered yet helpless expression toward Fang Wudao and finally couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter with a pft. Fang Wudao and Yunyang both froze upon hearing Chen Xinshin's laughter. Through the hazy mist, they exchanged a glance, each catching a fleeting glimpse of mutual understanding and ease in the other's eyes. Chapter 61, Still the Senior Sister. Hooves pounded the ground, kicking up swirls of dust. Fang Wudao and his companions finally reached the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. The moment they approached the slightly dilapidated courtyard with its wooden fence, Chen Xinshin couldn't contain herself. She leapt from her horse and dashed into the yard like the wind. Fang Wudao and Yunyang exchanged a glance, then tacitly remained outside the courtyard to tend to the demon horse, which was foaming at the mouth from the long, arduous journey. They knew this father-daughter reunion was not a moment for outsiders to intrude. Suppressed sobs echoed intermittently from within, tinged with profound sorrow and helplessness. Occasionally, the old man's hoarse, almost inaudible soothing words would break through, weighing heavily on the hearts of the two waiting outside. After a long while, Chen Xinshin finally emerged from inside. Her once bright, clear eyes were now swollen like walnuts. Though the tears had been wiped away, the dried trails they left behind were clearly visible. Chen Xinshin looked at Fang Wudao and Yunyang, her voice thick with nasal congestion. Young Master Fang, Sister Yunyang. I intend to take father away from here to seek out the Medicine King. She took a deep breath, her fingernails digging deeply into her palms, her voice unwavering. Even if there's only the slightest glimmer of hope, I'll fight for my father's life. Yunyang sighed. I'll go with you. Fang Wudao said nothing, simply pulling 50,000 spirit stones from his storage pouch. A token of my sincerity. Please accept it. Chen Xinshin stared at the bag of spirit stones, her lips trembling, but ultimately did not refuse. She bowed deeply, her voice choked with emotion. Young master, your kindness is as vast as mountains and seas. Xinshin will remember this forever. The old blind man's condition was worse than anyone had imagined. His withered frame was little more than skin stretched over bones. His face bore no trace of vitality, and even walking had become an impossible dream. Fighting back tears, Chen Xinshin found a sturdy carriage nearby and carefully settled her father into the cabin, which was lined with thick, soft padding. Young Master Fang, take care. Chen Xinshin gave Fang Wudao a long, lingering look before deftly climbing onto the carriage shaft. With a flick of the reins, the carriage began its slow journey along the winding road, gradually fading into the twilight. Take care, Miss Chen. Fang Wudao murmured softly, watching the carriage until it vanished from sight. A moment later, he sighed heavily. Given the old blind man's state, his lamp nearly spent, even if the legendary Medicine King himself intervened, he could likely only forcefully prolong his last breath, extending his life by a mere few dozen days. Chen Xinshin's journey was destined to be a futile endeavor. Ultimately, she would still have to face that excruciatingly painful farewell. Shaking his head, Fang Wudao pushed aside this weight for the moment and turned to walk toward the sect. Instead of returning directly to his quarters, he headed to the sect's scripture repository to search for information about the ancient, mysterious tribes dwelling deep within the Malang grasslands. Towering bookshelves stood before him as his fingertips brushed over dust-covered volumes. Guide to Evaluating the Customs of the Malang Grasslands, Scattered Notes on Malang Secrets, Whispers of Mulan, Chronicles of Ancient Tribal Oddities. Time slipped away silently amid the rustling of pages. Half an hour later, the furrowed brow of Fang Wudao not only failed to relax but grew even deeper. Records concerning the Malang grasslands were indeed plentiful. Geography, natural resources, climate, even the rise and fall of the grassland dynasties 1,000 years ago were described. Yet, whenever the texts touched upon the ancient tribes hidden deep within the grasslands, tribes nearly cut off from the outside world, especially their core, mysterious sacrificial rituals, the accounts became vague and even contradictory. Only a handful of passages mentioned vague terms like sacrificial rites, communicating with the spirits, and the dance of the spirits, leaving everything as unclear as viewing flowers through a haze. Nothing but pretentious, baseless speculation.
Fang Wudao slammed the book shut in frustration.
Hoping to find concrete details of the sacrificial rites in these texts was nothing short of wishful thinking. He placed the volume back on the shelf with a sigh, leaning against the cold bookshelf as he sank into deep thought. If even the scripture hall held no clues, where should he begin? Was he truly meant to venture deep into the perilous heart of the Mulang grasslands? Fang, junior brother. You finally deigned to return. Just then, a crisp, lively voice burst forth, brimming with delight, shattering Fang Wudao's reverie. He turned to see a petite figure dressed in a pale yellow gown, darting toward him like a mountain sparrow.
It was senior sister Tang Linger. Senior sister Tang? Fang Wudao was taken aback. How did you know I was here?
Tang Linger wrinkled her petite nose and hummed smugly. When it comes to intelligence and gossip throughout the sect, who could possibly match your senior sister here? The moment you stepped through the mountain gates, word reached me.
Intelligence? Fang Wudao's heart leapt.
His eyes, dulled by the fruitless search for the book, instantly brightened. He stepped forward, his voice urgent.
Perfect timing. Senior sister, with your vast connections, do you know anything about the ancient, mysterious tribes deep within the Mulang grasslands?
Especially their core sacrificial rites.
Sacrificial rites of the Mulang grassland tribes?
Tang Linger tilted her head in confusion, her ponytail swaying as she looked at him.
Why are you inquiring about this, junior brother Fang? Those tribes are extremely reclusive. It's said they haven't emerged for hundreds, even thousands of years. Well, I'm just curious. Wanted to learn more. Fang Wudao hedged, trying to brush it off. Tang Linger crossed her arms, wearing an expression that screamed, yeah, right.
Fang, you snuck off the mountain for 2 whole months without a word.
Our master's fury is about to set Lingxiu Peak ablaze. Now that you're finally back, instead of rushing to apologize to our master, you're hiding here flipping through these irrelevant books and asking about tribal rituals? Are you really not afraid she'll unleash her wrath and blast you with a couple of sword chi strikes? As she spoke, she dramatically formed her fingers into a sword shape, mimicking the terrifying opening stance of Master Lin Xingyi's sword technique. Senior sister, you're mistaken, Fang Wudao replied with solemn earnestness, his expression strained into a display of utmost sincerity. As the saying goes, though there are 3,000 paths to the Tao, they all lead to the same destination. My study of these foreign tribes' rituals is to validate my cultivation insights, comprehend the profound mysteries of heaven and earth's myriad laws, and broaden the foundation of my Taoist path. This is the heart of seeking the way, pure and sincere. Even if our master were to find out, she would surely understand my earnest intentions. Perhaps she might even commend my thirst for knowledge. Tang Linger sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead in exasperation. Fang, your excuse is pathetic. What on earth do cultivation practices have to do with grassland tribes and their sacrificial rites? It's completely nonsensical. If Master actually believed you, I'd give you 1,000 spirit stones. A moment later, she waved her hand dismissively. Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered with you. But if you really want to find out about these tribes, well, it's not completely impossible. Chapter 62, The Mission. Senior sister has connections? Seeing her reaction, Fang Wudao immediately pressed further. MHM. Tang Linger nodded, a hint of smugness playing across her face. The tribal civilization deep within the Mulang grasslands is indeed shrouded in mystery. Ordinary folk would struggle to find any trace of it. But, she drew out her words, teasing his curiosity before continuing. I happen to know someone who ventured deep into the Mulang grasslands years ago. He might possess some intelligence unknown to the outside world. If you need it, brother Fang, I can try to find out for you. Fang Wudao was overjoyed, immediately clasping his hands in gratitude. Really? That's wonderful. Senior sister truly has boundless connections and can accomplish anything. This junior brother is eternally grateful. As he spoke, he pulled a large pouch of spirit stones from his storage bag and thrust it directly into Tang Linger's hands. The senior sister truly lived up to her reputation as the sect's know-it-all reliable when it mattered most. Tang Linger's eyes curved into crescent moons as she swiftly accepted his tribute. However, the smile quickly faded from her face, replaced by a trace of worry. Junior brother Fang, don't get too excited just yet. The matter you seek to inquire about won't be easy to resolve. It may take some time before we can find a solution. Why is that? Fang Wudao thought she found his payment insufficient and made a move to pull out more spirit stones. Oh, it's not about the spirit stones. Tang Linger hurriedly waved him off, then sighed, her expression falling. The 3 sects martial arts debate is just around the corner. The Overlord Blade sect, Thundercliff sect, and all those arrogant young masters from prestigious families, they've all descended upon our Skyblade sect like a swarm of locusts. The entire sect is in utter chaos.
You know how young people are full of hot-blooded pride, each belonging to different factions.
Now they're all mixed together? It's like dry kindling and a spark ready to ignite at any moment.
She snapped her delicate white fingers as she began listing grievances like a cherished collection.
Yesterday at the training grounds, the Blade Dominion and Thundercliff factions nearly drew blades and summoned thunder over a prime viewing spot.
The day before yesterday in the dining hall, disciples from two families argued over the last bowl of purple jade spirit ginseng soup. It escalated from words to shoving, leaving plates and bowls shattered all over the floor.
And those Lu family brats from Tianfeng City?
They bully merchants in the marketplace, forcing their way in and out, buying and selling by force. The stall owners are furious but dare not speak up.
One incident after another, never a moment's peace.
The elders are so fed up with these petty, face-losing scandals that they've passed this hot potato. She pointed at herself, a look of misery on her face.
Threw it all at me. They even called it training, making me fully responsible for these rotten affairs.
As she spoke, Tang Linger quietly lifted her eyelids, stealing a swift glance at Fang Wudao with the corner of her eye.
Her tone brimmed with resignation and apology.
Junior brother, it's truly not that senior sister is deliberately delaying helping you. It's just that I have sect duties to fulfill. I simply can't leave. I'd love to go contact that expert for you right away, but this task of maintaining order is crucial to the sect's reputation. Your senior sister simply can't leave. She sighed heavily, her expression utterly helpless.
Senior sister, could your acting get any more over the top? Fang Wudao watched her troubled expression, his lips twitching slightly.
Senior sister clearly just wanted to snag some free labor to free herself up. But he couldn't very well refuse. Senior sister, there's no need to worry.
Fang Wudao adopted a look of unwavering duty, pounding his chest emphatically.
Maintaining order within the sect is precisely the responsibility of us disciples. Since senior sister has pressing matters to attend to and can't be everywhere at once, leave the task of mediating disputes and deterring petty criminals to your junior brother.
With me here, I guarantee those troublemakers will behave themselves. Oh dear. How could I possibly accept that, junior brother Fang?
A sly gleam of triumph flashed in Tang Linger's eyes before she swiftly pressed a black iron token engraved with the markings of a magical sword into Fang Wudao's hand. Junior brother, your profound sense of duty leaves this senior sister truly speechless with gratitude. Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother Fang.
Senior sister, could your face-changing speed and badge-handing over efficiency be any more exaggerated? Fang Wudao couldn't muster the energy to complain. Rest assured, junior brother. I'll gather information for you as quickly as possible.
Tang Linger beamed with delight, skipping and jumping her way out of the scripture hall, her ponytail bouncing merrily behind her.
Fang Wudao really is the best. He's back and already jumping into the fire to take on the most troublesome task for her. And best of all, she wouldn't have to share a single spirit stone from the mission reward with him. Tang Linger was absolutely overjoyed inside. Oh, right.
Brother Fang had also voluntarily given her a large bag of spirit stones as a consultation fee.
Woohoo, it was so touching.
A good junior brother like this silly strike that kind-hearted and generous is like a treasure dropped from the heavens. Next time something this good comes along, she'd definitely seek him out again.
Oh, Fang.
Tang Linger, who had already reached the doorway, suddenly remembered something. She slammed on the brakes, spun around, and her playful expression turned serious as she solemnly warned.
Not all those troublemakers are just hotheads.
The Overlord Blade sect, Thundercliff sect, and certain noble families with ulterior motives, they're all testing the depth of our Skyblade sect's younger generation.
Especially those troublemakers exercise restraint when dealing with them. Focus on deterrence.
Make them understand that our Heavenly Sword sect isn't to be trifled with. Under no circumstances should you reveal too much of our strength on a whim.
Understood, senior sister. Fang Wudao weighed the enforcement token in his hand, responding with a resigned sigh. Accepting this token meant trouble was coming his way. Watching Tang Linger bound away like a playful fawn, Fang Wudao shook his head with a wry smile. He consoled himself, well, if I handle this task flawlessly, it'll be the perfect way to make amends for my mistakes. That should appease my master and prevent him from unleashing his wrath upon me. Though he claimed not to fear his master's anger, the mere thought of her coldly exquisite jade-like features still sent a chill through Fang Wudao's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ducked straight into the relatively safe scripture hall upon returning to the sect instead of steeled himself to pay his respects to Lin Qingyi on Lingxiu Peak immediately. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm eager to see what caliber these martial arts contestants truly possess. Fang Wudao took a deep breath, temporarily pushing aside his chaotic thoughts about the grassland tribes. He fastened the law enforcement token neatly at the most conspicuous spot on his waist.
Then, he stepped out of the scripture hall, its air thick with the scent of ink and ancient texts, and headed toward the bustling crowd below the mountain.
Chapter 63, The Riot. Following the direction of the clamor, Fang Wudao soon arrived at the vast reception area halfway up the mountain. Here, lights blazed brightly, bathing the night in a hazy golden glow.
Temporary pavilions and halls stood densely packed, their colorful banners fluttering in the evening breeze. The air was thick with a mixture of spiritual energy fluctuations, the scent of wine and meat, and the restless energy unique to young cultivators. The closer he approached the central public area, the more distinct and jarring the quarrels became, punctuated by the jeers of those who seemed to revel in the chaos. Sure who? Your Blade Tyrant sect has gone too far. This golden radiance stone was clearly claimed first by Thundercliff, and we even paid a deposit. What right do you have to seize it by force? A youth clad in deep blue martial attire, his sleeves embroidered with silver thunder patterns, glared with fury as he shouted. Across from him, a towering man with a broad build, a great sword strapped to his back, folded his arms and sneered. Lei Shao, cut the crap. The highest bidder wins, it's only fair. I offered a full 30% more than you. This golden radiant stone rightfully belongs to our overlord Blade sect. Your measly deposit? You'll get it back. Now move aside, don't block my path. With that, his fan-like hand shoved brutally toward Lei Shao. You dare! Lei Shao roared, lightning surging around him as a slender white lightning serpent shot toward Shihu's wrist. Shihu reacted swiftly, slapping his scabbard with a backhand strike. A fierce blade aura erupted, colliding with the lightning serpent with a crackling explosion. The shockwave sent surrounding onlookers reeling backward in alarm. As the confrontation escalated, fellow disciples behind them glared at each other, hands on their weapons, spiritual energy surging. The atmosphere instantly became tense and volatile. Gentlemen, let's settle this calmly. No need for violence. A lazy voice cut through the clamor, clear and distinct, reaching every ear. Turning toward the source, they saw a young cultivator clad in the robes of the Heavenly Sword sect, strolling leisurely through a path that the crowd had instinctively parted to make way for him. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his features handsome, though his expression was distinctly weary and sleepy, as if he hadn't fully awakened. The Tianjian sect's law enforcement officer. Someone murmured. Disciples from the Overlord Sword sect in Thundercliff halted their movements, instinctively loosening their grip on their weapons. As the host sect, Tianjian sect's law enforcers embodied the indisputable authority of this place. Fang Wudao stepped into the center of the square, his gaze calmly sweeping over the opposing sides. Instead of immediately questioning them, he turned to a middle-aged man beside him, dressed in steward's attire and drenched in sweat, his tone level. Are you the steward in charge of the Golden Radiance Stone transaction? Tell me exactly what happened. The steward, as if granted a pardon, immediately bowed deeply. Reporting to the enforcement officer. This Golden Radiance Stone was indeed selected yesterday by young Master Lei of Thundercliff. He paid a deposit of 100 spirit stones, with the agreement to settle the balance and take possession before noon today. But then Master Sure of the Blade-dominating sect arrived unexpectedly. He also set his sights on this spirit ore and insisted on purchasing it, offering a price 30% higher than young Master Lei's. This humble servant dared not offend him. I intended to wait for young Master Lei to discuss it, but then the two masters collided. As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Shihu and Lei Shao. Fang Wudao nodded, his understanding clear. Turning to Shihu, his tone was calm yet carried an unspoken weight. Fellow Daoist Shihu, this spirit ore already has a deposit contract in place. Forcibly seizing it is not the conduct of a gentleman, nor befitting a disciple of a reputable sect. The Overlord Sword sect commands great renown and dominates this region. Is such behavior truly appropriate? With that single, weightless remark, he elevated the matter to the level of sect reputation. Shihu felt uneasy under Fang Wudao's calm gaze. Hearing the other invoke their sect's reputation, the muscles on his face twitched as he growled. Oomph. I offered the highest price. This spirit ore belongs to me. They dawdled at Thundercliff. Who's to blame if they can't pay? Bull. Lei Shao roared. I paid the deposit. The contract is binding. What's wrong with taking time to raise the funds? Fang Wudao's gaze returned to the steward, his voice carrying clearly throughout the hall. In commerce, integrity comes first. A deposit paid and a contract signed are ironclad rules. The highest bidder wins only applies to unclaimed goods without agreements. Steward, having accepted the deposit, you must honor the contract. If you break your word out of fear of power, you destroy not only your own credibility but also the reputation of our Tianjian sect as the host. Should this become known, who would dare to come to our Tianjian sect marketplace for fair trade in the future? The steward's face flushed crimson as Fang Wudao's words cut deep, cold sweat beading on his brow. He bowed repeatedly. The law enforcer speaks wisely. This servant was foolish. Utterly foolish. He promptly turned to Lei Shao and respectfully declared. Young Master Lei, this golden radiance stone is yours. Please follow me to settle the remaining payment and take it. You! Shihu roared in fury, about to erupt only to meet Fang Wudao's eyes, which had suddenly sharpened like blades. An invisible, heart-stopping pressure spread silently, forcing the rest of his words to choke in his throat. The disciples of the Overlord Blade sect beside him also felt an inexplicable chill, their hands tightening involuntarily around their blades. Fang Wudao promptly reined in the hint of pressure that had escaped, his tone returning to calmness yet carrying an unquestionable authority. If you truly covet the Golden Radiance Stone, fellow Daoist Shihu, perhaps you should look elsewhere. Our Tianjian sect marketplace boasts numerous stalls. You're bound to find alternatives. To let momentary pride breach the rules, damage harmony, and tarnish your sect's reputation, that would be unwise.
What say you?
Whose face flushed alternately crimson and ashen before he finally shot Lei Xiao a fierce glare and bellowed.
Oomph. You're lucky, kid. Let's go.
With that, he and his men grudgingly pushed through the crowd and departed.
Lei Xiao breathed a sigh of relief.
His gaze toward Fang Wudao held gratitude and a hint of reverence as he bowed his hands and said,
"Thank you, Senior Brother Fang, for upholding justice. Lei Xiao remembers this favor." Fang Wudao gave a slight nod. "It was my duty.
I also ask that you, Junior Brother Lei, keep your disciples in check and prevent any further trouble." A conflict that had seemed poised to erupt was diffused seamlessly by Fang Wudao's steady and authoritative intervention.
The onlookers from various sects now regarded Fang Wudao with added solemnity and caution.
This enforcement disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect possessed unfathomable strength and handled matters with flawless precision. He upheld the rules, provided both sides with a face-saving exit, and intimidated any others who might be tempted to stir trouble.
Truly formidable.
In the distance, several young figures who had remained hidden in the shadows of the lamplight fixed their gaze on Fang Wudao like hawks. This enforcer seems rather formidable.
Should we send a few men to test him? One of them spoke, rolling a walnut between his fingers. Aren't Qi Guxing and Tangling are supposed to be the rising stars of the Heavenly Sword sect's younger generation?
This man's aura is restrained, his methods cunning. Where did he come from? Another frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with sharpness.
I've heard some rumors.
Apparently, during the 10,000 Swords Mountain trial within the Heavenly Sword sect, a dark horse emerged, one of extraordinary power.
Oh? Is that so? Could it be him? All expressions grew solemn.
The specifics are hard to come by. The Heavenly Sword sect has sealed off most information.
I've only managed to gather vague rumors. If the rumors are true.
The young man playing with walnuts suddenly sharpened his gaze. This person could become our greatest adversary on this mission.
Don't hold back. Each of us should send some men to probe his background and true capabilities. That's exactly what I had in mind. Excellent. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated.
This man has emerged out of nowhere, his true strength unfathomable.
We must indeed learn more about him. Chapter 64. The Big Fish Takes the Bait. What a nuisance.
Fang Wudao leaned against the vermilion lacquered railing of the viewing pavilion, gazing down at the bustling temporary marketplace below, ablaze with lights and teeming with voices.
He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Days of handling these petty squabbles had sapped even his desire to visit the entertainment quarters.
These young cultivators pouring in from the Overlord Blade sect, Thundercliff, and the Grey clans were all bursting with energy as if they'd swallowed 10-in-1 tonics. Day and night, they were either scrambling for resources or locked in fierce rivalries.
It was infuriating. Couldn't they just quietly find a corner to cultivate and meditate, or simply drown themselves in debauchery at the brothels down the mountain?
Instead, they had to stir up chaos on Tianjin sect's territory, leaving him, the temporary enforcer, running around like a chicken with its head cut off, putting out fires left and right.
To truly quiet them down, petty mediation won't suffice.
A flicker of understanding crossed Fang Wudao's eyes. The conflicts of recent days were merely pebbles tossed by various factions to test the waters. The real big fish lurking behind the scenes, testing the depth of the Heavenly Sword sect's young generation, hadn't surfaced yet. Only by thoroughly crushing these troublemakers, making an example of them, could these overzealous young cultivators understand that causing trouble on Tianjin sect's turf would exact a heavy price. Only then would they truly settle down and wait obediently for the three sects' martial contest to officially begin.
Bad news. Bad news. Enforcer Fang. They're fighting. They've started fighting.
The middle-aged steward in charge of spirit or transactions from days prior scrambled up the viewing pavilion, gasping for breath as he shouted.
Fang Wudao turned his head slightly, his tone calm as he inquired, who's fighting whom? Over spirit provisions or vying for positions? It's Golden Blowstone.
Those two who nearly came to blows just days ago. Lei Xiao from Thundercliff and Hu from the Overlord Blade sect. They've completely turned on each other this time, going at it with real fury at the market entrance. Blades flashing, thunder roaring, they're tearing the place apart. The steward was sweating profusely, his voice trembling with urgency.
The two of them? A meaningful smile curved Fang Wudao's lips.
It seems the big fish lurking beneath the surface can no longer resist the bait. He knew full well that both Lei Xiao and Who were merely pawns pushed to the forefront, neither possessed the strength or audacity to stir up a major disturbance on their own. Behind them, there must be far more influential figures pulling the strings. This escalation was likely orchestrated by those big fish themselves. Not a trace of worry crossed Fang Wudao's face. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him. He wasn't afraid of trouble. He feared they'd keep hiding their true intentions, denying him the chance to resolve the issue once and for all.
Finally, it's time to wrap things up.
He stretched lazily, his joints popping softly as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. These past few days of non-stop work had worn him out. Still, he sensed that after today, this troublesome enforcement officer duty would finally come to an end.
Let's go.
Fang Wudao brushed the dust from his robes and began walking, strolling leisurely down the stone steps leading to the mountain foot marketplace. His pace was as leisurely as if he were strolling through his own backyard garden. Beside him, the middle-aged steward paced like a caged animal, his mouth opening several times to urge him on, yet he dared not speak. He watched Fang Wudao's unhurried retreat with growing panic, his mind screaming, "Good heavens! At this pace, by the time you've strolled over, the situation will be beyond salvage. If those two cultivators tear the marketplace apart, my days as steward are numbered." Fang Wudao naturally sensed the steward's anxious, stifled urgency, yet paid no mind whatsoever, maintaining his serene composure. He was certain, without the main player himself present, this spectacle orchestrated behind the scenes by the big fish would never conclude so easily. Both the Overlord Blade sect and Thundercliff were waiting to see how he, the enforcer of the Heavenly Sword sect, would react. "This is outrageous. Sure who? If I don't fry your thick hide into charcoal today, may my name, Lei Xiao, be written backwards." Lei Xiao's eyes blazed crimson as white lightning arcs crackled and popped from his palms. The frenzied thunder energy ionized the surrounding air, filling it with a faint, acrid smell. "Ha ha ha ha! With your measly lightning tricks? You couldn't even tickle me." Sure who laughed contemptuously. Without even drawing his great sword from its scabbard, he swung the heavy sheath alone, generating a fierce gale that effortlessly scattered the bolts of lightning Lei Xiao hurled at him. Both men seemed to have ignited with genuine fury, each strike vicious and held nothing back. One moment, slashing blades tore through the air, plowing terrifyingly deep gullies into the ground. The next, blinding lightning flashes erupted, sending waves of scorching heat that blew nearby stalls askew. The surrounding vendors had long since fled without a trace. Some low-grade ores and spirit herbs, left behind in the rush, were instantly reduced to dust by the violent aftereffects of the spiritual energy. Even the sturdy black stone gates of the marketplace bore several distinct blade gashes and scorched lightning marks. "Enforcement officer. Shouldn't we stop them?" The middle-aged steward, cowering behind Fang Wudao, gazed at the devastation before him. His voice trembled with tears as he pleaded softly, as if he might collapse at any moment. "What's the rush?" Fang Wudao stood calmly with his arms crossed, even shifting his stance slightly for a better view. Such an energetic performance-free viewing opportunities like this don't come often. But. The steward trembled with anguish, pointing at a row of shelves toppled by the lingering blade energy and a corner of the roof ignited by thunderfire. "All this stuff, plus the losses to the marketplace. That's all spirit stones." "Don't worry," Fang Wudao replied flatly, his gaze fixed on the clashing figures. "Whatever's damaged, have them pay double compensation. No one can dodge the Tianjian sect's bills." He even found time to critique. Sure whose foundation is solid enough, but his sword technique is too rigid and lacks finesse. Lei Xiao's thunder arts are swift, yet his power falters and his momentum wanes. At this rate, it won't take more than 10 moves before Lei Xiao shows an opening. The steward stared in disbelief. At a time like this gentleman still had the mind to critique their moves? On the battlefield, Sure Hu and Lei Xiao fought with increasing ferocity. The deafening clashes of spiritual energy echoed, the destruction spreading ever wider. Yet Fang Wudao remained as steady as a mountain, showing no intention of intervening. As Lei Xiao neared collapse, Sure Hu's ears twitched. He spun violently, feigning a full-force slash at Lei Xiao while unexpectedly swinging diagonally toward Fang Wudao's position. The strike was swift, vicious, and angled with deadly precision, reaching its target in an instant. The enforcer of the Heavenly Sword sect has arrived. Almost the instant the treacherous blade energy tore through the air, a deliberately raised voice rang out sharply from the crowd, tinged with a hint of warning. Sure Hu and Lei Xiao froze mid-battle as if paused, their bodies stiffening abruptly. Simultaneously, they whipped their heads toward the direction of the slashing energy. Their faces perfectly displayed expressions of astonishment, tension, and even a hint of panic. Their acting was nothing short of masterful. The onlookers collectively fixed their gaze in that direction, holding their breath as they waited to see how this belatedly arriving law enforcer would handle this sudden attack. Chapter 65, Who exactly belongs to Thunder Cliff? Poof. A light chuckle echoed as the razor-sharp blade energy instantly disintegrated into specks of light, vanishing without a trace. Not even the hem of Fang Wudao's robe fluttered. A faint, almost amused smile remained on his face as he swept his gaze over Sure Hu and Lei Xiao, his tone casual. "Don't mind me. Carry on with your sparring. Take a break for water when you tire, or grab a bite at the tavern nearby. Tianjian sect values reason above all. We never interfere with guests' exchanges. However, I must remind you both of one thing. Sparring is one thing, but any damaged items must be compensated at double their value. If even a single spirit stone is missing, you won't be leaving the Heavenly Sword sect alive." Sure Hu and Lei Xiao's expressions instantly shifted from stunned tension to genuine stiffness and blankness. Double compensation? Surveying the devastation around them scorched and ravaged as if swept by a hurricane, the sheer magnitude of the compensation required sent a chill down their spines. How could they possibly continue fighting? If they kept this up, they'd risk bankrupting themselves. Just as the two found themselves in a predicament, the atmosphere in the arena sinking into an eerie stalemate and awkwardness, a voice rang out clearly, slightly effeminate, yet tinged with mockery. "Ha! As the enforcement officer of the Heavenly Sword sect, Brother Fang bears the responsibility of upholding order. Yet you turn a blind eye to this blatant disruption and disturbance in the welcoming area. And even encourage it. Is such conduct not a gross dereliction of duty, tarnishing the reputation of the Heavenly Sword sect? The crowd parted like a tide, revealing a young man in a brocade robe embroidered with intricate silver thunder patterns, who stepped forward slowly. His complexion was fair, his features reasonably well proportioned, yet a sinister aura lingered between his brows and eyes, marring his overall demeanor. Casually twirling two spirit-patterned walnuts that flickered with fine sparks of electricity, he fixed an unabashedly scrutinizing and provocative gaze upon Fang Wudao. "Who are you?" Fang Wudao didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, his tone flat and emotionless, as if addressing an insignificant passerby. "You don't know me?" The man's footsteps halted abruptly. A flash of disbelief and deeply offended anger crossed his pale face. His fingers tightened around the walnuts, causing the flickering sparks on their surface to momentarily scatter. "My memory's never been the best," Fang Wudao said lazily, glancing at him with an expression as though surveying a roadside. "Especially those insignificant, forgettable nobodies." "Enforcement officer," the middle-aged steward interjected quickly, his voice tinged with reverence. "He's one of the core disciples on this Thunder Cliff expedition, Yun Fuji. Rumor has it his thunder techniques are ruthless and cunning. Among the younger generation at Thunder Cliff, he easily ranks in the top 5. Quite formidable." "Top 5? A flicker of realization crossed Fang Wudao's face, quickly replaced by undisguised contempt. "Oh, so he doesn't even rank in the top 3. No wonder. I've never heard of him." "You." Yun Fuji's face instantly flushed crimson, veins pulsing visibly on his forehead. As one of the rising stars of Thunder Cliff's youth, he was always the center of attention wherever he went. When had he ever endured such blatant humiliation? Especially in front of this crowd. "Fine. Very well. A sharp-tongued enforcer of the Heavenly Sword sect indeed." His rage twisted into a bitter laugh, his aura suddenly thickening with danger. A faint, scorching sensation spread through the air. "I'll see if your strength matches even 1/10,000th of your sharp tongue." His mission here was precisely to gauge the strength of the Heavenly Sword sect's elite disciples. Now that Fang Wudao had come charging in with such arrogant and insolent behavior, it was a golden opportunity. This was the perfect chance to teach him a harsh lesson. Crack! Blinding lightning erupted from Yun Fuji's body, countless writhing bolts of electricity coiling around him, making him appear like the thunder god incarnate. The overwhelming pressure of the furious thunder spread out, forcing the surrounding crowd to retreat in panic once more. Those with weaker cultivation felt their blood surge violently, their chests tightening with nausea. He stared coldly at Fang Wudao, enunciating each word deliberately. "Draw your sword. Let me see if your swordplay matches your arrogance." "Draw your sword?" Fang Wudao sneered. "With your pitiful cultivation? You think you deserve to make me draw mine? You're asking for death." Yun Fuji was utterly enraged. Such public contempt was 100 times more humiliating than a slap across the face. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. All hesitation vanished as his right hand swept forward violently. Whoosh! A thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel, blazing with piercing light, instantly spanned several zhang and shot toward Fang Wudao. "He's not dodging? Good heavens! He neither draws his sword to counter nor dodges. Has he gone mad? Even a late jade liquid cultivator wouldn't dare take Yun Fuji's strike head-on. Fang Wudao is being far too overconfident. Oh no! That Tianjian sect enforcer is going to be fried to a crisp." The onlookers erupted in gasps, many closing their eyes in horror. Yet in the next instant, all murmurs and gasps abruptly ceased. Time seemed to freeze. That furious bolt of lightning capable of shattering stone and fusing iron plunged toward Fang Wudao. Yet, just a foot away from him, it suddenly seemed to plunge into an invisible quagmire. Its forward momentum halted abruptly. The destructive energy, capable of annihilating everything in its path, began to silently disintegrate at a visible pace. No earth-shattering explosion. No blinding flash of light. Only a few faint sparks flickered reluctantly a few times before vanishing completely into nothingness, as if they had never existed. What? Yun Fuji's pupils contracted to pinpricks as his mind went blank, utterly unable to comprehend this scene that defied all understanding. His mighty strike just vanished like that? The opponent hadn't even lifted a finger? Fang Wudao slowly raised his right hand, casually pointing his index finger at the stunned Yun Fuji. "Thunder magic isn't used like that." As his indifferent words fell, a thread-thin, nearly transparent silver-white lightning bolt materialized above Yun Fuji's head. The lightning was so minuscule it was barely noticeable, emitting not a single sound, yet it carried a soul-shaking aura of utter destruction. Before Yun Fuji could react, the slender silver-white lightning darted like a serpent into the crown of his head. A piercing scream, inhuman in its intensity, erupted suddenly. Yun Fuji's entire body convulsed violently. Blinding lightning instantly enveloped him, transforming him into a dazzling, humanoid source of light. His ornate brocade robe instantly turned to ash. His skin charred and cracked at a visible pace, hair standing on end like scorched stubble. Thick black smoke poured from his mouth, carrying the acrid stench of burning flesh. Thud! As the lightning faded, Yun Fuji, now charred black, smoke still wisping from his body like he'd been pulled from a coal mine, crashed straight to the ground. He lay utterly unconscious, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 66, Limited Threat. Dead silence. The entire marketplace entrance fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the charred, human-shaped mass on the ground. It took a full 3 breaths before the scene erupted in chaos. Damn it! Is that thunder magic? Did I fall for an illusion? That disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect, he actually used thunder magic? Damn it! Yun Fuji, a core disciple of Thunder Cliff who cultivated the 9 heavens thunder summoning true art, got fried by a single lightning spell? This is utterly preposterous. Which one of them is actually from Thunder Cliff? That silver-white lightning, I couldn't even see it clearly. Too terrifying. Shouts of shock, cries of disbelief, and gasps of horror rose in waves, coalescing into a deafening roar. The utterly unfathomable, shockingly impactful scene before them completely shattered everyone's understanding. The gazes they cast upon Fang Wudao were filled with unprecedented shock, dread, and utter disbelief. Fang Wudao seemed oblivious to the surrounding clamor. He slowly withdrew his finger, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire crowd. Wherever his gaze fell, the clamor died down as if doused with ice water. Anyone else want to cause trouble? His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every person present. While I'm still in a decent mood, you may step forward. Silence fell over the entire hall. Whether from the Overlord Sword sect, Thundercliff, or other cultivators from prominent families, all fell silent as if struck dumb, instinctively averting their gaze from Fang Wudao. Sherhu's face turned pale, his palm gripping the sword hilt drenched in cold sweat. That blade strike aimed at Fang Wudao earlier now felt like dancing on the edge of death. Is there really no one else? Fang Wudao seemed slightly disappointed, letting out a soft sigh before his tone abruptly turned icy. Very well. I'll lay it out plainly. He stepped forward, his invisible aura bearing down like a mountain, making everyone feel their breath catch. Starting tomorrow, until the 3 sects martial arts tournament concludes, if anyone dares to cause trouble or disrupt order within the Heavenly Sword sect, I won't care if you're an elite from the Overlord Blade sect, a prodigy from Thunder Cliff, or some young master or lady from a noble house. He paused, his gaze sharp as blades as it swept slowly across the crowd, finally settling on Sherhu and the others who had caused the most trouble earlier. Get ready to spend 3 full months bedridden. A chilling aura of murderous intent spread like an invisible tide, instantly engulfing the entire square. Every soul felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. No one doubted the truth in Fang Wudao's words. The smoking charcoal on the ground was the most vivid proof. So, Fang Wudao concluded, his gaze sweeping the crowd one last time as a cold smile curved his lips. You'd better think this through. This is your last chance to cause trouble. Miss this opportunity today, and if you dare to raise a hand again, it won't be so simple. 3 months flat on your back? That's a bold claim. A deep, raspy voice abruptly cut through the air from behind the Blade Dominion disciples. The crowd scattered like startled birds, parting in unison to form a clear path. A man clad in black robes, not particularly tall and even somewhat lean, emerged slowly. His face was ordinary, marked by a sickly pallor, yet his eyes burned with an astonishing intensity like 2 embers glowing in the cold night, radiating utter calm and indifference. Most striking was the long sword slung diagonally across his waist, sheathed in its scabbard. The scabbard was jet black, devoid of any ornamentation, simple to the point of austerity. Yet it radiated a heart-stopping, oppressive aura, as if it were not merely a scabbard but a tombstone that had absorbed endless blood and death energy. He cast not a glance at the charred remains of Yun Fuji on the ground, nor did he acknowledge Sherhu, who stood pale and nearly unsteady. His eyes, like 2 embers, locked directly onto Fang Wudao. Badeo sect. Li Feng. He declared his affiliation in a voice as hoarse and flat as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet it carried an intangible pressure that seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. I hear the Heavenly Sword sect's sword techniques are profound and unmatched in the Wei Kingdom. Today, I come to test your skill. With that, he slowly raised his right hand and rested it upon the pitch-black scabbard. With this simple gesture, a blade intent 100 times more ferocious than Sherhu's, carrying the blood-soaked mountain of corpses aura of brutal slaughter swept across the entire arena like an invisible storm. Clang! The pitch-black blade hadn't been fully drawn from its scabbard, he'd only pulled it out an inch. In that instant, a blade light condensed to its absolute limit, seemingly capable of severing space itself, slashed down toward Fang Wudao with a piercing shriek that tore through everything in its path. Its strike was utterly devoid of flourish. Where the blade's light passed, light itself warped, and the air seemed to split in two. Swift, ruthless, deadly, and it carried a pure, life-despising intent to kill. Unlike Sherhu's brute force or Yun Fuji's frenzied ferocity, this was a blade technique forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a technique born solely for slaughter. The ease on Fang Wudao's face faded slightly, replaced by a hint of solemnity.
Third stage false stand cultivation, with lingering traces of blade momentum. This man must be among the elite of the younger generation in the Overlord Blade sect. Then he'd better put on a good show. Boom! An immense, invisible pressure descended with a thunderous crash. It directly dispersed and crushed the dark, savage blade light that had been tearing through the air. Not only that, this vast, colossal pressure swept across the entire plaza like an invisible tidal wave. Every cultivator present felt their bodies sink under the pressure, their spines involuntarily bending. Those with weaker cultivation felt as if a mountain had been placed upon their backs. Their knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud, faces ashen and sweat pouring down like rain. This sword force? He has grasped sword force. Good heavens! He's actually grasped sword force? No wonder. No wonder the Heavenly Sword sect dared to send this obscure figure as their law enforcement envoy. He's a hidden genius all along. Never heard of Fang Wudao before. The Heavenly Sword sect hides its talents deep indeed. Exclamations erupted once more, this time filled with awe and reverence. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Feng's eyes, replaced by an expression that said, "Just as I suspected." The murderous intent radiating from him swiftly dissipated. Having uncovered Fang Wudao's true capabilities, there was no need to persist in the confrontation. Nodding slightly toward Fang Wudao, Li Feng's hoarse voice carried a hint of deliberately feigned admiration. "Your sword momentum is truly formidable, fellow Taoist Fang. I am deeply impressed. I look forward to the day we can spar again." Before the words had fully faded, his figure flickered and swiftly retreated into the ranks of the Overlord Blade sect disciples. A few flashes later, he vanished deep within the crowd. Fang Wudao's gaze darkened slightly, yet he made no move to intercept him. In the distance, the figures who had been observing from the shadows all wore faint, contemptuous smiles. So easily forced by Li Feng to unleash his secret sword momentum, it seems Fang Wudao is nothing special after all. Though he's grasped the concept of momentum, his execution clearly lacks refinement. He can't keep his composure. Exactly. Li Feng's strike just now was fierce and unstoppable, but triggering the momentum to clash head-on was somewhat overkill. It shows his foundation is still rather shallow. This man is clearly a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, yet he's arrogant and distracted, wasting his energy practicing thunder techniques. That alone ensures he'll never be a match for us. In that case, Fang Wudao poses a threat, but it's quite limited. Our primary rivals remain those two renowned figures from the Heavenly Sword sect, Yi Guxing and Tanglinger. Chapter 67, Deeply Ashamed. Mountain winds swept through Lingxiu Peak's unique cold jade bamboo grove, producing a clear, resonant sound. Crystal-clear bamboo leaves swirled down in a dance. Fang Wudao stood beneath the gnarled, verdant thousand-year-old spirit tree, bowing respectfully to Lin Qingyi, who sipped tea at the stone table. Disciple Fang Wudao pays respects to his master. Having secretly slipped down the mountain for 2 months of travels, he had never dared return to Lingxiu Peak to face Lin Qingyi. Only in recent days, having leveraged his position as an enforcement officer to decisively subdue the troublemakers in the welcoming area and earn some merit, did he finally gather the courage to come pay his respects. Lin Qingyi seemed oblivious, sipping her spiritual tea with deliberate slowness. Wispy steam blurred the profile of her exquisite yet icy features. Fang Wudao stole a glance. "Master, this is worse than scolding, it's more troublesome than scolding." He hastily retrieved a barrel nearly half his height from his storage pouch and explained. "Master, this is moonlight spring water I obtained with great effort during my travels on Star Island. Not only does it nourish beauty and preserve youth, but it also possesses the miraculous effect of purifying the heart's flames. Truly a rare treasure. The moment I saw it, I resolved to give everything I had to bring it back for you. For only one with your divine grace and jade-like beauty is worthy of such a heavenly gift." Lin Qingyi finally lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes upon the moonlight spring water. "The Huang family's moonlight spring, you've shown great thoughtfulness." Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet devoid of warmth. "But..." Lin Qingyi's tone abruptly turned icy, carrying a biting chill. "You left the mountain without permission, disregarding the sect's rules. Do you truly believe presenting this trifle will let you off lightly?" With that, she swept her hand. A slender, hair-thin streak of azure sword energy, sharp as a blade, materialized before Fang Wudao as if teleported, striking straight for his vital chest. Even before the blade arrived, the bone-chilling cold and murderous intent made Fang Wudao's hair stand on end. His pupils contracted sharply, leaving no room for hesitation. Spiritual energy surged through his body as he pointed his fingers, summoning a 5-colored sword beam that collided with the emerald blade. Clang! A crisp, resonant sound rang out, like the sharp clang of jade striking jade. Fang Wudao felt immense force surge through his fingertips, sending him reeling backward 3 uncontrolled steps before he could barely steady himself. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qingyi's icy eyes. Her earlier strike would have left an ordinary peat jade liquid realm cultivator reeling, perhaps even injured. That Fang Wudao had managed to block it with just his sword finger meant. "You've broken through to the false core stage?" Her voice carried a hint of disbelief. Back then, Fang Wudao had been so proud and stubborn that he refused to accept the sect's sword pool inheritance, insisting on forging his own path. Lin Qingyi admired his pride, yet secretly worried he might fall behind his peers.
She had planned to personally guide his cultivation, even considering using some treasured spiritual items to aid his breakthrough. Who would have thought this guy would be so audacious as to sneak off the mountain? Her fury was beyond measure. She had planned to make him pay dearly once he returned to the mountain. But who could have imagined that in just over 2 months, this brat would skyrocket from the mid-stage of the Jade Liquid realm all the way to the False Core realm? Such speed was utterly shocking. Fang Wudao stood tall, a sincere smile spreading across his face. Reporting to my master. During my travels, I kept your teachings in mind at all times, never daring to slack off. I rose with the rooster's crow each day, diligently practicing and refining my cultivation, contemplating the Tao. Even when sleeping, I kept my cultivation techniques circulating. It is precisely because of this that, after tempering myself in the mortal world, I was able to accumulate strength and burst forth, successfully condensing my false Dan in one go. He first attributed all credit to his master's skillful guidance, then shifted his tone to insist that though he had slipped down the mountain, he had never slacked off. In fact, he had worked harder than ever. Stop your smooth talking. Lin Qingyi snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes flashing with sharpness. If even 3 out of 10 words you tell me are true, I'll burn incense in gratitude. She knew this disciple too well. He was neither old nor one to speak the truth. Yet despite her scolding, Lin Qingyi's actions were decisive. With a flick of her delicate hand, the priceless bucket of moonlight spring water, radiating an enticing fragrance, transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the storage pouch at her waist. A weight lifted from Fang Wudao's heart and an almost imperceptible curve touched his lips. Success. His master had accepted the gift, meaning her anger had largely dissipated. He immediately adopted a look of profound injustice, as if bearing the weight of a millennia-old wrong. Master. I'm innocent. I swear to heaven, every word came from the bottom of my heart. Besides, who in this world doesn't know that I, Fang Wudao, hold reverence for teachers and respect for the way above all else? Had I not constantly kept your teachings in mind, how could I have persevered in diligent practice while away? How could I have traversed mountains and rivers, driven by unwavering devotion, to bring you this moonlight spring water that nourishes beauty? My sincerity is as pure as the heavens and earth can attest. Lin Qingyi watched his impassioned display, both exasperated and amused. In the end, Fang Wudao's astonishing cultivation progress and this display of filial devotion softened her heart. Setting down her teacup, she effectively dropped the matter of descending the mountain. However, as his master, she still needed to test him. Her tone softened slightly, yet remained scrutinizing. While your cultivation advancement is commendable, the way of the sword is the very foundation of our heavenly sword sect. During your time away, have you made any progress in the way of the sword? Have you broken through any barriers in your sword force realm? This. Fang Wudao's face clouded with unease as he stammered. Master, you know my limitations. My sword momentum has reached the 2nd tier. To advance further, well, it's as difficult as climbing to the heavens. His expression betrayed utter exhaustion as he continued. Besides, these past 2 months, I've poured nearly all my energy into the paramount task of breaking through my cultivation and condensing my pseudo-dan. Truly, I've had scarcely any spare time to delve deeply into the way of the sword. Lin Qingyi fixed him with a piercing gaze. Truly no progress? You wouldn't be trying to fool your master again, would you? She hadn't forgotten how this rascal had deceived her last time. He had clearly grasped the 2nd-tier sword momentum, yet he hid it, pretending his sword technique was only modestly accomplished. Treating her like a little darling. Playing games. Fang Wudao sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. Master. Advancing from mid-jade liquid to false Dan realm in just over 2 months has drained every ounce of my energy. Consider this: accumulating spiritual energy, refining foundations, seeking breakthrough opportunities, condensing the false Dan. Which of these doesn't demand immense time and effort? For this disciple to achieve this much is already no small feat. How could there be any energy left to advance the already profoundly obscure realm of sword momentum? Even if this disciple possessed divine abilities, it would be impossible. Seeing Fang Wudao's helpless expression, Lin Qingyi fell silent. True enough. To be fair, Fang Wudao's cultivation breakthrough in such a short time had already far exceeded her expectations. After all, when he had initially refused the sword pool inheritance, none of the elders had held much hope for him. To reach this point through his own efforts alone was nothing short of astonishing. She truly couldn't demand more. Moreover, the sword force realm grew increasingly arduous and profound the higher one ascended. For Fang Wudao to grasp the 2nd tier of sword force before even condensing his true Dan was a feat so rare in the entire history of the heavenly sword sect that it could be counted on one hand. As her master, what more could she possibly desire? To demand further breakthroughs in his sword force would be unreasonable. At this thought, the last trace of displeasure vanished from Lin Qingyi's heart, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort and pride. Her expression softened completely, returning to her usual cool composure. You've only just broken through to the false Dan stage. It will take time to solidify your cultivation. Do not rush for quick gains. After a pause, her tone turned stern, carrying an unquestionable admonition. The 3 sects martial arts debate is imminent. For the next few days, you will stay put on Lingxiu Peak and cultivate diligently. You absolutely must not follow the example of that unreliable senior master Pang, who runs down to the Phoenix Pavilion every other day.
Fang Wudao stood tall, his voice firm and resolute.
Rest assured, master. This disciple has always kept himself pure and upright. I detest those places of debauchery and sensual indulgence. Master Pang's behavior fills me with deep regret and shame whenever I think of it. This disciple vows not to set foot in that Phoenix Pavilion until the Three Sects martial arts tournament concludes.
Lin Qingyi watched his righteous indignation and her lips twitched almost imperceptibly. How dare you criticize senior brother Pang? Have you forgotten your own nickname, little brother of the brothel? Chapter 68, The Three No Sutra. Oh, right, master.
Fang Wudao, sensing the tension had eased, spoke up at the right moment. In my recent cultivation, I've come to deeply appreciate how the path of refining the spirit greatly aids in mastering spiritual energy and comprehending sword momentum.
Might the master bestow upon this disciple a supreme method of refining the spirit?
This was the ultimate purpose of his flattery and display of cultivation today. Those 311 points of divine essence in his hands were just waiting to be put to use. Though the Heavenly Maiden's compassionate secret canon was a passable method for refining the spirit, it ultimately fell short in many ways. Given a choice, Fang Wudao had no desire to continue expending his spiritual essence on it. Lin Qingyi heard this and showed no surprise. After a moment's contemplation, a rare flicker of hesitation crossed her usually cool and composed face.
Regarding the method of refining the spirit, I have actually been considering options for you for quite some time. It's just,
I find it difficult to make a decision at this moment.
Please enlighten me, master.
The Heavenly Sword sect has passed down three major sect-defining soul-refining methods over thousands of years. Lin Qingyi spoke slowly, her voice tinged with solemnity. The first is the Supreme Purity Heart Induction. Balanced and harmonious, it aligns with the sword heart and is the most reliable path. The second, the Nine Tribulation Spirit Refining Manual, fierce and overbearing, tempers the spirit like forging divine weapons, possessing unparalleled power yet fraught with extreme peril. The third, the Secret Record of Stellar Contemplation, is vast and profound, drawing the power of the stars to temper the soul.
Its potential is limitless, but entry is extremely difficult, and progress is slow.
She turned to look at Fang Wudao, her gaze deep and penetrating. According to sect tradition, one of these three should be imparted to you given your aptitude. However, over a decade ago, an event shook the entire world. Lin Qingyi's tone grew solemn. The leader of the demon cult, for reasons unknown, voluntarily revealed to the world the supreme spirit forging technique he had synthesized from 100 schools of thought and spent countless efforts to comprehend the Great Freedom Sutra of no Buddha, no demon, no self. Its techniques were profound and intricate, its intent lofty and far-reaching, pointing directly to the very source of the Tao, far surpassing our sect's three great spirit refining methods.
Its release sent shockwaves across the realm.
Several of our sect's founding masters repeatedly studied and verified it, confirming that the method itself contained no hidden traps or pitfalls. It is a genuine, supreme Tao. However, its core essence is forged from the supreme scripture of the Heavenly Demon sect, the Heavenly Demon True Scripture. If you cultivate this method, you will indeed glimpse supreme realms and witness your spirit soar to new heights. Yet in the future, should you encounter the demonic fiend himself, or any being whose cultivation far surpasses yours and who also practices this method, your spirit will be inherently suppressed. Like a subject before a sovereign, you will feel 3 parts timid before the battle even begins. Fang Wudao instantly grasped the meaning. So, the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect is confident that his innate talent and genius are sufficient to dominate the world, that no one can surpass him?
Your master does not know either. Lin Qingyi shook her head.
That man is profoundly cunning, his methods reaching the heavens. To create this true scripture, he spared no effort transforming into countless forms to infiltrate the greatest sects, ancient clans, even the pure lands of Buddhism and the ancestral courts of Taoism.
He stole, borrowed, and even forcibly seized countless untransmitted secrets. This aroused the fury of the entire world, making him an enemy to all. Yet upon completing his creation, he did not hoard it. Instead, he made dozens of copies of the scripture and distributed them to the world's greatest powers, claiming it was to share the path to the Tao and attain eternal enlightenment together. Fang Wudao, too, found himself unable to fathom the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. This Three-Absence Sutra was so formidable that even the founding patriarchs of the Heavenly Sword sect admitted it far surpassed their sect's 3 great spirit forging methods. Yet he simply handed it away. Could it be, truly for the sake of securing absolute dominance in the realm of divine souls in the future? Yet this seemed utterly unreasonable. Given the 3 Absolute Sutras' power, the demon cult leader could have dominated the realm of divine souls without revealing it. Why go to such unnecessary lengths? Besides, if others truly sought to oppose him, other methods existed. Whether through formations or spirit treasures that guard against soul attacks, they could all weaken the demon cult leader's advantage in refining the soul. By doing this, he's practically handing himself over on a silver platter. He might even become a target precisely because his cultivation technique has been leaked. I just don't get it. Fang Wudao truly couldn't fathom his reasoning. Lin Qingyi gazed at the pensive Fang Wudao and spoke earnestly.
Though the Three Void Sutra contains no hidden traps, its profound complexity far surpasses ordinary spirit cultivation methods. Its entry threshold is as difficult as mortals ascending to heaven. Its demands on comprehension, mental fortitude, and even the very essence of one's spirit are utterly extreme. Though your talent in the sword path is formidable, it doesn't guarantee equal brilliance in the cultivation of spirit. This one it is, master. Before Lin Qingyi could finish, Fang Wudao cut in. With such a supreme technique before us, to not cultivate it would be a waste of heaven's bounty. This disciple is confident he may not be inferior to the demon cult's leader. If he can create a technique, this disciple can surpass it. That arrogance and confidence, born from the very marrow of his bones, left even Lin Qingyi momentarily stunned. Indeed, when it came to audacity, who could rival this disciple of hers? Fang Wudao hadn't actually thought that deeply. With 311 divine spirit points in hand, he was certain he could master this cultivation technique. As for the future, if he could find more divine spirits, surpassing the demon cult leader wasn't impossible. Speaking of which, he found himself missing the blood demon sect. Every encounter with them yielded divine spirits. Since your mind is made up, then, give it a try. Lin Qingyi handed him the black jade slip. This is a rubbing of the original Three Void True Scripture, containing a thread of the true intent behind its creation. It's easier to comprehend than ordinary copies. But remember, never force anything. Her tone grew stern. You have 1 year. If you exhaust all efforts and still cannot grasp its essence, it means this method is not meant for you. Abandon it immediately. I shall then impart the supreme purity heart-drawing technique to you. Never let stubbornness derail your path to enlightenment. Is that clear? This disciple understands. Thank you for your kindness, master. Fang Wudao suppressed his surging excitement and respectfully accepted the heavy black jade tablet. The instant it touched his hand, a vast, profound torrent of information surged into his mind. Fang Wudao instinctively focused his mind, attempting to read the information within that torrent. Then, after glancing at the contents for just a moment, he nearly fainted on the spot. Damn it, it's all incomprehensible gibberish and cryptic code. Is this even something humans can comprehend? Did the person who wrote this cultivation technique have a screw loose? Couldn't they just speak plainly? Lin Qingyi took in his flustered reaction, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Now you see how formidable it is? This technique is profound, pointing directly to the source of the Tao. It transcends what words can convey. It is not for ordinary men to learn, nor for ordinary men to comprehend. I have possessed this jade tablet for over a decade, poring over it day and night, exhausting my mind and spirit. Yet even now, I have barely scratched the surface. Her words were calm, yet they conveyed the terrifying difficulty of this supreme scripture. This was precisely why she had set the 1-year deadline without sufficient innate talent and insight. Forcing oneself to master this technique would be tantamount to self-destruction. In the end, the cost would outweigh the gain. Chapter 69, The Grand Scheme for Wealth. Time ticked away, and the martial arts competition among the three sects drew near. Fang Wudao felt a growing sense of urgency within him. But his anxiety wasn't about the martial arts competition. It was about his senior sister, Tang Linger. Ever since she had patted her chest and vowed to gather intelligence on the Malong grasslands and the totem tribe for him, she had been completely out of touch. Now, a full month had passed. The three sects martial arts competition was about to begin, yet she was still nowhere to be found. Fang Wudao rubbed his temples, sighing silently. If the sect leader and the elders inquired about Tang Linger's whereabouts, he had no idea how to explain. He couldn't very well say he'd sent her to investigate the Malong grasslands, could he? Fawn, junior brother. I'm back. The tinkling of silver bells pierced the silence. Tang Linger's toes flicked lightly across the stone steps several times as her form spun gracefully. With a few swift leaps, she landed steadily before Fang Wudao. Her hairpin had loosened slightly, a few strands of black hair playfully clinging to her smooth forehead. Her cheeks glowed with the rosy flush of travel, and her almond-shaped eyes shone with astonishing brightness. Clearly, her spirits were high. Senior sister. Fang Wudao breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally back. If you'd been any later, I'm afraid the sect master would have summoned me for questioning. Oh, come on, it's not my fault. Tang Linger swiftly pulled a jade slip from her storage pouch and thrust it into Fang Wudao's hand, complaining. You have no idea how eccentric that old master is, the one who once ventured deep into the Malong grasslands. He's stiffer than that 10,000-year-old rock on the back mountain. Senior sister, I had to wear him down with endless persuasion. I even offered up 2 jars of my treasured monkey wine before finally prying that information out of him, this priceless intelligence. As she spoke, she gestured dramatically, emphasizing her efforts and sacrifices, her eyes darting discreetly toward Fang Wudao's waist. Thank you for your efforts, senior sister. Fang Wudao understood perfectly, deftly pulling out a pouch of spirit stones and handing it over. A small token of appreciation. Please treat yourself to some tea to soothe your throat. Oh, junior brother Fang, you're far too polite. Tang Linger protested with her words, but her hands moved swiftly to accept the spirit stones, her whole demeanor beaming with delight. Truthfully, she'd already obtained the intelligence she needed. But since she rarely ventured out, she was determined to explore thoroughly, hunting for opportunities to earn more spirit stones. She timed her return to the sect precisely for this purpose. Of course, these unimportant details weren't worth explaining to Fang Wudao. After stowing the spirit stones away, Tang Linger smoothed her robes with satisfaction. Glancing around, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Haven't junior brother Yi Guxing and junior sister Hu Xianxian emerged from the sword pool yet? I've been back for a month and haven't seen them once. Fang Wudao replied. He too found it odd. Tang Linger had clearly undergone the sword pool inheritance alongside them, yet she was the only one seen moving about freely. Then they must still be in the sword pool, contemplating the sword diagrams. Tang Linger waved her hand dismissively, speaking offhandedly. Still in the sword pool? Then why did you, senior sister, come out so early? Fang Wudao looked taken aback. Given how crucial the sword diagram is, shouldn't Tang Linger have stayed there too? Don't even mention it. Tang Linger's face fell, and she stamped her foot indignantly. It's all because our venerable grandmaster is so stingy. I just, absorbed a tiny bit more of the sword pool's core spiritual energy. That old man got so furious his beard stood on end. Without a word, he sent me flying with a palm strike from across the distance. Oomph. Never seen such a tightwad. He's guarding that huge pool. What's wrong with taking a few extra breaths? Fang Wudao's mouth twitched slightly, speechless for a moment. For the grandmaster, who transcends worldly affairs and ignores mundane matters, to personally intervene and expel someone. Senior sister, you must have absorbed a bit more than a bit of spiritual energy. Enough of this downer topic, junior brother Fang. Tang Linger's eyes twinkled as a look of mystery and excitement spread across her face. She leaned closer to Fang Wudao, her voice laced with coaxing. Senior sister here has a golden opportunity to strike it rich, a surefire win. Interested in pulling off a big heist together? A money-making scheme? Fang Wudao instinctively took a half step back, his eyes brimming with wariness. Given senior sister's greedy nature, would she really consider him for a good opportunity? Wasn't she just digging another pit for him to fall into, only for all the spirit stones to end up in her pocket? Ahem, senior sister, he cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression. As you know, I've always been indifferent to fame and fortune, viewing spirit stones as fleeting clouds. My sole focus is mastering the sword path. Such vulgar pursuits of wealth are best avoided. Fang. Tang Linger looked at him with sorrowful eyes, her face tearful. Senior sister went through mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships, just to get this intelligence on the Mulang grasslands for you. Now that a golden opportunity has arisen, I thought of you first. Yet you actually step back and refuse your senior sister? What kind of heart could be so hard to do such a thing? Fang Wudao felt his scalp tingle under her gaze. Remembering the jade slip he'd barely had time to warm in his hands, he steeled himself and stepped back into position, sighing helplessly. Senior sister, please tell me what this grand scheme entails. If it truly promises risk-free profit as you claim, your junior brother will do his utmost to assist. Though he spoke thus, his mind was already made up. The moment it sounded unreliable, he'd be out the door in a flash. Now that's more like it. Tang Linger's expression shifted from sorrow to joy, her face lighting up with a bright smile. She leaned in closer again, her voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement as she declared. I've heard the wind this time. The Three Sects martial arts tournament is about to change everything. No more of those tedious ring matches. Instead, it's been changed to a spirit orb competition. A spirit orb competition? Fang Wudao's eyes flickered. This was a novel twist. Exactly. A spirit orb competition. This intel came straight from the Red Dust Patriarch, who insisted on staying anonymous. Guaranteed legit. Tang Linger nodded vigorously, her words ringing with conviction. Fang Wudao. Hold on, senior sister, isn't your source a bit outlandish? Even that elusive Grandmaster Hongchen has become your informant? Ignoring his subtle expression, Tang Linger continued to excitedly paint the picture. Master Hongchen said that once the martial contest begins, the leaders of the three sects will jointly release a batch of specially crafted spirit orbs into designated areas. The time limit is 7 days. After 7 days, whoever holds a spirit orb will be declared the victor and receive a token granting entry to the Qingxiandao Palace. Fang Wudao raised an eyebrow, roughly guessing Tang Linger's plan. So what you're suggesting is that we team up to seize as many spirit orbs as possible, then hold out for the highest bidder? The one willing to pay the most? Smack! Tang Linger slapped Fang Wudao's shoulder with such force it made him wince. Fang, you're brilliant. You get it instantly. You truly are the man I've chosen. What do you think? Isn't this plan absolutely brilliant? Just imagine hundreds of people scrambling for a dozen or so spheres. There won't be enough to go around. If we monopolize the supply early, those desperate young masters from noble families and sect prodigies will be begging us for tokens with spirit stones in hand. It's like counting spirit stones while lying down. But Fang Wudao rubbed his aching shoulders, staring speechless at his senior sister whose eyes were clouded by greed. Senior sister, just the two of us? Taking on hundreds of people? You're not joking, are you? You must understand among them are geniuses who have grasped the essence of momentum. Of course, if he were willing to reveal his late-stage second-tier blade momentum, it should be manageable. But Fang Wudao had no intention of revealing that secret. As a disciple of the prestigious Heavenly Sword sect, his blade techniques were so formidable. Was that even reasonable? It wasn't. If his master and senior disciples ever found out, they'd be furious. He had no desire to invite trouble. Of course, it's not just us. Tang Linger wore an expression that said, "You underestimate me." There's also junior brother Yi Guoxing. He's the biggest winner of this sword pool inheritance. According to Grandmaster Hongchen, who guards the sword pool, the sword energy phenomenon triggered by junior brother Yi was utterly astonishing. His strength must have skyrocketed. With him joining us, the three of us will sweep through the entire trial grounds. Junior brother Yi? Fang Wudao was even more skeptical. With his temperament obsessed with nothing but practicing swordsmanship and challenging others to duels, how could he possibly cooperate with us on this kind of business? He simply couldn't imagine that sword-obsessed madman Yi Guoxing would ever join in. That's precisely why. Tang Linger's eyes flashed with cunning. This is where you, junior brother Fang, must step in and make a tiny, insignificant sacrifice. Fang Wudao felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Senior sister, let's talk this out. I'm only interested in the opposite sex. He instinctively took another step back. Oh, you're getting the wrong idea. Tang Linger shot him a playful glare before smiling sweetly as she laid out her terms. It's simple. Just agree that once everything settles, you'll find time to have a proper, no-holds-barred fight with junior brother Yi. Satisfy his craving for combat. I guarantee you, with just this condition, he'll join us without a second thought. Fang Wudao was utterly speechless. Senior sister, you're being way too calculating here. So the dirty work and heavy lifting fall on me, and I get stuck as his personal sparring partner too? This is practically treating him like a beast of burden. Fang Shidi, seeing his silence, Tang Linger immediately adopted a conciliatory expression. I know this puts you in a tough spot. But senior sister won't let you sacrifice yourself for nothing. Her tone shifted, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Actually, regarding the Malang grasslands and the totem tribe, I have an extremely confidential appendix. It contains some, vague clues about the ancestral lands of the Heavenly Wolf tribe, along with several extremely rare tribal secret codes. As for the value of this appendix, well, you're a smart guy, junior brother. You should understand. Fang Wudao's heart skipped a beat. The ancestral lands of the Heavenly Wolf tribe? And several extremely rare tribal secret codes? This was indeed invaluable information. Senior sister's move had truly struck at his weak spot. Seeing Tang Linger's expectant expression, Fang Wudao sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll do as senior sister says. For the sake of smoother passage through the Malang grasslands, this small sacrifice was worth it. Junior brother Fang. It's settled then. Tang Linger beamed, extending her finger to make a pinky promise with him. Chapter 70, Confrontation. The sky stretched azure and clear as washed silk. At the center of the vast martial arts arena, the banners representing the Heavenly Sword sect, Overlord Blade sect, and Thundercliff sect fluttered fiercely in the wind. The tri-sect martial arts competition, held once every 10 years, officially commenced under the gaze of countless spectators. Upon the elevated platform, high-ranking members of the three sects and representatives from various factions sat in separate sections, their invisible auras intertwining in the air. Household head Huang, I hear your prodigy, young master Huang Linfu, has made remarkable progress in his cultivation recently. He has grasped the true essence of power and is considered the rising star of the younger generation. I imagine he intends to win this martial contest decisively? A clan leader with some connection to the Huang family murmured the question, attempting to gauge his true intentions. The head of the Huang family, a fair-skinned middle-aged man, merely stroked his beard and smiled. Brother Zhang flatters me. My son merely stumbled upon a minor stroke of luck. How could the light of a firefly dare to rival the brilliance of the full moon? When it comes to innate talent, foundational cultivation, resources, and martial arts techniques, the true test lies in the performance of the disciples from the three great sections. Our clans merely send our young to broaden their horizons and join the festivities. His skill in deflecting the topic was truly masterful. Without a hint of emotion, he steered the conversation toward the three sects, the focus of everyone's attention. Indeed. Another clan head nearby picked up the thread, his tone tinged with wistfulness. Year after year, the three sects martial arts tournament ultimately remains a stage for the sect's own prodigies to compete. Otherwise, it wouldn't bear that name. For us established families, if one or two of our young disciples manage to snatch a Qingshan Dao Palace token by sheer luck, it's already a tremendous blessing. Indeed. This year, the three sects have produced yet another crop of prodigies. Someone lowered their voice, glancing toward the direction of the Overlord Blade sect. See that youth in black robes with eyes like blades? Li Feng. They say he was sent to the border battlefields to temper himself for a full year. Hundreds of Malang cavalry and cult of the demon followers have fallen beneath his blade.
That bloodthirsty aura radiating from him even from this distance, I can still feel it clearly. But Li Feng isn't the only one from the Overlord Blade sect. Their leader, Li Guanyi, is the true monster. Rumor has it he's mastered the third form of the Overlord Blade 7 styles. His blade strikes like a raging dragon charging from the sea. Few of his peers can even block a single blow. He's the clear favorite to take the championship this time. Thunder Cliff isn't far behind. That Fang Zhijian carries the direct bloodline of the Thunder Dao Master within him. His thunder magic is earth-shattering. And that young girl, Su Bayer. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. Her affinity for thunder magic is borderline abnormal. Her casting speed is astonishingly fast, making her utterly unpredictable. As the host sect, Heavenly Sword Sect possesses profound foundations. Yi Guxing, with his sword heart as clear as crystal, is a sword prodigy born once in a century. Tang Linger, mischievous and unpredictable, wields countless tricks and moves with elusive footwork equally formidable opponents. Lao Luo, your intel's outdated. The Heavenly Sword Sect has been hiding another prodigy named Fang Wudao. During the recent disturbances in the reception area, he subdued the entire crowd with his fierce sword momentum, revealing his sharp edge. What? Another genius who's grasped the essence of sword momentum? The Celestial Sword Sect's fortune is just too overwhelming. Our clans pour every ounce of effort into cultivating young talents who grasp momentum, yet even after decades or centuries, we rarely produce one. And they? They churn them out one after another. Truly, comparing ourselves to them is enough to make one sick. Why else would they be called the three great sects? Their foundations run far deeper than ours could ever hope to reach. Our presence here is likely just to play second fiddle. Though the murmurs on either side were low, they carried clearly to the center of the high platform. The high-ranking members of the three sects, each sharp-eyed and keen-eared, heard every word with perfect clarity. Yet their expressions remained impassive. Some closed their eyes in meditation, others sipped tea leisurely, paying no heed to the aristocratic family's lamentations. In their eyes, the true adversaries had always been each other. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Elder Pang of the Heavenly Sword Sect set down his teacup and broke the silence with a cheerful smile. When it comes to prowess, the disciples of the Overlord Blade Sect truly stand out. Each radiates a fierce aura, their sharpness astonishing. One glance reveals they are seasoned warriors, truly baptized in blood and fire. My deepest admiration. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed into slits, resembling a fox that had stolen a chicken. Beside him, Elder Su understood perfectly, seamlessly picking up the thread. He shook his head with feigned sorrow and sighed. Ah, Senior Brother Pang speaks the truth. Compared to these true heroes of the Overlord Blade Sect, who've carved their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, we disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, who practice methodically atop our mountain, are like delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Shameful, utterly shameful. Duanmu Baobao, the deputy sect master of the Overlord Blade Sect, was a straightforward soul who couldn't stand such roundabout talk. He immediately snorted derisively. Oomph. You Heavenly Sword Sect folk are all about that sissy talk, spending all day spouting empty rhetoric and scheming in those lowly ways. Not a shred of the straightforwardness befitting us cultivators. If you ask me, real men wield blades. Only those effeminate fools with twisted minds would bother learning swords. Behind her, several burly elders with fierce auras burst into raucous laughter, chiming in, the deputy sect leader is spot on. Real men wield blades. Every strike draws blood, now that's satisfying. Faced with such blunt humiliation, Elder Pang remained unperturbed, his smile unchanged. Deputy sect leader Duanmu speaks with refreshing candor, truly admirable. But I must confess, I'm rather curious. What exactly would you call those who are regularly beaten senseless by the very effeminate men you speak of? His gaze swept imperceptibly toward Elder Su. Elder Su immediately feigned sudden understanding, clapping his hands and laughing. Oh my! Brother Pang, that question has me stumped. If he can't even beat a sissy, well, in my opinion, perhaps we could call him a eunuch? How dare you? You're asking for death. The members of the Overlord Blade Sect erupted in fury, a colossal blade aura mingled with murderous intent surging skyward. Several of them slammed their fists so hard on the armrests of their chairs that the precious red pair would shattered instantly. Were it not for the circumstances, they would have drawn their blades on the spot. Oh my, oh my, oh my, so impatient already? Elder Pang shook his head with a sneer. So this is how the real men of the Overlord Blade Sect behave? Can't take a loss and immediately flip the table? Truly broadens this old man's horizons. Elder Su feigned concern, adding, Senior Brother Pang, perhaps you should hold your tongue. What if you provoke our fellow cultivators into losing their composure? How would we manage that? Beside them, Lin Qingyi could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her sleeve as her fragrant shoulders trembled. The sharp tongues of these two senior brothers remained as venomous and cunning as ever, unchanged for decades. But she had no intention of stopping them. On the contrary, she relished the spectacle. For years, the three sects had engaged in open and covert struggles, each striving to outdo the others. In recent years, the Heavenly Sword Sect had been on the rise, inevitably drawing the covert alliance of the Overlord Blade Sect and Thunder Cliff Sect against them. Senior brothers Pang and Su's actions served both as a probe and a counterattack, aiming to dampen their rivals' momentum. Chapter 71, Fishing.
It's been a while, but Brother Pang and Brother Su's sharp tongues remain as formidable as ever.
Fang Qianlei, deputy patriarch of Thunder Cliff sect, interjected with a timely laugh, breaking the tense standoff.
His face bore in scholarly elegance, yet a faint, ominous thunderlight swirled around him, giving him the air of a hypocrite. Elder Pang smiled warmly at him.
Deputy sect leader Fang flatters us. You, too, remain true to form, preferring to hide behind others, orchestrating from the shadows, scheming, plotting with deep foresight? He deliberately left the sentence hanging before quickly correcting himself. Fang Qianlei remained impassive, replying calmly. Brother Pang jests.
My cultivation lies in the way of shadow thunder, which demands concealment beneath the earth and movement above the heavens.
Is not discretion the very essence of this path? How could it be called sneaky?
His words rang with righteous conviction, not a trace of shame in his tone.
Enough! Cut the nonsense! Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade sect cut him off impatiently.
She detested such verbal sparring.
Get to the point. Old rules apply, place your bets. Show your stakes. This dithering is driving me crazy.
At each tri-sect martial gathering, the elders wagered rare spiritual treasures, betting on which sect's disciples would excel most.
The winner took all.
Hearing this, Elder Pang slowly drew 2 stems of spirit-condensing jade grass from his sleeve, their spiritual energy slightly dim. He casually tossed them onto the jade platform in the center.
Ah, old age has me strapped for cash. This is all I can manage, just a token gesture.
Elder Su appeared even more strapped for cash. After fumbling around on his person for a long while, he reluctantly produced a small pinch of 5 elements essence, faintly glowing with multicolored light, and placed it carefully on the table.
I'll add a little too. This is my entire savings, accumulated over a long time. What do you think you're doing, Tianjian sect?
Enwood Baby's eyes widened in fury, his voice rising an octave.
You bring out this junk? Who are you trying to insult? Even beggars aren't given such meager offerings. It's just a bet for fun. We're playing within our means, what's wrong with that?
Elder Pang spread his hands, looking utterly innocent.
Exactly. It's the thought that counts.
Elder Su nodded in agreement, both of them looking like 2 penny-pinching misers.
Pa!
Penny-pinching, not a shred of guts.
Are you even men? Baby Duanmu's chest heaved with fury, itching to draw his blade and slice these 2 old fools.
This time, both factions had prepared thoroughly, confident they could outmaneuver the Heavenly Sword sect and seize a huge profit. Yet this was all the other side had to offer? It was nothing short of an insult. Brother Pang, Brother Su, Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff spoke slowly, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Your sect has 3 outstanding talents participating this time: Yigushing, Tanglinger, and Fang Wudao.
They are all exceptional individuals. To offer only this meager contribution, surely that's not the case? Oomph.
Elder Pang snorted coldly, his small eyes blazing with cunning.
Deputy sect leader Fang, we're all seasoned veterans here. Let's not play these petty games. Who doesn't know that your Overlord Blade sect and Thunder Cliff have long been secretly colluding, forming a powerful alliance, intending to eliminate our Heavenly Sword sect from the martial arts competition first? Elder Su immediately chimed in, exactly. While we have 3 disciples who show promise, your 2 factions combined already boast 4 top-tier fighters openly: Li Feng, Li Guani, Fang Jijin, and Su Baier. And who knows how many aristocratic scions you've secretly recruited as pawns. Thinking you can team up to frame our precious disciple? Dream on. Not a chance. Fang Qianlei remained impassive, replying calmly, Brothers Pang and Su, your words are misguided. Do not slander others without cause. The 3 sects martial arts tournament determines spots for Qingshan Dao Palace. How crucial is that? We're competitors ourselves. Why would we collude? Whether you'd collude or not, you know the answer yourselves. We remember the lessons from previous tournaments all too well. Elder Pang shook his head like a rattle. Same here. Elder Su affirmed resolutely. Fang Qianlei and Duanmu Baobao exchanged a knowing glance. They understood that without offering substantial concessions, these 2 seasoned veterans of the Heavenly Sword sect would never take the bait. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Qianlei gritted his teeth and drew from his robe a jet-black jade flask, its surface shimmering with faint silver lightning serpents. This is the high-grading Marrow Thunder Elixir, a rare brew cultivated over many years in the secret depths of Thunder Cliff. Might this item perhaps pique the interest of Brothers Pang and Su, and encourage them to raise their stakes? 3rd grade upper-tiering Marrow Thunder Elixir? Sect leader Fang. What a grand gesture. This is a twice sublimated supreme resource. Elder Pang's small eyes widened in astonishment, his exclamation omitting even the honorific deputy in his address. Elder Su's eyes also lit up, high-grading Marrow Thunder Elixir. Sect Master Fang truly is magnanimous. Seeing the Tianjian sect duo visibly stirred, Baby Duanmu sneered inwardly before producing a jade box. Upon opening it, revealed was a piece of withered wood about a foot long. Entirely pitch black, it emitted faint soul energy fluctuations, its surface naturally formed with eerie patterns. Since Deputy Sect Leader Fang is so generous, our Badayo sect cannot be stingy. This piece of 500-year-old Inhun wood, its value surely needs no further explanation? 500-year in soul wood? Another supreme treasure that underwent secondary refinement. Elders Pang and Su gasped in unison once more, their faces betraying an almost uncontrollable greed. It seemed the Overlord Blade Sect and Thundercliff were determined to carve a hefty chunk out of the Heavenly Sword Sect this time. They were actually willing to use treasures of this caliber as bait. Elder Pang smacked his lips, narrowing his eyes as he appraised the two opponents. It seems you two fellow cultivators possess extraordinary confidence in your disciples' performance this time. I imagine you've prepared some trump card? Fang Qianlei and Duanmu Baobao merely smiled without reply. The bait was already cast. Now it was up to them to have the guts to take the plunge. Elder Pang and Elder Su exchanged another glance, both reading the same message in each other's eyes. The fish is hooked. And it's a big one. Their Heavenly Sword sect certainly had its own backup plans. And their trump card would likely surpass everyone's imagination. Both men chuckled inwardly simultaneously. Ha 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 ha. Given the generous hospitality of my fellow cultivators, it would be ungrateful of our Celestial Sword sect to decline any further. Elder Pang wore an expression of reluctant sacrifice as he slapped his thigh. We'll add another portion of obsidian sand. At the mention of obsidian sand, Fang Qianlei and Duanmu Baobao both flashed a look of delight. This substance was a top-tier material for refining magical treasures, equally precious beyond measure. Excellent. Straightforward. It's settled. Seeing the Heavenly Sword sect finally take the bait, Fang Qianlei and Duanmu Baobao both smiled. This time, they would reclaim everything they had lost. Seeing the four of them all wearing smiles unbecoming of righteous cultivators, Lin Qingyi shook her head in disbelief. To an outsider, this could easily be mistaken for a gathering of the demon cult. Chapter 72, Be Human. Below the high platform, hundreds of competing disciples stood in formation across the vast plaza, the atmosphere tense and grim. The disciples of the Overlord Blade Sect, uniformly clad in black robes with blades slung across their backs, stood as straight as spearheads. Their collective aura radiated an unparalleled sharpness, as if capable of severing anything in their path. Their leader, Li Guanyi, stood at the very front, eyes slightly closed, his aura deep and still like an abyss, radiating the presence of a grandmaster. Behind him, Li Feng made no attempt to conceal his battle intent. His crimson tongue flicked across his lips as his gaze, hungry as a wolf's, locked on the Fang Wudao within the Tianjin sect's formation. After their previous skirmish, his desire to strike had been simmering. He had been waiting for this martial contest to personally cut down this so-called genius. Yet a lingering regret remained within him. After all, Fang Wudao was merely a greenhouse flower who had only just entered the realm of sword energy, untested by many storms. Even if he won, the sense of accomplishment would be minimal. After defeating Fang Wudao, he would continue his rampage, taking down Tangling and Yi Gushing of the Heavenly Sword sect one by one. Now that would be truly satisfying. It would also allow him to build momentum, pushing his state to its peak. Only then would he have a chance to defeat Li Guanyi and become the senior disciple of the Overlord Sword sect. Indeed, this was Li Feng's ultimate goal. The Heavenly Sword sect and Thundercliff are nothing but sharpening stones for him. His target has always been Li Guanyi alone. Thundercliff Expedition. The leader, Fang Jijian, possessed a handsome face, a stern expression, and a posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding an air of authority. Behind him, Su Baier presented a stark contrast. Petite in stature, her large eyes darted about with curiosity and excitement as she openly scrutinized members of other sects, particularly those from the Heavenly Sword sect. Wow! Senior brother Fang, look! Su Baier tugged at Fang Jijian's sleeve, her voice brimming with excitement. There are two super hot guys over at the Heavenly Sword sect. The one standing right at the front, looking as cold as an iceberg just like you, must be Yi Gushing, right? He's so cool. And the one beside him, looking kinda awkward and avoiding Yi Gushing's gaze, is that the new guy, Fang Wudao, who supposedly grasped the essence of sword momentum. Oh my, he has the same surname too. Brother Fang, you two aren't related by blood, are you? Fang Jijian's eyes flashed with exasperation. Junior sister Su, staring at others like that is terribly impolite. Besides, there are countless people surnamed Fang in the world. Not every Fang has any connection to our Fang family. Oh. Su Baier pouted, but her eyes immediately lit up again. Then instead of staring, can I just sneak a few glances? Just to feast my eyes, you know. Fang Jijian. He felt leading this team was incredibly difficult. Tianjin sect's formation. Fang Wudao was squirming like a fish out of water, feeling prickly all over, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He was utterly uncomfortable. Ever since the gathering began, that madman Yi Gushing had been staring at him with burning intensity. That gaze brimmed with an indescribable hunger, like a beast starved for 3 days spotting the most succulent prey. Senior brother Fang. I can't wait any longer. I'm about to lose control. Yi Gushing's voice trembled slightly with intense excitement, his breathing growing heavy. As he spoke, he instinctively edged half a step closer to Fang Wudao, their clothes nearly brushing against each other. Feeling the sudden pressure behind him, Fang Wudao hastily shifted half a step to the side, attempting to create a safe distance.
But the moment he moved, Yi Gushing shadowed him instantly, his eyes burning like flames, not blinking once, as if terrified he might slip away.
Ha ha ha. Tang Linger, who had been suppressing laughter until her face turned crimson, could no longer hold back.
Clutching her stomach, she burst into unrestrained, unladylike laughter, drawing the curious glances of surrounding disciples.
Fang Wudao shot her a look of utter resentment. Senior sister. Have you no heart? How can you laugh like this? You're the one who started this.
To lure Yi Gushing into their scheme, Tang Linger had gone all out with exaggerated promises during her pitch-spouting lines like blood-soaked carnage and incredibly thrilling battles without a second thought.
She'd driven that madman Yi Gushing completely wild. He was itching to fight Fang Wudao right then and there. After catching Fang Wudao's glare, Tang Linger didn't tone it down. She laughed even harder and gave him a mischievous wink. Damn it! Senior sister, just be human. Fang Wudao felt utterly speechless. He was clearly a peaceful, law-abiding citizen who loves nuclear peace, so why did people keep picking fights with him? Fighting was such a hassle, and it always made everyone mistakenly think he was arrogant and conceited. This is completely at odds with his low-key, steady persona. Sigh, this is exhausting. What's wrong with this world? Does being honest and kind mean you deserve to be bullied? Fang Wudao sighed inwardly. He felt the fault lay with this world, not with himself. The aristocratic family's contingent. The brothers Huang Linfu and Huang Linfeng stood inconspicuously within the crowd. Huang Linfu, distinguished and haughty by nature, was deeply dissatisfied with this. He murmured a complaint to the refined and courteous Huang Linfeng beside him. Fourth brother, with our combined strength, even if we can't match the top few from the three sects, we're still head and shoulders above the other clan heirs. Why hide our talents like this, cowering in the crowd? It's nothing but a disgrace to our Huang family. Huang Linfeng sighed softly and patiently reasoned, brother, a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. Don't you understand the principle that the first bird to peck gets shot? Exposing our strength too early and drawing the keen attention of those geniuses from the three sects would be detrimental to our quest for the spirit sphere. It brings nothing but harm. Father repeatedly stressed that our priority in this martial contest is securing a spot for Qing Xiandao Palace. Empty fame is insignificant. That was acceptable before. But now that both of us brothers have grasped the essence of momentum, we fear not even the disciples of the three sections. Why must we hold ourselves back like this? Huang Linhua stubbornly stuck his neck out, still unwilling to concede. Even if they weren't as strong as those geniuses from the three sects, the opponents couldn't possibly dare to underestimate them. After all, they were all geniuses who had grasped the concept of momentum. If it came down to a real fight, the outcome was far from certain. Even if the three sects prodigies prevailed, they would surely pay a heavy price. Therefore, they would inevitably hold back. Given that, the Huang family had absolutely no reason to retreat like a turtle hiding in its shell. Huang Linfeng shook his head slightly, his tone still calm yet tinged with an air of finality. Brother, your grasp of momentum is still rudimentary, requiring much refinement. It falls far short of the three sects prodigies. Moreover, Father has commanded that I hold full responsibility for this operation. If you insist on forcing your way in, for the greater good, I'll have no choice but to temporarily ask you to withdraw from the team. Huang Linfu's face stiffened with resentment, but meeting Huang Linfeng's calm, piercing gaze, he swallowed his words. He had tested his younger brother's depth on multiple occasions, yet never succeeded. He knew all too well that beneath Huang Linfeng's gentle exterior lay unfathomable depths, strength that far surpassed his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tacitly accepted Huang Linfeng as the leader of the Huang family. Oomph. Huang Linfu could only snort in frustration, turning his head away to tacitly accept his brother's decision. Huang Linfeng paid no heed to his elder brother's petty sulking. His gaze swept past the crowd, landing on Fang Wudao within the Tianjian sect's ranks, the one currently under Yi Gushing's close protection, his face etched with utter despair. Who would have thought this fellow Daoist Fang is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? A fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. Though he'd never seen Fang Wudao's true face, Huang Linfeng's perception of energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. With just one glance, he had guessed the truth. The Hanli from Star Island back then was none other than Fang Wudao. Chapter 73, Commencement. Wait a minute. 4 days now, a rumor had been circulating. Tianjian sect had gained a genius who had grasped the essence of sword momentum. Huang Linfeng's mind raced, connecting the two events. He arrived at a conclusion that shocked even himself. When Fang Wudao slew the Golden Blade Sage, he displayed late second-tier blade momentum. But, when he suppressed the disturbance in the Welcoming District not long ago, he had wielded sword momentum. Doesn't that mean Fang Wudao has mastered both the sword's momentum and the blade's momentum? Whoa! Isn't that just terrifying? Moreover, Huang Linfeng recalled that back when Fang Wudao fought on the Star Island arena, he had unleashed an exquisitely masterful fire spell. Sword techniques, blade techniques, and magic. Mastery in all three. How many secrets does this man truly conceal? Huang Linfeng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his expression turning deadly serious. He immediately warned Huang Linfu beside him and the clan members behind them. All listen.
Upon entering the secret realm, should you encounter Fang Wudao of the Heavenly Sword sect, avoid any conflict at all costs. Evade if possible. If evasion is impossible, immediately surrender and beg for mercy. If necessary, present all spirit stones and medicinal herbs in your possession with both hands.
What? Beg for mercy? Hand over spirit stones and medicinal herbs? Huang Linfu nearly leapt to his feet upon hearing this, his face etched with utter disbelief. Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? I know this Fang Wudao, he's barely grasped the essence of sword momentum. Against me, it'd be a 50-50 match at best. You tell me to avoid his sharp edge? I can swallow that. But you want me to surrender without a fight, even groveling for mercy? Do you think I, Huang Linfu, have no pride? What about the Huang family's honor? No matter how lowly the Huang family stoops, there must be a limit. Huang Linfu was truly enraged this time. After all, he was the eldest son of the Huang family. A genius who had grasped the essence of momentum. You want me to beg for mercy from someone of equal standing? If word got out, how could he ever show his face again? People would mock him as a spineless coward the moment they saw him. Knowing his elder brother's pride, Huang Linfeng quietly transmitted his voice, revealing part of the truth. Brother! Calm down. Do you know who Fang Wudao is? He's the mysterious figure who slew Golden Blade Sage that day. What? He's that second-tier cultivator. Huang Linfeng felt as if struck by lightning, his gasp nearly escaping his lips. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp enough to clamp his hand over his mouth in time. Moments later, his face drained of color, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Fang Wudao was the very Han Li he had offended? Could he still hold a grudge against him? Back when Fang Wudao had used the alias Han Li to enter the Huang family's tournament, he'd become enraged after failing to recruit him and had secretly targeted him. Had his clan and Huang Linfeng not intervened promptly to smooth things over, he might have compounded his mistakes. The mere thought of having offended this formidable figure, one who had grasped the late-stage second level of blade force, effortlessly slain the Golden Blade Elder, and had the colossal Heavenly Sword sect backing him, sent a chill down Huang Linfu's spine. It felt as though the voices of his ancestors were already echoing in his ears. No wonder he dismissed my recruitment offer back then. Huang Linfu muttered to himself. Now, every reaction Fang Wudao had shown back then seemed perfectly justified. His own actions at the time had been utterly foolish, nothing short of courting death. But if he's a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, why? After the initial shock, new doubts arose in Huang Linfu's mind. Shoo! Silence! Huang Linfeng cut him off sharply, his gaze fierce. All-powerful men have secrets. Ask not, probe not, only then can you live long. Just remember this, when you encounter him, bow down and save your life. That is your top priority. Everything else is irrelevant. This time, Huang Linfu showed no hesitation whatsoever. He nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, his eyes filled with lingering fear and reverence toward Fang Wudao, completely extinguishing any thought of challenging him. He even began seriously contemplating how to beg for mercy more sincerely, more humbly, should they ever cross paths. Just then, the long-absent Grandmaster of the Heavenly Sword sect suddenly descended from the sky with a dramatic flourish. Clearing his throat, his resonant voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed clearly across the entire square. Silence. The crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed upon the sky. The rules for this year's 3 sects martial arts tournament are as follows. The Heavenly Sword sect leader's gaze swept over the young, battle-eager faces below. All participating disciples will enter a specially prepared forest realm through the teleportation arrays surrounding this plaza. Within the realm, we shall randomly deploy 12 specially crafted spirit orbs. You must survive within the realm for 7 days. After 7 days, the realm's exit will open automatically, and all survivors will be teleported out. Ultimately, the one who emerges holding a spirit orb shall be declared the victor and shall receive a trial token granting passage to the Qingxian Dao Palace. At these words, a wave of suppressed excitement rippled through the disciples below. A Qingxian Dao Palace token represented an unimaginable opportunity. The Grandmaster paused briefly before continuing. Every 12 hours, all spirit orbs will autonomously activate, releasing a blinding light that lasts for a quarter of an hour. Their locations will be projected as clearly visible beams of light above the secret realm. This means that those who possess the spirit spheres are not safe from danger. They may become targets at any moment. And for those who seek to seize the spirit spheres, clear objectives have now been established. Opportunity and peril coexist. Shall you lie low and bide your time? Or seize them by force, towering above the masses? The choice is yours. Now, disciples of all sects, proceed to the teleportation array in order. The 3-sect martial contest officially begins. Boom! Around the plaza, several massive teleportation arrays simultaneously erupted with dazzling light, causing spatial energy to violently surge. Everyone's breathing quickened as battle fervor ignited to its peak. Li Feng licked his lips, his gaze growing even more bloodthirsty. Li Guanyi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze blazing with sharp intensity. Fang Jijian straightened his spine, adopting a more dignified posture. Su Baier clenched her small fists excitedly. The
The sword energy radiating from Yi Gushing seemed poised to burst forth from his very body.
Tang Linger's eyes shimmered with the glow of spirit stones. Fang Wudao breathed a silent sigh of relief at last. He could be separated from Yi Gushing. Huang Linfeng's expression grew grave as he quietly reiterated instructions to his clan members. Huang Linfu instinctively touched his storage pouch, checking whether the prepared apology gifts were substantial enough. One by one, figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing headlong into the dazzling teleportation array. Chapter 74, Reactions from All Sides. Amidst the lush, ancient forest, a streak of light descended, startling several birds into flight. Fang Wudao shook his head to dispel the slight dizziness from the teleportation. So this is the forest realm used for martial arts trials? The spiritual energy is abundant, but the area is truly vast.
Surveying his surroundings, he saw trees stretching endlessly in every direction, their boundaries impossible to discern.
Good thing the spirit orb manifests for 15 minutes every 12 hours. Otherwise, blindly searching this vast forest would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Still feels like a hassle, Fang Wudao yawned lazily. Ah, well. It's only the first day. I'll just lie down for a bit. Once they've beaten each other bloody, it'll be about time. I can always swoop in then.
Having made up his mind, he scanned his surroundings.
Soon, a massive hemlock tree, centuries old, caught his eye.
With a light tap of his toes, he gracefully leapt onto a thick, horizontal branch. Finding a perfectly recessed spot, he adjusted his posture, propped his head on his hands, crossed one leg over the other, and closed his eyes to rest. He looked less like a martial arts contestant and more like someone enjoying a leisurely picnic. Above the elevated platform, several massive water mirrors floated mid-air like crystal-clear screens, projecting real-time footage of key locations throughout the secret realm.
One of these mirrors focused on Li Feng of the Overlord Blade Sect.
Like a tiger bursting from its cage, he violently charged into a group of aristocratic youths who were resting. Before he even reached them, his blade's killing intent thick as blood, intangible as substance, roared forth. It froze the young nobles in place, leaving them unable even to breathe. Amid muffled thuds and agonized screams, within moments, the ground was littered with fallen bodies. A spirit orb, its faint glow barely faded after materializing, fell into his grasp. Spirit orb secured. Warm-up complete. Li Feng licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a beastly gleam. Time to hunt the real prey. He never forgot his purpose. First, he would sharpen his blade against the prodigies of the Heavenly Sword sect in Thunder Cliff. Once he had amassed sufficient momentum and confidence, he would challenge the towering mountain blocking his path.
Li Guanyi. In another water mirror, Fang Jijian of Thunder Cliff appeared.
Even as 7 or 8 coordinated young masters from prominent families closed in on him, he remained composed and steady. A faint flash of thunderlight flickered around him. In the next instant, several slender silver bolts of heavenly lightning struck precisely the heads of those young nobles. Before they could even utter a groan, they fell backward, eyes rolled back, limp on the ground, utterly unconscious.
Wow! Senior Brother Fang is so powerful. Senior Brother Fang is amazing.
Su Baier bounced around excitedly, clapping her hands and cheering. Junior Sister Su, that's not very proper. Representing the Heavenly Sword sect, Yi Gushing displayed extreme speed and sharpness. His body transformed into a streak of swordlight, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. He sliced straight through the formidable formation of the Blade Dominion squad, who were in full defensive readiness. Without even drawing his sword, the mere hint of his fierce sword aura was enough to strike terror into their hearts, freezing them in place. Yi Gushing remained expressionless as he calmly retrieved the spirit orb from the squad's center, as if performing a trivial task. Then the sword light flared again, continuing its pursuit of an opponent worthy of his blade. Huang Linfeng of the Huang family displayed a starkly different approach. Rather than rushing to seize the newly appeared spirit orb, he acted like a seasoned hunter, leading the Huang family disciples to conceal their presence. They lurked silently nearby. Only when others had exhausted their trump cards in the fierce struggle over the spirit orbs, leaving both sides battered and weakened, did he signal. With a wave of his hand, he emerged with the Huang family disciples, fresh and rested, effortlessly reaping the fruits of victory. This shrewd and cunning tactic, masterfully exploiting the conflict between rivals, drew a smile and nods of approval from the Huang family patriarch watching before the water mirror. Achieving maximum gain with minimal effort. That was the Huang family way. On the high platform, the customary mutual praise among the various factions unfolded as expected. Deputy Sect Leader Duanmu, your disciple Li Feng's killing intent is fierce and ruthless, already possessing the essence of true battlefield combat. His future is indeed promising. A clan head offered his flattering praise with a smile. What good can come from knowing only slaughter? The baby-faced Duanmu Baobao showed no appreciation, crossing his arms and snorting coldly. Master Yang, your sect's Yi Gushing wields his sword with effortless control and an intangible aura of intimidation. It seems your faction will once again dominate this 3-sect martial arts competition. An elder from Thunder Cliff turned to address the Heavenly Sword sect.
Not at all, not at all.
This is merely a minor skirmish.
The real show is yet to come.
Master Yang waved his hand with a smile, his tone modest.
Moreover, your Thundercliff's Fang Zhijian, his mastery of thunder techniques is so precise it only stuns without harming. Such control would astonish even this old man. Huang Linfeng of the Huang family, with his extraordinary cunning, achieved maximum results with minimal cost. Truly brilliant. The crowd began to shower praise upon him. After a long moment, their gazes finally returned to Shui Jing. At this sight, many nearly burst out laughing. Representing the Heavenly Sword sect, Tanglinger was crouched beside a mountain wall, diligently digging with a small medicinal hoe. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she muttered to herself. This green fluorite accompanying the mineral vein should fetch a pretty penny in spirit stones. I've gotta dig up as much as I can. On the other side of the water mirror, the newly crowned prodigy, Fang Wudao, was taking absurdity to a whole new level. Absurdity incarnate. He was lying perfectly still on a thick tree branch, having even pulled a leaf from somewhere to cover his face against the light. Judging by the look of it, he was genuinely asleep. Lin Qingyi stared at the two figures in the water mirror, seemingly treating the secret realm as a side gig and vacation spot. She was so furious her vision went black, nearly passing out. Clutching her temples, she gritted her teeth. Those two good-for-nothings. Couldn't they act even a little bit normal? Even if you're not competing for the spirit sphere right now, you could at least pretend to walk around. Elder Pang beside her, however, remained remarkably calm. He chuckled softly, stroking his beard as he soothed her. No need to fret, junior sister Lin. It's still early, and the situation remains unclear. Considerate them conserving their strength and biding their time. It's not a bad strategy either. Elder Su and the sect master nodded with smiles. They had complete confidence in the strength of Fang Wudao and Tanglinger. Acquiring the spirit orbs was merely a matter of time. How they conducted themselves now held little significance. Your sect's two prodigies, their approach is quite distinctive, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Fang Qianlei, deputy sect leader of Thundercliff, remarked with a hint of probing. However extraordinary they may be, they still pale in comparison to Li Guanyi of the Overlord Sword sect. Since entering the secret realm, he has sat motionless upon that green stone slab. Elder Pang, ever the shrewd one, swiftly redirected the conversation toward Li Guanyi of the Overlord Sword sect. Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Sword sect made no attempt to conceal it, replying with a hint of pride. Li Guanyi is nurturing his blade. Once he completes this process, he will act. To have reached the realm of nurturing the blade at such a young age, your sect's Li Guanyi is truly remarkable. Elder Pang praised sincerely. Once Li Guanyi's chi reaches perfection and he achieves unity with his blade, he will undoubtedly unleash astonishing power. At that point, even Yi Gushing, despite his vastly increased power, might not be able to suppress him. Yet deep down, Elder Pang harbored little concern. For while the outside world believed the sword-obsessed Yi Gushing to be the Heavenly Sword sect's trump card this time, only their inner circle knew the truth. The sect's true pillar of strength had always been that seemingly lazy Fang Wudao. Chapter 75. Has he gone mad? Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, the third day had arrived. Huang Linhua was now brimming with triumph. He had just led a group of young masters from prominent families to repel the attacking disciples of the Overlord Blade sect. They had protected the hard-won spirit orb. Now, everyone was showering him with praise. Brother Hua is incredible. That fiery cloud-ascending serpent move just now was absolutely divine. Yeah. Those Ba Dao sect jerks always look down on everyone, acting all high and mighty. But look at them now. Brother Hua beat them into submission, running away with their tails between their legs. Exactly. Those disciples from the three sects? They're nothing but little brothers compared to Brother Hua. This martial arts competition, our noble family's alliance, is sure to snag several top spots. Huang Linhua was floating on air from all the flattery, feeling like he'd become the undisputed leader of the young generation in the noble families. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure strolling lazily toward them, yawning. It's him? The smug grin on Huang Linfu's face froze instantly, then visibly transformed into utter terror. Even his heart skipped a beat. Damn it! How could that scourge, Fang Wudao, be here? The other young masters quickly spotted Fang Wudao as well, exclaiming in unison. It's Fang Wudao from the Heavenly Sword sect. I heard he's mastered Sword Force, single-handedly quelled the chaos in the reception area. He's a tough nut to crack. Brother Hua, tread carefully. Shortly after, someone else tried to bolster Huang Linhua's courage. What's there to fear? Brother Hua has also grasped the essence of momentum. He's a prodigy of heaven. Exactly. We all witnessed Brother Hua's divine prowess earlier. In terms of strength, we needn't fear Fang Wudao of the Heavenly Sword sect. Brother Hua sees this chance to defeat him. It'll elevate our clan's prestige. Let the three sects witness our might. Everyone rubbed their hands together, their spirits soaring. The various factions gathered before the water mirror were also drawn to this unexpected clash of prodigies. The head of the Huang family furrowed his brow slightly, his expression growing grave. Clearly, he did not wish for his eldest son to clash with the Heavenly Sword sect's prodigy. The Overlord Blade sect and Thundercliff factions, however, welcomed the prospect. Especially Fang Qianlei, the deputy sect master of Thundercliff sect.
He had long been eager to see just how much this Fang Wudao, so deeply hidden away by the Heavenly Sword sect, was truly worth. However, what unfolded next nearly caused everyone watching inside and outside the secret realm to collectively drop their jaws. Instead of adopting a fighting stance, Huang Linfu suddenly lunged forward in a single bound. With lightning speed, he reverently presented the spirit orb, still emitting a tantalizing glow before Fang Wudao. His voice trembled noticeably from extreme nervousness and fear.
Fang. Senior brother Fang. What a coincidence. It's been ages since we last met, and you look even more distinguished than before. This spirit orb is a token of my respect. Please accept it with my sincerest gratitude.
Before anyone could process this astonishing scene, Wang Linhua pulled off an even more outrageous stunt. He swiftly unfastened the storage pouch from his waist, piling it alongside the spirit orb as he humbly added, "And these spirit stones and pills, please accept them as well, senior brother."
What?
The entire crowd gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape wide enough to fit apples. Before the water mirror, the high-ranking officials of the three sects and all the clan representatives were equally stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if the water mirror technique had malfunctioned. He conceded defeat before the fight even began? And they're handing over their entire fortune as well. Huang Linfu must have lost his mind. He was, after all, a genius who had grasped the essence of momentum. He was the direct descendant of the Huang family, nurtured with all their resources. Even if he admits defeat, shouldn't he at least exchange a few symbolic blows? Why stoop to such a pathetic display? This was nothing short of trampling the Huang family's reputation and his own genius dignity into the dirt. The smiles on Duanmu Baobao and Fang Qianlei's faces froze instantly, replaced by thick astonishment and utter disbelief. What kind of mind-boggling move was this? Is this even something a human being could do? Could Huang Linfu have truly lost his mind? The members of the Heavenly Sword sect all flashed a hint of understanding in their eyes. But outwardly, they still wore expressions of extreme shock and bewilderment. As if they too were utterly baffled by the unfolding events. The head of the Huang family first looked bewildered, then a sharp gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. He knew his eldest son all too well, arrogant and conceited, accustomed to looking down on others. For him to abandon all dignity and even show fear, there was only one possibility. That was, Fang Wudao was incredibly powerful. So powerful that Huang Linfu knew he was no match for him. Recalling what his fourth son, Wang Linfeng, had reported earlier, the head of the Huang family felt his heart skip a beat as a startling realization dawned on him. Could this Fang Wudao be the mysterious man who had grasped the late-stage second-tier blade momentum and effortlessly slain the Golden Blade Sage? There was no mistake. It was him. Huang Linfeng had once mentioned that the prodigy who went by the pseudonym Han Li actually bore the surname Feng. The Huang family patriarch felt this world had become utterly absurd. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, as a genius of the sword path, Fang Wudao was actually a prodigy of the sword path rarely seen in 1,000 years. Within the secret realm, Fang Wudao was momentarily stunned by Huang Linfeng's utterly shameless maneuver. But upon seeing the fear and ingratiation nearly overflowing from the other man's eyes, he instantly understood this kid not only recognized him, but had likely been severely warned by Huang Linfeng. He found it somewhat amusing, but it suited him just fine. He casually accepted the spirit orb and storage pouch, patted Huang Linfeng's shoulder, and said in a calm tone, "It's fine. That little incident from back then? I stopped caring about it ages ago." Huang Linfu, hearing this, felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He nearly burst into tears from relief. He bowed repeatedly, his voice brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Fang. You're so magnanimous." His tearful gratitude made it seem as though Fang Wudao hadn't merely taken his spirit orb and all his possessions, but had saved his entire family's lives, bestowing upon him an immense blessing and fortune. The onlookers from the prominent families were utterly dumbfounded, feeling their worldviews shattered like never before. Am I under some illusion? Or am I still asleep? Damn it, is this really that arrogant, haughty Huang Linhua? Can someone explain what the hell is going on here? Good heavens! Has Huang Linfu gone mad? Or have we all lost our minds? Just as the scene descended into utter shock and confusion, a savage, bloodthirsty blade aura erupted from the dense forest to the side. Wherever the blade energy passed, a row of ancient trees as thick as a man's embrace were severed clean at the base like paper, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Chapter 76, Divine Favor. To encounter you here. It seems heaven itself favors me. Li Feng emerged step by step from the tangled debris, his long blade in hand. The murderous aura swirling around him was almost tangible, surging outward like a tidal wave. The young aristocrats watching turned pale, retreating involuntarily. Some instinctively gripped their sword hilts, yet dared not draw them. The unfinished battle from the last welcoming ceremony, let's settle it right here. Li Feng's bloodshot eyes locked onto Fang Wudao as a grin spread across his lips, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. Draw your sword. Let me see how many blows this so-called genius of the Heavenly Sword sect can withstand. It's Li Feng of the Overlord Sword sect. The most bloodthirsty among the younger generation. Two geniuses who grasped momentum are about to clash head-on. This is going to be a spectacle. Who knows if his blade momentum is fiercer, or if Fang Wudao's sword momentum is stronger? Li Feng will surely prevail. He forged his path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could he possibly be compared to these sect disciples who spend their days in secluded cultivation? And look at Fang Wudao from the Heavenly Sword sect, always looking half asleep and slack. How could he possibly defeat Li Feng? Li Feng's sudden intervention and domineering declaration of war transformed the eerie tension caused by Huang Linua's unusual actions into palpable anticipation and excitement. All eyes fixated on the two combatants, breath held in anticipation, fearing to miss a single detail. A life or death battle between geniuses of this caliber was a rare sight indeed. From the elevated platform, factions across the arena focused their attention here through the water mirrors. Li Feng faces Fang Wudao. Finally, a contest worth watching closely. Perfect. This is our chance to gauge the true caliber of these two core disciples from major sects. I wonder if Fang Wudao can push Li Feng to unleash his full power and force him to use the 7 styles of the Overlord Blade? Both already possess spirit orbs, so they likely won't fight to the death. But an intense clash seems inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, this will be a spectacular showdown. As spectators, the clan representatives relished the spectacle, hoping the clash would grow ever more brutal, ideally leaving both combatants crippled and drained of spiritual energy. Only then would their own disciples have a chance to seize the opportunity and snatch the spirit orbs. Duanmu Baobao, the deputy leader of the Overlord Blade sect, wore a confident smile. Though she often criticized Li Feng for being a bloodthirsty fool who lacked flexibility and couldn't hold a candle to Li Guan's perfection, she had absolute faith in his combat prowess and ruthless tactics. In her view, facing a greenhouse flower like Fang Wudao, who lacked the tempering of life and death trials, was more than within Li Feng's capabilities. On the Tianjian sect side, from the sect master to elders Pang and Su, even Lin Qingyi, who had been seething moments ago, now wore expressions of serene composure, as if nothing mattered. They weren't entirely sure of Li Feng's level. But they were utterly certain that Li Feng was no match for Fang Wudao. Yes, that's how confident they were. Did they even grasp the significance of comprehending the second-tier sword momentum before reaching the condensing stage? Especially since Lin Qingyi had privately informed them that Fang Wudao's cultivation had surged dramatically recently, reaching the false Dan realm. With the false Dan cultivation and the second-tier sword intent, who among the younger generation could possibly stand against him? This martial arts tournament among the 3 sects was nothing but a stage for the Heavenly Sword sect to shine. It was also a showcase for Fang Wudao to dominate his generation. The rest are merely green leaves, mere foliage to highlight the red flower. Fang Qianlei, who had been observing from the shadows, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rise within him as he witnessed the Tianjian sect member's unflappable composure. Could it be that this Fang Wudao was no ordinary genius? Within the secret realm, Fang Wudao faced Li Feng's suffocating, bloodthirsty aura head-on, yet remained utterly relaxed, not even shifting his stance. He examined Li Feng's dark crimson blade with keen interest, then smiled and remarked, "The sword techniques of the Overlord Sword sect? To be honest, I'm quite eager to witness them." Among all his martial arts disciplines, his blade mastery stood at the pinnacle. Now, encountering a prodigy from the Overlord Blade sect, the renowned sanctuary of blade arts in Wei Kingdom, he couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. He wanted to see what unique qualities this pinnacle of blade tradition possessed. It would be a perfect opportunity to test his own skills against it. Huang Linfu, watching from the side, chuckled inwardly. He stole a glance at Li Feng, who stood there bristling with confidence, certain of victory, his eyes filled with pity and schadenfreude. This little cutie. He actually dared to draw his blade against the unrivaled. And he even had the audacity to boast, asking how many strikes his opponent could block. Once you see how truly formidable his swordsmanship is, you'll realize just how foolish, laughable, and utterly overconfident your actions are right now. I've long wanted to see the sword techniques of the Heavenly Sword sect for myself. Li Feng gave a chilling smile, cutting off further words as colossal spiritual energy erupted from his body, surging into his long blade. The blade hummed, its blood-red glare intensifying. A crimson-black blade aura, condensed with the will to kill, shot forth from the edge. With a frenzied momentum capable of crushing everything in its path, it tore through the earth, striking straight toward Fang Wudao. Before the blade even reached its target, the terrifying pressure alone made it difficult for distant spectators to breathe. What kind of nobodies dare challenge my senior brother? At the critical moment, a cold voice rang out from the horizon. Following swiftly was a silver sword beam, swift as lightning, striking Li Feng's crimson-black blade with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, shockwaves surged outward. Both the crimson-black blade aura and the silver sword light shattered simultaneously, scattering into a sky filled with sparkling points of light. Li Feng snapped his head up toward the source of the sword light, his eyes narrowing in shock. Yi Guxing? Yi Guxing had appeared beside Fang Wudao, his pristine white robes untouched by dust. His face was stern, his gaze as cold as ice. His fingers formed a sword-like gesture, his body shrouded in a faint yet piercing sword aura. That earth-shattering strike moments ago had clearly been his doing. This scene once again caught all spectators completely off guard, leaving them speechless and wide-eyed.
Yi Gushing. He's here too?
The two prodigies of the Heavenly Sword sect are both here at the same time.
Li Feng is in big trouble now.
Exactly. No matter how skilled he is, he can't possibly handle both Yi Gushing and Fang Wudao at once. Especially since Yi Gushing is a renowned, unfathomable prodigy of the sword path.
Li Feng isn't going to retreat outright, is he?
If he does, that would be utterly boring. It's rare to witness a battle between such prodigies.
Li Feng's expression darkened.
In his plan, Yi Gushing was the most crucial test before challenging his senior brother, Li Guanyi. He was the perfect opponent to push Li Feng's own condition and momentum to their peak. Yet he never imagined encountering him here so prematurely. His gaze swiftly swept over the expressionless Yi Gushing, then flickered toward Fang Wudao, who remained utterly relaxed behind him. For the first time, hesitation and apprehension flickered in his eyes. Yi Gushing alone was already an extremely formidable opponent, demanding his full effort. With Fang Wudao, who had also grasped the essence of sword momentum, lurking nearby with predatory intent, this battle was perilous indeed.
Chapter 77, The Peak of the First Tier.
Rest assured. Yi Gushing seemed to have read his concerns, his voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion, dripping with supreme arrogance.
My senior brother Fang won't intervene. Because a worthless piece of trash like you, I alone am more than sufficient to handle. Useless?
Li Feng's rage turned to laughter. He had roamed the borderlands, his blade drenched in countless bloodshed. At least 80, if not 100, fierce bandit cultivators had fallen beneath his blade.
When had he ever endured such humiliation?
Yi Gushing. Since you're so eager to die, I'll make you my first sacrifice. His foot slammed down, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy.
First form of the Overlord Blade 7 forms crushing mountain. The dark crimson blade erupted with a blinding crimson glow.
A blood-red blade aura, powerful enough to tear the sky apart, roared forth. With the might to cleave mountains and shatter peaks, it struck straight toward Yi Gushing. Where the blade passed, the air itself was forcibly cleaved, emitting a shrill, piercing screech. Even the surrounding vegetation was bent to the ground by the blade's wind pressure, while the earth itself was plowed open, leaving a deep, gouged trail. The power of this strike was more than double that of the earlier probing attack. Even a cultivator newly entered into the condensing realm would have to step aside to avoid its edge. Facing this ferocious strike, seemingly capable of cleaving mountains, a hint of genuine seriousness finally flickered in Yi Gushing's eyes. Yet he still did not draw his sword. Instead, from his joined sword fingers flowed a completely different five-colored swordlight. At times, it blazed fiercely like raging fire, at others, it was as solid and weighty as the earth itself. It flowed as endlessly as rippling water, sharpened like steel, and danced with the vitality of growing plants.
The 5 elements cycle, transforming the sword into myriad techniques. He spoke indifferently as his sword finger jabbed into the air. In an instant, the 5-colored sword light intertwined into a dazzling and harmonious sword wheel.
Rather than clashing head-on with the crimson blade aura, it spun, sliced, and eroded it in an incredibly profound manner. The savage crimson blade slashed into the 5 elements sword wheel, only to vanish like a mud cow entering the sea, dispersed and dissolved layer by layer.
The 5 elements forces, interdependent and mutually restraining, cycled endlessly.
Within mere breaths, Li Feng's fatal strike dissolved into nothingness.
What? Li Feng's pupils contracted sharply to pinpoints. The arrogance on his face froze instantly, replaced by utter disbelief. His near full power strike had been effortlessly deflected by the opponent using just 2 fingers? Without even drawing his sword? Is that all you've got? Yi Gushing's voice held undisguised disappointment. Then let's end this.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sword aura 10 times more terrifying than before erupted with a thunderous roar.
Overwhelming pressure spread like a tidal wave, shattering the ground's mud and stones.
The surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. The young nobles watching the duel simultaneously stumbled backward, nearly collapsing to their knees.
A peak-tier sword aura?
Fang Wudao beside him raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It seemed junior brother Yi had reaped substantial rewards in the sword pool. Faced with this overwhelming disparity in power, Li Feng's once proud mid-tier blade momentum flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling to maintain its form.
No! Impossible! Li Feng let out a horrified roar, his face etched with utter disbelief.
Yi Gushing, having lost interest, formed his fingers into a sword and made a simple slash. A plain silver sword thread shot forth, instantly bridging the distance between them, piercing through Li Feng's hastily gathered spiritual energy defense.
Put! Blood spattered.
Li Feng let out a wretched scream as a deep, bone-exposing sword wound appeared on his chest, blood instantly soaking through his clothes.
His entire body recoiled as if struck by a colossal force.
He flew backward, spitting blood, crashing through 3 massive trees before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crimson-hued long blade that had accompanied him for years flew from his grasp, embedding itself with a thud at a distance, its blade humming with a faint vibration. Li Feng struggled to rise, but as he pushed himself up and lifted his head, another mouthful of blood spurted forth, leaving his face as pale as paper. His eyes filled with terror and resentment as he glared fiercely at Yi Gushing. Yet he dared not linger for a moment. Slamming his palm against the ground, he used the recoil to stagger into the dense forest, not even pausing to retrieve his beloved blade. Yi Gushing watched his fleeing back with cold indifference, choosing not to pursue. He merely remarked indifferently, utterly pathetic. As if he'd merely swatted away an annoying fly. Silence fell over the scene. All the young masters from the prominent families, including Huang Linhua, froze in place, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. From Yi Gushing's appearance to Li Feng's humiliating retreat, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The fierce battle they had imagined never materialized. What unfolded was Yi Gushing's utter annihilation of Li Feng. Good heavens! Li Feng couldn't even put up a fight against Yi Gushing? Unbelievably strong. Is this the power of the Tianjian sect's top disciple? No wonder Fang Wudao didn't care at all. With Yi Gushi here, he has absolutely no reason to fear Li Feng. The viewing platform erupted in a roar of astonishment. Peak first tier sword force. This youth has already reached this level? A clan head gasped in disbelief, his voice cracking. At the Falstan realm, comprehending peak first tier sword force, such talent is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. To push sword force to peak first tier at such a young age. Heavenly Sword Sect has birthed another true dragon. Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff wore a grave expression, a hint of deep apprehension flickering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 Elder Pang clapped his hands and roared with laughter, repeating the word 3 times. The pride and excitement on his face were impossible to conceal. Though the Tianjian sect master remained silent, a restrained smile curved his lips clearly. He was immensely pleased with this disciple. Elder Su nodded frequently, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. Even the usually aloof Lin Qingyi now held a hint of unusual brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Only Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Sword Sect wore a completely vanished smile from her childlike face, her brows tightly furrowed. She never imagined that Li Feng, whom she had held in such high regard, would prove so utterly inadequate before Yi Gushing, unable even to force him to draw his sword. But her frown quickly smoothed out. Yi Gushing had indeed surpassed expectations, but the Ba Dao sect's trump card. Li Guani. He hadn't even made his move yet. In this martial arts tournament among the 3 sects, who would ultimately emerge victorious remained to be seen. At this thought, she silently rejoiced that she hadn't let Li Guani's presence breed arrogance, causing her to reject Thundercliff's alliance. Otherwise, this year's 3 sects martial contest might very well have seen the Heavenly Sword Sect retain its title. Fang Qianlei, the Thundercliff sect's deputy sect master, wore a stony expression. He had thought his nephew, Fang Jijian, achieving a late-stage momentum breakthrough with the False Core realm was already remarkable. Little did he expect that Yi Gushing of the Heavenly Sword Sect would prove even more astonishing, having grasped the peak of the first layer of sword momentum. This was truly troublesome. Moreover, Li Guani of the Overlord Sect was also a formidable opponent. Even if they played their trump cards, Thundercliff's chances of claiming the championship this time were slim. Chapter 78, You've Changed. Senior Brother Fang, here. Yi Gushing flipped his wrist, revealing 2 smooth, translucent spirit orbs resting in his palm. One of them had been snatched from Li Feng's embrace when he shattered the sword threads. Earlier spirit orbs cannot be stored in storage bags. Fang Wudao accepted them without hesitation. With this, he now held 3 spirit orbs in his possession. Though the rule stipulated that each person could only possess 1 spirit orb upon departure. They never said you couldn't auction them off. Therefore, Fang Wudao had already conspired with his senior sister. When the time was right, they would host a spirit orb auction. They were sure to rake in a fortune. Yi Gushi was naturally aware of the plan, but he couldn't care less about spirit stones. His sole condition was that after everything concluded, he would engage in a thoroughly exhilarating battle with Fang Wudao. Therefore, his drive to collect spirit orbs was far more intense than Fang Wudao's. Senior Brother Fang, I'll go search elsewhere for spirit orbs first. When the time is right, I'll come find you. With that, Yi Gushing instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing deep into the dense forest, leaving only a faint disturbance in the air behind him. Finally gone. Fang Wudao breathed a slight sigh of relief. Every time he was around Yi Gushing, he felt uneasy. There was no helping it. Yi Gushing's gaze was far too intense. It felt as though he wanted to devour him. Scary. Senior Brother Fang, since I'm free anyway, shall I assist you in searching for spirit orbs? Huang Linhua cautiously stepped forward to ask permission, adopting an extremely humble posture. Though he couldn't fathom Fang Wudao's exact motives for hoarding spirit orbs, any chance to prove his worth was an opportunity he wouldn't pass up. Junior Brother Huang. Senior Brother Fang, just call me Little Huang. Huang Linfu interjected eagerly, his tone earnest. The surrounding young masters and mistresses from prominent families. Fang Wudao. Seriously, you're taking this way too far. I'll just call you Junior Brother Huang. Fang Wudao said. Whatever you prefer, Senior Brother. Huang Linfu immediately agreed, his face plastered with a smile. Then I'll trouble you to lead your men in searching the area. If you discover any traces of the spirit orbs, no need to take action, just send word to me.
Fang Wudao instructed.
Though the spirit orbs emitted light for a quarter of an hour every 12 hours, revealing their location.
The vast expanse of this forest realm meant timely arrival was uncertain.
At such times, numerical superiority became crucial.
Not at all. It is my honor to serve senior brother Fang.
Huang Linhua flattered with a smile, his tone humble. After Yi Guxing and Huang Linhua departed with the others, Fang Wudao still sought out a comfortable, sturdy branch and lay down. This time, however, his position was closer to the heart of the secret realm. He would wait until the appointed hour, when the spiritual light pierced the heavens, then move with lightning speed to seize the nearest spirit orb.
Come to think of it, it's been 3 days now. Senior sister, she hasn't managed to get a single spirit orb, has she?
Fang Wudao murmured to himself, gazing at the sky through the gaps in the branches. Knowing her as he did, that possibility seemed all too likely. As he had anticipated, over these 3 days, Tang Linger hadn't spared a single thought for searching spirit orbs. Instead, she had been tirelessly mining spirit veins everywhere. In her view, with the two cursed stars Yi Guxing and Fang Wudao around, she saw no need to waste precious time hunting for spirit orbs. With that spare time, she might as well mine a few more spirit ores and earn more spirit stones. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the 6th day arrived. Yi Guxing, like an inexhaustible automaton, swept through the secret realm with frenzied intensity, securing 3 more spirit orbs in just 3 days. Meanwhile, Fang Wudao, aided by Huang Linhua and his followers, had also obtained 2 more spirit orbs. Now, he held a staggering total of 8 spirit orbs. This meant that 2/3 of the spirit orbs within the secret realm had fallen entirely into his hands. As the spiritual light surged skyward once more, the 8 spirit orbs shone in unison. Their dazzling radiance illuminated half the heavens, creating a magnificent spectacle. Fang Wudao stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distant sky. He saw 4 beams of spirit orb light rapidly converging toward this location and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems we won't have to go searching anymore. The first to arrive were the Huang family disciples led by Huang Linfeng.
Senior brother Fang, it's been a while. Huang Linfeng's smile was warm and gentle, like a spring breeze caressing the face. His gaze swept over the 8 brilliantly glowing spirit orbs at Fang Wudao's feet, and without hesitation, he tossed the spirit orb in his hand toward them. His movements were fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. Huang Linfeng, who had been about to offer an explanation, couldn't help but give his younger brother a thumbs up. When it came to reading the room and reacting, his fourth brother, Huang Linfeng, truly blew him out of the water. Wow! Junior brothers Fang and Yi, you guys are incredible. Finding 9 spirit orbs so quickly.
Moments later, a petite figure let down from the treetops, her face brimming with awe as she praised them.
The arrival was none other than Tang Linger.
Senior sister, Fang Wudao shot her a sideways glance, his tone sharp. You spent a full 6 days in the secret realm and couldn't snag a single spirit orb? We agreed to work together, yet you slacked off the entire time.
Who could possibly keep up with you, senior sister? Fang Wudao was furious. He was already lazy enough himself.
But senior sister was even lazier, forcing him to push himself harder.
Tang Linger looked helplessly at him, spreading her hands. Ah, junior brother Fang, you just don't understand. My luck, my dear senior sister's luck, is truly abysmal. Every time a spirit orb appears, it's miles away from me. By the time I struggle to get there, the light's already faded, not even a shadow to catch. Fang Wudao. Yeah, right.
Senior sister, who are you trying to fool?
Once or twice, maybe.
6 times, absolutely impossible. You're clearly just making excuses for slacking off.
Oh dear. Let's not talk about this.
Tang Linger saw Fang Wudao's gaze growing increasingly dangerous and quickly changed the subject. We already have 9 spirit orbs, and the remaining 3 are on their way here.
Before long, we can begin our plan.
She paused, her tone turning serious. But Fawn, we still need to be careful. The remaining 3 spirit orbs will most likely fall into the hands of Li Guanyi from the Overlord Sword Sect, Fang Jijian from Thunder Cliff, and his junior sister Su Baier. In other words, we'll soon be facing a large force led by these 3. Yi Guxing, who had been standing with his sword clasped, raised his eyes slightly and said coldly, Li Guanyi is mine. He had long heard that Li Guanyi had mastered the true teachings of the Overlord Sword. This would be the perfect opportunity to temper his own sword path. With this thought, Yi Guxing's eyes burned as he fixed his gaze on Fang Wudao. Soon, very soon it would be possible. Just wait a little longer, senior brother Fang. Once I break through again, I won't let you down. Fang Wudao felt uneasy under the intense stare and pretended not to notice. As for Fang Jijian and Su Baier at Thunder Cliff, I'll leave them to you, junior brother Fang. Tang Linger immediately began assigning tasks. Fang Wudao was speechless. Then what about you, senior sister? Tang Linger puffed out her chest with righteous indignation. As a delicate woman, could you really bear to send me into mortal combat, junior brother Fang? When we split the spoils later, I'll take 3 parts and you take 7. Fang Wudao said expressionlessly. What? Tang Linger instantly jumped up, her voice filled with heartbreak. Fang, junior brother. We're beloved siblings in the same sect. How could you utter such cold words? Did you hear that? My heart is breaking, senior sister. She clutched her chest, looking as if she might burst into tears at any moment.
Senior sister, I've been experiencing occasional tinnitus lately and can't hear clearly. Fang Wudao's tone remained utterly unruffled. Why? Junior brother, you've changed. You're not the caring, adorable junior brother I once knew. Tang Linger feigned wiping away non-existent tears.
Seeing Fang Wudao remained utterly unmoved, she reluctantly conceded.
Fine, fine. What can I say? I am the eldest senior sister. That Su Buyer? I'll handle her.
After dividing the tasks, the three stood silently in place, waiting. Before long, faint whistling sounds pierced the air from the distance.
Chapter 79, At a Disadvantage.
The Heavenly Sword sect is aggressively gathering spirit orbs.
Could it be they intend to force Thundercliff and the Overlord Blade sect into a decisive battle? On the high platform, a member of the noble families voiced his confusion.
To him, this move seemed downright unwise. Even with the Heavenly Sword sect's formidable strength, facing two major factions simultaneously is no easy feat.
It would be wiser to defeat one faction first, then turn our attention to the remaining one.
Yi Gushing wields a peak-tier sword momentum. He certainly has the credentials to stand above the rest.
Perhaps they genuinely believe they possess such strength?
Or perhaps the Heavenly Sword sect has already detected the secret alliance between Thundercliff and the Overlord Blade sect, choosing instead to confront them head-on and settle the matter once and for all? Fight! Fight! Let them tear the heavens apart.
Otherwise, when will we noble families ever get our chance? That sounds like something that Brat Fang Wudao would do.
Elder Pang twirled his beard, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Only they knew the truth. Beneath his outwardly lazy demeanor, Fang Wudao was a man of unparalleled arrogance. Gathering everyone together only to crush them all at once, declaring his unrivaled power, that was his style.
Madness.
Youngsters should be full of vigor. Perfect for boosting our Heavenly Sword sect's prestige.
Elder Su chuckled heartily.
While he might normally find Fang Wudao's flair a bit excessive, at this moment, he felt nothing but exhilaration.
One should always keep a low profile.
The sect master shook his head with a sigh, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Only Lin Xingyi furrowed her delicate brows slightly, biting her rosy lips gently.
Her intuition told her this probably wasn't as simple as it seemed. She hoped she was overthinking it. She silently prayed that those two troublemakers, Fang Wudao and Tang Linger, wouldn't stir up any more strange incidents.
Within the secret realm, the sound of breaking through the air echoed loudly.
Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of auras rapidly closed in from afar.
On the left, a solemn-faced youth clad in robes adorned with thunder patterns led the charge, none other than Fang Jijin of Thundercliff. Beside him followed the spirited Su Buyer and a group of Thundercliff disciples, all shrouded in faint lightning blows, their imposing presence overwhelming. On the right stood a group of blade-wielding warriors radiating a thick aura of malevolence. Their leader possessed an unremarkable face, yet his gaze was as still as an abyss. Though the blade at his waist remained unsheathed, it naturally radiated a sharp intent capable of severing anything, none other than Li Guani, who had been nurturing his blade for 6 days. Behind him, every disciple of the Overlord Blade sect bore a fierce glint in their eyes. Li Feng, who had been easily defeated by Yi Gushing, was also present. He had recovered from his injuries, seemingly through some miraculous elixir.
Yet his expression appeared profoundly despondent.
Before long, the three factions converged, locking in a standoff. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive, suffocating to the point of breathlessness. Upon seeing Li Guani's arrival, Yi Gushi stepped forward. A terrifying sword aura erupted, sharp and piercing, as if capable of tearing through the heavens. The overwhelming pressure of peak-level sword energy rolled like an invisible tidal wave, crushing toward the Thundercliff and Overlord Blade sect disciples.
Thud! Thud! Many disciples with weaker cultivation turned pale instantly, staggering backward.
Some, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed directly to the ground, their eyes filled with terror. A flash of sharp light darted through Li Guan's eyes as a blade momentum equally vast and boundless, yet filled with domineering and resolute intent, surged skyward.
A peak-tier blade aura. Senior brother, he's actually broken through?
Beside him, Li Feng felt a stinging heat on his face, as if an invisible hand had struck his heart. He had been brimming with confidence, convinced that by defeating the prodigies of the Heavenly Sword sect in Thundercliff, he could build an unstoppable momentum to break through the bottleneck and push his blade momentum to the late stage of the first tier. Then, he could challenge the senior disciple openly and prove who truly led their generation. But now, all his fantasies lay shattered, utterly and completely destroyed. Neither Yi Gushing nor Li Guani were opponents he could possibly challenge. Sword momentum and blade momentum collided fiercely in midair, unleashing a silent roar. Surging shockwaves churned the air, whipping up fallen leaves and dust across the ground. Li Guani had nurtured his blade for 6 days, building his momentum to an unprecedented peak. Now unleashed, it seemed poised to overshadow Yi Gushi. Yet Yi Gushi, sensing that overwhelming blade momentum, showed no fear. Instead, fierce battle intent flared in his eyes, and a faint curve touched his lips. Fight! Without a word, he drew his sword. The 5 elements sword will manifested once more, its golden, wooden, watery, fiery, and earthy hues swirling endlessly. Wielding an unrelenting, relentless force of annihilation, it swept straight toward Li Guani.
Come on!
Li Guan's eyes blazed with intensity as his deep shout thundered like a clap of thunder. He swung his blade in a backhand strike, the gleaming steel slicing through the air like a ribbon falling from the heavens. With a mountain-splitting, earth-shaking fury that knew no bounds, he delivered a straightforward, no-frills downward cleave. Boom! The clashing energies of blade and sword collided violently, the scattered force severing surrounding trees at their trunks.
Their figures crossed in an instant, locked in a fierce struggle. Li Guan's sword technique was utterly domineering, each strike carrying the power to cleave mountains and shatter peaks.
Yi Gushing countered with the 5 elements sword manual, his 5-colored sword light flowing endlessly, sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, sometimes offensive, sometimes defensive, deflecting every one of his opponent's ferocious, domineering attacks. His sword technique was exquisitely masterful, breathtaking to behold. Yet Li Guan had honed his blade for 6 days, his momentum and strength now at their zenith. His sword's momentum grew ever more overwhelming. The third form of the 7 overlord swords splitting the sea. Li Guani roared as he thrust forward. The blade hummed, unleashing a colossal blade aura more concentrated and terrifying than before. It tore through the air as if truly capable of cleaving the sea in two, charging toward Yi Gushi with unstoppable force. Yi Gushing's pupils contracted slightly. His sword will spun rapidly, radiating a brilliant 5-colored light as he braced to meet the blow head-on. Boom! The deafening roar shook the very air. After the blinding light faded, Yi Gushing was seen staggering back over a dozen steps. The ground beneath his feet cracked and spread, his sword-wielding fingers trembled slightly, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had taken a minor hit. Senior brother, you're formidable. The Overlord Blade is unmatched. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Overlord Blade sect erupted in thunderous cheers, their morale soaring. On the elevated platform, representatives from various factions murmured among themselves. Remarkable. Li Guani has actually managed to suppress Yi Gushing. The 7 styles of Overlord Blade truly live up to their reputation. That third style, Crack the Sea, already carries a fraction of the might displayed by the Overlord Blade sect's founder in his youth. Yet Yi Gushing is also remarkably formidable. He managed to directly withstand the sea-splitting strike, a technique honed over 6 days of relentless training, and only suffered a slight disadvantage without serious injury. His strength likely rivals Li Guani's. He merely lost due to insufficient preparation. It seems the Heavenly Sword sect will pay the price for their arrogance this time. A smile returned to Duanmu Baobao's face. With Li Guani having mastered the blade cultivation technique, he could now accumulate power on the fly. Among Wei Kingdom's younger generation, there was simply no one who could stand against him. Even Yi Gushing couldn't match him. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect all wore expressions tinged with regret. However, they weren't overly concerned. The Heavenly Sword sect's true ace hadn't even made a move yet. Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff remained grim-faced, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Wudao and Tanglinger, who had yet to act. The unease in his heart grew ever stronger. The behavior of the Heavenly Sword sect members was utterly bizarre. Not a trace of panic or desperation. It was as if everything was under their complete control. Could it be that Yi Gushing wasn't the only one in the Heavenly Sword sect to have reached the peak of the first-tier sword force? Fang Qianlei's pupils contracted slightly as he felt he had guessed the answer. Among Fang Wudao and Tanglinger, there must be another who has also reached the peak of the first-tier sword force. Chapter 80, A Battle of Lightning Techniques? At the center of the battlefield, Li Guan stood with his blade raised. His robes fluttered without wind as colossal blade momentum surged like raging tides, pressing down so fiercely that the surrounding air hummed under the unbearable strain. The sharpness he had cultivated over 6 days of nurturing his blade was now fully revealed. Yi Gushing wiped the crimson streak from his lips. Far from showing defeat, the battle fire burning in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. The sword energy surrounding him, tempered by their clash, had become as refined and pure as forged steel. It emitted a faint, clear hum under the pressure of his opponent. It had actually advanced further. Fang Wudao watched silently from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. It was rare for Yi Gushi to find an opponent who allowed him to unleash his fighting spirit and hone his blade to his heart's content. Let him fight to his fill. It spared him from Yi Gushing's constant, hungry glances, always scheming for a chance at a truly satisfying duel. Li Guani of the Overlord Sword sect and Yi Gushing of the Heavenly Sword sect, both have already grasped the essence of momentum to the peak of the first tier? At the front of the Thunder Cliff faction, Fang Zhijian gazed at the 2 piercing auras soaring skyward, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. As a prodigy equally celebrated by the 3 sects, he remained stuck at the late stage of the first level of the force. Compared to those 2, he was clearly lagging behind. It's okay, senior brother Fang. Su Baier offered comfort from beside him. Even if you can't match them, you're still the best in my eyes. Fang Zhijian gave a wry smile. Junior sister Su, while your words don't really comfort me, I still appreciate them. Wow. It's that hottie from the Heavenly Sword sect again. Su Baier's attention was instantly captured by Fang Wudao across the way. Her eyes lit up as she tugged at Fang Zhijian's sleeve, shaking him. Senior brother Fang, why don't we just stop fighting? What if we accidentally injure his face?
That would be a complete waste of such beauty. Su, that's not very rational of you.
Fang Zhijian glared at Fang Wudao and Tang Linger across from him, his expression stern.
We pledged to stand with the Overlord Blade Sect. How can we stand idly by now? Li Guanyi of the Overlord Blade Sect was already locked in fierce combat with Yi Gushing.
If Thundercliff did nothing, they'd be looked down upon and ridiculed.
Well, fine.
Su Baier pouted, reluctantly agreeing, but not before adding. But senior brother Fang, you have to promise me when you fight, be careful not to hurt his face.
That handsome face, even a scratch would break my heart. Fang Zhijian was momentarily speechless.
Facing this intensely appearance-obsessed junior sister, he could only nod helplessly.
I'll try my best. Thank you, senior brother Fang. You're such a kind person. Su Baier's face immediately lit up with a smile. Fang Zhijian. Why did he keep sensing something was off? Shaking his head to clear his mind, Fang Zhijian stepped forward, anchoring his chi in his lower abdomen, and declared in a resonant voice. Fang Zhijian of Thundercliff Cliff seeks guidance from the two masters of the Heavenly Sword Sect.
His voice carried a faint thunderous resonance, revealing his formidable cultivation.
It's up to you, junior brother Fang. Tang Linger playfully slapped Fang Wudao's shoulder with a grin. Since you share the same surname, let's see which of you two Fangs is the mightier one.
With that, she unfurled an exquisitely embroidered mat on the ground, laid out several plates of tempting pastries and a large bag of melon seeds, then beckoned warmly to Su Baier across the way.
Junior sister Su. I've got some delicious osmanthus cakes and spirit gourd seeds here, wanna come over and try some? Yes. No.
Su Baier nodded instinctively, then shook her head hastily, her face twisted in conflict.
Senior sister Tang, we're opponents now. I can't eat your food. Oh, it's no big deal, no big deal.
Tang Linger's smile grew even brighter as she lowered her voice mysteriously.
I've got exclusive contact info for tons of hot guys. Including junior brother Yi and junior brother Fang. How about we eat and chat? Really? Senior sister Tang, you can't be lying to me.
Su Baier's eyes lit up astonishingly.
With a cheer, she abandoned Fang Zhijian without hesitation and skipped gleefully toward Tang Linger.
Fang Zhijian watched his junior sister get so easily lured away by a few plates of pastries and handsome guy intel, his mouth twitching slightly.
For a moment, he didn't know what expression to make. Fang Wudao was equally speechless. The eldest senior sister was too calculating.
No wonder she volunteered to take on Su Baier as her opponent earlier.
Turns out she never intended to fight at all. Fine.
So the four of us guys are here fighting tooth and nail, while you two ladies sit on the sidelines cracking sunflower seeds, watching the show, and exchanging tips on chasing handsome guys, huh?
What happened to gender equality? What happened to the bond of close-knit senior and junior siblings? Senior sister, doesn't your conscience hurt? Fang Wudao and Fang Zhijian locked eyes across the table.
Both saw the same helplessness in each other's gaze and a hint of shared sympathy. The fierce, confrontational battle aura from moments ago had now vanished without a trace.
Tang Linger spread out the mat and pulled the excited Su Baier to sit down. Seeing the two still standing there dumbfounded, she couldn't help but urge them. What are you two still standing there for? Get fighting already. Make it exciting, otherwise, this is boring. Senior sister, shut up and eat your snacks. Fang Wudao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Watching a show while urging the performers on and offering commentary? Fang Zhijian took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. His expression grew solemn once more.
I've heard that junior brother Fang has achieved considerable mastery in the art of thunder magic. Today, though I am but a humble practitioner, I would like to test my skills against your thunder magic.
Would you be so kind?
Not long ago, Lei Xiao of Thundercliff had taken the initiative to test Fang Wudao, only to be easily defeated by Fang's thunder techniques, an incident that caused quite a stir.
Many had secretly mocked Thundercliff's thunder techniques, dismissing them as nothing special. As Thundercliff's foremost disciple, Fang Zhijian naturally sought to restore their honor. Otherwise, how could Thundercliff still claim the title of Wei Kingdom's foremost thunder magic sect? You wish to compete with me in thunder techniques? Fang Wudao's expression turned rather peculiar. He understood the opponent's intent perfectly well, but this choice was truly unwise. If he fell to his sword, others might merely sigh at his inferior skill. But to lose to him, a disciple of the sword sect, in the very art of thunder magic they prided themselves on? The blow to Thundercliff's reputation would be devastating. Junior brother Fang misunderstands. I merely saw an opportunity and wished to spar with you on thunder magic. In the true contest later, you will naturally revert to your most proficient sword techniques. Fang Zhijian explained. His duel with Fang Wudao over thunder techniques was solely to salvage Thundercliff's honor, not to gain an unfair advantage. After all, Fang Wudao was a disciple of the sword sect. Demanding he rely solely on thunder magic to settle their contest would be laughable. Spreading such a rumor would bring no honor. It would only deepen the world's contempt for Thundercliff. Senior brother Fang, my mastery of thunder techniques may not be exceptional, but it's certainly not weak either. Are you sure you really want to spar with me using thunder techniques? Fang Wudao offered a well-meaning reminder. Chapter 81, he's not some little cutie.
Fang Zhijian could easily discern the hidden meaning in Fang Wudao's words. He feared that if Fang Zhijian lost to Thunder Cliff, it would only compound their disgrace. For a moment, he felt both exasperated and amused.
This Fang Wudao was simply too arrogant.
Thunder Cliff specialized in thunder magic, their research far surpassing other sects. Yet Fang Wudao, merely a sword sect disciple who dabbled in thunder magic, actually believed he could defeat a disciple of the Thunder Dao sect who specialized in it?
How utterly contemptuous. Fang, please. Fang Zhijian said no more, raising his hand in a gesture.
Though anger simmered within, his composure remained impeccable, embodying the bearing of a chief disciple from a great sect. Very well then, senior brother Fang, be careful.
Fang Wudao smiled faintly, abandoning further persuasion.
If the other insisted on competing in thunder techniques, then he could not be blamed.
Zzzzzzz.
A piercing crackle of electricity erupted suddenly. Blinding silver lightning serpents erupted without warning from all around Fang Wudao, their frenzied in pure thunderous power spreading outward. The sheer intensity caused the surrounding air to sizzle and crackle.
The composure on Fang Zhijian's face instantly froze, transforming into a look of utter disbelief. A master's skill reveals itself in a single move. The mastery of thunder techniques and the purity of the thunderous power Fang Wudao displayed now far exceeded his expectations. This was far beyond what an ordinary dual cultivator could achieve. No wonder Lei Xiao had fallen so easily at his hands. On the high platform, representatives from various factions erupted in a stir. What are they doing? Is Fang Wudao actually going to compete with Fang Zhijian in thunder techniques?
Yeah, this is just too strange. I heard that Fang Wudao, this sword cultivation prodigy, once defeated a fairly strong disciple from Thunder Cliff with a single strike of thunder magic.
I guess Fang Zhijian is trying to get revenge. What's the point of this? Fang Zhijian, the lightning arts prodigy, can't possibly lose to Fang Wudao, the sword arts prodigy. Of course not. After exchanging a few lightning techniques, Fang Wudao will surely draw his sword.
But seriously, Fang Wudao is clearly a sword prodigy.
Why waste his time learning thunder techniques? It's a waste of his talent. Who knows? Maybe that's just how geniuses are capricious.
Fang Chenlei, deputy sect leader of Thundercliff Peak, stroked his beard and chuckled.
I never imagined Tianjin sect's education was so comprehensive.
To even guide disciples in cultivating thunder magic.
I'm truly impressed. Going head to head, he might not feel confident.
But when it came to thunder magic, Thundercliff claimed second place, no one dared claim first.
Of course, that wasn't the point.
The point was that Fang Wudao, this sword cultivation prodigy, had actually wasted time cultivating thunder techniques as a secondary discipline. This meant he must have reduced his cultivation in the sword path.
Thus, his threat level must have diminished considerably.
With the three great geniuses of the Heavenly Sword sect now weakened, Yi Guxing suppressed by Li Guan, Tang Linger a pure slacker, and Fang Wudao distracted by thunder cultivation, the Heavenly Sword sect's defeat is all but certain.
His earlier unease and worries seem to have been unnecessary.
Nothing but needless worry. Duanju baby from the Overlord Sword sect blinked her big eyes, her doll-like face brimming with astonishment. Are the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect really this idle?
Do they have time to ponder this stuff between sword practice sessions?
Over at the Heavenly Sword sect, several high-ranking members exchanged bewildered glances.
When did that Fang Wudao fellow learn thunder techniques?
I did hear some rumors earlier about Fang Wudao defeating disciples from Thunder Cliff using thunder techniques, but I dismissed it as mere gossip.
Elder Pang muttered. Who would believe such an outrageous story? Yet here it was, proven true.
Elder Su felt dizzy.
Wait, what exactly has Fang Wudao been doing these past 3 months? He couldn't possibly have devoted all his efforts to mastering thunder techniques, could he? He felt like he was about to spit blood. Fang Wudao's talent in the sword path was so extraordinary.
Instead of honing his sword skills, he went off learning some thunder magic.
Has this kid lost his mind?
If I had such sword talent, I'd never put my sword down.
But Fang Wudao? He just keeps surprising us. No, these are scares. The sect leader stared at Lin Qingyi in utter bewilderment. Junior sister Lin, didn't you say Fang Wudao had been diligently cultivating all this time? And by seriously cultivating, you mean abandoning swordsmanship to focus solely on thunder magic?
Lin Qingyi was both shocked and furious, her snow-white peaks heaving violently as she clenched her teeth.
That good-for-nothing Fang Wudao.
He did say he'd been devoting himself to cultivation these past few days.
Lin Qingyi was furious.
That rotten brat Fang Wudao had deceived her again. No wonder when I asked about his progress in swordsmanship, he stammered that he'd made no headway.
So, he's been wasting all his time on thunder magic. You're a sword cultivation prodigy. Day after day, instead of diligently practicing sword techniques, you go and study thunder magic? Calm down, junior sister Lin.
Elder Pang, though surprised himself, spoke objectively. Fang Wudao's cultivation broke through from mid-jade liquid realm all the way to Falstan realm.
That proves he hasn't been slacking off. Perhaps, this is what sets geniuses apart? Multitasking, yet advancing equally in both pursuits?
By the end, even his own tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Elder Su shook his head with a sigh. Ah, truly, comparison is the thief of joy. We toil endlessly mastering a single art and still feel time is insufficient, yet he has the leisure to study thunder magic. If only he possessed such talent, he'd wake up smiling every single day. The sect master pondered for a moment before soothingly saying, Sis Lin, perhaps Fang Wudao is merely acting on a passing whim. Youthful curiosity and a thirst for novelty are common traits. After the martial arts competition concludes, you should have a proper talk with him and guide him back to focusing on the sword path. After all, what genius who has grasped the essence of sword momentum would abandon the sword for thunder? Precisely, echoed Elder Pang. Young people are naturally curious. Once the novelty wears off, he'll naturally return to the sword path. There's no need to be overly critical. Fang Wudao possessed such a reckless temperament. The more you force him, the stronger his rebellious streak may become. A softer approach is needed. With everyone speaking thus, what else could Lin Qingyi do? She could only snort coldly and say, I'll have a talk with him later. I hope that kid doesn't get too obsessed with thunder techniques. Obsessed? Hardly. What genius who's grasped the essence of swordsmanship would abandon it to study thunder magic exclusively? Elder Su chuckled. Fang Wudao isn't some little cutie. How could he possibly do something so absurd? Exactly. Could he possibly comprehend the essence of thunder magic in such a short time? Elder Pang chuckled as well. The sect master stroked his beard and nodded. Impossible. Lin Qingyi watched them, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The more you say this, the more anxious I feel. Given her understanding of Fang Wudao, this kid might just pull off something truly shocking. Chapter 82, Learning on the Spot. Within the secret realm, lightning danced and thunder rumbled faintly. Seeing Fang Zhijian show no intention of striking first, Fang Wudao wasted no time. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he launched his attack. Boom! A furious bolt of lightning, as bright as a silver dragon and thick as a child's arm, crashed down from the sky, striking directly toward Fang Zhijian. Facing this sudden and vicious strike, Fang Zhijian let out a low growl. His palms snapped together, and a dazzling lightning aura erupted around him, forming a solid protective barrier. He chose not to dodge or evade, instead taking the blow head-on. Lightning danced wildly, electric serpents surged forth, and though Fang Zhijian's form wavered slightly, he steadied himself. When the lightning dissipated, he remained completely unscathed. Fang Zhijian's thunder techniques are truly extraordinary. The lightning in Fang Zhijian's eyes grew even brighter, like two blazing white lamps. His voice deepened as he declared, Now, please witness Thunder Cliff's thunderclap shatter. Prepare yourself. With that, he pointed his fingers like a sword, thrusting forward. Whoosh! A blindingly white bolt of lightning erupted, its speed far surpassing the thunder strike Fang Wudao had unleashed earlier. It seemed to arrive the instant the thought arose. Lightning flared beneath Fang Wudao's feet as his figure slid sideways like a ghostly apparition, narrowly evading the strike. The thunderbolt sliced past the hem of his robe, instantly piercing an ancient tree behind him, a trunk so thick it took two men to embrace it, leaving behind a hole with charred edges and wisps of smoke rising from it. Its power was terrifying. To integrate the power of thunder into one's footwork, Fang Wudao's mastery of thunder techniques is truly extraordinary. Fang Zhijian's praise flowed from his lips, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. His fingers flicked rapidly, unleashing a torrent of condensed thunderbolts like a sudden storm. Instantly, the forest seemed filled with countless blinding white flashes, weaving into a deadly net of destruction. Fang Wudao's figure twisted and turned within the blinding lightning flashes, appearing perilously close to disaster. Wherever he passed, vast swaths of trees suffered, easily pierced by the lightning bolts, charred and reduced to scorched fragments. Truly worthy of the title of senior brother using thunderbolt strikes, with almost no pause between them. Indeed. Even with my abilities, a single thunderclap strike requires time to build up power. Fang Wudao is no slouch either to wield thunder's power so masterfully, propelling himself with such speed. One attacks, one defends, utterly breathtaking. Who will show weakness first? It'll definitely be Fang Wudao. Prolonged defense is bound to falter. Besides, senior brother hasn't even unleashed his true techniques yet. The disciples of Thunder Cliff watched in awe, gasping in astonishment. Such a brilliant and intense clash of thunder techniques was rarely seen in ordinary times. Fourth brother, do you think Fang Wudao can defeat Fang Zhijian with his thunder techniques? Huang Linfu watched with bated breath, unable to resist whispering the question. If Fang Wudao resorted to sword techniques, he had no doubt about the outcome. But now it was a pure clash of thunder techniques, and that was another matter entirely. Huang Linfeng's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield as he pondered. Senior brother Fang specializes in sword techniques, while also cultivating the way of the sword and comprehending sword momentum. He has poured countless efforts and energy into mastering these two disciplines. To suggest he could surpass Fang Zhijian, who specializes in thunder techniques, it sounds like a fool's fantasy. But his tone shifted, becoming uncertain. Senior brother Fang is too composed, too confident. Facing the chief disciple of Thunder Cliff's fierce assault, he seems almost at ease, observing and learning. I can't shake the feeling he might just pull off a miracle.
Huang Linfeng recalled Fang Wudao's unfathomable late-stage second-tier sword momentum.
Such a prodigy could never be measured by ordinary standards.
Huang Linfeng nodded in deep agreement.
On the battlefield, Fang Jijian, unable to break through after prolonged assault, furrowed his brow slightly. Just as he prepared to change tactics and unleash a more powerful thunder technique, his pupils suddenly contracted. Across the battlefield, Fang Wudao, who had just dodged a bolt of lightning, was mimicking his own technique, pointing his fingers together. Crack! A thunderclap breaks slightly rougher, its light less condensed and brilliant than his own, yet remarkably similar in form, speed, and even the fluctuations of its thunderous power burst forth from Fang Wudao's fingertips, hurtling toward him.
How is this possible? Fang Jijian cried out in shock, his mind churning with disbelief. The thunderclap strike was a secret technique passed down within Thundercliff's sect. How could he have learned it? Could it be Fang Wudao had secretly stolen our sect's techniques? No. The thought was instantly dismissed. For Fang Wudao's thunderclap break, while resembling the form, lacked its essence. Its execution was slightly clumsy and awkward, clearly a crude imitation. He learned it on the spot? After merely observing a few times and exchanging blows briefly, he could mimic it to this degree? What terrifyingly sharp comprehension! Moreover, his grasp of thunder techniques must be profound indeed. Fang Jijian's mind was shaken to its core. The look he gave Fang Wudao was like staring at a monster. If Fang Wudao knew what he was thinking, he would surely chuckle to himself. He wasn't some peerless genius of thunder magic at all. He'd merely used his mind-reading technique to glimpse a few secrets of the opponent's spiritual energy circulation, then imitated them using his own already exceptionally strong foundation in thunder magic. But Fang Jijian had no clue. In his eyes, Fang Wudao was nothing short of a god. To steal his thunder techniques after only brief observation and study, what a prodigy. The crowd on the high platform felt the same way. They all stared at Fang Wudao in utter disbelief, their shock palpable. Thundercliff's thunderclap shatter, he just figured it out by watching? Unbelievable. This boy is a natural-born Thunder Dao Saint body. With such innate talent for thunder techniques, why bother practicing swordsmanship? It's putting the cart before the horse. Ahem, one shouldn't speak so rashly. After all, Fang Wudao has grasped the essence of sword momentum. He possesses considerable talent in the way of the sword. Of course, if I were his master, I'd make him abandon swords for thunder. Such thunder talent, if wasted, it'd invite heavenly retribution. Duanmu Baobao, deputy sect leader of the Overlord Blade sect, gaped in astonishment, her childlike face agape. No way. Are disciples of your heavenly sword sect really this skilled in thunder arts? Fang Qianlei, deputy sect leader of Thunder Cliff, also wore a look of astonishment. Fang Wudao's lightning talent was simply too formidable. To leave such a prodigious disciple at the heavenly sword sect was nothing short of squandering a heavenly gift. A gleam of calculation flashed in his eyes as he began plotting how to lure Fang Wudao to Thunder Cliff. On the high platform of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Elder Su nearly yanked out his own beard. He learned it just by watching twice? Fang Wudao's talent in thunder magic is truly terrifying? Just moments ago, they'd been debating how Fang Wudao, with such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, could possibly abandon the sword path to cultivate thunder magic. But now, Elder Su was panicking. In such a short time, he had successfully stolen one of Thunder Cliff's signature thunder techniques. In the future, Fang Wudao might very well focus solely on thunder magic. Whoa! Elder Pang sucked in a sharp breath. No way. No way. Our Tianjian sect's sword cultivation prodigy, he's not seriously going to switch to thunder cultivation, is he? The sect master's voice was stern. Nonsense. With Fang Wudao's innate talent for swordsmanship, how could we possibly let him abandon it? Outsiders might not know, but they were well aware, Fang Wudao's sword momentum had already reached the second realm. He was a sword arts prodigy the Tianjian sect had not seen in hundreds, even thousands of years. How could they possibly let him switch to thunder cultivation? Yet, after pondering for a moment, the sect leader couldn't help but add. Yet his innate talent in thunder arts is truly extraordinary. To let that potential go to waste, it would be a shame. Perhaps in time, we could explore the path of cultivating both sword and thunder arts? If possible, the sect master still hoped Fang Wudao would focus solely on the sword path. After all, they were a sword sect. But Fang Wudao's talent in thunder magic was undeniably exceptional. Not in the slightest inferior to swordsmanship. Therefore, he could only compromise and allow Fang Wudao to cultivate both lightning and swordsmanship. Lin Qingyi felt utterly numb. Watching the disciple in the water mirror continuously unleash thunderclap strikes, she was overcome by a wave of helplessness. She had been worried he might do something truly astonishing. Little did she know, her prediction had come true. She knew it. How could this disciple of hers not cause trouble? Wait a moment. Lin Qingyi suddenly recalled that Fang Wudao had originally joined her school through his boxing skills, and an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. First, he abandoned fists for swords. Now he's abandoned swords for thunder magic. This kid. Could it be? No way. Could it be that he's interested in every cultivation path, only to grow bored once he masters it and move on to something new? An ominous foreboding rose within Lin Qingyi's heart. Chapter 83, Defeating.
Within the secret realm, Fang Zhijian watched with bated breath as Fang Wudao's imitation thunderclap grew increasingly polished and fierce, its power rivaling the original. He knew he absolutely couldn't let him continue learning like this. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to hold nothing back. Spiritual energies surged wildly within him. Fang Zhijian formed a complex and profound seal with both hands, and lightning flares erupted violently around his body.
Fang Zhijian, take this thunder dragon shatter.
Roar! Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, several colossal thunder dragons, formed entirely from raging lightning, surged skyward from behind Fang Zhijian. These thunder dragons, scales and claws exposed, eyes blazing with lightning, descended from all directions toward Fang Wudao with terrifying, all-consuming destructive force. Their might far surpassed the previous thunderclapbreaker, and their coverage was extremely wide, nearly sealing off all evasion space. Facing this terrifying assault, Fang Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. His hands moved swiftly, unleashing countless fine, dancing silver-white lightning serpents from between his fingers. These snakes of lightning rapidly intertwined in the air, solidifying into tangible chains of thunder that crackled and snapped as they coiled precisely around the charging thunder dragons. Crackle, crackle. The lightning chains collided violently with the thunder dragon, producing teeth-grinding friction and explosive booms. Under the thunder dragon's frantic struggles, the chains flickered erratically, sparks flying everywhere. Clearly, they could not restrain the thunder dragon for long.
But this brief delay granted Fang Wudao a fleeting opportunity.
Lightning flickered beneath his feet as his figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Rather than retreating, he advanced, seizing the instant the thunder dragon was bound by the chains to charge directly at Fang Zhijian's true form. His speed was so great it left a trail of after-images.
Fang Zhijian seemed to have anticipated this.
Facing the rapidly approaching Fang Wudao, a smug smile of triumph curled his lips as he shifted the formation in his hands.
Boom!
A soft crack echoed as the Fang Zhijian standing in place abruptly became ethereal, dissolving into a swirling mass of restless lightning revealing itself to be a lifelike lightning escape clone.
Boom! The clone exploded.
Lightning surged outward in all directions, knocking Fang Wudao off balance as he staggered backward several steps.
How could Fang Zhijian miss this chance? He appeared ghost-like behind and to the side of Fang Wudao, his palm gathering a terrifyingly compressed thunderball. He slammed it viciously into Fang Wudao's exposed back. It's over. Yet, just as he believed victory was certain, another unexpected twist occurred. Fang Wudao's figure blurred, and with another thunderous crack, he dissolved into a flickering mass of lightning. What? The smile on Fang Zhijian's face froze instantly, replaced by utter horror and disbelief. When did he secretly learn the lightning clone technique? Boom! The clone exploded once more. But this time, it was Fang Zhijian who lost his balance. Put! A colossal force slammed into his back without any flourish, the savage thunder energy instantly surging through his body. Fang Zhijian didn't even have time to react.
Darkness flooded his vision as his internal organs seemed to shift out of place.
He coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew forward like a crashing heavily to the ground. Silence fell over the entire arena.
Only the few uncontrolled thunder dragons and the gradually dissipating lightning chains emitted their final, reluctant crackling moans.
Fang Wudao remained serene.
Under the gaze of mind-reading technique, every movement of Fang Zhijian held no secrets. As for why he had mastered the lightning clone so swiftly. First, he had previously stolen the technique of thunderclap shatter, giving him a basic understanding of Thundercliff's lightning arts. Moreover, his thunder clone was merely a crude imitation, lacking much in the way of facial expressions. Even its movements were somewhat stiff.
Fang Zhijian fell for it because he only saw the back.
Moreover, he never imagined Fang Wudao could successfully steal the lightning clone technique in such a short time.
Senior brother, lost? Impossible. How could senior brother possibly lose to a sword sect disciple in thunder arts? It's over. It's over. Thundercliff will never hold its head high again. It's not senior brother's fault. It's Fang Wudao, he's too cunning. He secretly mastered our Thundercliff's thunder clone technique. Exactly. Senior brother was just careless. If they fought seriously, he couldn't possibly lose. The disciples of Thundercliff couldn't believe their eyes. Could this really be happening? With their composure shattered, many instinctively began making excuses. Is this real? Fang Zhijian from Thundercliff actually lost to Fang Wudao from the Heavenly Sword sect? This time, Thundercliff has truly lost all face. TSK. If they can't even beat a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect, I wonder if Thundercliff's disciples will still dare to call themselves the top thunder mages in Wei Kingdom. It's mostly because Fang Wudao is just too freaking overpowered. He's clearly a sword cultivator, yet he possesses such absurd talent in thunder magic. Fang Zhijian was just unlucky to face him. The onlookers from the noble families and the disciples of the Overlord Sword sect were equally stunned. No one could have imagined that Fang Zhijian, the chief disciple of Thundercliff, would actually lose to a sword sect disciple who also cultivated thunder magic. This Fang Wudao, he's simply too strong to be human. Huang Linfu trembled as he spoke. Sword techniques, blade techniques, thunder techniques, he excels in all three. Terrifying. At this moment, he felt even more fortunate that he hadn't completely antagonized Fang Wudao. Otherwise, weeds would likely be growing on his grave by now. Defeating Thunder Cliff with thunder techniques, then utterly outclassing the Overlord Sword Sect with his swordplay and simultaneously mastering the essence of sword momentum. Huang Linfeng shook his head in disbelief. If not without successor, he is certainly without predecessor. Mastering all three arts, excelling in each to the pinnacle. No, it should be said, each is the absolute pinnacle. Even without knowing the exact realm of Fang Wudao's sword intent, Huang Linfeng had already silently acknowledged him as the absolute best. Without reason, just blindly so. On the high platform, gasps of astonishment rose in waves. Though they all agreed Fang Wudao's thunder magic talent was monstrously gifted, no one believed Fang Wudao could actually defeat Fang Zhijian. After all, as the chief disciple of Thunder Cliff, Fang Zhijian's innate talent and strength were also top tier. And while Fang Wudao possessed remarkable talent as a disciple of the Sword Sect, he simply hadn't had the time to delve deeply into thunder techniques, let alone master them at the highest level. Defeating Fang Zhijian was nearly impossible. At least not now. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Fang Wudao not only won, he won spectacularly. Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Sword Sect gasped in astonishment. This Fang Wudao, first he learned Thunderclap Shatter, then Thunder Clone. If he keeps fighting, won't he master every technique Thunder Cliff has to offer? Hearing this, Fang Qianlei's face darkened further beside him. Yet the look in his eyes as he gazed at Fang Wudao grew even more yearning. Such a precious gem, such a prodigy. He belongs to Thunder Cliff. The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, meanwhile, felt both joy and concern. Fang Wudao's astonishing innate talent in thunder techniques naturally delighted them. Yet deep down, they couldn't help but worry that Fang Wudao would now dedicate himself entirely to the path of thunder techniques, neglecting his sword arts. Chapter 84, Peak Form. Within the secret realm, the air seemed to freeze solid. Only the lingering echoes of thunder crackled through the void, whispering of the mind-bending duel that had just unfolded. Fang Zhijian braced himself with his hands on the ground, knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He cleared his throat several times, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. More crimson trickled from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the scorched earth before him, spreading into a glaring stain. Gazing at Fang Wudao, who stood calmly not far away, Fang Zhijian's eyes held a complex mix of emotion, shock, unwillingness, and defeat, all ultimately crystallizing into bitterness. He, the leader of the young generation at Thunder Cliff, had been defeated head-on in his most prized domain, thunder magic, by a sword cultivator using pure thunder magic. What utter humiliation! Senior brother! Su Baier gasped, abandoning her sunflower seeds and admiration for the handsome man. Frantically, she shoved a handful of spirit seeds into Tang Linger's hands, who had been watching the spectacle. A fragrant breeze followed her as she instantly flashed beside Fang Zhijian, pulling him to his feet. Senior brother, are you alright? I have the Jade Dew pill bestowed by our master, and spirit melon seeds. Would you like some to help you recover? Fang Zhijian, abruptly pulled to his feet, watched his junior sister's sincere yet slightly silly concern. The knot in his heart inexplicably loosened a little. He gave a wry smile, took the pill, and shook his head. Thank you, junior sister. The spirit melon seeds. I'll pass. As the pill dissolved and its potency surged through him, Fang Zhijian finally suppressed the turbulent qi and blood within his body. He pushed away Su Baier's supporting hand and steadied himself on his own. His gaze returned to Fang Wudao, now more solemn and earnest than ever before. Fang Wudao, Fang Zhijian's voice was now hoarse. In this exchange of thunder techniques, I have lost. I concede wholeheartedly. He conceded defeat with complete candor, without a trace of hesitation. This courage to admit defeat and take responsibility earned him silent nods of admiration from many nearby. Truly worthy of being the chief disciple of a great sect, his bearing was truly captivating. Yet, the moment his words fell, the aura surrounding him abruptly shifted. Our previous contest was confined solely to thunder techniques. Therefore, Fang refrained from employing my true power. Fang Zhijian's gaze sharpened. But what follows will no longer be a trivial sparring match. For the reputation of our sect and for my own Dao heart, I, Fang, will hold nothing back. Boom! A colossal will descended far deeper, far more terrifying than before, as if summoning the very might of heaven and earth. A late-stage thunder technique erupted without restraint. In an instant, centered on Fang Zhijian, space within dozens of zhang twisted, transforming completely into a violent realm of thunder. The azure lightning arcs ceased being mere stray energies, they came alive, transforming into dozens of thunder dragons imbued with fury and destructive intent. They coiled around him, hissing and roaring. The air grew heavy and oppressive, thick with an aura of divine wrath and annihilation. Disciples watching from afar felt their breath catch, their minds and spirits shaken, as if the very next second, a world-ending thunderbolt would strike. The Fang Zhijian standing there now was a completely different man from the one who had merely competed in lightning technique moments before. Standing there, he embodied the very essence of thunder, majestic, frenzied, utterly inviolable. Senior brother is going all out. Late stage first tier cultivation. This is senior brother's true power. Earlier was merely a contest of technique. Now, it's a full-fledged battle. Fang Wudao, it ends here. Even with his extraordinary talent in thunder techniques, he stands no chance against this overwhelming gap in power. The disciples of Cliff seemed injected with adrenaline, snapping out of their stunned silence and erupting into excited shouts. To them, the earlier defeat had been merely an accident. Once the senior disciple unleashed his true power, the outcome was undeniable. Above the high platform, waves of excitement rippled through the gathered factions. Late stage first tier cultivation. Fang Zhijian is finally unleashing his true power. Now we're talking. Relying purely on thunder technique for the duel before was ultimately sacrificing strengths for weaknesses. Under the crushing force of momentum, even with Fang Wudao's divine insight and masterful techniques, he'd be like a bird trapped in mud, hardly able to make a move. After all, he can't exactly steal momentum on the spot, can he? The outcome is decided. To force Fang Zhijian to resort to the power of momentum with mere thunder techniques, Fang Wudao may have lost, but he fought with honor. Fang Qianlei, deputy patriarch of Thundercliff, finally eased his grim expression slightly and gave a faint nod. This was the bearing befitting the Thundercliff's foremost disciple. Brute force overcomes all tricks before absolute mastery, any clever maneuver is futile. Duanmu Baobao, deputy sect leader of the Overlord Blade sect, blinked her large eyes and tilted her head toward the Sky Sword sect side, her tone tinged with curiosity. Hey, just how far along is your precious little treasure in mastering sword momentum? If his skill isn't up to par, he's really going to get beaten this time. No need for deputy sect leader Duanmu to worry about that. Elder Pang chuckled. The others remained equally composed. Since it had come to this, they saw no point in pretending. They simply waited for Fang Wudao to draw his sword. How could these men remain so calm? Duanmu Baobao and Fang Qianlei both felt their hearts skip a beat. It seemed Fang Wudao's sword momentum realm was far from ordinary. It was highly likely he had also reached the late stage of the first level, powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with Fang Zhijian. This kid, is he that formidable? Duanmu Baobao's childish face was filled with astonishment. Before coming to the Heavenly Sword sect for the three sects martial arts debate, she had never heard of Fang Wudao. Unexpectedly, not only could he defeat Fang Zhijian with his thunder techniques, but his sword cultivation was also terrifyingly formidable. Truly, the young generation is formidable. Fang Qianlei shared similar thoughts, his expression turning grave once more. He had assumed Fang Wudao's talent in thunder techniques far surpassed his sword cultivation, but now it seemed this youth possessed considerable aptitude in the sword path as well. Still, he remained convinced that victory lay with their Thundercliff faction. Facing Fang Zhijian, whose overwhelming might resembled the descent of a thunder god, Fang Wudao remained as calm and composed as ever. He even had the leisure to appraise Fang Zhijian, remarking, "Senior brother Fang, this can't be your full strength, can it?" Through his mind-reading technique, Fang Wudao could clearly see a strand of exceptionally unique, ancient-scented thunder energy deep within Fang Zhijian's dantian. Junior brother Fang truly is no ordinary man. He can even sense the thunder bloodline that has just begun to awaken within me. Fang Zhijian paused slightly, his eyes widening with astonishment before deepening into profound admiration. Your spiritual perception and innate talent in the way of thunder, truly, leave one envious beyond words. After a moment, he said solemnly, "Since brother Fang wishes to witness my true, full-strength form, then I shall grant your wish." Screech. Roar. It sounded like thousands of thunderbirds shrieking in unison, or the roar of a primordial thunder dragon. The thunder coiling around Fang Zhijian suddenly surged with tenfold ferocity, its hue shifting from a bluish-white to a deeper, more majestic purple gold. An ancient mark, seemingly etched from pure thunder itself, slowly emerged from his brow. It shone brilliantly, radiating an unparalleled majesty that commanded all thunder. Chapter 85, The Second Tier. Is that a divine seal? A young noble's voice trembled as he spoke. Isn't the Dharma seal something one attempts to condense only after reaching the perfected Dan stage? Fang Zhijian is clearly still only at the false Dan realm. How could he condense a thunder Dharma seal? It's bloodline power. He's awakened an incredibly potent thunder bloodline. This is the primordial seal manifested by his bloodline power. Thunder bloodline? The bloodline left behind by that legendary thunder Dao master? Doesn't that mean Fang Zhijian could cultivate all the way to the Dharma seal realm without hitting any bottlenecks? Damn it! I don't even have absolute confidence in my own, yet he can leap straight to the realm. Seems we laughed too soon. Fang Zhijian is also an extraordinarily powerful genius. In stark contrast, the disciples of Thundercliff erupted in ecstatic cheers, their shouts deafening. Senior brother is unbeatable. See that? This is the true heir of Thundercliff. With the Thunderblood lineage's blessing, senior brother's strength won't be any weaker than Li Guanyi and Yi Gushing at the peak of the first layer. In fact, he'll be even stronger. This year's three sects martial contest Thundercliff is the true victor. On the elevated platform, influential figures from all factions could no longer remain seated, their gasps of astonishment rising in waves. The rumors were true. Fang Zhijian has indeed awakened the bloodline of the Thunder Dao Master. This is extraordinary. Fang Zhijian's future achievements will likely be boundless. TSK. A natural-born seal realm prodigy. And virtually unmatched among his peers. Thunder Cliff, they've been hiding their depth well. What a Fang Yijin! What a Thunder Cliff! Representatives from the major clans stared with unmistakable envy and jealousy.
Many among them, and even their elders, were stuck at the condensing realm, unable to advance further, with the seal realm seeming impossibly distant. Yet Fang Zhijian's path lay perfectly paved before him. How could this not stir complex emotions? You bastard, Fang Qianlei. When we discussed cooperation earlier, you never mentioned Fang Zhijian had awakened the Thunder bloodline. Fang Wudao of the Overlord Blade sect spoke with a sharp edge, her childlike face flushed with anger. She had believed the Ba Dao sect held absolute initiative in the partnership, never expecting the other side to conceal such a trump card. Deputy sect leader Duanmu, please calm your anger, Fang Qianlei replied with sincere honesty. As one who cultivates the Yin Thunder arts, my methods inevitably tend toward the devious. Moreover, our Thunder Cliff's advantage isn't particularly significant. Though my nephew Fang Zhijian has awakened the Thunder bloodline, his cultivation is ultimately too weak to wield much power.
His endurance is also severely limited. Truthfully, among the three factions, Thunder Cliff is the weakest. This was not mere evasion, it was the plain truth. If Li Guanyi of the Overlord Blade sect did not engage Yi Gushing of the Heavenly Sword sect, Thunder Cliff would find itself in an extremely awkward position. Fang Zhijian, briefly channeling his bloodline power, might temporarily dominate the battlefield, but he couldn't swiftly defeat either Li Guanyi or Yi Gushing. Once the time limit passed and he reverted to his original state, Thunder Cliff would most likely be eliminated outright, losing its chance to compete for first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly contacted the Overlord Blade sect to collaborate. Only by throwing the situation into chaos would Thunder Cliff have a chance at victory. Deputy sect leader Fang, as calculating as ever.
Elder Pang snorted coldly, his expression darkening.
Seeing senior brother Pang eager to taunt Fang Qianlei, Elder Su promptly chimed in, his voice dripping with venom. Fang Zhijian bears the bloodline seal, his might is unmatched within the first realm. Who could possibly stand against him?
It seems no one can blunt his edge. The sect master's expression grew solemn as he slowly nodded.
Unless a prodigiously gifted individual emerges who has grasped the second realm's momentum. But how improbable is that? The last time such a figure appeared in the martial arts competition was a tale from 700 or 800 years ago. Lin Qingyi watched her three senior brothers play their double act, forcing her pretty face into a tight expression, afraid she might accidentally laugh out loud and reveal the secrets of heaven. The outcome remains undecided, nothing is certain yet. Fang Qianlei struggled to maintain composure, yet the confident smile in the depths of his eyes remained utterly unmasked. The current situation had indeed tilted in favor of Thunder Cliff. The battle between Li Guanyi and Yi Gushing had reached a fever pitch. Regardless of who emerged victorious, both sides would suffer. Fang Zhijian could easily harness the power of his bloodline to first defeat Fang Wudao, then reap the benefits as the third party. Within the secret realm, Fang Wudao's gaze swept across the distant battlefield. The battlefield where Yi Gushing and Li Guanyi fought lay in utter ruin. Both men were drenched in blood, their vital energy fluctuating wildly. Clearly, they were both nearing their limits. Moments later, his gaze returned to Fang Zhijian, whose aura had reached its zenith. He spoke calmly. This farce should end now. He had been willing to play along with Fang Zhijian for so long for two reasons. First, to witness the exquisite thunder techniques of Thunder Cliff and validate his own mastery. Second, to give Yi Gushing ample time to vent his excess battle fervor, sparing him from constantly fixating on him. Now that both objectives were achieved, he saw no reason to waste further time. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry, like the phoenix's cry piercing the heavens, suddenly echoed across the land, instantly drowning out all the thunderous roars and clashes of battle. This sword cry seemed imbued with a strange, magical power. Both Li Guanyi and Yi Gushing, locked in fierce combat, felt their minds and spirits violently shaken. Unconsciously, they both abruptly halted their attacks, leaped backward, and whipped their heads around to look toward the source of the cry. Li Guanyi's sword-wielding hand faltered slightly, his face etched with bewilderment and unease. From that single sword cry, he sensed a tremor deep within his soul and dread? How could this be possible? The opponent was merely an unknown nobody he had never taken seriously. Yi Gushing, meanwhile, frowned deeply, his burning eyes flashing with displeasure and irritation. He was in the thick of battle, his killing intent boiling, only to be abruptly interrupted by this sudden sword cry. This feeling was unbearably frustrating. Yet at the same time, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Senior brother Fang, are you finally getting serious? Fang Zhijian, bearing the full brunt of it, felt every hair on his body stand on end. The sword's cry pierced his ears, as if cleaving directly into his consciousness. A bone-chilling, soul-freezing sense of mortal peril washed over him like a tidal wave. How could this be? Fang Zhijian murmured hoarsely, his pupils contracting violently. In his current state, with his thunder bloodline activated and bearing the bloodline seal, even Li Guanyi and Yi Gushing would have to give him 3 steps back. Yet facing Fang Wudao, before the sword even drew, merely that ringing sound made him feel fear deep within his bloodline.
Yes, fear. A preposterous yet uncontrollable thought began to take root in his mind. Could it be he? The next instant, his inner conjecture was validated. Boom! A terrifying pressure far more vast, profound, and irresistible than his own thunderous martial might descended upon the world like a primordial beast slumbering free and suddenly awakening. It was none other than the second-tier sword force.
Chapter 86, A Minor Wound.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
Over 90% of those present could not withstand this pressure, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing.
Their legs gave way, and they fell like cut wheat, kneeling in droves. Some were utterly pinned to the ground, unable even to lift their heads. Even Huang Linhua, who had begun to grasp the essence of momentum, now felt as if a mountain rested upon his shoulders. His knees buckled uncontrollably, and with a thud, he dropped to one knee. He could only brace himself with his hands, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to breathe.
The realm of momentum each tier a chasm apart. The pressure of second-tier momentum was an utterly crushing force against first-tier practitioners. This is the second-tier sword force? The second tier. Even the elders of the clan might not reach this realm. Who on earth is this Fang Wudao? After hundreds, even thousands of years, has such a prodigy truly emerged again in the cultivation world of our Wei Kingdom? Those forced to their knees on the ground strained every muscle to lift their heads, gazing toward the figure standing sword-wielding in the center of the arena. Their eyes brimmed with unparalleled terror and reverence, their voices trembling violently with utter dread.
Second-tier power. How is that possible? Li Guan of the Overlord Sword Sect felt his scalp tingle, nearly losing his grip on his blade. He had believed Ji Guxing, the prodigy who had mastered the peak of the first-tier sword force, to be the ace up Tianjian sect's sleeve. He never imagined that the heavenly sword sect's true trump card was Fang Wudao, who had always appeared lazy and carefree. Li Feng, watching from the shadows in the distance, trembled violently, his face as pale as paper. He had twice foolishly provoked such a terrifying existence? What was the difference between that and willingly sticking his head under a guillotine? Endless regret and dread flooded him. Yet, a strange sense of relief surfaced almost immediately to have faced such a monstrous talent twice and emerged unscathed.
I, Li Feng, seem rather formidable? Perhaps it could even become something to brag about someday? Perhaps when Fang Wudao ascends to greatness, his name, Li Feng, might be etched into the annals of history. Unlike the complex mix of awe and fear in others, Fang Jijian bearing the brunt of the sword's pressure head-on felt only the space around him solidify. Every inch of skin, every bone, screamed in agony. That terrifying sword momentum felt like billions of needles, relentlessly eroding his will, attempting to crush both his fighting spirit and his Dao heart. His lips trembled, barely able to breathe, yet deep within his eyes, the pride and resilience of Thunder Cliff's foremost disciple held him upright. Moments later, Fang Jijian bit down hard on his tongue. The searing pain forced a sharp intake of breath, his gaze hardening into unwavering resolve even tinged with a touch of desperate madness. Fang Jijian of Thunder Cliff, I humbly request your guidance. He roared lowly, channeling his activated bloodline power and late-stage thunder momentum to their absolute peak. Purple gold lightning flared wildly around him, transforming his entire being into an indomitable purple-gold thunder dragon. Burning with every ounce of power, he charged toward Fang Wudao with an unstoppable, fierce momentum. With this ultimate strike, he would measure the chasm between himself and a true peerless genius. He's a man of honor. Fang Wudao remarked indifferently, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone. Yet his own movements showed no hesitation. The long sword named Traceless vibrated lightly, and multicolored sword light flowed naturally from it. Without any earth-shattering fanfare, he merely made a casual sweeping motion with his blade. A dreamlike, dazzling rainbow of 5 colors swept lightly through the air, cutting through the void without a sound. The terrifying purple-gold thunder dragon Fang Jijian's entire strength shattered instantly upon contact with the rainbow. Like ice under the scorching sun, it collapsed and vanished without a trace. The sword rainbow continued its momentum, gently pressing against Fang Jijian's chest. Put! Blood blossomed like crimson plum blossoms, splattering through the air. Fang Jijian's charging form froze abruptly. All light in his eyes rapidly dimmed, replaced by blankness and utter disbelief. The thunderous light enveloping his body extinguished completely. The bloodline seal between his brows gradually faded. His entire being seemed drained of all strength, collapsing limply forward. One sword. A single sword strike. The Thundercliff chief, who had activated his bloodline and unleashed his full power, was defeated. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. Yet the battle was not over. Li Guani of the Overlord Blade Sect, grant me the honor of your guidance. Almost simultaneously with Fang Jijian's fall, another thunderous shout erupted. Though Li Guani was intimidated by the double-layered sword force, the pride and fighting spirit of a Baodao sect prodigy refused to let him retreat. Gripping his long blade with both hands, he unleashed every ounce of remaining spiritual energy within him, merging with the savage, domineering blade momentum. Sword and man became one, transforming into a blood-red, piercing glare that tore through the heavens and earth. With a will to fight to the death, he charged relentlessly toward Fang Wudao.
His response was met once more by that seemingly effortless, yet seemingly imbued with the laws of heaven and earth, five-colored sword rainbow. Shoo! The crimson blade shattered, the sword snapped, and the man flew backward. Li Guanyi hadn't even come within 10 zhang of Fang Wudao before meeting the same fate as Fang Zhijian. Blood gushed from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. The chief disciple of the overlord sword sect defeated. In the blink of an eye, the strongest disciples of two great sects had both been defeated by a single sword strike. Yi Guxing of the heavenly sword sect, please. Get lost. Fang Wudao shot Yi Guxing a disdainful glare. With a flick of his thoughts, the terrifying double-tier sword force enveloping the entire arena receded like a retreating tide. He could be ruthless against outsiders, but against this junior disciple from his own sect, one who fought as if his life depended on it, he dared not. Besides, Yi Guxing was already at the end of his rope. Another strike from him might truly damage his foundational cultivation. The rebuke left Yi Guxing momentarily stunned, his boiling battle intent rapidly cooling. Fang Wudao looked at him, his tone cold yet strangely motivating. Junior brother Yi, you know I never enjoy challenges from the weak. His gaze swept over Fang Zhijian and Li Guanyi, who lay sprawled on the ground, his meaning clear. Don't make me disappointed again. Senior brother Fang, rest assured. Yi Guxing, who had been feeling somewhat dejected, suddenly straightened his blood-stained spine, his voice unwavering. I will strive to catch up. I will never disappoint you again. Once I digest this newfound power, I'll break through to the second tier of sword force. Then, we can have a truly exhilarating battle. His expression brimmed with anticipation. Fang Wudao gave a slight nod, saying no more. Only then did Su Baier snap out of her daze. With a startled cry, she hurried over and struggled to help Fang Zhijian up from the ground. Senior brother, are you all right? Fang Zhijian's face was drained of color, his breath weak, yet he forced himself to maintain his composure. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Oh, that's good. Upon hearing this, Su Baier let go of him as if her task was complete. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed back to Tang Linger's side. She deftly grabbed a handful of melon seeds and resumed her interrupted business, her large eyes sparkling as she focused even more intently on admiring Fang Wudao's breathtakingly handsome features. So handsome, I love it. Yi Guxing beside her liked him too. Fang Yijian? Junior sister Su, that's not very friendly. Chapter 87, The Auction. On the high platform, an eerie, absolute silence stretched on for several breaths. All the representatives of the great families and the high-ranking elders of the sect seemed to have their throats gripped by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single sound. Duanmu Baobao, deputy sect leader of the Overlord Blade sect, eyes bulging wide, wore an expression of utter, unparalleled shock. Fang Chenlei, deputy sect leader of Thunder Cliff sect, felt his entire face twitching uncontrollably. All his scheming, smugness, and expectations had been crushed to dust beneath Fang Wudao's two casual sword strikes. He had clung to the faint hope that this youth's thunder technique talent is world-shaking, he should join our Thunder Cliff sect. But now, that hope had vanished completely. To comprehend the second-tier sword intent before even reaching the condensing stage, what terrifying sword cultivation talent was this? Not one bit inferior to his own lightning cultivation talent. Unless struck down by lightning, no one from the Heavenly Sword sect would ever dream of letting such an unparalleled genius slip through their fingers. In stark contrast to their disarray, the Heavenly Sword sect members radiated an almost overflowing sense of delight and satisfaction. Elders Pang and Su exchanged knowing winks, their mouths stretched into grins nearly reaching their ears. The sect master stroked his long beard, attempting to maintain his usual composure and ethereal demeanor. Yet, the faint tremors in his fingertips and beard, along with the unmistakable glow of satisfaction in his eyes, utterly betrayed the turmoil within. Lin Xingyi lifted her snow-white, delicate chin ever so slightly, a breathtaking curve playing at the corners of her lips. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with radiant light, brimming with pride and triumph. See that? That is my disciple. Only after a dozen breaths had passed did the silence finally break. Truly, one peak surpasses another. I had thought Fang Zhijian of Thunder Cliff awakening the Thunder bloodline was astonishing enough. Yet, who would have imagined the Heavenly Sword sect harbored such a true dragon? To comprehend the second-tier sword force before even reaching the condensing stage. What terrifying talent is this? Indeed. To achieve such insight without even strengthening his sixth senses. Once he enters the condensing stage, with both his spiritual awareness and physical body undergoing qualitative transformations, what then? Consider me, who has toiled in cultivation for over 300 years, yet has only just glimpsed the threshold of the second-tier sword momentum. Truly, it shames me to the core. With this youth, the Heavenly Sword sect's fortune will flourish for 1,000 years to come unstoppable. The very landscape of Wei Kingdom may shift because of him. The representatives of the great clans spoke with complex tones, filled with envy, jealousy, awe, and a hint of dread. Upon hearing this, Elder Pang finally burst into a thunderous laugh, his voice booming like a great bell. Ha ha ha! Fellow cultivators, you flatter him. Wudao is merely a tad more diligent than others, with just a smidge more talent, nothing to write home about, nothing at all. He still has many flaws and requires much more tempering. He must guard against arrogance and impatience. Elder Su promptly chimed in with sincere agreement. Senior brother Pang speaks wisely. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, like rowing against the current.
A momentary lead means nothing.
What matters is staying true to oneself, keeping one's feet on the ground, and never becoming arrogant or complacent. Yet his arched eyebrows and ear-to-ear grin made it sound like nothing less than a full-blown show of bragging. The Grandmaster, as always, maintained his composed demeanor, nodding slightly as he said, "The road ahead is long and arduous, yet I shall search high and low. A momentary achievement is indeed insignificant, the path before us remains long indeed."
Yet the faint tremor in his beard betrayed the excitement within. To Duanmu Baobao and Fang Qianlei, who had just endured a massive psychological shock, this modest speech sounded utterly grating. Duanmu Baobao couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically, her petite nose wrinkling as she spat out irritably. "Enough already. We get it, your Skyblade sect hit the jackpot with some god-tier prodigy. Look how cocky you've gotten.
Your tails are practically sticking straight up to the sky."
Fang Qianlei's face flushed alternately red and white before he forced a smile uglier than crying, grinding out between clenched teeth.
Congratulations to the Heavenly Sword sect on welcoming such a prodigy.
Truly enviable.
The bitterness in his tone was so thick it could almost be touched. Elder Pang seemed oblivious to the bitterness, laughing even more heartily as he slapped Fang Qianlei's shoulder warmly.
"Deputy sect leader Fang, you flatter us. Your sect's own Fang Jijian is also a prodigy of heaven-sent talent, bearing the bloodline of the Tao Master.
His future achievements are boundless."
Ha ha ha.
Elder Su immediately chimed in with perfect timing. Exactly. With such an heir to Thundercliff, how could the sect not flourish? How could it not thrive? Their duet of praise was, in truth, nothing but salt rubbed into each other's wounds.
Fang Qianlei felt a sharp pang in his chest, nearly coughing up blood.
He forced his chi to suppress the urge, his face darkening further. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples exchanged knowing smiles, each feeling immense satisfaction.
Hadn't they held back all this time for this very moment? Be utterly shocked. Be utterly envious. Be utterly bitter. Ha 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 ha. This feeling, truly refreshing to the core. Within the secret realm, all was settled. Tang Linger, who had been sitting on the sidelines the entire time, finally remembered her duty.
Her eyes gleaming, she darted out with lightning speed, swiftly snatching the 3 spirit orbs from Thundercliff and Overlord Blade sect and tucking them into her embrace. With that, every spirit orb placed within the secret realm now belonged to the Heavenly Sword sect.
What does the Heavenly Sword sect think they're doing? Are they trying to hoard all the spirit orbs for themselves? This is outrageous.
Even if they're powerful enough to crush everyone here, they can't be so domineering as to leave us with nothing.
Exactly.
Xingxian Dao Palace holds so many opportunities, how can the Heavenly Sword sect monopolize them all? Even if we lesser clans can tolerate this, Thundercliff and Overlord Blade sect will never stand for it. The young disciples of the clans immediately stirred, murmuring discontent and worry across their faces. Disciples from the other 2 sects also wore grim expressions, their eyes burning with resentment. Yet, they dared not speak their anger aloud. Instead, they cast their gazes toward their chief disciples recovering from injuries and the water mirror in the distance, hoping the elders on the high platform would uphold justice.
However, Tang Linger's next action stunned everyone.
She casually plucked 3 spirit orbs from the 12, kept one for herself, and tossed the other 2 to Fang Wudao beside her and Yi Gushing, who had just finished his meditation. "Here, fellow disciples.
This is our share of the contribution money."
Then, clearing her throat, she pulled a small, delicate wooden mallet, the kind used at auctions, from her storage pouch. She gave the large stone beside her a sharp tap.
"Ahem. Fellow cultivators. Young talents. Don't miss out if you're passing by."
Given the exceptionally fierce competition in this secret realm, and in keeping with the cultivation world's principles of unity, mutual aid, and shared progress along with our Tianjian sect's time-honored tradition of kindness and generosity, we hereby announce the inaugural Qingshan Dao Palace Secret Realm Spirit Orb Charity Auction. This extraordinary opportunity is shared with all of you. She waved her arms, pointing at the 9 gleaming spirit orbs before her, her voice suddenly rising with fervor. "Behold! Freshly minted secret realm passes. The supreme opportunity of Qingshan Dao Palace lies before you. For a mere handful of spirit stones, you can take them home. You won't regret it. This is a bargain you can't afford to miss. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. This opportunity won't last. Now, the bidding begins." The entire hall fell silent. Chapter 88, except for me. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded by Tang Linger's audacious move, their expressions frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. Could she really pull this off? Auctioning off something she just snatched? Has the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect gone completely broke? And a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones? Might as well just rob people. Oh, she just finished robbing them. Immediately, a young noble couldn't help but speak up in protest. "Senior Sister Tang, this isn't proper, is it? Spirit orbs are tokens of martial virtue, how can they be traded? This is far too frivolous, an insult to our traditions." Tang Linger's eyebrows shot up. Her small wooden mallet clanged against the stone as she planted her hands on her hips and declared.
Rules? What rules? Might makes the rules. Strength is the truth. Now that the spirit sphere is in our hands, we choose to share it. That's the generosity of our Skyblade sect. If you don't like it, you don't have to take it. No one's forcing you to buy.
She paused, her gaze sweeping over the battered, exhausted disciples of both factions and the silent, resentful young nobles. A smirk spread across her lips. Of course, if anyone thinks the Skyblade sect is unfair, they're welcome to step forward and discuss matters with these two disciples of mine.
Her gaze lingered deliberately on Fang Wudao and Yi Guxing. Fang Wudao yawned, looking utterly disinterested.
Yi Guxing, however, swept a cold gaze across the entire hall, his hand resting on his sword hilt as a faint, surging sword energy rippled around him. The man who had just mustered the courage to question them instantly cringed, cold sweat trickling down his neck. He dared not utter another word.
Reason with these two? That'd be like inviting a trip straight to the underworld.
Just then, a loud voice cut through the air. The Huang family bids 11,000 spirit stones. We support senior sister Tang's righteous cause. Spirit stones are trivial, righteousness and karmic bonds matter most. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, none other than Huang Linfu. As he shouted the bid, he flashed a fawning smile at Tang Linger and discreetly signaled to his fourth younger brother, Huang Linfeng.
Huang Linfeng understood immediately and promptly followed with his own bid. The Huang family adds another 1,000. 12,000 spirit stones.
Such a momentous occasion demands our support. With the Huang brothers acting as these two plants taking the lead, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. The other noble families and disciples from the two sects exchanged glances.
Not buying?
The opportunity offered by Qingshan Dao Palace was far more precious than spirit stones. Buy? Something felt terribly off, unbearably humiliating, like being robbed yet forced to smile and hand over money to thieves. But glancing at Yi Guxing's predatory gaze and recalling Fang Wudao's terrifying double strike. Forget it, forget it. Better to spend money to avoid trouble. The opportunity comes first. 10, 13,000. 15,000. I'll give 18,000. 20,000. Finally, after a bidding war that wasn't overly fierce but certainly not lackluster, the 9 spirit orbs found their respective owners. Thundercliff and Overlord Blade Sect, flush with cash yet desperate to salvage their reputations, gritted their teeth and repurchased 3 spirit orbs each at an average price of roughly 40,000 spirit stones. The Huang family, adept at shifting allegiances and clinging to powerful allies, luckily secured 2 spirit orbs at a relatively favorable price of just over 30,000 spirit stones. The final orb was claimed by another prominent clan. Tang Linger stared at the mountain of spirit stone bags before her, her eyes practically turning into spirit stones themselves. Grinning from ear to ear, she banged her little wooden mallet loudly. Sold. Congratulations to all fellow cultivators on securing this opportunity. May your journey through the Qingshan Dao Palace be smooth sailing, and may your divine fortune flourish. Remember to come back to me next time such a good deal arises. Nearly 340,000 spirit stones. Even splitting it evenly with fellow disciple Fang, she'd still get around 170,000. She struck it rich. On the high platform, the leaders of various factions watched this unprecedented, bittersweet scene unfold in the water mirror, their expressions a riot of emotions. A clan patriarch shook his head inside wryly. This is utterly scandalous. That Tang Linger from the Heavenly Sword sect is simply... you know what? It's outrageous, but at least she gave them a way out. Better than the Heavenly Sword sect swallowing it all whole. True. Paying for peace and opportunity isn't shameful, but that price? Utterly extortionate. Oomph. What the Heavenly Sword sect did is no different from a robber selling stolen goods. It's utterly unbecoming of a great sect. Enwood Baobao of the Overlord Blade sect's face puffed up with rage. Damn it. They actually want us to pay to reclaim our own things. That little brat from the Heavenly Sword sect has a heart of stone. Fang Chenlei of Thundercliff's face was so dark it could drip water. He ground out through clenched teeth. Well done, Heavenly Sword sect. Well done, Tang Linger. Truly, a masterful way to make a fortune. Meanwhile, on the Sky Sword sect side, the few high-ranking elders who had been basking in triumph moments ago now watched Tang Linger counting spirit stones with a beaming smile. Their faces darkened to the point of turning charcoal. Elder Pang covered his face, unable to bear the sight. That brat. Utterly reckless. She's brought utter disgrace upon our Sky Sword sect. Elder Su pounded his chest in frustration. Auction? She actually held an auction on the spot. And used those 2 Huang family brats as shills. Our Heavenly Sword sect is a prestigious orthodox sect, not an auction house. The sect master's lips twitched, his beard quivering violently as he lamented with heartfelt anguish. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. If word gets out that our Heavenly Sword sect, the foremost sword sect in the entire Wei Kingdom, openly auctioned off a martial token, where would our dignity be? Lin Qingyi pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed deeply. She knew it. Whenever those 2 troublemakers, Tang Linger and Fang Wudao, got together, trouble was bound to follow. One was responsible for defeating the entire crowd, the other for turning the place upside down. Their teamwork was simply unbelievable. Only Tang Linger, reflected in the water mirror, remained oblivious to the darkened expressions of her senior masters on the high platform. She continued to bask in the bliss of counting spirit stones, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons.
I'm rich. He. Though it was only the 6th day, the outcome was already beyond doubt. Continuing would only prolong the awkwardness. After brief deliberation, the leaders of the 3 sects unanimously decided to conclude this year's martial arts competition one day early. At the secret realm's exit, flashes of light flickered as participating disciples were transported out one by one.
Most of the aristocratic heirs and disciples from the other 2 sects looked downcast, especially those from Thundercliff and Overlord Blade sect. Their faces burned with shame, wishing they could sink into the ground. Only the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect radiated a sense of vindication. As they parted, Li Guan of the Overlord Blade sect stepped before Yi Gushing, his gaze sharp as a blade.
Yi Gushing, the score between us remains unsettled. Next time, we will settle this once and for all. Agreed.
Yi Gushing nodded without hesitation.
Li Guan then turned his gaze to Fang Wudao standing nearby, his tone growing even more solemn. Fang Wudao, we two shall meet again in battle. Though he had suffered a crushing defeat, the heart of a swordsman never bends, it breaks. He would never lose the courage to challenge the strong. Moreover, once he entered the Dao Palace, he could begin his breakthrough. Once his cultivation reached the condensing stage, his spiritual awareness and physical body would undergo a qualitative transformation, and his 6 senses would be enhanced. He might just grasp the second-tier sword momentum. Then, who would emerge victorious? That remained to be seen. Quite right. Fang Jijian approached from the side, his face still pale but his eyes unusually bright. Within the Qingxian Dao Palace, opportunities abound. We may yet catch up. Fellow Daoist Fang, perhaps we'll have another chance to witness your mastery within the palace. He could accept defeat, but he would never concede defeat.
Fang Wudao yawned, about to offer a perfunctory reply, when Yi Gushing interjected coldly. Those defeated by my senior brother are never regarded as his opponents.
Pausing briefly, he lifted his chin slightly, pride evident in his voice. Except for me. Fang Wudao, ? Wait, Yi, don't do this.
Li Guani and Fang Jijian's faces darkened at these words.
Yet the truth stood undeniable, leaving them momentarily speechless. They could only turn and lead their disciples away. Chapter 89, Southern Frontier Academy.
After stepping outside, Tang Linger tucked a bulging spirit stone pouch into her robe, humming a tune off key as she prepared to slip back to her room and properly count her spoils of war. But before she could take 2 steps, she was intercepted by Elder Pang and other grim-faced sect elders.
Tang Linger.
Lin Qingyi practically gritted her teeth, forcing out each syllable of her name through clenched jaws.
How dare you! To openly auction spirit orbs within the secret realm. Where does that leave the reputation of our Tianjin sect? Elder Pang lamented with heartfelt sorrow. Linger, your usual mischief is one thing, but to commit such an act at such a crucial moment. What kind of example is this setting? Elder Su, pounding his chest in frustration, added. Our Heavenly Sword sect is a reputable orthodox sect, not some bandit chieftain plundering homes, nor a profit-driven auction house. How could you commit such an act unbecoming of our standing? Though the sect master remained silent, his face dark as storm clouds spoke volumes of his displeasure. Tang Linger blinked her large eyes, her face plastered with an expression of innocence and grievance. The martial rules never said this was forbidden. Linger was merely adapting flexibly, acting within the bounds of what the rules permit. Who knew they'd be so enthusiastic, insisting on bidding? You dare make excuses. Seeing no remorse, only righteous indignation, Lin Qingyi's eyebrows shot up in fury. She raised her hand, poised to smack her on the head. You just need a good scolding. Not a chance, junior sister. Elders Pang and Su, standing nearby, rushed forward to intervene. She's still young. Teach her patiently. Just then, the Grandmaster cleared his throat twice. His gaze swept over the now empty square before him and he remarked calmly, enough. Everyone has already left. Hearing this, the 3 finally halted their performance. And you still have the nerve to laugh. Lin Qingyi, seeing Tang Linger smirking, was furious enough to grind her teeth. If you dare act so recklessly again, I won't let you off lightly. Elder Pang also warned sternly, Linger, this sort of thing can happen once, but never twice. The 3 sects martial arts debate is a solemn contest determining the quotas for Qingshan Dao Palace. It demands dignity. How can it be treated as child's play? If such chaos persists, what will become of our Tianjin sect's reputation? The other 2 sects will surely raise serious objections. I know. My masters and senior masters are absolutely right. Linger will be more careful next time and will never disgrace the sect again. Tang Linger agreed obediently. After all, she wasn't even eligible to participate in the next tri-sect martial contest anyway, so it didn't matter either way. And you? Lin Qingyi shifted her focus, her gaze sharpening as she fixed it on Fang Wudao, who stood nearby as if none of this concerned him. Her tone was decidedly unfriendly. Following Linger's foolishness is one thing. But what about that exquisite lightning technique of yours, one that even surpassed the chief disciple of Thundercliff?
Her anger flared as she continued, "You swore to me earlier that you'd been focusing all your energy on cultivating these past days, which is why you had no time to practice sword techniques."
What? No time for sword practice, yet suddenly time materialized out of thin air for learning thunder techniques? Do you think I'm so easy to fool?
Facing his master's dangerously fiery glare, Fang Wudao showed not a trace of guilt. Instead, he declared with righteous indignation, "Master, these past days, I have indeed been concentrating my efforts on advancing my cultivation." He paused before explaining in a level tone, "As for thunder magic, I merely glanced through some relevant texts during my spare moments while cultivating. I haven't deliberately devoted time to practicing it. That I've achieved some minor progress," he tilted his head slightly, seeming somewhat puzzled himself, "is likely because the path of thunder magic is simply too straightforward, isn't it?"
Lin Qingyi. Elder Pang. Elder Su. Sect leader. Are you even speaking human language? Thunder magic is too simple?
If the Thundercliff disciples heard this, they'd collectively spit blood and shatter their Dao hearts on the spot. Finally, the sect leader took a deep breath, forcing down his urge to rant, and stepped forward to end this exhausting exchange.
Enough. Let's call it a day.
His gaze swept over the three disciples before him, each with a distinct style yet equally prone to stirring trouble as his tone regained its usual composure.
The Qingxian Dao Palace will open in 3 days. Prepare yourselves thoroughly and bring your condition to its peak. Within the Dao Palace, opportunity and danger coexist. Do not let today's victory breed complacency or underestimate your foes. Yes, Master. Fang Wudao and the others bowed in acknowledgement. One more thing.
The master seemed to recall something important and continued. This opening of the Qingxian Dao Palace differs from previous years.
Talented cultivators from other regions will enter alongside you. Talented cultivators from other regions?
Yi Guxing's previously indifferent eyes instantly lit up, like a lone wolf spotting its prey, his fighting spirit surging within him. No wonder only 12 spirit orbs were released for this martial competition.
Tang Linger snapped her fingers in realization, clapping her hands in admiration.
So it was you, senior master, who secretly auctioned off the Dao Palace spots.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Linger is still too young. What utter nonsense.
Lin Qingyi scolded, playfully smacking her on the back of the head. This was a joint decision made by the high-ranking elders of all three sects. Elder Pang took over the explanation. Whenever the three sects produce exceptionally talented disciples, we will use the Qingxian Dao Palace token to exchange for advanced training spots at the Southern Academy.
This is for your long-term future. Elder Su added solemnly. The path of cultivation grows increasingly arduous. After reaching the peak of the condensing realm, breaking through to the seal of law realm requires enduring the perilous shattering trial. This process is fraught with mortal danger, a journey where 9 die and 1 survives. But the Southern Academy possesses a rare treasure known as the Spirit Transforming Pearl. A glimmer of relief flashed in Elder Su's eyes. This orb can forcibly absorb runaway spiritual energy during the critical moment when a cultivator fails to shatter there and suffers spiritual energy backlash, thereby preserving their life. Of course, a drop in cultivation is unavoidable, requiring one to restart cultivation from the Jade Liquid realm. But it's far better than perishing, one's soul scattered to the winds. Elder Shi, who had been absent, suddenly appeared. Your senior brother Su failed once back then. Had it not been for the Spirit Transforming Pearl saving his life, you wouldn't be seeing him today. Therefore, this is a valuable item worth exchanging for a Dao Palace token. Elder Su's face darkened. Sure, you insist on using me as an example, don't you? Elder Shi looked at him strangely. Senior brother Su, among us, you were the only one who failed to break through back then. You're the only example. Elder Su. Fine. I'm a failure. Given your 3 talents, advancing to the Seal Realm in the future should pose no major issues in theory. The sect master looked at Fang Wudao and the others, his tone solemn. But the ways of heaven are unpredictable, and one must always be cautious. An extra layer of protection is always beneficial. We absolutely do not wish to see any of you meet with misfortune. Only then did Fang Wudao understand why, despite the vast scale of the Heavenly Sword sect, there seemed to be relatively few cultivators above the condensing core realm. It turned out that most disciples with potential and talent were sent to the Southern Academy for further training and to secure their futures. Those lacking sufficient talent either perished at the perilous juncture of breakthrough, their lives and cultivation vanishing. Or they grew disheartened, retreating into semi-retirement to occupy minor posts within the sect, quietly spending their twilight years. Chapter 90, Definitely Not Me. 3 days later, as the first light of dawn began to break, Fang Wudao had just finished tidying his clothes and was about to head out to the square for assembly when the courtyard gate was knocked on furtively. Fang, junior brother, are you in there? Tang Linger's hushed voice came from outside, sounding like a thief calling out. Recognizing that tone, Fang Wudao knew nothing good could come of it. He replied expressionlessly, I'm not here, senior sister. A moment of silence followed, then Tang Linger's feigned sobs echoed outside. Wah? Junior brother Fang, your senior sister came looking for you early this morning with the best of intentions, yet you heartlessly shut me out. This breaks my heart. Fang Wudao sighed and reluctantly opened the door.
There stood Tang Linger, leaning against the doorframe, her hand covering her eyes as she peeked through her fingers to gauge his reaction.
Alright, senior sister, what is it? Fang Wudao asked directly. Tang Linger lowered her hand, her eyes sparkling.
Fang, junior brother, inside the Qing Shendao Palace, there are not only several types of spiritual herbs nearly extinct in the outside world, but also quite a few ancient treasures left behind after the Great War years ago.
How about we team up for a big score?
50-50 split. Hearing his senior sister wanted to freeload again, Fang Wudao immediately shook his head. I'm used to going solo.
Let's each rely on our own skills, senior sister. Fang, didn't you hear what Grandmaster said?
This time is different. 3 geniuses from the Southern Academy have arrived.
Those from that place are arrogant and cunning. You're outnumbered and outmatched. How can you handle them alone? It's safest to team up with senior sister. Don't worry with me around, you'll be protected. Tang Linger patted her chest, promising.
Hearing this, Fang Wudao merely responded with a meaningful chuckle.
Protect him? During the Forest Secret Realm mission, they'd agreed to work as a trio.
Yet in the end, only he and Yi Gushing had been running around frantically searching for spirit orbs.
Tang Linger, who had been nowhere to be seen, showed up only to crack sunflower seeds and watch the show. Yet when it came time to divide the spirit stones, she was more eager than anyone. Seeing Fang Wudao wasn't falling for it, Tang Linger didn't get angry. Her eyes twinkled as she dropped a bombshell. Fellow disciple Fang, you haven't heard?
Grandmaster Hongchen has been raging in his cave residence these past few days.
Fang Wudao's heart skipped a beat, an ominous foreboding settling over him. Grandmaster Hongchen possesses such transcendent composure. What could possibly enrage him? What else could it be? Tang Linger glanced around before lowering her voice.
Naturally, it's that precious granddaughter of his Sisu Xianxian who's met with a terrible accident.
Junior sister who had an accident? Fang Wudao was slightly surprised.
No wonder he hadn't seen Hu Xianxian since returning to the sect.
It's said that junior sister who has fallen into demonic possession. Tang Linger whispered quietly. Fallen into demonic possession? Fang Wudao's heart jolted. For cultivators, nothing is more dreaded than a heart demon. Once one succumbs to demonic possession, the consequences range from severe damage to one's cultivation base to the complete annihilation of one's soul.
Of course, there were also some fearless cultivators of the demonic path who used heart demons to advance their cultivation. I heard from Grandmaster Hongchen that sister who was deceived by a despicable scoundrel who betrayed her trust. That's what caused her mental collapse, triggering her inner demons overnight, turning her black hair to snow. Tang Linger spoke, then abruptly whipped her head around, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Fang Wudao.
Fang Wudao. Could it be you? After all, sister who had just returned from a mission with you. Impossible. Fang Wudao denied vehemently, his expression righteous and indignant. Senior sister, you know me best.
I'm the most honest and upright person, always following the rules, never crossing the line. Besides, you know I only frequent places like the Phoenix Pavilion.
I'd never harm any female disciples within the sect. Thank goodness it wasn't you. Tang Linger exhaled deeply. Grandmaster Hongchen is absolutely furious right now.
He insists on finding this scumbag and tearing him limb from limb to ease junior sister whose tormented heart.
Fang Wudao's face darkened with shared indignation. The scum who toy with others' affections are the most despicable creatures I've ever loathed. Don't let me catch sight of him. If I do, I'll make him understand what divine justice truly means. After a moment, he shifted his tone, feigning concern. By the way, senior sister, how is junior sister who doing now? Sigh, Tang Linger shook her head, her tone heavy. Grandmaster Hongchen personally intervened and temporarily suppressed her inner demons. But the trouble is, junior sister who herself seems unwilling to fully resolve the heart demon. Instead, she appears to be relying on the power it brings, attempting to cultivate an extremely dangerous secret technique through it. So what the future holds, no one can say for certain. Why must sister who put herself through this? Fang Wudao sighed. Though her talent isn't top tier, she's been meticulously nurtured by Grandmaster Hongchen since childhood. With various precious medicines refining her foundations, she's already far surpassed her peers. Her future was promising. Why must she choose the perilous path of the heart demon, a journey where 9 die and only 1 survives? In his view, given Hu Xuanxuan's advantages, steady cultivation would almost certainly lead to her ascension to the seal realm. Why resort to such extremes? Tang Linger regarded Fang Wudao with profound meaning. I hear that scoundrel who deceived her possesses terrifyingly high talent, a true prodigy. That's why junior sister who resorted to such extreme measures to gain power. Fang Wudao fell silent for a moment before speaking. Could it be that the scumbag rejected her for reasons other than cultivation level? Tang Linger spread her hands, replying matter-of-factly, but with absolute power, the choice is yours to make. Like binding that scumbag herself, binding him with a spirit binding rope, locking him in her cave residence, forcing him to marry her, and making it a done deal. Once they have offspring, could he really escape then? Fang Wudao. Seriously? Does it have to be so extreme? Alright, let's drop it. Tang Linger waved her hand, steering the conversation back.
She smiled brightly at Fang Wudao. Junior brother Fang, regarding our cooperation within the Qingxian Dao Palace. Fang Wudao adopted a solemn expression, his tone utterly sincere. Senior sister, you're being too formal. We are blood-related siblings of the same sect, bound by the deepest affection. We should naturally support each other, advancing and retreating together. Talking about cooperation makes it sound so distant. Within the Dao Palace, whatever you need, your junior brother will do it without hesitation.
Tang Linger's eyes lit up instantly, her smile blooming like a flower.
Junior brother Fang truly is the most loyal.
Then it's settled. Chapter 91, Stone Lion. The high-ranking elders of the 3 sects and the 12 spirit orb recipients gathered once more in the square. However, they did not rush to activate the teleportation array. Instead, they waited in silence. These Southern Academy people are putting on way too much airs. They're the ones who need us, wanting to borrow our Dao Palace tokens, yet here we are, left waiting like this. A young noble, unable to contain his frustration, muttered discontentedly under his breath. Huang Linfeng beside him maintained his usual mild demeanor as he quietly explained, the Southern Frontier Academy is one of the most powerful forces among the 36 nations of the Southern Frontier. With countless geniuses and boundless resources within its walls, it's only natural they hold themselves in high regard. Pfft, what a load of nonsense. They're just crawling to our backwater begging for 3 spots to enter the Qingxian Dao Palace. The man snorted in disdain. I've heard their academy has similar enlightenment sites too, a Thundercliff disciple interjected, his tone hinting at familiarity. But the competition is brutal, and spots are limited. Only those not among the absolute core elite are forced to seek opportunities elsewhere. It's likely not that simple, Fang Jijian, who possessed broader knowledge, mused. The Qingxian Dao Master is enigmatic and extraordinarily powerful, ranking among the foremost Dao Masters of the ancient era. Their visit this time likely extends beyond ordinary training. They're undoubtedly seeking the Qingxian Dao Master's legacy. For millennia, no one has obtained the Qingxian Daoju's legacy.
How could they possibly succeed? Someone voiced out, their tone tinged with reluctance. As they murmured among themselves, a melodious horn call echoed from the horizon. A sleek, ornate cloud vessel sliced through the clouds, gliding toward the plaza at a pace that seemed leisurely yet was in fact swift. Moments later, the vessel descended gently to one side of the plaza. The hatch opened, and a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a blue scholar's robe, his face gaunt and refined, stepped out first. His aura was profound as the sea, clearly a powerful cultivator at the seal realm. Following behind him were 3 young individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. One man wore a crimson brocade robe embroidered with subtle flame patterns. Handsome, he carried an innate air of pride between his brows. The other man wore a black brocade robe, his posture as straight as a pine tree, his gaze sharp as lightning. The woman wore a dazzling, iridescent feathered robe, her face bright and lovely, her gaze sparkling with vitality. All 3 were dressed in opulent attire, their aura refined and powerful. Their cultivation had clearly reached the false core realm, exuding an extraordinary presence. My apologies for keeping you waiting, fellow cultivators. I've been delayed by trivial matters. The middle-aged man in scholar's robes offered a faint smile, clasping his fists in a respectful salute toward the 3 sect leaders. His tone was gentle, yet carried the composed poise of one long accustomed to high standing. Master Luo, you flatter us. We've traveled far and are weary from the journey. The head of the Heavenly Sword sect returned the greeting with a smile, his expression serene, seemingly unconcerned. These 3 are the juniors from the Southern Frontier Academy who have come to impose upon you, Luo Fengwu, Luo Yanjun, and Che Chengying. After the initial pleasantries, Luo he introduced the 3 behind him to the assembly. The ethereal robed woman named Luo Fengwu, the haughtily composed Luo Yanjun, and Che Chengying, who brought up the rear, immediately stepped forward. With precise, fluid movements, they clasped their fists in salute and spoke in unison. Junior disciples Luo Fengwu, Luo Yanjun, Che Chengying pay our respects to all senior disciples. The sect leader and others smiled and nodded, briefly introducing disciples like Fang Wudao and Yi Guxing standing behind them. The disciples from both sides sized each other up, maintaining basic courtesy on the surface. Yet Fang Wudao and his companions could clearly sense that beneath the smiles on the 3 men's faces, a distinct sense of superiority lingered deep within their eyes. It was as if urban elites had stumbled into some remote village. Moments later, the Tianjian sect leader's expression turned solemn as he produced 15 ancient bronze tokens. Engraved with intricate cloud patterns and an ancient seal script character for east, the tokens emitted faint yet peculiar spatial fluctuations. With solemn expression, he distributed the tokens one by one to the 15 individuals about to enter the Dao Palace, including the 3 students from the Southern Academy. After distribution, the Grandmaster's gaze swept the room like lightning. His voice, clear and carrying an authority that brooked no argument, reached every ear. These are the access tokens for the eastern sector of the Qingxian Dao Palace. Remember, once inside the palace, you must not step beyond the boundaries of the eastern sector under any circumstances. The Qingxian Dao Palace is vast and boundless, divided into distinct zones governed separately. Each area is protected by powerful ancient restrictions. Should anyone dare to trespass into other zones with this pass, they will trigger the Dao Palace's guardian puppets and deadly formation arrays. At that point, they bear sole responsibility for their fate. The crowd stiffened, each solemnly acknowledging the warning. Seeing this, the sect master said no more. Exchanging a glance with the other two faction leaders, they simultaneously activated their hand seals. The massive teleportation array on the ground instantly ignited with countless intricate runes. A blinding white light shot skyward, completely engulfing the 15 figures. A slight dizziness washed over them as space twisted and shifted. When their vision cleared, they found themselves in a completely different environment. An ancient palace complex, vast beyond description, stood silently before them. The palace walls soared high, yet were covered in mottled traces of decay. Many sections had collapsed and crumbled, with massive broken stone pillars lying like the bones of fallen giants. Creeping vines and the dust of centuries covered them, whispering tales of endless vicissitudes and desolation. At the palace entrance stood two colossal stone lions, each towering 10 zhan high and riddled with deep, gnarled cracks. The moment the group appeared, two blood-red glows flared suddenly within the lions' hollow eye sockets, sending a chill through their hearts. Their massive bodies convulsed violently, sending clouds of dust accumulated over countless ages crashing down with a thunderous roar. Then, they slowly rose to their feet. A vast, ancient aura washed over them like a tangible force, pressing down so heavily it made breathing difficult. The circulation of spiritual energy within their bodies grew sluggish, and cold sweat instantly broke out on their backs. What overwhelming pressure! These two stone lion puppets, their power, is likely on par with top-tier Seal Realm cultivators. Luo Yanjun, who had previously carried an air of arrogance, now wore a look of genuine horror and shock for the first time, his voice dry and strained. To employ such formidable puppets as gatekeepers, the terrifying might of this Qingshan Daozhu likely far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Rivaling peak Seal Realm cultivators? Li Feng of the Overlord Sword Sect sneered, offering an explanation. Thousands of years ago, these two stone lions were besieged by several immortal Ascension Realm powerhouses. Even then, they couldn't be completely destroyed. He paused deliberately, waiting for the other's expression to shift before continuing with satisfaction. Even now, though severely damaged and their spiritual radiance dimmed, slaughtering a Seal Realm cultivator remains as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Immortal Realm. This time, even the usually silent Che Changying couldn't help but gasp aloud. Luo Fengwu covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with utter disbelief. Seeing these three heaven-sent prodigies from the Southern Academy display such shocked and discomposed expressions, Li Feng and many disciples from the three sects and clans felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction they wanted. Let them be arrogant. Let them show off. Did you really think our Wei Kingdom had nothing to offer? If not for the Qingshan Dao Palace being so precious, why would the Wei Kingdom and countless surrounding factions have ignited that earth-shattering war back then? Chapter 92, Condensing the Dan. To have stone beast puppets guarding the entrance one's even immortal Ascension Realm powerhouses struggle to destroy. This Qingshan Dao Master's cultivation must rank among the absolute pinnacle of Dao Masters, perhaps even touching upon higher realms. Luo Yanjun murmured to himself, the contempt in his eyes completely vanishing, replaced by intense fervor and awe. Only now did he grasp why clan elder Luo he had gone to such lengths to secure this opportunity for them. If he could inherit Qingshan Daozhu's legacy here, his future would be truly limitless. The Luo clan would soar to new heights. Rumor has it this mysterious and powerful Qingshan Daozhu was a peerless prodigy born once in 10,000 years. Huang Linua's voice brimmed with reverence. No matter what Daoist arts or supernatural abilities exist in his hands, they could be effortlessly learned and mastered. Yi Gushi embraced his sword, a rare flicker of yearning flickering in his usually indifferent eyes. Our sect's founding patriarch's cultivation notes explicitly record that when the Qingshan Daozhu first dabbled in swordsmanship in his youth, merely by observing others practice for 2 or 3 days without ever holding a sword himself, he penetrated the true essence of the sword path and instantly attained the realm of sword force. Observing for just 2 or 3 days, and grasped the essence of sword momentum? The crowd gasped in shock, the sound of sucking air filling the air. For these geniuses who had toiling for over a decade or even longer just to touch upon the concept of momentum, this was utterly unimaginable. Compared to a legendary, heaven-defying existence like the Qingshan Dao Master, their own cherished talents seemed as insignificant as dust, utterly negligible. Fang Wudao felt a flicker of surprise himself. This Qingshan Daozhu was really exaggerating. But, well, that was about it. When it came to innate talent, who did he, Fang Wudao, fear? Back when he first learned swordsmanship, he grasped the essence of sword momentum almost instantly. Why would it take him 2 or 3 days? Compared to him, the Qingshan Daozhu was nothing but a novice. The Dao Palace remained open for only a limited time. After the initial shock, everyone composed themselves, clutching their Dao Palace tokens as they cautiously approached the colossal palace entrance. The two awakened, terrifying stone lions swept their blood-red gazes like searchlights over the tokens in everyone's hands before gradually releasing the suffocating, overwhelming pressure. Amidst the rumbling scrape of massive stones, the terrifying crimson light in their eyes slowly extinguished. Their colossal bodies slowly lowered once more, reverting to two stone sculptures covered in deep cracks, silent and lifeless, as if they had never awakened at all. Witnessing this, the crowd exhaled in collective relief, hastening their pace as they surged into the depths of the Dao Palace. The moment they stepped inside, a dense, almost tangible concentration of pure spiritual energy washed over them. After just a few deep breaths, everyone felt the spiritual power within them stir restlessly. Their bottlenecks showed faint signs of breaking through. A flash of understanding crossed Fang Wudao's eyes. No wonder the leaders of the three sects had insisted so strongly that their core disciples enter the Dao Palace before attempting to break through to the condensing realm. In such a uniquely advantageous environment, their chances of success would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, the golden core forged here, nourished by this spiritual energy, would see significant improvements in its quality, solidity, and affinity with the Tao of heaven and earth. The benefits were immense. Surveying the vast, seemingly endless corridors and collapsed palace ruins before them, the 15 scattered with perfect tacit understanding. Transforming into streaks of light, they darted off in different directions. Their first objective was unanimous: to find a relatively safe and secluded corner as quickly as possible and break through right there. Within the Qingxian Dao Palace, where opportunity and danger coexisted, every increment of strength gained meant an additional asset for survival and competing for fortune. The earlier harmony at the entrance was merely a facade. Once genuine treasures or opportunities appeared, the companions who had stood shoulder to shoulder moments before could become mortal enemies in the next instant. Fang Wudao transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing in mere flashes behind a secluded pile of rubble. Only upon reaching a half-collapsed side hall, confirming its residual restrictions remained relatively intact, offering some protection and concealment, did he cross his legs and settle down, preparing to break through to the condensing core stage. He retrieved the Sutra of Great Freedom beyond Buddha, demon, and self from his storage pouch. After carefully reviewing it once, Fang Wudao nodded slightly. As expected, I still can't make heads or tails of it. Reading it even gives me a headache. But it doesn't matter. My heaven-defying insight is about to return. Panel, give me some points. 311 points of divine spirit all poured in. In an instant, a wondrous transformation occurred. The scriptures, once as obscure as heavenly texts and even unsettling to read, seemed to come alive. Their characters twisted and rearranged themselves. The supreme truths hidden within were gradually revealed, layer by layer, thread by thread, lifting the veil of mystery before him. Insights welled up like clear springs, flooding his mind. What had once been blocked suddenly became crystal clear. So that's it. No Buddha, no demon, no self, no form. True freedom lies in the mind that is the essence. Fang Wudao murmured unconsciously. A profound transformation began to occur in the aura surrounding him. In an instant, radiant beams of serene, pure, and compassionate Buddha light emanated from his body, bathing him in a majestic radiance. He appeared like a living Buddha, smiling as he plucked a flower, saving all sentient beings. Yet in the next instant, the Buddha light abruptly transformed, morphing into a thick, viscous, and savagely rampant torrent of demonic energy. Dark demonic patterns flickered beneath his skin, while bloodlight danced in his eyes, transforming him into a hideous demon freshly crawled from the 9 hells, thirsting to slaughter the world. In the very next instant, both the Buddha's light and the demonic aura dissipated. His form became hazy and indistinct, his presence ethereal and elusive, as if he had merged into the void, no longer existing in this world. He had attained a wondrous state of no self. Buddha, demon, and selflessness, 3 utterly distinct states rotated within him, their cycles accelerating until they reached a delicate equilibrium, beginning an unfathomably profound fusion. Fang Wudao gradually grasped a thread of the fundamental truth within the 3 Void Sutra: non-attachment to form, non-stagnation in appearance. He could transform into all things in the world, embody the Buddha's compassionate salvation, become a demon god slaughtering mortals, or exist as silent as an ant or a blade of grass. All phenomena of heaven and earth could become him, and he, in turn, could become all phenomena of heaven and earth. This was a supreme form of existence transcending conventional definitions. Simultaneously, the energy within his body surged wildly. Within the Dantian Sea of Qi, the already solidified and radiant pseudo-elixir trembled violently. Crack! It felt as though some barrier had been utterly shattered. The pseudo-Dan suddenly collapsed inward, then erupted with blinding radiance. A flawless, golden-hued golden Dan, the size of a longan, abruptly took shape and hovered at the center of the Dantian. With a golden swallowed into my belly, I finally know my fate is not determined by heaven. Fang Wudao slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his gaze, a fleeting vision flickered: a galaxy collapsing, all creation evolving. At this moment, his spiritual awareness and physical body, having undergone the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth, both underwent a qualitative leap, achieving a true ascension of life. His perception of the surrounding world became unprecedentedly clear and acute. He sensed that cultivating and comprehending momentum would henceforth be several times easier than before. Then, with a thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Name: Fang Wudao. Cultivation: Dan condensation initial realm. Techniques: Great Freedom Sutra of No Buddha, No Demon, No Self Entry Level Fragmented True Meaning, Dual Pole Blade Arc Mastery Second Blade Form, Secret Record of Spells Great Achievement Second Spell Form, 5 Elements Sword Canon Great Achievement Second Sword Form. Spiritual Resonance, Sacrificial Spirit 3888. Reaching the Dan Condensation realm, nothing to say about that. But this 3 Void Sutra, it took a whopping 311 Divine Essence points just to reach the introductory level? Moreover, the notation following them wasn't form, but incomplete true meaning. Fang Wudao recalled his earlier fragmented insights, lost in thought. It seems that beyond momentum lies true meaning. In other words, he had grasped a true meaning beyond triple momentum? Of course, such a statement was not entirely accurate. For the true meaning he grasped was clearly profoundly incomplete. At present, he could only vaguely wield a sliver of it, far less effective than the late-stage second-tier blade momentum. Yet in critical moments, it might prove decisive. Merely at the entry level, and it already involves the true meaning. No wonder the 3 Void Sutra is so obscure and difficult to comprehend. Fang Wudao murmured softly, deeply impressed by the heavenly demon sect leader's breadth of vision and grandeur of spirit qualities truly beyond comparison with ordinary mortals. Chapter 93, Taking Shortcuts. After breaking through to the condensing stage, Fang Wudao wasted no time, swiftly searching the eastern sector of the Qingshandao Palace. The palace's internal space was vast beyond imagination, with corridors crisscrossing and halls layered upon one another. Though countless cultivators had entered this place over thousands of years, its immense size and pervasive dangers meant many corners remained unexplored. In theory, undiscovered spiritual herbs and ancient treasures still lay hidden within. Of course, locating them remained no simple task. Fang Wudao spent half a day, spreading his divine sense to its absolute limit, meticulously scanning several vast ruins. Yet he failed to uncover even a single decent spiritual herb or a fragment of a valuable ancient treasure. The restrictions within the Dao Palace suppress spiritual sense far too severely, perception can scarcely extend. I can only search slowly, like a headless fly. He sighed. How vast was this Dao Palace? Searching area by area like this, who knew when it would ever end? No wonder generations of cultivators constantly spoke of opportunity. Treasure hunting within the Qingshan Dao Palace truly depended largely on luck and fate. Wait! Fang Wudao abruptly halted, a sudden flash of insight striking his mind. The 3 Void Sutra grants the ability to transform into any form upon mastering its basics, aligning with the laws of heaven and earth. Could I temporarily merge my aura and consciousness into the Qingshan Dao Palace's restriction system? This idea was incredibly bold, even borderline insane. The palace's restrictions were terrifyingly powerful, the slightest misstep could backfire spectacularly. But Fang Wudao refused to let this journey be in vain. He recalled that the Qingshan Dao Palace had lain abandoned for years and had suffered severe damage during an exceptionally fierce battle. It felt like there might just be a way to make it work. Thus, he sought out a relatively secluded spot behind a broken pillar, sat cross-legged, held his breath, and concentrated his mind, summoning every ounce of his feeble, fragmented true intent. The process proved exceedingly arduous and obscure. It took over a full quarter of an hour before he finally caught that fleeting opportunity. With utmost caution, he attempted to synchronize and fuse a thread of his own aura fluctuations with the pervasive neural network-like restrictions of the Dao Palace. The moment he merged, Fang Wudao felt his consciousness transform into a single drop of water, plunging into a boundless, unfathomable ocean. His sense of self shrank to nothingness, surrounded by a vast, ancient, icy torrent of prohibitions brimming with destructive power. The slightest misstep, triggering the instinctive rejection of the restrictions, would instantly shatter this thread of consciousness into nothingness. Fortunately, this Qingshan Dao Palace has fallen into disrepair over the years. Its core lacks a master to maintain its operations, leaving most of the prohibitions dormant or semi-dormant. Fang Wudao silently rejoiced, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Steeling his nerves, he began guiding his consciousness like a faint electric current, cautiously flowing along the intricate veins of the forbidden network. This perspective felt utterly bizarre. He seemed to have transformed into a ghost, observing the Dao Palace through the eyes of the prohibitions. Soon, in the corner of a collapsed side hall, he discovered an ancient sword rust-covered and nearly snapped in two. Its design bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the Heavenly Sword sect. Clearly, it was left behind by some predecessor of the Heavenly Sword sect who had perished here thousands of years ago. Fang Wudao immediately withdrew his consciousness from the barrier network and returned to his physical form. After orienting himself, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, streaking toward the side hall at breakneck speed. Upon reaching the site, he tore through the heavy rubble with his bare hands and snatched the nearly unrecognizable sword fragment. The instant his palm touched it, he absorbed every last trace of lingering spiritual essence. Soon, the interface displayed a notification, Sword Spirit plus 133. 133 points? Not bad. A satisfied smile spread across Fang Wudao's face. This efficiency was far superior to blindly searching. He immediately crossed his legs again, immersing his mind in reconnecting with the forbidden network. With the experience from his first attempt, things went a bit smoother this time. Soon, through the erased perception, he locked onto a fragment of an ancient blade and a fiery sunflower stubbornly growing amidst the ruins, radiating scorching heat.
Sword Spirit plus 157. Fang Wudao's expression grew slightly peculiar as he read the notification. Why did it feel like he was straying further and further into the path of swordsmanship? He was clearly a disciple of the sword sect. Just as he merged with the restrictions for the third time to expand his search range, a violent surge of energy and a thunderous explosion erupted from the distance, violently disrupting his focus. His already faint and unstable fragment of true intent was instantly shattered by this external force, violently jolting his consciousness out of the mystical barrier's perception. Which bastard is interfering with my treasure hunt? Fang Wudao was instantly boiling with rage. His clever treasure hunting method relied heavily on a stable environment. Any violent combat interference rendered it impossible. Damn it! Why can't they just seek their own opportunities or quietly observe the Enlightenment steal? Instead, they're fighting to the death here, ruining my plans. He muttered under his breath, his eyes darkening with malice. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward the source of the battle's energy. It seemed that to keep his camera treasure hunting scheme running smoothly, he'd have to deal with those restless troublemakers by beating them all senseless. At the heart of the eastern district of Qingshandao Palace, a relatively intact plaza stood before a towering stone wall covered in profound inscriptions. This was the eastern district's Enlightenment stele. At that moment, the atmosphere before the monument was tense and charged. 3 students from the Southern Frontier Academy stood in tense confrontation with the 3 sects and aristocratic families led by Li Guanyi and Fang Zhijian. You Southern Frontier Academy are nothing but outsiders. You arrive and immediately try to monopolize 3 enlightenment cushions? That shows utter contempt for us Wei Kingdom cultivators. Li Feng of the Overlord Blade sect growled lowly, his long blade humming in his grasp. The meditation cushions before the Enlightenment stele were crucial aids for spiritual comprehension, yet their number was limited, only 10 in total across the eastern and western zones. Allocated to the eastern sector, their group of 15 could only hope for 5 seats at best. Yet these 3 from Southern Frontier Academy had the audacity to demand 3 seats outright upon arrival. This meant the remaining 12 of them would have to fight over a mere 2 spots. This was utterly outrageous. Opportunities in this world have always belonged to those who seize them. Luo Yanjun stood with his hands behind his back, his tone flat yet tinged with an arrogance that ran deep in his bones. Our 3 possess strength far surpassing yours. What is wrong with occupying 3 meditation cushions? Must we even share them fairly with you? Ever since learning of the terrifying power of the Qingshan Daozhu, the 3 of them had resolved to seize any possible opportunity to obtain the inheritance, no matter the cost. After preliminary reconnaissance, they concluded this Enlightenment stele was the most likely place to conceal the inheritance. Therefore, these 3 meditation cushions were theirs to claim. Had they not sensed the water mirror spell cast around the Enlightenment stele, projecting this scene outward, they might have driven away all these natives before them. To prevent others from snatching away this inheritance opportunity. Chapter 94, Breaking Through the Second Layer. Since that's the case, let's settle this with our fists. Seeing this, Li Guan shook the long sword in his hand, unleashing a blazing sword aura that erupted with the ferocity of a peak second-tier cultivator. On the other side, Fang Zhijian let out a low growl as his thunderous bloodline activated instantly. Fierce streaks of golden-purple lightning erupted from his body, his aura surging relentlessly as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Guan. Both had successfully broken through to the condensing realm by harnessing the vast, pure spiritual energy within the Dao Palace. Now, with their full might unleashed, the colossal fluctuations of power caused the ruins themselves to tremble slightly. Yet, facing their fierce aura, Luo Yanjun of the Southern Academy merely curled his lips into a cold, disdainful sneer. Boom! A searing, violent wave of fire erupted from his body, violently shaking Li Guanyi's solidified crimson blade aura and Fang Zhijian's exploding thunderous pressure, causing them to flicker and waver. A second-tier martial aura? The crowd sensed the terrifying pressure surpassing the first realm, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gasped in shock. Frogs in a well. Luo Yanjun's tone was flat, bordering on cold indifference. You backward cultivators, isolated in your corner, could never comprehend the profound depth of a true great power's foundations. He lifted his chin slightly, radiating an innate sense of superiority. In our Luo clan, when core disciples turn 15, clan elders personally guide them to begin observing the family's secret true intent diagrams, allowing them to prematurely grasp the essence of heaven and earth. Grasping the essence of momentum is merely a natural progression. What difficulty is there in that? At the end of the day, you're merely forcing growth with family resources and external aid. What's there to brag about? Li Feng gripped his sword hilt tightly, retorting coldly, though his tone betrayed an unmistakable tinge of envy and helplessness. What? Jealous? Luo Yanjun chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with undisguised contempt. Too bad. Being born into the right family is a skill in itself. We were born with a starting point you could never hope to reach through a lifetime of struggle. And you are destined to be inferior from the moment you were born. These 3 meditation cushions are ours for the taking. Not even the Dao Master can keep them, my word.
Outside this secluded Dao palace, where survival depended solely on individual prowess, he couldn't be bothered to put on a show. But within this secluded Dao palace, where skill alone mattered, he couldn't be bothered to pretend. After all, once they left, they would board the academy's flying vessel and depart immediately. Even if the three sect's elders seethed with anger, what could they possibly do about it? Outside the Qingxian Dao palace, atop the high platform. Through the water mirror spell, Lord Luoyan's arrogant, rude, and deeply humiliating words came through crystal clear. The expressions of the three sect's elders darkened so profoundly, it seemed as though water could drip from their faces. Having their most outstanding disciple humiliated by an outsider was tantamount to slapping all of them in the face. Upon witnessing this, Luo He, the Grand Master of the Southern Academy, offered a forced, insincere apology. "My fellow cultivators, please forgive him. Young people are competitive and speak without restraint. I shall discipline him properly upon our return." Facing this perfunctory apology, Lin Qingyi's face turned as cold as ice. She merely replied icily, "It's fine. Dean Luo, rest assured. Soon, he'll shut his mouth naturally." "Oh?" Luo He raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he turned his gaze back to the water mirror. Could it be that another disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect had also grasped the second-tier momentum? But he quickly smoothed his brow, regaining his composure. Even if it were true, so what? As fellow second-tier force cultivators, the Luo family disciples nurtured since childhood with the finest lineage and most abundant resources possessed combat prowess and understanding of force that far surpassed any genius from these remote regions. Moreover, Luo Yanjun wasn't the only one from the Southern Academy who had grasped the second-tier force during this journey. Before the Enlightenment Steel, just as Luo Yanjun believed everything was about to conclude, a figure strolled toward them from the distance. "Li Guani, you failed to grasp the second-tier blade force?" The newcomer was none other than Yi Guxing. His expression was stern, his eyes flashing with obvious displeasure. "It seems, our scheduled duel is no longer necessary." With each step Yi Guxing took forward, the piercing sword aura surrounding him intensified dramatically. When he came to a halt before Luo Yanjun, that sword aura had shattered some limit, reaching an entirely new tier, the second-tier sword aura. "Yi Guxing, you broke through?" Li Guani felt that terrifying sword aura, utterly matching Luo Yanjun's own, and his voice grew dry. A wave of profound disappointment washed over him. Just days ago, the two had been evenly matched. In fact, relying on his blade cultivation technique, he had even held a slight advantage. Yet in the blink of an eye, his opponent had broken through first, leaving him far behind. Fang Zhijian beside him felt even more bitter. His own momentum was still stuck in the late stage of the first tier, not even touching the peak, let alone the distant second tier. Senior brother Fang once said, "How could cultivation be such an inconvenient thing? As long as you set your mind on breaking through and your intent is clear, you will naturally achieve it." Yi Guxing's tone was flat, as if stating the most obvious truth. "Li Guan? Fang Yijian? Everyone. Wait, are all of you disciples this unreasonable? Breaking through cultivation levels is as simple as eating and drinking? Is this the extent of your final confidence?" Luo Yanjun stared at Yi Guxing, whose imposing presence stood equal to his own. Though his expression remained haughtily arrogant, a fleeting, indescribable pang of envy flickered deep within his eyes. How dare he? How could a sword cultivator from a resource-deprived backwater, without relying on external aids, comprehend the second-tier sword force entirely through his own insight? Compared to him, didn't that make Luo Yanjun look utterly ridiculous? Driven by fury and humiliation, Luo Yanjun unleashed his full power without reservation. Crimson-red waves of fire surged forth like boiling magma, bearing the intent to incinerate everything as they pressed down upon Yi Guxing. Yi Guxing's eyes turned cold, showing no fear as the second-tier sword force erupted completely. Five-colored sword chi coalesced and swirled around him, solidifying into an impenetrable barrier that held back the towering waves of fire. Boom! The fiery onslaught and sword energy collided violently, erupting in a deafening roar. The scattered shockwaves pulverized every stone on the ground into dust. For a moment, the two forces locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Luo Yanjun's expression darkened further. He, a direct descendant of the prestigious Luo family and the pride of Southern Academy, was unable to swiftly suppress a newly breakthrough rural sword cultivator? If word of this reached the academy, he would become a laughingstock. "Luo Yanjun, what's wrong with you? Can't even handle a country sword cultivator?" Luo Fengwu, watching from the sidelines, immediately wore an expression of schadenfreude, her words dripping with sarcasm. The Luo family's internal competition was fierce. Her talent and strength were comparable to Luo Yanjun's, making them potential rivals. Naturally, she relished seeing him humiliated. Luo Yanjun snorted coldly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Just as he was about to unleash some secret technique to forcefully defeat Yi Guxing and salvage his pride, a voice suddenly boomed from afar, filled with extreme displeasure and even a hint of rage. "Is it you useless fools fighting here that's messing with my treasure hunt? Chapter 95, give me more." The voice thundered like a bolt from the blue, shattering the tense standoff. Rage surged within Luo Yanjun. He whipped his head toward the source of the voice.
Which fool dares to spout such nonsense here? Luo Fingwu and Che Changying's expressions also turned icy as they shot hostile glances in the direction of the voice. As elite students handpicked from thousands at Southern Academy, they were treated like royalty wherever they went. How could anyone dare insult them so crudely to their faces? Senior Brother Fong, Junior Brother Fong has arrived. In stark contrast to the shock and fury of the Southern Academy trio, the cultivators from Wei Kingdom all lit up with delight, as if they'd found their anchor. They had long witnessed Fang Wudao's power and innate talent, a prodigy who grasped the second-tier sword force before even entering the condensing stage. Now that he had successfully broken through, his power was bound to be even more unfathomable. With him present, victory might still be within reach. This man is no ordinary opponent. Be cautious. Che Changying, who had remained silent throughout, furrowed his brow slightly and warned in a deep voice. He sensed a restrained yet intensely dangerous aura emanating from the man. Luo Fingwu and Luo Yanjun were no fools either. From the reactions of Li Feng, Li Guani, and the others, they instantly guessed that the newcomer was likely the true leader among this group of natives. Let's strike together and test his depth. Luo Fingwu abandoned her spectator's attitude and dismissive tone. Scarlet spiritual energy surged around her, searing waves of fire materializing from thin air. A blazing inferno, equally reaching the second-tier realm, began to violently coalesce. Che Changying nodded silently. A dark, viscous glow seemingly capable of devouring light emerged silently from his body, revealing itself as a second-tier force as well. Their energies intertwined, unleashing a mountain-shaking, sea-roaring spiritual pressure that crushed down upon Fang Wudao like an overwhelming tidal wave. Facing the combined pressure of two geniuses from the Southern Academy, Fang Wudao remained serene. In his mind, he silently commanded. Panel, give me some points. 133 points of sword spirit, channel them all into the 5 elements sword cannon. Thank you. A rampant sword aura erupted from Fang Wudao's body like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. 5 colored sword lights swirled ceaselessly, complementing each other to form an indestructible torrent of sword energy. It brutally tore a massive gap in the momentum of Luo Fingwu and Che Changying. Mid-stage double-layered sword energy? Luo Fingwu and Che Changying felt the piercing sharpness that nearly penetrated their very souls. Their faces paled simultaneously as they cried out in shock. What? Luo Yanjun, who had been fully engaged in confronting Yi Gushing, heard the cries and was shaken to his core. He whipped his head around, his expression one of utter disbelief. In a clash between masters, there was no room for even the slightest lapse in concentration. Yi Gushing's eyes flashed with ferocity. Seizing the moment of distraction, he clasped his fingers like a sword. 5 colored sword lights swirled rapidly around him, transforming into a dazzling yet deadly streak. With pinpoint precision, it swept past Luo Yanjun's shoulder. Rip! His robe ripped apart, a deep gash exposing bone instantly appeared on Luo Yanjun's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Luo Yanjun grunted in pain, cursing under his breath. Unable to mount a counterattack, he retreated hastily and awkwardly, darting to stand beside Luo Fingwu and Che Changying. Only when the three stood shoulder to shoulder did he feel a shred of security. How could such a remote, insignificant country possibly nurture a monster with mid-second-tier sword momentum? Luo Fingwu's voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and utter absurdity. Not only that. Che Changying's expression was as solemn as water as he struggled to speak. The refinement of his spiritual energy far surpasses ours. As geniuses of the Southern Academy, they had always been the ones crushing others in both spiritual energy quality and momentum. Yet today, they were being comprehensively outclassed by a mere country bumpkin cultivator. This mind-shattering upheaval sent shockwaves crashing through his heart. All traces of arrogance vanished from Luo Yanjun's face. His voice trembled with tension and panic as he stammered. What should we do now? Even if the three of them joined forces, they likely couldn't defeat Fang Wudao. Not to mention, standing beside him was Yi Gushing, whose strength matched his own. We have no choice but to negotiate. Luo Fingwu took a deep breath, forcing down the shock and humiliation welling up inside her, and ground out the words through clenched teeth. Fighting him was likely futile. For now, the only option was to temporarily yield. Mid-stage double-layered sword force? Outside the Dao Palace, atop the elevated platform, Luo He, the Grand Master of the Southern Academy, could no longer maintain his composure. He slammed his fist on the armrest, leaping to his feet, his face etched with utter astonishment. Having just broken through to the condensing core realm, he could already comprehend sword force to the mid-stage of the second layer? What an earth-shattering, unparalleled talent for the sword way! Especially since this youth had grown up in Wei Kingdom, a place they considered a backwater. A prodigy. A true prodigy. Luo He's eyes flashed with intense light. Compared to Luo Fingwu and Luo Yanjun, Fang Wudao's talent was incomparably higher. We must find a way to bring him into the Luo family as a son-in-law. You guys at the Heavenly Sword Sect, you've been hiding your depth incredibly well. Enwood Baby's doll-like face was filled with shock as she gritted her teeth. Fang Wudao breaking through to the second-tier sword force, he must have done it quite some time ago, right?
She had assumed Fang Wudao had only recently achieved this breakthrough, but now it was clear he had broken through long ago and had been secretly refining his cultivation all this time. Otherwise, how could he have so effortlessly advanced from the early stage of the second tier to the mid-stage? Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff stared wide-eyed, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long moment. Fang Wudao's growth rate was utterly terrifying. At this pace, he might have a chance to break through to the immortal ascension realm within 100 years. Little did they know that Elders Pang and Su of the Heavenly Sword sect were also staring at each other in utter shock. But Fang Wudao, didn't he say he had no time to cultivate sword techniques? Elder Su's jaw nearly hit the floor. Outsiders might not know, but they were well aware. Just months ago, Fang Wudao was still stuck at the mid-stage of the Jade Liquid realm. He'd spent nearly all his time since then honing his cultivation. How could he possibly have had the time to delve into the sword arts? Yet now, this kid had quietly broken through. Could it be, the exceptional environment of the Qingxian Dao Palace has made his comprehension of sword momentum easier? Elder Pang stammered out his conjecture, searching for a plausible explanation. It's possible. The sect master forced himself to remain composed, stroking his beard and nodding. The Qingxian Dao Palace is abundant in spiritual energy and radiates the essence of the Dao. For those with extraordinary talent, it may indeed provide an additional boost. That brat! Lin Xingyi trembled slightly with excitement, her beautiful eyes brimming with unmistakable joy and pride. She knew Fang Wudao possessed profound foundations, and teaming up with Yi Guxing would give them ample chances to defeat the Southern Academy. But she never imagined he would break through at the critical moment, single-handedly overwhelming the entire arena. He does have a certain charm about him. Lin Xingyi lifted her chin slightly, letting out a soft snort, her tone tinged with pride. Chapter 96, The Response. I've been to the Qingxian Dao Palace too, Elder Su frowned, his expression puzzled. At the time, I only felt the abundant spiritual energy, which was beneficial for insight, but I didn't sense anything particularly extraordinary. His significant advancement in the sword path back then was entirely due to the insight stone and the meditation cushion before it. The environment? It really had nothing to do with it. That's why you failed when attempting to break through to the seal realm, Brother Su. Elder Sure appeared from somewhere, his voice carrying. When I was inside, I distinctly heard the Dao's voice whispering in my ear, expounding the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. If one simply calms the mind to listen and comprehend, breaking through the seal realm should pose little difficulty. For sword cultivation, the benefits are boundless. What? Elder Su and the others gasped in unison. Wait, how come we didn't hear those whispers back then? Junior Brother Sure, you truly heard the Dao's voice? Elder Pang pressed incredulously. None of you heard it? Now it was Elder Sure's turn to be stunned. He exclaimed in disbelief. I always assumed only Brother Su, with the weakest talent, failed to hear it, which is why he suffered such a devastating failure when attempting to break through to the seal realm. So? I was the only one who heard it? Could it be? Elder Pang murmured, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, that back then, our venerable master had actually intended Junior Brother Sure to be the successor? Huh? No way. So I was just the backup? The sect master suddenly felt his world crumbling. Elder Su and Lin Xingyi also wore peculiar expressions. As expected of Senior Brother Fang. His sword momentum has broken through again. Before the enlightenment steel, Yi Guxing stared intently at Fang Wudao, his eyes burning with an unprecedented intensity. Only a Senior Brother Fang this formidable, constantly pushing his limits, was worthy of Yi Guxing dedicating his entire life to catching up. Fang Wudao has broken through too? Li Guan of the Overlord Sword sect clenched his fist so tightly his nails nearly dug into his palms, his heart filled with bitter resentment. Fang Wudao and Yi Guxing had both ascended to new realms, while he remained stuck in place. How could he possibly accept this? Fang Zhijian of Thunder Cliff had become utterly numb. If Yi Guxing's breakthrough had merely left him bitter, then Fang Wudao's advancement had utterly crushed all his pride and ambition to catch up, leaving only profound helplessness. Beside him, Su Baier clasped her hands over her heart, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at Fang Wudao with pure admiration. Senior Brother Fang seems even more dashing and extraordinary after his breakthrough. I like it. Her gaze shifted slightly to the icy, mountain-like Higashi beside him, and her face flushed again. Senior Brother Yi, cold and aloof over there, I like him too. What a freak. Huang Linfu and his younger brother Huang Linfeng exchanged glances, both shaking their heads with wry smiles, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Only the two brothers knew the truth. Fang Wudao primarily cultivated sword techniques. Yet despite that, he had achieved such terrifying mastery in the way of the sword. What terrifying talent. This time, our Southern Frontier Academy concedes defeat. Luo Yanjun and his two companions exchanged glances, their faces twisted with bitter resignation as they reluctantly withdrew their stances, choosing to concede for now. The situation was stronger than they had no choice but to bow their heads. Fang Wudao, may we speak? Luo Fingwu forced down the tumult of emotions churning within her, shedding her previous aloofness as she strained to conjure a bright smile. Just moments ago you were shouting, opportunities in this world belong to the capable.
What's this? Realized you couldn't win, so now you want to negotiate?
Li Feng of the Overlord Sword Sect seized the moment, delivering a merciless taunt.
When you're strong, you plunder and seize. When you find yourself outmatched, you seek peace to cut your losses? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Veins throbbed on Luo Yanjun's forehead as he shot Li Feng a vicious glare.
A flash of savage intent flickered, but he ultimately forced himself to hold back. With the initiative now lost, this was clearly no time for verbal sparring.
Fellow Daoist Feng, in terms of raw strength alone, the three of us are indeed no match for you. Ignoring Li Feng's taunts, Luo Fengwu fixed Fang Wudao with a sincere gaze.
But as core disciples of our respective clans, we each possess some life-saving trump cards.
If we truly fought to the death, it would likely only result in mutual destruction benefiting no one.
Her tone softened as she appealed to reason. We all came to Qingxian Dao Palace seeking opportunity and the Enlightenment steel.
There's no need to fight to the death here, is there? How about this?
Our Southern Academy will take only 2 of these 5 meditation cushions.
The remaining 3 are all yours. What do you say? This is the utmost sincerity we can offer.
In their view, only geniuses who had grasped the second tier of power were worthy of the meditation cushions before the Enlightenment steel. That meant, aside from the 3 from Southern Academy, only Yi Guxing and Fang Wudao qualified.
By voluntarily relinquishing one spot, they were making an enormous concession. They believed Fang Wudao would grasp the implication and readily agree.
Upon hearing this, Li Guani of the Overlord Sword Sect and Fang Zhijian of Thunder Cliff both instinctively turned their gaze toward Fang Wudao. Though they harbored reluctance, they conceded the proposal was acceptable. After all, their opponent hailed from a great clan with unfathomable hidden cards. Pushing forward recklessly would indeed be unwise.
Securing 3 meditation cushions was already a favorable outcome.
Fang Wudao, you will still need to advance your studies at the Southern Frontier Academy.
Leave a little room for future encounters. A step back from each side benefits everyone.
Luo Yanjun spoke up at the opportune moment, his tone half admonishing, half threatening. He was hinting to Fang Wudao not to push things too far, lest he face difficulties once they reached the Southern Frontier Academy.
Who do you think you are, threatening my senior brother Fang?
Yi Guxing's eyes flashed with sudden coldness.
He wasn't buying it.
The sword energy surged around him once more, like a frigid blade piercing straight toward Luo Yanjun.
Luo Yanjun's face turned ashen.
Instinctively, he summoned flames to shield himself, about to erupt with a threat, only to be halted by Luo Fengwu's hand.
He could only snort coldly and turn away, saying nothing more. What are your thoughts, fellow Daoist Fang?
Luo Fengwu turned her gaze back to Fang Wudao, awaiting his decision. Before Fang Wudao could speak, however, a clear, spirited, and delightfully cheerful young girl's voice rang out swiftly from the distant corridor.
What's there to consider?
These meditation cushions, of course they all belong to our Heavenly Sword sect. Tang Linger came dashing over, her face beaming with the excitement of one who'd discovered treasure. Her voice preceded her arrival, delivering a bold response on Fang Wudao's behalf.
Chapter 97, The Gourd. Luo Fengwu's beautiful face turned cold as she suppressed her anger and asked, fellow Daoist Fang, is this also your intention?
Fang Wudao remained composed, his gaze drifting indifferently over the trio from Southern Border Academy. His tone was as still as a lake. What the senior sister says is what I say. Since these fellows from Southern Border Academy dared to interfere with his treasure hunt, they would naturally pay the price. Tang Linger, hearing this, lifted her chin smugly, chuckled, and placed her hands on her hips, looking utterly self-assured. Such splendid treasures rightfully belong to our Heavenly Sword sect. It seems our earlier goodwill and restraint gave you the mistaken impression you could push your advantage. Luo Fengwu's expression turned as cold as ice, her aura suddenly sharpening. With a flick of her delicate hand, a magnificent feather, shimmering with radiant light and ablaze with roaring flames, appeared in her palm. Seeing this, Luo Yanjun and Che Chengying beside her also revealed their trump cards without hesitation. In Luo Yanjun's hand appeared a translucent crimson crystal, its interior seemingly sealed with surging, turbulent magma. Che Chengying, meanwhile, gripped a dark, lifeless dagger that writhed like a living creature, emitting an eerie aura that seemed to devour light. Very well then, let us settle this with our hands before making any further allocations. Luo Fengwu let out a fierce cry, channeling her immense spiritual energy into the flaming feather without reservation. Screech! A clear, soaring phoenix cry echoed across the plaza. The flame feather suddenly expanded into a magnificent, fiery phoenix with a wingspan of several zhang. With the might to scorch the heavens, it roared forth. Almost simultaneously, the crimson crystal in Luo Yanjun's hand erupted with blinding light. Surging, torrential flames surged forth, coalescing into a monstrous, snarling fire dragon. Che Chengying's shadowy dagger silently melted, transforming into a spreading, deep shadow that extinguished light wherever it passed, emanating a deathly stillness that sent chills down the spine. Yi Guxi's eyes narrowed sharply. His long sword hummed as a fierce, piercing sword aura shot skyward, poised for action. Fang Wudao's body was enveloped in swirling 5-colored sword light, the 5 elements' power surging endlessly as he prepared to intercept. Yet, at this critical moment, Tang Linger defied expectations. She suddenly stepped forward, her petite frame unexpectedly blocking their path.
Fellow disciples, rest for now. Leave the rest to me, your senior sister.
Her expression was solemn, her tone carrying a rare, determined gravity as if trying to uphold the family honor, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor.
What? Fang Wudao and Yi Gushing both froze, their eyes filled with disbelief.
This senior sister, who usually coasted whenever possible and lit up at the sight of treasure, had suddenly changed her ways?
Had someone possessed her? Tang Linger ignored her two junior brothers' astonished stares as she swiftly produced a gourd.
It looked plain and rustic, even somewhat worn. Its surface was dull and lifeless, save for the stopper, which seemed etched with several indistinct ancient runes. With a swift motion, she pulled the stopper free and aimed the gourd's opening at the terrifying fire phoenix, the roaring, raging fire dragon, and the ever-expanding shadowy darkness. Her face lit up with uncontrollable excitement as she cried out.
Come to me, little darlings. Let this old lady collect you.
As her words faded, an eerie, inexplicable suction emanated from the seemingly ordinary gourd's opening. The next moment, a scene that left everyone present gaping in disbelief and their scalps tingling unfolded. The majestic fire phoenix, the raging fire dragon, and the light-devouring shadow seemed to encounter their natural nemesis. Their forms abruptly twisted and compressed, emitting silent, wretched cries. Forcibly torn from their master's grasp, they transformed into three streaks of light red, crimson, and black, and with a whizzing sound, were violently sucked into the tiny gourd's mouth.
Luo Fengwu,
Luo Yanjun, and Che Chengying's faces instantly contorted with utter horror and disbelief. They desperately channeled their divine sense, attempting to recall the treasures bound to their very souls, only to discover with horror that the connection was being forcibly severed by a brutal, bizarre force.
What? This can't be. Mighty fire dragon crystal.
The three nearly screamed in unison. These three treasures were precious protective artifacts bestowed upon them by their clan, possessing immense power.
Yet now, they had been so easily absorbed by a mere broken gourd?
Even Fang Wudao and Yi Gushing, who had been poised to strike, froze in unison, their faces etched with astonishment. They could clearly sense that the gourd in Tang Linger's hand wasn't emitting any particularly powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, yet its effect was bizarrely beyond comprehension.
Senior sister Tang, where did you get this gourd?
Even Yi Gushing, who was usually utterly devoted to his sword and nearly indifferent to external objects, couldn't help but ask. He had never seen such a peculiar magical artifact.
Fang Wudao, however, suddenly understood, feeling both amused and exasperated. He knew it. How could senior sister suddenly change her ways and take the initiative to shoulder responsibilities?
Turns out she'd set her sights on this priceless treasure. Her knack for plucking every last feather off a passing goose was truly mastered.
Tang Linger swiftly popped the stopper back into the gourd's mouth, tucked it proudly into her bosom, patted it affectionately like a precious treasure, and declared, "Hee, I was just wandering around in those ruins earlier and accidentally kicked it. It looked kinda unique, so I picked it up. Who knew it'd be so useful?" Fang Wudao.
He had painstakingly searched for ages before, combing every inch of the area, yet hadn't found a single shred of evidence. In the end, he'd risked merging into the Dao Palace's restrictions just to find two broken magical treasures and a single blazing sunflower. And now his senior sister disciple casually strolls around and picks up a flawless treasure with such bizarrely powerful functions? What kind of god-defying luck is this? Luo Fengwu and the others watched helplessly as their prized treasure was snatched away. Rage made them tremble, their faces alternating between pale and green, yet they hesitated to act, afraid to make a move that might backfire. Their greatest advantage had been shattered in an instant, and the opponent still had that eerie gourd lurking menacingly. To act now would be nothing short of courting humiliation.
Tang Linger watched the three from Southern Academy, seething but unable to speak.
Her eyes darted about as she deliberately turned her head and whispered to the other.
"Fang, my gourd is indeed powerful, but alas, it can only hold 3 treasures at a time. The rest, well, that's up to you lot to handle."
Her voice carried just loud enough for the others across the way to catch the words.
Fang Wudao was speechless. "Senior sister, be reasonable. Taking 3 precious treasures from someone isn't enough, now you want to keep fishing for more? Do you really think they're some little cutie? No way. This lie is so poorly executed." Upon hearing this, Luo Yanjun raised an eyebrow slightly, instinctively glancing at Luo Fengwu and Che Chengying beside him. In that exchange of glances, a flicker of interest seemed to pass. But Luo Fengwu only wore a bitter expression and shook her head slightly. Regardless of whether Tang Linger's words were true or false, even if that gourd was temporarily unusable, their remaining resources alone were no match for Fang Wudao and Yi Gushing. To provoke another conflict now would only lead to an even more crushing defeat. Chapter 98, One Person. Let's go. We'll seek our fortune elsewhere in the Dao Palace. Luo Yanjun gritted his teeth, forcing the words out of his throat with bitter reluctance. Even as his heart bled, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure the humiliation. Luo Fengwu, too, suppressed her own anguish as she offered comfort to her companion and to herself. Perhaps we'll get lucky and find similar marvelous treasures elsewhere in the Dao Palace. Wait. Tang Linger's clear voice rang out again, halting the trio as they turned to leave. This is outrageous. Luo Yanjun whipped around, veins bulging on his temples as pent-up fury erupted.
Does your heavenly sword sect truly intend to fight us to the death? Don't forget, you'll still need to advance your studies at the Southern Academy. By humiliating us time and again like this, aren't you afraid our three families will join forces to take care of you in the future? He was now so enraged he threatened without restraint. After all, with the water mirror projection here, the other side wouldn't dare kill him outright. But if the humiliation continued, he'd rather tear off the mask of civility. Luo Fengwu and Che Chengying's expressions were equally grim. As the pride of Southern Frontier Academy and direct descendants of their families, they had never endured such relentless humiliation. Outside the Dao Palace, before the water mirror, Luo He, the Grand Master of the Southern Academy, his face dark enough to drip water, coldly declared, "Your sect's disciples are acting far too arrogant and overbearing." Lin Qingyi pursed her lips and smiled, mimicking the other's earlier tone as she offered a hollow, insincere reply. "Chancellor Luo, please forgive them. They're young and competitive, prone to speaking without restraint. I shall discipline them properly upon our return." She had simply returned Luo He's earlier words, word for word. "You!" Luo He choked with rage, slamming his fist onto the armrest of his chair. The armrest, crafted from premium spirit pear wood, instantly shattered with a loud crack under his grip. "Oh dear, that's over a century-old spirit pear wood, quite valuable." Elder Pang beside him feigned concern, glancing at the wreckage and clicking his tongue. Elder Su immediately chimed in with a wave of his hand, "No harm done, no harm done. It's only a few hundred or thousand spirit stones. If it's broken, it's broken." "Indeed," added the other elder. "Though our Skyblade sect may not rival the prosperity of Southern Academy, we certainly aren't so petty as to quibble over such trifling spirit stones." "Master Luo, please don't give it another thought." The sect master stroked his beard and added a subtle jab. Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff naturally wouldn't miss this chance to kick someone when they're down, sneering sarcastically, "Master Luo truly possesses remarkable strength." Enwood Baobao of the Overlord Blade sect burst into unrestrained laughter. Luo He's face flushed red then drained pale as he was cornered into utter embarrassment. Suddenly, he pulled a heavy spirit stone pouch from his robe and slammed it onto the table, his voice icy. "I've lost my composure. Is 10,000 spirit stones sufficient compensation? Oh my, how embarrassing." Elder Pang moved with the swiftness of the wind, slipping the bag into his sleeve before the words had even finished, his face breaking into a broad grin. "Look at you two, getting so worked up." Inside the Dao Palace, Tang Linger watched Luo Fengwu and the others, who were practically ready to explode, and gave a sly smile. She spoke slowly and deliberately. "My friends, I mean well. This enlightenment steel and the 5 meditation cushions are likely connected to the peerless legacy of the Qingxian Dao Master." What kind of figure was Qingxian Daozhu? A peerless prodigy who appeared but once in 10,000 years, a great power who dominated an entire era. The value of the inheritance he left behind, need I say more? Are you truly willing to walk away now, letting this heaven-defying opportunity slip through your fingers? What exactly are you trying to say? Luo Yanjun snapped impatiently. They knew all this, of course, otherwise, why would they be fighting here? Yet Luo Fengwu detected a glimmer of hope in Tang Linger's words. She restrained the nearly enraged Luo Yanjun and said in a solemn tone, "Daoist Tang, if you have a proposal, speak plainly." Tang Linger blinked, finally revealing her true intentions with a smile. "Simple. The essence of the 5 elements, spirit stones, or other valuable treasures. If the price is right, I might consider letting you rent a meditation cushion for a few days." Fang Wudao pressed his hand to his forehead, utterly defeated. Even at a time like this, she still couldn't forget about making a profit. "You're something else, senior sister." Yi Guxing, however, remained expressionless, utterly indifferent. He held no attachment to meditation cushions or lineages. As senior brother Fang said, cultivation shouldn't be hindered by such trivial things. As long as the sword remained in his heart, he would continue to advance. External objects were merely icing on the cake. Having them was certainly better, but lacking them was no cause for concern. The Thunder Cliff and Overlord Blade sect disciples shifted their lips, hesitating to speak. They naturally did not wish to share the meditation cushion with the Southern Academy disciples. Yet Tang Linger, who had defeated Luo Fengwu and her 2 companions, held the authority to allocate it. They had no standing to intervene, left only to fret in silence. Luo Yanjun and his companions exchanged grim glances before whispering among themselves. Finally, Luo Yanjun reluctantly produced a jade box. Opening it revealed a spirit crystal shimmering with multicolored radiance. This is a quintessence of the 5 elements, refined twice over. It's sufficient to aid a condensation core cultivator in completing at least half of their ascension. This had been the treasure he had prepared for himself after condensing his golden core. Now, he had no choice but to offer it as a bargaining chip. Tang Linger's eyes lit up. The 5 elements essence was precisely the treasure they desperately needed now, capable of significantly boosting their cultivation. Fang Wudao's heart stirred as well. Though he could absorb spiritual essence directly to advance his cultivation, having this treasure as an aid would undoubtedly be superior. Deal. You may use the meditation cushion for 3 days. Tang Linger swiftly took the jade box and declared. What?
Only 3 days?
This 5 elements essence has been refined twice, it's incredibly precious.
You're only letting us 3 comprehend it for 3 days?
Luo Yanjun could scarcely believe his ears, nearly choking on his anger.
This wasn't business, it was outright robbery. Correction, not you all, but you.
Tang Linger wiggled her index finger and added with a smile.
This essence of the 5 elements is only enough to grant you and you alone 3 days of comprehension. 1 person? 3 days? Luo Yanjun's rage turned to laughter.
Pointing at Tang Linger, his finger trembled so violently he could barely form coherent words. Luo Fingwu and Shay Changying beside him were equally livid, their chests heaving violently. The terms were utterly outrageous.
Think it's too expensive? Tang Linger curled her lip, wearing a take-it-or-leave-it expression. This is the inheritance of the Qingxian Dao master.
Forget 3 days, even 1 hour of it would have people outside fighting tooth and nail for it, offering treasures far more precious than this to trade.
Think carefully. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. You. Luo Yanjun's eyes blazed with fury, itching to strike immediately.
But catching sight of the yellow skin cord tucked in Tang Linger's robe, he forced himself to hold back. In the end, the 3 gathered together once more, their frustration boiling over, and reluctantly pulled another 2 portions of 5 elements essence to secure the right to use the 3 meditation cushions for 3 days.
Chapter 99, The Ancestral Patriarch. Tang Linger tossed the newly acquired portions of 5 elements essence to Yi Guxing and Fang Wudao with satisfaction.
Lifting her little face, she beamed as if seeking praise.
Hee, what do you think? Isn't your senior sister being nice to you? When I get something good, I think of you guys first. Fang Wudao. Wasn't this simply the spoils of war we deserved? How did it become a generous gift from senior sister?
But he didn't bother to argue.
Next, Tang Linger turned her gaze to Li Guani, Fang Jijian, and the others watching eagerly from the side.
A hint of pity flashed across her face, and she refrained from demanding an exorbitant price.
As for the rest of you, considering we're all from Wei Kingdom, fellow countrymen, I'll cut you a deal. 10,000 spirit stones a day. But you'll have to wait until those 3 suckers, those 3 fellow cultivators finish their enlightenment before it's your turn.
Li Guani, Fang Jijian, and the others froze at first, then burst into elated smiles. Though the price was steep, compared to the chance of inheriting the Qingxian Daoju's legacy, 10,000 spirit stones were absolutely worth it. The group hurriedly clasped their hands in gratitude, tears of joy welling up.
Thank you, Senior Sister Tang. Senior Sister Tang, you truly know how to make money. Fang Wudao, watching from the side, was utterly impressed. After settling the cushion rental arrangements, Tang Linger finally turned to Fang Wudao and Yi Guxing. Fang, Yi, you two stay here and meditate in peace.
I'll explore deeper into the Dao Palace, who knows, I might stumble upon something interesting. She couldn't muster any interest in the Enlightenment Stele or the inheritance, but she was thoroughly fascinated by the treasures within the Dao Palace.
I'll pass. Fang Wudao waved his hand in refusal. His path of cultivation differed from that of ordinary people.
For him, sitting idly in meditation was merely a waste of time.
It was far more practical to seek out ancient relic fragments imbued with spiritual essence.
Very well,
Tang Linger relented, turning to Yi Guxing. Junior brother Yi, you may claim a single meditation cushion until the Dao Palace closes. How much you comprehend depends entirely on your own destiny. Yi Guxing pondered for a moment before accepting without refusal. Thus, the allocation of the 5 meditation cushions was temporarily settled. Yi Guxing claimed 1 for himself, while the remaining 4 were leased for 3 days by the trio from Southern Academy at an exorbitant rental fee. The remaining mat was purchased by Thunder Cliff, Overlord Blade Sect, and the aristocratic disciples, who took turns paying spirit stones for its usage rights. The commotion concluded with Tang Linger and Fang Wudao walking away with a fortune. Outside the Dao Palace, Luo He, the Grand Master of the Southern Academy, his face as dark as a pot bottom, ground out through clenched teeth, your sect's disciples truly know how to make money. Such blatant extortion. Absolutely outrageous. Meanwhile, Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade Sect and Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff wore broad smiles. Their disciples had seemed hopelessly out of the running, yet now, in a dramatic reversal, they had secured the opportunity to participate in the Enlightenment rite. In high spirits, they simultaneously bowed to the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, offering sincere thanks. Your esteemed sect's disciples not only possess extraordinary prowess but also act with fairness. Considering our alliance, we are deeply impressed. Thank you. The Tianjian sect master, Lin Xingyi, Elder Su, Elder Pang, and others exchanged glances, their expressions complex, even tinged with the frustration of seeing potential wasted. Those 2 scoundrels. Not only did they extort us, but they've just thrown away such a rare opportunity for enlightenment? Lin Xingyi's chest heaved violently with fury, her urge to storm into the Dao Palace and drag those 2 out for a beating nearly overwhelming her. This was the inheritance of the Qingxian Dao master. Even if they couldn't obtain the inheritance, gaining some insight would have been worthwhile. Yet they had dismissed it with utter contempt. How could Lin Xingyi not be furious? Elder Su's expression was equally complex as he sighed. Fang Wudao has always been arrogant, stubbornly believing only in his own path. Well, I suppose it's understandable.
He recalled how he himself had once groveled and humbled himself to senior disciples just to secure a meditation cushion. Compared to that, this situation was truly beyond words.
The Grandmaster pondered for a moment before speaking up for Tang Linger. Linger's cultivation method is unique.
Her absence from the Enlightenment steel's contemplation is, in a way, somewhat understandable.
Fortunately, Yi Guxing remained steadfast in his contemplation.
Elder Pang pressed his hand to his chest and exhaled deeply. If all three of them had abandoned their contemplation, our heavenly sword sect would have suffered a tremendous loss this time.
Whether others suffered losses or not, Fang Wudao couldn't care less. He, for one, had struck gold.
Taking advantage of the absence of disturbances, he once again quietly activated his secret technique, slowly merging his divine sense into the ancient and broken restriction network of the Dao Palace. He followed the hidden currents of spiritual energy, probing along their path. Wherever he passed, the shattered artifacts and fragments of spirit treasures, dormant for untold ages, were silently gathered into his possession.
Their latent spiritual essence was swiftly absorbed. Sword Spirit plus 189. Sword Spirit plus 245. Sword Spirit plus 199. Spirit of Magic plus 104. Divine Spirit plus 212. Fist Spirit plus 156. Boom!
Just as Fang Wudao was happily scavenging, a sudden upheaval erupted from the direction of the Enlightenment steel. A dazzling pillar of light erupted violently from the center of the Enlightenment steel, surging skyward with an overwhelming, boundless pressure. The entire ruins of the Dao Palace shook violently, as if unable to withstand this sudden, immense force.
Debris rained down, and the remaining restrictions hummed under the unbearable strain. Is that Lord Qingxian?
Gazing upon the towering figure within the pillar of light, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the world with disdain, Fang Wudao's pupils abruptly contracted.
No way! Someone actually triggered the core of the Dao steel and obtained Qingxian Daoju's inheritance? After a moment's hesitation, Fang Wudao halted his search.
His form shot forward like lightning, racing toward the direction of the Enlightenment steel. Such immense commotion made it impossible for him to blend into the restrictions and search for remnant treasures.
Better to go see who had triggered this extraordinary phenomenon. Fang Wudao. Almost simultaneously, Tang Linger's figure streaked through another corridor. Senior Sister Tang. Did you see who triggered the anomaly? Who received the inheritance? Fang Wudao inquired.
The Enlightenment steel glowed intensely, making it difficult for him to discern the situation within.
The light is too intense, I can't make out the details. Tang Linger replied at breakneck speed. But it definitely didn't originate from our section. The core point of that energy explosion clearly leaned more toward the other side of the Enlightenment steel. The other side? Fang Wudao's eyes widened in alarm, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Could it be the Western sector? The Western sector was territory occupied by the demonic sects. If those of the demonic path obtained the inheritance of the Qingxian Dao Master, the consequences would be unimaginable. Almost certainly.
Tang Linger's face was tense as she said gravely, when I came over, I faintly sensed several extremely sinister and powerful auras erupting from that direction. Just then, the towering pillar of brilliant light began to gradually weaken and dissipate, and the raging energy storm surrounding the Enlightenment steel slowly subsided. Yet, as the scene cleared, everyone gasped in horror. The immense light barrier that had once stood like an impassable chasm, completely separating the eastern and western sections of the Dao Palace, had silently dissolved and crumbled under the impact. Yi Guxing, Luo Fengwu, and the others all turned their vigilant gazes toward the opposite side. There stood a group of figures whose attire bore unmistakable hallmarks of the demonic path: pale bone ornaments, crimson blood-red robes, and swirling specters of vengeful spirits. It's the corpse immortal sect, the blood fiend sect, and the soul refining sect. Someone shouted the warning, and instantly, everyone stood ready for battle, their magical artifacts drawn. Yet the demonic cultivators across the way paid no heed to the righteous faction's intense reaction. Instead, they gazed with reverence at the young man standing at the forefront, chanting, "Congratulations, Ancestor! Your wish is fulfilled." Ancestor? Everyone on the righteous side, including Fang Wudao and Tang Linger, paled at the title, their hearts sinking. Only beings of transcendent cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the immortal ascension realm, could be addressed as Ancestor. Impossible, a young noble immediately protested. Back then, Wei Kingdom and the surrounding major powers jointly set up powerful restrictions around the Qingxian Dao Palace. No cultivator above the condensing core realm could possibly enter. Exactly. To prevent this place from becoming the spark for a new round of the righteous demon war, the high-ranking figures of both the righteous and demonic paths joined forces thousands of years ago to set up an array to restrict access. Even immortal ascension realm powerhouses would be utterly unable to force their way in. Another voice chimed in urgently, as if trying to convince himself, these demonic cultists must be bluffing, attempting to unsettle our resolve. Chapter 100, The Self-Inflicted Blade. Before the water mirror, Lin Qingyi, Elder Su, and the others all paled dramatically. They leapt to their feet, their auras momentarily chaotic from sheer shock. The Patriarch?
Could it be that a demonic powerhouse has truly breached the Qingshan Dao Palace through some unknown, bizarre secret technique? Elder Su's voice trembled with disbelief as his gaze locked onto the pallid figure emanating an ominous aura within the water mirror. Whether true or not, this is no trivial matter. We must urgently summon Senior Uncle Hongchen from seclusion.
Elder Pang, usually cheerful and smiling, now wore not a trace of humor on his face.
His expression was more solemn than ever before.
Deep down, he found it hard to believe anyone could completely bypass the formidable restrictions jointly laid by multiple immortal realm powerhouses. But what if? The future hopes of the Heavenly Sword sect, the three prodigies Fang Wudao, Yi Guxing, and Tanglinger were all still trapped inside. There could be no room for error. Enwood Baobao of the Overlord Blade sect and Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff also composed their expressions, their faces heavy with gravity. If a demonic ancestor had truly infiltrated, their disciples would be in mortal peril. Luo He, the Grand Master of the Southern Academy, was pacing like a caged animal, his composure shattered. His voice rose sharply as he urged. How could such a lapse occur? Quickly summon the Red Dust Patriarch to intervene. In truth, no prompting was needed. The head of the Heavenly Sword sect had already retrieved a communication jade talisman, frantically channeling spiritual energy into it to urgently contact the sect's supreme elder. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the space around them rippled faintly. A white-haired elder clad in simple gray robes appeared silently. It was none other than one of the Heavenly Sword sect's foundational pillars, the Red Dust Patriarch. Elder Hongchen. Is that mysterious young man leading the group in the water mirror truly an immortal ascension cultivator? Lin Xingyi stepped forward, her voice filled with urgency.
The Red Dust Patriarch did not respond immediately.
He fixed his gaze upon the water mirror, his right hand rapidly forming intricate hand seals as if calculating and sensing something. After a moment, he slowly lowered his hand and said in a deep voice, the restrictions outside the Dao Palace remain intact. There are no traces of any forced breach. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but exhale deeply, their taut nerves finally relaxing slightly. So it was all bluff. Those damned demonic cultivators are always playing tricks utterly despicable. Luo He of the Southern Academy couldn't help but curse aloud. However, before they could fully relax, the words that followed from the Red Dust Patriarch sent their breath catching in their throats once more. The old ancestor of Red Dust frowned deeply, his piercing gaze fixed on the pale-faced youth reflected in the water mirror. He murmured. But, this face seems strangely familiar to me. He pondered for a moment, a flicker of recollection and uncertainty crossing his eyes. His bearing and aura bear a striking resemblance to that ancient fiend who unleashed a bloodbath 700 years ago, the corpse fire Taoist.
Sure Hua Daorun?
Elder Pang gasped in shock.
Master Uncle, could this be his direct descendant? One who inherited both his cultivation techniques and appearance? Barriers block the connection between inside and outside, blurring his aura. I cannot confirm it with certainty. The Red Dust Patriarch shook his head slowly, his expression still grave. Master Uncle, if an uncontrollable accident truly occurs inside, would you have a way to forcibly open the passage and let the disciples exit early? Lin Xingyi pressed anxiously. The group of demon cultivators clearly held a bone-deep reverence for their young leader, making the unease in her heart grow stronger and stronger. The Red Dust Patriarch sighed and shook his head. To completely eliminate any possibility of cheating, the restrictions outside this palace are maintained and reinforced in shifts by numerous immortal realm cultivators from both the righteous and demonic factions. They are interlocked and interconnected. Even I cannot forcibly intervene from the outside. Then, are we just supposed to stand by and watch? Powerless to do anything?
Lin Xingyi bit her lower lip, her slender hands clenched so tightly her nails nearly dug into her palms. She silently prayed the worst-case scenario would not unfold. There's no need for such anxiety. The Red Dust Patriarch's tone was unwavering. The restrictions outside the Dao Palace are beyond imagination. Cultivators at the condensing core realm and above have absolutely no chance of entering. This was verified by multiple immortal realm experts back then. There can be no mistake. He turned his gaze back to the figure reflected in the water mirror. If that beast is truly the corpse fire old demon, he must have paid an unimaginably heavy price to exploit even the slightest opening. His once heaven-piercing cultivation is now likely reduced to less than 1%. Moreover, this state cannot be sustained, it could collapse at any moment. As long as those young ones Fang Wudao and the others are clever enough not to engage in a head-on clash and scatter to flee in time, I believe that old demon won't expend his dwindling strength to pursue relentlessly. After all, his primary objective must be the inheritance of the Qingshan Dao Master. Lin Xingyi could only offer a bitter smile upon hearing this. Even so, this was the corpse fire Taoist. A once feared, legendary demon of the Ascension realm. Even now, with his cultivation reduced to a fraction of its former self and fallen to the condensing core realm, his understanding of Taoist arts, combat experience, and those unpredictable, sinister secret techniques, how could any condensing core cultivator compare? Killing an ordinary Dan condensation cultivator would be no different than crushing an ant. Even a peerless genius like Fang Wudao, who had already grasped the mid-stage of the second level of sword force, would likely only manage to hold out for a mere moment or two. Within the Qingxian Dao Palace, Daoist corpse fire frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the gradually subsiding Dao realization steel. His dry voice carried suppressed irritation and confusion. I clearly triggered the steel's reaction. Why hasn't the core inheritance manifested? For this day, he had plotted and schemed for a full 1,000 years. He had even resorted to ancient secret arts, striking himself with a blade that nearly erased all his years of arduous cultivation in the immortal ascension realm, subjecting his soul to the agony of shattering fragments. Only then had he narrowly succeeded in deceiving the heavens and infiltrating this place. And now, he couldn't obtain the inheritance he'd longed for? How could he possibly accept this? At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. His once smooth, taut skin visibly lost its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming dry, sagging, and covered in dense wrinkles. His head of jet-black hair instantly turned gray and brittle. In the span of mere breaths, the corpse-fire Taoist transformed from a pale, sinister youth into a decrepit old man on the brink of death, radiating a heavy aura of mortality.
Chapter 101, Advancement.
His physical injuries were too severe.
He couldn't hold on much longer, as expected.
A flash of white light flickered in the corpse-fire Taoist's eyes.
He seemed unsurprised by this outcome, only intensely impatient.
His claw-like right hand casually reached backward. A disciple of the blood demon sect standing slightly behind him instantly felt an irresistible, terrifying suction pull him toward the corpse-fire Taoist. His body flew toward the old man against his will. Terrified out of his wits, he shrieked in desperation.
"Spare me, ancestor! Spare me, I beg you!"
The corpse-fire Taoist ignored his wails, his fingers digging directly into the disciple's crown. In the next instant, an icy, eerie pallid phosphorescent flame ignited from his palm. The blood demon's sect disciple couldn't even utter another scream. In a single moment, every ounce of his flesh, essence, and even his soul cultivation was drained and refined,
transforming into a torrent of pure energy that surged into the corpse-fire Taoist's body.
The disciple, now nothing but a withered corpse, crashed to the ground and shattered into dust. Replenished by this surge of life energy, the corpse-fire Taoist's withered body swelled like an inflated balloon.
His ashen hair darkened, wrinkles swiftly smoothed away.
In the blink of an eye, he resumed the appearance of that cold, sinister youth, though the malevolence in his eyes seemed intensified. White phosphorus flames.
Soul draining, blood refining. He's the corpse-fire Taoist. That ancient demon. Luo Yanjun felt as though he'd witnessed the most terrifying sight imaginable.
His voice rose to a shrill, distorted pitch as his legs shook violently beyond his control, threatening to collapse him to the ground.
This was the demonic tyrant whose vicious reputation echoed throughout the entire southern frontier. What? The corpse-fire Taoist? How could he possibly be here? It's over, we're doomed. An old demon at the immortal ascension realm, how could we possibly escape? Panic instantly gripped the righteous faction.
Faces turned ashen, cold sweat poured down their brows, and despair spread like a plague.
Run! Run for your lives! The young noble standing beside Huang Linfeng was utterly consumed by terror.
With a shriek, he abandoned all caution and turned, sprinting frantically toward the distant ruins. Yet, barely 10 zhang into his flight, his body was seized by an invisible giant hand. He flew backward uncontrollably, landing precisely in the hands of corpse-fire Taoist.
Help!
He managed only a single word before his eyes dimmed. Drained of all vitality, he collapsed limp at the corpse-fire Taoist's feet, plunging into a deep coma. Though not immediately drained dry, he had clearly become nourishment awaiting the corpse-fire Taoist's consumption. Fang, this old demon, it seems he regards all of us as human medicine to sustain his vitality, ready to be consumed at any moment. Tang Linger's face turned pale as she tugged quietly at Fang Wudao's sleeve, her voice hushed and heavy with unprecedented gravity. Though greedy for wealth, she valued her life even more. Fang Wudao's gaze was icy cold, he saw it all clearly. The corpse-fire Taoist had infiltrated this place using some unnatural method, but the cost was clearly immense. He couldn't even maintain the most basic stability of his physical form, forced to constantly absorb the life essence of others just to prolong his wretched existence.
We can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's strike together, create chaos, then each seek our own chance to scatter and flee. That way, we might still have a glimmer of hope.
Luo Fengwu suppressed the fear in her heart, drawing close to Fang Wudao and Tang Linger. Her tone was resolute. A fierce glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Rather than being drained dry like lambs led to slaughter, she would fight to the death.
Strike together?
Look at your clan brother, he's practically ting his pants.
And those others over there?
They can barely stand.
How exactly do you plan to strike together?
Tang Linger rolled her eyes, gesturing toward the righteous cultivators around them, their fighting spirit nearly extinguished.
Even a proud genius like Luo Yanjun was scared out of his wits. What hope was there for the rest?
At this moment, those still daring to confront that ancient demon could likely be counted on one hand.
Better than offering our necks to the slaughter.
Luo Fengwu gritted her teeth, her voice urgent. While he's unstable and we still have the strength to fight, we must unleash everything we have. Perhaps we can create a fleeting chance to escape. If we wait until he absorbs a few more, we'll truly have no chance at all. Yet Fang Wudao seemed oblivious to their heated exchange. He suddenly turned to Tang Linger and posed a question that nearly made Luo Fingwu spit blood. Senior sister, while wandering the Dao Palace these past days, have you found any other ancient treasures or fragments of magical artifacts? The more, the better. Fang Wudao. Have you lost your mind? Luo Fingwu stared at him in disbelief, trembling with rage so intense her voice cracked. What on earth is wrong with you? We're facing life or death danger and you're still obsessing over those worthless trinkets and spirit stones? You're an utterly unreasonable madman. Tang Linger was also taken aback by Fang Wudao's ill-timed question, but she had developed a certain immunity to her junior brother's unpredictable behavior. Though puzzled, she swiftly pulled a small pile of items from her storage pouch, a few dull metal fragments, a charred half-staff, a cracked bead, and several oddly shaped, nearly spiritless broken magical artifacts. Here, that's all I have. Just some old junk that looks useless. I picked them up because they seemed interesting. Tang Linger said with a hint of resignation. Here they are. What do you need them for? This much? Fang Wudao glanced at the 7 or 8 fragments Tang Linger had produced, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had painstakingly gathered only 6 or 7 shards by merging with the palace's restrictions, yet senior sister had casually stumbled upon nearly 10? That's ridiculously lucky. Who was the real lucky bastard here? I've always been pretty lucky. Tang Linger instinctively puffed out her chest, a hint of pride in her voice. True enough. Fang Wudao nodded in agreement. To encounter him at this very moment, senior sister's luck was truly off the charts. What good is luck when we're about to become someone else's emergency rations? Luo Fingwu watched the two of them, one genuinely asking, the other genuinely answering, even discussing luck, and felt dizzy with frustration and anger. She wanted to pry open their skulls to see what was inside. Fang Wudao paid no heed to Luo Fingwu's furious outburst, swiftly running his fingers over every ancient artifact fragment Tang Linger had produced. Sword Spirit plus 101. Sword Spirit plus 122. Sword Spirit plus 178. As the essence of spirit energy poured into him, Fang Wudao hesitated no longer. He drew forth the quintessence of the 5 elements and then allocate points. Allocate points fiercely. Break through my cultivation. Momentum, surge. He would see for himself once his realm forcibly broke through and his grasp of momentum surged once more whether this crippled shell of Wudao Run, barely held together by dark arts, hollow beneath its imposing exterior, could withstand his all-out strike. Their subtle movements and whispered exchanges could not escape the corpse fire Taoist's notice. Yet, the corpse fire Taoist couldn't care less. In his eyes, what waves could a bunch of young upstarts, none higher than the condensing core realm, possibly make? His entire focus remained firmly locked on that ancient, mysterious Enlightenment stele, immersed in deciphering the secrets of its legacy. He paid no heed whatsoever to the strange changes unfolding silently behind him. Chapter 102, he must have heard it. You've only just broken through to the condensing realm, and you actually intend to push for another breakthrough immediately to achieve transcendence? Luo Fingwu watched Fang Wudao immediately begin refining the 5 elements essence and was utterly stunned. Dizziness washed over her, making her doubt both her eyes and common sense. No! Even if the spiritual energy within this Dao Palace was exceptionally abundant, far surpassing the outside world, and even if you had the 5 elements essence you just divided the spoils of, breaking through a realm, especially the sublimation of the golden core, was no trivial matter. He's gone mad. A complete lunatic. The mere thought of Fang Wudao failing his breakthrough, suffering severe backlash from the spiritual energy and lying on the brink of death, filled Luo Fingwu with overwhelming despair. Fang Wudao was their strongest combatant. Without him, their hopes of escape were all but extinguished. What kind of luck would bring her, at this critical juncture of life and death, to encounter such a madman who defied all logic? Tang Linger watched Fang Wudao's utterly suicidal antics, her mouth forming a perfect O in utter disbelief. Who in their right mind would attempt a transcendence immediately after breaking through to the condensing core realm, before their chi had even stabilized? Yet, after the initial shock, a strange glimmer of anticipation flickered in her lively eyes. Fang Wudao never played by the rules, he couldn't be judged by conventional standards. Just like how he rarely cultivated, yet his cultivation base always seemed to climb steadily. This time, he might just create another miracle. Yi Guxing, however, appeared deep in thought. It seemed his sword heart still lacked purity and resolve. How could one tread the path of cultivation while timidly fearing failure? If he could be like senior brother Fang, absolutely focused, utterly convinced that the sword in his hand could cleave through any barrier, then he too would surely achieve transcendence at this very moment. Yi Guxi's hand instinctively tightened around the sword hilt as a sharp sword intent began to rise faintly from his body. He had attained enlightenment. Huang Linfeng, who had already formed his seal's enchanted incantations, preparing to activate his life-saving trump card to flee alone, saw Fang Wudao's astonishing action. His movements halted involuntarily, and his thoughts of escape were temporarily extinguished. His trump card could only shield his own escape, leaving his elder brother Huang Linfu behind. Now, sensing a possible change in the situation, he naturally chose to observe for a moment.
Perhaps there truly was a glimmer of hope. That kid over there, is he breaking through in the heat of battle? Has he lost his mind? On the demon cult side, cultivators also noticed Fang Wudao's unusual behavior, their faces twisting with astonishment and scorn. Facing imminent death, he still had the nerve to refine the essence of the 5 elements and force a breakthrough in his cultivation? He must be insane. He'd be better off turning tail and running. I reckon it's sheer terror driving him mad, causing him to lose his mind and act irrationally. Perhaps he's attempting a desperate last stand. After all, a condensed core cultivator stands no chance against an ancestor. If he could achieve a single ascension, his power would surge dramatically. Maybe then he'd have a sliver of a chance to struggle on, to endure 1 or 2 more blows? Ridiculous. Whether it's the initial stage of Dan condensation or a single ascension, it makes no difference to the ancestor. They're all just chicks he could crush with a flick of his finger. A futile struggle. Outside the Dao Palace, before the water mirror. The expressions on everyone's faces had long since darkened to the point of being gloomy enough to drip water. Upon witnessing the young leader unleash his signature white phosphorus corpse fire, they had confirmed beyond doubt this was the corpse fire Taoist. That ancient demonic fiend who vanished centuries ago. That bastard Fang Wudao. Instead of coordinating with us to escape, he dares to unleash the 5 elements essence at a time like this, attempting to forcibly break through his realm? Lin Qingyi, witnessing Fang Wudao's actions, was overcome with fury and rage. A wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to faint. How long has it been since you condensed your golden core? Your cultivation realm isn't even fully stabilized yet. How could you possibly achieve transcendence? Sis Lin, calm down. Elder Pang, though equally frantic, forced himself to speak with restraint. Fang must have no other choice. He's forced to take this desperate gamble. Perhaps he intends to fight for survival by pushing himself to the brink. Senior brother Pang speaks wisely. Elder Su nodded in agreement, analyzing the situation. If he somehow manages to complete the ascension, his spiritual energy quality, physical resilience, and mental acuity would all surge dramatically. His chances of escape would be vastly greater than they are now. The sect master sighed silently, his brow shrouded in an unshakable gloom. This time, the Heavenly Sword sect would likely suffer heavy losses. Indeed, they might be wiped out entirely here. The very thought of such an outcome brought a suffocating ache to his heart. Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade sect and Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff also bore heavy hearts. If disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect and Southern Academy might still cling to a sliver of hope or survival, their own disciples had virtually none. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, Elder Shi, usually as invisible as a ghost, a man of few words, suddenly spoke. His voice carried an unusual certainty. I believe Fang Wudao might just succeed. Ha! The remark instantly drew everyone's attention, even causing the venerable Red Dust to glance sideways. Elder Shi's gaze grew deep as he spoke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Wudao has heard the Dao sound just as I did back in my day. The spiritual energy within the Qingxian Dao Palace is incredibly dense. With the aid of the Dao sound, Fang Wudao's chances of successfully breaking through are estimated to be no less than 50%. 50%? The crowd gasped in shock. Such odds were beyond imagination. Yes. 50%. Elder Shi nodded emphatically. Do not forget he is a prodigy unseen in our Tianjin sect for 1,000 years. His gains will surely surpass even mine. Senior brother Shi is right. With Wudao's peerless talent, he will surely hear the Dao sound. A breakthrough is not impossible. Lin Qingyi instantly clung to this lifeline, hope reigniting in her beautiful eyes. With a single realm of sublimation, combined with his sword momentum already reaching the mid-stage of the 2nd level, even if he can't defeat Jihua Daorun, he can still hold his own for a while, buying enough time to escape. Elder Pang analyzed excitedly, his voice rising several notches. Wonderful. Heaven favors our Heavenly Sword sect. Elder Su couldn't help but clap his hands forcefully. The sect master's gaze naturally fell upon the Red Dust Patriarch, who had remained silent throughout. The old ancestor of Red Dust's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the water mirror, revealing the true situation within the Dao Palace. He slowly nodded, offering a relatively optimistic assessment. Unless the corpse fire Taoist resorts to burning his already dwindling primordial power at any cost to force an attack, otherwise, with this youth's strength after his breakthrough, if he is determined to flee, the corpse fire Taoist should be unable to stop him. Hearing this, the tension that had gripped the group finally began to ease. They exhaled long, relieved breaths. Taoist corpse fire's primary objective in this journey was the inheritance of Dao Lord Qingxian. He would never willingly expend too much precious power and time on a junior. The moment he realized the cost of eliminating Fang Wudao far outweighed the reward, he would rationally choose to abandon the pursuit. As for whether Tang Linger and Yi Guxing could seize the opportunity to escape, that would depend entirely on their own fate and luck. Chapter 103, Sword's Cry. Within the Dao Palace, the 5 elements essence in Fang Wudao's hand had completely lost its radiance, transforming into an ordinary stone. His tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Deep within his eyes, a fleeting light of creation and destruction, like the cyclical rotation of the 5 elements, flickered.
The surging energy surrounding him retracted into his body like receding tides, becoming more condensed, profound, and powerful.
This is the first time a breakthrough has taken so long. He murmured to himself, seemingly dissatisfied.
Previous breakthroughs had relied solely on spiritual resonance, completed swiftly and brutally. But this time, not only had he expended vast amounts of spiritual essence, but he had also supplemented it with the quintessence of the 5 elements. So the breakthrough process took a bit longer than expected. But the outcome was undoubtedly positive. With a flicker of thought, Fang Wudao summoned an attribute panel visible only to him. Name, Fang Wudao. Cultivation, Dan Condensation Realm First Ascension. Techniques, Dual Pole Blade Arc Mastery Triple Blade Form, Sutra of Great Freedom Beyond Buddha, Demon, or Self Foundation Fragmented Essence, Secret Record of Spells Mastery Double Spell Form, 5 Elements Sword Cannon Mastery Double Sword Form.
Spiritual Resonance, Sacrificial Spirit 3888.
With the infusion of vast spiritual essence and the aid of the 5 elements essence, his golden core had completed its transformation, achieving the first ascension. His total spiritual power and purity surged dramatically. His blade momentum seized this opportunity to shatter the limits of the 2nd tier, boldly advancing into the entirely new realm of the 3rd tier. Beyond this, his sword momentum and technique momentum rose accordingly, reaching the peak of the 2nd tier now just a step away from breaking through. Only the profoundly mysterious Great Self-Mastery Sutra of No Buddha, No Demon, No Self, though it had absorbed considerable spiritual essence, remained like a bottomless ancient well, showing no significant change. Only that thread of incomplete true meaning seemed to have solidified by an imperceptibly minute degree.
Fang Wudao flexed his limbs slightly, unleashing a torrent of power surging through his body like a raging river. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping past the crowd to lock precisely onto the corpse fire Taoist, who remained utterly absorbed in the enlightenment steel.
Old Deng, ready to shell out the gold coins?
You actually succeeded? Luo Fengwu distinctly sensed the colossal aura emanating from Fang Wudao, now several times more formidable than before.
Her beautiful eyes widened to their limit, her cherry red lips parted slightly, her face etched with utter disbelief and shock.
This couldn't be possible?
This completely overturned her understanding of cultivation.
Yet, after the initial shock, overwhelming joy surged through her. Fang Wudao's explosive power surge was a colossal blessing for all of them.
Suppressing the storm churning within her, she quickly declared, "The plan remains unchanged.
After creating chaos, each of us escapes for our lives." Understood. Fang Wudao gave a faint smile in response.
He had no intention of fleeing himself, but saw no need to voice it aloud. He didn't want these people to stay behind and slow him down, nor did he want them to become easy targets for the corpse fire Taoist to recharge his energy. Soon, all surviving righteous disciples learned the plan. Some wore fear on their faces, bodies trembling uncontrollably, others glared with resolute determination, gripping their magical artifacts tightly, still others swallowed nervously, scanning the surroundings for the best escape route, each displaying a different expression.
Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators all wore expressions of leisurely anticipation, ready to enjoy the spectacle.
Faced with the corpse fire Taoist's overwhelming power, the dying struggles of these righteous geniuses were nothing but futile entertainment.
They even relished the spectacle. For by resisting, these righteous geniuses forced the corpse fire Taoist to subdue them all, then pile them aside. This way, their own kind would become the patriarch's provision a little later. If they could endure until the corpse fire Taoist found his inheritance, they would not only survive but receive generous rewards. Attack!
Luo Fengwu clenched her teeth fiercely, letting out a fierce cry as she was the first to summon a spirit talisman engraved with profound flame runes, channeling her spiritual energy into it with wild abandon. Beside her, Luo Yanjun was terrified out of his wits, but the instinct for survival made him grit his teeth and summon his own secret stashfire talisman. Che Chengying, his face dark, retrieved a jet-black jade bottle. With utmost care, he poured several drops of viscous, ink-like black liquid emanating an ominous aura from it, then flicked his finger.
Li Guan of the Overlord Blade Sect roared in fury, his long blade erupting with dazzling light as he swung with all his might. At Thunder Cliff, Fang Jijian, now enveloped in swirling lightning, summoned a roaring thunder dragon. The brothers Huang Linfeng and Huang Linhua combined their strength to activate a family treasure, unleashing a streak of azure light. Yi Guxing said nothing, merely swinging his sword to unleash a 5-colored sword aura condensed to its absolute limit. Tang Linger reluctantly tossed a strange, colorful talisman whose purpose was unknown.
Fang Wudao, playing along, slashed out a 5-elements sword light that appeared fiercely sharp but was actually only 5 or 6/10ths of his strength, blending into the others' attacks.
After this, everyone except Fang Wudao froze in place. Like startled rabbits, they instantly spun around, pushing their footwork to the absolute limit as they fled for their lives in different directions. In an instant, a torrent of multicolored, wildly varied elemental attacks, each carrying its own furious energy, pelted toward the corpse fire Taoist, who remained utterly absorbed in studying the enlightenment steel. Disturbed, the corpse fire Taoist visibly flashed a look of extreme displeasure and irritation. Without even shifting his stance, he casually swept his sleeve. Hum!
A pale, icy phosphorescent flame instantly ignited in the air, forming a thin curtain of fire. Those seemingly formidable assaults via talismanic light, blade-like sword chi, or thunderous venom dissolved silently the moment they touched the white curtain. Not even a ripple was stirred. The fleeing crowd, witnessing this scene, felt their souls freeze in terror. They wished their parents had given them 2 extra legs.
Senior brother Fang? Yi Guxing, who had already fled some distance, instinctively glanced back.
To his horror, he saw Fang Wudao still standing rooted to the spot, not having moved an inch. He cried out in shock, halting without a second thought.
Hearing the cry, Tanglinger also spun around.
Seeing Fang Wudao standing there like a mountain unshaken, she nearly jumped up in fury. She halted immediately and shouted angrily.
Fang Wudao! What the hell are you doing? We agreed to escape together. What do you mean by holding the rear alone? Li Guanyi of the Overlord Sword Sect and Fang Jijian of Thundercliff exchanged glances.
They saw the struggle in each other's eyes, but ultimately gritted their teeth, halted their retreat, and turned to face the direction of corpse-fire Daoist, gripping their weapons tightly. Abandoning their comrades to flee alone, their Daoist hearts could not bear such guilt.
Brother, you go first. Huang Linfeng urged Huang Linfu before turning and charging back. A madman and a bunch of little cuties. Luo Yanjun watched in utter disbelief as they halted their escape for Fang Wudao's sake. But instead of pausing, he doubled his speed, fleeing into the distance with every ounce of strength he possessed. With these little cuties willing to stay behind and die for him, drawing fire for him, his chances of survival would only increase. Luo Fengwu's form faltered slightly, a flash of intensely complex struggle flickering in her eyes. Yet she ultimately did not stop, only casting a regretful and guilt-ridden glance back at Fang Wudao and Yi Guxing. She silently vowed within herself. If I, Luo Fengwu, survive this day, one day I will crush the Corpse Immortal sect, sever the head of Corpse Fire Daoist, and avenge you. Without further hesitation, she accelerated away. Don't stop. Staying here will only hinder me.
Fang Wudao spoke indifferently, his back turned to them. With that, he slowly raised the Wohan sword in his hand. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a clear, resonant, and lingering sound, a sword's cry that echoed like the roar of a dragon.
Chapter 104, Double Peak. This is interesting.
Hua Daorun, who had been entirely focused on deciphering the mysteries of the Enlightenment stele, finally turned around slowly. For the first time, his eyes, which seemed to burn with white fire, truly regarded the righteous path's insignificant ants with a hint of scrutiny.
To be precise, his gaze settled on Fang Wudao.
With his millennia of cultivation honed discernment, he could instantly tell that Fang Wudao's sword cry was no ordinary sound. The power contained within it even surprised him slightly. However, the Corpse Fire Daoist had no immediate interest in Fang Wudao. Surveying the righteous cultivators scattering like frightened birds, a cold curve tugged at the corners of his mouth. Then, he stepped forward slowly. The youth of today truly grow more disrespectful by the day. Before this one has even spoken, each of you presumes to depart.
As he spoke, a sudden upheaval erupted. Boom! 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 Boom!
Without warning, pallid flames erupted simultaneously from the void surrounding the crowd. They swiftly spread and merged, forming a massive, constantly twisting and pulsing wall of pale fire in the blink of an eye. It completely sealed off every escape route for everyone present.
The pallid flames were eerily unsettling.
Merely sensing their icy, deathly aura from afar sent shivers through one's soul, making the circulation of spiritual energy feel sluggish and obstructed.
Everyone was forced to halt, staring in despair at the impassable wall of death.
Luo Yanjun, who had been running fastest and nearly broke through the encirclement, came too close to the suddenly surging white phosphorus corpse flames. His protective spiritual light was instantly eroded, and a thread of his pure life essence was forcibly ripped away, sinking into the wall of fire. He let out a piercing scream, his face turning as white as paper. Staggering backward, his eyes filled with terror, he retreated.
What a nuisance! Fang Wudao frowned at the sight.
This group had become fish in a barrel. Once the fight began, the Corpse Fire Daoist could freely harvest them to replenish his energy at any moment, making them far less easy to kill.
You are quite impressive. Hua Daorun's gaze returned to Fang Wudao.
On his rigid face, a rare hint of admiration flickered into a faint smile. While it's largely due to the unique environment of Qingxian Dao Palace, this divine realm, achieving such an advancement in such a short time demonstrates that your foundational cultivation far surpasses that of other practitioners at your level. It is profoundly deep. That goes without saying.
Fang Wudao lifted his chin slightly, his expression proud. Everything I have achieved today is through my own effort and sweat. How could ordinary geniuses possibly compare to me?
His cultivation had been built entirely through dedicated effort, step by step, with each point earned through relentless practice. His foundation was rock solid, utterly free of any pretense. How could those fake cultivators, who merely went through the motions of daily practice, possibly compare? Though it appears to be merely a single stage of refinement, the purity and total volume of his spiritual energy already rival those of a Dan condensing cultivator who has completed 2 stages of refinement. Even in my youth, I would have been 3 parts inferior to you now. The Corpse Fire Daoist nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yet that admiration swiftly dissolved into profound regret.
Alas, such extraordinary talent is to perish here today, buried within this ancient Taoist palace. Perish here? Fang Wudao snorted as if hearing the most absurd joke, his face betraying undisguised contempt. Old man, have you overestimated this decrepit, tattered shell of yours? This rotting body that survives only by draining others' essence? With your ghastly form, you dare think you can kill me? The corpse-fire Taoist remained silent, instead conjuring a colossal palm entirely formed from white phosphorus corpse fire. It descended like a shadow, obscuring the sky as it lunged toward Fang Wudao. Wherever the palm passed, the air seemed to freeze, leaving behind streaks of pallid ice. Even before it touched him, an extreme chill descended like a suffocating blanket. Fang Wudao instantly felt his body stiffen and slow, even his thoughts and spiritual awareness growing sluggish. This old bastard is truly formidable. A chill ran through his heart. Even with his cultivation base, comparable to a second ascension, bolstered by the newly breakthrough third-tier blade spirit guardian, he was still so profoundly affected. Were it not for that elusive, profound, fragmented true intent cultivated from the great Freedom Sutra of no Buddha, no demon, no self, fatally circulating within his sea of consciousness and counteracting most of the suppression on his soul level, he suspected he would have frozen completely on the spot, becoming helpless prey at anyone's mercy. The five elements cycle, sword shatters all laws. Fang Wudao's eyes blazed with intense light as the colossal spiritual energy within him, having undergone a complete sublimation, erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! A terrifying sword aura, sharp beyond compare and seemingly capable of severing all worldly shackles, shot skyward. It was a sword aura that had reached the peak of the second tier. A dazzling five-colored sword light erupted from his sword without trace, like a rainbow surging upward, boldly confronting the pale, flame-covered giant palm. Boom 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 boom. A deafening roar echoed throughout the Tao Palace. The five-colored sword light and the pallid flames collided violently, eroding and annihilating each other. Finally, the sword light shattered into a dazzling sky of five elements spirit dust, while the fiery giant palm exploded with a thunderous boom, turning into countless pale sparks that fell like cold raindrops. Double-tier peak sword momentum? Sure, Huadao Ren's pupils contracted slightly, a look of genuine shock appearing on his face for the first time. A mere youth who had only recently broken through to the condensing realm, merely achieving a single ascension, was already a miracle. How could he have comprehended such profound sword momentum? This defied all common sense in the cultivation world. Unless he had heard the Tao's voice. The corpse-fire Taoist stared at Fang Wudao with a mixture of shock and doubt. Ordinary cultivators might be unaware, but they, the great masters of the immortal ascension realm, knew well that a profoundly unique Tao sound was hidden within the Qingxian Tao Palace. For those fortunate enough to hear and comprehend it, the benefits for breaking through cultivation realms and grasping profound insights were beyond imagination. No wonder you achieved a transformation in such a short time. So you gained the opportunity to have the Tao sound pour into your ears. Sure, Huadao Ren stared at Fang Wudao with a complex gaze, a mix of awe and regret, but above all, seething murderous intent. Even for cultivators at the immortal ascension realm like them, capturing and hearing the Tao sound was exceedingly difficult, requiring immense fortune. Yet this youth before them seemed to have gained an immense advantage. His innate talent and fortune were terrifying beyond belief. An enemy like this must never be allowed to grow stronger. Double peak sword force? At that moment, not only did the demonic cultivators erupt in chaos, but even righteous cultivators like Luo Fengwu were utterly stunned, scarcely believing their eyes and perceptions. For most of them, painstakingly comprehending even a single tier of momentum was cause for profound gratitude. Some had yet to even grasp the essence of momentum. Even the trio of Luo Fengwu, Luo Yanjun, and Che Chengying, born into the great clans of the southern realm, raised with access to the true intent diagrams and boundless resources, had only just barely cultivated their momentum to the early stage of the second tier. Compared to Fang Wudao's terrifying second-tier peak sword momentum, the difference was like heaven and earth, a gap so vast it felt utterly hopeless. Chapter 105, A Source of Pride. So, Fang Wudao is actually a sword cultivator? Huang Linfu stared in disbelief, his entire worldview shattered. He froze in place, utterly stunned. Only he and his younger brother Huang Linfeng knew that Fang Wudao's blade momentum had long reached the late second tier, making him an exceptionally terrifying blade cultivation prodigy. They had always assumed Fang Wudao specialized in the blade, using swordsmanship merely as a cover to deceive others. But now they realized just how utterly wrong they had been. Fang Wudao's true mastery lay not in blades, but in swordsmanship. Master of both sword and blade, how on earth did he cultivate that? Huang Linfeng muttered to himself, his mind going blank. How could anyone master two such fundamentally different weapons, the sword and the blade, and cultivate both to such terrifyingly high levels? This was simply too outrageous. I told you my luck has always been exceptional. After her initial shock, Tang Linger quickly regained her composure and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Fang's sword momentum has actually reached the peak of the second tier? Yi Guxing's body trembled violently as he felt an unprecedented, immense pressure wash over him, even causing a fleeting sense of powerlessness. He inexplicably recalled what Fang Wudao had once told him, "Junior brother Yi, cherish this moment." For this is the narrowest gap between us that you'll ever see.
So, senior brother Fang hadn't been joking back then.
He'd been telling the truth.
Gazing at Fang Wudao's towering, mountain-like figure, Yi Gushing felt the distance between them widening at a visible pace. It seemed that before long, he wouldn't even have the right to look up to him anymore.
No. He absolutely couldn't falter now.
Yi Gushing bit down hard on his tongue, his gaze hardening once more. Senior brother Fang had said, cultivation is not something easily attained. Only by believing in oneself can one continuously break through barriers and forge ahead relentlessly. If he lost his confidence today, he would truly never catch up to senior brother Fang.
Is he even human?
Fang Zhijian of Thunder Cliff thought he'd grown utterly numb to Fang Wudao's countless defies of heaven, yet even now, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. I've only just reached the late stage of the first level.
And you're already at the peak of the second level? Are you kidding me?
Li Guan of the Overlord Sword Sect opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and unable to utter a word. For the first time, he tasted Fang Zhijian's despair. Beside him, Li Feng, after initial shock, suddenly erupted into wild elation, trembling with excitement.
Damn it! I fought Fang Wudao twice and walked away unscathed. This feat alone would send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world of Wei Kingdom. Future history books would surely feature a prominent entry about me. Outside the Dao Palace, before the water mirror. Peak second tier sword force. Wudao, he has actually grasped peak second tier sword force.
Elder Su leapt to his feet, oblivious even as his chair toppled over. His voice trembled, his words nearly incoherent.
We thought it would be a tremendous stroke of luck if he could achieve a breakthrough in battle and complete a single ascension. Yet he's achieved such a monumental leap in his sword force, leaping directly from the mid-stage to the peak stage of the second tier. Elder Pang's face flushed crimson with excitement as he gestured wildly. That sound is truly terrifying?
The sect master sucked in a sharp breath, his face etched with shock and disbelief. Forcing his cultivation from the initial stage of condensing the Dan to a single transcendence was one thing, but to simultaneously propel his sword momentum from the mid-stage of the second tier to its peak in one fell swoop. What an utterly unfathomable leap forward. Truly unheard of. Lin Xingyi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she stared unblinkingly at the dashing Fang Wudao reflected in the water mirror. Her red lips parted slightly as she murmured.
When this brat puts his mind to it, he can actually be this formidable?
In the past, she always thought Fang Wudao was too arrogant and not grounded enough.
But now, looking at him again, where was the arrogance?
He was clearly being excessively humble. She had never seen such a low-key genius among her own disciples.
This youth is truly extraordinary.
Even the world-weary, profoundly cultivated red dust patriarch, who had weathered countless storms, could not help but stroke his beard and sigh deeply. His eyes betrayed a rare mix of admiration and awe. Given time, his achievements will likely be boundless. He knew he himself could never have reached such heights at Fang Wudao's age. Luo He, the Grand Master of the Southern Academy, was utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank.
He had once secretly contemplated the possibility of having Fang Wudao marry into the Luo family. Now, it seemed utterly delusional, a laughable fantasy. With the terrifying talent and power this youth had displayed, his future stage would encompass the entire continent and beyond. How could he possibly deign to notice a mere family like the Luos of the southern frontier? As for Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff and Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade Sect, they were even worse off. Both had frozen solid in place like statues, their eyes vacant and minds utterly blank. Inside the Dao Palace, the air was thick and oppressive. Watching Fang Wudao's aura surge relentlessly, the corpse-fire Daoist sighed softly. What a pity for such fine provisions. Before his words faded, a sudden change occurred. The young noble who lay unconscious at his feet and the demonic cultivator standing slightly behind him, both bodies, almost simultaneously, burst into a pale, icy flame. The demonic disciple didn't even have time to utter a scream before his entire body began to melt away at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, two living beings were completely consumed by the pallid flames before the onlookers' eyes. As a few remnants of ash fell, two clusters of pure essence containing the very source of life swiftly surged into the corpse-fire Daoist's body. A faint flush of color returned to the corpse-fire Daoist's pallid face. The aura surrounding him, once faint and unstable, grew several degrees denser and more substantial. Even the youthful skin he maintained through dark arts appeared more vibrant. He had originally intended to conserve these consumables, savoring them slowly over time to sustain the energy drain of deciphering the Enlightenment steel. But the strength displayed by this youngster before him far exceeded his expectations. To swiftly crush this unexpected nuisance with overwhelming force, he had no choice but to prematurely burn through some reserves, restoring several more points of power. Hiss! This sudden, ruthless display sent a bone-chilling chill through every survivor present. The corpse-fire Daoist's movements were too swift and too bizarre they couldn't fathom them at all. The demonic cultivators, who had been secretly gloating moments before, instantly lost all trace of schadenfreude. Instead, they were overcome by a shared dread and trembling, like foxes mourning the death of a rabbit.
Their faces drained of color as they instinctively scrambled backward, desperate to distance themselves from the ancient demon, terrified of becoming the next casual provision he casually consumed. The righteous cultivators were utterly petrified. Luo Yanjun's legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground, a faint, foul stench wafting from his crotch. Che Chengyin gripped the shadowy dagger in his hand so tightly his knuckles turned white, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. To force this old man to draw upon my reserves prematurely, youngster, you have earned your pride. The corpse-fire Taoist slowly raised his hand. His pallid palm ignited with a white flame even more icy and sinister than before. Now, let this old man see how many of my strikes your peak second-tier sword momentum can withstand. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted violently. The temperature throughout the entire Dao Palace seemed to plummet to freezing. Chapter 106, Strange. Within the Dao Palace, merely the residual shockwaves of the corpse-fire Taoists' released pressure caused the nearby spectators from both the righteous and demonic factions to feel an intense suffocation. Those with weaker cultivation turned deathly pale, collapsing to their knees with a thud, unable even to lift their heads. At this moment, the sheer power and terror of corpse-fire Taoist were laid bare in all their terrifying glory. This was an absolute suppression originating from the soul level, transcending the comprehension of their current cultivation realms. Fang Wudao's gaze grew heavier than ever before. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy fluctuations Huadaoran was currently projecting were merely at the initial stage of the condensing core realm. Unlike him, he hadn't undergone a transformation. Yet, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the opponent firmly overshadowed his own. It must be noted that his foundational cultivation far surpassed that of peers at the same stage, rivaling even condensation core cultivators who had undergone a second ascension. This meant that Taoist Corpse Fire, relying solely on his early condensation core cultivation, had already surpassed ordinary condensation core cultivators who had undergone a second ascension. How terrifying was this? Not to mention the other party wielded that bizarre, unfathomable white flame capable of freezing divine souls and incinerating the very essence of life. Without a doubt, this was the strongest adversary Fang Wudao had ever faced since stepping onto the path of cultivation. Without a doubt. Since you excel in swordsmanship, this one shall exchange a few blows with you. A faint smile tugged at corpse-fire Taoist's lips. His right hand grasped at the void, and a long sword composed entirely of pallid flames materialized. He was not a sword cultivator specializing in the way of the sword, but as a great being of the immortal ascension realm who had lived for over 1,000 years, his vision had long transcended the constraints of ordinary techniques. His grasp of momentum, intent, and power had penetrated to their very essence. Even without dedicated cultivation in any sword technique, the swordplay he casually displayed embodied the profound essence of simplifying complexity. Its subtlety far surpassed the comprehension of ordinary sword cultivators. It is my honor that you would condescend to instruct me, senior. Fang Wudao's face softened into a faint smile as he spoke. That the opponent chose to abandon his strengths and rely on his weaknesses was the best possible outcome. Cunning little rascal. Seeing him agree so readily, the corpse-fire Taoist couldn't help but snort lightly. This youth's audacity was likely matched only by his own. As he pondered this, a dazzling five-colored sword light streaked toward his face. Swift as a startled wild goose, ruthless and decisive. Boy, it seems you have no respect for your elders. The corpse-fire Taoist seemed to have anticipated this all along. His tone was calm and unruffled. With a seemingly casual flick of his pale flame sword, he blocked the multicolored sword light's path with pinpoint accuracy. The angle, the timing, nothing short of masterful. Clang! A shrill clang of clashing metal rang out. Where the five elements sword light met the pale flame sword, dazzling white flames erupted in five elements spiritual energy scattered in all directions. Doesn't the senior also fail to cherish juniors? Almost the instant the sword light was blocked, Fang Wudao had closed in beside the corpse-fire Taoist. His scarless sword erupted with even more blinding light, wielding terrifying power capable of cleaving mountains and shattering peaks. He brought it down, with a vicious strike aimed squarely at the corpse-fire Taoist's head. The fluidity of the attack's transition and the cunning angle of the strike were nothing short of ruthless. Huadaoran's form swayed slightly as the flame-wrapped sword twisted at an impossible angle, once again parrying the powerful strike. The blades clashed once more, erupting in a deafening roar. A violent shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants like a tangible blast, tearing up the hard bluestone slabs and dusty gravel beneath their feet, reducing them to fine powder. Their figures crisscrossed, exchanging dozens of sword strikes in an instant. Fang Wudao's five elements sword technique was at times as heavy as mountains, at others as nimble as grass, sometimes aggressive as fire, sometimes gentle as water, and at times sharp as metal. The elements cycled endlessly, ever-changing and unpredictable. The corpse-fire Taoist's flame sword technique, however, was bizarre and devious, striking from the most unexpected angles. His sword techniques appeared simple and direct, yet contained a profound essence of reducing complexity to simplicity, striking directly at the root. He consistently neutralized Fang Wudao's storm-like assaults with minimal effort and the most exquisite angles. The pallid flames penetrated every crevice, radiating a soul-freezing chill that sought to corrode Fang Wudao's very spirit. Sword light flashed incessantly, like silver serpents dancing wildly, or thunderbolts from the heavens. Roaring explosions echoed ceaselessly. The two battled fiercely from one side of the enlightenment steel to the other, leaving behind a trail of deep, crisscrossing gashes in the stone wherever they passed. Terrifying, utterly terrifying swordsmanship. Each strike is nearly perfected to its absolute limit. And each carries a terrifying sword aura. Too powerful. Even the aftereffects of a single strike could easily annihilate us. Shurhua Daoren is clearly the supreme elder of the corpse immortal sect, renowned for corpse refinement and corpse fire manipulation. Yet, I never imagined his swordsmanship could be so formidable. He is utterly unfathomable. Fang Wudao is the true prodigy. So young, yet he's grasped sword momentum to such a terrifying degree. He's even holding his own against Taoist Shurhua, that 1,000-year-old demon, fighting him to a standstill. Far away, spectators from both righteous and demonic sects watched in bewilderment, their minds utterly shattered. With their cultivation and discernment, they couldn't even follow all the intricate moves. All they could sense was the collision of devastating power and the despair-inducing chasm in strength. Outside the Dao Palace, before the water mirror, the crowd held their breath, staring intently without blinking. Fang Wudao's combat instincts are too formidable. His reactions, countermeasures, and grasp of battle opportunities are utterly beyond what one would expect from a young man. Elder Su exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. Barely 20 years old, yet he could match an ancient demon like corpse fire Taoist, who had endured countless life and death battles. What extraordinary combat talent! We'd noticed it before. Fang Wudao seems born with a lifetime of combat experience, handling every situation with astonishingly seasoned expertise. Now it's clear he's far more formidable than we ever imagined. Elder Pang stroked his beard in admiration, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ever since the trials at 10,000 Swords Mountain, they had suspected Fang Wudao might be the legendary natural combat physique born for battle. Yet now, witnessing him fight the corpse fire Taoist who had suppressed his cultivation to a standstill, he felt utterly stunned. Do not rejoice too soon. The corpse fire Taoist clearly has not yet unleashed his full strength. The Grandmaster's expression remained grave as he spoke in a solemn tone. I hope the corpse fire Taoist will retreat when faced with difficulty. Lin Qingyi's beautiful eyes brimmed with worry as her jade-like hands clenched tightly. They had assumed that Fang Wudao, having undergone a transformation and greatly increased his power, would be sufficient to make the unstable corpse fire Taoist weigh the pros and cons and choose to retreat. Yet now, even as Fang Wudao unleashed terrifying sword momentum at the peak of the second tier, the corpse fire Taoist still fought to the death without retreat. Why would this madman, instead of studying the Enlightenment steel, waste his dwindling primordial energy to forcibly intercept Fang Wudao? Chapter 107, also at the second tier peak. Taoist corpse fire likely intends to refine Fang Wudao into a corpse puppet. The Red Dust Patriarch, standing nearby, seemed to sense Lin Qingyi's uncertainty and spoke slowly. A corpse puppet? Elder Su heard this and was quite puzzled. His physical body and divine soul are both unstable now, like a candle flickering in the wind. Why would he risk doing such a thing? You must understand that at his current cultivation level, refining a corpse puppet at the condensing core realm would consume immense resources. Especially one as profoundly gifted as Fang Wudao. Could it be? Elder Pang's small eyes widened suddenly as a possibility dawned on him. He intends to use Fang Wudao's physical body and divine soul to sense the Dao realization steel? Precisely. The Red Dust Patriarch nodded, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Fang Wudao's ability to hear the Dao's voice indicates that his innate talent, physique, or soul essence has, to some extent, gained recognition or favor from the remnant will of Lord Qingxian. By controlling his physical body or even refining him into a bizarre entity half corpse, half soul, and using that as a medium to sense the Enlightenment steel. Theoretically, this would be far more efficient and successful than the corpse fire Taoist himself blindly searching like a headless fly. No wonder he would exhaust his already meager strength to forcibly intercept Fang Wudao. Lin Qingyi suddenly understood, then felt a pang of anxiety. So, from the moment he completed his breakthrough, Fang Wudao had become the precious material the corpse fire Taoist was determined to obtain. Now, it all depends on whether Fang Wudao can demonstrate sufficient strength to force the corpse fire Taoist to reconsider. The Red Dust Patriarch's gaze returned to the water mirror. Capturing Fang Wudao would yield immense rewards, but if the cost far exceeds expectations, even threatening his own foundations, I believe the cunning corpse fire Taoist would make a relatively rational choice. The real fear is that the corpse fire Taoist has invested too much, with sunk costs mounting to the point where he can't easily back down, ultimately forcing him to go all in. The sect master's brows furrowed as he voiced his worst fears. It would be manageable if he withdrew after initial probing. The real danger lies in the escalating costs of prolonged conflict, convincing the corpse fire Taoist that relinquishing Fang Wudao would mean a colossal loss. That would be the most perilous moment. Within the Dao Palace, the two clashed fiercely, their swords flashing across the air, while their verbal barbs flew thick and fast. Youngster, your sword technique shows some promise. Yet, alas, your sword momentum still falls short of the mark. Shurhua Daoren's voice was calm, tinged with the arrogance of one critiquing a junior. Your sword technique is indeed exquisite, embodying profound truths of the Dao.
But, your strength in wielding the sword seems to be failing you? Could it be that age has taken its toll, leaving your body hollowed out, all bark and no bite?
Fang Wudao shot back with a sharp retort, deliberately striking at the heart of the matter.
Sharp-tongued.
Wait until I pluck out your tongue and extract your soul, then see how you keep up your insolence. I fear the elder is too frail and trembling to manage such feats. Amidst this seemingly fierce, evenly matched sword duel, a cold, triumphant smile flickered deep within Corpse Fire Daoist's eyes. Suddenly, he feinted a strike, deliberately leaving an opening in his sword technique. This forced Fang Wudao to instinctively thrust his sword forward. Seizing the momentum, Wudao gracefully stepped back half a pace, his face breaking into a long suppressed, savage grin.
Cunning brat, the game ends here. To fall beneath this earth-surging corpse lotus is your fortune.
Before the words had fully left his mouth.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Centered on Fang Wudao's position, the ground within a 10-jiang radius erupted like a dragon thrashing its body, exploding simultaneously. Pale pillars of flame shot skyward, instantly weaving themselves into a colossal cage of fire. It turned out that during their seemingly fierce sword exchange moments ago, every seemingly casual step Wudao took, every slight contact between his sword tip and the ground, even the faint sparks of fire drifting from his body, had been silently embedding a thread of primordial corpse firepower into the earth, secretly laying a trap. All it took was a moment of readiness, a single thought, to detonate it instantly, trapping Fang Wudao completely within this pale inferno. Trapped at the center of this fiery cage, Fang Wudao felt the destructive energy closing in around him. He couldn't help but inwardly admire the Corpse Fire Daoist's cunning treachery and shameless audacity. As a former Immortal Realm powerhouse, to stoop so low against a mere Condensation Core Realm junior like him.
Truly, he had no shame and no dignity left. Yet, faced with this sudden, fatal trap, Fang Wudao's face did not show the panic Wudao had anticipated. Instead, a mocking smile spread across his lips. Your hospitality, senior, is truly warm. Just as the pallid pillars of flame were about to close in completely, trapping him zzzt. Blinding, dazzling lightning erupted violently from within Fang Wudao's body. His body seemed to transform into a pure, lightning fast bolt of thunder. Thunder technique, lightning flash. Swish. All that remained at the spot was a slowly dissipating arc of lightning and a few fragments of the pale flames, slightly scattered and shattered by the frenzied thunderous force. Fang Wudao's true form had vanished like a ghost, teleporting instantly to a safe zone 10 jiang away. Thunder technique, lightning flash body, one of the advanced thunder techniques recorded in the secret manual of spells. Its requirements for casting were extremely demanding. Even the current Fang Wudao could barely manage to use it. Peak second tier magic power? The ghastly grin on Corpse Fire Daoist's face froze instantly, replaced by utter shock and bewilderment. This kid. Besides his mastery of swordsmanship and his absurdly solid foundation, he's actually grasped the peak of the second tier of magical momentum? How on earth did he cultivate this? At such a young age, to comprehend sword momentum to the peak of the second tier is already astonishing. Yet this brat not only achieved that, but still had the energy to cultivate magic arts alongside it and reached an equally terrifying level of mastery. Does he have 24 hours in a day? Or did he begin cultivating the moment he was born? Second tier peak spell momentum? Among the cultivators present from both the righteous and demonic factions, none was more shaken, his very cultivation foundation nearly wavering, than Fang Jijian of Thunder Cliff. He had assumed Fang Wudao might possess a natural Thunder Dao Saint body, but lacked the top-tier Thunder Dao cultivation methods to comprehend the Dao of magic. Now it was clear he hadn't failed to grasp it at all. He simply hadn't deigned to use it on himself. Recalling how he had confidently declared his own Dao force earlier, challenging Fang Wudao in a clash of thunder techniques, his face flushed crimson with burning embarrassment. It wasn't that he had been holding back against Fang Wudao. From start to finish, it was Fang Wudao who had been holding back for him. Had both fought at full force with their full power, he would have been instantly annihilated by Fang Wudao's terrifying peak second tier power before he could even unleash his hidden bloodline power. Where would he have found an opportunity to prove himself? Chapter 108, Enlightenment. Could it be that junior brother Fang is the reincarnation of some ancient great being? Or, has he actually been possessed by someone else long ago? Tang Linger's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could a genuine prodigy simultaneously cultivate both the Thunder and Sword Dao, and attain peak second-tier mastery in both? This completely shattered her understanding of what a genius should be. Why does it feel like we're the ones who are provincial bumpkins? Luo Fingwu and Che Chengying exchanged glances, seeing only deep shock and bitterness in each other's eyes. They had believed that as descendants of a great clan from the southern realm, with their broad horizons and extraordinary talents, arriving in a remote backwater like Wei would be a walk in the park. Yet now, they felt like frogs at the bottom of a well, suddenly confronted by the vast ocean. Fourth brother, this Fang Wudao, is he truly human? Not some ancient beast or primordial spirit in human form? Huang Linfu's expression betrayed utter disbelief as he croaked the question to Huang Linfeng beside him. Peak tier second level sword momentum, peak tier second level spell momentum, and the undisplayed late stage second level blade momentum.
Any one of these three abilities appearing in a single person would be enough to call them a peerless genius. Yet now, they were all concentrated in one person. Has he gone mad? Or has this world gone haywire? I don't know either. Huang Linfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling increasingly baffled by Fang Wudao. When he thought Fang Wudao was a blade master, Fang Wudao revealed even more formidable sword techniques. When he thought Fang Wudao was a sword technique prodigy, the man displayed terrifying thunder techniques that rivaled his swordsmanship. Fang Wudao's hidden cards seemed inexhaustible, constantly pushing the limits of their comprehension. His true potential remained utterly elusive. Senior brother Fang has actually attained the peak of the second tier in his mastery of the Dao's momentum? Yi Guxing froze for a long moment before finally pulling himself back from the depths of utter shock. Then, an indescribable emotion surged within him: confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of regret. Why would senior brother Fang waste precious time and energy on spells? He murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. In his pure philosophy, the sword demanded unwavering devotion. Nothing else existed beyond it. Distractions were but a detour. Moments later, his eyes suddenly changed, filled with deep self-reproach. I understand. I get it now. Senior brother Fang, he must have been waiting for me. It's all because my progress was too slow. I couldn't catch up to him in time, forcing him to divert his attention to other methods while waiting for me to grow. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger, if only I progressed faster, senior brother Fang could focus solely on the supreme way of the sword. I must advance. I must advance faster. I crave progress so intensely. Yi Guxi's gaze burned with increasing intensity and resolve. A pure, overwhelming sword intent surged uncontrollably from within him. At that very moment, in a profoundly mysterious way, a faint yet piercing sword cry seemed to ring in his ears, a sound that penetrated straight to the very core of his sword heart. It seemed to be the lingering Dao resonance of the Qingshan Dao Palace, resonating with his utterly pure, sword-seeking heart. Instantly, sword energy surged around Yi Guxi, enveloping him in a state of enlightenment where self and object dissolved. Everything outside seemed to fade into the distance. Outside the Dao Palace, before the water mirror, the crowd was once again stunned into speechlessness. Double-tier peak. Dao force? How did that brat Fang Wudao manage this? Elder Pang's small eyes widened like copper bells, his voice piercingly sharp. He said he only briefly skimmed that spellbook during his spare time? How did he grasp the essence of momentum? And at the peak of the second tier, no less. Elder Su felt as if he might faint, needing to steady himself against a chair to remain upright. When he had gifted the spell compendium to Fang Wudao, his original intention was merely for him to study the principles of the 5 element spells within. He hoped this would deepen Fang Wudao's understanding of the 5 elements sword canon and provide insight into the first ascension of the Golden Core. He never imagined that not only would Fang Wudao effortlessly master the thunder magic within, but he would also use it to comprehend the momentum of the second tier peak. This was beyond extraordinary talent, it was monstrous. Could it be Dao Yin's influence again? Is this Dao Yin truly so defiantly powerful? The Grand Master's mouth gaped wide, his face etched with utter disbelief. He had never heard of Dao Yin possessing such absurdly powerful effects. This wasn't merely aiding cultivation, it was outright transmitting divine power. Highly likely. Elder Sure stated with absolute certainty. My body sword technique was ultimately created back then precisely through the inspiration and aid of the Dao sound. After a moment, he shook his head. But it's only natural, you can't comprehend it without experiencing that profound state firsthand. Lin Xingyi had been utterly stunned, with a flood of words on the tip of her tongue. Yet upon hearing senior brother Shure's final remark, every syllable suddenly choked in her throat. Fine. So you and Fang Wudao are geniuses, and we're all fools. The Grandmaster, Elder Pang, Elder Su, and even the worldly wise Red Dust Patriarch were momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Beside them, Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff, Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade Sect, and Luo He of the Southern Academy felt even less inclined to speak. That kid, Guxing, something seems off about him? Sword energy spontaneously surging around him, completely absorbed in the moment. Could it be? Could he have heard the Dao's voice too? The Grandmaster, who had been utterly focused on the battle between Fang Wudao and Corpse Fire Daoist, suddenly caught sight of Yi Guxing's unusual state out of the corner of his eye and gasped in shock. Yi Guxing could hear the Dao's voice, and he was delighted. But Yi Guxing hearing the Dao sound at this moment? He was not pleased. What kind of power did Fang Wudao and Corpse Fire Daoist possess? Even the stray sword energy or corpse flames from their battle's aftermath could severely wound or even kill a condensed core cultivator. To enter such a profound state of enlightenment, where self and object become one, at this moment was it any different from suicide? If those two shifted their battlefield even slightly, or if a single uncontrolled wave of residual combat energy swept over Yi Guxi, he completely defenseless would likely die instantly, his Dao severed. Moreover, as the battle between Fang Wudao and the Corpse Fire Daoist intensified, the pale wall of fire trapping everyone began to visibly flicker and tremble. It seemed poised to falter or even vanish entirely at any moment, as its master's attention was diverted elsewhere. If He Gushing missed this fleeting chance to escape while immersed in his enlightenment, the consequences were unimaginable.
No way. At this critical moment, in this deadly place, he's hearing the Tao's voice? Is this voice triggered completely randomly? Doesn't it require an absolutely safe, tranquil environment?
Elder Su's face twisted in shock upon hearing this. He immediately focused his attention on Yi Gushing. After confirming his state, his expression darkened instantly. This opportunity had come at the worst possible moment. This is a real mess. Elder Pang rubbed his hands nervously, his plump face etched with deep worry.
Even if an escape opportunity arises later, everyone will be fighting for their own lives, struggling to survive.
Who would have the ability or energy left to look after someone who's completely lost self-awareness and immersed in enlightenment? Carrying him would be dragging heavy baggage no one would escape.
Lin Qingyi's heart leapt to her throat.
She was frantic with worry yet helpless, clenching her fists so tightly her nails dug deep into her palms.
Other surviving disciples within the Tao Palace had also noticed Yi Gushing's unusual state. Yet, with their own survival at stake, they could offer nothing beyond fleeting glances of pity or resignation.
Luo Fenghu's brows knitted tightly, Che Chengying sighed inwardly, and even among the demonic cultivators, some eyes flashed with scorn or schadenfreude.
To attain enlightenment in such a desperate situation, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, was anyone's guess. Chapter 109, Bombardment.
The corpse fire Daoist and Fang Wudao, naturally, were the first to detect the peculiarity emanating from Yi Gushing. Fang Wudao's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he felt both anxious and speechless.
Junior brother Yi, your enlightenment couldn't have come at a better time.
Hua Daoran, however, was both astonished and delighted.
Could this journey to the Tao Palace truly bring such extraordinary fortune? Two geniuses capable of resonating with the Tao sound appearing one after another?
At this thought, his murderous intent softened slightly. With a better option now available, there was no need to stubbornly confront this slippery youngster and waste his already scarce primordial energy. He waved his hand, dispelling the white phosphorus corpse flames swirling around Fang Wudao. A faint, amiable smile forced itself onto his rigid face.
Boy, I acknowledge your talent and strength. I value talent.
Today, I shall spare you. Leave now, and I will not stand in your way. Hearing this, Fang Wudao grinned, his tone brimming with defiance, but
I'm not quite convinced by your strength, senior.
Setting aside the corpse fire Daoist's treacherous cunning, his words were utterly untrustworthy.
Even if it were true, Fang Wudao would never flee alone.
Abandoning his fellow disciples to flee would not only tarnish his Daoist heart and cloud his thoughts, but would also cause all the elders of his sect to harbor resentment toward him. Moreover, if he left now, everyone present would become nourishment for the corpse fire Daoist to restore his power. By then, confronting this ancient demon would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Fang Wudao would never stake his life on an enemy's mercy or mere luck. Insolent! The corpse fire Daoist roared. As a former immortal realm powerhouse, even now that he was like a dragon swimming in shallow waters, he was no one for a mere Dan condensation cultivator to insult at will. Pale flames surged violently around his body, his aura exploding with overwhelming pressure. Yet, just as he prepared to strike in fury, his skin visibly lost its luster, shriveling and wrinkling before his eyes. His thick black hair rapidly turned gray and brittle.
This fast?
The corpse fire Daoist seethed inwardly. The state of his physical body was even more dire than he had imagined. His right hand shot backward, grasping through the air. Among the crowd of demonic cultivators standing at a distance, who believed themselves safe, four figures instantly burst into violent flames. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 4 balls of pure life essence, rapidly surging into the corpse fire Daoist's body. Only with this replenishment did his signs of decay barely halt, slowly beginning to reverse. So that's how it is. A gleam flashed in Fang Wudao's eyes as he pondered. Last time, the distance had been too close, and the opponent's movements too swift, preventing him from seeing clearly. But this time, from a greater distance, he vaguely grasped the truth through his mind-reading technique. Within these demonic cultivators' bodies, pale fire seeds had long been secretly planted by corpse fire Daoist. With a mere thought, he could detonate and absorb them. This explained why, aside from that noble air, corpse fire Daoist had continuously refined demonic cultivators as sustenance. Because righteous cultivators carried no such seeds within them. To refine them, he had to personally capture them, far less convenient than cultivators of the demonic path. Young man, you've seen it yourself, my state is indeed unstable. The corpse fire Daoist cleared his throat twice and continued, if you fear I might betray you and hunt you down afterward, you needn't worry. I scarcely have enough time to study the Enlightenment steel. How could I possibly expend time and energy on you? Moreover, the depths of this Tao Palace are boundless and layered with countless restrictions. If you truly wish to hide, finding you would be no easy task for this one. This is what we shall do. I will make another concession. Depart immediately, and I shall pretend I never heard your earlier insolence. All past offenses are forgiven. His tone even carried a hint of sincerity. You're quite magnanimous, senior. Unfortunately, what this junior enjoys most in life is kicking a man when he's down. Fang Wudao smiled faintly as he spoke. You brat.
Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? Sherhua Doran's expression darkened completely, his voice as cold as ice. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how weakened he was now, he had once been a formidable immortal realm powerhouse. How could he tolerate such repeated provocation from a mere junior? Come. Fang Wudao pointed his sword at the corpse fire Taoist, his tone arrogant and concise. Kill me. You're courting death. The corpse fire Taoist erupted in fury, holding nothing back. His arms shot out as the pallid flames swirling around him violently coalesced. He shed his human form, transforming into a colossal, hideous ice dragon composed entirely of frigid corpse flames. The ice dragon was pallid all over, its scales eerily cold, radiating a soul-freezing chill. After a soul-shaking roar, it lunged down at Fang Wudao. Its might far surpassed that of the previous fiery palm strike by more than a fewfold. Facing this terrifying assault, Fang Wudao's eyes flashed with sharp intensity as thunderous power erupted violently. Resounding heavenly thunder, heed my command. The supremely potent, supremely yang thunder energy surged like a frenzy of writhing serpents, actively confronting the pallid ice dragon. Thunder power inherently countered dark forces. Though Fang Wudao's cultivation fell short of corpse fire Taoist, the pure essence of his thunder technique still imposed some restraint and hindrance upon the corpse fire ice dragon, slightly diminishing its speed and destructive force. Seizing this opening, Fang Wudao's feet flashed with lightning as he executed another lightning flash step. Instantly appearing at the ice dragon's flank, his sword of no trace erupted with dazzling five-colored sword light. Delivering a strike imbued with peak second-tier sword momentum that crashed viciously toward the corpse fire Taoist's true form, lurking within the ice dragon's flank. The corpse fire Taoist twisted the ice dragon to block. The sword light collided with the dragon's body, erupting into a sky filled with icy flames and scattering five elements spiritual energy. In that fleeting, fireworks-like moment, a dragon's tail suddenly appeared, sweeping fiercely toward Fang Wudao. In response, Fang Wudao vanished in a flash of lightning. This cunning youth possessed not only secret arts to resist mental attacks and mastery of lightning escape techniques, but also astonishing speed. Hitting him was no easy feat. The corpse fire Taoist swiftly assessed the situation. His power surpassed Fang Wudao's, yet Fang Wudao's speed outstripped his own. Deciding the outcome between them in the short term was simply impossible. But, his gaze suddenly shifted to Yi Gushing, who remained deep in meditation, utterly oblivious to the world around him. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. If I can't hit you, I can hit your companion. The ice dragon roared, unleashing a massive torrent of pallid flames that surged toward Yi Gushing like a bursting river. Just as the deadly flames were about to engulf Yi Gushing, a petite figure suddenly darted out from behind a broken stone pillar and hoisted the still-absorbed Yi Gushing onto her shoulder. Who else could it be but Tang Linger? It turned out she had cleverly crept closer, ready to whisk Yi Gushing away at any moment. After rescuing Yi Gushing, Tang Linger executed an intricate footwork pattern with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant. Don't even think about running. Seeing his attack miss, the corpse fire Taoist roared in fury, commanding the ice dragon to pursue. I am your opponent. Fang Wudao would never let him succeed. His sword slashed like a rainbow, locking the corpse fire Taoist in place. Boy, you can't stop me. The corpse fire Taoist sneered coldly. Fang Wudao could delay him for a mere moment at most. Ultimately, he would be powerless to stop the slaughter. To this, Fang Wudao merely growled, explode. A doppelganger composed entirely of thunder, identical in form to himself, suddenly materialized beside the demonic cultivator. Boom! The thunder clone detonated violently. Rampaging lightning swept across the area like a storm of destruction. No! Ancestor, save! The piercing screams abruptly ceased. At least 4 or 5 demonic cultivators, unable to dodge in time, were reduced to ashes within the terrifying thunderstorm. Not even a trace remained. It turned out that while corpse fire Taoist attacked Yi Gushing, Fang Wudao had also released his thunder clone, silently closing in on the group of demonic cultivators. You little bastard! How dare you! Sherhua Daoran was overcome with shock and rage, nearly spitting blood in fury. These were all his precious reserve provisions. He never expected Fang Wudao to be so cunning and ruthless, striking directly at his human essence. Forced to divide his attention, the corpse fire Taoist commanded his ice dragon to spew a blast of frigid breath, intercepting the lingering thunderbolts sweeping toward the other demonic cultivators to shield his remaining resources. Enough! You shall all become part of this master. A ruthless resolve flashed in the corpse fire Taoist's eyes as he surveyed the surviving demonic cultivators. His right hand clenched violently, and the bodies of these demonic cultivators ignited like lit gunpowder, one after another bursting into violent flames. A full 7 streams of pure life essence surged into his body like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Replenished by this surge of power, the corpse fire Taoist's aura exploded once more. The pale ice dragon's form instantly swelled to nearly twice its size, growing even more monstrous. The chill it radiated became utterly terrifying. Boy! You have thoroughly enraged this one. Prepare to become this one's corpse puppet. The corpse fire Taoist looked down on Fang Wudao from above, his voice as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, filled with absolute killing intent. Chapter 110, The Killing Trap.
Outside the Dao Palace, before the water mirror, every heart was in their throats.
It's over. It's over.
Corpse Fire Taoist has gone completely mad, willing to sacrifice everything for this final battle. Elder Su's voice trembled, betraying unmistakable panic. After absorbing the remaining demonic cultivator's essence, Corpse Fire Taoist's aura had visibly surged to new heights. Even Fang Wudao would likely struggle to withstand him head-on. The stronger Taoist Corpse Fire grows, the greater the strain on his physical form.
Perhaps it won't be long before cracks appear in the surrounding walls of fire.
Elder Pang clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of hope in his voice.
If Fang Wudao can rely on his footwork to hold out until that moment, there might still be hope.
The sect master sighed heavily, his face etched with worry. What he had feared most from the start was that the Corpse Fire Taoist would abandon all restraint, completely sever ties, and engage in a fight to the death with Fang Wudao. Unexpectedly, events had indeed spiraled toward the worst possible outcome.
Uncle Master. How much longer can the Corpse Fire Taoist possibly hold out in this state?
Lin Xingyi looked anxiously at the Red Dust Patriarch, her voice urgent. The old ancestor of Red Dust gazed intently at the wildly fluctuating energy patterns of the Corpse Fire Taoist reflected in the water mirror. His voice was measured as he replied.
About half a quarter of an hour.
Beyond that, his physical form will collapse first, and his soul will suffer severe damage.
Half a quarter of an hour? That's far too long.
Luo He from the Southern Academy frowned deeply, exclaiming in disbelief. Given the terrifying power Hua Daoran had displayed, Fang Wudao would be lucky to last even a quarter of that time.
Half a quarter? Utterly preposterous. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade Sect and Fang Qianlei of Thundercliff both wore grave expressions as they shook their heads in unison.
Upon hearing this answer, the members of the Heavenly Sword Sect felt their hearts sink to the depths, plunging into a deathly silence.
Elder, I'm tired of your empty threats. How about showing us some real skill? Fang Wudao's expression remained grave, yet his words were relentless, tinged with a hint of mockery. Or is it that after 1,000 years of cultivation, all you've mastered is the art of talking?
With that, he flipped his left hand, and the secret manual of spells appeared in his grasp. Its pages turned without wind, emitting a faint, luminous glow that visibly amplified his spellcasting speed and power. In his right hand, the scarless sword gleamed with the rotating radiance of the 5 elements. Book in one hand, sword in the other. The posture seemed peculiar, yet Fang Wudao exuded an air of profound, unshakable composure.
Boy, your arrogance will be your undoing today. Corpse Fire Taoist's expression turned icy cold. Killing you is but a flick of my wrist.
With that, the pallid ice dragon let out a deafening roar, snapping its massive jaws open to spew forth a stream of pale flame thicker, colder, and more devastating than before.
Fang Wudao's eyes narrowed sharply as he faced this terrifyingly powerful attack.
The magical tome in his hand blazed with intense light, while lightning flares erupted beneath his feet. He once again activated Lightning Dash, transforming into a zigzagging bolt of lightning that darted through the confined space with extreme evasive maneuvers. Wherever the ice flames passed, the ground instantly became covered in a thick layer of pallid ice crystals, even the air freezing into fine shards of ice. While Fang Wudao focused entirely on evasion, the mist ice flames did not dissipate completely. Instead, they silently seeped into the ground, spreading rapidly to form a shrinking, icy encirclement around him. In mere moments, the area where he could maneuver shrunk visibly before his eyes. Cunning brat, let's see where you can hide now. Corpse Fire Taoist roared with triumphant laughter. He had calculated it all along. The earlier attack served both to inflict damage and to lay the groundwork. Before long, Fang Wudao's movements halted abruptly. His feet and even his calves were firmly frozen by the pallid ice crystals that had suddenly erupted from the ground. Immediately after, 2 more icicles shot up, freezing his sword-wielding right hand and his left hand holding the secret spell scroll. His entire body was now utterly immobilized. Run! Why aren't you running now? Where's all that sharp-tongued wit of yours? The Corpse Fire Taoist, his mood greatly lifted, emerged from the ice dragon's coils and drifted slowly down to stand before the utterly immobilized Fang Wudao. He raised his hand, wrapped in pale flames, and slowly pressed it toward Fang Wudao's crown chakra, intending to refine this perfect body along with its soul into a corpse puppet. Yet, the instant his palm neared Fang Wudao's skull, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A fiery, domineering yet gentle and fluid force erupted violently from within Fang Wudao's body. It was neither sword energy nor magical force, but the third-tier blade energy. And it was a wild, unrestrained dual-blade energy. The solid ice crystals binding Fang Wudao's limbs shattered like paper under the sudden, violent force, scattering into a sky of ice dust. Simultaneously, Fang Wudao's liberated hands had somehow grasped 2 uniquely shaped long blades. One was pitch black, dark as a bottomless pool, seeming to absorb all light. The ink blade. The other gleamed brilliantly golden, radiating the fiery heat of the sun, emanating a scorching, razor-sharp aura. The golden blade. Flowing clouds reflecting the moon. Burning sea, blazing sun. Fang Wudao's voice was icy as he slashed with both blades in a crisscrossing motion. The left ink blade traced a path as elusive as drifting clouds, yet carrying the icy glow of moonlight. The right gold blade erupted with a blazing blade aura hot enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. The twin blades merged, yin and yang converging, their power doubled as they struck directly at the corpse fire Taoist's exposed center. This was the combined strike technique achievable only when the dual polarity blade art reached its pinnacle.
Triple blade force? Impossible.
The corpse fire Taoist's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks as he gasped in disbelief, his face etched with unprecedented shock and utter absurdity. Amir Jr. from the Heavenly Sword sect, who had only recently broken through to the condensing realm, mastering peak second-tier sword momentum and spell momentum, was already unheard of.
Yet he had been hiding a third-tier blade momentum? What kind of monster was this kid?
Moreover, possessing such power yet deliberately concealing it all along, this youth was truly cunning and treacherous to the extreme. The corpse fire Taoist was utterly horrified, yet profoundly grateful for the caution ingrained in him over 1,000 years. Even when victory seemed assured, he remained utterly vigilant against any unexpected turn.
White phosphorus shield. His reaction was lightning fast.
With a single thought, 2 ferocious ice dragons, formed entirely of pallid flames, instantly coiled out from his arms. They crossed in front of him, attempting to brace against the earth-shattering dual blade strike. Yet, just as the blades were about to collide with the ice dragons, the aura emanating from Fang Wudao abruptly shifted once more. He seemed to transform into a majestic Buddha, benevolent and compassionate, only to swiftly shift into a demonic entity of overwhelming slaughter and unmatched malevolence.
Finally, he appeared to become nothing at all.
Transcending both Buddha and demon, even transcending this very realm itself.
He became ethereal, void, as if he never existed at all.
The Great Liberation Sutra of No Buddha, No Demon, No Self, the fragmentary true meaning unleashed.
Chapter 111, Counterattack.
The corpse fire Taoist felt a sudden blur before his eyes.
Within his divine perception, the razor-sharp twin blades, Fang Wudao unleashing his triple blade momentum, and even the surrounding environment all instantly became illusory. As if separated by a layer of dreamlike bubbles, becoming exceptionally unreal. A wave of profound bewilderment swept over his mind. What am I doing? Where am I?
His movements froze involuntarily for an instant, causing the defensive ice dragon coalescing in his arms to falter slightly. The next instant, the corpse fire Taoist jolted awake from that eerie state, alarm bells ringing in his mind as he frantically channeled power to reinforce his defenses.
Alas, it was already too late. Fang Wudao's twin blades had already torn through the ice dragon's defense, which had faltered for just a fraction of a second, striking solidly against his chest. Boom! The terrifying blade aura, infused with triple blade momentum and the combined power of yin-yang strikes, erupted instantly.
The corpse fire Taoist's already precariously unstable form could not withstand such a devastating external blow.
In an instant, he shattered like broken porcelain, completely disintegrated.
Frozen on his face were terror, disbelief, and a trace of absurd, bitter laughter. In the end, he only managed to utter one final, resentful cry.
True intent? It was true intent?
That Fang Wudao had comprehended the triple blade form was already shocking enough.
But to think he'd grasped the true intent as well. Damn it! What kind of monster is this?
Mastery of sword, technique, and blade, and now a glimpse of the true intent.
After 1,000 years of scheming, just how unlucky must one be to encounter such an utterly unnatural prodigy at this critical juncture?
1,000 years of scheming, all for naught. Consumed by endless regret and utter absurdity, the corpse fire Taoist's body completely disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into the air.
The colossal, pallid ice dragon let out a mournful wail before shattering into countless fragments.
It transformed into a sky filled with cold sparks, slowly fading away.
Fang Wudao gasped for breath, yet remained utterly vigilant.
Fighting off the wave of exhaustion, he activated his mind-scanning technique, meticulously scanning every inch of the surrounding space. Only exhaling a long breath once he confirmed every trace of white phosphorus corpse fire had been extinguished, leaving not a single lingering soul or hidden trap behind.
Looks like this old bastard is truly dead. Recalling the entire battle, Fang Wudao still felt a chill run down his spine.
From the initial sword techniques to the mid-battle diversion with thunder magic, every move had been a deliberate misdirection.
His goal was to conceal his true killing move, the triple blade formation, and that fragment of the true intent. Everything had been orchestrated to create a sudden, close-range explosion, a single strike to gravely wound, or even kill, the corpse fire Taoist. The most critical and time-consuming part of this plan was summoning that fragment of true intent. That was precisely why he allowed himself to be reasonably caught off guard by the corpse fire Taoist and restrained. The entire sequence was intricately linked. Had even one link faltered, or had the corpse fire Taoist been a fraction more cautious, the outcome could have been entirely different. Of course, the success ultimately hinged on his extraordinary nature. As a Tianjian sect disciple who had just broken through to the condensing core realm, comprehending both peak second-tier sword intent and peak second-tier Dao intent was already terrifying enough. No one could have imagined he was also concealing an even stronger third-tier blade momentum. This defied all common sense in the cultivation world. And certainly no one could have foreseen that he had grasped a fragment of the true meaning. It could only be said that losing to a completely unnatural monster like Fang Wudao. Sure, Daorun truly deserved it.
Facing any other normal opponent, he would never have suffered such a complete and utterly humiliating defeat. It was fortunate that the corpse-fire Taoist overestimated his own strength and needed to keep those righteous cultivators as backup provisions to slowly study the Tao realization steel. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle might have been far from certain. Fang Wudao steadied his breath, pondering silently. The peril of this battle far surpassed any he had faced before. Power, strategy, and luck all were indispensable. Had the corpse-fire Taoist not been in such poor condition after a millennium as an ancient demon, and had he not been preoccupied with preserving his strength to inherit the Qingxian Tao Lord's legacy, he might already be dead. After all, having absorbed the demonic cultivators, the corpse-fire Taoist had already attained such formidable power. Had he absorbed the righteous cultivators as well, it was unimaginable how powerful he would become. Ha! What is this? Fang Wudao's gaze sharpened. Where the corpse-fire Taoist had turned to ashes, a pale, jade-like finger bone unexpectedly remained, emitting a faint, eerie glow. A peculiar energy fluctuation emanated faintly from the bone. It was the resonance of spiritual essence. He immediately stepped forward and picked up the finger bone. Corpse spirit plus 788. A pure, icy energy surged into his body. Corpse spirit? Fang Wudao pondered. The corpse-fire Taoist was the supreme elder of the corpse immortal sect, specializing in cultivating corpse manipulation techniques. His fundamental power was intrinsically linked to the essence of corpse. It seemed his earlier conjecture was correct. Only those who had reached the feathered immortal realm or higher could manifest spiritual essence. Moreover, these spiritual essences gradually dissipate over time. The corpse-fire Taoist dead? Really dead? Not far away, Luo Fengwu stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Fang Wudao standing proudly in the center of the field, her voice trembling. The notorious demonic tyrant who had terrorized the southern realm for 1,000 years had been slain by a mere condensation core cultivator? If word of this spread, it would likely send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world. Che Changying's face was equally frozen in shock. His mouth opened and closed, yet no sound emerged. He was utterly speechless, stunned into silence by this earth-shattering reversal. The corpse-fire Taoist was a great power at the immortal ascension realm. Luo Yanjun, who had collapsed to the ground, froze for a moment before suddenly bursting into tears. He sobbed incoherently, muttering, "I survived. I really survived. Wah? 3. Triple blade momentum? Fang Wudao, is he even human?" Li Guanyi of the Overlord Sword Sect looked as if he'd seen a ghost. "You're a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, already absurdly skilled in swordsmanship and thunder magic. Now you've even cultivated your sword techniques to such an unearthly level, leaving no room for those of us who specialize in the sword path to survive? Even the Son of Heaven wouldn't be this outrageous." Fang Zhijian of Thundercliff had gone completely numb, his face expressionless, unwilling to utter a single word. Even if Fang Wudao ascended to heaven right then and there, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised. With this man, nothing seemed impossible. His true strength was actually his sword technique? Huang Linfu was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. Huang Linfeng, too, was reeling from the relentless twists. Fang Wudao truly defied all logic, forever defying expectations. Could it be? Junior brother Fang is actually the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse? Or perhaps, a dormant fragment of an ancient, mighty soul lies within his body? Tang Linger blinked her wide eyes, her imagination running wild with speculation. Many of the novels and storybooks she had read described such scenarios. Whenever the protagonist faced utter despair, the remnant soul of a great being within him would awaken, lending him power to turn the tide of battle. The situation before her wasn't just similar, it was identical. After all, what serious cultivator would simultaneously practice 3 entirely different and profoundly complex arts: thunder, sword, and blade? Wouldn't that be a pure waste of time and energy? With such talent, specializing in just one path would have made him famous throughout the world long ago. Chapter 112, Phantom. Outside the Tao Palace, before the water mirror, everyone stood speechless, plunged into a deathly silence. Even the world-weary patriarch Hongchen, with his vast experience, was no exception. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. 3. Triple blade momentum? After a long moment, Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade Sect was the first to snap out of it, his voice dry and thick with disbelief. "Wait, you're a sword cultivator from the Heavenly Sword Sect, and you've mastered sword techniques to this level? How is that possible? It can't be possible. Peak mastery in thunder arts, peak mastery in sword arts, and now this blade technique, stronger than anyone could imagine. Is this truly still the Wei Kingdom I know?" Luo He of the Southern Academy murmured to himself. Unfamiliar with the situation, he might have thought he'd stumbled into the central continent, where prodigies were as common as dogs and demonic geniuses roamed the land. He's mastered the supreme arts of all 3 sects. This youth's talent is not only unmatched in history, but will likely remain unrivaled for generations to come. Fang Qianlei of Thundercliff spoke with a tremor in his voice, offering an exaggerated yet undeniable assessment. For millennia, the 3 sects had stood firm in the state of Wei, yet never before had they witnessed such terrifying, such comprehensive monstrosity. Fang Wudao, when did he learn sword techniques? And he silently mastered the triple sword formations. This. Elder Su was so stunned his jaw nearly hit the ground, his speech becoming incoherent. Elder Pang rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. Where did he find the time and energy to learn sword techniques? That brat, wasn't he supposed to be focusing solely on cultivating his cultivation these past few months? Lin Xingyi's beautiful eyes widened, her voice trembling with utter shock and excitement. The Grandmaster stared intently at Fang Wudao's reflection in the water mirror. After a long moment, he croaked hoarsely. It's likely more than just the triple blade force. The method Fang Wudao used to influence Shihua Doran's mind at the end, it seems to contain a trace of genuine intent. I sensed it too. Elder Shi, who rarely spoke, couldn't hold back this time, his tone unwavering. Without that interference of true intent, even with the triple blade force, Fang Wudao would never have been able to slay the corpse fire Taoist so easily. That momentary lapse in his mind was the decisive factor. What? True intent? The crowd gasped in unison, a chill running down their spines. The triple blade momentum wasn't enough? He actually touched upon true intent? Unconsciously, all eyes turned to the Red Dust Patriarch for confirmation. The Red Dust Patriarch slowly nodded, his voice deep and solemn. Master Shi's judgment is correct. In Fang Wudao's final breath, his aura was ethereal and transcendent, indeed containing a faint, extremely subtle fluctuation of true intent. Though still incomplete and immature, its essence is profound. If my guess is correct, he must have preliminarily mastered the Great Freedom Sutra of no Buddha, no demon, no self. Hearing the Red Dust Patriarch's personal confirmation and explanation, the crowd gasped in shock once more, utterly astounded. The Great Self-Mastery Sutra of no Buddha, no demon, no self created by the heavenly demon sect's leader himself? No wonder. No wonder even a 1,000-year-old demon like Corpse Fire Taoist felt its influence for an instant. The sect master suddenly understood, his lingering doubts finally resolved. Such an supreme technique, profound and obscure to the extreme, and he, merely at the condensing core realm, actually mastered it? Luo He of the Southern Academy felt his understanding of reality being shattered. Suddenly, he gasped. No! To achieve such an effect, he absolutely couldn't have mastered it only at the condensing realm. He must have gained preliminary entry and grasped a thread of its essence back in the false realm. Otherwise, such extraordinary results would be impossible. Lin Xingyi's mind was also shaken to its core, leaving her feeling dizzy and disoriented. How long had she entrusted this technique to Fang Wudao? At most, just over a month. In such a short time, not only had Fang Wudao mastered it, but he could even affect the mind of an old demon at the Immortal Ascension realm? What an extraordinary talent! Inside the Dao Palace, the survivors who had narrowly escaped disaster had just begun to relax, preparing to thank Fang Wudao. But then, another unexpected turn of events occurred. The once quiet Enlightenment stele suddenly erupted with dazzling light once more, instantly illuminating the entire area as bright as day. What's happening? Could it be that Corpse Fire Taoist isn't truly dead? This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the crowd, their newly relaxed nerves snapping back to extreme tension. Some, overcome by terror, scrambled to flee, rolling and crawling toward the distance. Fang Wudao's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on the radiant Enlightenment stele, his remaining spiritual energy surging wildly within him. However, the anticipated attack never materialized. After several breaths, the pillar of light began to slowly fade, eventually retreating like receding tides back into the Enlightenment stele. Where the light had vanished, a faintly ethereal figure materialized. Its features remained indistinct, yet it radiated an otherworldly aura, as if one with the Tao itself. Is this Lord Qingxian? Someone couldn't help but cry out in astonished delight, overcome with excitement. The Qingxian Tao Master's consciousness had manifested? Did this mean the true legacy he had left behind had finally been activated? Hearing this, Luo Yanjun, who had been scared out of his wits and hiding far away moments before, suddenly forgot all about saving face. He rushed back at top speed, his face brimming with eagerness and excitement. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had actually fallen into his lap. Junior disciple Luo Yanjun humbly greets the revered Qingxian Daozhu. Luo Yanjun rushed to the forefront, bowing deeply before the ethereal figure with utmost reverence, his tone bordering on obsequiousness. Seeing this, the others quickly composed themselves and performed deep bows toward the shadowy figure suspected to be the Qingxian Daozhu, their demeanor utterly humble. Even Tang Linger dropped her playful demeanor and bowed solemnly. Only Fang Wudao remained highly vigilant, silently gathering power within his body, not relaxing his guard for a moment. Regardless of whether this suddenly appearing phantom was truly the remnant of Qingxian Daozhu, even if it were, Fang Wudao dared not be the slightest bit careless. In the cultivation world, instances of soul-stealing rebirth and powerful beings devouring the souls of their juniors were far from rare. Given the Qingxian Daozhu's cultivation level in life, if this sliver of consciousness truly harbored intentions of possession, they would be in grave danger. Rise, all of you. I take no pleasure in such empty formalities. The ethereal figure spoke slowly, its voice calm yet carrying an innate detachment, as if echoing from beyond the vast expanse of time and space. Hearing this, everyone dared to straighten their posture, their eyes burning with fervor as they gazed expectantly at the figure. To be chosen by the Qingxian Daozhu and inherit his legacy would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ascend to the heavens. At that point, even someone as formidable as Fang Wudao might not be beyond surpassing. Chapter 113, The Azure Heaven Hall. The ethereal figure's gaze swept over them once, then emitted a faint, almost inaudible sigh. Your aptitude is far too mediocre. Those few words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over their heads, instantly dousing the fervor in their hearts and leaving them flushed with shame. Indeed, they might be considered prodigies within their respective sects or clans, but in the eyes of this peerless Tao master, a figure of such rarity that one might wait 10,000 years to encounter another, they were likely no different from the mediocre. Tao master. My junior brother is formidable. He just defeated a powerful old demon. Tanglinger, unwilling to accept defeat, hurriedly pointed at Fang Wudao, trying to secure an opportunity for her junior disciple. A single ascension, yet he hasn't even fully grasped the complete true meaning. How can that be considered formidable? The ethereal figure countered with a flat tone. Hearing this, the crowd felt a crushing blow to their hearts. So in the eyes of a figure like the Qingshan Dao Master, a condensing cultivator who had merely touched the surface of true meaning after a single ascension couldn't even be considered formidable? Enough. Since we've met, it is fate. The ethereal figure seemed unwilling to speak further, merely waving a sleeve lightly. In an instant, the celestial and terrestrial chi within the core region of the Dao Palace surged toward the Enlightenment Steel as if summoned by an emperor. The dense spiritual energy nearly solidified into tangible mist, enveloping everyone. Simultaneously, the ancient Enlightenment Steel glowed with a gentle radiance once more. Upon its surface, blurred human figures began practicing various profound martial arts techniques. Such potent spiritual energy. Cultivating here for a single day would likely rival 100 days outside. Look at the Enlightenment Steel. Shadows are demonstrating techniques upon it. The startling transformation drew gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Though they hadn't directly received the Qingxian Daozhu's inheritance, this was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. This place shall remain open for 7 days. After 7 days, the Dao Palace will close. The ethereal voice sounded again, faint and elusive. Furthermore, several years hence, the Azure Heaven Hall shall manifest. Those with karmic affinity may enter to seek their destiny. As the words faded, the ethereal figure slowly dissipated like wispy smoke, as if it had never been there at all. The Azure Heaven Hall? What is that? I've never heard of it. What do you mean? The true core legacy of the Qingshan Dao Master is likely hidden within this so-called Hall of Azure Sky. The inheritance isn't in the Enlightenment Steel, but in the Azure Sky Hall? No wonder countless venerable predecessors have searched this place for millennia, yet none could ever find the Dao Master's true legacy. Not just the legacy. Inside the Azure Heaven Hall, there are likely the supreme artifacts used by the Dao Master during his lifetime, along with numerous treasured collections. Stop daydreaming. Is the Azure Heaven Hall something we Dan Condensation Juniors can even touch? When it truly emerges, every immortal realm powerhouse in the Southern Realm and beyond will rush here at the first word. Exactly. Instead of coveting that distant, peril-laden Azure Sky Hall, we should seize the present. Focus our minds and make full use of these 7 days to cultivate and gain insights here. That is the real opportunity. These final words struck like a warning bell, instantly rousing the crowd whose minds had been clouded by greed. Indeed, the vortex of conflict among immortal realm powerhouses was no place for them to involve themselves. The most crucial task now was to seize these precious 7 days. Without another thought, they all crossed their legs and sat down where they stood. Some eagerly began absorbing the intensely concentrated spiritual energy, while others intently observed the blurred demonstrations of Dao patterns etched upon the insight stone. Fang, aren't you cultivating here? Tanglinger noticed Fang Wudao seemed uninterested in staying, instead gazing toward the depths of the ruins, prompting her to ask. Fang Wudao withdrew his gaze and smiled. You know me, senior sister. I've never been particularly fond of cultivation. Though the spiritual energy here was a dream cultivation site for any cultivator, Fang Wudao, well aware of his own talent and insight, felt little inclination. For him, the true path lay in seeking out the ancient treasure fragments scattered throughout the ruins. Then I'll cultivate here and keep an eye on junior brother Yi while I'm at it. Tanglinger hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay. Yi Gushing remained deep within his profound enlightenment, requiring someone to guard him to prevent any unexpected disturbances. Moreover, this environment, saturated with such dense and seemingly limitless spiritual energy, felt tailor-made for her. To miss this opportunity would be nothing short of a crime against heaven. Alright, see you in 7 days. Fang Wudao nodded without further words. His form flickered, transforming into a streak of lightning as he sped deeper into the Dao Palace. Left behind, Tanglinger immediately sat cross-legged. She drew a deep breath, and above her head, a visible vortex of spiritual energy formed. Like a funnel, it voraciously devoured the surrounding dense spiritual energy. The sheer speed and ferocity of its absorption nearly caused several cultivators nearby, who were in the midst of their own practices, to lose their breath. They all turned to look at her in shock. Fang Wudao, who had just departed, sensed the unusual disturbance in the spiritual energy behind him and couldn't help but startle. He glanced back.
Above Tang Linger's head, a staggering vortex of spiritual energy swirled.
Vast quantities of energy poured into her body like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, yet her complexion remained rosy and calm, as if she felt no strain whatsoever. Senior sister, she's pretty impressive. He glanced at Yi Gushing beside him, still deep in enlightenment. Though no vortex surrounded him, the sword energy radiating from his body formed its own domain. The speed and sheer volume of spiritual energy he absorbed were equally astonishing, showing no sign of weakness. Between these two alone, they had absorbed nearly half of the densest spiritual energy zone near the Enlightenment stele. Were it not for the Qingxian Daoju's lingering influence enhancing this place's spiritual energy to unimaginable levels, other cultivators would likely be crying tears of frustration and rage to the point of vomiting blood. Outside the Dao Palace, whether it was the high-ranking members of Wei Kingdom's three sects or Luo He from the Southern Frontier Academy, the shock and joy that had filled their faces moments before had vanished. In their place now was a look of solemnity and deep concern. If that phantom's words hold true, then the cultivation world of Wei Kingdom is likely to be plunged into another bloody storm. Elder Pang rubbed his temples, his voice heavy. In the past, countless immortal Ascension Realm powerhouses had spilled their blood here in the struggle for the Qingshan Dao Palace's potential inheritance and treasures, leaving major factions entangled in countless blood feuds. Had the casualties not been so devastating, and had concrete evidence of the inheritance never been found, that prolonged chaos would never have ceased.
It's not just the Wei Kingdom.
Luo He of the Southern Frontier Academy spoke with grave solemnity.
This time is entirely different. Once word spreads, the entire southern frontier will likely descend into utter chaos.
He took a deep breath and continued. Before, while various factions coveted it, it was only a suspected Dao Master's inheritance. Many were still observing from the shadows, not truly committing their full strength.
But now, this figure presumed to be the lingering remnant of the Qingshan Dao Master has all but explicitly declared that the true inheritance and treasures lie within the Qingtian Hall. This changes everything. It will drive every faction and every hidden old monster mad. We must report this immediately to the Alliance of Righteous Paths.
The Grand Master made his decision without hesitation, his tone unwavering. Simultaneously, our three sects must convene the highest level meeting without delay to meticulously deliberate countermeasures. The emergence of the Azure Heaven Hall could not possibly be concealed. When the Qingxian Dao Palace emerged years ago, its azure radiance illuminated thousands of miles, its celestial spectacle shaking the heavens and earth. The stir caused by the Azure Heaven Hall years later would likely be even greater. Moreover, the Qingxian Dao Palace was surrounded by powerful restrictions jointly established by both righteous and demonic factions. Without prior coordination to lift or adjust these restrictions, cultivators above the condensing core realm would be utterly unable to enter. Therefore, the best course for the three sects of Wei Kingdom was to proactively report the situation to the Orthodox Alliance, requesting the Alliance to dispatch powerful cultivators to oversee matters. This would prevent demonic forces from exploiting the opportunity to stir up trouble within Wei's borders, potentially sparking a full-scale war.
Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade sect and Fang Qianlei of Thunder Cliff both understood this matter concerned the survival of their sects and the security of Wei Kingdom.
They dared not delay, nodding firmly in agreement. The matter concerning the Azure Heaven Hall, if mishandled, would not be an opportunity for the relatively weak Wei Kingdom and the three sections.
Instead, it would be a colossal storm capable of bringing utter destruction.
They must unite to weather this storm, finding ways to preserve themselves amidst the raging waves and perhaps even gain advantage.
Chapter 114, Forging Alliances. 7 days later, Fang Wudao reappeared before the Enlightenment stele.
His clothes bore traces of travel, yet his eyes shone brightly, and a hint of unmistakable satisfaction played at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, his gains over these 7 days had far exceeded expectations. Yi Gushing had now emerged from that profound state of enlightenment where self and object dissolved into oneness. Though the fierce sword aura swirling around him had subsided, his eyes were now deeper and sharper than ever, as if containing countless sword principles. When Tang Linger informed him that Fang Wudao had not only slain the corpse fire Daoist but also displayed the triple blade force, Yi Gushing's pupils merely contracted slightly in surprise before his expression returned to its usual cold composure. To Yi Gushing, senior brother Fang possessed innate genius and extraordinary insight. Achieving any cultivation level or mastering any technique was simply a natural progression for him. To others, comprehending the triple blade form might be a staggering feat, but for senior brother Fang, it was merely a natural progression. His task was not to marvel or compare, but to steadfastly guard his own sword heart, focus on the blade in his hand, and relentlessly forge ahead striving to catch up to senior brother Fang's seemingly unreachable figure. All other distractions were of no consequence.
Senior brother Fang, Yi Gushing stepped forward, his voice resolute. Might we postpone our scheduled duel for a while?
This sudden enlightenment had yielded immense gains. Countless insights into the sword way had merged within his heart.
Yet to fully digest and absorb them, transforming them into genuine strength, required time to settle. He wished to challenge Fang Wudao at his absolute peak.
Of course.
Fang Wudao nodded without hesitation.
As a peace-loving and kind-hearted individual, he had never relished combat. Avoiding a fight with Yi Gushing, that sword-obsessed madman, was the best outcome possible.
Fang, you're smiling so brightly, did you find some great treasure? Tang Linger leaned in suspiciously, her large eyes darting around Fang Wudao like a miser who'd discovered a treasure trove. Knowing Fang Wudao as she did, she was absolutely certain he'd struck it rich. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wearing such a delighted expression. Impossible, Fang Wudao suppressed his smile and shook his head in denial. You know as well as I do, senior sister, that this Dao Palace has been plundered countless times by those who came before. It's been cleaned out like it's been licked clean. What could possibly be left behind? He spoke with such conviction, as if these past 7 days had been nothing more than a leisurely stroll. Liar! You definitely found something good. Tang Linger wasn't buying it. As a seasoned treasure hunter, she possessed a beastly instinct for detecting the scent of riches emanating from Fang Wudao. Just as she was about to press him for answers, the teleportation tokens they carried simultaneously emitted a soft glow, swiftly enveloping each person. Time's up! Someone gasped, their voice thick with reluctance as they frantically inhaled several more breaths of the dense spiritual energy, now nearly liquid. Others seized the final moments, staring intently at the Enlightenment stele, trying to etch the blurry silhouettes of Dao essence deeper into their minds. In the next instant, a flash of light erupted, and all figures vanished from the Dao Palace. On the square of the Heavenly Sword sect, 14 streaks of light flashed in succession, and the figures of Fang Wudao, Tang Linger, Yi Guxing, and others materialized. The sect master, the elders, and even the Red Dust Patriarch, who had been waiting there, scanned the returning disciples with burning gazes. Excellent! Very good! Sensing the significantly enhanced cultivation aura emanating from the disciples, especially the unique Dao essence in the eyes of several, the elders nodded with satisfaction, their faces lighting up with pleased smiles. The 7 days of cultivation before the Enlightenment stele had granted these disciples nearly 2 years' worth of cultivation gains. More importantly, the 7 days spent contemplating the Enlightenment stele up close held immeasurable benefits for their future cultivation paths. Fang Wudao, this journey to the Dao Palace would not have been possible without you. Duanmu Baobao of the Overlord Blade sect, known for his straightforward nature, stepped forward and slapped Fang Wudao on the shoulder. This favor, our Budao sect remembers. Should you ever need assistance in the future, as long as it doesn't violate righteousness, our sect will not hesitate to help. With that, she dismissed further pleasantries, waved her hand, and swiftly departed with disciples like Li Guani and Li Feng, their figures blurring into streaks of blade light. Fang Qianlei of Thundercliff also stepped forward, his words earnest, Fang nephew, no thanks are needed for such a great favor. Should you ever require anything in the future, simply send word, and Thundercliff will lend its full support. He then departed with disciples like Fang Jijian, riding on a streak of thunderous light. Only Luo He, the Grand Master of the Southern Academy, remained visibly reluctant after expressing his gratitude. Beaming at Fang Wudao, he spoke warmly, young friend Fang, should you ever visit Pearl City, you must come to our Luo residence. Let this old man fulfill his duties as host. His words paused briefly as his gaze shifted to Luo Fengwu beside him. He added meaningfully. Fengwu happens to be quite familiar with Southern Academy and the surrounding sites. She can give you a proper introduction, so you won't feel lost in a new place. Recruiting Fang Wudao to marry into the Luo family was undoubtedly impossible. But as a next best option, arranging a marriage between Luo Fengwu and Fang Wudao binding this future peerless powerhouse to the Luo family would be a tremendous blessing for the clan. After all, her maternal family would effectively become part of their own. Having witnessed countless family alliances and power plays since childhood, Luo Fengwu instantly grasped the underlying implication. A faint sigh escaped her heart, stirring a complex, indescribable emotion. Who would have thought that she, the self-assured genius hailed as the prodigy of the Southern realm, would one day become nothing more than a pawn in her family's marriage scheme? To be fair, given Fang Wudao's terrifying talent and strength, marrying into his family would be a tremendous leap upward for her. Yet, having witnessed the scheming and shifting loyalties within noble clans since childhood, Luo Fengwu understood a profound truth. External forces were ultimately as fleeting as flowers in a mirror or moonlight on water. Only the strength one possessed within oneself was the eternal foundation. Rather than clinging to others, she believed in self-reliance and self-strengthening. Yet these thoughts remained confined to her heart. The clan could grant her abundant cultivation resources and exalted status, but it could also take them away. Until she possessed the strength to determine her own destiny, she held no bargaining chips. Besides, the clan had nurtured her for years, she owed them some repayment. With this thought, Luo Fengwu suppressed her inner turmoil, her face breaking into a perfectly measured, warm smile as she addressed Fang Wudao softly. Fellow Daoist Fang, the Southern Frontier Academy is indeed worth seeing. Beyond that, Haizhu City boasts many intriguing sights and unique spiritual delicacies. Should you be interested, Fengwu would be delighted to serve as your guide. Master Luo, fellow Daoist Luo, your kindness is deeply appreciated. Should I ever have the opportunity to visit the Southern Frontier, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Fang Wudao replied with a polite smile. After all, he would need to attend the Southern Frontier Academy for further studies someday. Maintaining good relations with the Luo family, such a powerful local force entrenched in Pearl City, could only be beneficial.
Seeing Luo Fengwu smile at Fang Wudao, Che Chengying beside her lowered her eyelids slightly, instinctively clenching her fists before quickly releasing them with a sigh. A flicker of gloom passed through her eyes. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Luo Yi finally summoned his flying vessel with satisfaction, departing with Luo Fengwu, Che Chengying, and Luo Yanjun, who still appeared somewhat dazed. As the flying vessel ascended, he called out once more in a telepathic whisper, "Young Master Fang, remember. You must come visit my Luo family." Chapter 115, Undermining. Once all outsiders had departed, the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect turned their gaze collectively toward Fang Wudao and his companions. The atmosphere instantly thickened with an air of accusation. "All you ever do is cause trouble." Lin Xingyi extended her slender jade-like finger and flicked Tang Linger's forehead in exasperation. Auctioning off a meditation cushion is one thing, but daring to use that gourd to forcibly seize others' treasures. How utterly audacious. Only because Luo He recognized Fang Wudao's potential and was determined to cultivate a relationship did he refrain from demanding the treasure back on the spot. Otherwise, the Sky Sword sect would inevitably have another showdown with the Southern Academy today. "Master, I've achieved a breakthrough. My cultivation has advanced greatly." "How is that mischief?" Tang Linger clutched her forehead, protesting indignantly. She had gained immensely within the Dao Palace, not only acquiring treasures but also seeing her cultivation soar. She had clearly performed a great service. Still trying to wriggle out of it. Lin Xingyi made a move as if to strike. Tang Linger reacted with lightning speed, giggling as she darted behind Fang Wudao, using him as a shield. She deliberately poked her head out and shouted. Fang Wudao is the one being unreasonable. Not only did he neglect his cultivation, he didn't even glance at the Dao realization stele. He wasted 7 whole days. That's far worse than me. Fang Wudao? Senior sister, you sure are skilled at selling out your teammates. Senior brother Fang must have his reasons and considerations for acting this way. Yi Guxing, standing nearby, spoke up earnestly in Fang Wudao's defense. Fang Wudao. Junior brother Yi, please stop backing him up. This just solidifies the resentment. Perfect timing. Lin Xingyi promptly turned her icy gaze toward Fang Wudao. Let me hear what excuse you'll come up with this time. Such a once-in-a-lifetime cultivation treasure trove, coupled with the supreme opportunity of the Enlightenment Steel to aid in spiritual awakening, and this brat didn't even utilize it for a single day. It's nothing short of squandering heaven's bounty, utterly unforgivable. Fang, you are indeed in the wrong this time. Elder Pang's face hardened, his tone reproachful. You claimed you wanted to forge your own path with the sword pool inheritance and refused to accept it. That might be understandable. But the Enlightenment Steel merely aids in comprehension and broadens your horizons. It could only benefit you. Why reject it so vehemently? Indeed. Elder Su echoed, his face etched with anguish. Even if you scorn the insights on the Enlightenment Steel, the profoundly concentrated celestial and terrestrial chi there is undeniably tangible, isn't it? If it were him, he'd practically root himself there and lick every last bit of that essence clean. But Fang Wudao? He simply discarded it like a worn-out shoe. It was infuriating. Facing the elder's relentless indignation, Fang Wudao had long prepared his response. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he wore an expression of both grievance and resignation as he spoke solemnly. Master, senior masters, and ancestral master, you all have misunderstood your disciple. Misunderstanding? Lin Xingyi raised an eyebrow slightly. The reason this disciple did not cultivate for even a moment before that Enlightenment Steel was truly because there were matters far more important than personal cultivation to attend to. Fang Wudao's tone was resolute, as if embodying immense self-sacrifice. What matter? Curiosity piqued, all eyes focused on him. With solemn expression, Fang Wudao carefully retrieved 2 items from his storage pouch. One was a broken sword with a slender blade, radiating a cold, moonlit glow. Though shattered, its extraordinary nature remained palpable. The other was a bound book with yellowed pages, looking extremely ancient. On its cover, written in an archaic style, were several large characters' insights into the Taiyin sword classic. This is Grandmaster Luo Yu's personal sword, Crescent Moon? And her personally written annotations on the Taiyin sword classic? Elder Pang was the first to cry out in shock, his eyes instantly widening to their fullest. Elder Su and the sect master also trembled, their faces flooded with immense delight. Ever since Grandmaster Luo Yu's tragic demise at the Qingxian Dao Palace, the Tianjin sect's Taiyin sword classic seemed to have lost its soul. No one could cultivate it to perfection anymore, causing this sect's supreme art to lose much of its power. To have recovered the founder's relics and her cultivation insights is of immense significance to the Heavenly Sword sect. Perhaps we can decipher the crucial insights within and restore the glory of the Taiyin sword classic. Indeed. Fang Wudao straightened his back, his face radiating a sense of mission that seemed to say, who else but me? After discovering the sword and annotations left behind by Patriarch Luo Yu deep within the Dao Palace, this disciple secretly vowed to bring the Patriarch's relics back to the sect safely, no matter what. Alas, the chamber housing these relics was sealed by layers of ancient, unfathomable prohibitions. After exhausting immense effort, I barely managed to breach some of the barriers at the very last moment to retrieve these 2 treasures. This is precisely why, while everyone else cultivated and contemplated before the Enlightenment stele, this disciple resolutely chose to depart. It was not that this disciple was unwilling to cultivate, but rather that my heart was set on the sect's inheritance. I had no choice but to race against time, return, and break the seals. Fang Wudao wore an expression of noble resolve and passionate conviction. For the sake of the sect's legacy, what is the temporary gain or loss of this disciple's personal cultivation amount to? His words rang out with conviction, striking a chord deep within the hearts of all present. I see. Well, you've been put through quite an ordeal. The Grandmaster's face grew complex upon hearing this, finally settling into a long sigh. His tone brimmed with both relief and guilt. They had wronged Fang Wudao. This is my duty as a disciple. For the sect, I would die 10,000 times without regret. Fang Wudao bowed his hands, his tone unwavering. Excellent. Well done, Fang. The sect is proud of you. Elder Su was so moved his beard trembled and his eyes even grew moist. Serving the sect. Fang Wudao responded with righteous indignation. We wronged you. Elder Pang's face flushed with shame as he patted Fang Wudao on the shoulder. All for the sect. Fang Wudao reiterated, his gaze unwavering, as if he were about to. Lin Qingyi furrowed her delicate brows slightly, sensing something was off. When did this kid, Fang Wudao, become so profoundly principled and selflessly devoted? Wasn't this a bit of an abrupt shift in character? Your talent for swordsmanship is truly extraordinary, the Red Dust Patriarch, who had remained silent until now, suddenly remarked in a calm tone. But your talent for swordsmanship is no less remarkable. Had you devoted your energy solely to the sword, your achievements might have rivaled those of the blade? His seemingly casual remark instantly sharpened the gaze of Lin Qingyi, the sect master, and the others. The atmosphere that had just begun to ease, cooled once more. Indeed. They nearly let this youngster fool them. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, neglecting the cultivation of swordsmanship while mastering another sect's sword technique to the realm of triple force, what kind of nonsense was this? Fang Wudao, who had thought he'd slipped through unnoticed, felt his heart skip a beat. No way, ancestor? I just accidentally caused your precious granddaughter Hu Xianxian to develop a heart demon. Is it really necessary for you to dwell on it so much and sabotage me at a critical moment? Chapter 116, learned it without even trying. Speak. Where did you learn this dual pole sword technique? Lin Qingyi's tone turned harsh again as her beautiful eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Fang Wudao. The Twin Blade sect had once been a prominent sect in the Wei Kingdom, and its signature art, the twin pole blade technique, was widely renowned. They naturally recognized it. Though the Twin Blade sect had long since fallen into decline and been wiped out, a sword sect disciple secretly mastering another sect's core technique to such a level demanded an explanation. Fang Wudao sighed inwardly, knowing this hurdle wouldn't be easily cleared. His face immediately contorted with helplessness and grievance as he began his performance. Alas, master, this matter is a long story and rather peculiar. He adopted a pained expression. Some days ago, while traveling through a remote village, this disciple encountered a ragged, blind old man. He seized my wrist with astonishing strength. Insisted I possessed extraordinary bone structure and innate talent, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy for the sword. He pleaded desperately for me to inherit his legacy and master his sword techniques. But who am I? My heart is wholly devoted to the sect, wholly focused on the way of the sword. How could I possibly learn some worthless sword technique? Naturally, I refused him outright. But that old blind man, though seemingly on his deathbed, possessed cultivation depths beyond measure. I simply couldn't break free from his grip. Left with no choice, I feigned agreement and reluctantly learned a few sword techniques from him, biding my time for an escape. Unexpectedly, after merely practicing casually, I inexplicably grasped the essence of the blade's momentum. Seeing this, the old blind man let out a long, heartfelt cry to the heavens, tears streaming down his aged face. He declared that heaven had finally granted him a worthy successor. Then, without a word of explanation, he forcefully poured the entire core teachings of the double extreme blade art into my ears. Fang Wudao spread his hands helplessly, his face etched with resignation. And just like that, half reluctant, half confused, I ended up learning this sword technique. And I even accidentally grasped the triple blade stance. Master, I truly never sought to learn this on my own. After he finished speaking, the room fell into complete silence. Haphazardly, half-heartedly practicing, and you grasped the triple blade form? Elder Su clutched his chest, stumbling backward a step. His face flushed crimson, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could anyone utter such words? This was the triple blade form. A threshold countless blade cultivators spent their entire lives striding to reach. Could it really be learned through mere dazed and confused practice? Is that even possible? Elder Pang's mouth twitched violently. To casually learn and comprehend the triple blade formation, isn't that utterly unreasonable? Fortunately, the members of the Overlord Sword sect had left early, otherwise, their spiritual foundations would have collapsed. The sect master opened his mouth, yet remained speechless for a long moment. This explanation sounded utterly absurd. Yet it happened to Fang Wudao, compelling one to suspect it was true. After all, his talent had always been this overwhelming.
Even the venerable Red Dust Patriarch was rendered speechless by Fang Wudao's utterly Versailles-style justification. This kid was putting on such a damn act. But he truly had the credentials to back it up. No wonder Xianxian was so obsessed with him.
Lin Qingyi pressed her hand to her forehead.
What else could she say? Was she supposed to sternly rebuke Fang Wudao for being too talented? Enough. Let's put this matter to rest.
After a long pause, the sect master waved his hand weakly, his voice thick with complex emotions.
He had no idea how to guide Fang Wudao anymore. He grasped the second-tier peak momentum of thunder techniques with mere casual study.
His sword techniques were even more absurd. He'd been pushed to comprehend third-tier momentum outright. And then there was his extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. He essentially mastered everything he touched. Such a monstrously gifted prodigy, utterly defying all norms, had long since surpassed anything they could plan for. Perhaps allowing him to develop freely was the best course. Back to business, the sect master said, his expression turning grave as he gathered his thoughts.
Once news of the Azure Sky Hall spreads, the Wei Kingdom indeed, the entire southern frontier will be thrown into turmoil. Peace will be no more.
To avoid complications, we've decided to arrange for you to depart tomorrow aboard the sect's cloud-piercing vessel, bound for the Southern Frontier Academy.
So soon? Fang Wudao gasped in surprise.
Having grasped the three-void truth, he was supremely confident in his shape-shifting concealment technique and had been planning to sneak off to the Milan grasslands.
But now it seemed he'd have to make a detour to the Southern Frontier Academy first.
Once the news spreads completely and all factions focus their attention here, it will be difficult for you to leave safely. Elder Pang explained in a solemn tone. The task of escorting these three to the Southern Frontier Academy falls upon you, senior brother Hongchen. The sect master's expression grew solemn as he bowed respectfully to the nearby elder Hongchen, his tone carrying both earnest request and entrustment. In the past, escorting the sect's prodigies to the Southern Frontier Academy for advanced studies was typically led by a senior elder at most. But this time was entirely different. The innate talent and potential displayed by Fang Wudao, Yi Guxing, and Tang Linger far surpassed any generation of disciples in Tianjian sect's history. Each represented the hope of the sect's future prosperity and could not be allowed to fail. Moreover, and more urgently, once news of the Azure Heaven Hall's imminent emergence spread fully, it would inevitably unleash a colossal upheaval across the entire southern realm. At that time, both the Wei Kingdom and the Heavenly Sword sect, as primary sources of this revelation, would become targets of covert surveillance and even reckless attempts by countless factions. Therefore, only by enlisting the protection of the Red Dust Patriarch, a cultivator at the Immortal Ascension realm, can we deter these potential covetous parties from acting rashly.
It is my duty. No need for formalities, sect master.
The Red Dust Patriarch nodded slowly, his voice steady yet carrying a reassuring authority. His gaze swept over the elders as he added, after safely delivering them to Mingzhu City, I shall return to the sect immediately. With Wei Kingdom now at the epicenter of the storm, the Heavenly Sword sect needed every elite combatant to survive the impending tempest and perhaps seize a sliver of opportunity. Thus, he must depart swiftly and return just as quickly.
Thank you for your efforts, senior uncle.
Lin Qingyi and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this, bowing in unison. The Grand Master turned his gaze to Fang Wudao and his two companions, his tone leaving no room for argument.
You three return to your quarters for the night and rest well. Pack your belongings. Assemble in the square first thing tomorrow morning. We depart immediately. Yes, master. Fang Wudao and his companions bowed in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Once their figures vanished at the far end of the square, the atmosphere grew heavy once more. Ah, a cataclysmic upheaval unseen in millennia.
Elder Pang sighed deeply, his round, plump face etched with worry.
Elder Su, his expression equally grave, added, indeed.
The last time the Qingshan Dao Palace emerged, it sparked fierce clashes among all factions.
Countless great masters at the feathered immortal realm perished, and several sects were utterly destroyed.
Now that the true legacy of the Qing Tian Hall is involved, the turmoil it will unleash will likely be even more devastating.
Lin Qingyi and the sect master were equally deep in thought. Chapter 117, White Hair, Crimson Eyes. The following morning, Tianjian Sect Plaza.
The dawn light was faint, and the mist had yet to dissipate.
A magnificent flying vessel, approximately 10 jiang in length and crafted entirely from deep brown spirit wood, hovered silently at the plaza's center.
The sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, clad in a blue robe, stood before the vessel conversing quietly with Yi Guxing. His expression solemn, he tapped lightly at the air with his fingertips, seemingly conveying crucial instructions. At the end of his words, he drew forth a storage pouch embroidered with the dark sword emblem and solemnly handed it to Yi Guxing. Yi Guxing nodded silently and reached out to take it. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyi produced two similar storage pouches, handing one to Fang Wudao and the other to Tang Linger. Fang Wudao swept his divine sense over them, discovering not only rare spiritual materials essential for second and third ascension but also two supreme cultivation manuals. One was called the Taiyin Sword Classic, the other the Taiyang Sword Classic. Both were sect-defining techniques pointing directly toward the immortal ascension realm, containing the supreme mysteries of yin-yang transformation. Under normal circumstances, disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect followed a structured path of learning and were not easily granted such supreme techniques. Yet with the Qing Tian Hall incident creating such a major upheaval, the Tianjian sect's leadership inevitably acted with greater urgency. After all instructions were conveyed, the three bowed to their masters in farewell. Their figures flickered, and like swift swans, they soared onto the flying vessel. Inside the cabin, a faint, tranquil fragrance filled the air. A woman sat quietly by the window. She wore a simple, spotless black robe, untouched by dust, creating a stark contrast with her cascading silver-white hair as striking in eerie sight. On the small table beside her, a cup of clear tea steamed, its rising mist blurring her features slightly. It was Hu Xianxian, who had been absent for quite some time. The sight of her dazzling white hair caused Fang Wudao's heart to tighten inexplicably, his footsteps faltering slightly. Though Hu Xuanxuan's descent into darkness wasn't primarily his fault, it had ultimately stemmed from that misunderstanding. He couldn't escape responsibility. Senior brother Fang, it's been a while. Hu Xianxian seemed to sense his presence, slowly opening her eyes to meet his with a smile. Those once clear eyes had transformed into a pool of shimmering crimson, as if drenched in the most intense blood and longing. The gaze she fixed upon Fang Wudao now was scorching, obsessive, and brimming with an unabashed, intense possessiveness as if she intended to devour him whole. Junior sister Hu, it's been a long time. Fang Wudao's eyes flickered slightly, struggling to meet the gaze that seemed poised to burn right through him. Senior brother Fang's cultivation has grown ever more refined, Hu Xianxian murmured, a strange curve playing on her lips. Her voice was soft yet laced with bone-chilling obsession. It seems. I must strive harder to catch up to you, to keep you, forever by my side. Hearing this, Fang Wudao felt even more helpless. Sis Hu, the sea of suffering has no sure turn back while you still can. If you realize your error now, there is still a chance to turn things around. With Grandmaster Hongchen present, if she chose to sever her inner demons, he could surely protect her. But once the seeds of darkness took root too deeply, even an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator might be powerless to save her. Turn back? Hu Xianxian tilted her head slightly, her crimson eyes glinting with a hint of innocence. Then, brother Fang, would you be willing to turn back with me? As long as you're by my side, every shore is a place of refuge. Sis Hu, what happened before was nothing but a misunderstanding. There are countless talented individuals in this world, why fixate on me alone? Moreover, as cultivators, our pursuit should be the great Tao and eternal life, not petty romantic attachments. Fang Wudao urged. But senior brother Fang, you are my Tao, my immortality. Hu Xianxian gazed at him dreamily, twirling a strand of white hair between her fingers as she murmured, only by obtaining you, possessing you, can I attain the great way and achieve eternal life. Fang Wudao was instantly speechless. It's over. Hu Xianxian had truly succumbed to darkness. Fang Wudao, Tang Linger leaned in quietly, her voice low yet tinged with schadenfreude as she cautioned. I advise you to focus diligently on your cultivation from now on. Judging by junior sister Hu's current state, once her cultivation surpasses yours, she might just use the cleaver to chop you up and take your head as a trophy. Fang Wudao. Seriously, did she have to make it sound so terrifying? Yi Guxing, who had been observing silently all along, suddenly brightened his eyes and murmured to himself, extreme in emotion, extreme in obsession, thus extreme in demonic ways? Using obsession as fuel to ignite the flames of demonic cultivation. Interesting. He could sense the pure, frenzied intent radiating from Hu Xianxian. It shared a strange kinship with his own devotion to the sword path, only it had veered toward a completely different extreme. Oomph. At the bow, the red dust patriarch heard every sound from the cabin. Hearing his granddaughter's increasingly outrageous words, he couldn't help but snort coldly, his voice tinged with resignation and anger. Without another word, he channeled a torrent of spiritual energy into the core array symbol. The cloud piercer trembled lightly, its hull runes suddenly blazing bright. In the next instant, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, silently lifting off the ground. It effortlessly tore through layer upon layer of clouds, streaking westward like a sword drawn from its scabbard. Clouds billowed like receding waves on either side, while the mountains and rivers below blurred into a distant panorama. Miles vanished in an instant, as if the earth itself had shrunk to an inch. Yet inside the vessel, it felt as steady as solid ground, without the slightest jolt. Only the rapidly passing scenery outside the windows revealed the terrifying speed. Fang Wudao found a window seat slightly distant from Hu Xianxian, crossed his legs, and settled down. He pulled out a leather-bound copy of Common Languages of Mulong from his robe and began to study it intently. Though his divine perception was formidable and his memory photographic, allowing him to learn far beyond ordinary humans. But the languages of the Mulong grasslands were complex and diverse, with strange and awkward pronunciations and vastly different grammatical structures. Mastering several major dialects in a short time, achieving fluent, flawless usage, still demanded considerable effort. Seeing this, Yi Guxiang naturally sat down beside Fang Wudao, wiping the long sword in his embrace as his mind sank into contemplating the sword's momentum. Tang Linger, meanwhile, looked around curiously, studying the rune structures on the inner walls of the flying vessel. Hu Xianxian remained in that same pose, smiling radiantly at Fang Wudao. The glow in her crimson eyes was intense and focused, as if he were the sole landscape within her vision. Fang Wudao, under her persistent gaze, felt thoroughly uncomfortable and unable to concentrate on his studies. He could only turn to examine his own attribute panel.
Name, Fang Wudao. Cultivation, Dan Condensation Second Ascension.
Techniques, Great Freedom Sutra of No Buddha, No Demon, No Self Entry Level Fragmented True Meaning, Dual Pole Blade Art Mastery Triple Blade Formations, 5 Elements Sword Cannon Perfection Triple Sword Formations, Secret Record of Spells Mastery Double Spell Formations. Spiritual Resonance, Sacrificial Spirit 3888, Corpse Spirit 788. After absorbing the abundant spiritual essence lingering on the sword once wielded by Patriarch Luo Yue yesterday, he achieved a breakthrough, successfully completing the second ascension of his golden core, greatly enhancing his power. Seizing this opportunity, the 5 Elements Sword Cannon ascended to perfection, naturally unlocking the profound and formidable third sword form. Now possessing both the Taiyin Sword Scripture and the Taiyang Sword Scripture, he was perfectly positioned to continue his cultivation path beyond the 5 Elements Sword Cannon.
Chapter 118, Arrival. Several days later, the Cloud Piercer traversed endless mountains, rivers, and mist. Outside the windows, the scenery gradually shifted from verdant forests to open plains. On the distant horizon, the outline of a majestic city gradually sharpened in the dawnlight, resembling a colossal ancient beast lying prostrate. Its towering walls were constructed from a rare, warm-toned jade, shimmering with a gentle radiance under the rising sun. Most extraordinary of all was the enormous pearl suspended above the city center. Its diameter appeared nearly 100 zhang, radiating vast yet gentle spiritual energy fluctuations whose glow bathed the entire city. This city was Pearl City. The flying vessel gradually descended, skimming the city walls. As it passed, intricate array patterns etched into the stone walls became clearly visible, along with patrol guards clad in fine armor, their aura stern and formidable. Upon entering the city, the craft stores opened, and the 4 Fang Wudao among them stepped onto Pearl City's broad, immaculate streets. The ground was paved with Qinggang stone slabs, exceptionally hard. Shops lined both sides of the streets, banners fluttering in the breeze. Stores selling elixirs and magical artifacts were everywhere. The streets bustled not only with cultivators from the Central Plains, but also occasional Mulan people clad in fur coats and adorned with bone ornaments, alongside other ethnic groups with distinctly different auras. The air mingled with the sense of various languages, spices, and spiritual materials. So big. So bustling. Tang Linger's eyes sparkled as she immediately began calculating. A city this vast must have staggering trade volume, plenty of opportunities to buy low and sell high. She had already begun silently observing the consumption habits of passers-by and the variety of shops. Yi Guxing's sharp gaze swept over the cultivators passing through the streets, particularly those young men with subdued auras wearing the insignia of the Southern Academy. As one of the Southern Frontier's most prestigious institutions, Southern Frontier Academy teemed with prodigies like fish crossing the river. Here, he was certain to find peers worthy of sharpening his sword skills. Only by continually challenging stronger opponents could he advance more rapidly, ultimately, achieving his goal of engaging senior brother Fang in a full-fledged battle. Fang Wudao's gaze swept over the Mulong merchants as he stroked his chin, his mind racing with calculations. Before arriving, he had already investigated. Ningzhu City lay only about 2,000 li from the edge of the Mulong grasslands. A trip there wouldn't take too much time. Now, the question was how to request leave. Xian, take good care of yourself. The Red Dust Patriarch gazed deeply at his granddaughter, his words full of earnest concern. Hu Xian smiled sweetly. Don't worry, grandfather. Yet the crimson eyes still lingered on Fang Wudao. The Patriarch of the Red Dust sighed, saying no more, and flashed back to the vessel. The Cloudpiercer's spirit light flared once more, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon in an instant. With the situation in Wei Kingdom growing increasingly turbulent, he must return to the Heavenly Sword sect without delay to take command. Fellow disciple Fang, should we visit the Luo family first, or proceed directly to the Southern Frontier Academy to register? Tang Linger withdrew her gaze from the shopfronts and asked. Let's go straight to the academy. Fang Wudao paused briefly before making his decision. Though he'd hoped to leverage Luo He's influence for an advantage, it was best to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude if possible. Besides, if his leave request failed, he could always seek out Luo He later. After confirming the direction, the four set off toward the South Frontier Academy in the western part of the city. Arriving at the academy's gates, the first sight that met their eyes was the colossal carcass of a black dragon. Though dead for untold ages, it still radiated a heart-stopping aura of power. Its scales gleamed menacingly. Standing nearly 20 zhang tall, its long spine undulated like mountain ranges. Dull bloodstains lingered on its pitch-black hide, and a faint, icy glint could be discerned. A faint yet palpable dragon's aura spread out, causing everyone to feel a wave of suffocation. Fortunately, the eye sockets that should have held its most vibrant spirit were empty. Otherwise, even the faintest remnant of its dragon soul's power might have shattered the minds of Fang Wudao and his companions. Newcomers? A passing student, noticing the four of them pausing to gaze upward with expressions of awe, stopped in his tracks. A hint of superiority flashed across his face as he explained. That's the demon dragon slain by the Academy's first dean himself. They say it could stir up the seas in its prime. But don't worry, after all these years, its dragon aura has nearly vanished. His tone was deliberately casual, as if the sight were utterly ordinary. Oh? Is that so? I wonder who it was who turned pale with fear at the dragon's lingering aura when they first arrived, nearly kneeling on the spot. A teasing female voice cut in. You! Xiaohe, stop talking nonsense. The scholar's face flushed crimson as he shot a fierce glare at the source of the voice, then practically fled in disarray. Fang Wudao and the others turned to look. A woman dressed in a light blue uniform skirt and robe stood there, smiling at them. Her features were delicate and graceful, her bright eyes sparkling with intelligence and a hint of mischief. Most striking, however, were her stunningly long legs, standing tall and slender. Please forgive me, fellow juniors. I always enjoy showing off a bit in front of newcomers. The woman approached with grace and ease, her smile warm. My name is Xiaohe. Like you, I come from the Heavenly Sword sect and have been training at the Southern Frontier Academy for several years now. So your senior sister Xia. Fang Wudao and the other three immediately bowed in greeting and introduced themselves in turn. We're all family here, no need for formalities. Xiaohe waves dismissively with a hearty laugh. Follow me. I'll take care of your enrollment first, and along the way, I'll explain the Academy's rules and important matters to avoid any trouble. As she led the four forward, she began explaining, at Southern Frontier Academy, every aspect of a student's cultivation benefits is directly tied to their ranking on the genius list. The genius rankings? Yi Guxing's eyes lit up at the mention, his fighting spirit stirring. He needed opponents to hone his skills. It's over there. Xiaohe pointed toward the towering stone monument piercing the clouds in the distance, its surface densely covered with names. Whether it's access to cultivation chambers, the quality of monthly pill rations, or time spent contemplating the true meaning diagram all depend on your ranking. Take me, for example. Currently ranked 36th on the genius list, I have access to a level 3 cultivation chamber each month and 7 days to comprehend the true meaning diagram. The higher your rank, the richer these privileges become. The specific details, you'll understand them naturally as you stay longer. Senior Sister Xia, may I ask what level of strength those at the top of the genius rankings possess? Yi Guxing unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword hilt as he asked. Before challenging senior brother Fang, he wanted to claim the top spot on the genius rankings first. Xiaohe's expression grew more serious as she explained, among the students of the Southern Academy, aside from a very few at the Jade Liquid Realm and False Core Realm, the rest are all at the Condensed Core Realm. But even within the Condensed Core Realm, there are differences. Those ranked between 30 and 50 are typically seasoned students like myself, having completed 3 spiritual energy sublimations and grasped the triple-tiered momentum. As for those ranked above 30th, nearly all are powerhouses who have grasped incomplete true intentions. The top 10 monsters have even comprehended complete true intentions. Their accumulated cultivation has long been sufficient to challenge the Seal Realm. The reason they haven't broken through yet is either to refine their foundations further or to wait in line for the qualification to use the Spirit Transformation Pearl, to avoid failure in breaking through the realm and perishing along with their cultivation. Chapter 119, The Plan. Senior Sister Xia, these Spirit Transformation Pearls must have existed for quite some time, right? Fang Wudao's heart stirred as he voiced his inquiry. Such a treasure might carry lingering spiritual traces. Xiaohe smiled faintly and gestured toward the doorway. Remember that black dragon corpse by the entrance? The Spirit Transformation Pearl was forged by the first dean using its most precious primordial dragon pearl, supplemented by countless rare materials. Its age, it must be close to 10,000 years old. A dragon pearl? How many spirit stones would that be worth? Tang Linger's eyes sparkled brightly, filled with longing. Fang Wudao, however, pondered something else entirely. Could this Spirit Transformation Pearl, forged from a dragon's core, contain spiritual essence? He had always absorbed the spiritual essence from the relics of human powerhouses, never having tried that of the demonic tribes. But if he absorbed demonic spirit essence, would he need corresponding demonic cultivation techniques to refine it? That presented a new question. As they spoke, Xiaohe had already guided them through the enrollment procedures. Each of the 4 received an emblem signifying their status. Simultaneously, their names appeared at the very bottom of the Genius Ranking Stone Tablet. All new students start this way. Xiaohe reassured them. Once you break into the top 300, you'll qualify to apply for access to level 2 cultivation chambers. As for level 3 chambers, you'll need to rank within the top 60. Qualification to comprehend the true meaning diagram also requires ranking within the top 300 to unlock the application. The higher your rank, the longer the duration you can apply for each time. Senior Sister Xia, how does one improve their ranking? Do we directly challenge those above us? Yi Guxing asked, his eyes clearly sparkling with eagerness. Within the academy, venerable elders have established illusory dream realms through their formidable power, Xiaohe explained. By immersing your divine sense within, you can simulate near-real combat. There, you may challenge other students, with the victor replacing the defeated in the rankings.
However, you can only issue up to 3 challenges per month, and there are ranking restrictions. For example, since you're currently ranked over 1,000, you can only challenge students ranked 800th or lower. Only as your ranking improves can you gradually challenge those higher up. Her expression turned grave as she continued, remember this, though the illusory dream realm cannot truly harm your physical body, the mental toll it exacts is very real. Never underestimate the danger just because it's a dream. Avoid injury whenever possible. Recovering from mental damage is both troublesome and time-consuming. Additionally, as a newcomer benefit, you may study the 3 Truths diagram free of charge for 3 days. This opportunity is invaluable, never trade it away lightly, and don't let seasoned veterans trick you into giving it up through private duels. Hearing this, Tang Linger blinked, clearly calculating how many spirit stones or resources this comprehension privilege could fetch. Fang Wudao blinked too, pondering whether he could use this privilege to trade with upperclassmen for ancient artifacts imbued with spiritual essence. He then added some details, such as how cultivation rooms of the same tier also had varying levels of quality. The higher the ranking, the better the assigned cultivation room location and the denser the spiritual energy. For instance, their group currently ranked last, so the level 1 cultivation room they used was situated at the very periphery. Only by improving their ranking could they obtain a level 1 cultivation room with denser spiritual energy. Breaking into the top 300 would grant them direct access to a level 2 cultivation room. In short, to obtain better resources, one must continuously strive to climb higher. Senior Sister Xia, one final question, Fang Wudao inquired. If one needs to temporarily leave the academy for any reason, how does one request leave? Leave? You've barely arrived and already want to go? Xia froze, her expression shifting to surprise. Still, she patiently explained, the academy doesn't have a strict leave system. If you want to leave, you can go anytime. However, she emphasized, the academy stipulates that prolonged absence from genius rank challenges will cause your ranking to continuously drop until you reach last place. Many resources and benefits will also be suspended accordingly. No problem. I'm already last place anyway. Fang Wudao felt a surge of secret delight. This rule suited him perfectly. It seems the plan to head to the Mulang grasslands is no longer an issue. As for cultivation chambers and ulterior motives, he didn't cultivate anyway, so their existence was irrelevant. Fang Xia reminded him with a serious expression, the genius rankings aren't just about immediate resources. They also determine your eligibility and priority when applying for the spirit transformation pearls in the future. Unless it's absolutely critical, don't leave the academy for extended periods. One step behind, and you'll fall further and further behind. The competition here far exceeds your imagination. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I'll weigh my options carefully. Fang Wudao nodded in agreement. Naturally, he coveted the spirit transformation pearls too. Such ancient artifacts, if imbued with spiritual essence, would be immensely valuable. But with his current strength, even if he played every card in his hand, breaking into the top 10 to compete for the spirit transformation pearl qualification in the short term was nearly impossible. Better to stick to the original plan, head to the Mulang grasslands to seek the sacrificial rites, absorb nearly 4,000 sacrificial spirits, and significantly boost his strength before returning to challenge for the top spot on the genius rankings. By then, the spirit transformation pearl would be within easy reach. After completing the formalities, Xia led them to the student residences. It was an exquisitely built residential complex nestled against the mountainside. Living conditions and spiritual energy concentration varied according to one's ranking. As newcomers, Fang Wudao and his 3 companions were assigned the small cottages at the base of the mountain, where spiritual energy was the thinnest. Rest here first and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Inside the rooms, you'll find a campus map and the basic regulations. If any urgent matters arise, come find me at the dormitory on the mountain. After giving these instructions, Xia took her leave. Closing the door to shut out the outside clamor, Fang Wudao spread out the meticulously prepared map of the Mulang grasslands and surrounding areas on the table. A straight-line distance of over 2,000 li. If he boarded a merchant flying vessel from Mingzhu City, he could reach it in about a day. But doing so carried immense risks. His language, customs, attire, and mannerisms, the inconsistencies were too glaring. Fang Wudao's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop. The Mulang language he'd learned from books was ultimately lifeless, with differences in accent and vocabulary. His understanding of the Mulang people's daily habits, taboos, and even the delicate relationships between tribes remained confined to theoretical knowledge. To rush in recklessly would not only fail to uncover any clues about the ancient ritual but would also risk exposing his identity, inviting unnecessary trouble or even death. Haste makes waste. Suppressing his impulse, his gaze regained its composure. I must observe and learn first. The best approach was to infiltrate a Mulan caravan returning to the grasslands. As a temporary member or fellow traveler, he would have ample time to observe, listen, and imitate up close, learning and blending in rapidly through practice. The caravan itself would also provide him with a layer of natural camouflage, reducing the likelihood of being questioned or drawing attention along the way. Tomorrow. I'll go out and see.
Within Ningzhu City, there were many Murang merchants who would come to conduct business. He could easily blend in among them by relying on his 3 no true intent.